Chapter 1. Sign in for a whole year. Master all skills. On the Blue Star in the city of Jinghai, at Jinghai Number 1 High School, hundreds of graduates gathered on the playground for the annual job transition event. A robust young man approached the job transition stone, placing his hand upon it. Instantly, the stone radiated a spectrum of vibrant colors. Moments later, the stone settled on a dark crimson hue, adorned with the pattern of a sharp sword. The transition instructor proclaimed loudly, "Zhang Tai, job transition complete. Profession, warrior, talent, a grade." Zhang Tai joyfully exclaimed, "Yes, I always hoped to become a warrior. This way, I can charge in a battle and protect the ladies." Shortly after, the next student completed their transition. Lin Xiao, job transition complete. Profession, ranger, talent, B grade. Yu Mingming, job transition complete. Profession, priest, talent, B grade. Yu Mingming proudly declared, "Classmates, if you need a healer, remember to team up with me. I guarantee ample healing." The transition instructor nodded in satisfaction, saying, "Excellent. The priest profession suits you perfectly. Work hard, and you will undoubtedly become the core healer of the team." At that moment, the job transition stone began to exhibit unusual activity. Countless blue arcs of electricity danced upon its surface, pulsating with an immense power of lightning. The school leaders in the stands could not help but display expressions of delight. Hee, it seems another individual of S-rank strength is about to emerge. Yes, indeed, this graduating class has already awakened 3 individuals with S-rank abilities. The results are promising. Our year-end bonuses are assured this year. The unusual activity persisted for 4 to 5 seconds before gradually subsiding. The transition instructor, upon seeing the image of a blue lightning staff on the stone, announced loudly, "Xiao Yunlei, job transition successful. Profession, lightning mage. Talent, S grade." At this declaration, a wave of excitement surged among the students. Wow, Xiao Yunlei has actually transitioned into an S grade lightning mage, one of the top output professions among mages. He will undoubtedly become a formidable force. The Xiao family will rise. Wow, Brother Xiao is so handsome. Can we exchange WeChat? Great one. Please take me along. Brother Xiao, shall we team up later? I can be both sweet and fierce, guaranteed to satisfy you. Damn it. Why did Xiao Yunlei awaken as an S-grade lightning mage while I ended up with an F-grade blacksmith talent? This is utterly unfair. At that moment, Xiao Yunlei basked in the limelight, relishing the feeling of being the center of attention. All eyes were cast upon him, filled with envy and admiration for his newly awakened S-grade talent. Yet, at the back of the crowd, one individual remained wholly uninterested. His name was Gu Chen, who had been reborn into this world of universal job transitions a year ago, inhabiting the body of another Guchon with the same name. Orphaned and facing dire living conditions, Guchon bore the misfortune of a derisive disposition, inheriting the tragic beginnings that most reborn individuals experience upon arriving in this world. Guchon found himself in a state of utter bewilderment, only to be summoned by his teacher to the viewing platform to touch a large azure stone known as the Transmutation Divine Stone. Ultimately, in a state of confusion, he experienced a failure in his transmutation, becoming the sole individual without any profession in an era where everyone else had embraced their vocations. While others mocked him as worthless, a system unexpectedly emerged, awakening a daily sign-in feature. By simply completing a sign-in each day, he would acquire a random skill. At that moment, Guchon remained enveloped in confusion. Typically, a professional could master at most 20 to 30 skills throughout their lifetime, while dual-class individuals might grasp 50 to 60. This, of course, was under ideal circumstances. Higher-tier skills were exceedingly rare, with a single high-level skill book requiring a substantial amount of gold for purchase. Should one wish to avoid expenditure, they would need to traverse dungeons hundreds, if not thousands, of times for a chance to obtain such a tome. For ordinary professionals lacking resources or wealth, the prospect of learning even a single high-tier skill in their lifetime was bleak. Yet, Guchon merely needed to complete a sign-in each day, effortlessly acquiring all skills. Was this not an extraordinary cheat? Despite possessing this remarkable advantage, Guchon felt no urgency to prove himself. After all, he had just traversed into this unfamiliar world. Although he had integrated the memories of this world's Guchon, he discovered that this counterpart was rather inept. His academic performance was abysmal, his understanding of the creatures in the dungeons was minimal, and his physical abilities were subpar. Aside from his handsome visage, he seemed to possess little else of merit. Thus, Guchon resolved to repeat a year, dedicating himself to diligently study the knowledge of this realm, enhance his physical prowess, all while surreptitiously signing in for skills, quietly biding his time for a year. Today marked precisely the 365th day since his rebirth into this world. An entire year, Guchon accessed the sign-in page and completed his daily check-in. Ding! Sign-in successful. Congratulations, you have acquired the Berserker level 60 awakening skill. Earth-shattering slash. Ding! Congratulations, you have signed in for all skills across professions, including hidden and special classes. Any subsequent sign-ins resulting in the same skill will automatically increase its level by 1. Furthermore, you possess a 1 chance of signing in for a forbidden spell. Guchon mused, a 1 chance of acquiring a forbidden spell in the future. What a delightful surprise. Quite splendid. He proceeded to examine his attributes. Name, Guchon. Level, LV.1. Profession, unemployed. Health, 1200, 1200. Magic power, max. Constitution, 120 each point in Constitution increases health by 10. Strength, 120 each point in Strength increases physical attack by 2. Intelligence, 120 each point in Intelligence increases magical damage by 2. Agility, 120 every 10 points of Agility increases critical strike rate by 0.2, critical strike rate by 0.2, and attack power by 2 points. Physical attack, 264. Magic attack, 240. Critical rate, 2.2. Evasion rate, 2.2. Note, the maximum attribute value for a beginner awakener is 100. Any excess attribute value is an enhancement from passive skills. Talent of the unclassed. 1. Chosen 1. To accommodate all professions, all your attributes are maximized, and your comprehension is at its peak. Upon leveling up, your attribute growth reaches its highest potential. Typically, when individuals change professions, they acquire an entirely new set of attribute values to meet their occupational requirements. Different professions emphasize varying attributes. A higher initial attribute value indicates greater comprehension, resulting in more significant attribute growth upon leveling up. For instance, upon transitioning to a warrior, strength and constitution will exhibit notable growth, with initial strength attributes reaching around 70 or 80. Those with exceptional talent may exceed 90, while only the truly gifted can achieve maximum levels in a specific attribute. Yet here I am, possessing maximum attributes across the board, with comprehension also at its zenith. Truly, the epitome of a versatile warrior. Incredible. Talent of the unclassed 2. Mastery of all weapons. Since you possess no specific profession, you are free to wield any weapon from any class, provided you meet the required level. For its use, mastery of all weapons. So, regardless of whether it's a staff, longsword, whip, giant hammer, bow, or spiked mace, I can wield them all? Absolutely astounding. Talent of the unclassed 3. Unbound. As you have no designated profession, you possess neither mana nor rage. When utilizing any skill, there is no consumption of mana or rage, and you can cast spells without incantation. Casting spells without depleting mana and without the need for incantation, and the skills of warriors and assassins require no rage. This means I merely need to wait for the skill cooldown to expire before unleashing it again. Moreover, I command 365 skills. Certainly, even a reckless flurry of keystrokes wouldn't suffice to utilize them all. This talent should not be termed unbound, ought to be called the Rogue of the Abyss. Absolutely phenomenal. Given this, it is time to showcase what true skill entails. Chapter 2. The Beastly Forest. Soon, all the senior students had completed their class transitions, resulting in a mixture of joy and sorrow, as is customary each year. Guchon, having failed his transition and thus remaining a repeat student, was exempt from further testing. Following the conclusion of the class transition conference, students were free to form teams and explore the mystical realms. According to school regulations, combat professionals needed to reach level 10 within 10 days to graduate successfully, while life professionals only needed to elevate their life skills to level 2 to meet the graduation requirements. The criteria for graduation were undeniably simple. as long as one did not completely neglect their efforts, a staggering 99.9% of students could graduate. Guchon had no intention of forming a team. Having mastered all skills, he required no assistance. He departed from the playground and ventured alone into the mystical realm. Guchon arrived at a novice trial ground not far from the school. This arena was populated by weak creatures, mere experience fodder, with levels ranging from 15. It served as a training ground for newcomers to acclimate to combat. At this moment, a multitude of freshly transitioned students had gathered here to level up, with the number of students surpassing that of the monsters. Typically, 5 or 6 individuals would be seen relentlessly pursuing a single slime, which, bewildered, would be swiftly defeated before it could even comprehend the threat. Guchon couldn't help but feel a pang of sympathy for the slimes. There is no need for me to join this fray. I shall seek a higher level area to train, where I am likely to encounter fewer competitors. Professionals were permitted to challenge dungeons up to 5 levels above their own. Conversely, if a professional's level exceeded the dungeons by 5, entry would be prohibited. The level 5 to 10 training area was not located near the school, but rather in the outskirts to the east of the city. Guchon hailed a cab to reach this destination. Beastly Forest, recommended level 5 to 10. Most creatures in the Beastly Forest exhibit aggressive tendencies, and their distribution is dense. Teaming up is advised. In stark contrast to the bustling novice trial ground, the entrance to the Beastly Forest was devoid of any other souls. Newly transitioned students, unable to combat the creatures here, typically refrained from risking their fortunes in this challenging locale. The previous year's students had long since abandoned leveling here, rendering the Beastly Forest a pristine training ground for Guchon. Just then, a taxi unexpectedly halted at the entrance of the mystical realm. The door swung open, and 4 individuals emerged, his classmates, Xiao Yunlei, Yu Mengmeng, and others. They were equally astonished to see Guchon. Yu Mengmeng was the first to inquire, "Oh, Guchon, what brings you here?" Guchon replied, "The novice trial ground was overwhelmingly crowded. I could hardly compete for the monsters. Thus, I thought I might explore this advanced area in hopes of finding some opportunities." Xiao Yunlei retorted, "Opportunities? This realm is completely deserted. Where do you expect to find any?" He added, "I suspect you might be contemplating something foolish, deliberately seeking danger." Yu Mingming hastily interjected, "Yes, Guchon, please do not entertain any reckless thoughts. Although you have not awakened any profession, life has dimmed somewhat, the future appears bleak, and existence has become a tad arduous. It is not to the extent of contemplating death." Guchon remarked, "Hearing your counsel, I seem to find even less reason to continue living." Xiao Yunlei, with a hint of arrogance, replied, "Hey, last place. Today, I have awakened an S-grade talent, and I am utterly elated. Coincidentally, our team has an open position. Why not let me assist you in leveling up? I assure you, within 5 days, I will elevate you to level 10 and ensure your successful graduation." Xiao Yunlei's team configuration is remarkably balanced, comprising mages, warriors, priests, and archers, capable of defeating monsters with strategic precision. However, Guchon firmly declined, "No. Thank you for your kindness, but I prefer to operate alone." Xiao Yunlei could hardly believe his ears. "What did you say? You are unwilling? Do you have any idea how many people are clamoring to team up with me? If the taxi weren't limited to 4 passengers, I would have already formed a 5-member team. There wouldn't be a spot for you. Do they really lack that meager fare for a taxi?" Guchon thought, speechless. Yu Mingming urged, "Guchon, you must not miss this tremendous opportunity. We genuinely wish to assist you." Although Guchon, as the last in his class and having repeated a year, found his current classmates to be friendly rather than mocking or humiliating, he felt a stark contrast to his previous peers. Faced with the goodwill of Xiao Yunlei and his companions, Guchon yearned to aid them, yet knew he could not. He must not reveal his capabilities prematurely. Despite mastering all the skills of every profession, his current level was far too low. A low level meant diminished attributes, resulting in lower damage output. If someone genuinely intended to harm him, a significant level disparity would render Guchon quite vulnerable. Thus, he needed to elevate his level and attributes swiftly to secure his standing. Guchon once more declined, "I apologize. I appreciate your goodwill, but I am accustomed to acting alone. I shall take my leave now." Guchon, as the others attempted to dissuade him, he had already stepped into the secret realm. What does taking the lead mean? Is he so eager to seek his demise? "Sigh, we know he is a repeat student, aware of his lack of profession, and we feared he might feel inferior, hence the meticulous care we have shown him this past year. Yet, it seems he has not conquered his inner demons. What a pity. Yu Mingming expressed her sympathy indeed. Such a shame for Gu Chen's handsome face. Xiao Yunlei sighed. Perhaps this is a form of liberation for him as well. Let's proceed into the secret realm. The group then entered the secret realm. After a wave of dizziness, Gu Chen found himself in the beastly forest secret realm. The teleportation to the secret realm is random. Members of the same team will appear at the same location, while different teams will not share the same space. Thus, Gu Chen was not concerned about encountering Xiao Yunlei and his companions. The vegetation within the secret realm was exceedingly lush, concealing many ferocious beasts. The deeper one ventured into the forest, the higher the level of wild creatures encountered. At that moment, Gu Chen noticed a wild boar with tusks leisurely rooting under a tree for a cabbage. He cast a detection spell. Tusks Wild Boar, level 5. Attack power 150, defense power 50, health points 1000, skill, charge. The level 5 Wild Boar did not seem particularly formidable. Prepare yourself. Fireball, Ice Spike, Lightning Arrow, Wind Blade, Water Blast. As the skills required no incantation, Gu Chen unleashed 5 level 1 range spells in a mere second. The 5 distinct magics struck the wild boar almost simultaneously. Tusk's Wild Boar's health points: 240, 210, 220, 230, 200. Tusk's Wild Boar defeated, gained 50 experience points. The wild boar had not even comprehended what transpired before it succumbed to the barrage of spells. It perished so swiftly? In the blink of an eye. It turned to ashes? Was it truly this effortless? Gu Chen felt a twinge of astonishment at his own prowess. At that moment, he noticed a wild wolf not far off, glaring at him with predatory intent. Wild Wolf, level 6, attack power 170, defense power 50. Health points 1200, skills, bite, may cause bleeding. Howl. When the wild wolf's health drops below 30, it activates the Howl skill, attracting nearby wild wolves. The damage from level 1 skills was still somewhat lacking. Perhaps it was time to test out a level 10 mage skill. Little Wolf, brace yourself. Fire Explosion, Ice Prison, Gale Blade, Thunder Strike, Water Burst. Boom, boom, boom. The wild wolf's health points: 480, 420, 450. Wild wolf defeated, gained 60 experience points. The wild wolf perished after enduring just 3 skills, its Howl passive ability never even having the chance to manifest. Indeed, high-tier skills deal significantly more damage. After methodically dispatching several more wild creatures, Gu Chen successfully reached level 2. Slaying foes beyond his level was indeed exhilarating. In just a few minutes, he had ascended to level 2. However, this method of grinding felt somewhat sluggish. Perhaps he should attempt a more potent skill? Why not give it a try? It would be foolish to have skills and not utilize them. He decided to select a skill with a relatively subtle effect to avoid attracting unnecessary trouble. Gu Chen perused his impressive array of skills and ultimately chose an 80-level awaken skill of the Dark Element Mage, Oblivion Black Hole. This skill should not produce any explosive effects and thus should not create much commotion. He settled on it, casting Oblivion Black Hole. Chapter 3. The Power of Awakened Skills. The Annihilating Black Hole. With a flourish of the novice staff in Gu Chen's hand, a black orb, the size of an egg, materialized in the air not far away, rapidly expanding. As the black hole grew, an immense gravitational pulse suddenly manifested. Initially, nearby fallen leaves and pebbles were drawn into the abyss, followed by small creatures that succumbed to its allure, and soon, larger beasts began to be ensnared one after another into that consuming darkness. As the black hole continued to enlarge, the terrifying suction intensified exponentially. At that moment, every creature in the beastly forest sensed this unusual force. They began to dash in desperation away from it, striving to escape the dreadful pull. But their struggles were futile against such overwhelming power. A massive python coiled around a sturdy tree, only for the tree to be uprooted and consumed. A fierce tiger's claws embedded in solid rock were also drawn in. Wolves, leopards, and bears alike fell victim, one after another, to the gaping maw of the black hole. The black hole was voraciously devouring all life within the beastly forest. Meanwhile, Xiao Yunlei and his companions were vigorously hunting a tusked wild boar. Meng Meng, hold the front line. In just 2 more rounds, we can slay it. If we kill this boar, we will reach level 2. We'll be the first in the class to do so. Yes, This boar has 50 points of defense. We're hardly making a dent. Thankfully, Brother Xiao, your damage output is impressive. One skill can take away over 100 health points. You're truly amazing. Hee, it's just average skill. Let us keep pushing. We aim to reach level 4 today. Let us go. However, at that moment, the wounded boar suddenly leapt into the air with its 4 hooves, accompanied by a series of frantic bellows, uncontrollably darting toward the far end of the forest. Xiao Yunlei was left bewildered. What is happening? Why is the experience we were about to gain flying away? I don't know. Quick, let us chase it. We can't let the boar escape. Just as the 4 prepared to pursue, an enormous suction force unexpectedly surged, pulling their bodies toward it against their will. Yu Mingming, clutching her skirt, exclaimed, "What is happening? Is the boss casting a skill?" But the boss of the beastly forest is the giant bear. How could it possess such a powerful ability? Xiao Yunlei commanded, "Everyone, hold on to the nearest tree tightly. Don't let yourselves be swept away. Boss, the pull is too strong. I can't hold on. I can't hold on either. My skirt is flying away. I'm being pulled away too." The 4 were helplessly swept away by the immense force of the black hole. At that moment, Guchon gazed in awe at the unfolding scene before him. Is this the true power of an awakened skill? Truly extraordinary. As ferocious beasts were drawn into the black hole, a stream of kill notifications flooded in. Congratulations. You have slain a wild boar, earning 50 experience points. Congratulations. You have slain a wild wolf, earning 60 experience points. Congratulations. You have slain an elite giant python, earning 100 experience points. You have slain the wild boar king, earning 1,000 experience points. You have slain the boss, the giant bear, earning 5,000 experience points. With the influx of experience, Gu Chen's level soared rapidly. Congratulations. You have reached level 3. Your attributes have grown. Congratulations. You have reached level 4. Your attributes have grown. Congratulations. You have reached level 10. Your attributes have grown. However, upon reaching level 10, the experience gained from slaying minor creatures in the secret realm diminished to a mere 1 point, with only boss-level monsters providing a substantial experience boost. You have slain a brown bear, earning 1 experience point. You have slain the wild wolf king, earning 1,200 experience points. You have slain the giant python, earning 1 experience point. What? Level 10 already? So swiftly? Am I really capable of exterminating all the creatures in the beast forest with a single skill? For an average person, reaching level 10 typically requires about a week's time. Of course, having an expert assist in leveling up is a different matter altogether. Yet, Gu Chen managed to ascend to level 10 in less than 2 minutes with just 1 skill. This illustrates the terrifying power of awakened skills. Suddenly, Gu Chen sensed 4 entities, unlike any beasts, being rapidly drawn towards the black hole. Just then, an inexplicable object was blown onto Gu Chen's face. What is this thing sticking to my face? Upon inspection, he discovered it was a skirt, and still warm. A faint scent of the sea wafted from it. This aroma unmistakably belonged to Yu Mingming. Damn, why can I identify whose skirt this is just by sniffing it? Am I a dog? Ding. Your keen sense of smell has automatically triggered the hunter's passive skill, clue tracking. Oh, it's an automatic activation of a passive skill. I thought I had an unusual preference. But, how did Yu Mingming's skirt end up on my face? Gu Chen suddenly froze. Oh no, could those 4 entities that did not resemble wild creatures be Xiao Yunlei and the others? With mastery over all his skills and exceptional control over his magic, Gu Chen willed it, and the immense gravitational pull from the black hole vanished from the 4 individuals, freeing them from its influence. Phew, it's a relief no lives were lost. Gu Chen exhaled in relief. The black hole's effects persisted until the very last creature of the beast forest was consumed, before gradually diminishing. Ultimately, it shrank to the size of an egg, a black sphere that then vanished with a swift bayou. In the spot where the black hole had been, a semicircular pit the size of a football field remained. The walls of the pit were exceedingly smooth, as if meticulously carved by a master craftsman. Within the depths lay the spoils of vanquished beasts, an array of equipment and items. The beast forest, however, had been devoured by the black hole, reduced to a desolate wasteland devoid of any signs of life. Was I perhaps a tad excessive in my actions? The annihilating black hole, while lacking the explosive sounds of conventional attack spells, inflicted considerable damage nonetheless. Such a vast chasm, such formidable lethality, nearly leveling the beast forest. This commotion was anything but trivial. I should make my escape swiftly, lest I be seen. Guchon gestured to gather the spoils from the pit. Just as he was poised to flee, four figures suddenly emerged on the opposite side of the chasm. What in the world? What is happening? This enormous pit must be the result of that spell. How terrifying. What kind of magic possesses such destructive power? It must be a spell of at least level 60. Xiao Yunlei exclaimed. Phew, that was close. I've just transitioned to an S-class talent as a thunder mage and thought I was done for before even embarking on my journey. But unexpectedly, that tremendous pull suddenly vanished. It seems the heavens still have favor upon me. Indeed, this experience will be a tale I can share for a lifetime. Yu Mingming, her face flushed and shielding her modesty with a leaf, implored, could you all help me find my skirt? I'm still bare-legged. The newcomers were none other than the quartet, led by Xiao Yunlei. Upon noticing them, Gu Chen turned to leave, but was spotted by Yu Mingming, who was frantically searching for her skirt. Is that Gu Chen? It is Gu Chen. He is alive, how wonderful. Hey, Gu Chen. Gu Chen halted abruptly, thinking to himself. Oh no, I didn't expect to be discovered. Is my talent about to be revealed? Chapter 4. The Awakening Skill to Slay Wild Boars. Are you serious, esteemed one? Guchon halted in his tracks, turning around just as he was about to elucidate, but Xiao Yunlei interjected first. Guchon, have you been drawn here as well? Drawn here? Could it be that they were unaware that the awakening skill was cast by me, believing instead that I was a victim like them? It is not difficult to comprehend their perspective. After all, I am merely an unclassed individual who has failed to transition, an inept being who came to this realm for self-destruction. It seems far more plausible that I am indeed a victim. Gu Chen cunningly replied, Ah yes, I too was drawn here. Just moments ago, I nearly met my demise. What a pity. At this juncture, Yu Mingming, blushing, inquired, Guchon, did you happen to find a skirt? Guchon, gazing at Yu Mingming's alluringly fair legs and the leaves that offered scant concealment, remarked, Ahem. Is this the one? It suddenly flew into my face, just now, still warm. Yu Mingming's face flushed even deeper. Yes, it is this one. Thank you. She accepted the skirt and, under the watchful eyes of the others, discreetly donned it. Xiao Yunlei, having shed his earlier haughtiness, now exuded a demeanor of relief from the brush with peril, stating, since we are all safe and Mingming has retrieved her skirt, I would prefer to avoid another harrowing experience. Let us depart swiftly. Indeed, this place is far too treacherous for prolonged stay. Let us hasten. The five swiftly raced toward the exit of the secret realm. All the wild creatures of the beastly forest had been drawn into the black hole, and their path was unimpeded. They soon emerged from the secret realm. Subsequently, they hailed 2 taxis to return to school. Meanwhile, some formidable individuals in Jinghai City sensed the overwhelming surge of magical energy. The city lord, Ma Shouqing, wore a grave expression. This intensity of magical power is decidedly unusual. Is there a significant figure exerting influence in our Jinghai City? He instructed his secretary, Lu. Immediately summon the elders of the various clans to accompany me in investigating this matter. Yes. Soon, the elite forces of Jinghai City converged towards a single direction. They were the pinnacle of martial prowess in the city, yet as they drew nearer to the incident's location, their confusion only deepened. This leads to the beastly forest? In no time, the prominent figures of Jinghai City arrived at the scene. The beastly forest, a man-made secret realm designed to serve novices, is accessible to all. They gazed in astonishment at the smooth, nearly perfect semicircular pit at the center of the forest, whispering among themselves. What formidable magic! To annihilate all wild creatures in the beastly forest with a single spell and create such a vast pit. This individual is undoubtedly extraordinary. What skill is this? Could it be an awakening skill? It must be an awakening skill. I have just explored this secret realm, and it has been utterly decimated, devoid of any wild creatures. The sheer devastation could only have been wrought by awakened skills. What? Using an awakened skill to slaughter level 5 wild boars? Level 6 wolves? Is that something a mere mortal can accomplish? It is simply horrific. Ma Shouqing remarked. The actions of top-tier figures often possess peculiarities. Yet the maneuvers of this particular individual are truly bizarre. Secretary Lu, have you discerned the nature of this awakened skill? The mayor's secretary, wielding a magical detector, responded. Indeed. I have discovered the source. The magical fluctuations belong to the dark magic spectrum. Judging by the effects of the spell, it appears to be the level 80 secondary awakening skill of a dark element mage, known as the Obliteration Black Hole. Upon hearing this, the crowd was engulfed in astonishment. An 80-level secondary awakening skill? This is indeed a figure among figures. Yet, to employ an 80-level awakening skill to slay boars, I simply cannot fathom this action. Was he perhaps bullied by wild boars in his youth, returning now to exact revenge? Speaking of which, do we have any dark element mages with a secondary awakening in Huaxia? Secretary Lu swiftly investigated. Huaxia does not have any dark mages with a secondary awakening. Dark mages are classified as hidden professions, inherently rare. There is only one dark mage in Huaxia who is stuck at the level 60 first awakening task. Globally, there exists only one dark mage who has completed a secondary awakening, and that is Mobius from the Eagle Nation. Mobius from the Eagle Nation? Moreover, the sole dark mage with a secondary awakening in the world? That confirms it. What could this foreigner possibly want in our modest Jinghai city? Furthermore, why would he target a novice secret realm? Could it be that he harbors intentions against our Jinghai city? There are only a handful of globally awakened figures, and they juggle multiple responsibilities, making it unlikely for them to focus on us. Indeed, what could our 18-line county possibly offer as a target? We lack cultivation resources, mystical treasures, and our GDP consistently ranks at the bottom. We are essentially devoid of anything of value. Is he merely here to slaughter boars, wasting his time? Could he be deliberately inciting trouble, aiming to provoke a third global magical war? To instigate a magical war over a mere wild boar secret realm? Is there truly such necessity? It seems there is indeed no such necessity. Perhaps a genius has emerged from our Jinghai city, and he has come specifically to eliminate this prodigy? This notion seemed to awaken everyone. Ma Shouqing declared, Secretary Lu, immediately investigate this year's most outstanding transmuters in Jinghai city. Secretary Lu quickly gathered the information and reported. This year, Jinghai city has produced 5 students with S-class talent, all from Jinghai High School. However, there are no talents exceeding S-class. No talents surpassing S-class? That is rather peculiar. While S-class practitioners are indeed exceptional, there is a significant gap between them and the SS or SSS class prodigies. Is it truly necessary to take action against an S-class student? Or does this individual possess some extraordinary quality? Then, please investigate the entry and exit conditions of the Beast Forest today. Ascertain who has ventured inside. Secretary Lu, today, 5 individuals entered and exited the Beast Forest. Among them was an S-rank Thunder Mage, Xiao Yunlei, accompanied by 3 students of rather ordinary qualifications. Mobius did not appear on the entry and exit list, presumably having employed some shadow magic to evade detection. You mentioned 5 individuals, yet only 4 were named. What of the 5th? The remaining person is the world's only failed job change individual, who has already been held back for a year. It is rumored that he has come to the Beast Forest in search of his own demise. I have indeed heard of this youth. It seems quite reasonable for the world's sole failed job changer to seek an end here. It appears Mobius is targeting the Thunder Mage Xiao Yunlei. Has Xiao Yunlei's body been found? According to the entry and exit records, Xiao Yunlei successfully escaped the secret realm, and all 4 others managed to exit as well. Ma Shouqing could hardly believe his ears. What? Are you saying all 5 of them have escaped from this terrifying magic? Secretary Lu confirmed once more. Indeed, they all escaped. For a seasoned veteran of level 80 or above to slay a novice who has just undergone job change is as simple as crushing an ant. If they wished to kill them, survival would be utterly impossible. Yet why did all 5 manage to survive? Was Mobius not specifically there to kill Xiao Yunlei? What was his true purpose? Could it be that he was merely bored and sought a sense of accomplishment in the novice village? Ma Shouqing pondered for a moment, utterly perplexed, and finally scratched his thinning hair, exclaiming, This case is rather perplexing. I simply cannot comprehend it. It is best left to higher authorities to resolve. Ma Shouqing instructed. The appearance of a second awakening master from the Eagle Nation in our small county is no mere coincidence. There is undoubtedly a conspiracy at play, and we must take it very seriously. Immediately report to superiors and summon provincial leaders to investigate. You, go and inquire about the 5 surviving students to see if they possess any clues. Yes. Moreover, the Beast Forest has suffered a calamity, its ecosystem irrevocably disrupted. It is unlikely to regain its former vitality for at least a year or a year and a half. Henceforth, all individuals are prohibited from entering the beast forest for leveling and training until ecological balance is restored. Additionally, the entire city shall enter a state of level 1 alert. Intensifying patrols. Any suspicious persons must not be approached lightly. Report to me immediately. Understood. Unbeknownst to all, due to Gu Chen's awakening skill, the entire Jinghai city has entered a state of heightened alert. Chapter 5. Counting the spoils upon returning to school. Xiao Yunlei and his companions were still shaken and chose to retreat to their dormitory to regain their composure rather than engage in leveling up. Guchon had also reached the level 10 threshold and felt no immediate need to advance further. He returned to his dormitory to assess his attributes. Name: Guchon. Level: LV 10. Occupation: None. Health: 2100 2100. Mana: Max. Constitution: 210. Strength: 210. Agility: 210. Intelligence: 210. Physical attack: 462. Magic attack: 420. Critical rate: 4. 2. Evasion rate: 4. 2. Indeed, the enhancements to his attributes post-level up were substantial. Excellent. Next, he intended to examine the treasures yielded from the beast forest. Just as he was about to inspect his spoils, a sudden knock echoed through the door. Guchon opened the door to find a middle-aged man, impeccably dressed and sporting gold-rimmed glasses, exuding an air of competence. Greetings, I am Lu Wentao, secretary to the mayor of Jinghai City. I am here to inquire about certain matters. Guchon understood that an investigation would surely follow, but he had not anticipated it would occur so swiftly. Unbeknownst to him, he was the last individual to be questioned. Xiao Yunlei and his companions had already been interviewed. Initially, Secretary Lu had no intention of questioning Guchon, a mere nun with no apparent utility. After all, what could there be to investigate about someone deemed inconsequential? Yet, due to the nature of his duties, he proceeded nonetheless. Without preamble, Secretary Lu inquired, "Did you venture into the beast forest today?" Guchon responded honestly, "Yes. As I understand it, you have not successfully transitioned to a profession and remain an unclassed individual. What, then, compelled you to enter the beast forest? A reckless pursuit of demise? Indeed. Your information aligns with that provided by others," Secretary Lu remarked, nodding in satisfaction. "But why did you not meet your end?" Guchon had already prepared his explanation. "Just as I was about to perish, I found that all the monsters had been drawn away, and I was swept along with them. Fortunately, I suddenly broke free from that overwhelming force and survived. Did you notice any suspicious individuals?" "None at all." Secretary Lu pondered. "It appears these children are not lying. Their accounts are nearly identical. It is entirely reasonable that they did not observe any suspicious figures. Considering those involved were formidable individuals with second awakenings, while they are merely fledgling novices. It seems little intelligence can be gleaned from this inquiry. Well, I have no further questions. I apologize for the interruption. Is that all? So simple?" Guchon thought, feeling a sense of disbelief. He had prepared numerous responses that remained unutilized. He had not anticipated that the government's investigation would be so easily navigated. After all, he was the instigator of the entire incident. He should have been the prime suspect, yet he had instead emerged as the least suspecting party. It appears that the identity of the unclassed individual is regarded as a mere existence akin to that of a waste in this era of universal class transitions. Nevertheless, this circumstance proves advantageous. The unclassed status has become my most exquisite form of protection. Just as Secretary Lu was about to depart, she unexpectedly turned back and cast a probing spell on Guchon. Name: Guchon. Level: Class: Unclassed. Health: Magic power: Constitution. Secretary Lu was somewhat taken aback. Her probing spell revealed no information whatsoever. However, upon reflection, she deemed this to be quite reasonable, as Guchon lacked a class and was thus ill-suited for combat, rendering the absence of information entirely normal. Guchon also sensed Secretary Lu's scrutiny. Yet, an inexplicable force within him concealed his information. Alert. Detection of someone probing your attributes has triggered the passive skill Veiled Assassin of the secondary awakening class, Veil. Veil, when in stealth mode. All probing skills are unable to track your presence. Even if damage is sustained, the stealth effect remains unbroken. Furthermore, others cannot view any of your information, nor can they discern your weaknesses. This passive skill is formidable. It perfectly conceals my extraordinary attributes as a versatile warrior. With my unclassed identity, coupled with the inscrutable effect of the veil skill, no one shall ascertain my true prowess. How delightful! Gu Chen, feigning ignorance, inquired, Secretary Liu. Do you have any further matters to discuss? Oh, nothing else. Please refrain from harboring any thoughts of self-harm in the future. Rest assured, surviving a great calamity surely heralds future blessings. I shall not act foolishly again. After Secretary Liu departed, Guchon resumed his examination of the spoils. Wolf Tooth Necklace, Quality Silver, Level 6, Attack Power 12, Constitution 6, Agility 6, Wild Boar Leather Armor, Quality Bronze, Level 5, Constitution 10, Defense 15, Python Pattern Staff, Quality Gold. Level 10, Magic Strength 40, Spirit 20. Passive Effect, Giant Python Shadow. Spell attacks have a chance to unleash a shadow of the giant python, dealing double magical damage and entangling the target for 2 seconds. Giant Bear War Hammer, Quality Gold, Level 10, Attack Power 40, Constitution 20. Passive Effect, attacks have a 2 chance to deliver a critical strike, stunning the enemy for 2 seconds. The quality of equipment is categorized into 6 levels: Bronze, Silver, Gold, Diamond, Starry, and Legendary. Although Gu Chen's recent acquisition of equipment was diverse, all items were either at level 10 or below, lacking high-quality gear. He casually selected a few of the highest-level items to adorn himself, retaining the Python Pattern Staff and the Giant Bear War Hammer as his weapons. Upon donning the equipment, Gu Chen found his attributes further enhanced. As he continued to inventory his spoils, he discovered an unexpected treasure. 3 skill books had dropped. For professionals, aside from the ability to automatically comprehend skills upon transitioning careers, the simplest avenue to acquire new skills is through skill books. A low-tier skill book can casually fetch tens of thousands, if not hundreds of thousands, in price. Meanwhile, high-tier skill books can command sums reaching into the millions or even billions. Despite this, the demand remains insatiable. This presents a lucrative opportunity. As an orphan, Guchon undoubtedly finds himself in need of funds. Although he receives annual financial assistance from the government, that meager amount is insufficient to sustain him for an entire year. Consequently, Guchon must rely on credit card debt and part-time jobs to maintain his basic livelihood. Excitedly, Guchon began to peruse the skill books. Smash, Warrior Skill Book, available at level 5. Skill description, delivers a powerful attack on a single target, inflicting 150 physical damage. Charge, Warrior Skill Book, available at level 8. Skill description, launches forward with a charge, increasing movement speed by 200 during the charge, dealing 100 physical damage, and inflicting 1 second of stun to the first target encountered. Toxic Coating, Assassin Skill Book, available at level 8. Skill description, applies a layer of poison to the weapon, allowing the next 3 attacks to inflict a poisoning effect, which can be stacked. While these 3 skill books could be sold for tens of thousands, do I truly need that sum? Guchon glanced at his account balance, which more accurately reflected a state of debt, and fell into silence. Ahem. Indeed, I am in need of money. Yet, compared to converting these skill books into cash, I believe investing in upgrading my skill levels would be far more advantageous. Although I can sign in daily for a skill, after a year, the maximum I could achieve is level 2 for all skills. With low skill levels, the damage output remains minimal. Elevating the skills to their maximum levels would at least double their damage and effectiveness. Furthermore, if I actively upgrade the low-tier skills with higher drop rates to their maximum, the chances of signing in for high-tier skills will significantly increase. This way, I could avoid spending money on high-tier skill books altogether. Viewed from a long-term perspective, this approach ultimately conserves funds. Guchon utilized these 3 skill books, upgrading the 3 skills to level 2. The damage enhancement of the skills exhibited a notable improvement. As for generating income, I can simply sell some equipment and materials, and the money shall flow in. Chapter 6. The Class Change Association. Guchon initially intended to sell all the materials and equipment obtained from the ferocious beast forest. However, considering that the entire city was investigating the matter, he decided against taking that risk and opted to lay low for a while. After resting for a night, Guchon returned the next day to acquire the level 20 Fire Mage skill, Rain of Fire, which automatically upgraded to level 2. He then set off for the principal's office to apply for graduation. Knock, knock, knock. Guchon rapped gently on the door of the principal's office. Come in. Guchon entered. Good day, principal. You are. Gu Chen, correct? Upon seeing Guchon, the principal quickly recalled his name. After all, he was the only non-classified individual in the world, born right in his school. Forgetting him was simply impossible. Principal, I am here too. Before Guchon could finish, the principal interrupted. I know why you are here. I have already prepared everything for you. Guchon was taken aback. How could he have prepared everything ahead of time? How could he possibly know that Guchon had reached level 10? Was there surveillance in the secret realm? That seemed impossible. The use of electronic devices was strictly prohibited in those areas. As Guchon pondered these thoughts, the principal retrieved a withdrawal application from his desk and placed it on the table, feigning a look of regret as he said, Guchon, I know you have worked hard this past year, but fate is predetermined. Talent and effort are unrelated. Alas, just sign it. In truth, the principal had contemplated expelling Guchon the previous year. After all, no matter how hard a non-classified person worked, it was a futile endeavor. It was better for him to withdraw early and seek work at a construction site instead. However, Guchon refused to withdraw and instead applied to repeat the year. Although no one had chosen to repeat since the era of universal class change began with the awakening of high school seniors, as repeating seemed utterly meaningless, the option remained in the regulations. Perhaps the Education Bureau's leadership simply forgot about it. Regardless, since the school allowed for the possibility of repeating a year, the principal had no grounds to deny Guchon's request and had to acquiesce. Now, upon Guchon's appearance, the principal assumed he had finally come to his senses and was ready to withdraw. Withdrawal application? No, principal, I am here too. Once more, the principal interrupted. Guchon, you need not say anything further. I understand. The school does not wish to part with you. Just sign. It's not disgraceful. Guchon quickly replied, Principal, I am here to apply for graduation. The principal was momentarily stunned by this declaration before asking, Guchon, do you know the requirements for graduation? Guchon nodded slightly, recalling that according to school regulations, one could apply for graduation upon reaching level 10. Thus, I am here to apply for graduation. The principal took Guchon's student card, swiped it, and soon his information appeared on the computer screen. Name, Guchon, level, LV10, class, non-classified, health, mana, constitution. Guchon, aside from revealing his level, concealed all other information. However, the principal was entirely unconcerned with these ambiguities. His sole desire was for this unfortunate student to graduate as soon as possible. You have reached level 10? When did this occur? Just yesterday, I achieved level 10. Yesterday. So that means, Guchon suddenly felt he had inadvertently disclosed something. Yet, the principal continued, thus, you have been diligently leveling up for over a year without a moment's rest, finally attaining level 10 just yesterday? I must say, your capacity for imagination is impressive. Guchon, following the principal's lead, responded, ah, indeed. Nothing escapes your discerning eye, principal. Of course, as the head of the school, it is my duty to care for every student. Which monsters did you defeat to reach level 10? Was it slimes? Ah, yes, slimes. I couldn't defeat any others. He laughed. Well done. To reach level 10 by farming slimes shows remarkable perseverance. Even if you take on menial tasks in the future, you will carve out your own niche. Then I shall take your words as a good omen. The principal then produced a graduation certificate, inscribed Guchon's name, affixed the school's seal, and handed it to him. Guchon, congratulations on your successful graduation. After receiving his diploma, Guchon proceeded to the Adventurers Guild. The guild primarily posted bounty tasks, either from teams or individuals, making it an optimal choice for adventurers to earn extra income. The minimum requirement for entering the guild was possessing a high school diploma and belonging to a combat profession. Guchon presented his graduation certificate to the staff member, a somewhat plump young woman seated at the desk, beside which lay a large bag of chips. She took the document and began reviewing Guchon's information. A jobless individual? You are the one who failed to change professions. Guchon nodded, surprised by his unexpected notoriety. The plump lady appeared conflicted. After all, jobless individuals neither belonged to combat professions nor lifestyle professions. As this situation had never arisen before, there were no clear regulations regarding their eligibility to join the guild, leaving the decision entirely to her discretion. Are you certain you wish to join the Adventurers Guild? Certainly. The plump lady, reluctant to report to her superiors and endure the bureaucratic delays, pulled out a form and said, sign this notice of risks associated with dungeons. Should you encounter any dangers or even death within the dungeons, it will be considered a result of your voluntary actions, and the Adventurers Guild bears no responsibility. Understood. Guchon affixed his signature and pressed his thumbprint onto the document. The plump lady then began to register his information. Soon, Gu Chen's identity was logged, and he successfully received his task bracelet. The task wristband serves as an essential instrument for receiving and recording assignments, possessing a modicum of storage capabilities. It has become a standard accessory for professionals. Let us first explore the available tasks. Gu Chen activated the task wristband, which promptly unveiled a virtual panel displaying a multitude of tasks released in the surrounding area. Individual posting. Seeking an expert to guide through the village of confusion. All materials will be provided by me, price negotiable. Team posting. Offering high prices for silver scale armor, 5 gold pieces each. No limits on quantity. Individual posting. Send me 50. A plethora of high-definition resources awaits your selection, 80 gigabytes of unique torrents. What are you waiting for? Seize the moment. Merchant posting. Greetings. I am Zatsahui. In the realm of Purple Moon Legends, every strike is a critical hit. Drop rate at 999. First recharge grants a Dragon Slayer sword. Brothers, come and challenge me. Gu Chen felt a wave of exasperation. What is all this nonsense? Has the task wristband succumbed to petty advertisements? At that moment, a pinned task caught Gu Chen's attention. Gilded posting. Bounty task in the Zombie Kingdom. Recently, a surge of zombies has erupted in the Zombie Kingdom. If left unchecked for an extended period, multiple king-level zombies may emerge, posing a grave threat to professionals at level 1020. We urge all level 1020 professionals to actively enroll and preemptively eliminate the zombie tide. A detailed bounty description followed. Eliminate ordinary zombies. Bounty 100. Eliminate zombie dogs. Bounty 150. Eliminate mutated zombies. Bounty 500. Eliminate zombie kings. Bounty 30,000. The Zombie Kingdom's secret realm is recommended for levels 1015. Considered relatively low tier. The combat prowess of a zombie is rather mediocre. Even lifestyle professionals can vanquish them with a sharp weapon. However, the sheer number of zombies is staggering, and they swarm in groups. Upon detecting human intrusion, all zombies in the vicinity converge upon the source of the sound. Newly awakened professionals typically lack powerful area attack skills, making it exceedingly difficult to escape the onslaught of the zombie tide unscathed. A minor lapse in teamwork could result in being overwhelmed by the horde, leading to total annihilation. This is the crux of the dungeon's challenge. The Zombie Kingdom is an exceedingly grotesque and terrifying world, permeated by a stench of decay, with streets littered with dismembered limbs and tomato sauce. The appearance of the zombies resembles scenes of large-scale disfigurement. Many female professionals, upon entering the realm, find themselves so repulsed by the grotesque sight of these zombies that they collapse in fear, unable to muster the courage to engage in battle. This alone deters a significant number of female professionals with lower psychological resilience. Moreover, the Zombie Kingdom harbors a particularly cruel aspect. Should a professional perish, they too risk being infected and transformed into a zombie. No one wishes to become a mindless, decaying husk, subsisting on rotting flesh, devoid of thought. This is perhaps the most intolerable notion of all. Consequently, even fewer individuals are inclined to venture into the Zombie Kingdom. Even though the government allocates substantial funds annually to encourage the eradication of zombie hordes, few teams are truly willing to undertake such a perilous task. They prefer to engage in other dungeons of equivalent rank. However, Gu Chen gazes at this task with a burgeoning sense of excitement. The bounty for this mission is indeed considerable. Chapter 7. The Kingdom of Zombies. Gu Chen's eyes gleamed with excitement. The bounty for this task was substantial. The primary reason low-tier professionals struggle to withstand the onslaught of zombies is their lack of area of effect skills. However, I possess such skills. Zombies generally have low health and act without thought, rushing towards intruders indiscriminately. As long as I find a favorable terrain and summon a few meat shields to absorb the wave of zombies, I can unleash my attacks freely. Each zombie I slay nets me 100 coins. 100 yields 10,000. 1,000 amounts to 100,000. Ha ha ha. I am convinced that I could amass the entire GDP of Jinghai City this year into my account. Without hesitation, Gu Chen accepted the task and promptly hailed a vehicle to the secret realm of the Kingdom of Zombies. Soon, he arrived at the entrance of this realm. where a gathering of around 40 to 50 professionals awaited. However, the presence of female professionals was dismally scarce, with only 5 or 6 priests among them. It was evident that they too were drawn by the lucrative bounty. This highlighted how unwelcoming the kingdom of zombies was to women. Typically, groups of 5 or 10 would venture into secret trials. Yet this gathering of 40 to 50 seemed reluctant to enter and continued to recruit others. At that moment, someone spotted Gu Chen and approached him. "Hey, young brother, would you like to team up for the zombie realm? Let us form a super squad of 100. That way, the threat from the zombie tide will be minimal. We can distribute the bounty based on contribution afterward. Those who contribute more will receive more, and those who contribute less will receive less. What do you say?" Gu Chen politely declined, saying, "Sorry, I have no intention of teaming up." With that, he stepped alone into the portal of the secret realm. The crowd was momentarily taken aback. Did he just enter the realm by himself? Is he truly daring enough to face the kingdom of zombies alone? Has he lost his mind? Then someone snapped their fingers as realization dawned. "Oh, I think I remember that guy. He is the only person in the world who failed to advance his class. What is a classless individual doing here? Isn't this akin to courting death? I heard he attempted to take his own life in the beast forest yesterday, only to have a foreign expert eliminate all the monsters in the realm, and he escaped unscathed. So now, he has come to the zombie realm seeking death once more." Only then did the crowd comprehend. That's why he dared to enter alone. But entering the kingdom of zombies, he surely wouldn't be so fortunate. I predict that after one wave of zombies, he will be left with nothing but bones. He will undoubtedly meet his end. Alas, I wish I had advised him earlier. The kingdom of zombies, where zombies thrive. As Guchon stepped into the secret realm, darkness enveloped him. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself in the world of the kingdom of zombies. Dilapidated buildings, blood-stained streets, and corpses strewn about. Even Guchon, who had witnessed countless apocalyptic films, was staggered by the sight before him. The apocalyptic scene is truly disheartening. Were it not for my frequent indulgence in some rather gruesome videos, which have fortified my resilience, I would likely have succumbed to nausea by now. Gu Chen, however, did not hasten to vanquish the monsters, but instead took the time to survey the terrain. Suddenly, an old 5-story residential building captured his attention. Such edifices typically feature a staircase leading directly to the rooftop, which is spacious and unobstructed, offering an unparalleled vantage point. If I can ascend to the rooftop, I would possess a significant strategic advantage, able to unleash area of effect skills upon the horde of zombies below, a truly efficient endeavor. I shall summon a few companions to guard the stairway, rendering it an easy fortress to defend. Thus, the decision was made. I must secure that residential building. Zombies roamed the streets in aimless clusters, and silently infiltrating the building would not prove to be a simple task. Suddenly, Guchon felt a pair of fuzzy little hands clutching his left leg, followed by a gentle jolt. Guchen's health points dwindled to 1. He glanced down to find a bloodied little teddy bear frantically wriggling around his leg. Guchon exclaimed, "What in the world? Is this a teddy zombie dog? Goodness! Even as a zombie dog, you remain true to your nature." With a swift kick, he sent the creature tumbling away. The teddy, seemingly displeased, barked as it ran, as though signaling the other zombies. The dog's barking instantly attracted the attention of other zombies on the street, who began to converge towards him. "Darn it! Are you summoning reinforcements now?" Guchon thought, realizing he had been exposed, and quickly dashed toward the residential building. Upon sighting a living person, the zombies quickened their pace, and soon the entire street's undead were drawn to the commotion. Steel mountain smash. Ice ring. Ice wall. Guchon first knocked aside a blocking zombie, then used the ice ring to freeze the approaching horde. After entering the building's corridor, he temporarily sealed the entrance with an ice wall. A few zombies lingered inside the corridor. Chain lightning. Fireball. Ice spike. With ease, Guchon dispatched them with a series of spells. However, the ice wall began to crack under the relentless assault of the undead, signaling that it would soon give way. It was time to summon some allies. There are numerous summoning skills at my disposal. Which shall I employ? I shall call forth the skeletal warriors from my hidden class, the necromancer, to guard the entrance. Summon skeleton warrior, skeleton archer, skeleton mage, corpse demon. With a series of explosive bursts, 5 skeleton warriors, 5 skeleton mages, 5 skeleton archers, and 1 corpse demon emerged. Skeleton warrior, level 1, health, 500, attack, 50, defense, 20, skeleton archer, level 10, health, 1500, attack, 200, defense, 40, skeleton mage, level 20, health, 2000, magic attack, 250, defense, 60, corpse demon, level 25, health, 6000, attack, 500, defense, 100, though the attributes of the level 1 skeleton warrior are modest. The skeleton mage and skeleton archer boast commendable lower limits in their levels, coupled with the corpse demon's formidable stature and substantial health pool. They are undoubtedly capable of guarding the entrance. In this hidden realm, corpses are plentiful. Should the skeletons fall, I can simply summon them anew. With a crash, the ice wall finally succumbed to the relentless onslaught of the zombies, shattering into fragments. A throng of zombies surged into the stairwell, instantly transforming the already cramped corridor into a chaotic melee. The zombies and skeletons engaged in a fierce hand-to-hand combat. The zombies voraciously gnawed and clawed at the skeletal remains of the skeleton warrior. One hand wielded a shield to fend off the attacks, while the other brandished a bone dagger, striking at the approaching zombies. Meanwhile, the skeleton mage and skeleton archer stood at the rear, unleashing a torrent of assaults. The corpse demon, hindered by its bulk, found itself immobilized in the midst of the fray. Under the concentrated fire of the skeletons, the foremost zombies soon fell. Yet, the relentless tide of zombies continued to surge forward, undeterred by death. Gu Chen felt a sense of satisfaction with the defensive capabilities of his skeletons. Currently, with his skill at level 1, he merely needed to enhance the summoning skill, thus augmenting both the number and attributes of his skeletal minions. Once the skill reached its zenith, he would command a skeletal army akin to a Lich King. Such power would simplify his expeditions into the hidden realms. Even while he slumbered, his skeletons would wreak havoc within the dungeons, earning him experience effortlessly. The thought alone was exhilarating. With skeletons guarding the entrance, Guchon felt secure enough to entrust his rear to them as he strode purposefully toward the rooftop. Upon reaching the summit, he approached the platform's edge and gazed downward. Below, the entrance was teeming with a multitude of zombies, easily numbering in the hundreds. This was precisely the outcome he desired. The time for harvesting had arrived. Chapter 8. The moment of harvest. The time of harvesting has arrived. However, I must refrain from employing awakening skills above level 60, lest I inadvertently disrupt the delicate balance of the secret realm and attract the attention of the higher-ups. Instead, I shall utilize area of effect skills below level 60. This morning, I registered a fire-based skill of a level 20 fire mage, the Fire Rain technique, so let me first test its potency. Fire Rain technique, LV. 2. Releases a rain of fire within a 10-meter radius, dealing 55 of maximum magical power damage to enemies in the area every second and inflicting a burning effect. The burning effect causes 11 of maximum magical power damage per second. The duration of the fire rain is 5 seconds, and the burning effect lasts for 5 seconds. Fire Rain. With a flourish of his staff, Guchon unleashed a torrent of fireballs, each the size of raindrops, cascading down upon the horde of zombies. With his top-tier attributes and the magical power boost from his golden quality staff, Gu Chen's magical power soared to an impressive 480 points. Even though the Fire Rain technique only dealt 55 of magical damage, these zombies, with their meager health of over 1,000, could not endure the inferno for more than 5 seconds before being reduced to charred remains. Some of the surviving zombies were engulfed in flames, and as the horde pressed tightly together, the fire spread to nearby zombies, transforming the area into a writhing sea of fire, a veritable mass cremation site. The anguished cries resonated continuously. You have successfully killed a zombie. Experience 100. You have successfully killed a zombie. Experience 100. You have successfully killed a zombie dog. Experience 120. Meanwhile, the skeleton warriors steadfastly guarded the entrance, valiantly dispatching the mindless corpses. Your skeleton warrior has successfully killed a zombie. Experience 100. Your skeleton warrior has successfully killed a zombie. Experience 100. The zombies, in their frenzy, relentlessly tore at the skeletal frames devoid of flesh. Soon, one skeleton warrior's health dwindled to 0. With a clatter, the skeleton collapsed, as if it had lost its very soul. Your skeleton warrior has perished. Sensing the demise of his skeleton soldier, Gu Chen effortlessly summoned another to take its place. As long as there are corpses, my skeleton warriors shall never cease to exist. Here, there are at least hundreds of bodies piled up. There is no concern about running out of corpses to utilize. Observing the zombies struggling in the sea of flames below, Gu Chen felt a twinge of sympathy. Then I shall cool you down. Blizzard. Blizzard releases a blizzard that lasts for 5 seconds within a 10-meter radius, dealing 30 of maximum magical power damage to enemies in the area every second and inflicting a 30 slowing effect. The longer a target remains within the blizzard, the more susceptible they become to freezing. Once frozen, all attributes of the target decrease by 80, rendering them exceedingly fragile. A chilling mist swiftly coalesced in the sky. Following this, icy shards descended upon the horde of zombies like stalactites. The fiery flames of the fire rain technique extinguished in an instant. The frigid temperatures caused the bodies of the zombies to freeze into ice sculptures at an astonishing speed, rendering them exceedingly fragile. Under the overwhelming pressure of the horde, those frozen zombies could scarcely withstand the strain. Accompanied by the sound of cracking ice, they shattered into countless fragments. With each demise among the zombies, Gu Chen's experience points and the task counter on his wristband surged dramatically. Zombie kills, 103, bounty, 10, 300. Zombie dogs killed, 19, bounty, 2, 850. Mutant zombies killed, 0. In just a few minutes, over $10,000 were within his grasp. What a thrill. As long as there were sufficient zombies, he could plunge the finances of Jinghai City into deficit. Let the slaughter continue. Thunderstorm array. Boom, boom, boom. Countless bolts of lightning struck the horde of zombies. You have successfully killed a zombie. Experience 100. You have successfully killed a zombie. Experience 100. Within a mere 10 minutes, the zombies on this street were nearly eradicated. A mountain of corpses, towering 3 stories high, now lay below. The zombies at the entrance of the staircase had also been cleared by the skeletal soldiers. This massive wave of zombies allowed Gu Chen to level up twice, directly ascending to level 12. He checked his task wristband. Zombie kills, 474, bounty, 47, 400. Zombie dogs killed, 69, bounty, 10, 350. Mutant zombies killed, 0. Just as he had finally found a favorable position, he was dismayed to discover its utility had quickly diminished. He would have to seek out other advantageous terrain. At that moment, Gu Chen felt a furry little hand clutching his left leg, accompanied by a sharp, pinching pain. Gu Chen's health, 1, 1, 1. He looked down to see that the zombie teddy bear was once again attacking his calf. What the? You're still alive. Do you have such an affinity for my lovely legs? How did you evade my numerous area attacks and the onslaught of the skeletal soldiers at the entrance? Observing the diminutive figure of the teddy bear, Gu Chen began to comprehend the situation. It must be that its small size allowed it to avoid the brunt of the damage, as the larger zombies absorbed all the skill impacts, enabling it to survive by sheer luck. Moreover, the skeletal soldiers guarding the rooftop entrance had similarly failed to notice this tiny creature slipping past them. You truly are a fortunate little thing. Gu Chen patted its small dog head and suddenly conceived a plan. Just moments ago, it was the cries of this little teddy bear that had attracted all the nearby zombies. Why not utilize it to draw more towards him? This strategy was certainly worth a try. He would employ the hunter's taming technique to tame it. Taming technique can tame beasts of a level not exceeding one's own. Zombie dog teddy level, pseudo, 10 health, 200, attack, 5, defense, 5. Even the official classification deemed you as pseudo, 10. Indeed, you are a pitiful fighter. Race, beast. Undead. Although Tian has now transformed into a zombie, at its core, it remains a beast, and a beast ought to be tamed. Come forth, become my battle companion. Ding. Detected that the target's health is at full status, making it unsuitable for taming. The lower the target's health, the greater the success rate of taming. Would you like to force the taming? No worries. If the taming fails, I can simply crush its skull, and that would still earn me 150 coins. Hearing Gu Chen's words, Tian's canine body trembled. An unprecedented feeling of dread surged within. Taming technique. Although Tian is already a zombie dog that has tasted death once, who wishes to face death a second time. Moreover, to die by having its skull crushed is a cruel thought indeed. Sensing the mental control effect of the taming technique, Tian did not hesitate for a moment and immediately acknowledged Gu Chen as its master. Ding. You have successfully tamed the zombie dog, Teddy. You can now control it. Is the taming success achieved so easily? It seems that the success rate for taming at full health is rather high. Ritian, eager to please, circled around Guchon a few times, barked twice, and then, with its tongue lolling, sat down on the ground awaiting Guchen's command. Guchon, observing its eager eyes, said, "Since you are so keen to showcase your abilities, I shall assign you your first task." He picked up Ritian and used a teleportation spell, transporting them to a new street. Standing atop a building, Guchon addressed Ritian. "I shall now give you your first assignment. In a moment, I will throw you off this rooftop, and upon landing, you are to attract all the zombies within a 10-mile radius. Do you understand?" Ritian, woof. "What? Oh, you understand? Then off you go." With a grand gesture, Guchon hurled Ritian into the distance like a football. Woof, woof, woof. "Wait, I didn't understand that at all. I want to go home. I want to go home." Accompanied by a chorus of lamentations, Ritian was thrown from the 6th floor. Hiss. "Oh no, I forgot that Ritian only has 200 health, throwing it from this height. It won't land and be rendered helpless, will it? Well, Ritian is fortunate and blessed. A foolish dog has its own good fortune. Surely it will be fine." Chapter 9. Enough grinding. Claim your rewards. In the distance, a mournful bark echoed. Yet Gu Chen received no notification regarding the demise of his beloved pet. It appeared that Ritian had safely landed. "I knew this foolish dog wouldn't perish easily." Let us observe the effectiveness of Ritian's ability to attract enemies. Although Guchon could summon his skeletal warriors to lure foes, the zombies roamed in hordes. If the distance were too great, the skeletal soldiers could be vanquished before the zombie swarm even realized their precise location. Moreover, it was highly unlikely that the horde would target Ritian, who was also a zombie. Thus, the probability of success in having Ritian draw aggro was significantly greater than that of the skeletal soldiers. Guchon settled himself on the ground, closing his eyes to recuperate. Before long, a cacophony of barking, accompanied by a chorus of groans, reached his ears from not too far away. Guchon slowly opened his eyes. Here they came. Rising to his feet, he looked down to see a substantial mass of zombies surging behind Ritian. Guchon prepared for battle. Soon, the zombie horde reached the stairway entrance, where the skeletal soldiers had already formed their ranks, ready to confront the impending tide of the undead. At that moment, a creature the size of a soccer ball darted out from the back of the horde, scurrying down another street. It was none other than Ritian. This little fellow certainly showed dedication. He must be rewarded with a chicken leg tonight. As for how he would consume it, that was entirely up to him. Seeing Ritian venture forth, Guchon unleashed a flurry of area of effect skills. Elemental Storm, Acid Rain Corrosion, Lava Eruption. You have successfully slain a zombie, gaining 100 experience. You have successfully slain a zombie, gaining 100 experience. Waves of zombies fell swiftly, soon accumulating into a mountain of corpses downstairs. Just as this wave of undead was nearing eradication, the familiar barks of Ritian resonated once more, this time accompanied by yet another throng of zombies trailing behind him. "Well done, Ritian. Tonight, I shall reward you with 2 chicken legs, one to eat and one to savor." Countless area of effect skills poured down once again, transforming this band of zombies into precious experience points. In less than half an hour, the zombies in several nearby streets had been cleared away. Guchon had successfully reached level 15. He could no longer earn experience from these ordinary zombies. You have successfully slain a zombie, gaining 1 experience. You have successfully slain a zombie, gaining 1 experience. Has it truly been so swift to reach level 15? It feels as though I haven't even exerted myself yet. Guchon checked his task wristband. Zombies slain. 389. Reward. 338. 900 zombie dogs slain. 582. Reward. 87. 300 mutated zombies slain. 0. Unbeknownst to him, he had already dispatched over 3,000 zombies. The bounty he had amassed exceeded 400,000. At this rate of earning, becoming the world's richest was just around the corner. However, Guchon couldn't shake the oddity of it all. Despite vanquishing so many zombies, not a single mutated zombie had appeared. Have the mutated zombies truly perished? According to textbooks, mutated zombies are not as scarce as one might think. Typically, one can find a mutated zombie among dozens of ordinary ones. The prolonged survival of a zombie may lead to mutation, evolving it into a mutated form. These mutated zombies possess enhanced vitality and agility. along with greater offensive capabilities and a more potent infection rate. Besides these autonomously evolved variants, there exists a unique category of mutated zombies, those that arise from the demise of professionals. Such mutated zombies not only retain the weapons and equipment of their former selves, but also utilize the skills they once mastered. Compared to ordinary mutated zombies, those born from professionals are far more formidable and challenging. Yet, despite having vanquished over 3,000 zombies, I have yet to encounter a single mutated one, which seems rather abnormal. Could it be that they are hiding, intimidated by my prowess? Perhaps that is not an unfathomable possibility. Just then, my companion, Guchon, returned from a short distance, trailing behind only a sparse few zombies. It appears that the streets nearby have been thoroughly cleared of the undead. Now that I have reached level 15, killing monsters no longer yields experience points. Should I continue this endeavor? After a brief contemplation, I thought, why not? Each zombie grants me 100 coins. When has earning money ever been this effortless? This is far more exhilarating than mere harvesting. I must continue. With Guchon's assistance, I scoured a few more streets before deciding to halt. My tally stood at ordinary zombies eliminated, 8, 848, bounty, 884, 800, zombie hounds slain, 1, 314, bounty, 197, 100, mutated zombies vanquished, 0, I can't go on. I've already amassed over 1,000,000 coins. I truly cannot continue. For if the professional guild were to default or find it challenging to produce such a sum, it would lead to disaster. I ought to secure this portion of wealth first. I lifted Guchon, who had performed remarkably, and gazed at his bloodied little face, suddenly finding him rather endearing. You've done splendidly today, Guchon. A mere chicken leg no longer suffices to reward your valor. I must arrange for a little female dog for you. I shall find one upon our return. Hearing this promise, Guchon joyfully wagged his little tail. I then returned Guchon to the pet space and exited the secret realm. Outside, a crowd of several dozen had gathered, yet they had not formed a full team of 100. Upon seeing me emerge from the secret realm, one individual recognized me instantly. Hey, isn't that the unclassed individual who ventured in to die? How is it that he has emerged alive? He must have been inside for at least an hour. Logically, he should have been reduced to nothing but scraps. How could he come out unscathed? Quite perplexing. Come, let us inquire. Hey there, young brother. How is it that you managed to survive? I replied, well, the sight of the zombies inside was simply too tragic. With a face as handsome as mine, I would rather not end up resembling such a pitiful creature after death. After enduring an internal struggle for over an hour, I ultimately resolved to embrace a different fate. I shall perish in style. Ah, so that is the situation. I wondered how you emerged unscathed. It appears you succumbed to fear. In my opinion, you ought to abandon such thoughts of demise. It would be a tragedy for such a handsome visage to be lost. How about I introduce you to a position serving a wealthy lady? She weighs over 500 pounds, but if you possess resilience, the earnings you would garner would surpass those of a Class A talent. What do you say? Consider it, will you? My apologies. I tend to lack the fortitude to handle pressure. Otherwise, I would not entertain thoughts of ending my life. I have other matters to attend to. I must take my leave. Young man, I speak the truth. Better to live on than to die unceremoniously. Do give it some thought. Reach out to me once you've come to a conclusion. Guchon navigated through the throngs, departing from the entrance of the secret realm, and subsequently hailed a cab to the Adventurers Guild. Upon arriving at the guild, Guchon presented his task bracelet to the staff and stated, I am here to claim my bounty. The staff member casually took the bracelet and began to inspect it. Upon realizing the bounty displayed on the bracelet, his eyes nearly bulged from their sockets. How much? 108 million? Chapter 10, The Crisis of the Secret Realm. Chapter 10, The Crisis of the Secret Realm. How much? 108 million? The staff gazed in astonishment at the figure. Is that a lot? While 108 million may not seem excessive, it largely depends on the stage of the task. For quests at levels 40 to 50, bounties often reach several million. For tasks at levels 70 to 80, the rewards can soar into the hundreds of millions. However, Gu Chen's bounty task is merely a level 10 to 15 secret realm mission, akin to a novice realm just beyond the beginner stage. Even a novice realm can yield over 1 million. Therefore, in that context, it is indeed considerable. To be honest, we had only prepared a bounty of 500,000 for this task. I never expected your team to vanquish over 10,000 zombies. Hey, you're clearly trying to shirk responsibility. Typically, the bounty is claimed solely by the team leader, who then allocates the rewards based on the performance and contribution of the team members. The Practitioner's Guild does not interfere with how teams distribute their earnings. It appeared he regarded Guchon as the team leader, as it was hard to believe that Gu Chen alone could have slain more than 10,000 zombies. Gu Chen replied, "Given the financial strain from the mass crisis over the past 2 years, we decided to eliminate more zombies." The staff responded, "Although your bounty has significantly exceeded our budget, rest assured that you will receive every penny owed to you. The 500,000 bounty will be credited shortly. I will seek approval from my superiors for the additional funds, and once approved, the payment will be expedited." Understood. At that moment, the staff noticed an anomaly. Odd. Why did you kill 10,000 zombies, yet encounter not a single mutated one? Gu Chen replied candidly, "It's not that we didn't want to. We simply didn't come across any. I find it quite peculiar as well. Not even one. That is indeed strange." However, after a moment of contemplation, the staff dismissed it as irrelevant. Having already dispatched 10,000 zombies, the likelihood of a secret realm crisis re-emerging seemed minimal. Thus, I hereby announce the official cancellation of the bounty for the Zombie Kingdom's secret realm. At this moment, at the entrance of the Zombie Kingdom's secret realm, ding! Congratulations, you have formed a team of 100 members. Seeing their formidable group finally assembled, the leader proclaimed with determination, after 2 hours of effort, "We have successfully formed a super team of 100. Brothers, it's time to make a fortune. Let us go." Suddenly, someone called out, "Hey, wait a minute, big brother. What is going on? The Practitioner's Guild has just canceled the bounty for the Zombie Kingdom." "What? Canceled?" Everyone hurriedly checked their task wristbands. "Wow. It's true. Why was it canceled? Seriously, we just completed our team of 100, and they had to go and cancel it. What now? Wow. This is a total letdown. Boss, shall we continue the grind? What a futile endeavor. If there's no compensation, let those who wish to grind do so. Disperse, disperse. What a waste of my emotions." Within 2 minutes, the team of 100 unraveled into a cacophony of grievances. This is what one might call charging for 2 hours only to converse for 2 minutes. Achoo, achoo, achoo. Upon exiting the professional guild, Gu Chen sneezed thrice in succession. "Damn, who dares to speak ill of me from behind?" At that moment, Gu Chen's phone chimed unexpectedly. Ding. 500,000 yuan credited to Waifu Bao. The arrival of this sum was rather swift. Yet, I wonder when the remaining 50,000 will materialize. Nevertheless, with this 500,000, I shall be well equipped for quite some time. The zombie realm now yields neither experience nor currency. It has become futile to grind here. The next suitable realm for me is the 15 to 20 level ogre territory, which lies over 60 kilometers from our Jinghai city. If I set off now, I would reach there by afternoon, but it would soon grow dark, limiting my grinding time. Anyway, I've leveled up 5 times today, in just 2 days. I have ascended to level 15, a pace that undoubtedly surpasses 99 of users nationwide. I shall take the afternoon to rest and venture to the ogre territory at dawn tomorrow. Beep, beep, beep. As Guchon was enjoying a rare afternoon nap, his task bracelet suddenly emitted a piercing alarm. Is there a fire? Groggy, Guchon sat up and checked his bracelet. Red alert. Red alert. The zombie realm has detected multiple boss-level entities. If left unchecked, a realm outbreak may occur at any moment. Emergency summons. All level 10 to 20 professionals are to assemble immediately at the professional guild for further instructions. This is a mandatory task concerning public safety. All eligible individuals must participate. Those who refuse will be permanently blacklisted. Guchon's senses sharpened. It was a top-tier red alert. Now, this could prove intriguing. Realm outbreaks typically see only one boss-level entity within a realm. For instance, the boss of the zombie realm is the Zombie King, while the boss of the Savage Beast Forest is the Giant Bear Monster. Boss-level entities are naturally occurring, primarily evolved from elite monsters. If elite monsters within a realm are not cleared for an extended period, multiple boss-level entities may emerge. In the zombie realm, the elite monsters are the mutated zombies. As the saying goes, 2 tigers cannot coexist on one mountain. The same principle applies within realms. Once multiple boss-level entities manifest, the stability of the realm's portal becomes significantly compromised, allowing the realm's monsters to surge forth and wreak havoc upon the world. This is what constitutes a realm outbreak. While the government can mobilize personnel, and even strong individuals may successfully eliminate the emerging monsters at the realm's entrance, the crux of the matter lies in the unpredictability of when these monsters will emerge. It could be at midnight, for in the morning the day after, or perhaps on a day a month hence. However, it is impractical for the government to continuously station a heavy military presence at the entrance of the secret realm, as this would undoubtedly lead to a significant waste of human and material resources. The more powerful the individuals, the more precious their time becomes. No one desires to stand guard at the threshold of the secret realm. Therefore, when a crisis erupts within the secret realm, the most effective course of action is to organize personnel to penetrate its depths and eliminate the boss-level entities. Gu Chen pondered, the outbreak in the zombie kingdom's secret realm? Didn't I just slay 10,000 zombies this morning? How could there be an outbreak in the afternoon? Although I dispatched over 10,000 zombies, I did not encounter a single mutated zombie. Could it be that the mutated zombies are stealthily evolving, preparing for this impending crisis? If such a phenomenon occurred in a high-tier secret realm, I would find it somewhat plausible. Yet, zombies possess virtually no intelligence. Even though the zombie king commands a degree of authority over the undead, this dominion stems solely from his physical prowess, devoid of any correlation with intelligence. It is perplexing. Regardless, I should first gather at the Adventurers' Hall. Gu Chen promptly set off towards the Adventurers' Guild. Chapter 11. Gathering the troops upon arriving at the Adventurers' Guild. Gu Chen discovered a considerable assembly of individuals, all professionals between levels 10 and 20. He noticed that many had already reached level 20, yet most were of mediocre aptitude and had not undergone their second job transition. Surely, those with greater talent would not find themselves hindered by the level 20 advancement quest. Many among them had abandoned their aspirations of becoming professionals, opting instead for a lackadaisical existence or pursuing other vocations. However, regardless of their current pursuits, any professional meeting the recruitment criteria was mandated to partake in this event, lest they face the dire consequence of being blacklisted. Once placed on the government's blacklist, their lives would be irrevocably altered, facing restrictions on various expenditures and struggling to secure legitimate employment. Alas, why was I contentedly coasting along only to be swept into the crisis of the mystical realms? And of all things, the most loathsome, the zombie realm. Why must exertion be so arduous? Are the current graduates truly this inept? Is there no one willing to tackle the zombie realm until a crisis forces us to clean up the mess? I was just elated to find a seasoned expert to guide me to level 10, only to have fate draw me into this inferno. What a wretched turn of events. While the crowd lamented their plight, Guchon maintained a calm demeanor, appearing remarkably composed. At that moment, the president of the Adventurers Guild emerged from the conference room. This gentleman, in his 60s, though graying in hair and beard, radiated an undeniable aura of vigor. His level and talent were certainly not to be underestimated, for one does not ascend to the position of guild president without considerable merit. Ladies and gentlemen, please remain calm while I share a few words, he began. The moment the president spoke, the chatter in the hall ceased. The crisis within the zombie realm marked an unprecedented occurrence since the realm's inception. Despite the bounties we issued earlier in the day to quell the zombie tide, with one team successfully eliminating over 10,000 zombies, we were caught off guard by the outbreak of this crisis in the afternoon, an oversight on our part. This mission, I must convey, is exceedingly formidable. According to the monitoring equipment, there are currently 5 boss entities within the zombie realm. Upon hearing this, the adventurers were thrown into disarray. What? 5 bosses have appeared? Typically, a team of 100 struggles to defeat a single boss. Now, with 5 bosses emerging, are we being sent to our doom with just over 100 of us? This task is impossible. Let the blacklist be my fate. At least it means I won't meet my end. Indeed, if I cannot survive here, I might as well seek fortune abroad by live-streaming my plight. Mother, I long to return home. The president anticipated such a reaction and, remaining composed, continued. I recognize the daunting nature of this task, and I understand that our comrades in Jinghai City are unlikely to succeed. Therefore, I have formally requested assistance from higher authorities, and they have promptly approved my request. Soon, a formidable assembly of 500 professionals at level 1020 will arrive to support our city of Jinghai. Most notably, This year our province has produced 2 SS-level prodigies, who ascended to level 13 in a mere 2 days, showcasing their exceptional prowess. They have also pledged their assistance to Jinghai. This announcement stirred excitement among the crowd. What? 2 SS-level talents are coming to our aid. This is magnificent. True geniuses indeed. They reached level 13 in just 2 days. Surely, they will attain level 20 in less than a month. Meanwhile, it took me an entire year to reach level 20. A whole year. Do you have any idea what I endured during that time? Although I am at level 20, I feel that these prodigies at level 13 could easily overpower me. With 500 professionals and the 2 SS-level geniuses, we are assured victory. The president continued, moreover, we will reinstate the reward mechanism for the zombie realm. The more contributions you make, the greater your rewards. So, let us all give our best. There is fortune to be made. This time, I shall unleash a massacre and fill my coffers. The president added, once those 2 geniuses arrive, simply follow their commands. Please, be patient for a moment. Upon hearing that 2 SS-level prodigies were on their way, Gu Chen eagerly anticipated their performance. As time passed, professionals from other cities began to arrive, and 1 SS-level genius was already present, yet the other was still conspicuously absent. Complaints began to circulate among the crowd. Is that genius still coming? We waited over 2 hours. Could she be too frightened to show up? Indeed, it was rumored that the other genius was a female, heralded as the province's finest vocational candidate this year. However, the zombie realm is a perilous place, far from suitable for a woman. I suspect she must have backed out. Do we really need to wait for her? If we linger any longer, it will be dark. Women just can't handle it. Their psychological resilience is weak. Listening to the incessant complaints about the absent prodigy, the SS-level genius already present, named Chun Hui, smiled faintly. He was another who had awakened with an SS-level talent in Qinghai province. His dual hidden classes were Dragon Slayer and Berserker, having awakened 2 exceedingly fierce hidden professions. He was destined to evolve into a top-tier force in the future. Yet, he narrowly lost to another SS-level genius from the province, by Ningning, in overall scoring. This defeat left him with a lingering dissatisfaction, and he yearned for an opportunity to prove his superiority over her. However, they had both been well protected, leaving them with no chance to meet until this impending crisis in Jinghai brought them together, a perfect opportunity for him to demonstrate that he was indeed stronger than Bai Ningning. Now, upon hearing the complaints about Bai Ningning, he felt an undeniable sense of delight. Bai Ningning. Surely, you haven't truly lost your courage and decided not to show up, have you? That would be quite the embarrassment for a provincial champion. Even if you do arrive, can you truly acclimate to the terrifying atmosphere of this zombie-infested realm? Can you endure the grotesque visages of the undead? You women possess an inherent disadvantage in this mysterious domain. Meanwhile, I, having grown up playing Plants vs. Zombies, have encountered every type of zombie imaginable. Bucketheads, sign spinners, dancing kings. One could say I have developed an immunity to their horror. Bai Ningning. This time, the task is as good as one for me. Chapter 12. The Contest for Captaincy. As nightfall descended, the prodigy named Bai Ningning finally made her grand entrance. Impatience had already begun to brew among the crowd, with one voice rising above the rest. Why have you arrived so late? Do you have any idea how long over 1,000 of us have been waiting for you? If each person waited just a minute, that is 1,000 minutes. And we have waited for you. Sigh? Wow, how magnificent. Suddenly, a female knight emerged in the midst of the throng, clad in resplendent silver-patterned armor, wielding a silver sword and a white round shield. Her features were exquisitely defined, her gaze clear and resolute, her skin as smooth as jade. Cascading black hair draped gracefully over her silvery armor, creating a strikingly harmonious appearance. She radiated an aura of noble beauty that rendered the previously disgruntled crowd utterly speechless. The thought of waiting for several more hours to catch a glimpse of her was no longer a burden. They would willingly endure it. Wow, she is breathtaking. This natural beauty envelopes me in a gentle spring breeze, a serene autumn stream, stirring a longing deep within. My brother and I are utterly enamored. She is a knight, and a female knight at that. Such a rarity in these times. How splendid. The armor she donned must be of golden quality, and her weaponry, including the shield, is surely of the same caliber. The worth of her entire ensemble must be in the millions, while my own gear barely amounts to 1,000. I am utterly envious. Gu Chen found himself stealing glances, captivated by her exquisite charm. Her skin was flawless, devoid of any scars, making one wonder if she truly was a knight accustomed to the throes of battle. Bai Ningning navigated through the crowd and approached the president, saying, "Greetings, President. I apologize for my tardiness. Due to the peril associated with the secret realm crisis, my instructor insisted on my safety, compelling me to engage in intensive training for an additional 3 hours. I have since elevated my level to 15, mastered the skills of this level, donned the corresponding equipment, and only then was I permitted to join you. I appreciate your patience." A murmur rippled through the assembly. Goodness. To gain 2 levels in just 3 hours of extra training. What an astonishing rate of advancement. Envy was palpable. Although the president was somewhat past his prime, Bai Ningning's presence invigorated him. Not at all. This mission is fraught with danger. Individuals of your caliber, talents such as yours, must be safeguarded. Any misfortune befalling you would be a profound loss for our nation. Returning at level 15 is not merely a responsibility to yourself, but also to this mission and our country. Every moment spent waiting has been worthwhile. Chen Hui, seething with frustration, muttered, "Damn. You only leveled up to 15 before arriving. How cunning. Had I known, I would have done the same. What a blunder." Bai Ningning continued. "My talent is of dual S rank, and I have transitioned into 2 hidden classes, the Aura Knight and the Holy Light Knight. The skills of the Aura Knight provide continuous buffs to the team, significantly enhancing our collective strength. Meanwhile, the skills of the Holy Light Knight are versatile, capable of offensive and supportive maneuvers, allowing for effective command and oversight of the battlefield. Thus, I believe it is most fitting for me to assume the role of captain for this mission." Goodness. A dual hidden class, and a Radiant Knight at that. Once her aura is activated, even if she does nothing, her companions will bask in a plethora of beneficial effects. Moreover, these effects are sustained. And when combined with the various life-saving skills of the Holy Light Knight, she truly embodies the pinnacle of support roles. Indeed, I surmise her talents and profession could easily be classified as 3S tier. Her only apparent shortcoming might be a slight deficiency in damage output. True, no matter how exceptional the support, the damage still relies on the teammates. This is likely the reason she doesn't reach the 3S tier. What a pity. Alas. You individuals with D and E tier talents should refrain from lamenting over someone with SS tier abilities. Perhaps you ought to reflect upon your own circumstances. Indeed. After this hushed exchange, the voting commenced. I support Comrade Bai Ningning as our captain. I concur. Agreed. I disagree. At this moment, a loud voice rang out from the back of the crowd. Everyone turned to see the speaker, who was none other than Chen Hui. He stepped forward, proclaiming, "I believe it is more appropriate for me to take on the role of captain. I am Chen Hui, also an SS tier talent, possessing dual hidden classes, Dragon Slayer and Berserker. Within this tier, there is no boss that I, Chen Hui, cannot vanquish. If I am elected captain, all I require is for everyone to divert the attention of the minions. The task of defeating the boss shall be entrusted to me." Upon hearing Chen Hui's words, the crowd began to waver. For those of ordinary talent, facing a horde of undead was not the most daunting challenge. Although the numbers were overwhelming, a sufficient number of practitioners could withstand the onslaught. Their true fear lay in confronting a boss. The boss's attack power, defense, and agility far surpassed that of ordinary zombies. It is exceedingly difficult for typical practitioners to withstand a boss's assault. Most crucially, bosses possess high resistances, rendering them largely immune to control skills. They can even bypass the frontline tanks to attack the fragile rear-line classes. This is what makes bosses so terrifying to ordinary practitioners. Yet, Chen Hui's assertion that he alone could handle the boss stirred intrigue among these practitioners. Another genius with a dual hidden class. This has certainly complicated our decision. The Berserker class specializes in wielding 2 weapons to maximize damage, while the Dragon Slayer class is adept at equipping colossal weapons, inflicting additional damage to dragons and gigantic beings. If these 2 classes were to merge, could the Berserker wield 2 colossal weapons? If so, that would be utterly terrifying. One provides immense benefits to the team as a Radiant Knight, while the other possesses explosive damage capability to withstand bosses as a dragon-slaying Berserker. How are we to choose? Is there no other alternative? At that moment, Gu Chen suddenly interjected, "Ahem, how about I take on the role of captain?" Chapter 13. Gu Chen also competes for team leader Guchon, with a spirit of self-recommendation, remarked, I have had the fortune of visiting the zombie secret realm twice and possess some understanding of its environment. If there are no objections, may I take on the role of team leader? Objections arose. We have numerous objections. While those from other cities might not recognize Guchon, he was quite a notable figure in Jinghai City. What business do you have here? A man without a profession. Two talented youths are vying for the position of leader. And yet you feel compelled to interject. Indeed, the leadership role is unlikely to be bestowed upon you. Someone chimed in. Are you so eager for everyone to know you are an awakened failure? Spare us the embarrassment. Countless eyes swiftly turned towards Guchon. Bai Ningning, curious, inquired, Are you truly the one in a million, the unclassed? Indeed, that would be me, he replied. Rather than displaying disdain for Guchon, Bai Ningning asked, Then please, enlighten us on why we are unsuitable for the role of team leader. The position of leader may not hold great significance for ordinary professionals. Yet for prodigies like Bai Ningning and Chen Hui, who do not need to prove their individual capabilities, the efficacy of leadership would determine the trajectory of their lives. For instance, in a professional setting, an individual may possess exceptional skills, yet without leadership abilities, they remain merely an elite worker among the masses. Conversely, a person with outstanding abilities, foresight, and leadership can ascend to managerial roles, vice president, or even chairman. The same applies to professionals. Those with strong abilities and excellent leadership potential may become elders, vice presidents of a guild, or even establish their own guilds as leaders. However, no matter how skilled one may be, poor leadership will confine them to a lifetime of following others' commands or living as a solitary wolf. The crisis in the zombie secret realm presented an ideal opportunity for them to hone their leadership skills, which is precisely why the higher-ups allowed these two prodigies to undertake such risks. Initially, Gu Chen had no intention of becoming the team leader, but he did not wish to see others become stepping stones or sacrifices on the path to growth for these two talents. He was determined to prevent the loss of thousands of lives merely to furnish these two with leadership experience. Thus, he felt compelled to advocate for himself. As for his capabilities, he had his ways of not revealing them. Gu Chen inquired, Have either of you ventured into the zombie kingdom? Bai Ningning replied, I have not. But I reviewed the data on the zombie kingdom secret realm during my journey and have gained a general understanding. Chen Hui added, I too have never visited the zombie secret realm, yet I have played Plants vs. Zombies no fewer than 10 times. I have encountered various types of zombies and can confidently say that I am immune to any zombie. Even if the zombie doctor were to emerge, I would not be daunted. Therefore, the zombie kingdom poses no threat to me. The crowd fell into a state of speechlessness. Was this child serious? Guchon continued, stating, Every secret realm possesses its own unique characteristics. While your individual abilities are remarkable, you remain fundamentally ignorant of this realm. Should any command or strategy falter, the entire team may suffer catastrophic losses, perhaps even total annihilation. With your capabilities, even in perilous circumstances, I trust you could find a way to escape the zombie realm. But can the other 1,000+ individuals retreat unscathed like you? I fear that is unlikely. Thus, I cannot acquiesce to bestowing the captaincy upon you. The crowd contemplated his words, recognizing the merit in Gu Chen's argument. Entrusting their lives to two inexperienced leaders was indeed a considerable risk. Observing their trepidation, Bai Ningning remained unfazed and calmly retorted, Indeed, your reasoning is sound. But on what grounds do you presume you are fit to assume the role of captain? Just then, a piercing red alarm blared throughout the hall. The president, glancing at the rapidly approaching red dot on the screen, declared, It appears there is no time left for us to debate the captaincy. A boss is swiftly approaching the entrance of the secret realm. The detection device indicates that this boss is solitary, presenting an excellent opportunity for us to eliminate it. Everyone, let us move towards the secret realm at once. Yes. The group quickly made their way to the entrance of the zombie realm. Chen Hui and Bai Ningning led the charge, and Chen Hui shot a glance at Bai Ningning. Jesting, Bai Ningning, make sure you don't hurl once we enter the realm. If you do, I shall capture every embarrassing moment of our province's top student on camera. Bai Ningning shot him a disdainful look, remaining silent as she proceeded directly into the realm. Humph, pretending to be composed. Chen Hui followed her into the secret realm. After a wave of dizziness, they found themselves within the confines of the zombie kingdom. Dilapidated buildings, streets littered with severed limbs, and the stench of decaying corpses permeated the air, creating an overwhelmingly oppressive atmosphere. This was particularly distressing for those who had never ventured into the zombie kingdom before, who were unprepared for such a sight and began to retch. What on earth is that smell? I feel nauseous. Ugh, seeing you all vomit makes me want to hurl too. Among them, Chun Hui was the most affected. Ugh, bleh. He was gasping for breath, unable to straighten his back. Chun Hui, are you alright? I'm fine. It's just that the car ride to Jinghai made me carsick. It's definitely not that I can't endure the atmosphere of the zombie realm. Oh, Chun Hui lamented, this is nothing like the world in Plants vs. Zombies. Damn, it's far too disgusting. The game truly deceives us. Meanwhile, Bai Ningning, seemingly unfazed, took out her phone and began snapping a series of 10 consecutive shots of Chun Hui's plight. Chun Hui, Bai Ningning, what are you doing? Did you not claim you would document my disgrace? Now, who is the one displaying such ungraceful behavior? I mentioned that I merely suffer from motion sickness. I shall recover shortly. Oh, motion sickness, is it? Then why are you covering your eyes? With all that food, pancakes, rice, noodles, you have certainly indulged at noon. I advise you to promptly delete that photograph. Otherwise, if I step outside, what will you do if you step outside? Will you gorge yourself again and compensate for what you just expelled? I will devour you, Chun Hui declared with a fierce intensity, just as the two were exchanging barbs. A flurry of hurried footsteps and panting sounds echoed from a distance. Instantly, everyone tensed. Chapter 14, The Onslaught of the Undead. Gu Chen swiftly commanded. The undead tide is upon us. Everyone, prepare for battle. Warriors, knights, and other tank classes positioned themselves at the forefront, ready to withstand the impending assault. Priests took their places in the second row, poised to heal the frontliners at a moment's notice. Meanwhile, mages, warlocks, archers, and other ranged classes formed the rear, ready to unleash a torrent of attacks. Upon hearing Gu Chen's orders, the group momentarily hesitated, yet quickly fell into formation. Guchon retrieved a shield from his backpack, standing resolutely at the front line. At that moment, Bai Ningning joined him, declaring, "Activate the defensive aura." An ethereal shield-marked aura blossomed from her feet, enhancing the defense of all allies within a 20-meter radius by 25 points. Chun Hui, staggering, approached the duo. Observing his unsteady gait, Gu Chen inquired, "Hey, are you all right? If not, take a breather." Chun Hui remained silent, instead brandishing two massive swords, one in each hand, exuding an air of formidable power. The sight of Chun Hui wielding such weapons elicited gasps of astonishment from the onlookers. The passive effect of the Berserker's dual-wielding ability indeed harmonized with the Dragon Slayer's colossal weapon proficiency. Wielding two gigantic swords was nothing short of awe-inspiring. Witnessing Chun Hui's display, Guchon felt as though he had stumbled upon a new realm of possibilities. So it can be done this way. How intriguing. A vast horde of zombies surged forward, an endless sea of bodies that sent shivers down everyone's spines as they tightened their grips on their weapons. As the undead drew nearer, Chun Hui suddenly shouted, almost as if to embolden himself, "No matter the challenges we face, we must confront them bravely. The best way to dispel fear is to face it head-on. Let us go. We can do this." The crowd exchanged bemused glances, and after his rallying cry, Chun Hui leapt boldly into the oncoming swarm of zombies. Whirlwind slash. Chun Hui spun with his twin swords, a whirlwind of destruction. In an instant, the few zombies surrounding him were cleaved in two. Blood and entrails erupted around him, as severed limbs littered the ground, dark crimson ichor rapidly saturating the earth. The enormous range of the swords, combined with Chun Hui's swift rotation, left virtually no blind spots. The undead horde, attempting to reach him, found themselves effortlessly dispatched by the blades. It was as if he had turned the undead battleground into a mere grass-cutting exercise. The onlookers stood in awe. Was this the prowess of a dual S-class hidden class? It was utterly monstrous. Indeed, if he could maintain this momentum, it felt as though he could eradicate the entire tide of zombies. In the next moment, thousands of undead surged toward the defenders' line. With a thunderous crash, the two forces collided, unleashing an immense shockwave. The once spacious street was instantly filled to capacity, leading to a chaotic melee involving thousands of combatants. In the front line, the tank class bravely endured the relentless bites of the zombies with their very bodies. The priests in the second row tirelessly healed the frontline defenders. Meanwhile, The ranged class in the back row unleashed a torrent of attacks upon the advancing zombies. Guchon wielded his blade with fervor, joining the fray. As he surveyed his surroundings, he noticed that everyone was wholly engrossed in their battle against the undead, oblivious to his presence. It was time to discreetly unleash a few skills. He activated the level 45 skill, Aura Knight. Berserk Aura. Berserk Aura grants friendly units within a 20-meter radius 150 points of attack power, 150 points of spell power, a 15 increase in attack speed, and a 15 increase in casting speed. In an instant, a furious aura enveloped Gu Chen, but it was quickly swallowed by the throng of bodies and the tide of zombies. The others felt a noticeable boost in their abilities, but they attributed it to the supportive aura of Bai Ningning. Only Bai Ningning, who had been fighting calmly beside Gu Chen, sensed something unusual. Why has my attack power and speed suddenly surged? The increase is so significant. Could there be another support expert among the crowd? Under the tremendous enhancement of the Berserk aura, Gu Chen's comrades fought with renewed vigor, dispatching zombies in mere breaths. Soon, the battlefield was littered with the corpses of the undead. Gu Chen directed everyone, maintain formation and step back 5 meters to prevent the piled bodies from breaching the front line. Understood. The team slowly retreated, creating a new graveyard for the zombies. Wait. Why am I obeying the orders of a useless, non-classed individual? Indeed, although my mind resisted, my body complied without hesitation. Strange. While the formation of the professional team stabilized, Guchon gazed at the vast horde of zombies ahead, feeling dissatisfied. If we were to kill them one by one, how long would this take? It was time to hasten the pace. Guchon discreetly waved his hand, casting fire rain. Suddenly, a deluge of flames rained down upon the zombie army. The scorching fire ignited dozens of zombies, and in less than 5 seconds, they were reduced to charred remains. Even those who survived were left with minimal health. Bai Ningning stood at the forefront of the team, acutely aware of the power of the fire rain spell. One skill could annihilate a zombie with over 1,000 health points. What extraordinary magical damage! Is this the level of damage one would expect from D&D rank talents? Guchon cast his spells without incantation, merely flicking his hand to unleash magic. So no one realized he was the source of the spell. However, to be cautious, he only dared to use his level 20 area attack skill. Guchon waved his hand once more, invoking Blizzard. A chilling aura descended upon the horde of zombies, instantly transforming a dozen of them into icy sculptures, which were subsequently reduced to shards of frost. However, Gu Chen's subtle movement did not escape Bai Ningning's keen observation. Gu Chen, did you just wave your hand? She inquired. Yes, what's the matter? He replied nonchalantly. Nothing, I just thought it was a bit abrupt. I merely waved my hand to shake off the blood, he explained. Oh, I see. Bai Ningning returned to the fray against the zombies, yet her gaze continually strayed towards Guchon. Acid rain technique. Moments later, Guchon discreetly waved his hand once more, unleashing another skill. Look, you waved your hand again, and this time, your hand is devoid of blood. Tell me, was that acid rain technique you just cast? Guchon thought to himself, this girl possesses remarkable insight. Even my subtle actions are within her detection. It seems I can no longer remain by her side, lest I be discovered. He defended himself. How could a mere layman like me possibly wield the acid rain technique? Are you mistaken? Then why did a deluge of acid rain fall where you waved your hand? There are over 1,000 professionals here, with at least 200 mages among them. How can you prove that skill was cast by me? Furthermore, casting spells requires incantation. Did you witness me chanting any spells? But Bai Ningning could undeniably sense that the magic was indeed unleashed by Gu Chen, yet she could not produce a shred of evidence. But what? You are such a nuisance. I wave my hand, and you have a multitude of questions. If I were to perform a dance to youth training manual, would you then pose 100,000 inquiries? Forget it. I shall no longer indulge you. I will seek out the little dog to play. With that, Gu Chen leaped into the throng of zombies. Chapter 15. Do warriors still need to learn skills? Upon witnessing Gu Chen leap into the horde of zombies, Bai Ningning was taken aback by his reckless audacity. Gu Chen, you are not a genius fool like Chen Hui. You are courting death. Come back. Holy Light Guardian. In a flash, Bai Ningning enveloped Gu Chen in a protective shield, hoping he would retreat swiftly. Yet, she underestimated the ferocity of the undead tide. Gu Chen's figure was swiftly engulfed by the swarm, and any hope of survival seemed extinguished. A fleeting shadow of desolation crossed by Ningning's eyes. If it isn't your skill, then it isn't you. Why the rush to seek death? It's as if I have forced you into this fate. At that moment, someone familiar with Gu Chen offered a comforting remark. Miss Bai, do not mourn for him. Gu Chen has always walked the path of self-destruction. He merely possesses an extraordinary resilience that has kept him alive until now. Perhaps his demise is a fulfillment of his desire. Bai Ningning felt a twinge of discomfort in her heart. Whirlwind slash. Suddenly, another voice emerged from within the horde, originating from the very spot Gu Chen had just vacated. Instantly, the zombies surrounding Gu Chen were cleaved into pieces. Miraculously, he stood unscathed amidst the carnage, wielding dual blades and executing the whirlwind slash to reap the undead. It was Gu Chen. He was alive. This was utterly astonishing. Even more unbelievable was his mastery of the warrior's signature skill, the whirlwind slash. Wasn't he supposed to be a classless individual? Is this what you deem a waste? If he is a waste, then what am I? A mere waste snack? Upon seeing Gu Chen alive, Bai Ningning's melancholic demeanor vanished in an instant. She had never encountered someone so intriguing. You claimed you knew nothing, yet here you are doing everything. Are you truly classless, or is there a misunderstanding surrounding your class? Bai Ningning shouted over to Gu Chen. Hey, Gu Chen, you said you couldn't do anything, but how do you explain your use of the warrior's exclusive skill, the whirlwind slash? As he spun, Gu Chen replied, is this difficult? It's simply holding a weapon in one hand and spinning in place. Isn't that something anyone could grasp? Do you really need to change classes to learn it? The warriors present fell into a stunned silence. What? The warrior's signature skill, the whirlwind slash, is being trivialized in such a manner? Bai Ningning pondered. This does seem to make sense, yet it feels off. Gu Chen continued, oh, it seems I can perform this move as well. Shield bash is merely striking someone with a shield. Heavy strike involves putting forth all your strength for a powerful hit. Horizontal sweep is simply attacking sideways. Charge is thrusting forward with a weapon quickly toward the target. Wow, it appears I have suddenly grasped the essence of warrior skills. I am truly brilliant. The warriors present pleaded, please, we implore you to cease. Leave us warriors a shred of dignity. If we delve any deeper, we shall lose all semblance of dignity. What have we truly accomplished in this endeavor? Gu Chen continued to wield his whirlwind slash, harvesting the undead with precision, while he and Chun Hui stood resolutely, fending off at least 1/5 of the oncoming zombies. Yet, what piqued Gu Chen's curiosity was Chun Hui's unusual silence, a stark contrast to his typically boisterous demeanor. Casting a sidelong glance at Chun Hui, Gu Chen noticed that this fellow had his eyes firmly shut while dispatching the zombies. Although the whirlwind slash necessitated merely spinning in place, how could he not feel dizzy with his eyes closed? Hey, you thin dog. Utilizing whirlwind slash like that will surely make you dizzy. Open your eyes. The zombies aren't as terrifying as you think. It's just like being in the dark. With closed eyes, Chun Hui retorted, mind your own business. And I am not called thin. Before he could finish his sentence, he swayed and collapsed to the ground, promptly succumbing to a fit of nausea. Why? Does the entire world seem to spin? This fellow has truly turned dizzy. As Chun Hui's attacks faltered, several zombies lunged at him. Ah, thin dog, be careful. Holy light protection. Bai Ningning, witnessing the predicament, swiftly cast a protective spell over him. As a distinguished dual S-rank elite warrior with dual hidden classes, I am certainly not called thin dog. Gu Chen exclaimed, admit it. You're even more feeble than the retching brother. After just a few spins, you're down. Get up and keep spinning. Advanced purification. Advanced purification instantly dispels all negative states on the target, preventing any adverse effects for 10 seconds. A gleaming light enveloped Chun Hui's head, and he felt his mind instantly clear. The dizziness and disorientation vanished, and a wave of vitality surged through him. Most importantly, he found the courage to open his eyes and confront the zombies. Why? Am I suddenly fine? Have I conquered my fear? Is this the power bestowed upon me by Olage? He chuckled. At the moment I opened my eyes, I have triumphed over my fear. I am invincible. Prepare to perish. You ants. With a resounding shout, Chun Hui re-entered an offensive stance. Invincible. Whirlwind slash. Olage. 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 Haraha. Gu Chen muttered. Is this child perhaps a fool? Bai Ningning responded. Typically, those with brawn over brains tend to be somewhat simple-minded. but his simplicity is rather extreme. Akin to the theorem taught in math class, the shortest distance between 2 points is a straight line. Gu Chen remarked. Being beside a fool means I need not worry about my skills being noticed. It is time to reap the rewards of this contest. Fire rain, acid rain, blizzard, thunderstorm, wind sweeping clouds. In an instant, numerous area of effect spells detonated amidst the horde of zombies. Hundreds of the undead fell in an instant. Now, this is exhilarating. A task I could have completed alone required the gathering of over 1,000 people, truly a hindrance to my capabilities. Roar. At that moment, a thunderous roar erupted from behind the horde of corpses. Everyone furrowed their brows. The boss had finally made its appearance. Chapter 16. The emergence of the Zombie King. With a thunderous roar, the boss shattered the horde of zombies blocking its path and charged forward with alarming speed. As the boss drew near, Gu Chen discerned its attributes. Zombie King, LV, 15 health, 50,000 attack, 400 defense, 80, passive skill. Enhanced T-virus infection. Attacks can infect the target with the T-virus, inflicting 100 points of true damage per second for 10 seconds. If the target dies while infected, it immediately reanimates as a zombie. The T-virus infection can stack, with each layer adding an additional 30 points of damage, up to a maximum of 5 layers. Active skill, Frenzied Bite, grabs a target for 3 seconds and bites them 5 times consecutively. The attributes of the Zombie King were not excessively formidable. Rather, it was its skills that were truly alarming. The 5 consecutive bites of Frenzied Bite, combined with the cumulative damage of the enhanced T-virus, could easily eliminate a frontline shield. Even if I were to be struck, failure to receive timely treatment would lead to death by the T-virus. Cough. I must absolutely avoid death. The thought of becoming a zombie is terrifying. A zombie proficient in all the skills of a seasoned practitioner would be a calamity for humankind. Chen Hui let out a sinister laugh. At last, the boss has appeared. Prepare to meet your end. He then leaped towards the Zombie King. Fool, you stand alone against the Zombie King. Bai Ning Ning exclaimed in urgency. I will assist. Guchon commanded, do not approach. Your aura can significantly enhance the team's defense. If you leave the main group, the front line may falter. Entrust the main force to you. Lead them to a slow retreat and draw the horde away. Leave the boss to me. Understood. She replied. Wait, why did I say understood? Wasn't I here to compete for leadership? Why am I now following his orders? Meanwhile, Chen Hui had jumped in front of the Zombie King, engaging it head-on. Whirlwind slash. His 2 massive swords whirled rapidly, cleaving several ordinary zombies in half around the Zombie King. Huh. Zombie King, you shall fall beneath my great blades. But at that moment, Chen Hui felt an abrupt halt in his body. His spinning steps came to an unexpected stop. The Zombie King remained unfazed by Chen Hui's strikes, with the weighty swords merely grazing its flesh, leaving only shallow wounds. The force of the whirlwind slash failed to repel the Zombie King, which instead withstood the onslaught with its formidable physique. This is bad. Chen Hui furrowed his brow, sensing the peril. Just then, the Zombie King lunged forward with sudden speed, directly targeting Chen Hui. Frenzied Bite. Block. Chen Hui reacted swiftly, hastily employing his defense. However, the block only mitigated one of the Frenzied Bite's attacks, leaving him vulnerable to the remaining 4. The Zombie King wrenched aside the massive swords, seized his shoulder, and opened its gaping maw, sinking its teeth viciously into Chen Hui's neck. Blood gushed forth in an instant. A wave of excruciating pain coursed through Chen Hui's entire being. He yearned to struggle, yet was firmly ensnared by the Zombie King, utterly incapable of executing any skills. Was this to be the end of my life? Countless thoughts raced through Chen Hui's mind. His teacher had been right. His recklessness had led him to this unfortunate predicament. It seemed today would be the day he would reap what he had sown. Yet, this misfortune felt oddly justified. The Zombie King possessed an attack power of 400, while his own defense was a mere 60. With 4 remaining Frenzied Bites, the Zombie King could inflict 1360 points of damage upon him. And the accumulation of 4 layers of the T-virus would deal 190 points of damage per second, totaling 1,900 over 10 seconds. 1360 plus 1,900 equaled 3,260 points of damage inflicted by a single skill, while he possessed only 2,800 points of health. His companions were too distant to offer timely aid. Although he still clung to life, he felt as though he were already among the deceased. Wait, when did my math become so astute? To think that at the brink of death, my mathematical prowess would finally awaken. Mother, I apologize. Thank you for bringing such an exceptional me into this world. But your unfilial child must depart ahead of schedule. Father, while you still have the strength, seize the opportunity to conceive another child with mother. It would ensure that someone could care for you both in your twilight years. Go on, father. You can do it. At that moment, Guchon executed a sweeping strike that repelled the encroaching zombies, swiftly darting toward the zombie king, wrapping his arms around its waist and forcefully throwing it backward. The slam. Both the zombie king and Chun Hui were hurled to the ground by Gu Chen's powerful maneuver. Although the zombie king was immune to most control skills, it could not withstand the grappling techniques of a martial artist, given that its size was only slightly larger than that of an average man. As long as the strength was sufficient, grappling techniques could be effectively employed against it. Chun Hui felt a dizzying whirl, followed by a sudden impact as he plunged headfirst into the ground. To his astonishment, he discovered he had escaped the zombie king's grasp. Slam, health at 520. Super T-virus infection, health at 160. How did I break free from its control? Losing 160 health per second means I only accumulated 3 layers of the Super T-virus? So, I am still alive. Wait, why did that slam inflict 520 points of damage upon me? Aren't we allies? Adding this 520 points of damage, I'm still dead. At that moment, Gu Chen urged, Xiaogou, hurry back to heal. There may still be hope if you return now. I'll handle the zombie king. Can you manage alone? And my name is Chen Hui, not Xiaogou. Rest assured, Xiaogou, I am undoubtedly stronger than you. Damn it. Chen Hui immediately sprinted toward the main group, shouting, brothers and sisters, I have 5 seconds left to live. Please, someone, grant me a sip of healing. Urgent. Revival. Guchon would not allow Chen Hui, this dual S-class genius, to perish so easily. That would be a significant loss for Huaxia. Silently, a resurrection spell was cast upon him. The spell ensures that if the target perishes within 10 seconds, they will be revived 3 seconds after death, possessing merely 20% of their vitality. However, Chen Hui, in his canine-like simplicity, was oblivious to such intricacies. At that moment, he was as anxious as someone who had consumed 5 pounds of food yet could not unfasten their belt. Only 3 seconds remain. Hurry, save the child. 2 seconds. 1 second. I'm dying. A beam of holy light descended upon Chen Hui's head, restoring his health to 480. It was Bai Ningning, standing resolutely at the front line, who swiftly pulled Chen Hui back from the brink of death. I feel unwell. Once again, I, Chen Hui, have revived with diminished health. Thank you, Bai. You owe me your life now. No problem. I can only repay you with my life. Once we step outside, we shall register our marriage. Get away. Who would cherish such a wretched creature as you? Chapter 17. A solo confrontation with the zombie king. After slaying several undead, Gu Chen found himself standing before the formidable zombie king. With a thunderous roar, the zombie king, recently thrown to the ground by Gu Chen, suddenly bellowed in fury. With a sweeping motion of its massive hand, the other zombies inexplicably bypassed Gu Chen, ceasing their attacks. So the creature seeks to regain its dignity after suffering defeat. Does it? How intriguing. Allow me to strip you of all semblance of pride. In this one-on-one encounter, I shall employ the skills of a martial artist. While martial artists may be deemed ineffectual in the depths of secret realms, characterized by short attack ranges, slow monster-clearing speeds, and predominantly single-target skills, they shine in duels. Regrettably, most martial artists have transitioned to become trainers, imparting their knowledge to the younger generation, teaching them self-defense to prevent bullying. Despite their shortcomings in secret realms, martial artists excel in direct confrontations. Mastering an array of martial techniques and grappling skills, they can inflict severe damage upon fragile opponents who venture too close. Gu Chen rummaged through his inventory, only to discover he possessed no martial artist weaponry. No matter, I shall engage you barehanded. Activating vulnerability perception. Vulnerability perception increases the likelihood of identifying enemy weaknesses and boosts critical hit chance by 10. The zombie king lunged at Gu Chen with outstretched arms. Such a glaring opening. Over the shoulder toss, Gu Chen seized the creature's arm, leveraging his strength to execute a powerful throw. Boom. The zombie king crashed heavily to the ground, its health plummeting to 810. Roar, roar, roar. Enraged, The Zombie King swiftly regained its footing and lunged once more at Gu Chen. Furious bite. You wish to bite me? Not a chance. Gu Chen deftly sidestepped the Zombie King's attack, capturing its neck and hurling it away. Crushing fist. Short punch. Uppercut. Followed by the dragon rising fist. As the Zombie King descended, Guchon unleashed a flurry of punches, sending it soaring once again. Eagle tread, aerial chokehammer. In midair, Guchon delivered 2 swift kicks to the Zombie King, then locked his legs around its head, executing a 360-degree rotation before crashing it down to the ground. Boom. The Zombie King's skull struck the earth with tremendous force, creating a deep crater upon impact. Gush. The overwhelming force caused the Zombie King to spew a mouthful of blood. But I am not finished. Low kick, bone shatter, front kick, lightning whip combo, and culminating with the Tiger Subduing Overlord Fist. Tiger Subduing Overlord Fist mounts the target and delivers 10 continuous strikes, each inflicting 400 physical damage. The final blow charges up to deal 1,000 physical damage. Guchon mounted the Zombie King's back, unleashing a brutal series of martial artist techniques, striking relentlessly upon the creature. Although Gu Chen employed numerous advanced techniques of the fighter class, the skills exhibited were largely devoid of flamboyant effects, merely enhancing the complexity of the maneuvers. This rendered Gu Chen's combat style reminiscent of pure physical prowess. At that moment, onlookers were left in awe. What kind of potent elixir had Gu Chen consumed to exhibit such ferocity? One individual was effortlessly overpowering a boss without any resistance. Indeed, it appeared that he handled the boss with greater ease than one might a child. What Gu Chen had just demonstrated were various warrior skills, yet he was now employing exclusively fighter techniques. Was he not an unclassed individual? How could he wield skills from 2 distinct professions? Could it be that he had self-taught the fighter's skills, honing his abilities through relentless practice and determination? From a distance, Gu Chen overheard the murmurs of the crowd. Haha, how delightful that someone is crafting excuses on my behalf. Ahem, in truth, the fighter's skills are indeed quite accessible to learn. A downward kick is simply a kick aimed downwards, but one must be cautious not to strike a brick wall. A short punch requires a forceful strike without fully extending the arm. A straight punch demands that the arm be fully extended. If not, it is merely a short punch. Techniques such as suplexes can be executed as long as one possesses sufficient core strength. In essence, as long as one has hands and feet, one can succeed. The crowd suddenly comprehended. So these physical techniques can indeed be self-taught? That makes sense now. Upon hearing the explanation of fighter skills, they suddenly felt that mastering warrior skills was comparatively more challenging. If Gu Chen, an unclassed individual, could grasp the skills of 2 professions, then surely I could as well. I shall enroll in a fighter class upon my return. Indeed, I must join a class. If I can master a few fighter techniques, I too could become a dual profession practitioner capable of both ranged and melee combat. Count me in for the class. Perhaps there will be discounts for group enrollments. Unintentionally, Gu Chen had catalyzed a staggering 500 increase in revenue for the fighter training classes, reviving the careers of fighters who were previously on the brink of unemployment. The Zombie King's health points dwindled, 2140, 2120. Hey, the Zombie King's health points stood at 5,680. Guchon's series of powerful strikes had inflicted over 40,000 points of damage on the Zombie King. Originally brimming with confidence and eager for a one-on-one duel with Gu Chen, the Zombie King was now left reeling from the sudden depletion of health. What is happening here? Did that barrage of blows reduce me to near defeat? What kind of one-on-one duel is this? If this continues, I might lose my life. All of you attack him. With a furious roar, the Zombie King summoned the horde of zombies that had been advancing towards the group of attackers to launch a collective assault on Gu Chen. Bai Ningning, witnessing the horde converging upon Gu Chen, immediately commanded, Gu Chen, be cautious. Everyone, follow me to rescue Gu Chen. Yet, Gu Chen merely smiled serenely. Not engaging in a duel anymore. But don't you think it's rather too late for that? This move will send you straight to the afterlife. Spiral Comet Fall. Spiral Comet Fall. Grasp the target and leap high into the air, spinning rapidly during the descent, forcefully slamming the target's head into the ground. Inflicts 2,000 physical damage and generates a shockwave that deals an additional 1,000 physical damage. In a swift motion, Gu Chen seized the Zombie King and soared into the sky, descending directly onto the most concentrated horde of zombies. Boom. A resounding crash echoed as the zombie king was violently smashed into the ground. Poof! The ground erupted, showering the area with a vast cloud of purplish-black mist as the shockwave obliterated the surrounding undead. The zombie king's health, which had been over 8,000, was instantly reduced to 0. Ding! Congratulations, you have successfully slain the zombie king. A chorus of astonished exclamations filled the air. Brutal. Absolutely brutal. One skill had wiped out a fifth of the zombie king's health. Could this be the legendary technique of health bar annihilation? If memory serves. This skill belongs to the fighter class at level 55, known as Spiral Comet Fall. How could he comprehend such a high difficulty skill? With no class restrictions. Could there also be no level limitations? This exemplifies the adage, with enough effort, even an iron rod can be ground into a needle. Upon my return, I shall begin mastering Spiral Comet Fall. Chapter 18, The One True God. Ding! Congratulations, you have successfully slain the zombie king. You have gained 20,000 experience points. Upon the demise of the zombie king, a plethora of items scattered across the ground. Guchon, without a moment's hesitation, swiftly gathered the loot into his possession before re-engaging in combat. With the death of their leader, the zombies began to attack chaotically, gnashing their teeth and lunging at anything that moved, which inadvertently diluted their attacking power. Seeing the situation had become clearer, Guchon decided to retreat to the rear of the adventurers' main force to take a brief respite, allowing others to feel a sense of participation. He deftly navigated through the throng, escaping the encirclement of the undead. Gu Chen, are you all right? Are you all right? Are you all right? Bai Ningning asked anxiously, repeating her concern thrice. I'm fine, why do you ask? Do you have any Lulu plums? He replied. And no, I don't. Why do you keep asking if I'm fine? She retorted. I'm just tired. A short rest will suffice. All right. Hurry to the back of the team to rest. We'll handle the rest. As Guchon made his way to the end of the line, he was met with commendations from his comrades. Guchon, well done. Guchon, you're simply astounding. Guchon, after we finish the secret realm, would you like to join me in crafting some monkeys? Guchon, did you learn all those fighter skills on your own? Is it too late for me to start practicing now? Guchon, do you enjoy the creamy white Daxweezy? I have two that I'll give to you. Guchon responded to each query in turn. Crafting monkeys isn't necessary. I'm not fond of cross-species endeavors. Yes, practice more when we return. It will surely yield results. What is Daxweezy? A newly hybridized fruit? Oh, upon arriving at the rear of the team, Guchon began to assess the spoils dropped by the zombie king. Toxic claw, fighter equipment, gold quality, usable at level 15. Attack power 60, agility 15. Each attack can stack 30 poison damage, with a maximum of 5 stacks. The weapon's effect was quite commendable, though it felt as if this fighter's weapon had arrived a tad too late. Sturdy leather armor, silver quality, usable at level 10. Defense 25, constitution 20. Sturdy leather pants. The equipment dropped was somewhat disappointing, consisting mostly of silver quality items. He continued to search for other treasures. Suddenly, a skill book caught his eye. Self-exploding zombie. Revives a corpse, transforming it into a self-exploding zombie. The self-exploding zombie, upon detecting an enemy, will charge at them and detonate, dealing 200 area magical damage. The self-exploding zombie can survive for a maximum of 3 minutes, and up to 3 can be summoned. This skill book is rather impressive. It represents a core damage output skill for necromancers. Learn and upgrade. Self-exploding zombie LV. 2. Revives a corpse, transforming it into a self-exploding zombie. The self-exploding zombie, upon detecting an enemy, will charge at them and detonate, dealing 230 area magical damage. The self-detonating zombies can survive for a maximum of 3 minutes and summon up to 4 others. Indeed, the upgraded skills of the necromancer not only enhance damage, but also increase the number of summoned minions. It seems imperative to elevate all summoning skills of the necromancer to their utmost levels. After inspecting the spoils, Gu Chen began to rest. Approximately 30 minutes later, the main force finally cleared the horde of zombies. Bai Ningning exclaimed, "We have successfully eradicated the zombie swarm. Everyone, take a moment to recuperate and assess the casualties among our comrades." As everyone began to inspect their surroundings, they were astonished to find that none of their teammates had perished. Excited murmurs erupted among the group. Wow, not a single soul from our team of over 1,000 has fallen. This is simply incredible. They had employed their usual defensive formation, yet miraculously, there were no fatalities this time. This was largely thanks to Bai Ningning's defensive aura, which fortified their ranks, coupled with Chun Hui's formidable slaughtering ability that effectively restrained the advancing zombies. Most importantly, they owed their fortune to their one true god, Gu Chen. He had single-handedly vanquished the boss, truly astounding. Indeed, had the boss charged our ranks, we would have suffered at least 20 casualties. If the zombie king had breached our formation, the toll could have easily exceeded 100. Such is the distinction of having a master among us. At this moment, Bai Ningning and Chun Hui arrived at the back of the team in search of Gu Chen, who was leisurely napping. Bai Ningning cleared her throat, ahem. Gu Chen, it's time to awaken. Is it over? Gu Chen inquired. Yes, it's done. Gu Chen rose, satisfied that the battle had concluded. Then let us proceed. I was just pondering that I believe you ought to assume the role of captain, she suggested earnestly. Oh, are you not competing for the captaincy any longer? Bai Ningning asked Chen Hui. Well, I wonder if you would respond if I called you Brother Chen. He replied with a chuckle. The others chimed in unison. Gu Chen, you should take on this captaincy. We all have faith in you. With the two SS-ranked masters in agreement, what objections could they possibly have? Yes, Gu Chen, just accept it. Since everyone has faith in me, I shall reluctantly acquiesce. Gu Chen stated, adopting a leader-esque demeanor. Although we have perfectly withstood this wave of the zombie onslaught, we must remain vigilant. Has anyone noticed that among the thousands of zombies we have slain, not a single mutated zombie has appeared? The crowd pondered this. It seems that indeed, none have emerged. This is rather peculiar. Typically, mutated zombies are quite common, and it is certain that there would be mutated ones accompanying the zombie king. Yet this time, there were none in sight. How strange. Gu Chen analyzed, thus. I surmise that the impending crisis within the realm of the zombie kingdom is undoubtedly the result of a conspiracy. A conspiracy? But whom would these foolish zombies heed? He pondered. Even if there were practitioners of mental manipulation, the zombie realm permits only those of level 20 to enter. A level 20 mental manipulator could never exert control over a boss-level creature. Gu Chen reflected for a moment, still unable to comprehend the situation. It seems we must proceed step by step. A formidable battle may soon ensue. Chapter 19. The Mutant Zombies. All are mutant zombies. After the team had completed their rest, Gu Chen devised a new strategy. The members were evenly divided into 10 groups based on their professions. 5 groups would ambush within the 5 buildings on the left side of the street, while the other 5 would take position in the buildings on the right. The tank classes were tasked with securing the entrances, while the priests would remain at the rear, providing healing to the frontline fighters. Other ranged professions were strategically positioned on various floors, ensuring that each level was equipped with at least one priest. Bai Ningning and Shigo, I hereby appoint you as vice captains. Bai Ningning, you shall oversee the 5 teams on the left, and Shigo, you will be in charge of the 5 teams on the right. Do you have any questions? Bai Ningning, no issues here. Chen Hui Woof, we will absolutely complete the mission. Very well, let us proceed. At that moment, a query arose. Captain Gu, I have a question. While your defensive strategy is sound, allowing us to launch a pincer attack on any approaching horde, the issue lies in how long we must hold our ground. Although the crisis within the Forbidden Zone has emerged, the true outbreak remains unpredictable. It could occur tonight, in half a month, or even later. We can wait for a day or two, but we cannot sustain this indefinitely. Furthermore, our resources and energy do not permit such prolonged waiting. There is no need to wait that long. I will summon the horde myself. I intend to draw the monsters. Bai Ningning widened her beautiful eyes and exclaimed, Gu Chen, have you lost your mind? You wish to draw the horde alone? I know you are strong, but you are not invincible enough to confront a legion of thousands, perhaps even tens of thousands, of zombies by yourself. If there are mutant zombies among them, the chances of survival dwindle to none. I absolutely cannot allow you to walk into certain death. Indeed, Captain Gu, no matter how swift you are, the tides of corpses surge from all directions, and you will inevitably find yourself surrounded. The notion of luring a horde is not without precedent. Yet every attempt thus far has ended in failure. The mortality rate is a staggering 100. You truly cannot undertake this. Gu Chen smiled faintly and reassured them. Do not worry. I possess my own methods for drawing the monsters. I will not become a martyr. But I'm leaving. Without waiting for further protests, Gu Chen strode into the depths of the Forbidden Zone alone. Captain Gu truly bears great responsibility. Indeed, he risks himself. What a commendable leader we have. Such excellence. And yet he remains an unclassed individual. If only he could successfully transition to a profession, he would surely ascend to greatness. Though Bai Ningning was deeply concerned for Gu Chen's safety, she recognized the resolute gleam in his eyes. She understood that this man was not merely posturing. When he claims to have a plan, he undoubtedly does. When he asserts he will return safely, he surely will. All right, let us hasten to prepare for battle. Acknowledged. The main force then began to form groups, and once organized, they entered the buildings to set up their positions in advance. After parting ways with the main force, Guchon found a vantage point and paused. How could I possibly go and draw the monsters myself? Naturally, I summoned my trusty companion, Tian, to carry out the task. Come forth, Tian. It is time for the Paw Patrol to spring into action. With a wag of its short tail, Tian emerged. Woof! Where's the female dog? Ahem. The female dog has yet to arrive. However, there is an urgent mission that requires your assistance. Woof! What mission? 5 boss-level creatures have emerged from the zombie secret realm. I have already dealt with one, leaving 4 remaining. I need you to lure those 4 bosses to my location while directing the horde of zombies towards the entrance of the realm. Do you understand? Woof! I will ensure the task is completed. If you comprehend, then off you go. Tian scampered towards the depths of the secret realm with its little legs. Meanwhile, Gu Chen summoned skeletal soldiers to guard the entrance of the building. Approximately 40 minutes later, a sharp bark resonated from a distance, followed by the sound of countless footsteps rushing forward. They are here. Guchon rose to his feet and looked down, discovering a formidable throng of approximately 2,000 to 3,000 zombies. Although their numbers were not overwhelming, their size and physical prowess were markedly superior to those previously encountered. A significant portion even donned equipment. These are mutated zombies. Moreover, they are all mutated zombies. Mutated zombie. Health 3000, attack power 150, defense 50. Magic defense 50, skills, frenzied bite, T-virus infection. The attributes of these mutated zombies far exceed those of ordinary ones. This will be a challenging battle. Guchon proceeded to examine other types of mutated zombies. Mutated zombie, warrior, level 14, health 3800, attack power 185, defense 60, magic defense 60, skills, charge, heavy strike. Sweep, T-virus infection, mutated zombie, assassin, level 11, health 3380, attack power 158, defense 40, magic defense 40, skills, stealth, backstab, poison dagger. T-virus infection, mutated zombie mage, level 12, health 2930, spell damage 177, defense 40, magic defense 40, skills, fireball, fire ring resistance, warm current. T-virus infection, mutated zombie, priest, mutated zombie, ranger. Upon reviewing the various professions transformed into mutated zombies, Guchon could not help but furrow his brow. This is a formidable challenge. No, it is undoubtedly insurmountable. Although the attributes of mutated zombies vastly surpass those of ordinary ones, our defensive tactics may still hold up against a flanking assault. The crux of the matter lies in the fact that 1/3 of the mutated zombies are those transformed from professionals, which poses a grave threat to ordinary practitioners. How can a team of professionals contend with hordes of zombies that outnumber them by several times, even dozens? The strategy relies on the inherent disadvantage of zombies, specifically their short reach and lack of ranged attacks, allowing a smaller force to triumph over a larger one. However, the horde now boasts formidable ranged units among its ranks, powerful mutants capable of swiftly eliminating a professional if several of them concentrate their fire on a single target. Once a professional falls, they will quickly reanimate as a zombie, inevitably throwing the formation into chaos. Should this group of mutated zombies advance, the professional team would suffer devastating casualties, potentially leading to complete annihilation. Upon discerning the attributes of the boss, Gu Chen's resolve only intensified. This horde of zombies must not be allowed to breach their defenses. Chapter 20. The Tempestuous Twin Tornadoes. At the rear of the procession lingered 4 boss-level zombies. Leading the way was a grotesque creature. A zombie with a foot grotesquely twisted at a right angle from the ankle, its prolonged contact with the ground having worn away flesh and skin, leaving it to walk solely on the exposed tibia. The right foot dangled precariously, held by a mere remnant of flesh. clad in tattered warrior attire. It was still recognizable as a once mighty fighter. In its right hand, it dragged a long-handled axe, the blade scraping against the ground, producing a rhythmic metallic rasp as it ambled unevenly. Yet, this zombie king bore an oversized head, an oddity that stood out. Mutated Zombie King, Warrior, LV, 20. Health 100, 000, Attack Power 800, Defense 100, Magic Defense 100, Skills, Charge, Heavy Strike, Sweep, Leap, Taunt, Whirlwind Slash, Enhanced T-Virus Infection Hiss. A level 20 Zombie King. With a staggering 100,000 health points and 800 in attack power. Just 3 swings could fell an ordinary professional. How terrifying. One must wonder how a level 20 boss emerged from a level 15 dungeon. Could it be that a level 20 professional met their demise here, transforming into a zombie, and over time, evolving into a zombie king? Such a possibility exists. But what of that oversized head? Gu Chen continued to scrutinize the attributes of the other zombie kings. Mutated Zombie King, Assassin, LV, 20, Health 80, 000, Attack Power 750, Defense 80. Magic Defense 80, Skills, Stealth, Backstab, Smoke Bomb, Poison Dagger, Enhanced T-Virus Infection. Mutated Zombie King, Priest, LV, 20, Health 87, 000, Spell Damage 670, Defense 80. Magic Defense 80, Skills, Slow Healing, Healing Spell, Holy Strike, Purification, Enhanced T-Virus Infection. Mutated Zombie King, Ranger, LV, 20. Upon discerning the attributes of the remaining 3 zombie kings, even the typically composed Guchon felt a surge of anxiety. All 4 zombie kings were level 20, each a professional who had succumbed and transformed into these formidable creatures, and each sporting an oversized head. Such a probability should be utterly impossible under normal circumstances. This crisis within the secret realm was undoubtedly suspicious. Someone was orchestrating these events from the shadows. It was imperative that these 4 zombie kings and their legion of mutated zombies be halted. The team of professionals would surely be overwhelmed, facing total annihilation. Fortunately, Gu Chen was present. With just a slight exertion of power, their nefarious plot would be thwarted. Allow me to shatter your conspiracy. Gu Chen reviewed his skills, pondering which to employ. Utilizing a standard high-tier skill might not suffice to dispatch these 4 bosses swiftly, potentially placing him in peril. It would be wiser to rely on awakening skills for a more assured outcome. However, the Oblivion Black Hole could not be employed again. It would be most advantageous to employ a skill capable of masquerading this massacre as a natural phenomenon or a calamity. Thus, my culpability would be significantly diminished. Well, let us proceed with this skill. Storm Twin Tornado, an awakened skill of a level 60 Wind Mage. Summons 2 immensely destructive dragon-like whirlwinds to obliterate foes. Inflicts 1,000 magical damage per second, lasting for 30 seconds. During this duration, the direction of the tornadoes can be controlled. Suddenly, within the confines of the secret realm, 2 tornadoes sprang forth, scattering the horde of zombies, and the zombie king vanished without a trace. Does this rationale seem implausible? I believe it holds water. Moreover, I need not worry about this level 60 awakened skill wreaking havoc upon the secret realm. Thus, I shall employ it. Perish, you insignificant creatures. Storm Twin Tornado. The once tranquil sky erupted into a tempest, and abruptly, 2 S-shaped whirlwinds formed amidst the horde of zombies. These whirlwinds expanded like serpents, rapidly coalescing into 2 towering black tornadoes, each several meters high. Thunder rumbled ominously as the clear blue sky was suddenly shrouded in dark clouds. Following this, a torrential downpour cascaded from the heavens like a deluge. Atop the tornadoes, 2 furious dragon heads thrashed about in the sky, while the tornadoes spiraled upward, entwining like the bodies of dragons. The horde of zombies was ensnared like fragile scraps of paper as the 2 tornadoes tore and clashed, their dark winds shredding the trapped zombies into mere fragments. Mutated Zombie Death gained 1,000 experience points. Mutated Zombie Mage Death gained 1,200 experience points. Mutated Zombie Warrior Death gained 1,300 experience points. In an instant, a plethora of kill notifications surged into Gu Chen's mind, followed by a continuous stream of level-up sounds. Ding! Congratulations! You have reached level 16. Ding! Congratulations! You have reached level 17. Ding! Congratulations, you have reached level 18. It was not until the experience gained from slaying the mutated zombies ceased that Gu Chen's ascent in levels finally came to a halt. Mutated zombie death. Gained 1 experience point. Mutated zombie death. Gained 1 experience point. With the zombies here eradicated, those over there shall not escape either. And you 4 zombie kings, come forth as well. Guchon commanded the twin tornadoes to wreak havoc along the entire street of corpses. It was not merely the zombies that suffered. Even the dilapidated vehicles lining the street were drawn into the whirlwinds, and the towering trees were uprooted, with frail buildings collapsing in a cacophony before being consumed by the tempest. Observing the devastation before him, Guchon could not help but feel a twinge of guilt. This natural disaster, might it possess a touch too much destructive force? With a staggering 1,000 magical damage per second, the mutated zombies, boasting over 3,000 health points, were obliterated in mere moments. Even the Zombie King, with its formidable 70,000 health points, could not withstand the full brunt of this skill. Mutated Zombie King Priest Death gained 50,000 experience points. The mutated Zombie King, the Ranger, has fallen, yielding an experience of 50,000 points. The mutated Zombie King, the Assassin, has perished, granting another 50,000 experience points. With 3 bosses succumbing in succession, Guchon found it peculiar that, despite the conclusion of his skill, there was no notification regarding the demise of the Zombie King Warrior. How could this be? The Zombie King Warrior possesses a staggering 100,000 health points. Yet my magical damage amounts to 550. A single skill should inflict at least 150,000 damage. It cannot possibly still be alive. Could it be hiding? Guchon surveyed his surroundings in search of the last boss's whereabouts, but upon gazing at the desolate landscape, reminiscent of ruins ravaged by a tempestuous dual tornado, he resolved to cease his search. Never mind. It's likely that it is buried beneath the debris of some building. Let it remain, a mere shadow of its former self. Chapter 21. The Undead King. Meanwhile, the team of professionals lay in ambush within the buildings flanking the street, awaiting the arrival of the horde. Suddenly, a tempest arose outside, followed by torrential rain cascading from the heavens. Is it windy? Is it raining? Should we bring in the laundry? Such fierce winds. This must be at least a level 12. Look over there. It seems there are 2 tornadoes. The onlookers leaned out of the windows to investigate, spotting 2 tornadoes wreaking havoc several kilometers away. No wonder the wind picked up so dramatically. 2 tornadoes have manifested there. These tornadoes appear immensely powerful. Surely they won't come our way. Based on my meteorological knowledge, the wind is not moving in our direction, so there is no need for concern. Oh, that puts my mind at ease. It seems the direction of the tornadoes aligns with Captain Gu Chen's path. I hope he encounters no misfortune. Please, refrain from uttering such ominous thoughts. Captain Gu Chen is exceptionally strong. It is unlikely he would face any danger. Yet, he has been gone for 2 hours without bringing back a single zombie, nor has he returned himself. I must admit, I am a bit worried about him. The others shared her anxiety, casting glances toward the direction in which Gu Chen had departed. In the distance, the fearsome tornadoes gradually dissipated, and as they vanished, the sky began to clear. The fierce winds and torrential rain ceased abruptly. Is that all? The tornadoes did not last long at all. Just like me. Bai Ningming brushed her disheveled hair, finding the brief appearance of the tornadoes rather peculiar, though the distance rendered her merely curious. Suddenly, a half-bodied zombie plummeted from the sky, crashing heavily onto the ground. Everyone turned to look. Mutated Zombie King Warrior, LV, 20. Remaining health, 280 remaining attack, 378 remaining defense, 30 remaining magic defense, 30 skills. All inactive, it is, the Zombie King. And a level 20 mutated one at that. How did the Zombie King fall from the sky? Is this a new tactic? But why does it have only half a body? Furthermore, its head seems disproportionately large compared to other zombies. It's not just slightly larger. I suspect it might be the Zombie King transformed from a big-headed sun. What? Did the big-headed sun meet such a tragic end? Bai Ningming quickly commanded. A Zombie King has appeared. The zombie horde may soon follow. Everyone, immediately enter combat mode. All nerves tightened, and they prepared for battle. Haraha. However, after waiting for a considerable time, not a single zombie appeared. Only the half-bodied mutated Zombie King crawled sluggishly on the ground. Chen Hui, growing somewhat impatient, remarked, I say, by Dazwangyuan. This zombie king has barely over 200 hit points left. Should we not strike it down first? Bai Ningning, composed and confident, replied, let us refrain from hasty actions. This is likely a trap. Think logically. How could such a formidable zombie king be so pitifully presented before us? Moreover, it is a level 20 mutated zombie king. Do you not find its attributes curious? All skills rendered ineffective, and both attack and defense halved. Additionally, its head is conspicuously larger than that of an ordinary zombie. It is highly probable that upon its demise, it will mutate into a colossal zombie creature. Its 280 hit points are merely a fade. This is undoubtedly a trap. We must not act recklessly. Indeed, your thoughts are thorough. Thus, I shall remain still as the enemy does. As several more minutes elapsed, over 1,000 onlookers silently observed the zombie king's performance, which had now left a blood trail stretching 100 meters across the ground. Ha ha ha, why? Why has no one killed me? Ha ha ha, what are you all staring at? Hurry up and take action. Ha ha ha, I am in such pain. I wish to die, with so many of you watching me. Do you wish for my social demise? Chen Hui scoffed. Continue your charade. I wonder how much longer you can maintain it. At that moment, a figure suddenly appeared from down the street. Everyone tensed once more. Bai Ningning exclaimed, there's movement. Listen to my command and be ready to act. As the figure drew nearer, the crowd discerned his true identity. It was Gu Chen. Gu Chen. Splendid. Captain Gu is still alive. Bai Ningning promptly cautioned, Guchon, be careful. There is a mutated zombie king nearby. Guchon surveyed the scene, recognizing the mutated zombie king warrior. How did it end up here? Could it be that I mismanaged the force of the whirlwind and inadvertently flung it away, causing it to land here? It seems likely. Approaching the zombie king, Guchon finally observed its oversized head. Why is its head so large? This is evidently not the size of a typical zombie. There are clear surgical scars on its skull. It has undoubtedly undergone a craniotomy. Has someone replaced its brain? This entire secret realm crisis is fraught with enigmas. There is certainly something amiss. Guchon examined the attributes of the zombie king. All skills ineffective, attack and defense halved. It appears that due to severe injuries, it is utterly incapable of utilizing its skills. But why do these people merely watch it quietly, without anyone attempting to kill it? Guchon surveyed his surroundings, discovering that not a single casualty was present. Were they purposely waiting for my return to confront the zombie king? Had they deliberately left the experience for me? What benevolent souls! My heartfelt gratitude. Without a second thought, Guchon brandished his sword and struck down fiercely. Bai Ningning gasped in alarm, Guchon, don't strike. This is a trap. Thud. The head of the zombie king was severed, yet nothing transpired. A golden light suddenly illuminated beneath Guchon. He leveled up. Congratulations on defeating the mutated zombie king. You have gained 50,000 experience points. Oh, remarkable. I've actually leveled up. Guchon turned to inquire. Why can't we strike this severely injured zombie king? That's 50,000 experience. And what were you saying about a trap? Upon hearing Guchen's words, the faces of the crowd instantly darkened. A severely injured zombie king? Had it not mutated? They were all dead, yet still speaking of transformation? We have been deceived. This is merely a severely injured zombie king. How absurd. What on earth are we doing? That has 50,000 experience. We are merely watching it slip away. Yet none dare to take action. Ah, what a loss. Hee, what a blunder. Bai Ningning, her expression equally troubled, stammered, no, it's nothing. I was just asking if you'd like to go eat some pie later. At this moment, Bai Ningning felt so awkward she could carve out an entire apartment with her toenails. Ah, what am I doing? Why did I try to stop everyone from killing this severely injured zombie king? I even claimed it would mutate into a giant zombie monster. Oh, how embarrassing. Guchon replied, pie sounds good. If you're treating, I'll eat. I'll treat. At that moment, Chen Hui stepped forward and said, Brother Chen, she actually meant to say, shut up you. Why can't you just be quiet? She was trying to say. Bai Ningning shot a fierce glare at Chen Hui and declared, shut it. If you can keep quiet right now, you can consider the life you owe me settled. We're even. So, can you be quiet? Oh. Chapter 22. The crisis of the secret realm is averted. Amidst the lively chatter among the crowd, a sudden explosion reverberated through the air, the severed head of the zombie king bursting forth in an unexpected detonation. Brain matter splattered everywhere, startling the onlookers into a state of alarm. Tension gripped everyone once more, as Bai Ningning shouted, "Everyone, be cautious of ambushes." Weapons were drawn, and the group fell back into a state of vigilance. However, after an extended wait, nothing further transpired, allowing the crowd to gradually relax. What was the cause of this? Why did the Zombie King's enormous head suddenly explode? Was it perhaps due to its sheer size, resulting in excessive cranial pressure that led to self-detonation? Thankfully, it was not an ambush. The initial fright had been for naught, leading to a sigh of relief. This unforeseen self-detonation also plunged Gu Chen into deep contemplation. What could have triggered the Zombie King's head to explode? Could it be that the mysterious individual who had modified its cranium had installed a detonative device to ensure no traces were left behind, such that upon the death of the mutated Zombie King, the head would immediately self-destruct? Indeed, this theory seemed highly plausible. It served as further evidence that someone was orchestrating events behind the scenes during this crisis in the secret realm. This situation must be reported to the Adventurers Guild. Ding, ding, ding. With the demise of the last mutated Zombie King, a notification pinged from everyone's mission wristbands. Ding. Detection confirms that all boss-level entities within the secret realm have been eliminated. The crisis has been resolved. We extend our gratitude to all valiant warriors for their sacrifices and contributions. A ranking of contributions will be compiled shortly, allowing adventurers to claim corresponding rewards from the Adventurers Guild based on their contributions. What is happening? How has the crisis in the secret realm been resolved so suddenly? Could the monitoring system have made an error? Was it not stated that there were 5 boss entities in total? Guchon had slain 2. What of the remaining 3? Had they simply vanished into thin air? Could they have been swept away by the 2 tornadoes? At this moment, Guchon interjected, "Ahem. What my fellow brother surmised is indeed correct. That is precisely the case." "What?" Guchon proceeded to narrate. "Allow me to elaborate. As I ventured deep into the secret realm, I finally located the remaining horde of zombies. Just as I pondered how to safely attract their attention, the sky suddenly darkened, and a torrential downpour began. I was too clever to let myself be drenched, so I promptly sought shelter from the rain. I found refuge in a concealed staircase of a building. From the window, I watched the foolish zombies getting soaked in the rain, and my spirits soared. In that instant, however, a fierce wind arose outside, and 2 whirlwinds abruptly formed in the midst of the zombie horde. The whirlwinds grew increasingly powerful, ultimately coalescing into 2 formidable tornadoes. At this juncture, the Zombie King became aware of the impending peril, attempting to direct the horde to flee in all directions. But the ferocity of these tornadoes was astonishing. The zombies had no time to escape before being engulfed by the whirlwinds. Even the formidable Zombie King was caught in their grasp. Fortunately, my hiding spot was relatively distant from the tornadoes, allowing me to evade disaster. Otherwise, it is likely that none would see me again. The 2 tornadoes appeared swiftly and vanished just as quickly, dissipating within mere seconds. Once the winds had calmed, I peeked out of the window. And what do you think I saw? As Gu Chen animatedly wove his tail, the crowd listened with rapt attention. To my astonishment, the entire street was devoid of zombies. Just as I pondered their whereabouts, a sudden deluge of zombie rain began to fall from the sky. Countless dismembered limbs cascaded down, creating a truly spectacular scene. It turned out that the 2 tornadoes had lifted the horde into the air and shredded them to pieces. The Zombie King, with only half its body intact, must have been torn asunder by the whirlwind and subsequently blown here. Had it not possessed such tenacious vitality, it would have perished long ago. Indeed, those terrifying tornadoes had effectively decimated the zombie horde, leaving even the Zombie King unable to escape. The sheer power of nature is utterly fearsome. We must all strive to cherish our environment. Thus, it seems the crisis within the secret realm has truly been averted. We are all still alive. The crowd erupted in joyous cheers. "Oh, we are alive. A miracle. Not a single soul perished in the battle against the secret realm crisis. This is a first in history. Even nature has come to our aid. Truly, it is a miracle." At that moment, the rankings for contributions to the secret realm emerged, and everyone eagerly checked their task wristbands. Secret Realm Crisis Contribution Rankings. First place, Gu Chen, overall contribution, 90. Second place, Bai Ningning, overall contribution, 1. Third place, Chun Hui, overall contribution, 108. Fourth place, Bai Jingtian, overall contribution, 035. Fifth place, Shang Chunshan, overall contribution 0.31, 6th place. Tai Tian, overall contribution 0.24, 1,248th place. Kai Cohen, overall contribution 0.00001. Upon the revelation of the rankings, shock enveloped the crowd. What? Could there be an error in the rankings? Gu Chen alone accounted for 90 of the entire team's contributions? I knew Gu Chen had performed remarkably, but could it truly be so high? The combined contributions of over 1,000 of us barely amounted to the remaining 10. Guchon's contributions not only eclipsed those of two SS-level geniuses, but also rendered our collective efforts seemingly insignificant. Indeed, upon reflection, it seems we did not accomplish much at all. Gu Chen single-handedly vanquished two bosses, undoubtedly leading in contributions by a wide margin. Absolutely, he is far ahead. By the way, who is this Kai Cohen? The minuscule contribution of 0.00001 is clearly indicative of idleness. Who exactly is this Tai Tian? Is it a person or a canine? Is there truly someone with such a name? Gu Chen merely smiled faintly at the speculations of others. He was pleasantly surprised to discover that his comprehensive contribution ranked 6th, surpassing the vast majority. What a commendable feat. Chen Hui, observing the contribution rankings, felt a twinge of discontent. How infuriating it was to lose to Gu Chen. Yet, even more vexing was the fact that he found himself trailing behind by Ning Ning. If only he had been just a smidgen better, he could have outdone her. Next time, I shall surpass you. Let us go for it. Meanwhile, Bai Ning Ning approached Gu Chen and said, Gu Chen, since the crisis of the secret realm has been resolved, shall we make our exit? I invite you for some savory pies. Then let us depart. I am rather hungry myself, he replied. With the peril of the secret realm averted, everyone should exit and claim their rewards. Let us go, let us go. I've longed to escape this repulsive environment. Huh, rewards? What can we, with contributions measured to 3 decimal places, possibly claim? Likely just a measly sum of 80 cents. Even a mosquito's leg is still meat. We shall not refuse what is given. Indeed, let us pursue our rewards. The team of professionals gradually departed from the zombie-infested secret realm. Chapter 23, Midnight Feast. Soon, all the professionals emerged from the secret realm. Upon seeing that everyone had exited safely, the president's face beamed with joy, his heart brimming with elation. Remarkable. Truly splendid. This time, not a single soul was sacrificed during the crisis of the secret realm, an unprecedented occurrence since the onset of the invasion. This is undoubtedly a significant event of the year. I, as the president, may very well be in line for a promotion and a raise. The president excitedly scanned the crowd, searching for Gu Chen. Gu Chen, where are you? I wish to meet you in person. President, do you need something from me? Gu Chen inquired. The president appraised Gu Chen from head to toe, exclaiming with approval, impressive. Truly a hero of youth. Could you share how you managed to achieve a 90 contribution on your own? It was merely luck. I happened to collect the heads of 2 zombie kings, which significantly boosted my contribution, Gu Chen replied. Chen Hui interjected, President, my brother Chen is extremely capable. Although he is an unclassed individual, he has diligently mastered numerous combat skills, warrior and fighter techniques alike. He is simply extraordinary. Oh, it is indeed a revelation to learn that one can acquire skills from other professions through sheer effort. The president was visibly astonished. Perhaps my status as an unclassed individual grants me the freedom to focus without the constraints of other professions, allowing me to learn more swiftly, Gu Chen suggested. Since the invasion of the secret realm and the onset of the era of job transitions, most individuals have concentrated solely on cultivating the profession they have chosen. Few have ventured to laboriously explore the skills of other professions. National research institutions have attempted to investigate cross-professional skill acquisition, yet all endeavors have ended in failure. Even seemingly straightforward physical skills can only be superficially grasped, with negligible damage and effectiveness. Over time, the hope of mastering skills from other professions has faded. Only those who have awakened dual professions can learn skills from 2 distinct paths. The president nodded thoughtfully at Gu Chen's explanation. Indeed, it makes sense. Although your transition was unsuccessful and you stand alone as the world's sole unclassed individual, abandoned by all, it is fortunate that you have not forsaken yourself. An unclassed individual may not be the waste that others perceive. Continue to unearth your potential, young man. Thank you for your encouragement, President. The president continued. For this crisis in the secret realm, our professional guild has prepared a bounty of 3 million and a compensation of 2 million. Since there were no fatalities, we shall distribute the 2 million as part of the bounty to everyone. You may now claim your rewards according to your percentage of contribution. Ha ha ha. Of the 5 million in bounty, Guchon alone will receive 4.5 million. The remaining 50,000 will be split among over 1,000 of us. What a paltry sum. Enough with the complaints. Money can be earned again, but life is singular. We should be grateful to have emerged alive. We truly owe our thanks to Gu Chen. Indeed. Indeed. Do you still wish to claim compensation? Gu Chen's contribution ranked first, making him the inaugural recipient of his reward. As he gazed at the additional 4.5 million in his bank account, a sense of delight washed over him. He subsequently relayed the peculiar occurrences within the secret realm and his deductions to the president. Upon hearing Gu Chen's account, the president furrowed his brow and remarked solemnly, "If someone is indeed orchestrating events from the shadows to deliberately instigate this crisis within the secret realm, the nature of this incident transforms entirely. The clues you have provided are invaluable. We shall ensure a thorough investigation into this matter." After bidding farewell to the president, Gu Chen exited the Adventurers Guild. Bai Ningning had been waiting outside for Gu Chen and, upon spotting him, hurried over, exclaiming, "Gu Chen, let's go. As promised, I shall treat you to some pies." Gu Chen glanced at the time. It was already 10 p.m. Would there be any pies available at this hour? If not, they could opt for another late-night snack. With a beautiful woman's earnest invitation, Gu Chen could hardly refuse. "Very well, let us proceed." At that moment, Chun Hui approached and inquired, "Is there a late-night snack?" "I want to join." Bai Ningning shot Chun Hui an exasperated glance and retorted, "What are you joining in for? I didn't invite you. If you're not inviting me, then I shall pay for myself. Regardless, I must express my gratitude to Brother Chun for rescuing me from the clutches of the zombies. The two of us must celebrate properly." Although Gu Chen was already quite formidable, he had no qualms about befriending two talented youths. Life's journey is long, and no matter how strong one becomes, challenges will inevitably arise. Perhaps in those moments, he might find their assistance invaluable. Gu Chen asserted, "We are comrades who have emerged from the same trenches. Let us go together." With Gu Chen's words, Bai Ningning felt it unnecessary to protest further. "All right then. I'll tidy up and take a shower at the hotel. Let us reconvene here in half an hour." After a night of battling zombies, all three were covered in grime, their odor far from pleasant. Chun Hui remarked, "I'll take a shower too. My underwear is filled with zombie guts." "Very well. We shall meet again in half an hour." Half an hour later, the trio had freshened up and donned clean attire. Bai Ningning wore a white floral long dress. Her skin smooth and fair, her delicate and charming face framed by long hair, cascading over her shoulders, radiating poise and beauty. In this moment, Bai Ningning resembled a stunning beauty, a stark contrast to her armored appearance. Gu Chen found himself momentarily captivated. Bai Ningning touched her face and asked, "What are you looking at? Is there something I didn't wash properly?" "No, I merely think it's remarkable that you could easily rely on your looks. Yet you excel in so many other ways. You are handsome as well. Aren't you quite strong? You are even more beautiful." "No, you are more handsome." Chun Hui interjected, Hey, can you two stop complimenting each other? It's making me uncomfortable." Subsequently, the trio sought out a bustling street stall still in operation and ordered an assortment of grilled meats to savor. As they indulged in their meal, a lively conversation ensued. Bai Ningning inquired, "Gu Chen, which university do you intend to attend?" Coughing lightly, Gu Chen responded, "Actually, I have not received any admission letters from universities." "What? With your talent, surely numerous institutions must be vying for you. How could it be that no school desires you? Is it perhaps due to your status as an unemployed individual?" Gu Chen nodded, acknowledging, "Indeed, it is precisely because of my unemployed status. It would be a tremendous pity for someone of your caliber not to attend university. I shall promptly contact my advisor to facilitate your enrollment at our school," Bai Ningning declared. However, Gu Chen waved his hand dismissively, saying, "There is no need. In truth, I have no intention of pursuing higher education. Attending university would undoubtedly bring me a plethora of unnecessary troubles due to my identity. Rather than constantly being misunderstood, I would prefer to develop quietly on my own." While he spoke thus, it was evident that as one ascended in rank, the challenges of the secret realms would exponentially increase. Even the mightiest individual would face significant peril when acting alone. The most prudent course of action would be to attend school, fostering friendships with like-minded peers of comparable strength to navigate the secret realms together more safely. Gu Chen chuckled, "Let us forego university. But I have no objections to making friends. If I encounter any difficulties in the future, I shall not hesitate to seek your assistance. And I trust you will not refuse. Indeed, feel free to reach out to me whenever you face challenges. I, Bai Ningning, shall never shy away," she replied. "Brother Chun has saved my life. Should he find himself in any predicament, he need only speak, and I shall wholeheartedly assist him. It is my duty." Chun Hui added earnestly, "Come, let us drink." Guchon and Chun Hui downed their beers in one go. At that moment, Chun Hui asked, "By the way, Bai Ningning, which university have you been accepted to?" "I have been admitted to the elite class of Magic City University." "How fortuitous. I too have been accepted into the elite class of Magic City University. Perhaps we shall even be desk mates." Bai Ningning replied with a chuckle. "Desk mates, you say? How utterly fortunate I must be." Chapter 24. Skills can be learned beyond levels? As the three continued to savor their barbecue, Bai Ningning inquired, "Guchon, have you ever considered joining a guild?" "I have no intention of joining a guild," Guchon replied. Bai Ningning, taken aback, asked, "Why not?" "The blessings from a guild can grant substantial enhancements to a profession. The higher the guild's level, the greater the benefits. Nearly all active professionals opt to join a guild. Not joining would be a loss for you. Why not consider joining our Bai family's guild? While it may not be top tier, a level 6 guild is regarded as quite respectable in our Qinghai province. With my dual SS level abilities, I could surely elevate it to a level 7 guild within 2 years." Chun Hui added, "Indeed, Brother Chun, why pass up the blessings that come free of charge? If you do not mind, our Chun family's level 5 guild would welcome your participation. Although it is of a lower tier, united we can forge it into a top-tier guild. It is important to clarify that the guilds mentioned here are not the professional guilds organized by the government, which serve as a registry for all professionals, akin to a professionals' archival center. These government guilds also issue various tasks, commissions, and advertisements, but do not provide any guild blessings. The guild Bai Ningning referred to is a privately established guild, which can advance in level by completing trial tasks or utilizing rare resources. With each level gained, a guild receives a blessing, and all members benefit from the effects of these blessings. The higher the guild's level, the more blessings it can confer. Joining a prestigious guild can significantly enhance one's capabilities. Guilds are classified into 10 levels, yet no guild worldwide has attained the maximum level of 10. The highest currently is level 9, and only 3 level 9 guilds exist within the land of Huaxiaonoda, highlighting the difficulty of elevating a guild's level. The challenges increase exponentially with each ascending level. Bai Ningning's invitation to dinner was motivated by her desire to entice Guchon to join her family guild. As an orphan unbound by familial ties, Guchon naturally became a target for persuasion. With a smile, Guchon responded, "I appreciate your kind intentions, but I truly do not plan to join a guild, as I aim to establish my own." Bai Ningning and Chun Hui's eyes widened in astonishment. "You intend to create your own guild?" "Indeed. What could be better than being the guild leader? Would you both care to join my guild?" Bai Ningning and Chun Hui, each bearing the responsibilities of their respective family guilds, knew they could not defect to another guild. "We shall pass." Guchon, developing a guild is quite challenging. It requires not only strength, but also a significant investment of both time and money. Simply creating a guild does not guarantee that members will join. Even if the guild is successfully established, managing it is indeed a technical endeavor, quite troublesome, to say the least. Guchon pondered for a moment and acknowledged the complexities involved. "Never mind, let us not dwell on that. I merely have the idea of creating a guild. Whether I actually proceed with it can be decided later. By the way, Bai Ningning, do you have a fondness for pets, perhaps little dogs?" "Of course I adore them. I love both kittens and puppies. Coincidentally, I have a small teddy to gift you. How about that?" "Oh, splendid." Bai Ningning was filled with anticipation and joy. Guchon summoned Ritian from the pet space and directly handed it to Bai Ningning. She caught it in her arms. But upon seeing the true form of the teddy, her face turned pale with fright, and she screamed, dropping Ritian onto the ground. "What on earth is this? How disgusting. This is a zombie teddy I found in the secret realm. It poses no threat and is quite obedient." "Ritian, do you like your new owner I found for you?" "Woof woof." Ritian barked happily, circling around by Ningning twice to express satisfaction. Then it's too fluffy. Bloodied little paws began to wildly gyrate against Bai Ningning's delicate legs. Ah, Gu Chen, what is it doing? It seems like it is being inappropriate with me. Gu Chen chuckled and remarked, this is Ri Tian's utmost expression of affection towards a person. Just get accustomed to its enthusiasm. Bai Ningning, flustered, began to stamp her little feet, exclaiming, I can't get used to this. Please, quickly make this teddy cease its antics. I feel as if my legs have been sullied. So, you do not like my Ri Tian then? Not at all. Please take it away. Come back, Ri Tian. It seems I must find you a new owner again. Guchon called Ri Tian back and tossed it 2 roasted chicken legs, which Ri Tian happily devoured. Bai Ningning inquired, Guchon, why does this zombie dog obey you so well? Aren't zombies devoid of intelligence? Threaten it. Threaten it? Indeed. While zombies may lack intellect, this particular one possesses a modicum of spirit. I simply threatened it by saying that if it misbehaved, I would crush its little dog head. It then obediently complied. Oh, so it can work that way. Truly, the world is vast and full of wonders. After consuming a few bottles of beer, the 3 began to feel drowsy under the influence of alcohol. They exchanged contact information and returned to their respective hotels to rest. The following morning, Bai Ningning and Chun Hui both sent farewell messages to Gu Chen before departing early to return to their own cities. After waking, Gu Chen noticed a sign-in notification before his eyes. Sign in. Congratulations, you have successfully signed in and received the skill sprinting technique. Ding. Your sprinting technique has automatically upgraded to level 2. Movement speed increased by 20 for 3 minutes. The sprinting technique is a universal skill available to all classes at level 10, yet it requires a minimum agility level, making it particularly favored by agile professions such as rangers and assassins. Other classes seldom acquire this skill. Gu Chen, evidently dissatisfied with this ability, has instead signed for a lower-tier skill. How mundane. Perhaps it is time to inspect the spoils from yesterday's endeavors. The 4 mutated zombie kings must have yielded a substantial bounty. As Guchon opens his overflowing storage space, his eyes are immediately drawn to the array of equipment and weapons. Mountain axe, exquisite longbow, healing staff, bronze armor. The gear dropped by the 3 bosses is rather unimpressive, merely of silver grade, likely remnants of the attire worn by the adventurers before their transformation into zombies. They can only be sold as scraps. He then searches for any skill books that might aid in his recovery. Skill books, heavy strike, healing spell, precision shot, lethal strike. Self-destruct zombie X4. Ah, what a windfall. To his astonishment, he has acquired 8 skill books in one go. This is a tremendous gain. Time to study them all. Ding. Your heavy strike skill has been upgraded to level 2. Ding. Your healing spell has been upgraded to level 2. The self-destruct zombie skill is level 15, and as I am currently at level 19, I need to reach level 21 to learn the 3rd tier. I shall hold on to it for now. Wait a moment, my talent does not seem to prohibit learning skills above my current level. Should I give it a try? Guchon picks up the self-destruct zombie skill book and attempts to utilize it. Ding. Your self-destruct zombie skill has been upgraded to level 3. Incredible. I actually succeeded in learning it. There are indeed no level restrictions on skill acquisition. Splendid. Let us continue learning. Ding. Your self-destruct zombie skill has been upgraded to level 4. Ding. Your self-destruct zombie skill has been upgraded to level 5. Ding. Your self-destruct zombie skill has been upgraded to level 6. Most low-tier skills max out at level 20, whether through farming dungeons or direct purchases. I must swiftly elevate my low-tier skills to their zenith. This will enhance my chances of signing for high-tier skills. It is time to visit the treasure pavilion in search of more skill books. Additionally, I should tidy up the equipment in my backpack. Guchon rises and makes his way to the treasure pavilion. The treasure pavilion serves as a venue for consignment, auction, and the recycling of various equipment, materials, and skill books, resembling a marketplace. Guchon heads to the largest treasure pavilion in the city. The building, reminiscent of traditional Chinese architecture, boasts an exquisite design. Wearing a mask to conceal his identity while he purchases a significant number of skill books, Guchon approaches an available counter and inquires, "Do you have any low-tier skill books?" Typically, patrons seeking low-tier skill books are novices, and the staff, lacking enthusiasm, yawns and replies dully, "Yes, which skill book do you need?" The attendant, a slightly plump young woman, exuded an air of languor. clearly accustomed to the comfort of her bureaucratic role. I want all the skill books for professions below level 20. She was taken aback, her expression shifting to one of incredulity as she asked, "Are you certain you wish to acquire all the skill books for every profession?" Guchon feigned profundity as he replied, "Yes, please bring them all forth." "Ah, this is a substantial order." In the quaint little garden, the excitement bubbled forth. The young woman instantly perked up. "Please hold on for a moment, sir. I will fetch them for you." Approximately 5 minutes later, she emerged, cradling a collection of low-tier skill books. "Sir, these are all the skill books below level 20 available in our store. Feel free to select as you wish." Guchon estimated the pile to contain around 50 or 60 volumes, with the most common being those of levels 1 and 5. In total, there were merely 8 skill books of level 20. Furthermore, most of these skills originated from nearby secret realms. While the drop rate for low-tier skill books remained relatively high, the demand among practitioners was equally substantial. It was only those from less affluent backgrounds or those facing hardships in life who would opt to sell these low-tier skill books at a modest price for a bit of cash. Guchon declared, "I shall take them all." Chapter 25. The arrival of the 8-star guild leader in Jinghai City. The young lady swiftly retrieved a calculator and began to compute. In no time, she arrived at the total price. "Sir, there are a total of 58 skill books, amounting to 5.34 million. The first-level skills are priced at around 50 to 60,000 each, the 10th-level skills at over 100,000, and the 20th-level skills exceed 300,000 each. This is approximately the price range." Guchon quickly assessed the figures in his mind, finding them reasonable. "Is there no discount?" "Regrettably, all our products are sold at market price, with no discounts available." "Very well, then let us proceed with the card payment." Guchon handed over his bank card. Beep, beep, beep. The card transaction failed. The young lady cautiously inquired, fearing that this significant client might take his leave. "Sir, it seems your balance is insufficient." Guchon possessed 4.5 million from the Secret Realm Crisis reward, along with an additional 1.08 million from zombie hunting, totaling 5.58 million. However, the Adventurers Guild still owed him 580,000, leaving him with merely 5 million at present. He opened his storage space and poured out all the equipment and materials within, instantly filling half the room. "Process 5 million first. Check if selling these will cover the remaining amount." Upon witnessing the mountains of low-tier equipment and materials, the young lady's eyelids twitched violently. This was going to be a laborious task. It was akin to hauling several bags of 1-cent coins to the bank, appearing substantial, yet ultimately tedious and yielding little. This was not merely a large order. It was a monumental undertaking. 2 hours later, she finally completed the inventory, her body drenched in sweat, a large patch soaking her chest. Wiping the perspiration from her brow, she reported, "Sir, everything has been accounted for. The total comes to 338,000. Is that all for such a large quantity? It seems low-tier equipment and materials truly hold little value. Indeed, they are not worth much. We merely recycle scraps." Even with the 338,000 added, I still fall short by 2,000, correct? Cannot you offer a discount on that? Unfortunately, I cannot, sir. That is our policy. Not a problem. I have more. With that, Guchon opened the storage space on his task wristband and poured out another batch of equipment and materials. The previous items were those obtained from the Beast Forest, while these were from the Zombie Kingdom. Seeing the towering heap of debris before her, even more than the first batch, the young lady was momentarily flabbergasted. "Sir, perhaps I could offer you a discount?" Guchon waved his hand dismissively. "No need. I am not one to quibble over 2 or 3,000. Do not jeopardize your store's policy over such a trifling amount. Please continue with the counting. I am pressed for time." The young lady, on the verge of tears, could only bury herself in her work once more. 2 millennia later. "Sir, the inventory has been completed. The total value of these goods amounts to 422,000 yuan. Well then, let us expedite the payment." Ding. Your wife Yubeo account has received 420,000 yuan. After receiving the funds, Guchon departed from the treasure pavilion and promptly utilized all the skill books he had just acquired. Ding. The heavy strike skill has ascended to level 13. Ding. The fireball spell has reached level 10. Ding. The slow healing spell has attained level 9. To my astonishment, the 5 million has been swiftly depleted. It appears that to swiftly enhance one's strength, one must burn through resources. The pursuit of wealth and the quest for advancement must continue. Off to the next secret realm. Thunder rumbled ominously. A mass of storm clouds rapidly approached the heart of Jinghai City. Sensing the impending arrival of this tempest, the city's high-ranking officials hastily emerged to greet it. Boom! The storm clouds hovered directly above the assembly, and from within emerged a fearsome beast with azure-purple skin. This creature bore a savage visage, with green hair and tusks. Its physique as formidable as that of a rhinoceros, crackling with arcs of electricity, each breath seemingly infused with boundless thunderous power. The onlookers gazed upward, overwhelmed by a palpable sense of dread. The prominent figures of Jinghai City, who typically exuded authority, now trembled like fledgling novices. They knew that should this beast choose to strike, their annihilation would be effortless. It was the Thunder Beast. The esteemed individual had arrived. Perched atop the Thunder Beast was an elderly man. Despite his age, he possessed a youthful countenance and an aura surpassing that of a 30-year-old. Adorned in a cerulean robe etched with lightning patterns, he exemplified nobility, and his steed further accentuated his formidable prowess. The city's lord, disregarding his advanced years, hastened to the foot of the Thunder Beast, bowing respectfully. "I am Ma Shouqing, the lord of Jinghai City, here to pay my respects to the Thunder Mage." The assembly bowed their heads in reverence, echoing, "We pay our respects to the Thunder Mage." The elder raised a leg, and at once, the Thunder Beast knelt before him, facilitating his descent. The Thunder Beast, an 80-level mythical mount, boasted not only immense combat capabilities, but also the ability to soar through the skies, rendering it an exceptionally convenient companion. Its potent lightning affinity made it a favorite among lightning mages. However, the Thunder Beast's innate ferocity and volatile temperament rendered it exceedingly difficult to tame. Yet, the elder had not only succeeded in subduing this beast, but had also trained its naturally aggressive disposition into one of docility, a testament to his formidable strength. Dismounting gracefully, he approached the crowd and declared, "I am Ma Buyun, dispatched by the leadership to investigate the awakening of magical slaughter." The matter of pig slaughter? The elder's demeanor was calm, yet his presence commanded respect without the need for anger. Ma Buyun, endowed with S-level talent, is a level 83 Thunder Mage and currently serves as the third elder of the Zhangqiong Guild in Qinghai Province, renowned as one of the most formidable Thunder Mages. Often referred to as the Thunder King, the Zhangqiong Guild is the sole level 8 guild in Qinghai Province, holding the distinction of being the highest-ranked guild in the region. The upper echelon's decision to summon the third elder of an 8-star guild for an investigation underscores the gravity of the situation. Ma Shouqing and his companions proclaimed in unison, "We shall fully cooperate." Ma Buyun then instructed, "Mayor Ma, along with your secretary, will accompany me to the site of the incident. The rest may return to your duties." The other high-ranking officials of Jinghai City exchanged glances, reluctant to depart, yet unable to refuse. They could only begrudgingly acquiesce with a resounding yes. Although these individuals held prominent positions in Jinghai City, encountering a top-tier figure from an 8-level guild was exceedingly challenging. Naturally, they sought to seize this opportunity to curry favor with the esteemed Elder Ma, offering gifts and attempting to forge connections with the distinguished leader. If they could further facilitate their children's admission into the Zhangqiong Guild through Elder Ma, it would be an even greater triumph. However, their aspirations were evidently in vain, as the influential figure from the 8-star guild had already seen through their intentions, perhaps weary from countless similar encounters. He offered them no opportunity for engagement. Despite their dissatisfaction, they had no choice but to comply obediently. Chapter 26. The Investigation of Ma Buyun Before long. Ma Buyun and Lord Ma arrived at the scene of the incident, the beastly forest. Gazing upon the vast semicircular pit, comparable in size to a soccer field, at the heart of the forest, Ma Buyun could not help but furrow his brow. Indeed, this was the aftermath of a second awakening skill. But why would a master of such prowess venture into this novice secret realm to hunt beasts? It was utterly perplexing. Although Ma Buyun had reached level 83, he had yet to complete the quest for his second awakening. To accomplish this, one must not only undertake exceedingly arduous tasks and gather remarkably rare treasures, but also possess the insight to comprehend the awakening skills. While it is possible to directly complete the awakening through skill books, the drop rate for such tomes is dismally low, globally. Only 3 to 5 first awakening skill books might surface in a year, and a second awakening skill book could take years to appear. Therefore, most awakening skills rely heavily on the practitioner's innate understanding. Yet, Ma Buiyun was merely an individual with an S-level talent. For someone of such caliber, grasping a level 60 awakening skill would be relatively straightforward. However, comprehending an 80-level awakening skill proved to be a more formidable challenge. Consequently, Ma Buiyun found himself ensnared in the task for 5 long years. 5 years. Can you fathom how he endured this period? During these 5 years, his understanding of the awakening skill plateaued at 98, with no advancement whatsoever. Whether through consuming elixirs, confronting various challenging secret realms, or even seeking dual cultivation with different female practitioners, he had explored every avenue imaginable. Yet, that accursed 98 comprehension rate remained unchanged. Ma Buiyun had contemplated relinquishing the notion of a second awakening countless times. If his comprehension had been significantly lower, he might have surrendered long ago. But being just too shy of completion, he found it unbearable to give up. It was akin to missing the entrance score to Tsinghua or Peking University by a mere 2 points. The dilemma of whether to retake the exam loomed large. Retaking might not guarantee success the following year, yet not retaking would lead to attending an institution of lesser prestige, a most disheartening predicament. Ma Buiyun was acutely aware of the rarity of second awakening masters. Even he, who had not completed his second transition and was merely at level 80, had ascended to the position of the third elder in his guild, often overwhelmed with responsibilities. In contrast, those second transition masters residing in the Eagle Kingdom were at least of vice president caliber. How could they possibly find time to frolic in the novice secret realm? It was utterly bewildering. Ma Buiyun inquired. The report states that 5 individuals experienced this crisis and all survived. Where are they? I wish to interrogate them personally. Yes, I shall lead you there at once. Soon, Ma Shouqing located Xiao Yunlei and the other 3 within the slime territory. Due to the ecological devastation of the beastly forest, this year's graduates from Jinghai City were confined to leveling up in the slime domain for the time being. This has resulted in a situation where there are many players but few monsters, significantly slowing the pace of leveling up. At this moment, Xiao Yunlei and his companions were engaged in combat with a slime hero. Xiao Yunlei exclaimed, "Brothers, I found this monster. Come quickly and slay it. If we defeat this slime hero, we shall reach level 3. Brother Yunlei, I'm on my way," Ma Shouqing humbly remarked. "He is the only one among the 5 with an S-level talent, just like you, a Thunder Mage." "Oh, he is also a Thunder Mage?" Ma Buiyun suddenly felt a sense of warmth towards the child. He cast a detection spell and discovered that while Xiao Yunlei possessed S-level talent, if S-level were to be categorized, his would be S, almost bordering on A-level. This is simply a disgrace to S-level. Ma Buiyun hastily closed the detection spell, unable to bear the sight, and the warmth he felt vanished into thin air. "Then let us hasten our efforts." "All right, I shall call them over at once." Ma Shouqing swiftly stepped forward and with a single strike, dispatched the slime hero. Xiao Yunlei, infuriated, shouted, "Damn! Who stole my monster?" Upon seeing the newcomer, he couldn't help but shudder. Mayor Ma? I wasn't cursing you. I was just wondering. Why did you take my monster?" Ma Shouqing wore a grim expression, yet felt reluctant to confront a junior. He replied darkly, "Why would I steal your monster? Do I lack that little bit of experience? I have urgent matters to discuss with you. Do you see that old man over there? He is a big shot from the 8-star guild, here specifically to investigate the recent second awakening of magic. You 4 need to be respectful and recount the events of that day truthfully. Do you understand?" "Yes." Upon hearing that it was a big shot from the 8-star guild, the 4 grew anxious, their steps faltering. They timidly approached Ma Buiyun and recounted their experiences from beginning to end. Throughout, Ma Buiyun employed the truth spell and discerned that they were not lying, allowing them to leave afterward. Before departing, Xiao Yunlei mustered his courage to ask, "Old Master Ma, will I one day become a powerful Thunder Mage like you?" Ma Buiyun remained silent for a long moment, uncertain how to respond, finally saying, If you believe you can, then you can. I believe I can. So does that mean I can?" "That is wonderful. Thank you, Old Master Ma, for your encouragement. I will certainly double my efforts." Xiao Yunlei left joyfully. "Haha, as long as you're happy." Old Master Ma then inquired of Ma Shouqing, "Didn't you mention that 5 people escaped from the secret realm? What about the remaining one?" That person has already graduated and left the school. Oh, has he graduated so soon? Old master, you may not be aware, but he was a repeat student and the only one in the world to have failed a job transfer. It took him an entire year to graduate. So it's not that quick. A jobless individual, you say? I have indeed heard of that child. There is another matter I find necessary to report to you. Yesterday, a crisis erupted in the 1015-level Zombie Kingdom's secret realm in our city. Remarkably, it was a jobless individual who led the team to resolve this crisis with a staggering contribution rate of 90, and astonishingly, without any casualties among the team members. Accompanying him were two SS-level prodigies, yet neither could match his level of contribution. Isn't that peculiar? Upon hearing this news, Gu could not help but widen his eyes in disbelief. Is this truly the case? Absolutely. It even made the headlines on Weibo. Don't you usually check Weibo? Ma Lao. Ahem. Well, I am not very adept with smartphones. A jobless person, universally acknowledged as a failure, not only surpasses two SS-level geniuses, but also elevates the team's contribution rate to an extraordinary 90. In simpler terms, it's as if he single-handedly completed the secret realm. This is undoubtedly abnormal. Where is this individual now? Take me to him at once. Yes. Chapter 27. The Domain of the Trolls. After driving for over an hour, Guchon arrived at the secret realm of Lin City, known as the Domain of the Trolls. This was a level 15 to 20 secret area. At the entrance, several individuals were seeking companions for a team, but Guchon ignored them and strode directly into the realm. Unlike the zombies that roamed in hordes, trolls were not so numerous. Their intelligence was rather low, bordering on foolishness. They often attacked incorrect targets, including their own companions, which led people to affectionately refer to them as simpletons. Consequently, trolls typically fought alone, and even in the presence of a boss. No more than 10 trolls would gather together to avoid friendly fire. Despite their solitary combat style, this secret realm was by no means easy to conquer. The trolls possessed formidable attack power, resistance, and recovery abilities. Even a single troll could hold its ground against 5 seasoned adventurers. After a moment of dizziness, Gu Chen found himself within the secret realm. Before him lay a barren plain, scorched by the relentless sun hanging in the sky, rendering the land devoid of moisture. A gentle breeze stirring up clouds of yellow dust. The vegetation here was predominantly thorny plants, the only flora resilient enough to withstand the sun's harsh rays. Small lizards and sand snakes sought respite in the thickets of thorns. This was indeed the domain of the trolls, a desolate expanse. First, let us see what tasks might be available. Gu Chen activated his task wristband to check for missions related to the domain of the trolls. Personal posting, bounty for the complete brain of a troll leader. Reward, 300,000, or an equivalent value in secret potions. A bounty of 300,000 for the brain of a level 20 boss was quite a hefty sum. He accepted the task and proceeded deeper into the secret realm. Not far ahead, he spotted towering figures searching for food under the blazing sun. Gu Chen approached one of them for a closer look. It was a cyclopean troll, its single eye nearly the size of half its head, exuding an air of peculiar wisdom. Standing over 3 meters tall, its robust physique was covered in thick, rough skin, resembling that of a rhinoceros. It wielded a massive club, appearing both powerful and imposing. This cyclopean troll was far more formidable than the illustrations found in textbooks. Cyclopean troll, LV, 16, health points, 5,000, attack power, 250, defense, 100, magic defense, 100 skills, overhead smash, sweep, passive skill, thick skin, recovers 1 of maximum health every second. Unique troll skill, brain short circuit, 50 chance to attack an incorrect target. The attributes and skills of the trolls were indeed quite formidable. Particularly concerning was the thick skin passive skill, which allowed them to recover 1 of their maximum health every second, an exasperating prospect. If the boss possessed a similar ability, it was likely that any damage inflicted would be outpaced by its recovery. At that moment, the cyclopean troll noticed Gu Chen's presence. Food. Upon seeing Gu Chen, the troll's eyes gleamed with excitement, and drool instantly began to drip from its mouth. I shall reduce you to a mere pulp and savor every morsel. Huh. Devour. Subsequently, the Cyclops wielded his massive club and charged at Gu Chen. Due to the dispersed distribution of the trolls, Gu Chen was unable to utilize area of effect skills to eliminate them efficiently. Moreover, Deploying excessively powerful area attacks risked jeopardizing the delicate balance of the secret realm's ecosystem. Thus, Gu Chen resolved to engage in close combat, simultaneously honing his melee combat experience. When confronting such colossal yet sluggish creatures, one must rely on agility rather than brute strength for triumph. Equipped with the Venomous Claw, a fighter-exclusive, purple-quality weapon, available at level 15. Boasting an attack power of 60 and agility of 15, each strike could accumulate 30 points of poison damage, stacking up to 5 layers. The Cyclops swung his club down with great force. Meat pie, a nimble retreat. Guchon executed a backward leap, effortlessly evading the troll's assault, as the colossal hammer crashed into the ground, creating a deep crater. Lunging forward. Following this, he activated a rogue's displacement attack skill, lunging directly beside the troll to unleash a flurry of strikes. Heavy strike, triple hit, lightning 5 strikes. The Cyclops' health plummeted, 477, 687, 443. Poison for 30, 60, 150, 150. This combination of attacks fully maximized the poison effect of the Venomous Claw. Ouch! Ouch! The troll swung his club, attempting to send Gu Chen flying with a sweeping attack. A forward roll. Gu Chen executed a forward roll, slipping beneath the troll and emerging behind it, evading the sweeping strike, and immediately launched into another brutal assault. Backstab, jabs, crushing fist, 1,000-year kill. Finally, he executed a suplex to finish the encounter. Gu Chen clasped the troll's robust waist and summoned all his strength to hurl it backward. However, he underestimated the troll's weight when he lifted the creature to its zenith. He ultimately could not withstand its mass. His waist buckled, and the troll landed heavily upon him. Boom. Thud. The troll's substantial body crashed down on Gu Chen. Its posterior met his face directly. Gu Chen's health stood at 250, but fortunately, the Cyclops succumbed to Gu Chen's relentless onslaught. Alas, I dodged all of the troll's attacks, yet I could not evade its buttock strike. What a blunder. This surely ranks among the top 5 most embarrassing moments of my career. I hope no one witnessed that. With great effort, Gu Chen pushed the troll's body aside and rose to his feet, surveying his surroundings. Thankfully, there were no other adventurers nearby. With the Cyclops defeated, he gained 500 experience points and acquired the weapon, Bone-Breaking Club. Bone-Crushing Club, a colossal weapon crafted from bronze, available at level 15. With an attack power of 80 and a constitution requirement of 10. Passive effect, grants a 5 chance to deliver a critical strike, stunning the enemy for 2 seconds. Universal effect of colossal weapons. Attacking with a colossal weapon has a 50 chance to shatter the opponent's defensive skills, such as blocking, parrying, or countering. Colossal weapons are impressive. These two-handed armaments can only be wielded singly by ordinary classes. However, having acquired all the skills of the Berserker and Dragon Slayer, I should be capable of wielding 2 colossal weapons, much like Chen Hui. I shall attempt to find another shortly. Gu Chen proceeded forward, soon encountering a Cyclops, which he swiftly dispatched. Alas, this Cyclops did not yield any weaponry. After defeating several more trolls, he finally obtained a bone-crushing club. The moment of witnessing a miracle had arrived. Gu Chen grasped one bone-crushing club in his left hand, then the other in his right. Holding a colossal weapon in each hand bestowed upon him an imposing and formidable presence. Indeed, it is possible. Yet, the quality of these bone-crushing clubs leaves much to be desired. Wielding 2 top-tier colossal weapons would undoubtedly result in explosive damage. Suddenly, a new idea sparked within Gu Chen. If I can wield 2 colossal weapons, could I not also wield 2 staves simultaneously? It seems plausible. Brandishing 2 staves would allow me to unleash magic that combines the magical damage provided by both, elevating my output to unprecedented heights. Not only staves, but I believe I could also wield 2 bows. However, wielding 2 bows would negate the ability to draw one. Perhaps I shall abandon that thought. It seems I have set myself a new objective, not only to collect various skill tomes to enhance my skills, but also to amass an array of top-tier weapons. Gu Chen stowed the 2 clubs in his backpack and continued deeper into the mysterious realm. Chapter 28. The Secret Elixir of Level Suppression. Meanwhile, Ma Buiyun had traced Gu Chen's whereabouts and arrived at the entrance of the secret realm within the realm of the trolls. Ma Shouqing remarked, Elder Ma, since we have confirmed that Gu Chen is within this secret realm, Shall we wait here for him to emerge? Wait for him to emerge. I cannot afford such leisure, retorted Elder Ma as he retrieved a vial of elixir from his backpack, swiftly consuming several capsules. Upon witnessing this elixir, Ma Shouqing's pupils dilated in shock. Is this the elixir of level suppression? The secret realm forbids entry to practitioners whose levels exceed the realm's level by 5. In lower-tier secret realms, this restriction is inconsequential, as they seldom yield valuable items. However, higher-tier secret realms can produce exceptional rewards, such as skill books, specialized equipment, and quest materials. Yet, high-level practitioners cannot afford to be trapped in such realms indefinitely for the sake of a single skill book or piece of equipment. Once their level surpasses the realm's limit, they are barred from re-entry, leaving them with unfulfilled skills and incomplete sets, an unfortunate predicament indeed. Ultimately, it presents a dilemma. Yet, the ingenuity of humanity knows no bounds. A high-tier alchemist recognized this opportunity and assembled a team to develop an elixir capable of suppressing levels. Suppressing levels? How is that different from restoring youth? If such a concoction is successfully created, I will live-stream myself eating excrement while standing on my head. Many dismissed this notion as mere fantasy, with numerous individuals believing the alchemist had lost his mind in pursuit of profit. However, to their astonishment, he succeeded in developing the level suppression elixir within a mere 3 years. That day, the internet was flooded with live streams of individuals eating excrement while standing on their heads. Upon the elixir's release, it was immediately met with frenzied demand, and its price soared dramatically, from tens of thousands to upwards of hundreds of thousands for a single vial. Occasionally, it even appeared at auction houses. The utility of the level suppression elixir was undeniably vast. Whether for farming equipment, acquiring skill books, or assisting others, its applications were manifold. Consequently, people began to refer to this elixir as the depressant. After over a decade of price regulation, the cost of the depressant stabilized. Yet it remained at an exorbitant price of 100,000 per vial, an expense only the affluent could comfortably bear. One vial of the depressant can suppress a practitioner's level by 5. Thus, for the 83rd level Ma Buiyun to enter a secret realm of level 1520, he would require 12 vials, amounting to an astonishing 1.2 million. For an ordinary practitioner, 1.2 million is indeed a significant sum. Yet, for a figure like Ma Buiyun, money is but a mere number. Time is of greater value. After consuming the depressant, Ma Buiyun did not linger. Striding directly into the secret realm, leaving Ma Shouqing in a state of shock, unable to close his mouth. He just consumed 1.2 million in one go. That's equivalent to my entire annual salary. You individuals truly do not regard money as money. Is it so difficult to wait for just 2 hours? In the blink of an eye, Ma Buiyun found himself within the depths of the troll's secret realm. Although his level had been reduced to 23, this merely affected his inherent attributes. All the skills he had acquired remained intact, and the enhancements from his weapons and equipment were undiminished. At level 23, Ma Buiyun was an absolute force to be reckoned with in this realm. Lightning traveled 1,000 miles, with his entire being aglow with lightning. Ma Buiyun adeptly navigated the secret realm, searching for Gu Chen's presence. Soon, he spotted a young lad engaged in a solitary battle with a troll. A youth daring enough to challenge a troll alone at such a tender level must undoubtedly be this one. Ma Buiyun chose not to reveal his presence, but instead observed Gu Chen's abilities from a distance. Detection technique. Name: Guchon. Level: 19. Profession: none. Health: magic. Constitution: agility. What is this? Why does my detection technique yield nothing but question marks? Could it be due to my distance? Let me draw closer. As he approached to gather more information on Guchon, the display still revealed nothing but question marks. Odd. Could it be that my pressure-reducing medication has weakened my skills? That shouldn't be the case. Let me try again. With widened eyes, Ma Buiyun continued to cast his detection technique upon Guchon. Detection technique. Detection technique. Detection technique. Unbeknownst to him, Guchon had already sensed that someone was observing him. Ding. Advanced perception skill activated. Detection of someone using detection technique on you. As Guchon battled a two-headed troll alone, his passive skill, advanced perception, was triggered, alerting him to the presence of a watcher. Is someone spying on me? While there are many professionals within the troll's secret realm, I have ventured deep into its recesses. There should be no one of note here. This individual has persistently used detection techniques on me more than a dozen times. How relentless. It seems they are unable to glean any information about me. Perhaps they are starting to doubt themselves. Seizing a moment between attacks, Gu Chen quickly scanned his surroundings and noticed an elderly man peering at him from a short distance away. This immediately raised Gu Chen's suspicions. An old man? Is it possible for someone of such advanced age to have only attained level 20? Absolutely not. For a professional to reach their 20s, it typically takes at least several days, if not a year or more. If one were to linger around level 20 for years, it could only suggest a lack of talent unsuitable for a career in this realm. Without needing anyone to point it out, they would have long since changed professions. The presence of this old man in such a low-level secret realm was evidently abnormal. He must be utilizing some form of secret potion specifically to investigate me. In the realm of the crisis of the abyss, I am revealing my prowess in corporeal techniques. Thus, I shall engage solely with such skills in battle. Coupled with the effects of my stealth ability, I render myself undetectable. Gu Chen paid no heed to Ma Buiyun, choosing instead to continue his relentless monster hunting. Upon vanquishing a two-headed ogre, he garnered 600 experience points. Suddenly, Gu Chen discerned a colossal ogre ahead, significantly larger than its counterparts. He hastened to investigate. This ogre donned a suit of black iron armor and wielded a massive axe, its exposed skin marred by numerous scars. Its fearsome visage, combined with its towering height of over 3 meters, rendered it exceedingly ferocious. Eye of Insight. Gu Chen activated the Eye of Insight to ascertain the attributes of the Ogre Warlord. Ogre Warlord, Elite, LV, 19, Health 15, 000, Attack Power 350, Defense 150. Magic Defense 150, Skills, Headbutt, Charge, Leap Strike, Sweep, Triple Sweep. Passive Skill, Tougher Skin, Thicker Flesh, recovers 2 of maximum health per second. Ogre Racial Skill, Brain Fart, 50 chance to attack the wrong target. An elite monster. Its attributes are indeed formidable. Yet, the name of that passive skill, is it truly so casual? Recovering 2 of maximum health per second, the Ogre Warlord possesses 15,000 health, equating to a recovery of 300 health points every second. For an ordinary practitioner, this would pose a considerable challenge. Nevertheless, such recovery is insufficient to deter me. Old man, watch closely as I demonstrate my finesse. Chapter 29. Unscathed as he dominates the Troll Warlord. Astonishing Master Ma. Oh, is this young man daring to challenge the Troll Warlord in a duel? I am most eager to witness his prowess. Master Ma, concealing himself at a distance, began to observe Gu Chen's battle. At that moment, the Troll Warlord also took notice of Gu Chen, immediately charging forth with a fierce onslaught. The behemoth barreled towards Gu Chen like a rampaging rhinoceros. It is a formidable challenge for any ordinary individual to withstand such an impact, especially considering that the colossal weapon possesses a unique effect that ignores 50 of defensive skills. Thus, Gu Chen prudently opted not to risk absorbing this blow. Just as the troll was about to collide with him, Guchon executed a flawless side roll, evading the impending impact. The Troll Warlord swung its axe wildly, but being a seasoned elite creature, it swiftly pivoted and unleashed a sweeping attack directly aimed at Gu Chen. A backward leap. The massive axe narrowly grazed the tip of Gu Chen's nose as he adeptly sidestepped the Troll Warlord's strike. That was a close call. The reach of that colossal weapon is indeed vast, and it was nearly impossible to escape unscathed. Master Ma silently remarked, quick reflexes and keen awareness. Well dodged. The failure of 2 attacks evidently infuriated the Troll Warlord. With a fearsome roar, it unleashed its ultimate move, the Triple Sweep. Triple Sweep, a series of 3 powerful slashes aimed at all targets ahead, each inflicting 150 damage and possessing a knockback effect. Given the already extensive reach of the colossal weapon, evading a single sweep is challenging enough. To contend with 3 consecutive sweeps is nearly insurmountable for practitioners around level 20, who typically lack potent displacement skills. Master Ma stroked his white beard, intrigued as he mused aloud. You've already expended 2 common displacement skills. I wonder how you shall evade this one. The Troll Warlord swiftly unleashed 3 axe strikes. Crouch, blink, aerial leap. Yet, Gu Chen once more employed 3 evasion skills with remarkable ease, dodging the Troll Warlord's 3 slashes. What in the world is happening? Master Ma's jaw nearly dropped in disbelief. How could he have utilized 3 different class displacement skills to evade the troll warlord's onslaught? Crouching is a skill used by martial artists to avoid mid and upper level attacks. Blink is a displacement skill of the assassin class, while aerial leap is utilized by rangers. Although the records indicate that the crisis of the zombie kingdom was primarily resolved by Gu Chen, they do not specify the methods he employed, merely stating that he fought using martial techniques. Thus, Master Ma remained unaware of Gu Chen's true capabilities. Now, witnessing Gu Chen simultaneously wielding skills from 3 different classes, how could Master Ma not be astonished? Is he not classless? How can he so effortlessly and adeptly employ skills from 3 distinct professions? This young man must surely harbor some hidden secret. I must interrogate him thoroughly later. After evading the onslaught of the troll warlord, Gu Chen commenced his counterattack. Lunge, crippling strike, crushing fist, jab, uppercut, backflip. Gu Chen deftly maneuvered into the warlord's vicinity during the intervals of its attacks, executing a flurry of combos, and then gracefully performed a backflip to evade the troll's retaliatory strike. Shadow ambush, low kick, bone shatter, triple strike, leap back. Gu Chen replicated his previous tactics, unleashing another series of strikes. The troll warlord's health plummeted. 527, 637, 413, 421. Under the relentless barrage from Gu Chen, the troll warlord was swiftly reduced to a critical state. At this moment, the areas of its belly and lower back, unprotected by armor, were left mangled and bloodied by Gu Chen's venomous claws. Coupled with the poison's debilitating effects, the warlord's health regeneration of 300 points per second could not keep pace with Gu Chen's ferocious output. Roar! The troll warlord bellowed once more, summoning the last vestiges of its strength to unleash a final sweeping attack. Just then, the cooldown period for Gu Chen's previously employed 3 mobility skills concluded perfectly. Crouch, blink, aerial leap. Gu Chen adeptly evaded the warlord's strike once again, following up with another round of assaults. Iron Mountain Slam, sneak attack, left whip kick, left roundhouse, lightning 5-hit whip. Wait, it's dead? Boom. Before Gu Chen could complete his lightning 5-hit whip, the troll warlord's massive form crashed to the ground. Troll warlord slain. Gained 2,000 experience points, received a giant axe, and a sturdy iron armor piece. Gu Chen was quite pleased with his flawless performance in dispatching the troll warlord without sustaining any damage. Not too shabby. At this moment, Ma Buiyun stood in astonishment. His jaw agape. A melee class character managed to slay the troll warlord without a scratch. This must be a historical first among players of the same level. Not only did he possess evasive skills from multiple classes, but he was also proficient in all forms of offensive techniques. This was no mere amateur. He was clearly a master of all trades. Furthermore, his damage output was explosive, effortlessly dispatching an elite-level tank in just 3 rounds. To achieve such impressive damage at level 19 was nothing short of terrifying. Even a warrior with an SSS talent might not match his output. This lad was undeniably a once-in-a-billion prodigy. Unable to contain his excitement any longer, Old Ma stepped forward and exclaimed, "Young friend, your skill set is exceedingly formidable." Gu Chen turned to find the elder had approached him, and with calm composure, he replied, "Thank you for the compliment, esteemed elder. May I inquire as to your identity? I am Ma Buiyun, here specifically to investigate the destruction incident in the Beast Forest. I heard you were present on the day of the event, so I wish to gather some information from you." "No problem, I will certainly speak the truth." Truth spell activate. Without seeking Gu Chen's consent, Old Ma initiated the truth spell. A figure of his stature did not require pleasantries when interrogating a younger individual. Truth spell? My skill of concealment enables me to flawlessly shield my information. I wonder if it can also obscure the inquiry regarding the truth spell. After a moment's hesitation, Gu Chen recounted the events of that day to Ma Buiyun, albeit in a modified version. Ma Buiyun furrowed his brow. Despite employing the truth spell throughout, he could perceive only a chaotic swirl in Gu Chen's mind, rendering him unable to discern which statements were true and which were false. Why was it that the insight technique could not access his personal information, nor could the truth spell ascertain the veracity of his words? Could it be that this young man possessed some hidden artifact of information concealment? Soon, Gu Chen completed his narrative. After listening, Ma Buiyun nodded slightly, acknowledging that Gu Chen's account was fundamentally consistent with that of the 4 others. This suggested that the truth spell, too, was incapable of penetrating the divine-level skill to unveil my thoughts. Gu Chen then inquired, "Ma Laosher, do you have any other matters to discuss? If not, I shall take my leave." "Indeed, there is one matter I wish to ask you," Ma Buiyun replied. "How is it that you are able to wield skills from multiple professions?" Chapter 30. A humiliating blunder by Master Ma. Haha, I asked what needed to be asked. Fortunately, I was well prepared. Guchon remarked, "Master Ma, I indeed failed in my career transition, becoming the only person in the world without a profession. I have experienced anguish, confusion, and even entertained thoughts of despair. However, after deep reflection, I resolved to make a change. The entire world has abandoned me, and if I were to forsake myself, I would have truly lost. Thus, I dedicated myself to studying various skills and techniques, discovering that they were not particularly difficult to learn. Crouching is merely dodging an enemy's attack by lowering oneself, right? That is easily grasped, posing no challenge. Front rolls and back rolls are simply rolling on the ground. After playing a few rounds with Sun Shangxiang, one could master it easily. Moreover, a sudden dash is just moving a great distance swiftly. And a 3-hit combo is merely striking 3 times. If one strikes again, that becomes a 4-hit combo. If one strikes yet again, it is dubbed a lightning 5-hit whip. I must say, Teacher Bao's lightning 5-hit whip is incredibly effective. Upon hearing Gu Chen's explanation, Ma Buiyun found it hard to believe. "Are you saying these skills you utilize were all self-taught?" "Indeed, it is not difficult at all. You can try it too. Just practice the simplest crouching skill. Simply lower yourself like this." Suddenly filled with a thirst for knowledge, this level 83 powerhouse emulated Gu Chen's instructions and successfully executed a crouch. "Is this how it is done?" Yes. The movement is perfectly executed. It can be deemed flawless." Ma Buiyun, with an expression of disbelief, exclaimed, "I learned to crouch?" "Indeed. If you don't believe me, find a wild monster to test it out." Skeptically, Ma Buiyun approached a cyclops and declared, "Hey, fool, attack me." "Huh, haha, a meat pie has come to me." The cyclops scratched its head and then swung its club. Seizing the moment, Ma Buiyun attempted to crouch. "I crouch, oh, I can't seem to crouch." Boom. A massive club struck Ma Buiyun's frail form directly. The feeble old man was sent flying 4 or 5 meters before crashing to the ground. Gu Chen's face was filled with exasperation. How utterly embarrassing. Just a moment ago, you executed it flawlessly. Why can't you crouch in the heat of battle? By heavens, this is going to cost me dearly. The dignity of these esteemed individuals is paramount. I hope Master Ma does not decide to end my life for causing him such embarrassment. I should quickly assess what escape skills I possess. At that moment, Master Ma's expression mirrored Gu Chen's. This is truly mortifying. I can crouch to smoke or relieve myself without issue. How could I fail to dodge a simple attack? I cannot master such a basic skill. To be struck by this foolish cyclops, if this gets out, my reputation will be severely tarnished. I must reclaim my honor. Ma Buiyun rose to his feet, clearing his throat. It has been over a decade since I last endured a beating. Today, you, the Cyclops, should consider yourself fortunate to have struck me. Humph. Is the meat pie speaking so arrogantly? Just watch as I shatter you. The Cyclops swung his massive club once more at Ma Buiyun. With a gentle lift of his hand, a streak of lightning burst forth. "You may now die with honor." Thunderstorm. A sharp crack of thunder resounded. The Cyclops' health plummeted to 18,700. In an instant, he was obliterated by the force of the lightning, reduced to a crimson mist. Witnessing the terrifying damage inflicted by Ma Buiyun, Guchon could not restrain a gulp. A mere level 15 thunderstorm spell dealt over 10,000 damage, instantly vanquishing the Cyclops. And this was while the expert suppressed his own level to 60. Just how much damage could he unleash without such restraint? This exemplifies the chasm that lies between a master and a novice. If Ma Buiyun wished to eliminate me, without exaggeration, I could be slain by him 1,000 times over. No amount of escape skills would suffice. Fleeing is utterly futile. I must confront this with composure. At this moment, Ma Buiyun slowly approached Gu Chen, devoid of any intent to harm him. Instead, he spoke somewhat awkwardly, ahem. Although crouching appears deceptively simple, it seems I cannot transcend the barriers of vocational skill acquisition. I have embarrassed myself before you. How could I possibly laugh at you, Elder Ma? It was my poor suggestion that led you to such a predicament. No worries. As long as you refrain from speaking of this outside, all will be well. Rest assured, Elder Ma, I shall remain tight-lipped. At this juncture, Gu Chen felt as though he had narrowly escaped death. Ma Buiyun stroked his beard, pondering for a moment, then remarked, I believe I understand why you are capable of learning skills across professions. Please enlighten me, Elder Ma. You are an unclassed individual, devoid of a profession, which equates to the absence of vocational limitations. Thus, you are able to learn skills across different professions. Do you find my reasoning sound? Gu Chen displayed an expression of enlightenment, realizing, after your insightful analysis, I see it clearly now. Truly, the expert speaks with clarity, articulating precisely what I wish to explain, sparing me the effort. Though seemingly unclassed, one might be considered omniprofessional. Is this the essence of an unclassed individual? Ma Buiyun inquired. I noticed your damage output was quite significant. May I ask what your attributes are? Attributes? I am unaware of my attributes. All that appears here are question marks. Oh, that explains it. No wonder my probing technique could not discern your attributes. It turns out you cannot see them yourself. Then how did you achieve such high damage? By exercising. Exercising? While physical training indeed promotes health, it contributes nearly nothing to the attributes and damage of a professional. Is it truly beneficial for you? Of course, it is. Once, a bald man proclaimed that if one were to diligently perform 100 push-ups, 100 sit-ups, 100 squats, and complete a 10-kilometer run daily, one could transform from a feeble wretch into a formidable force that instills fear in others. Thus, I resolved to persevere. The result of my unwavering commitment to training was that I indeed grew stronger. Fortunately, I did not lose my hair. Old Ma silently nodded, pondering. Perhaps this is the unique path of growth for the unemployed. The unemployed, quite intriguing. Suddenly, Old Ma had a thought. Hey, I noticed you were only utilizing physical techniques earlier. Have you ever attempted to learn magical skills? Guchon had long wished to showcase his magical talents, but had struggled to find the right opportunity. Perhaps this moment was fortuitous. Magical skills? Those incantations are obscure and difficult to comprehend. I have yet to try them. Old Ma's interest piqued. In truth, magical skills are not as daunting as they seem. Allow me to teach you. Old Ma, is this appropriate? What is inappropriate about it? You just taught me how to squat. Now I am merely imparting another skill. Thus we are even. I am a thunder mage, wielding the power of lightning magic. First, you must extend your hand and attempt to summon the lightning elements from the atmosphere. Then, I will teach you a simple incantation for lightning magic. I will say a line, and you shall repeat after me. Shandianjian. Shandianjian? Old Ma, am I pronouncing it correctly? A surge of electric power rapidly coalesced in Gu Chen's hand, manifesting into a crackling lightning arrow. Ma Buiyun's pupils dilated in astonishment. The lad had mastered it in an instant. Moreover, he had not employed any skill book. Truly a prodigy. Just then, a voice echoed in Ma Buiyun's mind, a sound that had not been heard in many years. Ding! Your secondary awakening skill comprehension rate has risen to 98. 5. What is happening? Chapter 31. Apprenticeship with Master Ma Buiyun. Your secondary awakening skill comprehension rate has risen to 98. 5. The long-dormant voice echoed once more in Ma Buiyun's mind, stirring tumultuous waves within him. What? My comprehension rate for the secondary awakening has actually increased by 0.5 percentage points? What is happening? It has been 5 years since my comprehension rate last rose. I was ready to give up. Why has it suddenly surged now? What did I just do? Was I not merely instructing Guchon on casting the lightning arrow? Guchon, could it be that this lad's remarkable comprehension has bestowed enlightenment upon me? That seems the only plausible explanation. All skills can be learned without a skill book, merely requiring a slight nudge. This is indeed a prodigy among prodigies, a genius beyond compare. Perhaps Guchon is the key to my understanding of the secondary awakening skills. I must forge a connection with this young man. Noticing the shifts in Ma Buiyun's expression, Guchon inquired, Are you all right, Master Ma? Returning to his senses, Ma Buiyun joyfully slapped his thigh and exclaimed, Wonderful, wonderful. It is truly remarkable that under my guidance, you have swiftly mastered the lightning arrow. You are indeed a rare talent in the realm of magic. Guchon offered a faint smile, replying, Thank you for your praise, Master. It's not your teaching. I already knew how to do it. Come, let us attempt to learn a more advanced skill, the thunderstorm spell. Guchon, somewhat taken aback, thought, Why has this old man suddenly become so enthusiastic about me? What is he truly thinking? Although he considered declining, a sense of hesitation lingered within him. Should he continue learning? Why not? Seize the moment. Now, channel the lightning elements from the atmosphere with your hands, and repeat after me. Lei Bao Shu. I am not concerned about my ability to learn. Rather, I worry that if we continue like this, you will be astonished to discover that I can master skills that you cannot. I really cannot continue learning. Lei Ban Shu. Gu Chen deliberately mispronounced a character in the incantation, causing the spell to fail. It's not Lei Ban Shu, it's thunderstorm spell. Lei Ba Shu. I have failed again. No, Master, my brain feels like it's about to overload. This magic is too challenging for me. After a moment of contemplation, Master Ma remarked, to have you learn a level 15 lightning magic right from the start, it appears I may have been a bit too hasty. No matter. We have plenty of time ahead. Very well, if there is nothing else, I shall take my leave. Plenty of time ahead. Guchon paused, perplexed by Master Ma's words. Master Ma stroked his beard and said, Gu Chen, I see great potential in you, and you will undoubtedly achieve greatness in the future. However, one cannot embark on the journey of growth without the guidance of a master. Thus, do you wish to become my disciple and learn from me? Ma Buyu, why has this old man suddenly expressed an interest in taking me as his apprentice? Could he truly value my extraordinary potential? Is he eager to impart his knowledge? Or does he harbor some other ulterior motive? Regardless of his intentions, as long as he means me no harm, I shall proceed. Moreover, being able to study under a distinguished master brings me considerable advantages, provided he is not excessively stingy. He should offer me substantial benefits and help me navigate my path to advancement with fewer detours. Since it is he who wishes to take me as his disciple, I shall not allow this old sage to escape unscathed. Gu Chen inquired, what advantages does becoming a disciple confer? Ma Buiyun appeared somewhat astonished at Gu Chen's question. After all, he was the third elder of the most formidable guild in Qinghai province. There were countless individuals eager to be his apprentice, and never had anyone come forth to demand benefits outright. While it is indeed a master's duty to bestow equipment and materials upon their disciples, Gu Chen's blatant request for advantages was unprecedented. However, after his initial surprise, Ma Buiyun quickly regained his composure. Given that Gu Chen is the only unclassed individual in the world, people merely fail to recognize the true potential of the unclassed. They are blinded by the misconception that being unclassed equates to being useless. If they were aware that an unclassed individual possesses no occupational limitations, akin to a full-time professional, those high-level veterans would undoubtedly clamor to take Gu Chen as their apprentice. Would it even be appropriate for someone like me, Ma Buiyun, to be considered? If I could take Gu Chen under my wing, it would be as if a stroke of fortune had graced my ancestral graves, an extraordinary boon. Furthermore, my ability to successfully comprehend the second awakening skill will depend on the surprises Gu Chen may bring forth in the future. Therefore, it is imperative that I take Gu Chen as my disciple today. Ma Buiyun smiled warmly and said, the advantages are indeed substantial. Although I am not yet a top-tier powerhouse and my talent is merely S-grade, I have ascended to a position of considerable strength through sheer effort. While I may not be able to defeat double S-grade experts of the same tier, I am undoubtedly among the foremost S-grade individuals. As long as you take me as your master, I assure you that you shall not be bullied. Treasures of heaven and earth, secret realms of skills, whatever you require, I shall do my utmost to procure for you. So, are you willing? Gu Chen, recognizing the opportunity, replied, I am willing. Master, please accept my bow. Given Gu Chen's current low level, as long as he could find a prominent figure to protect him, it mattered little who it was. His immediate goal was to grow as swiftly as possible. Ma Buiyun nodded in satisfaction. Very well. From this day forth, you shall be my disciple. I had not intended to take on a disciple today, so I do not have any gifts for our first meeting. However, I will find some equipment for you upon my return and present it to you. For now, let us focus on your leveling up. Thank you, Master. Follow in my footsteps. We are off to hunt the troll boss. Yes, the two established a team relationship, and as a master-disciple duo, they would receive a 20 experience bonus. Harnessing the power of thunder and lightning, Ma Buiyun swiftly journeyed deeper into the secret realm. Everywhere they passed, sparks flew and lightning crackled, obliterating the trolls along their path. Gu Chen merely needed to closely trail behind the venerable Ma to absorb the experience. Soon, the two individuals encountered the formidable boss, the Troll Chief. Troll Chief, LV, 20, health points 150, 000, attack power 850, defense 300, magic defense 300, skills, overhead smash. Heavy strike, horizontal sweep, triple horizontal sweep, savage charge, frenzy, earthquake. Passive skill, tougher skin, tougher flesh. Recovers 2 of maximum health every second. Surrounding the Troll Chief were several elite monsters guarding it. Upon observing the attributes of the Troll Chief, Guchon could not help but furrow his brow. Setting aside the Troll's formidable attack and defense capabilities, the terrifying regeneration ability of the Troll Chief alone was a nightmare for countless adventurers. With 150,000 health points and a recovery of 2 of maximum health per second, it equated to a staggering 3,000 health points regained every second. For an ordinary adventurer, defeating it without assembling a team of 100 would indeed be a formidable challenge, as they might not be able to inflict damage as swiftly as it could recover. Even with a 100-member team, vanquishing the Troll Chief would likely turn into a protracted battle. Gu Chen realized that to swiftly eliminate the troll, he would probably need to unleash 2 or 3 awakened skills to achieve a decisive strike. At that moment, Master Mott turned to Gu Chen and said, "When facing a tank-like boss, the most effective strategy is to eliminate it swiftly. My disciple, today I shall grant you the opportunity to witness the power of a level 60 awakened skill, Thunder Tribulation." Chapter 32, Ascending 20 Levels. Ma Buiyun performed a series of intricate gestures and incantations, causing the previously clear sky to darken abruptly, shrouded in ominous clouds with thunder rumbling ominously. A myriad of lightning bolts, as thick as barrels, cascaded from the heavens, bombarding the area where the Troll Lord resided. Boom, boom, boom. The first casualties were the elite trolls tasked with guarding the boss, whose meager health of nearly 15,000 could not withstand even a single strike of the thunderous wrath, reducing them to charred remains. With the demise of the elite trolls, the boss became the sole target of the relentless lightning strikes. The bolts continuously struck the Troll Lord, transforming his ashen skin into a charred black, releasing an acrid scent of burnt flesh. Troll Lord's health, 23 for 130. 22, 100. 22, 130. Roar. The Troll Lord let out a pained howl, yet it was drowned out by the cacophony of thunder. Under Ma Buiyun's formidable assault, the Troll Lord barely endured a few seconds amidst the tempest before succumbing to his fate. Ding! The Troll Lord is slain, earning 38,000 experience points. Upon witnessing the Troll Lord's demise, Ma Buiyun ceased his magical onslaught, proudly declaring, "What do you think, my disciple? Is this level 60 awakened skill satisfactory?" Gu Chen, eager to flatter, exclaimed, "Wow! The special effects of this level 60 awakened skill are truly spectacular. Master, you are remarkable. Remarkable. Truly remarkable. You flaunt a level 60 awakened skill as if it were nothing. If not for my low attributes hindering my damage output, I would have effortlessly unleashed an 80-level lightning awakened skill to truly dazzle you." Ma Buiyun stroked his beard thoughtfully and remarked, "With diligent practice, once you master the power of lightning, it is entirely possible for you to learn this skill in the future." "I shall practice diligently," Gu Chen replied. "How much experience do you need to level up?" Gu Chen glanced at the experience bar, noting that he required an additional 60 to advance. As levels increased, so too did the experience required for ascension, making it impossible to replicate the previous instances of rapidly leveling up by conquering a dungeon. The effects of the level suppression potion will last for over 2 hours. We must seize this opportunity. Today, I shall guide you to level 20. The potion's effects can endure for 4 hours, and should the duration expire without exiting the low-tier dungeon, one would automatically be ejected, potentially suffering backlash from the dungeon and losing a portion of experience. Gu Chen approached the boss's corpse to loot it, acquired a Rending Great Axe, a Frenzy skill book, and a Bullhorn helmet. Rending Great Axe, Golden Quality, LV, 20, Attack Power 200, Constitution 20. Attack Speed 10, Passive Effect, a 10 chance to inflict bleeding on attack, dealing 100 points of true damage per second. Can stack up to 5 layers. This weapon is quite impressive. But is there anything else of value to be gleaned from this boss's remains? Before entering the dungeon, Gu Chen had accepted a quest to retrieve the complete brain of the Troll Chieftain. At that moment, the body of the Troll Chieftain had been reduced to cinders by the lightning tribulation, yet fortunately, the form remained largely intact. Gu Chen meticulously performed a cranial surgery on the Troll Chieftain and discovered that the brain was still remarkably whole. However, Upon opening the skull, he noted that the brain was still emitting steam, appearing thoroughly cooked. Was it electrically cooked? After pondering for a moment, he decided to extract the brain. The quest required the complete brain of the troll chieftain, without specifying whether it should be raw or cooked. As long as it was whole, he could not be held accountable. At that moment, Ma Buiyun inquired, "What do you intend to do with the troll chieftain's brain?" "Their SA commissioned buying it for 30,000. As far as I know, the troll chieftain's brain is utterly useless. It cannot be used as material for alchemical concoctions, nor can it be consumed. Why would anyone pay such a hefty price for it? I am not certain. Professional adventurers often take delight in studying peculiar items. Perhaps they are researching some new potion," Guchon replied. "Indeed, that is quite possible. Let us continue hunting monsters," Ma Buiyun suggested. Gu Chen stowed the chieftain's brain in his backpack and followed Ma Buiyun to continue their monster-slaying endeavors. 2 hours later, Ma Buiyun and Gu Chen emerged from the secret realm, at which point Gu Chen successfully reached level 20. Name: Guchon. Level: LV. 20. Profession: None. Health: 3,300. 3,300. Mana: Max. Vitality: 330. Strength: 330. Agility: 330. Intelligence: 330. Physical attack: 726. Magic attack: 660. Critical rate: 6. Evasion rate: 6. Once again, Ma Buiyun cast a detection spell on Guchon, but could still see nothing but his level. Upon seeing them emerge, Ma Shouqing, who had been waiting at the entrance, approached them. "Old Ma, why were you inside for so long?" "I was quite worried out here," Ma Buiyun replied. "I was just helping my apprentice level up a bit, which took some time." "Apprentice? Who?" "This is Guchon." Ma Shouqing's face was a picture of astonishment. "Guchon, you have taken him as your apprentice?" "Indeed." "Oh, you lucky lad. To become old Ma's disciple, your ancestors must be glowing with pride." Guchon chuckled. "Indeed. With a bit of music, my family's ancestral grave could host a dance party." Ma Buiyun then said, "Guchon, I shall now bring you into our Sangqiong Guild. Once you become a member, you will enjoy the benefits of an 8th level guild blessing." Guchon inquired, "What kind of bonuses can I expect?" "As an 8th level guild, we can offer up to an 80 enhancement in attributes and experience. Ordinary members, due to their lower rank, only enjoy half of the guild's benefits, which amounts to 40. Elite members can reap a 50 bonus, while elders enjoy a 60 enhancement. The vice president receives a 70 boost, and the president is granted an 80 advantage. As you have just joined the guild, you will undoubtedly start as an ordinary member. However, there is no need for concern, as I shall promote you to an elite member in a few months." "Is it truly going to take several months to ascend to elite status?" "That seems rather prolonged," remarked Ma Shouqing. "Foolish boy, what are you thinking? The Sangqiong Guild is the most formidable guild in our Xinghai province. Do you have any idea how many people are clamoring to join yet cannot? And here you are, being picky. You should agree without hesitation." Guchon replied, "I appreciate your kindness, but I do not intend to join another's guild. I aspire to establish my own." "Foolish boy, why would you shun such a golden opportunity? Creating a guild may seem simple, but do you comprehend the challenges of fostering it to greatness?" To Guchon, the attributes and experience bonuses associated with positions above elder in an 8-star guild are indeed substantial. However, those below the elder rank offer only modest benefits. If he were to become president, elevating the guild to level 5 would grant him a 50 bonus, and further advancements would yield pure profit. Moreover, leading his own guild would allow him autonomy, negating the need to serve as a subordinate in someone else's establishment. No. Despite Gu Chen's rejection of his generous offer, Ma Buiyun did not take offense. Typically, when other practitioners receive invitations from an 8-level guild, they are overwhelmed with gratitude and repeatedly express their thanks. Ma Buiyun had witnessed this all too often and had grown weary of it. However, this young lad dared to outright decline his proposal while expressing a desire to create his own guild, which only deepened Ma Buiyun's admiration for him. "Well done, young man. You possess ambition. As your master, I support your endeavor to establish your own guild. Should you encounter any difficulties in the future, do not hesitate to seek my assistance." "Thank you, master." Chapter 33. The Curiosity Pavilion. After emerging from the secret realm, Ma Buiyun glanced at the time and remarked, "The effect of my level suppression potion still has a little while left. Let us see what your second transfer task entails, and I shall assist you." To his surprise, I responded, I have not received a second transfer task. Not received a second transfer task? Ma Buiyun was taken aback. It is customary for a professional to undergo a transfer task every 20 levels. The first transfer at level 1 establishes one's foundational profession, while the transfer at level 20 determines the trajectory of one's professional development. For instance, a warrior must choose between becoming a defensive warrior or a damage dealer, while a mage selects one of the elemental schools for mastery. Archers must decide whether to specialize in bows or crossbows for their forthcoming training. The transfer at level 40 marks an advancement in one's profession. A warrior might evolve into a gunner, shield warrior, or sword soul, while an archer could become a windrunner, ranger, or hunter. Assassins may choose to become shadow assassins, thieves, or shadow dancers, among others. At level 60, a professional experiences their first awakening, followed by a second awakening at level 80, culminating in a grand culmination at level 100. With each successful transfer, professionals automatically acquire a new skill, while dual-class professionals learn too. Additionally, a professional's attributes significantly enhance upon successful transfer. However, Gu Chen had reached level 20 without receiving a transfer task, which, in Ma Buiyun's eyes, was undoubtedly a loss. Little did he know that Gu Chen had already mastered all skills, and his attributes were at their peak. The absence of a transfer task bore little consequence for him. After a moment of contemplation, Ma Buiyun mused, it is not unusual for a non-professional to miss a transfer task. After all, without a profession, how could there be a transfer task? Although there is a slight drawback in terms of attribute growth, it is of little concern. Simply train diligently and master a few more lightning-based skills, and your damage output shall undoubtedly be formidable. I have some lightning magic skill books here. Take them to study. Should you have any questions, do not hesitate to ask me. I shall do my utmost to assist you. Thank you, master. I replied. Yes. You may go about your business. I have other matters to attend to. Farewell, master. Upon receiving the skill books, Gu Chen departed. Watching his silhouette fade, Ma Buiyun sank back into contemplation. My task does not seem to be about taking on disciples, does it? What exactly is my task? After leaving the entrance of the secret realm, Gu Chen eagerly learned from the lightning skill books bestowed by Ma Buiyun. Ding. Thunderstorm technique has risen to LV. 2 ding. Chain lightning has risen to LV. 2 ding. Lightning arrow has risen to LV. 9. How wonderful it is to have a master. He has provided me with several skill books and saved me a considerable sum of money. I find myself suddenly anticipating what equipment he might offer me. Having also obtained the brain of the troll chief, it was time to complete the quest. Soon, Gu Chen arrived at the commercial street, following the navigation to reach the location of the task posting. This establishment, known as Curiosity's Pavilion number 138, is a nationally recognized chain store that offers an extensive array of goods, including equipment, potions, materials, and health supplements. There is scarcely anything they do not sell. Upon entering, Gu Chen approached a sales assistant and inquired, is this the place where the bounty for the troll leader's brain is posted? The assistant replied with enthusiasm, indeed, sir. Do you have a troll brain for sale? Certainly, Gu Chen responded, retrieving the troll brain from his storage space and placing it upon the counter. The assistant examined the brain meticulously. It appeared to be genuine, yet he sensed an unusual quality about it. He poked it with his finger and then leaned closer to sniff it, detecting a faint aroma reminiscent of cooked flesh. Is this cooked? He asked. Yes. I got a bit carried away while hunting and inadvertently roasted it. The assistant promptly pushed the troll brain back towards Gu Chen, stating, I apologize, sir, but we do not accept cooked brains. The bounty notice stipulated the procurement of an intact troll leader's brain, yet it did not specify that cooked ones would be rejected. Sir, the neural structure in a cooked brain is irrevocably damaged, rendering it utterly useless for our purposes. I don't care whether it's useful or not. It is not my fault that your task description lacked clarity. Just tell me, is this troll leader's brain complete or not? Complete. Then that settles it. Now, hasten and provide the payment. The assistant, with an air of arrogance, retorted, I cannot. No money. How dare you exhibit such an attitude, young clerk? What is wrong with your demeanor? And what of it? Are you threatening to strike me? It is illegal for a combat professional to assault a civilian. If you wish to confront Fan, feel free to do so. How infuriating! Gu Chen exclaimed, unable to contain his temper. You can rage all you want, but I still cannot provide the payment. The commotion caught the attention of the manager, who hurried downstairs to address the issue. What seems to be the problem? Let us discuss this calmly. The assistant recounted the events to the manager. Young man, we truly cannot utilize a cooked brain. However, I acknowledge that this misunderstanding arose from our oversight. Shaoli, please rectify the bounty notice immediately. Understood. The manager then pulled Gu Chen aside and spoke privately. Brother, this assistant is the nephew of our store manager, and I have limited authority over him. As an apology, would you consider this? If you provide us with another troll leader's brain, I will compensate you for the damaged one, totaling 600,000. I will claim that the brain was damaged during transport, allowing you to receive your payment and ensuring I meet my obligations. What do you think? Guchon pondered this proposal, finding it quite reasonable. His motivation was not merely the additional 300,000, but rather the desire to slay another troll leader and perhaps acquire a magnificent cleaving axe. He yearned to wield 2 colossal weapons in triumph. I find this solution satisfactory, but you must not renege on your promise. The manager chuckled reassuringly. Rest assured, I will never default on my debts. When you next visit, simply come to the 2nd floor and seek me out. However, do ensure that you bring a fresh perspective. The newer, the better. I promise. There will be no mistakes this time. After parting ways at the Chiwu Pavilion, Guchon set off once more towards the realm of the giants. Upon reaching the entrance of the secret realm, he found that Master Ma had already departed, likely occupied with other matters. Guchon ventured alone into the depths of the secret realm. Now at level 20, he realized that defeating the minor Karamis would no longer yield any experience points, merely wasting his precious time. Thus, he resolved to seek out the boss directly. With numerous skills available to enhance his movement speed, he pondered which would allow him to locate the boss in the safest and swiftest manner. As he examined his skill bar, a sudden inspiration struck him, and he decided to employ it. Chapter 34, The Sword Master. I shall employ it. Sword Control Technique. Sword Control Technique. A magical art that commands a flying sword, capable of striking targets from a distance, inflicting 200 of weapon attack damage. It also serves as a means of aerial mobility. The technique consumes 100 mana points per second. The Sword Control Technique is a flamboyant skill acquired by sword immortals upon reaching level 60. Due to the relatively modest damage inflicted by this technique, the majority of sword immortals utilize it primarily for aerial acrobatics and charming encounters. The ability to soar through the skies is remarkably convenient for locating bosses. With the Sword Control Technique consuming 100 mana points per second and my mana being boundless, I can fly for as long as I desire. Indeed, I could even circumnavigate the globe using this technique. Guchon had not obtained any exceptional sword-type weapons, so he retrieved a simple iron sword from his storage space and cast it to the ground. Sword Control Technique. Guchon summoned his mental energy to manipulate the iron sword, which obediently levitated into the air, swiftly following his guidance. Ah, splendid. It is quite simple to operate. Now, let me attempt aerial flight with the sword. Guchon positioned himself carefully atop the floating iron sword. Engaging the first gear, he initiated his ascent. Guchon guided the iron sword to glide gently through the air. With the enhancement of his spiritual energy, standing on the sword felt remarkably similar to standing on solid ground. After a brief adjustment to the sensation of flying, Guchon began to accelerate. Second gear, accelerate. The speed of the iron sword markedly increased. Ascend. Continue to accelerate. At this moment, Guchon had risen to a height of several meters, affording him a sweeping view of the surrounding landscape. The exhilarating sense of surveying the world from above was truly magnificent. Undoubtedly, this is a splendid skill for showmanship. Ascend further. Accelerate. After several minutes of experimentation, Guchon concluded that aside from the narrowness of the iron sword, which began to grow uncomfortable after prolonged standing, the experience was not significantly different from being on solid ground. With the support of his spiritual energy, he need not concern himself with air resistance or inertia. He could even rotate the sword in midair without fear of falling. It was merely a matter of overcoming his psychological apprehension to master aerial flight. As a melee class, sword immortals cannot launch attacks while employing the sword control technique from the air. However, I am not bound by such limitations. I should be able to cast spells while utilizing this technique. Let us find a target to test this theory. Guchon spotted a cyclopean troll and hovered in midair. Lightning strike. Boom. A bolt of lightning struck the troll's head, singeing its scalp instantly. Huh. Who dares to disturb my peace? The troll glanced around, perplexed, yet found no one in sight. No one. Could that lightning be a bolt from the blue? Is my beloved hammer sister straying again? I must return home at once to check. Witnessing the cyclopean troll flee in disarray, Gu Chen felt a surge of delight. Indeed, the art of sword control and spell casting is truly attainable. Although my sword control may be momentarily interrupted during the instant I cast a spell, the absence of incantation allows my spells to manifest instantaneously. Thus, the interruption lasts but a fleeting moment, and by resuming my sword control in the next heartbeat, I can effortlessly command my flying sword to catch me, eliminating any concerns of plummeting from the skies. In the early stages, even formidable foes such as bosses seldom possess the capability to target aerial units. Casting spells from the air not only ensures my personal safety, but also enables me to strike down foes unseen. It is safe to assert that the dungeons below level 40 pose no threat to me whatsoever. From now on, I shall be known as the Sword Mage. It is time to confront the boss, full speed ahead. In high spirits, Gu Chen soared through the skies, swiftly advancing deeper into the dungeon. After several minutes, he finally beheld the looming figure of the troll chief. This formidable adversary boasted a health pool of 150,000, regenerating 3,000 health points per second. While it was not impossible to defeat it using ordinary skills, it would require considerable time. The most efficient approach would be to employ a skill capable of delivering a single, devastating blow. Numerous skills could obliterate the boss in one strike. Yet I harbored concerns that utilizing such potent magical abilities might damage the troll chief's head. The optimal strategy would be to deploy a powerful physical skill, targeting the troll's lower body to ensure its demise. As Gu Chen examined his skills, he suddenly discovered a fitting option. This would suffice. The Annihilating Kick. War God's Strong Kick, a level 60 awaken skill of the fighter class. A forceful stomp to the ground knocks surrounding enemies off their feet and enters an extraordinary state of invincibility. The right foot gathers energy, drawing enemies closer, and then unleashes a tremendous downward kick, inflicting 10,000 physical damage on the target. The shockwave from the War God's Strong Kick deals 5,000 damage to nearby foes. This skill can be charged. Each second of charge amplifies physical damage by 1,000, up to a maximum of 10 seconds. The War God's Strong Kick primarily targets the lower body of its victims. Those struck by this mighty kick may suffer severe injuries, ranging from shattering fractures to paralysis, leaving them utterly incapacitated. Hence, this technique has come to be known as the Annihilating Kick. Extraordinary invincibility enhances physical and magical defense by 200 and renders the user immune to all control effects. Duration, 20 seconds. Extraordinary invincibility is the ultimate evolution of the invincibility state, offering superior defense and resilience, with a staggering 10,000 physical damage. Charging for an additional 10 seconds would yield a colossal 20,000 damage output. Given my current attack power of over 800 points, multiplied by this immense factor, I could inflict at least 160,000 damage, more than sufficient to obliterate the troll chief. Moreover, since the War God's Strong Kick primarily targets the lower body, the preservation of its head should be assured. This shall be my chosen technique. Gu Chen gracefully descended from the skies, returning to the ground to prepare for the impending battle. Though the extraordinary body enhancement grants me a remarkable 200 increase in defense, allowing me to withstand the boss's relentless assaults for a full 10 seconds, I ponder, why should I endure blows when I can evade them? Summon the spectral wolf, summon the mighty bear, summon the treant. In the absence of corpses, I cannot utilize the necromancer's skills. These three abilities belong to the druidic arts of summoning, and all are ethereal entities that require only mana for invocation, free from the need for cadavers. However, as they are but first-level skills, I can summon only one at a time. You three shall hold the line for 10 seconds. I trust. Roar. The mighty bear responds with a fierce growl, affirming its readiness. If there are no concerns, let us advance. With my 3 summoned companions, I charge towards the boss. The troll chieftain and several troll warriors have also taken notice of my presence, raising their massive axes in my direction. Unleash the Divine Warrior's powerful kick. Chapter 35. The Divine Warrior's Mighty Kick. A single strike to vanquish the Troll Lord. With a thunderous roar, Gu Chen propelled himself forcefully against the ground, causing the earth to tremble beneath him, toppling several troll warriors with a single blow. However, the troll lord, endowed with formidable resilience, remained unyielding. In an instant, Gu Chen was enveloped in a radiant golden aura, entering a state of unparalleled might. His right foot poised for a powerful strike. He summoned an immense force that drew the surrounding creatures toward him. The fallen troll warriors staggered to their feet, intent on assaulting Gu Chen. Yet, with a ferocious roar, the mighty bear invoked a group taunt, obstructing the troll's advance. Instantly, their focus shifted to the bear, whose robust form absorbed the onslaught of their massive axes, unwavering and unscathed. 3 seconds passed. For seconds, 5 seconds, the divine warrior's mighty kick continued to accumulate power, and Gu Chen felt an inexhaustible energy coursing through his right foot, convincing him that nothing could withstand the force of his impending strike. At the 6-second mark, the bear finally succumbed under the relentless barrage of the trolls, who then turned their attention to the phantom wolf and the treant. 8 seconds in, the treant was cleaved into firewood by the troll lord's axe. 9 seconds elapsed, and the phantom wolf dissipated into ethereal mist. In the next heartbeat, the trolls raised their axes in unison to charge at Gu Chen. 10 seconds had passed, and the divine warrior's mighty kick had reached its maximum potential, an astounding 20,000 damage. Now was the moment. The ultimate charge strike. The annihilating kick. Gu Chen unleashed his right foot with explosive energy, delivering a crushing blow directly to the troll lord's big toe. A thunderous crack echoed across the sky, causing the entire realm to shudder. The troll lord, with a health pool of 164,000, felt the impact as his lower body disintegrated like fragile tofu under a mighty hammer, obliterated into dust and swept away by the force of the kick. The remaining troll warriors were engulfed in a bloody mist from the ensuing shockwave. In the aftermath, silence enveloped the battlefield. Gu Chen inspected the remnants of the troll lord, observing that its lower half had vanished completely, and the upper half retained but a single arm and a precarious head. It was utterly defeated. What a satisfying strike! This was beyond an annihilating kick. Had the troll lord not been so formidable in stature, it might have been reduced to nothingness. This was, indeed, a complete obliteration. Upon examining the spoils from the troll lord, Gu Chen acquired a rending great axe, a sweeping skill book, and 20 gold coins. A bountiful reward indeed. Now, he could wield 2 colossal weapons in his quest against the creatures of this realm. Subsequently, Gu Chen produced a small knife and performed a craniotomy on the troll chief, extracting a fresh and intact brain. Surely this brain is sufficiently fresh. Off I go, back to claim my reward. Gu Chen soared away on his sword, departing the secret realm and making his way to the Curiosity Pavilion. Upon his arrival, he disregarded the attendant and proceeded directly to the manager's office on the 2nd floor. The manager, upon seeing Gu Chen, displayed a look of surprise. "Oh, young brother, you haven't set off yet? Is there something else on your mind?" The manager assumed Gu Chen had yet to embark on his journey, unaware that the time taken from his departure to the swift elimination of the boss and back amounted to merely over an hour. No one would have anticipated he could complete the task in such a brief span, especially considering that time included his travel. Guchon replied, "I have already completed the task and returned. Here is the troll chief's brain, freshly harvested." As he spoke, he presented the brain, placing it upon the desk. The manager gazed at Gu Chen in disbelief. "You dispatched the troll chief so swiftly? With my master's guidance, it was rather expedient. The brain of the first troll was also obtained with my master's assistance, but in that instance, I lost control and inadvertently roasted the brain." "Oh, I see." Upon learning that Gu Chen had a formidable mentor, the manager was keen to establish a connection. The troll chief is notoriously difficult to defeat for those of equivalent rank. Even a team of 100 may take 2 to 3 hours to vanquish it. This is precisely why we are willing to pay a premium of 300,000 for the troll chief's brain. Your master must possess remarkable prowess to have dispatched the troll chief in such a brief period. One who can eliminate the troll chief in an instant must be at least a level 60 awakened. Your master is certainly not an ordinary individual. It would be wise to cultivate this relationship. The manager inquired, "It seems your master treats you quite well. May I be so bold as to ask which esteemed mentor you serve?" Naturally, Guchon could not disclose this information. "I'm afraid I cannot share that." The manager chuckled awkwardly. Ah, I understand. Typically, great figures tend to be quite low-key. He then began to inspect the troll's brain. Quite good. The brain is intact and remarkably fresh, practically perfect. As per our agreement, the 2 troll brains will amount to 600,000. Should you wish to undertake this task again, we would gladly welcome you. I do not intend to farm the troll's secret realm for now. My apologies. Not a problem. Our collaboration has been enjoyable. After receiving the payment, Gu Chen felt a nagging suspicion. What does the Curiosity Pavilion intend to do with so many troll brains? I can't shake the feeling that the size of the troll's brain resembles that of the head of the zombie king in the zombie secret realm. Could it be that the mutated zombie king's head is actually stitched together with the troll chief's brain? Surely it cannot be so coincidental. Have I stumbled upon a resolution so swiftly? Thus, Gu Chen inquired. My master once said that the brains of trolls serve no purpose. They cannot be consumed nor utilized as materials. I wonder why you are acquiring so many troll brains. The manager replied earnestly. To be honest, I am not entirely sure what they are used for. Our esteemed boss is an alchemist, and alchemists tend to delve into peculiar studies. Otherwise, they would not be able to develop such extraordinary elixirs. The acquisition of this troll chief's brain was a task assigned to us by him. The esteemed boss. Are you referring to the owner of your establishment or the grand proprietor of the Curiosities Pavilion? The manager proudly responded, Of course. I mean the grand proprietor of the Curiosities Pavilion. You must have heard of his name. He is none other than Dai Tianming, the creator of the level suppression elixir. Are you implying that the owner of your Curiosities Pavilion is the wealthiest individual in Huaxia, Dai Tianming? Indeed. The level suppression elixir was indeed developed by Dai Tianming. Once the elixir hit the market, it swiftly became a global sensation, with demand far exceeding supply. Dai Tianming promptly expanded his team to accelerate production. With continuous investments in factory establishment, his wealth has been doubling each day, and 5 years later, he successfully ascended to the pinnacle of Huaxia's wealth, never to descend again. For a fleeting moment, Guchon harbored doubts that the grand proprietor of the Curiosities Pavilion might be the mastermind behind the outbreak of the zombie secret realm. However, upon hearing Dai Tianming's name, he immediately dispelled all his suspicions. The wealthiest man in Huaxia, the greatest philanthropist of the land, an alchemist who benefits all humanity. How could he possibly engage in such nefarious acts? Most villains commit malevolent deeds primarily for profit and wealth. But Dai Tianming is the wealthiest man in Huaxia. He possesses boundless riches. He has no need to indulge in wickedness, nor any justification for it. His annual donations to various charitable organizations amount to billions. How could such a grand philanthropist possibly harm others? How could he be the hidden manipulator? It is inconceivable, absolutely inconceivable. The status of the wealthiest man in Huaxia compelled Gu Chen to relinquish his suspicions. He could find no rationale for Dai Tianming's possible wrongdoing. Even if it were indeed Dai Tianming's doing, with my current strength, attempting to unearth the hidden mastermind would be akin to an ant shaking a tree or a mantis trying to stop a chariot. I possess no feasible means to challenge this colossal commercial empire. Only by becoming a true powerhouse can I gain deeper insights and possess the absolute strength to resolve various issues. Thus, strengthening myself is my sole objective at present. Other matters are not within my purview to concern myself with. Chapter 36. Establishing a guild subsequently. Guchon sold the materials and equipment he had acquired to the curios shop, netting over 200,000. With a modest sum at his disposal, Guchon found himself unable to restrain his desire to spend. What skill books do you have here? He inquired. Indeed, we have a plethora. Apart from the exceedingly rare high-level skill books, our curios shop possesses 80% of the skill books available in the market. Even if we do not have what you seek, I can procure it from other branches across the nation. This is the advantage of a chain store. Please, take a look at which one you desire. The manager handed Gu Chen a tablet, which meticulously detailed the skill books available at the curios shop, including usage levels, locations, and prices. It must be said that the curios shop excelled in this aspect. As Gu Chen perused the selections, he discovered that while the majority of low-level skill books were available, there was a conspicuous absence of summoning-related tomes. He found only one book for the druid's summoning of a spectral wolf, and there were none for the necromancer. Furthermore, the price of the single spectral wolf summoning skill book was exorbitantly high compared to others of a similar tier, an astonishing 28,000 for a level 5 skill book. Gu Chen voiced his concerns. The manager elucidated, the scarcity of summoning skill books is indeed a common occurrence. Unlike other professions, summoning classes lack inherent offensive capabilities. They primarily rely on their summoned entities for damage output and damage absorption. If their summoned creatures are of insufficient level and perish immediately upon entering a dungeon, what purpose would they serve? Thus, it is imperative for them to elevate their summoning skills to the maximum level. But 28,000 for a level 5 spectral wolf summoning book is rather steep, isn't it? Guchon countered. Ah, my young friend. You may not realize that the druid summoning skill books are among the most affordable. The manager continued. The druid has various specializations: bear druid, wolf druid, treant druid, elemental druid, and the zoo druid, which focuses on summoning. Should the summoning specialization not be adequately developed, druids can transition to other specializations. Although this may incur some time and financial investment, it is certainly preferable to remaining stagnant. Hence, druids need not rigidly adhere to the summoning path. Conversely, professions such as the necromancer and summoner, which rely almost exclusively on their summons for damage, face far steeper prices for their skill books. Such tomes typically do not appear in budget stores and are instead listed directly at auction houses. Just last week, a summoning skeleton skill book was auctioned off. Can you guess its final price? How much? 990,000. Guchon was taken aback by this staggering figure. Although the summoning of skeletons is a core ability of the necromancer, for a low-level skill book, such a price could only be deemed astronomical. Clearly, purchasing it was out of the question. He had no intention of making such a financially unwise decision. Since buying was not an option, he resolved to acquire it through his own efforts. Guchon then asked the manager, "Where can I obtain the summoning skeleton skill book?" The manager replied, "In Huaxia." There are two locations where one can find the summoning skeleton skill book: the cemetery and the Valley of Death. The nearest location to us is the Death Valley, situated in the capital of our Xinghai province, Luoqing. This mysterious realm is currently managed by the Bai Family's Guild. Each individual is required to pay an entrance fee of 5,000 yuan to access the realm. Typically, such valuable realms as Death Valley are overseen by prominent private guilds. These guilds acquire the management rights through a bidding process from the government. For the government, delegating the management of the realm to private guilds not only aids in effectively controlling the ecosystem of the realm, thereby preventing potential crises, but also allows guilds to bolster their financial income through ticket sales. Simultaneously, the government benefits from a stable tax revenue from the guilds while alleviating the pressure of direct management. It is a mutually advantageous arrangement. For the various guilds, although half of the ticket revenue is subject to tax, they still manage to derive considerable profit and benefits from the realms. The higher the tier of the realm they manage, the greater their earnings. This explains why guilds are eager to elevate their guild level continuously. The Bai family in Luoqing? That seems to be the city where Bai Ningning resides. Could it be that the Bai family refers to her family's guild? I should send her a message to inquire. Gu Chen used the money he recently earned to purchase several heavy strike skills, elevating the heavy strike to level 20. Its maximum level. This was the first skill he had fully upgraded. Heavy strike, LV, 20, inflicts 400 physical attack damage and stuns for 2 seconds. For a basic skill, a damage boost of 400 is quite impressive. It is time to visit the guild hall and gather information regarding the process of establishing a guild. Gu Chen departed from the oddities pavilion and made his way to the guild hall. Soon, he arrived at the hall, where the number of individuals present was rather sparse, primarily due to the fact that this year's graduates had yet to qualify for guild membership. The requirement for entry into a guild is a minimum level of 20. Gu Chen approached a service window and inquired, "Hello, may I ask what the process is for creating a guild?" The staff member replied, "To establish a guild, you must gather at least 10 individuals to sign the membership application, and you are also required to pay a construction fund of 10 million yuan. Once these two conditions are met, you may apply to create a guild. The creation of a guild is not something that anyone can undertake freely, without certain restrictions. If anyone could establish a guild, it would inevitably lead to chaos and a proliferation of disorganization. The requirement of 10 million yuan serves to filter out a segment of individuals, while the minimum of 10 applicants further narrows the pool. Those who lack financial resources and connections should not entertain thoughts of forming a guild. This is why most guilds are established on a familial basis." Upon hearing about the application process for guild establishment, Gu Chen found himself in a quandary. while gathering the 10 million yuan for the construction fund was feasible. Where was he to find these 10 individuals? After all, he was an orphan. Orphans are the ones who lack friends the most. As for family, he had none. What was he to do? Was his dream of becoming a guild leader destined to shatter before it even began? Just as Gu Chen found himself in a quandary, he suddenly heard voices calling for recruits in the guild hall. The Rose Guild is actively seeking members. Those who have yet to join the guild, come forth. Together we can strive and flourish. The guild offers an abundance of benefits. Guchon turned to see two enchanting ladies engaged in recruitment, one calling out while the other distributed flyers. The two beauties soon noticed Gu Chen's gaze upon them. The one who was calling out remarked, "Sister, it seems there's a fellow over there with a rather keen interest in us." The other replied, "Shouldn't you go and entice him then?" I'm not entirely sure about this." She hesitated. "Men are drawn to your kind of allure. Just flaunt your assets. Speak in a slightly higher pitch. Mimic that youthful tone of an 18-year-old, and you'll undoubtedly draw him into the guild." "Well, I shall give it a try." "Go for it, sister. The expansion of our family rests upon your shoulders." Chapter 37. Joining the Rose Guild. At this moment, Gu Chen noticed the beautiful woman distributing flyers approaching him. She was quite striking, with large, expressive eyes and an endearing gaze. Her youthful appearance was accentuated by the delightful curves she possessed. Shyly avoiding direct eye contact, she mustered her courage and said, "Hello, handsome. This is our guild's promotional flyer. I hope you might take a look." Her bashfulness was evident, as her cheeks flushed slightly after just a few words, revealing her naivety. Guchon accepted the flyer, replying, "All right, I will take it." Thank you," she stammered, her face reddening before she dashed back to her sister. Upon seeing her sister return, the older woman immediately sensed her sibling's unsuccessful attempt at recruitment. With a sigh, she took her sister's hand and approached Guchon again. "Handsome, have you read our guild's promotional flyer? What do you think? Are you interested in joining the Rose Guild?" Guchon turned to find two beauties standing before him and inquired, "Might I ask who you are?" "I am Yi Qiangwei, the president of the Rose Guild, and this is my sister, Yi Yuwei." In stark contrast to her sister, the older woman exuded confidence with her fiery red lips. Her attire and demeanor reflected a vibrant personality. The sisters' dispositions were evidently distinct, with the elder being a social butterfly, while the younger resembled a timid kitten, hiding behind her sister. Moreover, their physical differences were striking. The younger sister's figure was notably more voluptuous, while the elder's was rather modest, almost indistinguishable. Observing such a disparity in their personalities, Guchon expressed interest, saying, "I have yet to peruse the promotional flyer. Why don't you both enlighten me about your guild?" Yi Qiangwei replied, "We are a newly established guild, currently at level 2. But do not underestimate our budding status. With collective effort, I firmly believe that the Rose Guild will one day ascend to the ranks of the top guilds." "Oh, what gives a modest level 2 guild such confidence?" "Our guild is not family-oriented, which means that everything relies on merit. We do not have the nepotism or corruption that often plagues family guilds. If your strength is sufficient and your contributions are commendable, you can rise to the ranks of elite member, elder, or even vice president. Of course, the position of president is reserved solely for me, Yi Qiangwei." After listening to Yi Qiangwei's words, Gu Chen pondered. "A guild based on meritocracy aligns perfectly with my aspirations. With my abilities, I am certain I could swiftly attain the status of elder or vice president." As for the president, although Yi Qiangwei insisted that only she could assume the role, I believe that once I either best her or she realizes who truly holds the power within the guild, securing the position of president should not pose much difficulty. Perhaps I should consider joining their guild for a while. Gu Chen inquired, "Besides this, what other enticing aspects does your guild offer?" "Other alluring aspects?" Yi Qiangwei pondered before replying, "Have you seen my sister? A proper young lady, untouched by any man's hand. Shy as a little kitten. What do you think? Doesn't tea that stir your heart? If you perform admirably enough to become a core member of the guild, my sister is yours to cherish." Yi Yuwei, feeling increasingly bashful, retorted, "Sister, what nonsense are you spouting?" Yet Yi Qiangwei remained unfazed. "What's wrong? You are already 19 and struggling to converse with men. I genuinely fear you might never marry. I'm merely helping you find a potential suitor. This young man is quite handsome, and if his skills are commendable, you will not regret it." Yi Yuwei then secretly cast a glance at Gu Chen, their eyes meeting. Upon seeing the clarity in Gu Chen's gaze, Yi Yue felt an electric shock, hastily averting her eyes, her face flushed with heat. Her heart racing to 180 beats per minute. This girl truly took it to heart. Meanwhile, Gu Chen found himself lost in fantasies while observing Yi Yue's captivating demeanor. With my prowess, this sister would be effortlessly within reach. The sensation of caressing such a delicate flower would undoubtedly be extraordinary. He chuckled to himself. Hey, handsome, what are you daydreaming about? Have you made your decision? Yi Qiangwei suddenly interrupted Gu Chen's reverie. Oh, yes, I have made my decision. Since your guild offers such abundant benefits, I shall join. Benefits? Ah, yes, our guild's benefits are indeed exceptional. Let me send you the invitation now. Ding. You have received an invitation to join the Qiangwei Guild. Do you accept? Note, you cannot withdraw voluntarily within 7 days of joining, unless expelled by the president. After voluntarily leaving the guild, you cannot join another guild for 30 days. Yes. Ding. Congratulations, you have successfully joined the Qiangwei Guild. The guild is currently level 2, and your status is that of a regular member, allowing you to enjoy a 10 guild blessing. Guchon perused the guild information and noted that it comprised only around 20 individuals, significantly short of the 200 required for a fully populated level 2 guild. This scarcity elucidated their vigorous recruitment efforts. The members ranged from levels in the 30s to just over 20, with a predominance of males. It appeared that most male members were drawn to the guild by the allure of the enchanting sisters. As the guild president, Yi Qiangwei held a level of 45, making her the second highest in rank, while her sister Yi Yue was at level 27, designated as an elite member. It appears that they remain quite trustworthy, not granting Yi Yue, their own sister, the position of vice president or elder within the guild, instead bestowing upon her merely the title of an elite member. Unlike other familial guilds, where relatives are often swiftly assigned to senior roles such as elders or vice presidents, the opportunities for advancement for others seem exceedingly bleak. As Gu Chen perused the guild information, the two sisters were simultaneously examining his details. Gu Chen, LV, 20, occupation, unemployed, strength, agility, attack power. What is this? Why can I not view his information? Unemployed? Could he be the renowned figure from Jinghai City, the world's only unemployed individual? The one disparaged as utterly useless, and he has now joined my guild? Should I feel honored or unfortunate? Observing Yi Qiangwei's fluctuating expression, Gu Chen inquired, what is the matter? Now that you know I am unemployed, do you regret inviting me into the guild? If you have second thoughts, it's not too late. Feel free to kick me out, don't hold back. Yi Qiangwei chuckled, No, I am not the type to look down on others. If I were that kind of woman, I would not have founded a guild myself. Since you are here, simply settle in and stay in the guild. I have no intention of expelling you. Even if you do nothing, your presence contributes to our guild's numbers and ambience. Yi Qiangwei's response indeed satisfied Gu Chen. Since the president has stated so, I shall contribute to the guild's atmosphere. Yi Qiangwei awkwardly smiled. Yes, indeed. Chapter 38. The generous Mr. Ma upon successfully joining the guild. Gu Chen departed from the guild hall and returned to his residence to rest. Shortly after 9 o'clock in the evening, a sudden knock echoed at his door, stirring him into immediate alertness. Is this Gu Chen? Mr. Ma has sent me to deliver something to you. Upon recognizing the voice as that of Mr. Ma's envoy, Gu Chen relaxed his guard. He opened the door to find a man clad in a black cap and mask, who promptly handed him a spatial ring before departing without delay. Closing the door, Gu Chen donned the spatial ring and began to examine its contents. Thunder Staff, Diamond Quality. Level 20, Attack Power 60, Spell Damage 220, Magic Points 200. Using Lightning Arrow additionally increases damage by 10 and critical hit rate by 10. Lightning Arrow Skill Level 3, Storm Staff, Diamond Quality. Level 25, Attack Power 80, Spell Damage 280, Magic Points 300. When using Storm Magic to slay enemies, the power of Thunder erupts, inflicting 50 of storm magic damage to surrounding targets. Storm Magic Skill Level 3, Purple Lightning Staff, Diamond Quality, Level 30, Attack Power 100, Spell Damage 400, Magic Points 500. This staff transforms the blue lightning of Lightning Strike into purple lightning, enhancing critical hit rate, critical damage, and electric shock probability and damage by 20. Thunder Magic Skill Level 3, Electric Shock Damage. Continuous use of lightning-based magical attacks on a target may induce an electric shock state. Targets in this state will suffer increased lightning damage and have a 30% chance to enter a paralysis state. For a lightning mage seeking to maximize output, the initial step is to swiftly induce the electric shock state in their target. Gu Chen's pupils constricted in astonishment upon witnessing the 3 staffs. Diamond quality. Moreover, all 3 were of diamond quality. Just these 3 staffs alone were worth millions. Mr. Ma truly is magnanimous. It seems my call of master was not in vain. Continuing to inspect the other items, he discovered lightning eel leather armor, golden quality, level 20, defense 40, magic defense 40, constitution 40, lightning resistance 20, lightning eel leather pants, golden quality, level 20, defense 40, magic defense 40, constitution 40, lightning resistance 20, lightning eel leg guards, lightning eel shoulder guards, lightning eel set bonus. When receiving physical attacks from enemies, it reflects 20 of one's spell damage back. Additionally, it increases the chance of inducing an electric shock by 20. Skeleton King's chest plate, golden quality, level 25, defense 60, magic defense 60, constitution 60. Skeleton King's leg guards. Skeleton King's set bonus grants an additional 100 points of dual resistance. There is a 20% chance to summon a level 25 skeleton warrior upon slaying a target. Jungle Guardian chest plate, golden quality, level 30, defense 80, magic defense 80, constitution 80. Jungle Guardian boots. Jungle Guardian set attributes, additional 100 points to constitution, restores 2 of maximum health per second. The golden quality sets for levels 20 and 30 are complete. This amounts to several million. My master truly is generous. At that moment, Ma Buiyun suddenly sent a message to Gu Chen. Disciple, have you received the equipment I sent? I do not have many low-tier items in my collection, but they should suffice for your transition. Once you have leveled up, I possess even better gear for you. I have urgent matters to attend to, and I will need to investigate various locations over the next month, so I likely will not have time to guide you. Focus on practicing lightning spells. I will assess your progress in a month. Should you encounter any issues in your studies, feel free to communicate with me. I will gladly share my knowledge. It has been less than a day since I became Ma Buiyun's disciple. Why is he so kind towards me? Could it be that his time is running short? Is he seeking a successor? Yet, he does not appear to be on the verge of death. Regardless, the more he favors me, the more vigilant I must remain. Opportunities do not simply fall from the sky. His benevolence must have ulterior motives. I must be wary of this old man's sweet words. I cannot be swayed by these gifts. Ma Buiyun may have his own agenda, but there is no doubt about the quality of this equipment. I shall don it nonetheless. Gu Chen equipped the level 20 Thunder Eel set, significantly enhancing his attributes. How delightful. The bonuses from the golden set are indeed remarkable. This gear has double my health. Truly, one's appearance and attire are paramount. A single meal missed leads to dire hunger. Today has been fruitful. I shall enjoy a restful sleep and embark on my journey to Luoqing tomorrow. The next day, the first thing Gu Chen did upon waking was to sign in and claim today's skill, Thorn Totem. This is a level 15 skill for shamans, capable of launching spikes to attack enemies. It is not a core skill for shamans and is rather lackluster. Gu Chen paid little attention to this subpar skill and proceeded to wash up. After a simple breakfast, he set off for Luoqing. This time, he chose not to take the bus, but instead opted for sword riding, flying there. Utilizing sword riding not only allowed him to perfectly avoid traffic, but also provided the shortest distance between 2 points. While soaring through the sky, he needed only to orient himself towards his destination to arrive directly without detours, all while saving on bus fare. Although the level 1 sword riding has a maximum speed of only 60 kilometers per hour, it is undoubtedly much faster than taking a bus. It can be said to save both money and time. Guchon guided his flying sword to a height that was difficult for others to notice and then sped towards Luoqing. 2.5 hours later, Guchon arrived at the entrance of the Lost Souls Canyon, a renowned secret realm in Lo City. True to its reputation, the Lost Souls Canyon attracted a multitude of adventurers, despite the requisite entrance fee of 5,000 coins. The area surrounding the entrance was bustling with groups, numbering at least in the hundreds. Among them were numerous opportunists seeking to acquire the spell books of necromancers. Lost Souls Canyon, recommended level 20 to 25. A suffocating aura of death pervades the entire canyon. Brace yourself to confront the dread of mortality. as practitioners completed their second-class transition at level 20. Their attributes saw a significant enhancement, and their skills expanded accordingly. Secret realms above level 20 were further categorized into tiers. There were 4 distinct tiers: normal, adventure, hard, and hell. The normal and adventure tiers could be entered freely without any limitations on group size. However, the hard and hell tiers enforced minimum party sizes of 3 and 5, respectively. Only parties meeting these requirements could gain entry. Initially, secret realms had no restrictions on group size, but there were always some reckless adventurers who attempted to brave the hard or hell difficulties, often resulting in tragic deaths at the hands of ordinary monsters. To safeguard the lives of adventurers, the government instituted these minimum party size requirements. Those of average capability were suited for the normal tier, while those with slightly greater skill could tackle the adventure tier. The elite, those of S and SS rank, gravitated towards the hard tier. As for the hell tier, even the most gifted faced near certain demise when confronting the bosses, making it a rarity for anyone to willingly challenge its formidable trials. Most opted for the hell difficulty only when guided by seasoned veterans. Chapter 39. The Valley of the Dead. Gazing at the entrance restrictions of the secret realm, Gu Chen found himself ensnared in a dilemma. He had initially intended to solo various difficulty levels of the secret realms, but it now appeared that such ambitions were futile. While it was indeed possible to tackle the ordinary and adventurous difficulties alone, the drop rates were relatively meager. One might traverse the realm multiple times without securing even a single skill book. Although suitable for leveling up, the prospect of farming equipment and skill books was rather bleak. Since Bai Ningning was also from Luo City, it seemed prudent to form a team with her. Perhaps they could also summon Chen Hui and his loyal companion. Gu Chen opened his phone and dialed Bai Ningning's number. Before long, her voice, brimming with delight, echoed through the line. Gu Chen, it's only been a day since we last met, and you're already calling me? Do you miss me? I do. Bai Ningning felt a surge of joy at his words. So what prompted your call? Are you currently in Luo City? Yes, why do you ask? Are you coming here? Actually, I'm already here, right at the entrance of the Valley of the Dead. However, to enter the challenging secret realm, a minimum of 3 players is required for a team, so I thought of you. Upon hearing that Guchon had arrived in Luo City, Bai Ningning immediately perked up. Really? Just wait for me. I'll reach there in about half an hour. Great. By the way, isn't the Valley of the Dead under the jurisdiction of your Bai family? Indeed, it is our family's domain. Ahem. Since it is your family's property, about the entrance fee, fear not. I, Bai Ningning, shall ensure you spend not a single penny. All right then. See you soon. After hanging up with Bai Ningning, Gu Chen called Chen Hui. Brother Chen, why did you call me? Come quickly to the Valley of the Dead. I'll help you level up. Woof. Understood. I'll be there within 50 minutes. After ending the call, Gu Chen did not intend to wait idly. He decided to first venture into the adventurous difficulty secret realm to gauge the strength of the monsters and observe the boss's attack patterns, making his future solo efforts more manageable. Noticing the crowd around him, Gu Chen chose to conceal all his information, rendering his name and unclassed identity invisible to others. He then approached the realm entrance administrator, paid the 5,000 yuan entry fee, and stepped into the adventurous difficulty secret realm. After a brief moment of dizziness, Gu Chen found himself at the outskirts of the Valley of the Dead. Rather than being aptly named, it resembled more of a valley. Scattered throughout were ominous white bones, broken weaponry, and the tattered banners of 2 armies in battle. Gu Chen quickly deduced that this area was once an ancient battlefield of cold weapons, and judging by the number of fallen and the severity of the conflict, it was evidently a coveted stronghold for warring factions. Numerous adventurers were diligently battling the skeletal soldiers that roamed the periphery of the secret realm. Gu Chen examined the attributes of a skeletal soldier. Skeleton soldier, LV, 20, undead. Health 5,000, attack power 350, defense 150, magic defense 150, skills, shield bash, charge, heavy strike, leap, passive skill, undead resurrection, upon death. There is a 50 chance to resurrect after 10 seconds, with the resurrected skeleton soldier's health halved, though its attributes remain unchanged. It can resurrect a maximum of 2 times. If the attacking skill or assault severely damages the undead's body, the passive effect of resurrection becomes ineffective. The health of the skeleton soldier is not particularly high, comparable to that of a level 16 Cyclops, both possessing 5,000 health points. Its skills are rather unremarkable, merely comprising several standard warrior abilities. However, what makes the skeleton soldier particularly vexing is its passive skill, Undead Resurrection. If the skeleton soldier had a 50 chance to resurrect immediately after death, or even after 3 seconds, it would be acceptable. One could simply slay it again. Yet, a delay of 10 seconds is rather excessive. Standing idly for 10 seconds to observe whether the skeleton soldier will rise again significantly hampers the pace of delving into the secret realm. Moreover, the resurrected skeleton does not drop any equipment, offering only a meager amount of experience points. Waiting for its resurrection is undeniably a waste of time. However, should one advance immediately after dispatching the skeleton soldier, it is entirely plausible that the fallen skeleton will rise again after 10 seconds, potentially flanking the adventurer from behind. This poses a considerable threat, particularly to the fragile rear-line classes of the team. This is the most insidious aspect of the undead secret realm. Although the skeleton's body can be obliterated by powerful attacks and skills, adventurers around level 20 generally lack sufficiently destructive capabilities, making it rare for any class to achieve such devastation. Thus, most classes are compelled to endure the skeleton soldier's repeated resurrections. The Necromancer, however, stands as an exception. The Necromancer's abilities to summon skeletons and employ corpse explosion techniques adeptly consume the remains. As long as the body is expended within the 10 seconds before the skeleton's resurrection, it will not rise again. Consequently, the Necromancer has become the most sought-after class within the Valley of the Fallen. Gu Chen mused, Undead Resurrection. It seems every secret realm possesses its unique characteristics. Quite intriguing. He retrieved 2 massive axes from his spatial inventory, wielding one in each hand, ready to test the strength of dual-wielding colossal weapons. The other adventurers, upon witnessing Guchon's imposing demeanor, turned in unison, gasping in astonishment. What an extraordinary appearance. He wields 2 giant axes? How is that even possible? Wow, so formidable, so majestic. Wait, why can't I see any of his information? Not even his name, just question marks. The esteemed individual must be wearing some equipment that conceals his details, rendering them invisible to us. To my knowledge, only one person can wield 2 colossal weapons simultaneously. And that is the prodigy from Qinghai province this year, a dual S-rank talent awakened into the Dragon Slayer and Berserker classes, Chen Hui. So it's him. He looks so dashing. It appears he is here alone. Shall we take a chance and invite him to form a party? Should he choose to form a team, we would stand to gain immensely. Indeed, my sisters, let us advance. A beautiful priestess sprinted ahead, reaching Gu Chen first, lowering her body to deliberately display her ample cleavage. She coyly exclaimed, Brother Chen Hui, you are truly handsome. Shall we team up? I assure you, my provisions will suffice. If you find yourself still thirsty, I can offer you more this evening. Guchon was momentarily taken aback. Chen Hui? Me? Oh, they must have mistaken me for Chen Hui upon seeing me wielding 2 colossal weapons. Observing the alluring beauty before him, Guchon felt a flicker of excitement. Given that she had mistaken him for Chen Hui, should he indulge in an evening of romance on his brother's behalf? He chuckled softly. No. He was a man of integrity. How could he engage in such deceitful antics? After all, he and Chen Hui were brothers. To prevent his friend from being ensnared by such beguiling charms and losing his way, Gu Chen resolved to assist his brother. With an air of aloofness, Gu Chen declared, My heart is unburdened by women, and thus my blade strikes true. I apologize, fair maiden, but I only partake in AD calcium milk. Moreover, kindly inform your companions to cease their pursuit. I, Chen Hui, harbor no interest in you ladies. Upon hearing Chen Hui's words, the maiden stood frozen in disbelief. Not interested in women? Could he possibly be gay? Seeing that the beauty had ceased her advances, Gu Chen felt a sense of satisfaction and strode away, relieved that his brother would no longer be captivated by such sirens. Brothers ought to support one another, after all. No need for gratitude, brother. At that moment, other women approached to inquire about Chen Hui's situation. So how is it? Is Chen Hui easily swayed? One beauty sighed. Alas, sisters, do not hold hope. He is gay. Everyone gasped in shock. Gay? Surely not. Indeed, he himself told me he has no affection for women. How repulsive. It is hard to believe that such a dashing young man prefers men. What a pity. Not a single good man among them. Gu Chen soon encountered a solitary skeleton soldier, and employed a charge skill to close the distance. With a powerful strike, he unleashed a maximum-level heavy attack upon the skeleton soldier. The soldier's health plummeted to 3,750. Following this, Gu Chen delivered 2 additional standard strikes, effortlessly dispatching the 5,000 health skeleton soldier in mere moments. Skeleton soldier defeated, awarded 1,000 experience points and an iron shield. Witnessing the numbers that floated above the skeleton soldier's head, everyone gasped in astonishment. Wow! A single heavy attack dealt 3,750 damage? What monstrous power is this? It is utterly terrifying. 5,000 health. Do you understand how long it would take us mere mortals to defeat it? And yet, you dispatch it with just 3 strikes. Have you considered the feelings of us ordinary adventurers? This exemplifies the chasm between genius and the average. How infuriating. Why do such strong men harbor no affection for women? I yearn to experience Chun Hui's fierce onslaught. Chen Hui, since you are disinterested in women, how about forming a partnership with me? I am a genuine man. Guchon was quite pleased with his output. Indeed, the max-level critical strike proved formidable, delivering 400 physical damage alongside the substantial attack power provided by the rending great axe, making it brutally effective against these minor foes. However, lingering here was no longer an option. As he observed the throng of incoming men, Guchon suddenly realized that his previous remarks might have led Chun Hui's life down a convoluted path. Hello, Chen Hui, you are remarkably strong. I, the exceptional male priest, seek your guidance. Little Hui, would you join my team? I can both attack and defend, ensuring your utmost satisfaction. Little Hui, do you fancy an uncle's stubble? I can tickle you with it. As men became fervent, it seemed women had no place in the scene. Guchon had never witnessed such a spectacle. He hastily sheathed his great axe and drew forth his flying sword, employing sword control techniques to escape from the chaos. Hey, little Hui, why are you running away? What do you truly seek in a man? I can even change my appearance. Can Chen Hui fly as well? Truly, a prodigy among prodigies, so many talents. Chapter 40. The skeletal archer Gu Chen soared through the depths of the secret realm on his sword. After flying for several minutes, a sudden whistling sound pierced the air from below. Arrows shot upwards, and upon glancing down, Gu Chen beheld several skeletal archers drawing their bows, aiming directly at him. However, due to his remarkable speed, the arrows found it difficult to find their mark. Skeletal archer, LV, 22, undead, health points 5,000, attack power 400, defense 150. Magic defense 150, skills, precision shot, flame arrow, charged shot, aerial shot. Passive skill, undead resurrection. Upon death, there is a 50 chance to resurrect after 10 seconds, returning with half health, while attributes remain unchanged, with a maximum of 2 resurrections. Skeletal archers, just what I need. I shall borrow your bows for a while. Guchon dove downwards, directly targeting the archers. When he was merely 10 meters above the ground, he leaped from his flying sword, wielding 2 massive axes, and struck down at the heart of the mob. Mountain Splitter Strike. Mountain Splitter Strike, a level 50 warrior skill, capable of inflicting 300 physical area damage and a knockdown effect, subsequently releasing searing magma that scorches enemies for the next 5 seconds. With a thunderous crash, the 2 axes smashed into the ground, causing the very earth to tremble. The nearby skeletal archers were instantly knocked to the ground. A deep fissure tore through the land, radiating outwards at an astonishing speed. Soon after, molten lava erupted from the crack, incinerating the skeletal archers who had only just begun to rise. Splat! Searing magma splattered onto the skeletal frames, adhering firmly to them. Skeletal archer health points 28, 80, 27, 90, deceased. Skeletal archer health points 26, 90, 28, 30, deceased. These skeletal archers fell before they could even endure 3 seconds, meeting their demise. As the skill concluded, the lava gradually receded into the fissure, which then healed, restoring the earth to its former state. How astonishing! It is truly more miraculous than a membrane repair surgery. Guchon stood still, patiently awaiting the resurrection of the skeletal archers. Yet, after 10 seconds, not a single one returned to life. Why is none revived? Don't these skeletal soldiers possess a 50 chance of resurrection? Could it be that they all succumb to the 50 mortality rate? Well, it is not impossible. Although the odds are slim, they do exist, much like the occasional lottery winner. Then I shall collect the spoils. Gu Chen approached the corpse of a skeletal archer. crouching down to retrieve the longbow it had held. However, the moment he grasped the bow, the skeletal frame crumbled into a pile of dust due to the disturbance. A gentle breeze swept through, causing the skeletal archer's frames to dissolve into dust scattered in the air. The PM2.5 concentration stood at 3. Guchon quickly realized that these desiccated skeletons had succumbed to the searing heat of molten lava, reduced to ashes upon their demise. No wonder you cannot be resurrected. It turns out my singular skill has turned you into mere bone dust. Rest in peace, dear undead. Guchon examined the attributes of the longbow. Longbow, bronze quality. Level 20 required, attack power 100, agility 10, attack range 3. Indeed, the attributes of this bronze weapon were rather unremarkable. It would be better suited for selling as scrap. Guchon stowed away several longbows dropped by the skeletal archers into his backpack and continued to venture deeper into the secret realm. He had no intention of wasting time on these minor foes, thus employing his sword control technique to swiftly advance. After traversing approximately 4 to 5 kilometers, he found himself firmly within the territory of the skeletal archers. Guchon deftly maneuvered his flying sword to evade the attacks below. Although he occasionally sustained a hit from 1 or 2 arrows, the negligible damage posed no threat to his resilient physique. Upon exiting the archer's domain, Guchon entered a new area. Here, skeletal warriors rode upon spectral steeds, mere skeletons themselves, clad in armor and wielding long blades or spears, likely representing a higher echelon of cavalry within the army. Lowering his altitude, Guchon scrutinized the attributes of these adversaries. Skeletal cavalry, level 24, health 8,000, attack power 500. Physical defense 180, magical defense 180. The cavalry boasts enhanced mobility, with a 100 movement speed, and charging inflicts double damage. Skills: charge, raining spear, sweep, trample. Passive skill: undead rebirth. Upon death, there is a 50 chance to resurrect after 10 seconds, reviving with halved health but unchanged attributes, capable of resurrecting twice at most. With a staggering 200 movement speed coupled with formidable charging damage, these cavalrymen could prove quite challenging. If the front line faltered against their onslaught, the backline's fragile classes would find themselves in dire peril. However, these cavalry posed no threat to Guchon. Just as he contemplated testing the strength of the skeletal cavalry, a message from Bai Ningning suddenly interrupted him. Guchon, where are you? I've arrived at the entrance of the secret realm, but I don't see you. I'm inside the realm. I'll be out momentarily. Wait a moment. Guchon's thoughts took a turn. Why should I rush out? Am I the kind of man who comes at a woman's beck and call? No, I am not. Am I so naive as to misunderstand the female psyche? The more kindness you bestow upon them, the more they perceive it as a given, believing you cannot live without them. Conversely, if you maintain a certain distance, creating a sense of pursuit, they will ponder their standing in your heart and ultimately acquiesce to you. In summary, one must never indulge women. Guchon feigned a demeanor of aloofness and remarked, "Wait for me. I shall emerge once I have vanquished the boss." In contrast, Bai Ningning, resembling an obedient little rabbit, responded, I will patiently await your return. Do be cautious while battling the boss." Guchon shrugged his shoulders, chuckling. Such is the nature of women. He then soared forward on his sword, diligently seeking the trace of the boss. After a span of 10 minutes, Guchon finally uncovered the boss's whereabouts. It was a military camp, spanning thousands of square meters, utterly ravaged by flames. The camp lay in ruins, strewn with the skeletal remains of fallen soldiers, charred provisions, and burnt-out carts, clearly indicative of a surprise attack by the enemy. At the center of the camp stood a skeletal general, clad in golden armor, wielding a battle spear, with a longbow and round shield slung across his back, and a formidable sword at his waist. His form was punctuated by numerous arrows, a testament to the valor he displayed in life. Yet, even with these arrows embedded in his body, he stood resolute. How can you persist in standing tall? One might think. A general lacking competence, causing the demise of thousands. The enemy has pillaged your stronghold, and yet you dare to masquerade as a hero. Skeletal General, LV. 25, Health 200, 000, Attack Power 1, 000, Defense 300, Magic Defense 280. Skill: Weapon Mastery. The Skeletal General is proficient in various weapons and their skills, capable of switching weapons freely according to the battle's circumstances. This mastery of weapons bears a striking resemblance to my own proficiency in all arms. Therefore, let us engage in a fierce battle with cold weapons for 300 rounds. Chapter 41. Fierce Battle with the Skeleton General. Gu Chen descended with his sword, executing a devastating mountain collapse slash in midair. The Skeleton General, sensing the impending assault, awakened instantly. He positioned his halberd horizontally, intending to parry Gu Chen's strike. With a resounding clash, two massive axes collided with the halberd, sparks flying and the metallic din echoing throughout the military camp. The Skeleton General successfully blocked Gu Chen's attack. However, in the next moment, the ground beneath the Skeleton General's feet suddenly gave way, fissures rapidly spreading as molten lava erupted from the crevices, engulfing the Skeleton General in an instant. The Skeleton General's health, 2680, 2770. Performing a backflip, Gu Chen evaded the searing lava spray. Though you have thwarted my slash, you could not escape the effects of my skill. In this first round, I claim victory. A thunderous roar erupted. The Skeleton General emerged from the scorching lava, brandishing his halberd with one hand gripping its end, launching a powerful strike towards Gu Chen. Observing the general's grip on the weapon, Gu Chen quickly discerned the skill being employed. It was the warrior's level 30 skill, Sweep the Troops. While Sweep the Troops may seem similar to the standard sweep, there exists a significant difference of 20 levels between the two skills. The standard sweep applies to all weapon types and offers merely a knockback effect. In contrast, Sweep the Troops is exclusive to polearm-type weapons and boasts an additional 50 bleeding effect alongside the knockback. Moreover, the range of the two attacks is vastly different. Sweep the Troops necessitates the use of a polearm held at the very end, greatly extending the skill's attack range. Thus, conventional evasive maneuvers such as back jumps or rolls prove inadequate against its reach. Many have fallen victim to the confusion between these two skills, often leading to dire consequences, even the loss of their lives. With a crooked smile, Gu Chen remarked, though Sweep the Troops is formidable, it, like the standard sweep, is a mid-range attack. The best skill to evade mid-range attacks is to crouch. Here I go. I crouch. The halberd sliced through the air above Gu Chen like a bolt of lightning. The tremendous force seeming capable of rending space itself, yet failing to touch a single hair on Gu Chen's head. Heavy strike. Rising to his feet, Gu Chen swung his giant axe towards the Skeleton General. The general, however, adeptly leaped backward, evading Gu Chen's strike. Ah, splendid. We have both evaded each other's attacks. The second round ends in a draw. Realizing that even his most lethal skill had failed to inflict harm upon Gu Chen, the Skeleton General sheathed his halberd and equipped a long sword and round shield. You change, I shall change. I will defeat you using your own preferred tactics. Gu Chen stowed one of his axes and donned a shield. The Skeleton General charged at Gu Chen with his sword drawn. The giant axe clashed with the long sword, while shields collided fiercely. Block. Devastating strike. Counterblock. Followed by a bone-crushing blow. Crouch. Heavy strike. Gu Chen adeptly countered each of the Skeleton General's assaults, effortlessly neutralizing the attacks while delivering punishing retaliations that caused the general's vitality to plummet. After evading one of Gu Chen's strikes, the Skeleton General refrained from hastily launching a counterattack. It exhaled a thick, murky breath, compelled to reassess the young warrior before it. At that moment, the general sheathed its spear and drew a longbow from its back, beginning to retreat while unleashing a barrage of ranged shots at Gu Chen. Unable to prevail in close combat, it resorted to long-range tactics. Coincidentally, Gu Chen had also acquired a bow and arrow, ready to engage in this new form of battle. He nocked an arrow and prepared to duel the Skeleton General in a test of marksmanship. Rapid fire. Flame arrows. Precise shots. Arcing strikes. Lethal shots. Explosive arrows. Whoosh whoosh. Whoosh. Numerous arrows flew forth, yet most of the assaults were deftly evaded by their synchronized movements. In the absence of teammates to distract the opponent, an archer's attacks are easily dodged by anticipating the draw of the bow. Suddenly, the Skeleton General halted, swiftly drawing 5 arrows from its quiver and nocking them simultaneously. With a powerful release, it unleashed a volley. A rain of arrows surged forth in a fan-shaped spread towards Gu Chen. Huh, you think such a skill can hit me? Gu Chen sidestepped, skillfully maneuvering between 2 of the arrows. 5 arrows hardly constituted a true volley. Allow me to demonstrate what a real barrage looks like. Guchon fully drew back his bowstring and aimed skyward. Storm of arrows. Storm of arrows. A level 60 awakened skill of the archer. Firing a magical arrow into the sky that subsequently splits into hundreds of arrows, inflicting continuous damage on all targets within range for 5 seconds. Each arrow deals 200 physical damage and applies the user's critical strike chance. The magical arrow reached its apex before rapidly fracturing, quickly filling the air with a dense swarm that obscured the sun. Then, like a torrential downpour, the arrows cascaded downwards. How will you evade such a vast onslaught? With no means of escape, the skeleton general could only raise its shield to mitigate the damage as much as possible. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Countless sharp arrows descended, embedding deep into the ground. Clang, clang, clang. Arrows punctured the skeleton general's shield, armor, helmet, and bones. The numbers above its head fluctuated rapidly. 1380, 1490, critical hit 2670, 1440. After 5 seconds, the rain of arrows ceased, leaving the ground strewn with projectiles, while the skeleton general resembled a porcupine, yet it remained standing. For Gu Chen's longbow was merely of bronze quality. The skeleton general rose, severing the arrows embedded in its body with its long blade, and then bellowed. Reinforcements arise. Crack, crack, crack. In an instant, the barracks reverberated with the eerie sounds of countless skeletal frames assembling and reconstituting. Soon, dozens of fallen skeletal warriors rose once more, encircling Guchon with a menacing presence. The skeletal general, too, summoned his spectral steed, mounting it to assume his most formidable form. Yet, Guchon remained utterly unfazed. Oh, resorting to summoning reinforcements when you cannot prevail? You boss figures truly lack honor in battle, he proclaimed, since you have disregarded the code of combat. Do not blame me for unleashing my ultimate technique. The skeletal general roared once again, a furious bellow echoing through the air. Who was it that first forsook the principles of honorable combat? And was your earlier barrage of storm arrows not a formidable attack? Guchon, employing his swordsmanship, soared into the air, evading the encroaching skeletal soldiers. From his vantage atop the flying sword, he looked down disdainfully upon the legion of skeletal foes. My master urged me to practice my lightning magic, so allow me to resolve this with the very technique he holds in highest regard. Thunderstorm of tribulation. With a resounding crash, a tempest of thunder erupted, and after the storm subsided, the ground returned to an eerie calm. Chapter 42. The Triumvirate Reunites. Boom. Following a resounding clap of thunder, the ground returned to tranquility. Skeleton Warrior defeated, gained 1,000 experience points. Skeleton Archer defeated, gained 1,200 experience points. Skeleton Cavalry defeated, gained 1,500 experience points. The 200,000 health Skeleton General succumbed under the assault of 2 level 60 awakened skills. Skeleton General defeated, gained 200,000 experience points. Acquired a fine longbow, a broadsword, and a premium copper shield. Fine longbow, silver quality, usable at level 20, attack power 150, agility 15, critical hit rate 5. Attack range 4 meters, premium copper shield, silver quality, usable at level 20, defense 60, constitution 30, shield strike skill 1, broadsword, silver quality. 3 silver grade weapons emerged from the fray, yet not a single skill book was dropped. The drop rate in this adventurous secret realm truly leaves much to be desired. Guchon collected the equipment and subsequently teleported out of the secret realm. Ding, ding, ding. At this moment, all adventurers still within the secret realm received a simultaneous notification. Detected that boss Skeleton General has been defeated, this secret realm will automatically close at midnight, and no new boss will appear. Each adventurer may choose whether to remain in the realm or to initiate a new one. In a popular secret realm like the Valley of the Dead, only one boss can appear at a time. A crisis akin to that of the secret realm is simply impossible. Thus, teams wishing to vanquish the boss must race against time to reach its territory for a chance at victory. Although Gu Chen entered the secret realm slightly later than the first wave of adventurers, his ability to soar through the air allowed him to bypass the majority of the skeleton soldiers' entanglement, making him the swiftest to locate the boss. After the boss's demise, the secret realm held no value for other teams aiming to defeat it. Should they wish to engage the boss, they would have to initiate a new secret realm. As for the boss's fate, it bore little impact on those adventurers focused on slaying minor foes for experience. In fact, they could now farm with greater peace of mind. Upon receiving this notification, all adventurers were taken aback. What? Someone has already slain the boss. It is barely past 9 o'clock. Typically, teams do not reach the boss's domain until around 11 o'clock, and it usually takes about an hour to defeat it. How could someone have dispatched the boss so early today? Indeed, our team had only just arrived at the skeleton archers area when the boss fell. Is there any point in continuing our descent? Damn it. Not only did we fail to claim the boss, but I also wasted 5,000 in ticket fees. Could it be that a seasoned player is leading newcomers, which enabled such a swift defeat of the boss? The esteemed minter refrains from venturing into the arduous and hellish realms, where the experience and drop rates are remarkably high. What glory is there in traversing the adventure dungeons? Such a figure cannot truly be deemed a master. Rather, they might be classified as a mediocre or lesser player. Perhaps even a trivial one. Can such a person still be considered a master? In a flash of brilliance, Gu Chen materialized at the entrance of the dungeon. Upon catching sight of him, Bai Ningning hurried over, radiating concern. Gu Chen, how are you? Are you injured? If so, I can provide treatment. Gu Chen waved his hand dismissively, indicating he was fine. At that moment, Chun Hui also arrived at the dungeon entrance, running up and exclaiming, "Brother Chun, I'm here." Upon seeing Chun Hui, Bai Ningning's cheerful demeanor instantly faded. Gu Chen, why did you have to bring this annoying person along? Gu Chen shrugged. What can I say? In the vicinity of Luo City. You two are the only ones I know. Let us just consider him for the numbers. Is it appropriate to say that? After all, I am an SS grade talent. Chun Hui retorted. What level are you now? I'm at level 15. Chun Hui answered. Bai Ningning chimed in. I'm level 16, almost reaching 17. I'm level 20. Among the three of us, you are the lowest level, yet you claim you're not merely here to fill the ranks. The two gasped in unison. What? You're level 20 already? How did that happen? That's incredibly fast. Indeed, my leveling speed is soaring, thanks to the guidance of a master. A master? Have you taken on an apprenticeship? I hadn't planned on it. But that old dang insisted on taking me as his disciple, aiding my leveling, imparting lightning skills, and providing me with equipment. I succumbed to the temptation of his sweet promises and thus became his apprentice. And who is your master? Gu Chen promptly shared the information regarding Ma Buoyun with them. Ma Buoyun? Your master is the Thunder King Ma Buoyun? Yes, why? Are you saying that the esteemed level 83 master is personally guiding you while suppressing his level with a potion to help you level up as a novice? Yes, why? Why indeed? A master of over level 80, using a suppression potion to lower himself to the mid-60s, assisting a mere teenager in leveling up. What a colossal waste of resources. An egregious waste. Huh, your master is quite extravagant. Could you persuade him to take me on as an additional disciple? My master does not accept fools. Am I foolish? I am merely innocent. Enough with the idle chatter. Let us proceed into the dungeon. The three formed a party and approached the dungeon entrance. Upon noticing Bai Ningning, the dungeon administrator immediately bowed respectfully, saying, Miss Bai, what brings you here unexpectedly? Is it not permissible for me to upgrade in my own dungeon? It is allowed. But the Lord has decreed that 2 bodyguards must accompany you for your protection before you may enter this dungeon for training. These 2 individuals are my bodyguards. The administrator glanced at Guchon and Chun Hui, stating, Miss Bai, it is evident that these 2 are not your bodyguards. Please do not complicate matters for me. Bai Ningning shouted angrily, stand aside. Aware of his subordinate position, the administrator dared not confront Bai Ningning and allowed her passage. Guchon and Chun Hui followed her into the secret realm. Upon witnessing Bai Ningning enter the secret realm, the realm administrator immediately made a phone call. Hello, sir? Miss Bai has emerged again. Moreover, she has entered the challenging undead realm without any bodyguards. A furious voice erupted from the other end. What? Why did you not stop her? I tried, but I could not restrain her. It would have been inappropriate to forcefully intervene. Incompetent fool. I am on my way. Once inside the secret realm, Gu Chen noticed that Bai Ningning had clearly lost the joyful expression she wore earlier. The birth of an SS grade genius in a family is a rare occurrence, and they naturally wished to protect her diligently, fearing even the slightest mishap. Bai Ningning must have grown rebellious over time due to her family's stringent control. Gu Chen consoled her. Your parents are merely concerned for your safety, which is why they exhibit such strong control. Bai Ningning managed a faint smile. Guchon, It is not as simple as you imagine. Oh, is there more to it? Bai Ningning donned a radiant smile once more. Never mind. Let us not dwell on our family's troubles. Come, let us hunt monsters. How shall we divide our tasks? Chun Hui replied, Of course, it will be me and Brother Chun at the front, slicing through them, while you support us from the back. Gu Chen interjected, There is no need for such complexity. You two can simply deal with a few minor creatures near the entrance of the secret realm, while I shall confront the boss alone. What on earth? Chapter 43, The Challenging Secret Realm? It seems not so daunting. Upon hearing Gu Chen's words, Bai Ningning and Chun Hui were momentarily taken aback. What? You intend to confront the boss alone? Brother Chen, have you lost your senses? I recognize your formidable skills, but this is a secret realm of considerable difficulty. The boss is not something one can contend with single-handedly. Indeed, Guchon, I am most familiar with our secret realm. The distinction between the difficult and adventurous levels of bosses is profound. To challenge a boss in a difficult secret realm alone is exceedingly perilous. We three should initially focus on defeating the minions to level up. Gu Chen's primary objective in the Valley of the Dead was to acquire the skill book for summoning skeletons. Leveling up was not his main concern. Thus, he could not afford to squander time on minions. Rest assured, I shan't perish. Now, I must seize the opportunity to confront the boss. Lightning Dash. Gu Chen transformed into a streak of lightning, swiftly penetrating deeper into the secret realm. Chun Hui and Bai Ningning were left astonished. Brother Chun has truly mastered lightning magic? I am genuinely envious of such learning capabilities. Bai Ningning remarked with a hint of contemplation, Perhaps we have indeed misjudged the unemployed. They might surpass any profession, including those with 3S level talents. After 2 minutes of rapid movement, Gu Chen received a notification of a kill. Your team has slain a skeleton soldier, earning 500 experience points. Although Chun Hui and Bai Ningning had yet to reach level 20 and were thus facing foes above their level in the 2025 secret realm, their abilities allowed them to handle ordinary minions with ease, and Gu Chen harbored no concerns for their safety. Having left their line of sight, he felt free to accelerate. Sword Control Technique. Gu Chen invoked the technique to advance at full speed. Approximately 20 minutes later, he discovered a dilapidated military encampment, where the Skeleton General stood prominently. Skeleton General, LV, 25, Health 300, 000, Attack Power 1, 300, Defense 380. Magic Defense 350, Skill, Weapon Mastery. The Skeleton General is proficient in various weapons and their corresponding skills. In battle, he can switch weapons and combat states freely based on the situation. Skill, Phantom Resurrection, revives 20 surrounding phantoms to join the fight. The difficulty of the challenging secret realm had indeed escalated significantly. The Skeleton General's health had surged by 100,000, and both his attack and defense had seen substantial increases. Furthermore, the Phantom Resurrection skill, which was a passive ability in the adventurous secret realm, was now an active skill. This alteration alone doubled the challenge of defeating the boss. My current attributes are too low. The boss's health and defenses continue to rise. It has become increasingly difficult to eliminate the boss with a single skill using the level 60 awakening skills. Even the most charged warrior's kick, without a critical hit, struggles to finish off the boss. Since a single awakened skill could not vanquish it, why not employ 2? If 2 prove insufficient, then 3 it shall be. Skills are my abundance. Gu Chen leapt from the air, awakening the dormant skeletal general. Upon perceiving the intruder, the skeletal general promptly summoned the skeletal soldiers. Clatter, clatter, clatter. One by one, the skeletal figures rose from the ground, swiftly encircling Gu Chen. Unfazed, Gu Chen drew forth 2 colossal axes, lowering his stance, poised for action. Blade Storm. No, it is the Axe Storm. Axe Storm. Awakened skill of the Sword Saint at level 60. By wielding the weapon, one spins at an astonishing velocity, generating a devastating axe storm that inflicts 1,000 physical damage per second to targets in proximity, with an added critical hit effect. The effect lasts for 10 seconds, during which movement speed is enhanced by 20. The axe storm can reflect 50 of magical attacks and block 50 of physical attacks. Gu Chen whirled his twin axes, rapidly converging into a tempest towering 5 to 6 meters high, composed of razor-sharp axe blades. The black blades of the colossal axes transformed the axe storm into a swirling vortex of darkness. with the massive weapon's extensive range augmenting the storm's area of effect. Its destructive power intensified. Swish, swish, swish. The dance of blades resonated with the clash of metal. The skeletal soldiers were instantaneously torn to shreds by the axe storm. The boss, barely managing to defend with its shield, found its health plummeting at an alarming rate. Skeletal general health, 7880, 7957, 8019. The skeletal general attempted to leap back to evade Guchon's onslaught, but with a 20 speed boost from the axe storm, Guchon swiftly closed the gap. Countless blades struck the skeletal general once more. 7780, 7910. As the 10 seconds elapsed, the axe storm had inflicted a staggering 71,000 points of damage upon the boss, yet it had barely diminished a third of its life. Blasted! Has the Sword Saint's awakened skill been nerfed? Clatter, clatter, clatter. At that moment, the recently vanquished skeletal soldiers astonishingly reassembled and stood upright once more. Oh, you dare to resurrect? Summon skeletons. Summon skeletal mages. Summon bone demons. Before the skeletal soldiers could fully reconstitute, Guchon preemptively consumed their remains. Witnessing his entire army annihilated and transformed into Gu Chen's summons, the skeletal general was furious. Roar! He bellowed in rage, seeking to transition into cavalry mode. A skeletal warhorse's frame swiftly materialized beneath the skeletal general. You wish to ride a grand steed? Not a chance. Corpse explosion. With a resounding boom, the half-formed skeletal warhorse was obliterated into fragments. The skeletal general felt a searing pain beneath him. His groin had exploded. Hastily, he glanced down to inspect his vital area, relieved to discover it unscathed. A sigh of relief escaped him. Thankfully, all was well. However, he quickly realized that this situation seemed even more lamentable than being blown to bits. The enraged skeleton general, filled with impotent fury, brandished his war spear and lunged towards Guchon. Guchon coldly remarked, "Humph. No matter how high your attributes are, you remain nothing more than a brute. I have lost all interest in you." With a sweeping gesture of his hand, he unleashed two immensely powerful spells, the twin tornadoes of storm and the thunder calamity, awakening a dual strike. Perish. In an instant, the heavens and earth transformed, as terrifying tornadoes intertwined with numerous bolts of lightning, resembling the apocalypse itself. The life points of the skeleton general dwindled, 8848, 8660, 8470. Under the relentless assault of the two formidable spells, the skeleton general was rendered defenseless, his remaining health of over 200,000 points evaporating in an instant. Even his skeletal frame was shattered by the tornado, scattering into disarray across the ground. Guchon clapped his hands, signaling the end of the battle. Is this the boss of a challenging secret realm? It hardly seems so formidable. Chapter 44, The Melon-Eating Group Leader. Am I truly the protagonist? Ding. You have slain the skeleton general, earning 80,000 experience points. Guchon examined the spoils dropped by the boss. Sunset longbow, gold quality, usable at level 20, attack power 200, agility 20, critical rate 5. Attack range 5 meters. Normal attacks have a 10 chance to fire a flame arrow. Golden armor, gold quality, usable at level 25, defense 60, magic defense 60. Constitution 60, set effect. Collecting 5 pieces grants a set bonus. The bow of gold quality was indeed formidable, significantly extending the attack range. And normal attacks had a chance to trigger an additional effect. I accepted it without hesitation. The golden armor, however, held little allure for me. It required a complete set to unlock its bonuses. Old Ma had already prepared 3 sets for me to switch between, so there was no immediate need to farm for the golden set. Time to sell. With the current high price of gold, I wondered if the golden armor could fetch a good price. Guchon continued to gather the spoils. Acquired skill book, summon skeleton archer. Oh, what a delightful surprise. I've stumbled upon a skill book. Guchon picked up the skill book and used it without a second thought. Ding. Your skeleton archer skill level has increased to level 2. The summoning level for skeleton archers is now 20, and the number of summons has increased by 5, allowing you to summon a total of 10. No wonder the skill book of the necromancer commands such a high price. The upgraded skill not only elevates the level of the summoned creatures, but also increases their number by 5. This truly represents an epic enhancement. I must strive to max out the summon skeleton skill in this secret realm. At that moment, By Ningning and Chun Hui sent messages to Gu Chen. Wow, Brother Chun, you actually soloed the boss. That's incredible. The skeleton general at the hard difficulty is exceptionally powerful. How did you manage to defeat it so swiftly? Or have you discovered some hidden bug in this secret realm? What bug? I am simply strong. Of course, you may also refer to me as Brother Ba. Humph. Keeping secrets from us, selfish and stingy. It's not that I'm unwilling to share. The time's simply isn't right. Now, let us proceed to the next secret realm. The three of them simultaneously teleported out of the secret realm. However, as soon as they emerged, several magical chains swiftly sealed off the entrance to the secret realm. Chen Hui, this is the secret realm chains. Someone doesn't want us to enter the secret realm? Secret realm chains, a temporary magic that seals the secret realm. Once sealed, practitioners cannot enter, but those within the realm can exit freely and will not be trapped inside. Bai Ningning furrowed her brow. The inevitable had come to pass. Before the entrance stood a burly middle-aged man, his robust physique stretching his shirt taut, with buttons that seemed ready to pop at any moment, potentially striking someone in the face. His arms were remarkably robust, adorned with intricate tattoos of fierce tigers, mythical cheilants, and venomous serpents. One could easily surmise that a mere punch from him would effortlessly extort a sum of 80,000. He crossed his arms over his chest, flanked by several bodyguards clad in black suits, exuding an unmistakable aura of dominance. He was none other than Bai Ningning's father, the esteemed leader of the Bai Clan Association. With eyes wide in indignation, Bai Father exclaimed, "Who permitted you to sneak out again? Did I not instruct you to await the guidance of someone for your advancement? What if you encountered some unforeseen misfortune?" Bai Ningning retorted, "I possess my own freedom, and I have my own friends. I do not require your assistance in finding someone to accompany me. These two little rascals are your friends?" He scoffed. "They merely seek to exploit you. Do not forget that you are an SS-level genius. They are merely attempting to cling to your coattails." At that moment, Chun Hui interjected with dissatisfaction. "Hey, who do you think you are looking down on? Aren't we all SS-level geniuses? What is there to boast about?" My father was taken aback by the revelation that Bai Ningning had teamed up with another SS-level genius and inquired, "And who might you be?" "My name is Chen Hui, with an SS-level talent, dual-classed as a dragon slayer and berserker." "Am I boasting? You are the one who has been overshadowed by my Ningning," my father sneered. "And yet you deny that you are merely trying to ride on her coattails. Who would want to cling to your Ningning's coattails? I am here to attach myself to my brother Chun." My father pressed further, "And who might that be?" Chun Hui proudly interjected, "This is my brother Chun, the only unclassed individual in the world. Call him Brother Chun." "Brother Chun," my father nearly blurted out. "Ahem. You are the world's only failure at class transition, are you not? Ningning, how could you possibly team up with such a waste?" Bai Ningning explained, "Father, you do not understand unclassed individuals. Guchon is extraordinarily powerful. He is not only the strongest among us three, but he can even single-handedly vanquish a difficult-level skeleton general." Yet, my father remained unconvinced. A universally acknowledged failure, capable of defeating a difficult-level skeleton general? Do you take me for a fool? Or have you been beguiled by this young man's sweet words? It is true. I am not deceiving you. Ningning, your talent is meant to align with the strong, not to squander time with these failures. I have meticulously planned the most perfect path for your life. Come home with me. I will not go. If you refuse to leave, I shall seal this secret realm. None of you shall enter. Father, you are being unreasonable. You are forcing me to act this way. Even if I return with you today, I will absolutely not marry into the Chu family." "Oh," Guchon and Chun Hui exclaimed in unison, realizing there was more to the story. "Listen." Subsequently, Chun Hui retrieved a handful of sunflower seeds from his pocket and shared some with Guchon. As the two settled down to become mere spectators, my father remarked, "You are still young. You do not comprehend. Resources are of paramount importance to us professionals. Securing a marriage with the Chu family would provide us with an inexhaustible supply of resources. Moreover, President Chu has pledged that once they elevate to a level 9 guild, they will undoubtedly assist in transforming our family guild into a level 8 one. Do you comprehend the challenges associated with advancing from a level 6 to a level 7 guild? You are well aware that our guild has been stagnating at level 6 for several years, yet we have not managed to break through to level 7. The aspiration of upgrading to a level 8 guild seems almost unattainable in my lifetime. However, if you were to marry the youngest son of the Chu family, we would seamlessly ascend to a level 8 guild. It's that straightforward. Yet, I harbor no affection for him. Furthermore, that Chu Hao is notoriously known as a libertine. Do you still expect me to marry him? Have you considered your daughter's feelings? Father Bai fell silent for a moment before responding. What young man hasn't indulged in a few romances? Once you are wed, he will naturally become more restrained. This is a matter of our family's interests. You must endure a slight compromise. We must seize this extraordinary wealth. Upon hearing her father's words, Bai Ningning's heart, which had not yet succumbed to despair, finally descended into hopelessness. With tears welling in her eyes, she declared, "Father, let me be candid with you. Just moments ago, I engaged in an intimate encounter with Gu Chen in the secret realm. If the Chu family can accept someone like me, then I shall marry him." With a clatter, Gu Chen's sunflower seeds scattered everywhere. Huh? How is this even related to me? Meanwhile, Chun Hui was engrossed in his enjoyment. Chapter 45. Guilt Multiplied. Upon hearing Bai Ningning's words, all those gathered at the entrance of the secret realm gasped in astonishment, abandoning their thoughts of exploring the realm to indulge in the spectacle. How audacious for a girl from the Bai family to engage in such acts within the secret realm. The mere thought of a wild encounter in such a place is exhilarating. An SS-level treasure was claimed by a useless, unclassed individual. TSK. The Bai family has truly suffered a considerable disgrace this time. Now, not only the Chu family, but any family of repute would surely hesitate to take on Bai Ningning, a woman sullied by a waste. Ahem. If no one is willing to take responsibility for the Bai family's daughter, I wouldn't mind stepping in as the reluctant hero. Meanwhile, Gu Chen was utterly bewildered. Just when he was enjoying the gossip, he found himself thrust into the spotlight. What? When did we engage in relations within the secret realm? As the person involved, how was I unaware of this? Bai Ningning looked at Gu Chen with tear-filled eyes, appearing woefully pitiful. You. How can you deny it after zipping up your trousers? What about the vows of eternal love you just made to me? Those are merely idioms. What do they mean? Gu Chen retorted. Besides, I never uttered such words. Had I known you would renege, I would have recorded evidence. All men are indeed brutes. Gu Chen interjected. Does anyone have a phone? Could you please call the police for me? Listening to the surrounding discussions and the playful banter between Gu Chen and Bai Ningning, Bai's father could no longer contain his fury. Scoundrel! His furious roar reverberated through the air. He emanated a fierce, crimson aura, and the tattoos on his arms began to swirl as if ready to spring forth at any moment. The transformation of his arms immediately drew everyone's attention, sparking lively chatter. Did you see that? His tattoos are actually moving. Could this be the legendary weapon of a level 60 fighter, the Beast's soul arm? A legendary weapon that manifests as a tattoo. How utterly magnificent. I want a moving tattoo too. Bai's father, engulfed in rage, seized Bai Ningning's delicate arm with his massive hand, causing her smooth, alabaster skin to bulge with veins, rapidly flushing purple. Do you think I would believe such a fabricated tale? Bai Ningning merely scoffed coldly, glancing at the onlookers around the secret realm. Your belief is inconsequential. What matters is that they believe. Creak, creak, creak. Bai's father's grip tightened further, eliciting a sound from Bai Ningning's arm akin to a desperate cry from her muscles and bones. If he exerted even a little more force, he could easily crush her arm. Yet, there was no hint of submission on Bai Ningning's face. She endured the excruciating pain, her gaze fixed defiantly on her father, embodying a spirit unyielding in the face of death. Bai's father trembled with fury. Suddenly, he forcefully flung Bai Ningning toward the bodyguard behind him. He commanded, "Take her to the hospital for an examination. I need to ascertain whether she remains intact." The bodyguards replied in unison, yes. Upon hearing her father's words, Bai Ningning's tears surged uncontrollably, and she struggled to escape. Yet, her feeble strength was no match for the might of the several imposing men who dragged her away helplessly. Bai Ningning fixed her gaze on her father, shouting, "Bai Dianfeng, I despise you." But the bodyguards pulled her farther and farther away. After witnessing Bai Ningning's departure, Bai's father approached Gu Chen, coldly stating, "I hope you have not laid a finger on my daughter. If you have, even if you flee to the ends of the earth, I will personally see to your demise." Gu Chen replied nonchalantly, "I await your challenge." With a huff, Bai's father turned and left. Although Bai Ningning's father was indeed excessive, this was ultimately a family matter for her. Gu Chen was merely an outsider, and there was little he could do to intervene. What could he do? defeat the bodyguards, rescue Bai Ningning, and then administer a beating to her father? Furthermore, he would have to inform him that Bai Ningning had the right to choose her own love, and he had no authority to interfere. Such actions would only complicate matters further and could even lead to more severe repercussions. If Gu Chen struck Bai Ningning's father, would she not be heartbroken? Families may argue, but they are still family. When faced with external threats, they quickly set aside their differences and unite against the outsider. In such a scenario, Guchon would not only incur the Bai family's enmity, but also that of Bai Ningning and potentially even the Chu family. Thus, Gu Chen found himself unable to assist. For even the most impartial judges often struggle with family disputes, let alone an outsider like him. As the Bai family departed, the mystical chains of the secret realm were once again unbound. The onlookers dispersed, returning to their own affairs. At that moment, Chun Hui remained rooted in place. Seemingly lost in thought, Gu Chen nudged him with his elbow. "Hey, fool, what are you pondering?" Chun Hui scratched his head and asked, "Brother Chun, why did Bai Ningning yell that she hated Bai Dianji when she left? Could it be that she suffers from vitiligo?" Gu Chen was equally perplexed by her outburst. Although Bai Ningning was indeed very fair-skinned, she did not appear to have vitiligo. Why then had she inexplicably declared, "I hate vitiligo"? It made no sense, causing his mind to spiral in confusion. Gu Chen mused, Bai Dianji, the Bai family. Wait, I suddenly have a bold hypothesis. But should I share it? Yes, I shall. Is it possible that Bai Ningning's father is named Bai Dianfeng? What? Is there truly someone with such an unfortunate name as Bai Dianji? Surely not. He mused further. Dianfeng refers to the peak of a mountain, not the affliction of vitiligo. Bai Dianfeng? Ah, that does indeed sound like a name. But it still feels odd. Who in their right mind would bestow such a pun-laden name upon their father? Uncertain. I dared not inquire further. After a brief silence, Chun Hui posed a question. Now it's just the two of us left, without another. How shall we conquer this challenging secret realm? Suddenly, Gu Chen recalled Xiao Yunlei and Yu Mengmeng. Previously, he had obliterated the Beast Forest secret realm with his devastating black hole attack, significantly hindering their progression. He felt a sense of indebtedness to his good friends. Thus, a spark of conscience ignited within him, prompting the desire to assist them in leveling up as a means of alleviating his guilt. Perhaps I should summon a few people, he suggested. Sure, since I'm merely here to gather experience, feel free to invite anyone, came the reply. Gu Chen then dialed Xiao Yunlei's number. Hello, Yunlei. What have you been up to lately? What else could I be doing? Grinding monsters to level up. Oh, and what level are you at now? I'm at level 4. Hey. That individual over there, release that slime. I spotted it first. Darn, my wild monster has been stolen. Is there something you need from me? Hee. Not anymore. Gu Chen quietly ended the call, unable to bear the thought of Xiao Yunlei snatching the slime. The more he imagined, the greater his sense of obligation grew, amplifying his remorse. It felt as though he could never repay this debt in his lifetime. Beep, beep, beep. Listening to the dial tone, Xiao Yunlei grumbled, darn. Why call me if there's nothing urgent? You're just wasting my time leveling up. Meng, give me a heal. All right, big brother Yunlei. Chapter 46, Civilization. It is up to us to queue consciously. Chen Hui inquired. How is it going, Chengge? Have you managed to gather a team? Cough. No, I haven't managed to assemble one. These individuals are rather preoccupied. What shall we do then? Without enough players, we cannot enter the challenging secret realm. Should we recruit some random players? It seems we have no choice but to do so. However, I shall not lead them to level up for free. Then I shall feign being a formidable player and charge them for the privilege of leveling up. How will you feign that? Just watch. Gu Chen opened his spatial backpack, retrieving several monster pelts, and plucked a handful of grayish-white fur from one. He then applied a bit of water to his face as a makeshift disguise. With this transformation, Gu Chen appeared as though he were a man in his 50s or 60s. Although the faux beard was somewhat hastily affixed, it was sufficiently convincing from a distance. How do I look? Not too shabby, right? Quite acceptable. Very good. Whether leading 1 or 3, it is still leading. Let us form a 5-person team and boldly challenge the hellish difficulty of the secret realm. Challenging the hellish difficulty of the secret realm. Chengge, how impressive. Quickly, gather more players. Since I shall only engage the boss, a symbolic fee of 10,000 for each participant will suffice. Understood. Chen Hui then moved into the throng, calling out, a level 60 awaken player is recruiting. Hell level difficulty is on, guaranteed success. However, a tenfold refund. We have a 5-member team, with 3 spots remaining. Don't let this opportunity pass you by. Huh. A level 60 player leading a team, and at hell level difficulty. One must experience the thrill of conquering hell difficulty at least once in a lifetime. I'm in. Oh, I've finally waited long enough. My second transition task, conquer the hell difficulty of the Valley of the Dead, can finally be completed. Esteemed player, count me in. Add me as well. I will contribute 20,000. The prospect of securing a spot with a mere 10,000 was indeed a bargain, particularly for those with quests to complete. Observing the fervent demand, Chun Hui discreetly asked Guchon, "Did you ever anticipate such a crowd wishing to be led? Should we consider raising the price? No need for an increase. Since I shall only confront the boss, the experience shared afterward will be minimal, and some may feel dissatisfied. However, if the price remains low, these individuals will regard it as merely a check-in at the hell-level secret realm and will not complain. They may even promote us further, making future team formations effortless. My goal is to repeatedly engage the boss and acquire as many skill books as possible. Each skill book can fetch over 1 million, so there's no need to fret over trivial sums." Understood. I shall proceed to recruit 3 individuals at random. Chun Hui casually added 3 individuals, forming a 5-person team. The other aspiring team members expressed their disappointment in unison. At that moment, someone, unwilling to concede, asked, "Will you continue to lead after this?" "Indeed. My master is committed to guiding me for the entire day. Were it not for the population restrictions of the hellish secret realm, I would not have formed a party with you. You are indeed fortunate to bask in my radiance. Ahem. My gratitude knows no bounds. Brothers, if you wish for the esteemed leader to assist you, kindly queue up in an orderly fashion. This way, everyone shall have the opportunity to experience the challenges of the hell difficulty. Indeed, civility amongst us is paramount. Let us all conscientiously line up together." In an instant, a lengthy queue materialized. Subsequently, Gu Chen and his companions ventured into the hellish secret realm. Upon entering, Gu Chen was immediately enveloped by an ominous aura of death. Such a malevolent energy manifests when a multitude of restless souls congregate in one locale. The chilling essence of death that pervades the Valley of the Fallen is precisely this sinister force. Eerie gusts howled through the hollow eye sockets of the skulls, emitting a mournful wail, as though countless vengeful spirits were crying out for justice. Chun Hui and his comrades instinctively shivered, their hairs standing on end. The creatures lurking at this hell difficulty were all at level 25, exhibiting significantly enhanced attributes. Skeleton Soldier, LV, 25, Undead, Health Points 10,000, Attack Power 3, 450. Defense 200, Magic Defense 200, Skills, Shield Bash, Charge, Heavy Strike, Leap, Passive Skill, Undead Resurrection. Upon death, there is a 50 chance to resurrect after 10 seconds. The resurrected skeleton soldier retains half of its health, while its attributes remain unchanged, allowing for infinite resurrections until its health dwindles below 1 point. If the only change were the enhancement of attributes, the team could manage with caution and steady progression. However, the amplification of the passive skill, Undead Resurrection, was utterly disheartening. The skeleton soldiers could resurrect an infinite number of times, although each resurrection only had a 50 chance. It was not uncommon for a single skeleton soldier to rise 4 or 5 times. If one were to encounter an exceptionally fortunate skeleton soldier that kept resurrecting, it would become a true torment. Slaying it yields no experience and merely consumes precious time. Conversely, ignoring it poses a significant threat due to its formidable attack power, especially as they approached the skeleton archers, where progress became nearly impossible. This was precisely why no one dared to farm in the hell difficulty of the Valley of the Fallen. Guchon glanced at the levels of his companions. Apart from Chun Hui, who was at level 16, the others ranged from levels 23 to 24. They could easily handle 1 or 2 minor foes. But should they face more than 3, danger would inevitably loom. Gu Chen advised them, "You all should remain at the periphery of the secret realm. I shall swiftly eliminate the boss, which should take approximately 30 minutes. If you find yourselves at leisure, feel free to slay a few minor creatures. But do not engage more than 2 at once." "Understood, esteemed leader. We shall remain here. We'll take some photos and check in at the secret realm," they replied. "Take care, leader." With that, Gu Chen transformed into a flash of lightning, departing from his companions. 3 minutes later, he donned the sword mastery technique and sped deep into the secret realm. After a span of over 20 minutes, Guchon arrived once more at the lair of the boss. Before me stands a skeletal general, mounted upon a skeletal war steed, stationed within the confines of the military camp. Surrounding him are a dozen skeletal soldiers, each wielding weapons and standing vigilant. Skeletal General, LV, 25, Health 400, 000. Attack Power 1, 500, Defense 400, Magic Defense 400, Skill, Weapon Mastery. The Skeletal General is proficient in all manner of weaponry and their respective skills, allowing him to fluidly switch between weapons and combat states according to the circumstances of battle. Skill, Resurrection of the Undead. Revives 20 surrounding undead soldiers to join the fray. The hellish difficulty Skeletal General has immediately assumed his most formidable form, that of a mounted warrior. There shall be no saving the game now. How mundane. Henceforth, I shall obliterate you from the skies. With a health pool of 400, 000. It will require no more than 4 awakened skills at level 60 to bring you to your demise. Prepare yourself. Awaken Fourfold Strike. Falling Star. Arctic Tempest. Dual Tornado of Storms. Thunder Cataclysm. Chapter 47. The Awakening Quadruple Strike. Annihilation of the Hell Boss. Awakening Quadruple Strike. Meteorite Strike. Frigid Tempest. Twin Tornadoes of Fury. Thunderous Cataclysm. Feel My Wrath. Meteorite Strike. A level 60 Fire Mage's awakening skill, summoning a colossal meteorite that crashes to the ground after 10 seconds, inflicting 10,000 magical damage and a 5-second stun effect on the target's central area. The meteorite then explodes, dealing an additional 5,000 magical damage to surrounding foes and producing a formidable knockback effect. Frigid Tempest, a level 60 Ice Mage's awakening skill, conjuring an extreme ice storm that inflicts 1,000 magical damage per second to enemies within its range, alongside a 30 slowing effect and a 30 chance to freeze. Targets that are frozen experience an 80 reduction in all attributes, rendering them exceedingly fragile. Upon death while frozen, their bodies shatter, leaving no trace behind. Twin Tornadoes of Fury. Thunderous Cataclysm. In an instant, the sky darkened ominously. Ominous clouds enveloped the heavens, followed by countless bolts of lightning cascading downwards, blanketing the entire military encampment. At the very heart of the encampment, 2 powerful tornadoes spiraled upward, while simultaneously, a wave of frigid air rapidly coalesced, forming countless ice spikes in the atmosphere. As the ice spikes materialized, they were swept into the vortex of the tornadoes. With the tornadoes' extraordinary rotational speed amplifying their potency, the ice spikes became akin to lethal projectiles, piercing through the skeletal soldiers and their commanding general, exploding upon impact. The Frigid Tempest and Twin Tornadoes of Fury seamlessly intertwined, resulting in 2 formidable ice tornadoes of unparalleled destruction. In that moment, the sounds of thunder, howling winds, and the shattering of ice spikes resonated in a chaotic symphony. Observing the skeletal soldiers, they were swiftly encased in ice sculptures under the extreme cold. Countless ice spikes collided with the frozen skeletal soldiers, reducing them to mere fragments. As the fierce winds swept through, not even remnants remained. Revival? The skeletal soldiers, obliterated to dust, stood no chance of resurrection. The skeletal king fared no better. Attempting to flee atop his steed, he found himself ensnared within the confines of the encampment. With no escape in sight, Skeletal General's health, 7999, 8848, 8847. Drawing his bow to target the airborne Gu Chen, he sought to retaliate. Yet, the larger his movements became, the faster the frost enveloped him. In the blink of an eye, the Skeletal General transformed into a frozen archer, a perfect masterpiece of ice. Fortunately, his substantial health prevented him from shattering immediately. But soon after, a massive meteorite plummeted from the sky, crashing down upon the Skeletal General. Boom! A tremendous roar echoed. Critical hit. The Skeletal General's health plummeted by 188,000. That fragile masterpiece of ice was instantly reduced to powder, and under the searing heat, it evaporated into vapor, dispersing into the air. Boom! Another resounding explosion. After 5 seconds, the meteorite detonated, unleashing a colossal shockwave that leveled the entire encampment to the ground. This is the art of explosion. Yet, The skeleton general will never again experience this explosive artistry, as it has already been prematurely offline. Skeleton general defeated, earning 80,000 experience points. Acquired a pair of golden greaves, a pair of golden pauldrons, and a fanged Anua halberd. Obtained a skill book for summoning skeletons. Splendid. Another skill book has dropped. Learning. Your summoning of skeletons has risen to level 2. Skeleton soldier summoning level is 10, increasing the number of summons by 5. The current summonable quantity is 10. Excellent. Let us keep grinding. Guchon then signaled a few teammates to teleport out of the secret realm. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 5 figures emerged from the secret realm, immediately attracting the attention of other adventurers outside. The big shots have emerged. Someone inquired, "How was it? Did you conquer the hellish difficulty secret realm?" Please omit the question mark. The big shot completed the map and defeated the boss in merely half an hour. Truly astonishing speed. Big shot, you must take me along. My second transfer quest depends entirely on you. Big shot, I'll offer 20,000 coins. Can you take me once more? Chunhui replied, No, my master is not in need of that little sum. My master is offering benefits. It was agreed that each person would be taken once. That is how it is. If you wish to continue, please form a queue for the next group. Who's next? Hurry up. Subsequently, Guchon's team recruited 3 more individuals and re-entered the secret realm. Half an hour later, ding. Skeleton General defeated, earning 80,000 experience points. The news of the boss's defeat resonated in the minds of every teammate. Guchon, as he wished, had once again obtained a skill book for summoning skeletons. The drop rate in this hellish difficulty secret realm is indeed remarkable. At this pace, I shall require no more than 2 days to elevate both the summoning of skeletons and skeleton archers to their maximum levels. Hee. Tomorrow shall mark the birth of a new Lich King. Let us keep grinding. Guchon spent the entire day either battling bosses or journeying towards them. Meanwhile, other adventurers wishing to join the group lined up in an orderly fashion, entering the secret realm after 3 individuals were directly recruited following their exit. Upon entering, Chunhui took charge of collecting fees, wasting not a moment. Guchon diligently grinded from 9 a.m. to 9 p.m. Although he possessed boundless magical energy, such an intense 12-hour session in the secret realm left him somewhat fatigued. No more grinding. No more. If I continue, I'll end up with a 996 work schedule. God forbid I collapse again. That would be a tremendous loss. Time for a break. Despite Guchon having spent an entire day in the secret realm, adventurers outside continued to queue in lengthy lines. Some had traveled from distant cities upon hearing that a big shot was leading runs through the hellish secret realm. Not only did the queue not shorten, but it grew increasingly longer. Chunhui remarked, Ahem. My master is rather fatigued today. Let us conclude our gathering for now. Everyone, please disperse. What? We're leaving already? I have waited in line all day, and I finally reached my turn. Esteemed one, please assist us just once more. Indeed, esteemed one, I traveled from another city solely for your guidance on this task. You cannot let my journey be in vain. Is it that you lack blue potions? I have some. Please take them and continue for a while longer. Please, just a little longer, esteemed one. We have insufficient level suppression elixirs, but we have more to offer. Faced with such fervent pleas, Chunhui was at a loss. What should we do, Brother Chen? Guchon stepped forward and said, I am indeed weary today. However, my disciple has yet to attain the desired level. I shall return tomorrow to assist my disciple in leveling up. If anyone still seeks assistance, you may line up here again tomorrow. As Guchon spoke, strands of his false beard began to drift down from his lips, clearly visible to all. Esteemed one, your beard has fallen. Having refrained from speaking all day for fear of losing his disguise, Guchon was dismayed that it had indeed come undone at the last moment. Oh no, will my true identity be revealed? Fortunately, as dusk settled, the crowd had not discerned Guchon's true visage. At this juncture, Chunhui picked up the fallen beard with a heart full of sympathy and exclaimed, Look, my master has exhausted himself for your sake. While others may lose their hair, my master has lost his beard. Then, kneeling on one knee, with hands clasped in reverence and tears streaming down his face, he proclaimed, Master, you have worked so hard. What? The esteemed one has worked to the point of losing his beard. Truly, it is too taxing. Indeed, a full day in the hellish secret realm. Even an Iron Man could not endure it. Witnessing Chun Hui's heartfelt performance, everyone was deeply moved, and they collectively cried out, "Esteemed one, you have worked hard." Guchon turned away, pressing down the few remaining strands of his beard, and said, "Ahem. I shall lead one final day tomorrow. I will appear here promptly at 9 o'clock. Disciple, why do you not take your leave?" He then pulled at the kneeling Chun Hui and said, "Let us depart. Let us go." Oh. Chapter 48, Summoning Skeletons to Full Level. The birth of a new Lich King. After leaving the secret realm, Guchon and Chun Hui took 2 rooms and checked into a hotel. They soon ventured out in search of food. Chun Hui, brimming with pride, exclaimed, "Brother Chun, how did my performance just now fare? If it weren't for my impromptu acting, you would have been exposed. Indeed, you did quite well. Soon, I shall reward you with a bone to gnaw on." "Goodness, Brother Chun, could you refrain from calling me skinny dog from now on? I truly am not skinny." "Very well, skinny dog. Forget I said anything. It's enough that you understand. By the way, skinny dog, what level are you at now?" "Level 18. I leveled up twice today." "Not bad at all." Guchon had also spent the entire day defeating bosses and had successfully reached level 21. Although he had not triggered the second job advancement quest, he was pleasantly surprised to find that his attributes had increased as if he had already undergone the second class change. Before reaching level 20, his attributes would increase by 10 points with each level gained. However, upon ascending to level 21, all his attributes astonishingly surged by 20 points, resembling the growth expected after a second job advancement. This revelation delighted Gu Chen immensely. The prospect of further transformations at levels 40, 60, and 80, where attributes would multiply, was enticing. This was the reason why everyone yearned to complete their class transitions and awakenings, not merely for the awakening skills, but for the substantial enhancement of their attributes. An increase in fundamental attributes would consequently amplify the damage of all their skills. Guchon and Chun Hui found a late-night diner and settled down to order a few dishes. While eating, Chun Hui inquired, "Brother Chun, could you share how you managed to defeat the Hell difficulty boss? I, too, possess SS-level talent and aspire to become a formidable solo boss slayer." Guchon chuckled and replied, "For now, I cannot reveal my methods. Just know that I am quite strong." "Ah, I knew you wouldn't divulge anything. You're keeping secrets from your brother." Ignoring Chun Hui's complaints, Guchon asked, "By the way, when does your school start?" "Next Monday, just 2 days from now." For professionals, there is no concept of summer vacation. After graduating high school, one simply takes a brief week of rest before diving straight into society or university. Just 2 days away, Guchon retrieved a set of golden armor from his backpack and handed it to Chun Hui. "Today, I managed to obtain several sets of golden armor from the bosses. Since you've assisted me greatly, consider this a gift." "Wow, a level 25 golden armor set. This is worth over 3 million. Are you truly giving it to me?" "Yes, it is genuinely yours, as a reward for your earlier assistance." "Well then, with that said, how can I refuse? I want to be polite about it." Chun Hui joyfully accepted the golden armor. "By the way, Brother Chun, do you think Bai Ningning will enroll on time in 2 days?" Guchon pondered for a moment and replied, "She should, I believe. Although I am unfamiliar with the Chu family, they undoubtedly belong to an esteemed lineage. Otherwise, Bai Dianfeng would not have betrothed his daughter of SS rank to the youngest son of the Chu clan. Such aristocratic families place immense importance on social status and compatibility. If Bai Ningning were someone who had never attended a prestigious university, even with her SS-level talent, it is highly probable that the engagement would have been annulled. Moreover, Bai Ningning's determined character indicates that she is not the type to easily abandon her academic pursuits. Indeed, this reasoning holds merit. After their meal, the two returned to their hotel to rest. Gu Chen took stock of his achievements for the day. He had successfully acquired 12 books on the Summon Skeleton skill and 7 on the Skeleton Archer skill. Comparatively, the drop rate for Skeleton Archers is slightly lower than that for Summon Skeletons. However, as a level 15 skill, the number of books required to reach maximum proficiency for Skeleton Archers is 3 less than that for Summon Skeletons. It is imperative to elevate both skills to their peak level by the morrow. The following day, Guchon and Chun Hui arrived once again at the entrance of the secret realm to form a team. Upon their arrival, a lengthy queue had already formed at the entrance. Some individuals were even clutching sleeping bags, indicating they had camped out overnight. Guchon wasted no time, guiding his trio directly into the secret realm in accordance with the queue's order. Boom, boom, boom. Guchon commenced the relentless slaughter of the skeleton generals. With each iteration, he grew increasingly adept, becoming more familiar with the layout of the secret realm. Upon spotting the military camp from a distance, he unleashed a few awakening skills. And by the time he reached the camp, the boss had just been vanquished. He swiftly gathered the spoils without a second glance before teleporting out of the realm to initiate the next round, without any hesitation. The time required to defeat a boss had decreased from an initial 30 minutes to around 27 or 28 minutes, ultimately reaching a swift 23 minutes for a successful kill. This endeavor consumed yet another 10 hours. By 10 o'clock that evening, Gu Chen finally succeeded in acquiring the last book for the skeleton archer skill. It was accomplished. A total of 20 summon skeleton skill books and 17 skeleton archer skill books had been amassed. Time to learn. Ding. Your skeleton archer has leveled up to level 17. Ding. Your summon skeleton has leveled up to level 18. Ding. Your summon skeleton has reached level 20. Summon skeleton level is now 100, increasing the summon count by 5, with a current summoning capacity of 100. Ding. Your skeleton archer has leveled up to 17. Skeleton archer summon level is now 100, increasing the summon count by 5, with a current summoning capacity of 85. What a thrill! I can now summon a maximum of 100 level 100 skeleton warriors and 85 level 100 skeleton archers. A new Lich King has emerged. Hee hee. It is time to test the might of the undead army. Gu Chen addressed his companions. Today's service activity concludes here. I shall return to rest. You may disperse now. Subsequently, Guchon withdrew from the group. Not long after, Chen Hui sent a private message. Brother Chen, what shall we have for a midnight snack tonight? It's on me. I won't be eating tonight. You should head back. I plan to sleep in the secret realm. Sleep in the secret realm? Brother Chen, are you out of your mind? Aren't you afraid of the dangers that might arise while you sleep? The boss is already dead. Tonight, I shall rest in the boss's camp. There will be no danger. Besides, do you think I fear danger? I am the very embodiment of peril. Haha, suit yourself. I'll return to my comfortable mattress and not accompany you. Go ahead. Go ahead. Chen Hui also exited the secret realm. At this moment, Gu Chen found himself alone in the hellish difficulty of the Valley of the Fallen. Gu Chen cracked his knuckles. It was time to unleash his full potential and embark on a grand adventure. Chapter 49, Leveling Up While Reclining. The skeleton army sweeps through the secret realm. Gu Chen employed the sword control technique to swiftly return to the entrance of the secret realm. Subsequently, he unleashed a thunderous strike, annihilating all the skeletal soldiers guarding the entrance. Summon skeletons. Summon skeleton archers. With a series of clicks, an array of skeletal warriors arose from the ground. Before they could fully resurrect, Gu Chen converted their remains into his own skeletal soldiers, amassing a formidable force of dozens. Upon inspecting the attributes of his skeletal soldiers, he noted, Skeletal Soldier, LV, 100, Health, 120, 000, Attack, 9, 000, Defense, 5, 000, Magic Defense, 5, 000, Skeletal Archer, LV, 100, Health, 100, 000, Attack, 10, 000, Defense, 4, 000, Magic Defense, 4, 000. Such attributes were simply extraordinary. Although the health of the skeletal soldiers did not match that of a boss, their attack and defense capabilities utterly eclipsed those of any current level boss. There was no need for 100. A single skeletal soldier could easily contend with a skeletal general without breaking a sweat. I am invincible once more. These skeletal soldiers eagerly engaged with the other wild creatures they encountered. The skeletal soldier, with a health of 8, 500, swiftly dispatched a small monster in just 2 ordinary attacks, showcasing an output capability that rivaled even my awakened skills. When the monsters from the Hell Secret Realm attacked the skeletal soldiers, they could hardly breach their defenses. The level disparity of 75 was indeed vast. Summon skeleton archers. Summon skeletons. Guchon continued to summon skeletal soldiers upon discovering new corpses, steadily increasing his ranks. Soon, he had assembled his very own skeleton army. The formidable army of 185 skeletal warriors appeared imposing, while just a few skeletal soldiers could easily flatten the entire Hell Secret Realm. Guchon desired the sheer presence of a grand army. Addressing his skeletal legion, Gu Chen declared, I shall now return to the boss's camp for a rest. You are to clear the entire secret realm and find me at the end." The skeletal army responded as if obeying a command, their jaws clicking in unison. Guchon then employed the sword control technique once more, soaring towards the conclusion of the secret realm. The skeletal army began to march in the same direction. Typically, mindless summons follow their master wherever they go. Thus, Gu Chen chose to head to the end of the secret realm, and the skeletal army followed suit. The Valley of the Fallen, this secret realm, was a straightforward path leading directly to its conclusion, devoid of intricate side routes. For the skeletal army to reach the end, they would need to vanquish all the monsters along the way. Flying to the destination via the sword control technique would take Gu Chen over 20 minutes, while walking would require at least 4 hours. He could easily indulge in a restful slumber. Eliminating all the monsters within the secret realm would yield a substantial experience gain, certainly amounting to millions. Gu Chen only needed to take a nap to effortlessly accumulate a few million experience points. Why not indulge in such ease? Soon, he arrived at the boss's military camp, seeking a patch of relatively soft earth. He then retrieved several animal hides from his spatial backpack, laid them upon the ground, and reclined. Ding! Your skeleton soldier has slain a skeleton soldier, earning 1,500 experience points. Ding! Your skeleton soldier has slain a skeleton soldier, earning 1,500 experience points. Ding! Your skeleton archer has vanquished a resurrected skeleton soldier, gaining 1 experience point. As the notifications of kills flooded in, Guchon had never found monster grinding so effortless. Now at level 22, he needed just 70 more experience to ascend to level 23. He wondered how much experience he would gain from exterminating all the monsters within the secret realm. Hopefully, it would grant him a level up. Time to sleep. The following morning at 7 o'clock, Guchon awoke naturally. Ding! You have new skills available for sign-in. Would you like to proceed? Yes. Congratulations. You have signed in for the universal skill, I have Insight. As you have already learned this skill, I have Insight automatically upgrades to level 2. Alas, he had unexpectedly signed in for a universal skill. How mundane. Guchon slowly opened his eyes to find himself surrounded by his skeleton soldiers. Upon checking, he discovered he had 185 skeletons, none missing. It seemed they had successfully penetrated the secret realm and returned to him. He examined his experience points and realized he had already leveled up to 23, surpassing 30 of the required experience. This pace was no slower than the arduous grinding he had previously endured. The life of lying down to level up was truly delightful, effortless, and highly rewarding. No wonder so many young ladies enjoyed earning while reclining. I gradually shifted from disdain to understanding, and ultimately, I became one of them. Now, my leveling speed is undoubtedly the fastest among my peers. Even the wealthy second-generation heirs, who constantly sought assistance to level up, cannot match my pace. After all, few would endure an all-nighter grinding in the secret realm. Even those who occasionally did so could not maintain that frequency. Yet, I could grind the secret realm continuously for 24 hours without interruption. This is something none but I can achieve. Not to mention, I could easily sleep through grinding even in the higher-level secret realms. My leveling speed is truly unparalleled. Guchon rose, stretching lazily, although the ground was somewhat hard, leaving him with a slight backache. It seemed prudent to store a mattress in his spatial backpack for convenience while grinding in the future. Time to go. First, a hearty breakfast awaits. Guchon teleported out of the secret realm and sought a breakfast shop. As he ate, he contemplated that although he had maxed out the summoning of skeletons and skeleton archers, he had yet to reach their ultimate form. To forge the strongest incarnation of summoned skeletons, he needed to upgrade a core passive skill to enhance them. Although the skeletal warrior has reached the pinnacle of level 100, its attire is woefully inadequate, boasting merely a bone dagger as its sole weapon and lacking any protective gear. Similarly, the skeletal archer is equipped with nothing more than a rudimentary short bow, embodying simplicity to the utmost degree. However, the enhancement of skeletons offers an opportunity to elevate the quality of these skeletal warriors. This process not only transforms their appearance, allowing them to don resilient armor and wield proficient weaponry, but also significantly augments their overall attributes and elemental resistances. If summoning skeletons primarily increases the quantity of summoned entities, then enhancing them elevates their quality. It is only when both quantity and quality reach their zenith that the army of the undead attains its most formidable form. After dining, One should inquire about where to procure the skill books for enhancing skeletons and simultaneously consider selling any equipment that may have been obtained. Chapter 50. The Investigator of the Secret Realm. After finishing breakfast, Gu Chen set off for the trading hall in Luo City. He sold off the surplus equipment and a myriad of useless materials obtained from the Valley of the Dead, amassing over 8 million in total. He also acquired several skill books, elevating his charge and fireball skills to their maximum levels. Subsequently, he inquired, "Boss, do you know which secret realm drops the skill book for strengthening skeletons?" The boss, being quite amiable, readily informed him. The skill book for strengthening skeletons can only be found in the Pharaoh's secret realm at levels 60 to 65. It does not drop in any other realms. What level of secret realm? It only drops in the 60 to 65 level? Guchon could hardly believe his ears. Indeed, you heard me correctly. But strengthening skeletons is merely a level 20 skill. How could it only drop in a secret realm of over 60 levels? After all, the necromancer is a hidden class, and such classes tend to possess significantly greater power than ordinary ones. Perhaps, to maintain balance in the early stages of the profession, many low-tier skills of hidden classes have been adjusted to drop only in higher-level secret realms. Considering the balance of professions, who made such adjustments? Who knows? Every 3 years. Secret realms undergo minor tweaks, whether enhancing the attributes of bosses or introducing new realms or altering the drop rates of bosses, and so forth. No one knows who is orchestrating these changes. Perhaps there are indeed deities manipulating everything from the shadows. Deities? Yes. The invasion of secret realms is inherently enigmatic. So the existence of deities is not surprising. When was the last adjustment made? The boss pondered for a moment and replied, "It seems to have been around this time last year." This time last year. Upon hearing this, Gu Chen's heart trembled violently. Wasn't that precisely when he reincarnated into this world? Could his rebirth be linked to the last adjustment? Gu Chen rapidly contemplated the implications. If deities truly existed, he needed to proceed with caution. As an anomaly in this world, he might attract their attention during the next adjustment, potentially leading to his diminishment. No, it would be best to say that being weakened would be the most favorable outcome, having been reborn from another world. He feared that his existence as a traveler from a different realm would escape the deities' control, marking the onset of his nightmares. The deities would undoubtedly seek ways to eliminate this aberration. Oh no, regardless of whether deities exist, I must operate under the assumption that they do. I must establish this hypothetical adversary and prepare accordingly. If the deities make adjustments every 3 years, there is less than 2 years until the next one. I must utilize this time to strengthen myself to the utmost. At the very least, I must reach level 100 for a chance to contend with the deities. Can I really achieve level 100 in 2 years? Is that feasible? Given my current rate of leveling, it is not entirely impossible. However, one must exert every effort to ascend to level 100. There is no time to squander. The most significant obstacle hindering my progress is not the formidable boss that I cannot defeat, but rather the access restrictions to the challenging and hellish dungeons, which require a sufficient number of participants for entry. Is this not a hindrance? Guchon inquired, "Boss, is there any way to enter the difficult or hell-level dungeons without forming a party?" Indeed, there is. The permissions to access these dungeons are fundamentally controlled by human authority. Certain privileged departments can enter at will. For instance, the National Special Forces. Guchon had certainly heard of the National Special Forces, recognized as the country's most elite combat force, comprising individuals whose talents do not fall below the SS grade. Each member is exceptionally powerful. They can freely access dungeons of various difficulties to execute specialized missions. Although Gu Chen possesses the strength to qualify for the National Special Forces, entry requires a rigorous selection process, and once accepted, his life would be entirely managed by the military, a lifestyle that does not align with the free-spirited nature he cherishes. Therefore, Gu Chen will not consider joining the National Special Forces. So what other special departments can enter dungeons freely? Aside from the National Special Forces, only dungeon investigators have the liberty to traverse these realms. Dungeon investigators? Boss, please elaborate. Dungeon investigators primarily investigate accidents occurring within the dungeons, such as practitioners who deliberately harm others to seize a boss or equipment. When an accidental death occurs, it is the responsibility of the dungeon investigators to probe the crime scene and identify the perpetrator, bringing them to justice. If certain boss undergo mutations, Investigators are also tasked with uncovering the reasons behind such changes. By the way, have you heard about the Zombie Kingdom dungeon crisis that erupted a few days ago in Jinghai City? This crisis was reportedly quite problematic, prompting the government to organize 10 high-ranking dungeon investigators for the inquiry, yet it seems no results have surfaced thus far. The role of a dungeon investigator is akin to that of a detective, primarily focused on solving cases. Detectives, in pursuit of evidence, face few constraints, allowing them to go wherever they wish and investigate whomever they please, as long as they can resolve the case. The most crucial aspect is the freedom to access any difficulty level of the dungeon. This role is simply perfect for me. Suddenly, Guchon felt a surge of interest. How can one become a dungeon investigator? The boss continued. To become a dungeon investigator, one must possess exceptionally high mental strength, as only upon reaching a certain standard can one learn the core investigative skill, the Eye of Insight. Mastering the Eye of Insight, regardless of whether one is a combat practitioner or a lifestyle practitioner, fulfills the most fundamental requirement for becoming a dungeon investigator. As long as you can pass the subsequent assessments, you will become a dungeon investigator. The Eye of Insight. I am quite familiar with that skill. Did I not just sign in for it today? The Eye of Insight, Level 2. Investigate people, objects, or the surrounding environment to uncover subtle clues. Unexpected discoveries may await. The Eye of Insight is influenced by mental power. The higher the mental power, the greater the likelihood of uncovering clues. Not only do I possess this skill, but my mental power is also at its peak, making me an ideal candidate for the role of a realm investigator. Boss, where can I register to become a realm investigator? As realm investigators are also public servants, registration is done at the administrative hall. Thank you very much, boss. Once I become a realm investigator, I shall return to express my gratitude properly. Haha, there's no need for that. Just ensure you do not investigate me, and I shall be eternally grateful. Chapter 51. Guild Promotion. Gu Chen set off for the administrative hall. At that moment, Chen Hui also sent a message to Guchon, signaling that he had risen. Brother Chen, are we still grinding today? I want to be grinding during the day. I have some other matters to attend to. All right. I'll report to school tomorrow and need to tidy up at home, preparing for my enrollment. Then, may we meet again by fate. Oh no, Brother Chen. I will miss you. Beep, beep, beep. Hello? Brother Chen? What the? It's disconnected. How heartless. Before long, Guchon arrived at the administrative hall, where he approached a staff member and inquired, "Excuse me, where do I register for the Abyss Investigator?" Window 11. Guchon proceeded to window 11 and asked, "Hello. I am here to register as an Abyss Investigator." The staff handed him a form. "Please fill this out." Guchon completed the form truthfully. After verifying its accuracy, the staff affixed an official seal. "Take this form and go to the Abyss Investigation Department for the assessment on Monday." Monday? That is tomorrow. Well then, the sooner I become an Abyss Investigator, the sooner I can level up solo. With that, Guchon departed the administrative hall. Since he had an assessment the following day, he decided to remain in Luo City. What should he do next? Guchon pondered. As I plan to grind the Abyss overnight daily, I should purchase some living essentials to ensure I am well equipped. Thus, Guchon made his way to the shopping mall. The most crucial item for overnight stays in the Abyss was undoubtedly a comfortable mattress. Naturally, a Simmons mattress became his first choice. If I am to buy a mattress, it must be a king size. What if a sister wishes to share the night with me? A large mattress would provide ample space. Gu Chen spent over 10,000 yuan on a double mattress. I cannot compromise on comfort in the Abyss. Sleeping on a mattress lacks a sense of occasion. I must have sheets, duvet covers, and silk quilts. None can be neglected. He subsequently purchased 2 sets of bedding for rotation. With bedding temporarily settled, Gu Chen realized that if he were to spend extended nights in the Abyss, personal hygiene would pose a challenge. Thus, he decided to buy a large bathtub. He spent another 8,000 yuan on a spacious tub. With the bathtub secured, he thought, I cannot forget towels, a shower cap, and even a rubber duck. Shopping spree. In short, it was a whirlwind of purchases. By the time he finished, it was already 2 p.m. He had bought everything from cookware and toiletries to snacks and entertainment items, indicating his serious intent to live in the Abyss. Perfect. Even if I were to stay in the Abyss for half a month, I would be just fine. Now, to find a place to eat before continuing my grind in the Valley of the Fallen. In the guild hall, Yi Qiangwei and Yi Yuwei. The two sisters had just completed today's recruitment task for the guild. Yi Xiangwei exclaimed with pride, "Indeed, I successfully recruited 5 new members today. I am simply remarkable." "Yes, sister, you are truly outstanding. Ever since we established the goal of enrolling 5 new members each day, our membership has seen a remarkable surge, and the guild is growing ever stronger. I have come to realize that one must push oneself. Setting a small goal each day and relentlessly striving towards it not only enhances efficiency, but also significantly increases the likelihood of success. Moreover, dear sister, you have also made great strides. You now boldly distribute flyers to men. Compared to you, I still have a long way to go." Yi Xiangwei opened the guild interface to check. Rose Guild, LV. 2. Members, 79,200. With a little more effort, my guild membership will surpass 100. Guild upgrade progress, 100. Eligible for promotion. To her astonishment, Yi Xiangwei discovered that the guild upgrade progress had unexpectedly reached its maximum level. Wow, we can actually apply for promotion now. How fast is this? Who has contributed so much? Yi Yue remarked, "It must be Brother Bailey." Yi Xiangwei opened the contribution leaderboard. To her surprise, the top contributor was not the Brother Bailey they spoke of, but rather the newcomer, the unemployed Gu Chen, who had only joined a few days prior. This month's guild contribution rankings were as follows. First place, Guchon, 38,764. Second place, Bailey Xian, 8,432. Third place, Yi Xiangwei, 5,520. Guchon not only topped the leaderboard, but did so with an overwhelming margin, surpassing the second place by more than 30,000. Yi Xiangwei was bewildered. What is going on here? How can an unemployed person's contribution be so extraordinarily high? This is beyond mere high. It is unprecedented. The guild's contribution is calculated based on the performance of professionals defeating monsters and bosses of the same tier in the secret realms. The higher the difficulty of the secret realm, the greater the contribution for slaying monsters. Defeating a boss yields even higher contributions. Guchon had been tackling hellish difficulty bosses these past 2 days, which accounted for his astonishing lead. Yi Yue inquired, "Over 30,000 contributions. Isn't he unemployed? How did he achieve that? Moreover, he has only been in the guild for 4 days. Could there be an error in the statistics?" Although they were unsure how he had accomplished this, the statistics could not possibly be erroneous. Should we ask him? Yi Xiangwei pondered. Asking him might make us seem inexperienced. He might even look down upon me as the guild leader. Let us refrain from asking. Oh, should we upgrade the guild now? According to my plan, we should wait until our membership reaches 100 before deciding to upgrade. This would enhance our chances of promotion. Yet, as I gaze at this upgrade option, I cannot help but want to click it. Once we complete the challenge task, we will advance to a level 3 guild. The more Yi Xiangwei thought about it, the more excited she became. Yi Yue calmly proposed, "Perhaps we should seek the opinions of everyone. Although you are the president, completing the Secret Realm Challenge relies on the strength of the entire group. Moreover, the skills within our guild are quite varied. It would be prudent to let everyone vote on whether we should upgrade now." Indeed, you make a valid point. Each time we upgrade the guild, a challenge task is randomly generated. Success in this challenge signifies our advancement. The challenge task is formulated based on the average level of all guild members along with the guild's current level, resulting in a temporary special secret realm. For instance, if the average level of our members is 47 and the guild level is 3, a level 50 secret realm will be created. Guild members must withstand the onslaught of the secret realm monsters for 20 minutes or defeat the secret realm boss to complete the challenge successfully. The secret realms are categorized into normal, adventurous, difficult, and hellish difficulties. The higher the guild level, the more likely it is to trigger higher difficulty secret realms. As for the Rose Guild, which is currently at level 2, the chances of triggering a difficult level or higher secret realm are exceedingly slim. This is precisely why Yi Yue is so eager to upgrade the guild at this moment. Chapter 52, Hellish Mission. The guild disbands. Yi Xiangwei announced in the guild channel, "Brothers and sisters, our guild has now met the requirements to upgrade to a level 3 guild. I would like to gather your opinions on whether we should upgrade now or wait until we reach 100 members for a more stable ascent. Based on the levels of all our members, I estimate that we would be facing a dungeon of approximately level 35, which should not pose an insurmountable challenge. I shall grant everyone 5 minutes to deliberate, after which we will vote on whether to upgrade the dungeon now." Instantly, the guild channel buzzed with excitement. We reached the upgrade criteria? So soon? Who is this person? Why is every message filled with question marks? And they've contributed over 30,000 points alone. Could they be a hidden powerhouse? Upgrade. We must upgrade. What do we have to fear as a level 2 guild? There's no way a level 2 guild would encounter a hellish difficulty dungeon. As long as we avoid that, we will certainly prevail. I believe it's prudent to exercise caution. After all, strength lies in numbers. A team exceeding 100 members is inherently more secure. The likelihood of teammates sacrificing themselves would also be diminished. Indeed, President, you higher-level members in your 40s and 50s are certainly eager to tackle the dungeon, given that the wild creatures pose a significantly lesser threat to you. However, for those of us in our 20s, confronting monsters that outlevel us by over 10 levels is a daunting prospect. You must consider the safety of us novices. I oppose embarking on the dungeon now. Agreed. Disagreed. The guild channel quickly polarized into two factions. Guchon was drawn into the lively debate as well. Oh, is the guild about to upgrade? I wholeheartedly support this. At that moment, a vice president named Bailey Sien interjected. He was among the highest-ranking members, an A-class talent with a level 52 fire element mage. His reason for joining the Rose Guild was undoubtedly the allure of the sisters. Striking up a casual relationship with one of them would be quite the gain, especially the younger sister, Yiyue, whom he had long desired. Capturing her affections would not only be a triumph, but also a significant victory. Alas, Yiyue was far too bashful to entertain any interaction with men, leaving Bailey Sien unfulfilled in his pursuits. Thus, he turned his sights to the elder sister, Yiqiangwei. This time, I shall elevate the guild to level 3 single-handedly, showcasing my undeniable prowess. Then, this Navi and sweet Yiqiangwei will surely bow before my might. She must understand that without me, this guild would dissolve. He chuckled to himself. Once I win her over, her guild and all her assets will inevitably belong to me. Compared to winning over the younger sister for a mere triumph, securing the elder sister would be a far greater conquest. Bailey Sien confidently declared, "There is no need for alarm. A horde of creatures in their 30s poses no threat. With a single skill, I can dispatch a multitude. You lower-level members need not lift a finger. Leave it all to me. With my presence, we will undoubtedly succeed in this dungeon." Upon witnessing the vice president taking charge, the anxieties of the members subsided. With the vice president at the helm, the guild's upgrade seemed assured. Facing level 52 against mere level 35 minions would surely be a walk in the park. No issues there. Thus, they resolved to proceed. Yiqiangwei silently mused. Indeed, Bai Lixian commands great respect. His mere presence steadied the hearts of the guild. Yet, an unsettling feeling lingered within her. Was it merely an illusion that he harbored ulterior motives? Before long, after a brief 5-minute deliberation, voting commenced. In the end, with a tally of 51 votes to 28, the majority of the Rose Guild members assented to the ambitious challenge of upgrading their secret realm. Yiqiangwei, brimming with excitement, declared, "Then I shall choose to upgrade." Bai Lixian encouraged her, "Fear not, Sister Qiangwei. With me here, all will be well." With her decision made, Yiqiangwei eagerly awaited the revelation of the secret realm's difficulty. "Please grant me a manageable challenge. Let me navigate this promotion with ease. Ideally, a standard level of difficulty would suffice. An adventurous challenge I could accept, just not a harrowing one. I beseech you." Beep. You have selected the guild upgrade. The secret realm to be challenged is the level 35 Naga's Lair. Difficulty, Hell level. The secret realm will open in 5 minutes. All guild members are advised to prepare for battle. In an instant, the guild channel was inundated with question marks. Yiqiangwei was taken aback by the announcement of a Hell-level secret realm. What on earth was happening? A Hell-level secret realm? Was this even fair? Why would a level 2 to level 3 guild upgrade task yield a Hell-level secret realm? Typically, only guilds of level 6 or above encountered such daunting challenges. While the probability of a lower-tier guild facing a Hell-level secret realm was slim, it was not entirely impossible. Fate had simply dealt them a rough hand. If the battle were to occur on land, they might have had a fighting chance. However, the Naga's Lair demanded combat in water, where their true potential could not be realized. This task was utterly unfeasible. Alas, even their vice president Bai Lixian seemed of no assistance now. Water easily overcomes fire. The vice president stepping into the Naga realm would be akin to rendering him powerless. This guild appeared doomed. Everyone disperse. I was bewitched by her beauty and should never have succumbed to her allure. Now, I find myself ensnared. It seems women are ill-suited for leadership. Let us part ways. Beep. Mao Yi exited the guild. Upon hearing the call for dissolution, Yi Qiangwei grew frantic. Please, do not leave. There must be a way to resolve this. What resolution could possibly exist? A hell-level secret realm for a level 2 to 3 upgrade task? What ill fortune, with a leader like you. How can this guild possibly thrive? I suggest you disband while you still can. Do not ensnare others further. Beep. Wu Yifan exited the guild. Yi Qiangwei was on the verge of tears, pleading, everyone, please don't leave. As long as we are still here, we can start anew. Start anew? Who would embark on that endeavor with you? Came a sharp retort. Failing to advance the guild results in a demotion. A level 2 guild reduced to a level 1? If word of this spreads, it would become the greatest joke of the year for our Shanghai guild. I cannot afford such disgrace. You should seek your beloved and start afresh with them. Furthermore, once a guild's promotion fails, all members face a week's penalty, during which their attributes and experience gains are significantly diminished. For us ordinary professionals, leveling up is already a slow process, and with this additional setback, it becomes nearly impossible. Since the hellish tasks have yet to commence, I should make my escape now. Ding. Fan Erbying has exited the guild. Ding. 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 Watching as more and more people left the guild, Yi Qiangwei felt her heart sink. At this moment, Bailey Xian hesitantly spoke, ahem. This Naga lair seems to be particularly challenging for me. I wish I could help, but my hands are tied. Bailey Gu, are you leaving too? Bailey Xian fell silent for a second, then said nothing further and exited the guild. He was not foolish enough to sacrifice himself for a woman. With the loss of that objective, there would inevitably be countless naive individuals of lesser strength willing to establish their own guilds. He merely needed to seek his next goal. Ding. Bailey Xian has exited the guild. In less than 5 minutes, nearly all 79 members of the guild had departed. At this point, Yi Qiangwei was in utter despair, crying out, they're all leaving. Why? Why is it so difficult to develop a guild? I even resorted to leveraging my appearance to attract them, yet not a single person remains. If I had known, I would not have defied my father and would have dutifully inherited the family's billion-dollar assets. Men are all worthless, completely unreliable. At that moment, Yi Yue softly interjected. Sister, please don't scold. It seems there is still one man who hasn't left. Chapter 53, The Underwater Secret Realm. The Naga Nest. Sister, it seems there is still a man who hasn't left. Yi Qiangwei opened her eyes and, upon seeing this, began to weep more fiercely. What use is it for a jobless individual to remain? He was merely here to inflate our numbers. His presence indicates that only the worthless are willing to stay in our guild. Sister, don't forget, he amassed over 30,000 contribution points in just 4 days. I don't believe a useless person could achieve that. What is the point in debating whether he is useless now? Our Rose Guild is down to just 3 members. Do you truly think we can pass the trials of the hellish secret realm with merely the 3 of us? What a ridiculous notion. At that moment, Yi Qiangwei received a message from the guild hall. Beep. Your guild's membership has fallen below 10, failing to meet the minimum requirement. If you do not gather 10 members within 3 days, the guild will automatically disband. Yi Qiangwei felt utterly despondent. Even the officials are delivering blows. Our guild is completely doomed. Even if we were to start anew, no one would join our guild again. There is no need to wait 3 days. I shall disband the guild immediately. Yi Yue quickly interjected. Wait, sister. That jobless individual. It seems he has entered the secret realm alone. What? He has entered the secret realm alone? Isn't that courting death? Does that foolish boy not realize the horrors of a hell-level secret realm? A mere level 20 jobless individual could be torn to shreds by a single monster. Yi Yue anxiously inquired. Should we go in and rescue him? If you wish to go, then by all means. I refuse to walk into a death trap. After a moment of hesitation, Yi Yue resolutely declared, no, I cannot stand by and watch him perish needlessly. I must save him. With that, Yi Yue transmitted herself into the guild's secret realm. Yue, why is your heart so kind? You will inevitably suffer for it. You foolish girl. Yi Qiangwei then followed suit, transmitting into the secret realm as well. 5 minutes prior, Guchon was enjoying his lunch when the guild channel suddenly buzzed with excitement. The guild was eligible for an upgrade. This is splendid news. He promptly agreed to undertake the upgrade challenge. Almost immediately, the guild was presented with the extremely rare Hell-level difficulty secret realm. What fortunate news! To encounter a Hell-level secret realm while upgrading from a level 2 to level 3 guild is an astonishingly low probability. The guild master's luck is off the charts. Without a moment's hesitation, Guchon abandoned his meal and was the first to enter the guild's secret realm to prepare. However, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. As the guild members, terrified of the Hell-level secret realm, all withdrew from the guild, leaving only 3 members. This is also good news. I was worried about too many members overshadowing me. Now, I need not worry about anyone stealing my limelight. As long as I assist the guild in successfully completing the challenge of the secret realm, I shall be hailed as a great contributor, thereby hastening my ascent to elite membership or the esteemed rank of elder. The Naga's Lair is an underwater secret realm where adventurers can hold their breath for approximately 10 minutes. Beyond this time, one must consume a breath-holding elixir to continue their activities in the water, lest they succumb to drowning. Due to the substantial resistance of the water, all physical attacks, their velocity, and the movement speed of the adventurers are diminished by 30%. Affected by the aquatic environment, most fire-based spells become ineffective or are significantly weakened. Not only fire magic, but other classes' skills are also somewhat impaired. For instance, the sandstorm technique of wind mages and the lightning strike of thunder mages are nearly unusable. Moreover, summoning classes face considerable challenges as well. The sea sirens of the Naga tribe may not possess great strength. Yet the true challenge of this realm lies in its myriad restrictions. Upon entering the secret realm, Gu Chen acclimated to the underwater environment alone. The water is quite chilly, almost piercingly so, but he adjusted within moments. Fortunately, conversation remains unaffected, allowing for seamless communication among teammates. Gu Chen surveyed his surroundings, realizing he was ensconced within a circular barrier radiating a soft blue luminescence. He could traverse the barrier freely, undeterred by any limitations. This barrier possesses a vitality of 100,000 points, likely the object of protection for this secret realm task. Having grasped the essence of this realm, he mused that these restrictions were merely trifles. There are 2 methods to conquer the secret realm. One must either defend their position, successfully repelling the Naga's onslaught for 20 minutes without allowing the barrier to succumb, or defeat the boss to achieve victory. Lacking a breath-holding elixir means he has a maximum of 10 minutes to complete the challenge. It seems the only viable option is to vanquish the boss swiftly. The enemy will arrive on the battlefield in 30 seconds. Please prepare for battle. Come forth. Let me first gauge the strength of a level 35 hellish minion. Just then, a blue portal materialized behind Gu Chen, and a wave of beautiful women emerged from within. It was Yue. Upon spotting Gu Chen, she exclaimed anxiously, "You are Gu Chen, correct? You must leave the secret realm quickly. It is far too perilous for you to handle alone." Yue's tone was filled with urgency, devoid of the shyness that previously hindered her from conversing with boys. Gu Chen's gaze was captivated by the undulating waves of her form beneath the water's surface, an enticing sight that made him swallow a mouthful of seawater. Such a splendid figure. This is the true essence of captivating beauty. Cough, cough. So salty. Gu Chen replied, "I am fine. If it becomes too overwhelming, I can always retreat later. You have no idea how terrifying hell difficulty can be. You may find that escaping is no longer an option when the time comes. Come with me now. I cannot permit your youthful life to be squandered here." With that, Yue grasped Gu Chen's hand and strode towards the exit. Hey, please do not pull me. It is improper for men and women to touch. Your assertiveness makes it difficult for me to refuse. Improper touch? Yue looked down, realizing she was holding the hand of a stranger. Aside from her father, this was her first experience of grasping a man's hand. His palm was rugged and substantial, exuding a palpable strength, even submerged in the icy depths of the sea. His hand remained remarkably warm. Is this the touch of a man? Though coarse, it radiated a sense of warmth and safety. Wait, I am actually holding a man's hand. I am holding hands with a man. In that instant, a wave of heat surged through Yue, rushing towards her crown. Yet, it could not escape, instead accumulating upon her cheeks. Yue's face instantly flushed crimson, and with a startled cry, She fled the secret realm, leaving Gu Chen in a state of bewilderment. What just happened? Why such a reaction? Am I seeing things? Or did my hand have thorns that pricked her? Chapter 54, The Utmost Chill. A single move to complete the advancement task. As Yi Yue departed, another portal materialized, from which emerged a stunning beauty, Yi Qiangwei. She surveyed her surroundings, but did not spot her sister. Instead, her gaze fell upon Guchon. She inquired, Guchon, have you seen my sister? The one with the voluptuous figure? Indeed. She just dashed out moments ago. She ran out? Did she not urge you to leave? She did. She took my hand and began to pull me outside, but suddenly, she let go. It was as if she was startled, and then she departed. She held your hand? Yes. Yi Qiangwei, understanding her sister's character all too well, instantly grasped the reason for her abrupt exit. She then addressed Guchon. The Naga tribe's assault is imminent, and I shall be disbanding this guild soon. You must leave at once. Don't disband. Once I help you through this task, it will be resolved. Yi Qiangwei smiled lightly. Do not be overly confident. Make your exit before the barrier shatters. If you perish here, I shall not be held accountable. Rest assured, I shall not perish. With that, Yi Qiangwei also exited the secret realm. It was unexpected that these two sisters possessed such kindness, especially the younger one who, concerned for my well-being, ventured into the secret realm to rescue me. I am drawn to girls with kind hearts and open minds, yet I ponder the reason for her sudden flight. Beep. All troops advance. The guild mission commenced officially, accompanied by a 20-minute countdown. Soon, in the pitch-black depths of the sea, a swarm of fearsome Naga sirens emerged. The Nagas swiftly reached the barrier, and dozens began to assault it frantically with their tridents. Barrier under attack, health points, 800, 800, 800. At this moment, Guchon discerned the true appearance of the Naga. Oh, so these sirens do not wear undergarments. Why, then, are our textbooks so prudently covered? How perplexing. Naga siren, race, Naga, health points, 25,000, attack power, 800, magic attack, 800, defense, 240, magic defense, 280, Naga. Movement speed increases by 30 in water. Water magic damage increases by 30 in water. Skills, throw trident, raging tide strike, water surge, siren's wail. The health points of the Naga sirens are quite formidable. If I were to employ a level 60 area of effect awaken skill against them, it would not suffice to eliminate them in a single strike. Before vanquishing them, the barrier would sustain 2 to 3 instances of damage. Moreover, this was merely the first wave of their assault. The subsequent 4 waves would be increasingly ferocious. The critical issue is that my oxygen supply will not last until the final wave. What skill could possibly conclude this battle swiftly? A level 60 awakened skill, surely, will not suffice. The only option left is an 80 level awakened skill. The 35th level secret realm should be able to withstand the awakened skills of level 80. Even if it cannot endure, it matters not, for this is merely a temporary secret realm. Its destruction will not hinder others from continuing to explore it. So let us unleash the level 80 secondary awakening skill to annihilate you. Gu Chen swiftly surveyed the skills available at level 80 and resolved, this shall be the one. Rapid Frost. The underwater secret realm diminishes the potency of many skills, yet it exerts minimal reduction on ice-based magic. If the ice magic is sufficiently powerful, it may even freeze a certain area of water, thereby amplifying the skill-less range and enhancing its benefits. Thus, Gu Chen opted for this ice attribute secondary awakening skill. Rapid Frost conjures an aura of extreme cold that swiftly spreads outward, freezing all that it touches. With a grand flourish of his hand, Guchon unleashed a wave of frigid air. This seemingly unremarkable chill, after 3 seconds of casting, rapidly spread across the ocean. Wherever the icy breath traversed, the seawater instantly crystallized into ice. The Naga siren, caught unawares, was swiftly encased in ice, perfectly fused with the frozen ocean. In mere moments, the water surrounding the barrier had transformed into a colossal ice sphere. Yet, the spread of the icy aura had not yet concluded. 50 meters, 100 meters, 200 meters, 300 meters. The frigid air continued to extend until it reached the edge of the secret realm before gradually dissipating. The entirety of the secret realm, save for the few cubic meters of water where Guchon resided, had been completely encased in ice, rendering it eerily silent. Is this the end? Why is there not a single notification of a kill? Crack, crack, crack. At that moment, the frozen ocean began to fracture, fissures rapidly spreading outward. Crash. The number of cracks multiplied, and soon the entire icy domain of the secret realm began to collapse and shatter, along with the Naga siren, which fragmented into countless pieces, leaving no chance of survival. Ding, 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 ding. You have slain the Naga siren, earning 4,500 experience points. You have slain the Naga warrior, earning 5,500 experience points. You have slain. You have slain. You. Then, a torrent of kill notifications surged into Gu Chen's mind. Ding. You have slain the Naga queen, earning 800,000 experience points. Gu Chen was astonished. This attack unexpectedly annihilated even a level 35 hell-level boss. The damage and effects of an 80-level awaken skill are several tiers superior to those of a 60-level awaken skill. It is powerful, simply overwhelming. Suddenly, 2 beams of golden light erupted from Gu Chen's body. He had leveled up twice consecutively. What a thrill! Ascending 2 levels within a single secret realm. It had been ages since he felt such exhilaration. The Naga's lair is, after all, a level 35 dungeon, towering 12 levels above Gu Chen's current standing. Having vanquished all the creatures and bosses within, the experience gained from such formidable foes is substantial. Coupled with the bonuses from defeating enemies of a higher level and the hellish difficulty, it is hardly surprising that Gu Chen could ascend 2 levels effortlessly. Upon inspecting his attributes, he found: Name, Gu Chen, Level, LV. 25, Class, Classless, Health, 4,300 4,300, Magic, Max, Constitution, 430, Strength, 430, Dexterity, 430, Intelligence, 430, Mentality, 430, Physical Attack, 946, Magic Attack, 860, Critical Rate, 8, 6, Evasion Rate, 8, 6. Gu Chen then donned the level 25 Skeleton King set, further enhancing his attributes. With equipment bonuses factored in, his attack and magic attack both surpassed 1,000, and his health approached 10,000. Truly, he was both resilient and formidable. With a wave of his hand, a sphere of light approached, containing all the spoils from the dungeon. Gu Chen examined the items by quality. Naga Queen's Crown, usable at level 35, Diamond quality. Naga Queen's Crystal Necklace, usable at level 35, Gold quality. Siren's Shell Bracelet, Silver quality. All of these items were level 35 gear, which Gu Chen could not yet utilize. After a cursory glance, he collected them all into his inventory. His primary interest lay in the skill books. Acquired skill books: Water Prison, Water Stream Burst. Both skills were those of a water mage, one a control skill, the other an offensive one. Quite commendable. He proceeded to learn both, elevating them to level 2. Indeed, this dungeon had proven to be exceedingly fruitful. It was time to depart from the realm of the Naga. Chapter 55. Advancing to a level 3 guild. Outside the secret realm, Yi Yue pressed her cool little hand against her flushed face, trying to cool down. I held the man's hand. It was indeed a man's hand. Oh my. Why did I take the initiative to grasp his hand? How utterly embarrassing. Yi Yue stole a glance at Guchon, only to find him conspicuously absent. Huh. Where's Guchon? Did I not pull him out? Where could he have gone? Shouldn't we all arrive at the same location through the same portal? At that moment, a portal illuminated, and Yi Qiangwei emerged from it. She looked at the bewildered Yi Yue and asked, "What are you daydreaming about, my silly sister?" "I'm looking for Gu Chen. I distinctly remember pulling him out of the secret realm, yet now I can't find him." "Gu Chen? He is still in the secret realm. Didn't you let go of his hand at the end? He never made it out. How could you possibly find him?" "Oh, I let go. Why did I let go? You're usually so awkward when speaking to men. It's no wonder you must have released his hand upon feeling shy." Yi Yue was taken aback. "Did I really let go?" "Indeed, you did. Please, do not doubt it. How could I have let go?" "No, I must return and rescue Gu Chen." Yi Qiangwei hastily interjected. "No, the Naga tribe's assault has already commenced. The barrier could collapse at any moment. It's far too perilous to go back now. There's still time. The attack has only just begun, and the barrier can hold for a while longer. I cannot simply stand by and watch Gu Chen sacrifice himself for our guild without doing anything. Silly girl, you must also consider your own safety. Besides, Gu Chen isn't foolish. If he realizes he cannot contend with the Naga tribe, he is likely to have escaped on his own. You needn't venture back in. But just then, both of their minds were flooded with simultaneous notifications. Ding! Congratulations! The guild team has successfully completed the trial and fulfilled the guild advancement task. Ding! Congratulations! The Rose Guild has successfully upgraded to a level 3 guild. The guild blessing's maximum benefit has been increased to 30. Yi Qiangwei momentarily failed to grasp the situation. The Rose Guild has advanced to level 3? Whose guild is that? Why is this being reported to me? Sister, it seems our guild is indeed called the Rose Guild, right? Yi Yue was equally skeptical, for their guild had dwindled to just 3 members, and all had abandoned the guild advancement task, rendering it impossible to achieve the trial. It must be a misunderstanding. The message we heard was likely to announce that our guild has been demoted, not promoted. Just look. Yi Qiangwei opened the guild interface to verify. Rose Guild Guild Leader. Yi Qiangwei Guild Level. Level 3 Guild Members. 300. Yi Qiangwei's eyes widened in disbelief at the reality before her. My guild has actually risen to level 3. Sister, please take a look. Has our guild reached level 3? Yi Yue exclaimed excitedly. It's true, sister. The Rose Guild has indeed leveled up to 3. This is wonderful. We no longer have to disband the guild. Yes. The two cheered joyfully for a moment before calming down and asking, How curious. Neither of us participated in the promotion challenge. How did it suddenly complete? They both simultaneously thought of one person. Could it be Gu Chen? I didn't go, and you didn't either. The only one present in the secret realm was Gu Chen. Who else could it be? How could a non-class player clear the secret realm? Moreover, he finished it in under 3 minutes. Even a seasoned level 70 player couldn't accomplish that so swiftly. Let's quickly ask him. At that moment, Guchon had also left the secret realm and returned to the restaurant, continuing to enjoy his unfinished lunch. The food is still warm. Just like the ancient tale of Guan Yu slaying Hua Xiong with warm wine. Today we have Guchon feasting while conquering the secret realm. Haraha. Not at all rhyming. Suddenly, Guchon received a private message from Yi Qiangwei. Guchon, could you share how you cleared the secret realm? Guchon had anticipated this inquiry and had already prepared his explanation. Oh, it's you, dear guild leader. Here's what happened. I simply defeated a Naga siren, and that completed the guild promotion task. Just defeating a Naga siren? The Naga tribe didn't swarm out? The Naga queen didn't appear? No, not at all. I found it a bit strange as well. But then it occurred to me. Could it be that the number of wild monsters in the secret realm is proportional to the number of guild members participating in battle? The more guild members involved, the greater the number of monsters. Conversely, with fewer participants, fewer monsters appear. Since I was the only one from our guild participating, only one wild monster showed up. In the secret realm, Guchon was the sole participant, free to say whatever he wished, as no one could verify the truth. The number of wild monsters is proportional to the number of participating guild members? Is there such a setting? Regardless of the guild, nearly everyone participates during guild promotions. Some guilds even scramble to add temporary members to face the promotion challenge. After all, more hands make lighter work. No one had ever considered the correlation between monster numbers and participation. If it truly is proportional, that would be a remarkable discovery. Noticing that Yi Qiangwei seemed to take him seriously, Guchon hurriedly added, Of course, this is merely my hypothesis. Do not take it to heart. It could very well be an isolated incident. In any case, please refrain from spreading my conjecture widely. If I'm mistaken, it could cause trouble. Well, that makes sense. But rest assured, whether it's true or not, I won't tell anyone. Why would I reveal the secret of our guild's promotion to others? I shall make those who abandoned our guild, as well as those who looked down upon us, regret their decisions. The 3 of us can still elevate our guild to level 3. As for how we will accomplish this, I shall keep that to myself. Upon hearing Yi Qiangwei's words, Guchon felt a sense of relief. He no longer had to worry about his fabricated theories causing harm to others. Yi Qiangwei was in high spirits, exclaiming, Guchon, you have made a significant contribution this time. I must reward you with something. How about promoting you to the position of elder? Is that all? Guchon was not dissatisfied with the title of elder. Rather, he yearned for some additional benefits. However, Yi Qiangwei assumed he found the position inadequate. Your contributions truly merit a vice president's title. Yet, your current level is too low, only at level 25. and our guild is about to begin recruiting a large number of new members. I fear that appointing you as vice president at this moment may not be well received. But rest assured, I will always reserve one of the 2 vice president positions for you. Once your level rises, I shall immediately grant you that title. Ding. You have been appointed as an elder of the Rose Guild. There are truly no benefits. How stingy. Thank you, guild leader. No need for such formality. Once the guild stabilizes, I shall treat you to a meal. But for now, I must hurry to recruit new members, or else the guild will disband automatically. Understood. With that, Yi Xiangwei ceased her speech. Although Gu Chen had not interacted with the 2 sisters before, their demeanor and words indicated that they were quite loyal and principled, truly worthy of deep friendship. Chapter 56. The Spirit Chief Forest. After finishing his lunch, Gu Chen began to contemplate which secret realm to venture into for leveling up. Now that he had reached level 25, grinding in the Wraith Canyon secret realm yielded no further experience, making it unwise to waste time there. It was time to progress to a secret realm suitable for levels 25 to 30. According to the map, the nearest secret realm of that level was the Spirit Chief Forest, located 130 kilometers away. Traveling by sword technique, this distance would take merely a little over an hour, ensuring he would not be delayed for the secret realm investigator assessment scheduled for tomorrow. Thus, he decided to head there. Guchon mounted his flying sword and set off towards the Spirit Chief Forest. After a little more than an hour, he arrived at the entrance of the secret realm. A considerable number of adventurers were gathered at the entrance, many of them setting up stalls to sell equipment and buy skill books. Gu Chen approached one vendor and inquired, "Could you tell me what skill books drop in this secret realm?" The vendor appraised Gu Chen and replied, "This realm drops Druid skill books, Summon Trant, Thornbind, and Nature's Blessing. 3 skill books drop in this secret realm? That's splendid." Gu Chen exclaimed, "Young man, I offer a high price for skill books. Should you find any, you can sell them to me first." "What are your buyback prices?" Gu Chen asked. "I'll buy Summon Trant for 400,000, Thornbind for 80,000, and Nature's Blessing for 50,000. Indeed, Summon-type skill books are the most valuable, with prices several times higher than others. If this vendor is willing to pay 400,000 for Summon Trant, it must be worth at least 480,000 or more. A quick resale could yield a handsome profit." Gu Chen replied, "Understood. If I obtain a skill book, I will certainly come to you." The vendor chuckled, "Certainly. I await your arrival." By this time, it was already past 4 p.m. Gu Chen decided to first explore the adventure-level secret realm to familiarize himself with the strength and skills of the minor monsters and bosses. This way, he would be better prepared when tackling the hell-level secret realm later. He then stepped into the secret realm alone. After a moment of dizziness, Gu Chen found himself in a dense forest. He was entirely unfamiliar with this realm, as the nearest secret realm of level 25 to 30 from Jinghai City was the Borman tribe. The school's curriculum primarily focused on secret realms surrounding the city. Hence, Guchon was now in an entirely alien environment. The vegetation here thrived vigorously. Ancient trees, so massive that 4 or 5 people holding hands could not encircle them, towered majestically. Enormous blossoms adorned the forest, with fist-sized red mushrooms dotting the ground. The entire expanse of the forest was lush and vibrant with life. Insects, birds, and beasts roamed freely, creating a symphony of chirps and calls that invigorated the spirit. The forest brimmed with boundless vitality. Guchon took a deep breath, instantly feeling refreshed, as though the very air was infused with spiritual energy. Indeed, the spirit forest lives up to its reputation. It is imbued with an abundance of spiritual energy, and the flora thrives robustly. Behold this towering flower, reaching a height surpassing that of a person, its blossom large enough to encompass an adult. How delightful it would be to pluck one and present it to Bai Ningning. I can only imagine her joy. At that moment, a rustling sound emerged from the nearby underbrush. Guchon focused his gaze and discovered a mischievous little tail playfully stirring the grass. With a contented smile, he remarked, "Ah, it's merely a little deer. How playful." Suddenly, the deer, seemingly startled, leapt out from the thicket and darted towards Guchon. Immediately thereafter, a short spear, coated in a greenish slime, was hurled towards him. Guchon's smile vanished in an instant. What the? An ambush? Side roll. Quick to react, he executed a swift side roll, evading the attack. What in the world? Before him stood a creature with the upper body of a female elf and the lower body of a deer, the spirit deer, racing towards the weapon she had just thrown. Her movements were remarkably agile, each leap propelling her 4 to 5 meters forward. Her skin, a soft green, blended seamlessly with nature, and 2 leaves artfully concealed her modesty. Spirit deer, LV, 25 race, elf health, 8,000, attack, 500, defense, 200, magic defense, 250, skills, throw poison spear, hurl a poison spear at the enemy, inflicting 150 physical damage and applying a poisoning effect, leap. Nature's blessing, passive skills, agile, increases movement speed by 20 and enhances the chance to evade enemy ranged attacks by 20. Poison spear, the spirit deer wields a poison spear. Normal attacks inflict a poisoning effect that deals 200 poison damage per second for 5 seconds, stacking up to 5 layers. The spirit deer? Seemingly harmless, yet so cunning to launch a surprise attack against me. And with poison, no less. Just wait until I knock those leaves off your chest. Just wait until I slay you and harvest your antlers for medicinal purposes. With a 20 chance to evade ranged attacks, and since ranged attacks have been mitigated, I shall resort to close combat to vanquish you. Guchon equipped the cleaver dropped by the skeleton general and the golden shield. He then activated his charge skill and rushed towards the spirit deer. A sound akin to a ravenous gulp echoed. Guchon felt darkness envelop him and soon found himself in a void. What is happening? Who turned off the lights? Where did my charge take me? In the darkness, he attempted to move, only to realize he was ensnared by immense pressure, making even the slightest movement of his fingers a challenge. Surrounded by a viscous, acrid slime, his health gradually dwindling. 330, 330, 330. What now? Thunderstorm spell. With a resounding boom, acidic liquid splattered everywhere, and the leaves of the plants were obliterated. Guchon once again beheld the light. It was only then that he discerned the source of his recent entrapment in darkness. A colossal carnivorous flower. Carnivorous flower, LV. 25 health points, 1,000 attack power, 500 defense power, 80 magic defense, 100. It devours nearby targets, incapacitating them, and using corrosive acid to digest them as nourishment. To his astonishment, this monstrous flower was indeed alive. How infuriating! He had intended to gift one to Bai Ningning as a delightful surprise, but instead, it seemed he would be delivering a fright. Guchon reflected on the recent events. While pursuing the elusive spirit deer, he had been ensnared by a carnivorous flower lurking by the roadside. Unfamiliar with this mysterious realm, he had mistaken it for a mere ordinary flower, albeit one nourished by spiritual energy to a larger size. It was a grave oversight on his part. He had narrowly escaped. Were it not for his skills that required no incantation and could be unleashed merely by thought, he would have likely found it exceedingly difficult to extricate himself from the flower's jaws. Although the attributes of the carnivorous flower were relatively weak, even deemed low in comparison, novice adventurers in this secret domain could easily fall victim, particularly for those who ventured alone. Once swallowed by the flower, their movement would be severely restricted, and without allies to assist in their escape, death would be virtually assured. The spirit energy forest appeared tranquil and serene, a facade of peace concealing peril at every turn. The most treacherous threats were none other than these omnipresent plants. Guchon wiped away the viscous slime from his face in disgust, exclaiming in anger, "I had initially intended to engage in some playful antics with you. Yet, to my astonishment, you have shown a complete disregard for fair play, launching surprise attacks on me twice. Since you have chosen to forsake the rules of engagement, do not blame me for unleashing my wrath." With that, Guchon equipped his level 25 purple lightning staff and, with a sweeping gesture, unleashed a torrent of flames. Chapter 57. The Elusive Spirit Deer and the Forest Python. Inferno of Flames. Fire Elemental Mage Level 55 Skill. Unleashes a formidable fire spell, transforming the surrounding area into a sea of flames. Periodically, towering fire columns erupt beneath enemies, searing them. Enemies engulfed in the flames suffer 400 magic damage per second, while the fire columns inflict 1,000 magic damage. Boom! A conflagration descended. In an instant, a vast area before Guchon ignited into a raging inferno. The carnivorous plants emitted wretched cries akin to that of slaughtered swine, writhing desperately in an attempt to escape. Yet their roots, deeply entrenched in the soil, held them firmly in place, leaving them to endure the flames' torment. Under the searing heat, the carnivorous plants twisted rapidly, dehydrating, withering, and ultimately combusting, completely merging into the fiery abyss. Carnivorous plant death gained 500 experience points. Carnivorous plant death gained 500 experience points. Meanwhile, the mischievous spirit deer frantically sought to escape the inferno. Just as it was on the verge of evading the flames, a towering fire column erupted from beneath its hooves. The immense wave of fire instantaneously engulfed its entire form. Spirit deer health 11, 300. Spirit deer death gained 2,000 experience points. Acquired poison spear as the flames gradually extinguished. The once vibrant expanse was left charred and desolate. Due to the high humidity of the Spirit Chi forest, the fire did not spread further. Although the inferno of flames had claimed but a single spirit deer and a few carnivorous plants, Gu Chen felt a sense of vindication. How dare they ambush me? Are you all satisfied now? The vegetation in the Spirit Chi forest was lush and dense, significantly obstructing Gu Chen's visibility. In such an unfamiliar realm, caution was indeed the better part of valor. Summon skeletons. Crack, crack, crack. Gu Chen transformed the spirit deer's corpse into his skeletal soldier. The carcass of the carnivorous plant, being purely botanical, lacked a skeletal structure and thus could not be utilized. Little skeleton, lead the way. The skeletal soldier obeyed and ventured ahead. After only a few paces, a spirit deer suddenly leapt from the underbrush, hurling its poisoned spear directly at the leading skeleton. Skeletal soldier health 1 poisoned, health 180 him. Although the spirit deer's attack could not breach the defenses of my fully leveled skeletal soldier, my skeleton bore almost no resistance to poison damage, especially in high-tier realms. The assaults of various monsters often carried elemental damage. Without enhancing the skeleton's resistances, they would struggle to maintain their ground. This underscores the importance of the skeletal enhancement skill book. The skeletal soldier brandished its bone blade and slashed at the spirit deer, but the nimble creature leaped high, deftly evading the skeleton's strike, plucking the poisoned spear from its body in the process, and retaliated with an attack of its own. With the skeleton warrior's health at 1 and 2 layers of poison, its total health stood at 360. Guchon could not help but exclaim, "Wow, that was a splendid evasion." Subsequently, he retrieved the setting sun bow from his backpack and equipped it, declaring, "Let us see how you evade this." Tracking arrow. Without even taking aim, he casually loosed an arrow behind him. The arrow executed a sharp turn, flying directly toward the elven deer. Whoosh. Thud. A perfect hit. The elven deer's health was 1888. Dodge now. Why aren't you evading? The elven deer responded, "You sly one. You explicitly stated it was a tracking arrow. Why would I even attempt to dodge?" As a flurry of arrows was unleashed, rapid-fire arrows. The elven deer's health dwindled to 998, with misses recorded at 1021 and 1007. Gu Chen knocked another arrow and continued firing. At that moment, the skeleton warrior seized the opportunity, delivering a bone knife strike that landed squarely on the elven deer. Its health plummeted to 8,800, and the elven deer succumbed instantly. Elven deer defeated, experience gained, 2,000, summoning a skeleton archer. With a burst, the elven deer's corpse exploded, and a skeleton archer emerged. Guchon pressed on. With the skeleton warriors clearing the path, he skillfully navigated numerous dangers. Sudden poisonous spears and the gaping jaws of man-eating flowers were all thwarted by the skeleton warriors. Along the way, Guchon encountered several other adventurers, most of whom were in teams of 10 or more. In the city of Luocheng, few recognized Guchon, and his information was shrouded in question marks, allowing him to remain unconcerned about revealing his true identity. His skeleton warriors, being of a significantly higher level, were imperceptible to the probing abilities of the 20-something adventurers, who also saw only question marks. Guchon summoned a total of 5 skeleton warriors and 5 skeleton archers. Although other adventurers could not access his information, he chose to maintain a low profile. Summoning over 100 skeletal minions would undoubtedly attract attention. Moreover, 10 level 100 skeletons would effortlessly deal with these low-level creatures. The skeleton warriors swept through the enemy ranks, and Guchon swiftly departed the outskirts of the secret realm, entering a region densely populated with towering trees. These trees were exceedingly tall, their thick foliage nearly obscuring the sun, allowing only scattered beams of light to filter through the gaps. As Guchon looked up, He felt as though something was slowly writhing along the thick trunks. However, the height of the trunks rendered it difficult to discern clearly. Rubbing his eyes, he noticed the movement had ceased. Was it merely an illusion? It would be prudent to exercise caution and avoid any ambush. Eagle Eye. Gu Chen activated Eagle Eye to survey the situation atop the tree trunks. To his dismay, he was instantly drenched in cold sweat. He beheld several massive pythons, each 7 to 8 meters long and 3 to 4 decimeters thick, coiling around the trunks. The giant pythons seemed to have also taken notice of Gu Chen's presence. They slithered their bodies and leapt from the towering tree trunks, which stood dozens of meters high, with no fewer than 6 or 7 of them. Opening their gaping maws, they lunged towards Gu Chen and the skeletal soldiers. Ice barrier. Gu Chen, wary of drawing the attention of other colossal serpents perched in the trees, refrained from making large movements and instead employed his ice skill to shield himself. Boom, boom, boom. Several massive bodies crashed onto the ground. 3 skeletal soldiers were utterly devoured by the giant serpents. The remaining serpents swiftly coiled around their prey, ensnaring the skeletal soldiers tightly. It was then that Gu Chen discerned the attributes of the forest giant serpents. Forest giant serpent, LV, 26 health, 10,000 attack, 550 defense, 240 magic defense, 240 skill, death coil, entangles the enemy with its body, rendering them immobile, draining 5 breaths per second. Upon reaching 0 breaths, death ensues. Devour, opens its gaping maw to consume a target not exceeding its size. This incapacitates the target completely, leading to a slow digestion. The skills of the forest giant serpents were exclusively control abilities, and some could even lead to immediate death. Were these truly mere minions? Chapter 58. Encountering the Wild Boss. With a resounding crash, the icy barrier's duration came to an end, shattering into fragments. Gu Chen swiftly surveyed the battlefield. A total of 6 forest giant pythons had fallen, 3 of which had completely ensnared 3 skeleton warriors, their bony frames creaking under immense pressure. 2 pythons had directly devoured 2 skeleton archers during their descent, while one was rapidly slithering, searching for a target to attack. In an instant, the 6 pythons had effectively incapacitated 5 summoned creatures. Had this been a party of 5 adventurers, they would likely have faced total annihilation. It was no wonder that the adventurers here were organized into teams of 10 or more. A smaller group would truly struggle against such formidable foes. It was imperative to retain sufficient manpower to swiftly rescue comrades ensnared in peril. Gu Chen refrained from intervening, allowing the skeleton warriors to fend for themselves. The pythons, while possessing formidable strength, were not particularly lethal. Their most devastating attribute lay in their control abilities. However, being undead, the skeleton warriors were devoid of breath, rendering them immune to deathly constriction, which could only bind rather than obliterate them. Moreover, the pythons would find it exceedingly challenging to fully digest the consumed skeletons. Given the vast disparity in their levels, the pythons' gastric juices would struggle to inflict significant harm, and it would likely take them 10 days to half a month to eliminate their skeletal prey. The skeleton warriors wielded their bone blades against the pythons, their remarkable attack power enabling each strike to cleave open gaping wounds. With just 2 slashes, a python could be severed in twain. Within a few rounds, the 6 pythons were reduced to mere chunks of flesh. The skeleton archer that had been swallowed emerged from the belly of one giant serpent. Gu Chen collected a prime piece of meat to stow in his backpack, intending it as a late-night snack. He had not anticipated that this level 2530 dungeon would be so hazardous, teeming with monsters possessing control skills. In light of this, he resolved to summon additional skeleton warriors. Summon skeleton. With a pop, the corpse of one python exploded, but merely disintegrated into a mess of indistinct flesh and blood, failing to yield a skeleton. Could it be that the skeletal structure of the python differs too greatly from that of a human, leading to the summoning failure? Indeed, this seemed plausible. Nevertheless, it mattered not. If he could not summon skeletons, he would call forth other entities. Summon spectral wolves, crows, giant bears, trants. Gu Chen summoned a plethora of druidic creatures. This would suffice to clear this dungeon. Leading his summoned companions onward, Gu Chen took advantage of his recent experience, directing the melee summons to forge a path and draw the attention of the forest giant pythons. Meanwhile, He and the skeleton archers focused on delivering damage. Before long, Guchon traversed the domain of the forest giant pythons and arrived in a new territory. The trees in this area do not reach the towering heights of those in the python's domain. They stand merely 5 to 6 meters tall, yet they are remarkably robust. Their trunks adorned with patterns that faintly resemble facial features. Guchon turned to observe the treant he had summoned. While not identical, the similarities were striking. However, his summoned treant was significantly smaller, standing at just over a human height. It remained uncertain whether this was due to its lower level or if the treant could only grow to such a size. Gu Chen smirked, thinking, "If I am not mistaken, this area must be the treant's territory." No sooner had he spoken than the ground trembled, and sturdy vines burst forth from the earth, coiling toward Guchon. Anticipating this, he conjured a wall of flames. A fiery barrier materialized before him, and as the vines ensnared his ankles, they were swiftly incinerated, severed into 2 lifeless halves. One remaining vine, sensing its companion's demise, retreated hastily. Creaking sounds echoed as the towering trees began to stir, roots, laden with fresh soil, emerged from the ground, intertwining to form their legs, while thick branches bent to become their arms. The trunk's patterns, akin to facial features, animated as well. Twisted treant, LV. 28 health, 12,000 attack, 650 defense, 350 magic defense, 250. Skills, heavy strike, root entanglement. Uses roots to ensnare the target. Immobilizing them. Throw. Forcefully hurls a target smaller than itself, causing injury and temporary disorientation, root entanglement, and throwing. 2 control skills again. Could it be that all the minor creatures in this secret realm, aside from the fawns, possess controlling abilities? The spectral wolf, with the highest agility, charged forward to attack the twisted treant. Its sharp fangs sank into the rough bark with a crunching sound. However, due to its low level, it inflicted minimal damage. The twisted treant's health dropped to 38. In retaliation, the treant swung its arm, seizing the spectral wolf and flinging it away with great force. A mournful howl echoed from afar. The spectral wolf's health stood at 1,200, and this strike sent it soaring over 30 meters. Although the damage was not severe, it effectively removed the spectral wolf from the combat zone. Were a frontline tank class to be hurled such a distance by the treant, the entire formation of the team could easily be disrupted. This exemplifies the terrifying potential of the throwing skill. The twisted treant, massive in size with high attack power and health, bore a glaring weakness. Its great bulk and cumbersome speed rendered it nearly incapable of evading attacks. The skeletal archers drew their bows, unleashing a barrage of arrows that struck the twisted treant with precision. With a health value of 9,650, the twisted treants fell one after another, each yielding 2,500 experience points upon their demise. It was a sight to behold, as sturdy trees that had just risen succumbed to the ground with a swiftness surpassing even the most fervent lumberjack. At this moment, Gu Chen resembled a merciless woodcutter, the eternal nemesis of the Bear brothers. With a thunderous crash, yet another twisted treant collapsed. Gu Chen surveyed the surroundings, realizing he had nearly reduced the treant's territory to a desolate expanse. Even the Bear brothers would shed tears at such devastation. Glancing at the time, Guchon noted it was already past 6 in the evening. Dinner time beckoned. Thus, he decided to halt his endeavors and swiftly vanquish the boss before heading off to eat. Utilizing his swordsmanship, Guchon soared through the air on his flying sword, diving deeper into the mysterious realm. After approximately 6 minutes of flight, he suddenly spotted several adventurers lying motionless on the ground. Though there were no visible signs of blood, their bodies were rigid, and their weapons lay discarded, indicating they had met their end. A few others, still alive, were in a state of madness, laughing uncontrollably, groveling fearfully, or babbling incoherently. Among them, a striking flower-shaped fairy was attacking with fervor. Gu Chen's pupils constricted sharply. This was a wild boss? Chapter 59. The flower demon. The wilderness boss differs significantly from the secret realm boss. The former appears at random and is not present in every secret realm. Its rarity makes it a fortuitous encounter, elusive and sought after. Due to its inherent scarcity, the rewards dropped by a wilderness boss are equally precious. Most teams that encounter a wilderness boss will attempt to engage it, for if they succeed, the rewards are substantial. Guchon is not one to lurk in the shadows, waiting to join the fray when the boss is weakened. seizing the spoils of others' victories. If this team could indeed vanquish the boss, he would gladly step aside, for they were the ones who first discovered this wilderness boss. However, it appears that this team is struggling against the boss. If he does not intervene soon, they may face complete annihilation. Drawing his sword, Gu Chen descended to the ground. This was a small party of 20, 8 of whom had already perished. The remaining 12 seemed to be in disarray. Some were spinning in circles while singing nonsensically, their voices echoing with broken promises. Others huddled together, trembling uncontrollably, pleading for mercy. "Please, don't kill me. Spare me." Some appeared almost deranged, intermittently emitting fits of laughter. Ha. Gu Chen was perplexed. What had befallen these individuals? Were they truly deranged? He then examined the attributes of the boss nearby. Flower Demon, LV, 30 race, plant health, 200, 000 attack power, 300 magic attack, 1000 defense, 200 magic defense, 800 skills, explosive seeds, launches several explosive seeds that deal splash damage to targets within range. Thornflower, summons 2 thorn flowers that can spit poisonous thorns, inflicting 300 points of toxin damage, stacking up to 5 layers. Passive skill, Pollen of the Flower Demon. When the Flower Demon receives physical damage, it releases toxic pollen from its wounds. Inhaling a large amount of pollen can induce confusion, fear, and madness, resulting in random hallucinations that vary by individual. Once the pollen reaches a certain concentration, any spell may ignite it, causing a catastrophic explosion with immense damage. Upon discerning the boss's attributes and abilities, Gu Chen understood why these individuals were in such a state of frenzy. The Flower Demon's health was not particularly formidable. 200,000 health points is relatively low for a level 30 boss. Additionally, its skills do not inflict high damage. And with a mere 200 points of physical defense, less than that of an average warrior, it appeared rather feeble. Any team encountering the Flower Demon would surely attempt to defeat it, particularly employing physical attacks. The sole consideration regarding physical attacks lies in the Flower Spirit's passive skill, the Pollen of Resilience. When a physical assault is executed against the Flower Spirit, it releases pollen, which, upon reaching a certain concentration, can easily trigger a catastrophic explosion. However, if one refrains from employing magical skills and solely relies on physical attacks, might there not be a respite from the fear of such devastation? Although team members may experience illusions of poisoning due to excessive pollen inhalation, a timely application of purification by the priest can effortlessly dispel the negative effects, allowing them to re-engage in combat. Yet, is it truly this straightforward? Observing the current dire state of his team, with some perishing and others succumbing to madness, it becomes evident that their strategy is fundamentally flawed. The Flower Spirit possesses a mere 200 points of physical defense, while its magical defense reaches an astonishing 800 points. A discrepancy of fourfold. Most individuals would instinctively opt for physical attacks to swiftly eliminate the Flower Spirit, as magical assaults yield negligible damage. For a boss, such an imbalance in defenses is decidedly unusual. Contemplating this, Gu Chen wondered if the Flower Spirit's low physical defense was a deliberate ploy to entice adversaries into employing physical attacks against it. While the priest's purification skill can alleviate negative states for teammates, the priest's resistance is among the lowest across all classes. What if, upon inhaling a significant amount of pollen, the priest were to succumb to hallucinations first? The absence of support for the team would inevitably lead to dire consequences. A collective descent into delusion would be merely a matter of time, potentially elucidating the reason for this team's downfall. The most prudent approach would be to utilize magical attacks to gradually wear down the Flower Spirit, albeit at the cost of time, yet it remains the most reliable strategy. A bolder tactic would involve intentionally igniting the pollen with magical skills once it reaches a certain concentration, resulting in a modest explosion. Provided that the frontline classes do not perish in the blast, the priest could swiftly tend to their wounds and re-enter the fray. Conversely, relying solely on physical attacks to vanquish the Flower Spirit is the most perilous method. Having discerned the cause of the team's failure, Gu Chen now comprehends how to safely eliminate this outdoor boss. Resist Fire Ring. Gu Chen invoked the Resist Fire Ring, rescuing the surviving adventurers from the Flower Spirit's onslaught and ushering them to a secure area. Subsequently, he approached the Flower Spirit directly. This flower spirit was strikingly beautiful, her lower half enveloped in a pink blossom, beneath which roots proliferated, yet they were not anchored to the soil, instead resembling tentacles that could move freely. Her upper body manifested as a delicate plant girl, exuding an air of vulnerability and innocence. At present, the flower spirit had a little over 30,000 health points remaining, having sustained 160,000 points of damage from the team. It appeared that this group possessed a modicum of strength. Meanwhile, the skeletal soldiers summoned by Gu Chen had yet to arrive and could offer no assistance. Upon noticing Guchon, the lucid man, the flower spirit commenced her assault against him. He picked up 2 seeds from beneath him and tossed them at his feet. The seeds swiftly sprouted, blossoming into 2 thorny flowers. The thorny flowers contracted their buds, seemingly inhaling, before abruptly expelling a sharp thorn directed at Guchon. With a swift movement, Guchon effortlessly evaded the 2 projectiles. Is that all? This flower demon truly appears to lack any combat prowess. In that case, it is time for me to subdue you. With over 30,000 health points, and being a plant type, I shall employ this technique to eliminate this little botanical creature. Inferno Blaze. With a flourish of his staff, a roaring inferno ignited beneath the flower demon. Fire-based skills inflict an additional 20 damage to plant-type creatures. Subsequently, pillars of fire erupted from beneath the flower demon, soaring towards the heavens. The flower demon's health plummeted from 10,800 to 420 to 970. Over 30,000 health points were obliterated in an instant. As the inferno blaze concluded, the flames gradually receded. At that moment, the once beautiful little botanical being had been transformed into a charred figure, resembling a small blackened silhouette. Task accomplished. Chapter 60, Second Form. The Poison Ivy Woman. Yet, to Gu Chen's astonishment, despite the flower demon's life force having reached 0, appearing utterly lifeless, there was still no notification of a kill. What could be the reason for this? Just as Gu Chen pondered, a series of cracking sounds echoed. The charred skin of the flower demon began to slowly split apart, peeling away entirely. In its place emerged a completely new entity before Gu Chen's eyes. She was adorned with emerald tendrils, wielding 2 thorny whips, her form enchanting and alluring, embodying the very essence of a masochist's dream. Poison Ivy Woman. LV, 30 Race. Plant Health, 300, 000 Physical Attack, 1. 000 Poison Attack, 300 Defense, 500 Magic Defense, 500. Skills, Poison Ivy Binding. Ensnare the target with poisonous vines, rendering them immobile, inflicting poison damage each second. Frenzied Whip Dance. Viciously lash surrounding enemies with poisonous whips, causing physical and poison damage. Thorn Blossom. Summon 2 thorn blossoms that can unleash poisonous spikes to inflict damage on foes. The seemingly harmless flower demon was merely the first form of the boss. The Poison Ivy Woman was the true face of the adversary. Without hesitation, Guchon launched an assault on the Poison Ivy Woman. Fireball. Rain of Fire. Wall of Fire. Blazing Storm. Guchon unleashed 4 fire-based spells, instantly dealing a tremendous amount of damage to the Poison Ivy Woman. However, she was no mere pushover. Bursting forth from the inferno, she summoned 2 thorn blossoms to spray poisonous spikes at Guchon, simultaneously disrupting his movements. Then, with a swift motion, the Poison Ivy Woman raised her hand, causing 2 thorny vines to erupt from the ground, rapidly sweeping toward Guchon. Ice Wall. With a deft maneuver, Guchon conjured an ice wall that effectively blocked the vine's advance, thwarting the Poison Ivy binding skill. The Poison Ivy Woman lashed out with her poisonous whip, ensnaring the ice wall, and with a powerful tug, she vaulted over it to stand beside Guchon. She then began to unleash a flurry of attacks with her whip. The sound of crackling filled the air. Apologies, but I have no inclination for masochism, Guchon exclaimed as he leaped backward, swiftly switching to his bow and executing a perfect aerial shot to evade the Poison Ivy Woman's frenzied assault. Ice Arrow. Flame Arrow. Arrow Rain. Tracking Arrow. As the Poison Ivy Woman struck, Guchon released several arrows that accurately struck the enemy, enraged by her attacks being evaded time and again. The Poison Ivy Woman screamed in fury, launching an even more ferocious onslaught against Guchon. The poisonous whip sliced through the air, creating a howling wind, each strike leaving deep furrows in the ground. Yet, Amidst such relentless aggression, Guchon remained elusive. Roll, blink, teleport. With a deft leap, Gu Chen skillfully evaded the attacks of the venomous vine woman using a variety of displacement skills, unleashing two abilities in the brief moments of respite. Gradually, he depleted her health, though he refrained from utilizing his formidable awakening skill to obliterate the boss, mindful of the poisoned, frenzied practitioners behind him, relying solely on ordinary skills. The venomous vine woman was nearing her breaking point, her health dwindling to the threshold of Gu Chen's lethal strike. One final blow to send you on your way. Fireball. Guchon conjured a colossal fireball that hurtled towards the venomous vine woman. With no avenue for escape, the fireball collided with her, erupting in a spectacular explosion. A thunderous boom resonated through the air. The venomous vine woman's health plummeted to 0. Venomous vine woman defeated. Experience gained. 400,000. As her life force ebbed away, her body gradually lost vitality, withering into a heap of desiccated branches and leaves. Yet again, Guchon triumphed over the boss without sustaining any damage. What a joyous occasion. He eagerly examined the spoils dropped by this wilderness boss. Received 1 skill book for Summon Flower Fairy, 1 for Whip, 1 for Thornbind, and 1 for Thorn Blossom. Astonishingly, 4 skill books had dropped at once, most of which were for summoning mages. What a bountiful reward. The drop rates for wilderness bosses were indeed remarkable. Continuing to inspect his loot, Gu Chen's gaze fell upon a long skirt radiating with iridescent light, its beauty striking. Flower Fairy's skirt, quality, starry quality equipment. A wilderness boss had dropped an item of such rarity. This was my first piece of starry quality gear. Gu Chen hastily examined the skirt's attributes. Flower Fairy's skirt, usable at level 30, female only. Physical defense, 100, magical defense, 200, constitution, 100. Active skill, Thorn Blossom. Summons a level 30 Thorn Blossom that inflicts 200 poison damage, stacking up to 5 times. Equipment skills are not restricted by class. Passive attribute. When the wearer suffers physical attacks, there is a 20 chance to release enchanting pollen, causing the attacker to randomly fall under a state of bewilderment for 10 seconds. Upon reading the words female only, Gu Chen's mood soured instantly. Female only? What a joke. Who decreed that men cannot wear skirts? Can't I be a cross-dressing master? Such a splendid piece of equipment would be a shame to sell. He decided to keep it for now, despite his disappointment, and stowed the Flower Fairy's skirt in his backpack. At that moment, his skeletal minions emerged from the dense forest. Though the druids summoned creatures had not survived, summoning skeletons required the consumption of corpses, while druids only expended magic, making their summons considerably more convenient. It seemed prudent to enhance the druids' summoning skills further. Guchon then turned his attention to the practitioners still caught in their frenzied state. What should these individuals do? If left unattended, they are likely to fall prey to other wild creatures and meet their demise. Utilizing the group purification spell could alleviate their afflictions. Yet, I prefer to perform good deeds without seeking recognition to avoid attracting unnecessary troubles. At that moment, Gu Chen noticed a deceased priestess lying on the ground. To save a life is to surpass the creation of a 7-tiered pagoda. Since I am committed to doing good, let me undertake a truly noble act. I resurrected the priestess, allowing her to gradually assist these individuals in dispelling their negative conditions. Resurrection spell. Gu Chen cast the spell upon the priestess and then continued deeper into the secret realm with his skeletal warriors. The priestess slowly opened her eyes. My head aches. Where am I? Is this the underworld? It doesn't seem so. I'm still alive. She gradually rose, realizing her companions remained ensnared in illusions. Meanwhile, the flower demon boss had transformed into a heap of withered branches and leaves, meeting its end. Has the boss been slain? Who could have done this? Suddenly, she spotted someone not far away, accompanied by several skeletal warriors, quietly departing from the scene. Could it be him, who has robbed us of our boss? Chapter 61, Betrayal. Purification. The last member of the team to awaken from the illusion gradually came to his senses. After a brief pause, he expressed his gratitude, saying, "Thank you, Yao Yao." The young priestess, known as Yao Yao, replied, "You're welcome. It is my duty." Gazing upon the heap of ashes that were once the flower spirit and the lifeless bodies of several comrades, the team leader lamented. This encounter with the wild boss has cost us dearly. We lost 7 members. Who would have thought that seemingly harmless flower spirit would prove so formidable? We were so close to vanquishing it, only for someone else to reap the rewards. The leader, a warrior bearing evident scars on his arms and face, most notably a prominent gash that traversed his visage, exuded an aura of fierce combat prowess. Yet, true experts understand that the multitude of scars on a melee fighter often signifies a lack of overall strength. For a skilled warrior, adeptly employs various skills and agile maneuvers to evade and dismantle enemy assaults. Even in the face of injury, their supportive allies would ensure timely healing, preventing any such glaring scars from marring their departure from the secret realm. Other teammates chimed in, "Indeed, it's all due to that cursed pollen that ensnared us in illusions. Otherwise, the head of that boss would have been ours. Had we known we would encounter a wild boss, we should have brought along an additional priest. Then we would have had sufficient purification spells. But it's too late to lament now. Such is the randomness of wild bosses. They are fortuitous encounters that cannot be fully prepared for. Alas, I wonder which fool took advantage of our misfortune. If I find out, I shall demand a share of the spoils." At that moment, Yao Yao suddenly interjected. "I saw what that person looked like." Her statement instantly captured everyone's attention. The scarred-faced warrior hurriedly inquired, "You mean you saw the individual who stole our boss? Are you certain it wasn't an illusion?" Though I only glimpsed his silhouette, I would not mistake him. His features were too striking, standing at 6 feet tall, clad in a suit made of skeletal bones, accompanied by several skeletal warriors and archers. Skeletal warriors, a skeletal ensemble, so he is a necromancer? But what about his companions? Yao Yao pondered for a moment. It seemed he was alone. He appeared to be ungrouped. The scarred warrior contemplated, ungrouped? A necromancer, possessing a multitude of summoned creatures, indeed prefers to solo and has the capacity to do so. Moreover, skeletal warriors, being undead, lack any breath, rendering them immune to the hallucinatory effects of the pollen. Thus, the flower spirit poses no threat to them. It can be said that the necromancer's skeletal minions are the perfect counter to this flower spirit boss. Could it be that the boss was truly slain by this necromancer? Yao Yao asserted with unwavering confidence. "Yes, it must be him. I am not mistaken." How infuriating. We toiled endlessly, sacrificing 7 teammates to reduce the boss's health to a mere sliver, only to have this wretch swoop in and claim the spoils. My dear brother, we cannot let this stand. We must track down this scoundrel and demand restitution. At the very least, we ought to receive 50% to mitigate our losses today. Scarface coldly interjected, 50%? That would be far too generous for this upstart. I demand 100%. We were the ones who discovered the boss. We were the ones who brought it to its knees. He merely seized an opportunity to snatch a kill. If he knows what's good for him, he will dutifully surrender all the spoils to me, and I may spare his life. Should he prove obstinate, he shall have no one to blame but himself." At that moment, dissent arose from the crowd. I believe such actions are rather unjust. Had it not been for that necromancer's intervention, we might have perished instead. Is it not a betrayal to repay kindness with malice? Indeed, while we managed to inflict 160,000 points of damage on the boss, we ultimately failed to secure the victory. Someone else vanquished the boss. That is their merit. We have no right to claim another's hard-earned rewards. I do not support the notion of resorting to violence against those who simply outperformed us. It appeared that these individuals were not aligned with Scarface. They were likely independent adventurers who had joined the fray. Scarface then swaggered before them, exuding arrogance. "Do I require your approval? Do I seek your consent? Who do you think you are, lecturing me on morality? Accusing me of betrayal? Let me ask you, has our team not been annihilated? We are all alive and well. So where is this supposed betrayal? Who has bestowed upon us this kindness? If we must identify a benefactor, it would surely be our healer, Yao Yao. What connection does that necromancer have to our plight? We were merely momentarily ensnared in an illusion. Perhaps it will soon pass. Meanwhile, he took advantage of our disorientation to slay the boss that rightfully belonged to us. What else can this be called but theft? To accuse me of betrayal is to reveal yourselves as a mere collection of spineless cowards." The man opened his mouth to retort, but upon witnessing Scarface's fearsome demeanor, he held his tongue. "What's the matter? Did I offend your delicate sensibilities, you worthless fool? If you have the courage, strike me." "Humph, I doubt you would dare. Get lost, you pathetic wretch." Unable to contain his frustration, the adventurer turned and left the gathering. Scarface, basking in his perceived victory, continued. Anyone who objects to my methods is welcome to leave immediately. Spare me your preachy moralizing. I have no desire to listen." At this juncture, Yao Yao also stepped forward, asserting, "Indeed, those wishing to depart should do so promptly. With one less person, we can divide the spoils more favorably." Hearing Scarface's remarks, the remaining independent adventurers gradually withdrew from the group. In an instant, the team of 13 was reduced to a mere 5, all of whom were members of the Scarface crew. Scarface let out a disdainful chuckle, remarking, "How fortunate you were to flee. Even if you had stayed, we would have withheld any spoils from you. Just a bunch of insignificant fish. Do not be angered, Scarface. What shall we do now? Should we pursue that lad, or continue leveling up in the secret realm?" Leveling up? What a futile endeavor. Let us exit the secret realm and ambush that boy at the entrance. The loot from wild bosses can fetch millions. We cannot allow him to escape. Understood, understood. After all, how could we be unable to confront a mere necromancer? Chapter 62, The Farmer and the Snake, Mr. Donghua and the Wolf. Meanwhile, Gu Chen was soaring through the skies on his sword, in search of the secret realm's boss within the spirit energy forest. Suddenly, his task bracelet chimed, signaling an incoming message. Gu Chen opened it to read, "Ding. The secret realm boss has been defeated. No new boss will appear in this realm. All adventurers are advised to make their own decisions regarding their stay." Oh, has the boss been vanquished by another team? It is not altogether surprising for an adventure-level boss to have met its demise. Gu Chen glanced at the time. It was nearly 8 p.m. Since the boss was already dead, there was no reason for him to linger any longer. Time to leave and indulge in a meal. To avoid drawing attention, Gu Chen dispelled all his summoned skeleton soldiers before exiting the realm. Upon emerging at the entrance, Gu Chen retrieved his phone to navigate to a nearby restaurant and set off towards it. However, his heightened perception alerted him to several pairs of eyes intensely fixated on him. While being observed by fellow adventurers was not an uncommon occurrence, being scrutinized by 5 pairs of eyes simultaneously was certainly suspicious. What could these 5 individuals want? Gu Chen pondered. Judging by the mental energy they exuded, they were likely only level 20 or 30, thus posing little threat. Yet, what could be their intent? Never mind. After all, it is not illegal to stare. With my striking good looks and standing at an impressive 183 meters, I cannot fault others for admiring me. If they wish to gaze, let them indulge. Gu Chen flicked his bangs, struck a pose, and swaggered towards the restaurant with the grace of a model. The scar-faced man observed Gu Chen's cryptic information and his captivating gait, falling into a state of confusion. "Did you see his information clearly?" he queried. "No, brother. It's all question marks. Even his name is obscured. Could he be a hidden powerhouse? Not quite a powerhouse, but certainly a wealthy individual. Just look at that skeletal armor he wears. It is a 25-level golden quality set, worth over 4 million. The reason we cannot see his information is likely due to some special equipment he possesses that conceals it," the scar-faced man continued. "A 25-level golden quality set. Damn, I want that so badly. Brother, do you think the 5 of us can take him on?" The scar-faced man felt uncertain, wrestling with the dilemma. At that moment, he turned to Yao Yao once more, asking, "Are you certain this is the person who stole our boss? You wouldn't be mistaken, would you? With a height of 183 meters, that striking silhouette, and his distinctive skeletal armor, there's no doubt. It's him." After a moment of contemplation, the scar-faced man remarked, "The greater the storm, the more valuable the fish. While his equipment indeed gives him an overwhelming advantage, we 5 still possess a considerable edge in taking him down. Moreover, he has made a critical error." "What critical error?" "As a necromancer, he surprisingly did not carry his summoned minions with him. A necromancer without minions is no different from being utterly useless." Yao Yao exclaimed in astonishment. "Indeed, he didn't bring even a single skeleton soldier. Isn't that foolish?" Scarface smiled coldly, and what was even more critical was that in our reality, there were no monster corpses available for him to summon skeletons. A level 30 or lower necromancer only had access to the bone spear skill, which did not consume corpses. Beyond that, there were no other offensive means. Thus, it was said that our team of 5 was destined to win. Scarface's words greatly bolstered the team's confidence. "What are we waiting for? Let us take him down." Scarface waved his hand and commanded, "Let us go, follow me, and we'll strike when there is no one around." Gu Chen left the vicinity of the secret realm. But he soon noticed that the 5 individuals who had been watching him had not retreated. Instead, they followed him closely. What do these people want? Do they intend to harm me? It seemed he would have to let them speak for themselves. Gu Chen turned a corner and headed down a secluded path. He.s. actually taking the back road? How amusing. When there's a path to heaven, you don't take it. When there's no door to hell, you come knocking. Scarface and his companions quickly followed suit. After walking for a distance and confirming that the area was deserted, Scarface remarked, "This seems like a good spot to act. All right, big brother." But at that moment, Guchon halted his steps and turned to inquire, "May I ask why you have been trailing me?" Scarface was momentarily taken aback, but quickly responded with a sneer, "Didn't he expect you to notice us? We do have something to discuss with you." Guchon replied calmly, "Please, go ahead. Did you kill the severely injured Flower Spirit boss?" "The Flower Spirit boss?" At that moment, Guchon recognized the female priest standing behind Scarface and suddenly understood the origins of this group. "Isn't this the young lady I resurrected? So this group is from that deranged team. I didn't expect my actions to be revealed. So, they are here to express their gratitude. Why is it so difficult to do a good deed without seeking recognition?" Guchon waved his hand and replied, "Indeed, I did slay the Flower Spirit boss. However, there's no need for thanks. It was merely a small effort." Scarface interjected, "Why would I thank you? Have you lost your mind? You stole our boss. We are here to reclaim our spoils." Guchon then realized that these individuals bore ill intentions, which left him feeling somewhat awkward. "Ahem. Oh, so that is how it is. Allow me to clarify. Although you did indeed weaken the Flower Spirit boss, that was merely her first form. After I defeated her, she transformed into a poison vine woman, which is the final form of the Flower Spirit. The damage and abilities of the poison ivy woman are exceedingly formidable, far beyond what you few can contend with. Even if you were to slay the Flower Spirit, you would still fall victim to the poison ivy woman. After vanquishing her, I noticed that you remained ensnared in delusions, and thus, in a moment of compassion, I revived that priestess to dispel your illusions. Therefore, I did not usurp your boss. Rather, I saved your lives. What a tale you weave. I nearly believed your script." The scarred face was completely unconvinced by Gu Chen's words. "First form. Second form. Do you think this is a transformation like that of a Digimon? Furthermore, what skills could a necromancer possess to aid others? Cease your fabrications. Am I a necromancer? When did that come to pass? I am unaware. If you have any sense, surrender all the spoils obtained from the Flower Spirit, along with everything on your person, including this skeletal king ensemble you are wearing, and I shall spare your life. Otherwise," the scarred face paused momentarily before continuing, "do not expect us to show mercy." Guchon had not anticipated the situation would escalate in this manner. His intention had been to assist them, yet they repaid his kindness with enmity, now seeking his demise. This is a quintessential tale of the farmer and the snake, Donghua and the wolf, and how Jian and the old lady. Since you have harbored murderous intent towards me, do not blame me for my lack of mercy. Chapter 63, Erasure of Evidence. Brothers, advance. Today, I shall transform you, the necromancer, into a mere specter. With a commanding shout from the scar-faced leader, the 4 companions instantly fell into a battle-ready stance, leaving only the priest, Yao Yao, behind to prepare for healing her comrades. Gu Chen swiftly assessed the professions of the 4 combatants. The leader, with his scarred visage, wielded a long blade as a warrior. Following closely was an assassin brandishing dual daggers. Additionally, there was an archer drawing back an arrow and a spellcasting mage. The team's composition appeared quite balanced. This marks my first encounter with other professionals. Let me ascertain the disparity between myself and these ordinary fighters. Since you presume me to be a necromancer, I shall indulge you with a display of necromantic abilities. Bone Spear. Guchon brandished his staff, gently waved it, and swiftly conjured a bone spear that shot toward the scar-faced leader. The scar-faced warrior scoffed. "Humph, what damage could a mere bone spear inflict? I shan't even bother to evade." However, before he could finish his sentence, the bone spear pierced through his chest with tremendous force, causing torrents of blood to gush forth. The scar-faced leader had 1,280 health points. This strike left the others utterly stunned. What? A single blow dealt 1,380 points of damage? That's a quarter of our leader's health, and he is the most resilient warrior among us. If that were to land on any of us, wouldn't it obliterate half our health in one hit? What terrifying damage! With blood spilling from his mouth, the scar-faced leader exclaimed, "Yao Yao, hurry, heal me." Oh, oh, healing spell. Gradual recovery. Yao Yao finally shook off her shock. As she cast her spell, the leader's wounds began to mend swiftly. He yanked the bone spear from his chest and hurled it to the ground. Your equipment is indeed extraordinary. The damage is astonishing. But a level 30 necromancer possesses only this one damaging skill. Without skeleton minions to aid you, you are no match for us. Brothers, fear not. He has exhausted his trump cards. Charge. Ice spike. Fire arrow. Blade dance. Charge. The four simultaneously unleashed their skills upon Gu Chen. He smiled faintly. I have no trump cards? To be precise, my hand holds no cards at all. Blink. Backstab. Throat slash. Gu Chen executed a blink to evade the quartet's onslaught. Appearing behind the mage. Swiftly, he switched to his daggers and plunged one into the mage's heart, then swiftly delivered a second strike across the mage's throat. In an instant, blood gushed forth. Critical hit. The mage's health plummeted from 2470 to 1880. Death? The mage collapsed, yielding to the ground, his knees buckling. Gu Chen casually remarked, "Easier to slay than mere minions." Guchon executed his move with remarkable swiftness, while the remaining three were entirely oblivious, their backs turned to him. Only the priestess at the rear of the group witnessed the unfolding scene. With a gasp, she collapsed onto the ground, her legs giving way beneath her, her lips trembling uncontrollably, yet she found herself unable to utter a single word in her terror. The three adversaries soon realized their skills had missed their mark and discovered that Gu Chen had vanished from sight. When they turned to look, they found one of their comrades had already perished, while another lay crumpled on the ground in fright. The scarred-faced man inquired, "What just transpired? Why did he vanish so abruptly? How did Lu Tian meet his demise?" Lu Tian was the name of the fallen mage. "I have no idea, brother. I didn't see anything," he replied, turning to Yao Yao. "Did you see it, Yao Yao?" Yao Yao slowly turned her head towards the scarred face, her expression vacant, seemingly not comprehending. Her eyes filled with boundless dread. The scarred man shouted, "I am asking you, did you see anything or not?" I saw it." He suddenly appeared behind Lu Tian, then used the assassin's backstab and throat-cutting skills to eliminate him in an instant. "Assassin skills? Aren't you a necromancer? How could you use assassin skills?" Guchon interjected, "I never claimed to be a necromancer. It is merely your assumption. What exactly is your profession? Dead men need not know such things." Blink. Heavy strike. In an instant, Guchon appeared before the archer, brandishing a colossal axe and swinging it down with tremendous force. A mid-air shot. The archer reacted with commendable agility, and with the slow attack speed of the massive axe, he deftly evaded the strike using his skill. The arrow struck Gu Chen's shoulder, reducing his health to 78. The axe struck the ground with a resounding crash, creating a deep fissure in the earth. The sight of Gu Chen wielding the gigantic weapon and the minor damage inflicted by the archer caused the scarred man to twitch in astonishment. How can he wield such a massive weapon? Not even I, a professional warrior, can handle one. What is he truly? Having missed his initial strike, Gu Chen swiftly switched to the setting sun bow and loosed an arrow. He dodged it. Impressive. But let's see you evade this. Tracking arrow. The tracking arrow curved and struck the archer at the juncture of his thigh. The archer, rendered immobile, collapsed to the ground, clutching his thigh in agony. Now you cannot escape. Barrage arrow. Guchon unleashed 3 consecutive arrows, all finding their mark upon the archer's head, striking true. The archer fell lifelessly to the ground. The scarred man was once again taken aback. He could not believe Guchon had utilized the archer's skills as well. As Guchon eliminated 2 of his teammates with such ease, the assassin among them began to feel trepidation. Stealth. He activated his stealth skill in an attempt to flee. Think you can escape? It is not so simple. Today, none of you will escape. Flare. Guchon released a flare into the sky with his bow, instantly illuminating the land. The assassin, who had just entered stealth mode, was revealed in full view. Thunderstrike. Boom. Critical hit. Health points, 4,678. A bolt of lightning struck him dead on the spot. At that moment, Scarface was utterly stunned. Guchon continuously utilized skills from several professions, making Scarface realize that Guchon was certainly no ordinary practitioner, nor someone he could contend with. Even if 10 more of him appeared, victory would remain unattainable. He immediately knelt and pleaded for mercy. "Hero, please spare my life. I am blind to your greatness and have offended you. I implore you to show me mercy. Now that he could not defeat me, he sought to plead for his life. Yet, your previous demeanor suggested you intended to eliminate me. Therefore, you shall meet your demise. Fireball. Boom. A massive fireball struck Scarface, instantly depleting 4,790 health points. However, as a frontline warrior, Scarface's vitality remained resilient, and he did not perish from a single blow. He still clung to life. Scarface again beseeched, "Mighty hero, I beg you to spare me. I swear I shall never offend again. If you let me go, I promise to keep silent about everything that has transpired here. It was all a mere accident. But if you kill me, the investigators will certainly trace the clues back to you." Traced back to me based on clues? Thank you for the warning. It implies that as long as I leave no traces, no one will investigate me, right? Hearing Gu Chen's words, Scarface couldn't help but shudder. Gu Chen stood up and addressed the three corpses. Summon skeletons. Summon skeleton archers. Summon skeleton mages. Pop, pop, pop. The flesh of the three corpses burst apart, and from their remains crawled forth three uniquely shaped skeletal warriors. Destroy the evidence? Witnessing Gu Chen's ruthless actions, Scarface's spirit was utterly crushed. Before Scarface could utter another word, Gu Chen shot an arrow that pierced his throat. "You are too ugly. You do not qualify to be my skeletal warrior." Corpse explosion. Pop. Scarface's body disintegrated into a mist of blood. At that moment, Guchon turned to the sole remaining priestess. The priestess was now pale with fear, and the ground beneath her was soaked. "Brother, please spare my life. I am willing to do anything if you let me go." Guchon, intrigued, inquired. "Oh? Anything? Does that include intimate matters?" "Intimate matters?" "Yes, including. If I spare your life, can you keep today's events confidential?" Yao Yao crawled and rolled to Guchen's feet, saying, I can keep it a secret. I will definitely keep it a secret." Guchen gently stroked her head for comfort, saying, "Well done, Yao Yao. But I'm afraid I only trust the dead to keep secrets." Thunderstorm. Boom. The young sister of the clergy was also reduced to a mist of blood. Chapter 64. The Awakening. 5 consecutive strikes. Annihilation of the great druid. Gazing at the gruesome remains strewn across the ground, Guchon's heart was a tumultuous sea of emotions. My initial intention was to rescue them out of goodwill, yet I never anticipated such a tragic outcome. However, it is fortunate that these 5 individuals harbored malevolent intentions. Their survival would only serve to harm others. Thus, I have effectively rid the world of 5 scourges. Alas, playing the role of a saint is no easy task. One might end up leading humanity to its own demise, much like Chung Xin. I must resolutely refrain from adopting the mantle of a savior henceforth. Inferno ignition. Boom. Guchon was concerned that the remnants of the corpses might leave behind incriminating evidence, so he summoned a great fire to reduce the entire scene to ashes. Now I can dine in peace. After finishing his meal, Guchon procured an elderly mask from the night market and subsequently made his way back to the Spirit Energy Forest's secret realm. By this time, it was already past 9 in the evening, and the number of adventurers at the entrance of the secret realm had dwindled significantly. Most were returning from the realm, preparing to head home. Human vision is inherently poor at night, and the forest becomes even more perilous. No one wishes to venture into the Spirit Energy Forest at such an hour. It seems that at this juncture, I can only gather a team by offering free guidance. Donning the mask, Guchen adopted a frail voice and began to attract attention. Ahem. This old man finds himself with some spare time today and happens to be passing by the Spirit Energy Forest. Memories of my youth, battling fiercely within this very realm, flood back to me. Thus, I wish to take another stroll within to reminisce about the past. However, I cannot enter this king-level secret realm alone, so today, I shall offer everyone a benefit. Free guidance through the king-level Spirit Energy Forest. 5 individuals per group. The moment we are full, we shall depart. Guchon's words evidently piqued the interest of several adventurers who were preparing to leave. A few approached him and inquired, "Esteemed one, is it truly free guidance through the king-level secret realm?" "Indeed, free of charge." "Wow, such a stroke of fortune. Count me in. Add me as well." It is indeed rare for a prominent figure to offer such assistance, and even rarer for one to do so without charge. In an instant, Guchon formed a 5-member team and proceeded into the secret realm. Stay at the entrance of the realm. I shall venture forth alone to slay the boss. After the boss is defeated, you need not wait for me. Feel free to depart at your leisure. Understood. Sword technique. Gu Chen drew a level 10 iron sword and soared into the depths of a secret realm. Wow. The esteemed one is a sword immortal. This sword technique is quite convenient. Indeed, but the esteemed one's flying sword appears rather unremarkable. It resembles an ordinary iron sword. What do you know? These legendary weapons may very well look plain and unadorned. This is what is referred to as returning to simplicity. Oh, I see. How shallow of me. After traversing a distance, Guchon first opened a portal at the periphery of the secret realm. This is the mage's skill, the bidirectional portal. Designed for his convenience to return after vanquishing the boss. Guchon was not particularly familiar with the paths of the Spirit Chi Forest, and with towering trees obscuring his view, he spent a bit more time in search of the boss's location. Fortunately, he discovered the boss of the Spirit Chi Forest, the Forest Guardian, Great Druid, near a colossal tree of life. Forest Guardian, Great Druid, LV 30 Health 600, 000 Physical Attack 1, 000 Magic Attack 1. 000 Physical Defense 600 Magic Defense 600 Skills, Falling Stars, Nature Might, Blessing of Atalera, Thorn Entanglement, Beast Roar, Summon Wolf Spirit, Summon Bear Spirit, Summon Trant. Protection of the Tree of Life. Grants surrounding forest creatures an additional 50 points of magic defense and 50 points of physical defense, while restoring 500 health points per second. The array of skills possessed by this great druid is indeed formidable, all of which are active abilities. The sole passive skill, Protection of the Tree of Life, is granted by the tree itself. Although the 500 points of health restoration per second may seem modest for a boss, the protection not only provides health regeneration for the boss, but also extends to the summoned creatures and nearby minions, complicating matters significantly. For an ordinary adventurer, defeating this boss would undoubtedly become a war of attrition. However, Guchon had no intention of engaging in such a drawn-out battle. He desired rest, awakening the quintuple strike, storm twin tornadoes, thunder cataclysm, frigid tempest, meteor fall, storm arrow rain. Guchon unleashed his skills directly from the air. Instantly, the heavens and earth transformed. 5 potent spells coalesced above the great druid, followed by a relentless bombardment. The great druid had never encountered such a spectacle. Raging winds, torrential rains, purple lightning, and a deluge of arrows pouring down. What was that enormous fireball in the sky? Had the sun fallen? At that moment, he harbored no thoughts of resistance, clinging desperately to the Tree of Life in prayer. In Elvish, Great Tree of Life, Mother of the Forest, I seek your protection. I implore you, save me. Assist me in withstanding this overwhelming magic. Tree of Life, in the language of trees. Child, let me guide you toward clarity. Distance yourself from me, and run far away. The farther, the better, Great Druid. But if I do that, I shall forfeit your protection. Exactly. So please, keep your distance. Do not allow this potent magic to harm me, Great Druid. But you are the mother of the forest. I cannot abandon you. Do not be an ungrateful child. If I cannot endure it, do you believe you can? Begone. Keep your distance. Far, far away. In Elvish, Yasiba? Of course. Guchon remained oblivious to their exchange. Boom, boom, boom. Countless terrifying spells struck the great druid. His vitality was rapidly depleting. 9450, 9380, 9430. The great druid was enduring immense suffering. Summon the wolf spirit, summon the bear spirit, summon the trant. Come forth and share the burden of damage. A few level 30 summoned beasts were obliterated in an instant, unable to withstand even a second under the assault of 5 awakened skills. Ultimately, it was the great druid who bore the entirety of the burden alone. Boom. With the explosion of the fire meteor, all 5 awakened skills were unleashed. Immediately thereafter, a voice resonated in his mind, announcing the demise of the boss. The great druid has perished, earning 100,000 experience points. There is no boss that cannot be vanquished by 5 awakened skills. If it fails, then let us unleash 5 more. Guchon descended from the sky to examine the spoils dropped by the boss. Acquired a Jungle Guardian chestplate and a Staff of Nature's Power. Jungle Guardian chestplate, golden quality, level 30, defense 80, magic defense 80, constitution 80. Staff of Nature's Power, Golden Quality, Level 30, Attack 100, Spell Damage 400. Mana 400. Itira's Blessing Skill 2, Summon Trance Skill 1. The Jungle Guardian Chestplate. ISNT that the very set my master gifted me, meant for level 30? So it was dropped from here. As for the Staff of Nature's Power, its attributes are rather mediocre, inferior to the purple lightning staff bestowed by my master. It shall be sold for gold. Acquired a Summon Wolf Spirit Skill Book and an Itira's Blessing Skill Book. 2 skill books dropped. Quite fortunate. I shall learn them all. Ding. Your teammate Lu Renjia has exited the team. Ding. Your teammate Lu Renjia has exited the team. As the boss fell, Gu Chen's teammates voluntarily withdrew from the team. It was time for my skeletal army to conquer the secret realm. Gu Chen opened a bidirectional portal and arrived at the outskirts of the secret realm. He then slew dozens of elven deer, transforming their corpses into his skeletal warriors. 20 skeletons and 20 skeletal archers would suffice to obliterate the entire secret realm. Let us set forth. Meet me at the end of the secret realm. Guchon then stepped through the portal, arriving in the boss's territory. To prevent his skeletal soldiers from following through the portal, he closed it behind him. Ding. Your skeletal warrior has slain an elven deer, earning 2,500 experience points. Ding. Your skeletal archer has slain an elven deer, earning 2,500 experience points. Observing the constant stream of kill notifications, Gu Chen knew that his skeletal soldiers had begun their work. Ah, splendid. Life with workers is indeed delightful. Now, to take a bath and rest. Guchon retrieved his large bathtub from his spatial bag. Rain spell. Fire spell. Subsequently, he employed the art of rain to fill the bathtub with water and then used the flames to elevate the temperature to a suitable level. After shedding his garments, he joyfully leaped into the bath. Ah, what bliss! The water temperature was perfect. As he indulged in the soothing bath, he found himself leveling up. Such is the essence of life. Just then, Gu Chen's phone suddenly rang. Upon checking, he discovered a message from Bai Ningning. Guchon, I sincerely apologize for that day. I only said those things to provoke my father. I hope you can overlook it. I am not that petty. But how have you been? I am well. After all, my father expects me to form alliances with other families, so he cannot do much to me. I was merely confined for 2 days. Oh, so what exactly is the Chu family, who wishes to ally with you? Bai Ningning replied, you must be familiar with the Zhangqiong Guild, the foremost guild in Qinghai province, the very guild to which your master belongs. This guild is associated with the Chu family. My father wishes to marry me off to the youngest son of the Chu family, Chu Haoyan, a flamboyant young man with an A-grade talent. Upon hearing of the other party's talent level, Guchon could not help but furrow his brow. It was well known that Bai Ningning possessed an SS-grade talent. Marrying someone with only an A-grade talent would indeed be a significant downgrade. He only has an A-grade talent? How did your father agree to this? However, for the sake of the development of his guild and the family's interests, he acquiesced. Wait, are you omitting some details? What have I left out? Why did you not mention that he is a playboy? Are you not also a playboy? Of course not. I merely believe that in comparison to your talents, this matter is insignificant. I shall tentatively trust you. Gu Chen inquired. I heard from Xiao Go that your school is starting tomorrow. Are you going to attend? Of course. How could I forsake my education? Moreover, the Chu family desires my attendance. Not only do I intend to go, but I also aim to grow stronger. I want to prove to my father that Chu Haoyan is unworthy of me. I want to demonstrate that through my own efforts, I can strengthen our family. Indeed, you possess ambition. I look forward to your growth. Yes, I will become as formidable as you. Hee, you might be overestimating yourself. Chapter 65, The Assessment Begins. On the following morning, Gu Chen awoke from the secret realm. A notification chimed. Ding. You have new skills available for sign-in. Would you like to proceed? Sign in. Ding. Congratulations on signing in for the Berserker's level 40 skill, Soul Devouring Sealing Slash. Since you have already mastered this skill, it will automatically upgrade to level 2. The skills available for today were rather impressive. Gu Chen sat up from his bed, realizing that his skeletal legion had arrived intact, without a single loss. Furthermore, his level had risen from 25 to 26. During the day, he had been slaying bosses, and at night, he had been defeating lesser monsters. He had wasted not a moment. Truly, I am a master of time management. It was time to participate in the assessment for Secret Realm investigators. Guchon departed the Secret Realm and made his way to the investigation department. Upon arrival, he found that the assessment had yet to commence. There were not many participants, only a little over 20 individuals. Becoming a secret realm investigator indeed required a high threshold. Not only did one need adequate mental fortitude, but candidates also required exceptional psychological resilience and keen insight, qualities not everyone possessed. Of course, once one became a secret realm investigator, the rewards and benefits were exceedingly generous. A senior investigator was even rarer than those with SS-level talents. Gu Chen found a seat and awaited the commencement of the assessment. At 9 o'clock, the assessment instructor emerged from the examination room, holding a list in hand. The assessment for Secret Realm investigators for the second half of this year is now officially underway. I will read the names of the 10 individuals who will enter for the first basic evaluation. Those who meet the standards will proceed to the next test. Those who do not may leave after the assessment is completed. Yang Wei, Chen Bo, Shun Lian. The first group was called inside, and Guchon was not among them, so he continued to wait outside. After approximately 10 minutes, the instructor exited the examination room once more. However, he did not see any other candidates emerge, likely to prevent the leakage of examination information, as they had exited through a different door. The instructor picked up the list and announced, Han Li, Li Yi, Guchon. You 10 may enter. Guchon lined up and followed them inside. The assessment room was not particularly spacious, containing several specialized testing machines. The instructor instructed, each of you find a machine to sit at, don the helmet, and prepare for the examination. This was a monitoring helmet connected to various data wires, and without hesitation, Guchon placed it upon his head. Soon, the assessment began. The helmet activated, emitting a steady humming sound. Almost immediately, Guchon felt a surge of mental pressure invade his mind, and this pressure intensified. He summoned his mental strength to resist this onslaught, finding it manageable. Meanwhile, 2 candidates nearby suddenly collapsed, presumably unable to withstand the mental strain. Do not be distracted, everyone. Continue with the examination. 2 invigilators subsequently approached the 2 individuals, removing their helmets and escorting them out of the examination room. This mounting pressure persisted for 5 minutes before abating, during which another candidate fainted and was carried away. From the initial 10, only 7 remained. Yet, the assessment was far from complete. Suddenly, the screen of Gu Chen's helmet illuminated, transporting him into a virtual reality space. He was immediately confronted with various crime scenes, shattered innards, congealed blood, writhing tentacles, vacant eyes, emaciated limbs, and fragmented brains, accompanied by an array of grotesque death scenes. Overwhelmed, a participant could no longer endure the harrowing visuals and succumbed to despair. The invigilator promptly approached to declare his disqualification. A growl emanated from Gu Chen's stomach, signaling discomfort. He rubbed his abdomen and muttered softly, "Damn, I've been on the go since morning and completely forgot to have breakfast. And now, I'm subjected to this ghastly display." The gruesome imagery persisted for 5 minutes before concluding, during which another candidate exited due to nausea. At this juncture, the invigilator announced, "The first assessment has concluded. You may now remove your helmets." Upon removing his helmet, Guchon noticed that only 5 out of the initial 10 candidates remained, marking a staggering elimination rate of 50%. The information regarding this cohort of candidates appeared on the large screen. Mental strength and resilience rankings. First, Gu Chen, 100 points. Second, Xia Yan, 80 points. Fifth, Han Li, 60 points. Li Yi disqualified. The students, upon seeing these scores, began to murmur among themselves. "I passed. Hooray for 60 points. Don't celebrate too soon. There's still another test to pass." Only those who succeed in both assessments can be selected as mystery investigators. Wow, someone scored 100 points. Is his resilience truly that formidable? Was he completely unfazed by those terrifying images? He must be one of those legendary children who grew up amidst fear. The invigilator displayed a flicker of astonishment, but quickly regained composure. A score of 100 was indeed impressive. However, the first test merely gauged the candidate's basic mental fortitude and stress tolerance. The true evaluation of their suitability as mystery investigators would hinge upon the second test. The invigilator then instructed, "Candidates who passed the first test, please accompany me to the second examination venue." Gu Chen and the others subsequently entered the second assessment area, which was situated within a sealed morgue. The specific nature of the assessment would only be revealed upon entry. The invigilator sequentially called out, "Han Li, you are first. Please proceed with the assessment. Gu Chen, prepare yourself for the next. Trembling, Hanli stepped inside. Approximately 15 minutes later, the door of the morgue swung open again. Gu Chen, you may enter now. Gu Chen followed the invigilator into the room. The temperature within the morgue is palpably several degrees lower than that of the outside world. And coupled with the eerie ambience, it inevitably sends a shiver down one's spine. In the center of the morgue lie 3 autopsy tables, each adorned with a corpse. Opposite these tables sit 3 evaluators, tasked with grading the examination. Upon the entrance of Guchon, the evaluators couldn't help but cast a few curious glances in his direction. One robustly built evaluator jested, "Not bad, young man. You scored full marks on the first assessment. I eagerly anticipate your performance in the second round." Guchon scratched his head and replied, "Hee, it was merely a stroke of luck. I watched a plethora of horror films during my childhood, so I feel quite unfazed." The evaluator's smile faded as he announced, "All right, we shall now commence the examination in earnest. The rules are as follows. You are to provide a detailed analysis of the causes of death for these 3 corpses. It would be ideal if you could identify the specific magic that inflicted harm upon them and ascertain the time of their demise. Your performance will be graded accordingly. A score of 60 is considered passing. Anything below that is deemed failing, even if you achieved full marks in the first assessment. A failure in the second will result in your elimination. Do you comprehend the instructions?" "Understood," Guchon affirmed. "You have 20 minutes, and the time starts now." Chapter 66, Open Book Examination, Full Marks. Guchon approached the dissection table and began to scrutinize the first cadaver. The initial body was a skeleton that still bore remnants of flesh. Judging by the size of the bones, it appeared to be a female frame. With the surface of the bones marred by traces of scorching fire, though the burning had not been prolonged, the flesh was only partially cooked. She must have endured immense agony in her final moments. How could anyone commit such a heinous act against a woman? What kind of beast could perpetrate this atrocity? Guchon then moved to the second cadaver for examination. This body also consisted of a skeleton, but its bones had been shattered into fragments, painstakingly reassembled by forensic experts into a semblance of human form. This skeleton had suffered from some explosive force, resulting in shattering fractures. Like the first cadaver, this one had also been scorched. Could it be that both perished in the same tragic incident? It seemed highly plausible. Next, Guchon approached the third body. This was a headless corpse, its torso reduced to a mere half, the flesh on its chest nearly worn away, likely from dragging itself over a long distance. The absence of a head was not due to a clean cut from a blade. Judging by the wound, it appeared to be the result of an explosion. Oddly enough, this corpse bore an uncanny familiarity, as did the 2 skeletons. As Guchon pondered, a sudden realization struck him. A bold hypothesis formed in his mind. Could this headless corpse belong to the mutated zombie king warrior whose head had exploded in the realm of the undead? And were the 2 skeletons possibly those of the priestess and the scarred man he had slain just yesterday? Guchon stepped back to scrutinize the 2 skeletons closely. After thorough examination, he was utterly convinced that these were indeed the bodies of the female priest and the scarred man from the previous day. What in the world is happening? I only just killed them yesterday, and now they are here for an examination? Such resourcefulness. And why is the zombie king's body here as well? Out of the 3 cadavers, they are all familiar faces. Is this truly a coincidence? Could it be that the investigators have already deduced I am the mastermind behind these murders? Have they laid these bodies out here to point fingers at me? A surge of panic welled up within Guchon, yet he managed to feign composure and offered a smile to the examiners. The 3 examiners returned his smile with kindness. But wait, if they had indeed discovered my guilt, why not apprehend me directly? Why subject me to this examination? Are they attempting to coax a confession from me? That would be absurd. What advantage would that serve them? Thus, it became clear to Guchon that they had not identified the true culprit. The appearance of these 3 familiar faces was purely coincidental. With this realization, Guchon exhaled deeply, calming his racing heart. How foolish I was to frighten myself. I nearly scared myself to death. Since these 3 corpses are all familiar acquaintances of mine, this examination is akin to an open book test. Given the circumstances, if I fail to achieve a perfect score, I would be remiss in honoring their spirits. It is imperative that I attain full marks. Guchon took a moment to compose himself and approached the first corpse, stating, "The size of the skeletal structure and the composition of the pelvis readily indicate that this is a female cadaver. There are remnants of flesh on the bones. And judging by the nature of the damage, it appears she met her demise due to an internal explosion, with signs of lightning burns on the inner flesh. I surmise she perished from a thunderstorm spell. Excellent. Let us proceed. Following her death, the perpetrator attempted to obliterate the crime scene by casting a fire spell to incinerate the body. The extent of the damage inflicted by the flames suggests that this is not the work of a mere second or third-tier fire magic. The severity of the harm indicates it must be a spell of at least level 50. I deduce it to be the fire skill known as Blazing Inferno. The three examiners could not help but narrow their eyes in astonishment. He has indeed discerned the truth. This young man possesses remarkable prowess. Splendid. Continue. Although the flesh of this woman has been charred, there are no signs of formaldehyde preservation or indications of refrigeration. Assessing the freshness of the tissue, I deduce she likely succumbed to her fate only yesterday, around 8 o'clock in the evening. The three examiners were profoundly shaken. This is astonishing. He has accurately deduced both the cause of death and the time of demise without a hint of error. This lad is practically the reincarnation of the great detective Conan. His deductive abilities may well surpass those of some intermediate-level investigators. The examiner, suppressing his astonishment, urged, "Let us analyze the second corpse." Guchon approached the second cadaver and remarked, "This body also displays clear signs of burning, evidently having perished in the same incident as the first. However, this individual was slain by another. Based on the degree of skeletal fragmentation, it appears he fell victim to the necromancer's corpse explosion spell. As for the third corpse, it seems to be the zombie king from the undead realm, and moreover, a mutated variant. Given the expansive skeletal frame, I surmise he was a warrior in life. Lacking a lower half, he could only navigate through crawling, which explains the extensive abrasions on his chest. His lower half must have been torn asunder by two powerful wind spells. Ordinary wind magic could not inflict such grievous harm upon a boss. It requires immense power and the simultaneous casting of two spells, achievable only by the level 60 wind awakening skill, Twin Tornadoes. The examiners were once again astounded. A genius. A prodigy. Even Conan's coffin lid could not contain him. Oh, it seems Conan is not actually dead yet. Guchon continued. The final mystery lies in the fate of the mutated zombie's head. Though professionals possess a myriad of skills capable of delivering a lethal blow, most of these abilities are imbued with elemental damage. Yet, upon inspecting the neck of the zombie king, no trace of such elemental residue was found. His cranium appeared more akin to that of a self-detonation, as if a timed explosive had been implanted within. Thus, I surmise that this zombie king must have been tampered with by someone. However, the identity of the perpetrator remains a mystery to me. This encapsulates all my conjectures. Excellent. Excellent. Excellent, exclaimed the robust examiner, rising with fervor and repeating the word thrice. Your reasoning is simply remarkable. A prodigy. You are truly a rare gem in the realm of deduction. Thank you for your praise, teacher. What I have presented is not mere reasoning. It is a reconstruction of the criminal facts. I am merely one step away from guiding you to the crime scene. In my many years as the chief examiner, I have never encountered anyone who could articulate every detail surrounding a victim's demise so precisely. Were it not for the fact that these perpetrators have been identified as a group of experts above level 50, I would suspect you were the one responsible for the killings. Gu Chen, ah? Hee. How could I possibly commit murder? It is utterly inconceivable that I could take a life. You jest, examiner. Based on your performance, I have decided to award you full marks. The other two examiners chimed in. Full marks. It must be full marks. Chapter 67. Becoming a Junior Realm Investigator. Guchon successfully completed the assessment with a perfect score. After exiting the examination hall, he proceeded to fill out his employment documentation. Once the paperwork was complete, he took a seat nearby, awaiting the conclusion of the other candidates' evaluations. Eager for the examiners to provide a comprehensive explanation of the various considerations that come with being a realm investigator. It was not until nearly noon that all candidates had finished their assessments. Ultimately, including Gu Chen, for candidates successfully passed the test, earning their titles as Junior Realm Investigators. The three examiners then approached the four successful candidates. The robust examiner introduced himself. I am Lei Zhen, a Senior Realm Investigator. From this day forth, you shall be recognized as exemplary Junior Realm Investigators. Here is your junior badge, inscribed with your identification number. Make sure to keep it safe. Guchon accepted the badge and examined his number, 89757. From this moment, this number shall be my name. Mimicking the essence of humanity, Wu. This number compels me to sing. Lei Zhun continued. With this badge, you are granted the freedom to enter any realm within Huaxia without the need for admission fees. Even without assigned tasks, you may traverse these realms at will. This is the privilege bestowed upon realm investigators. However, when entering realms of higher difficulty, it is imperative to prioritize personal safety. There are 4 tiers of realm investigators: junior, intermediate, senior, and elite. Junior investigators receive 1 level-suppressing elixir each month. Intermediates receive 2. Seniors receive 3, and elites are allotted 5. The higher your rank, the greater your benefits. To ascend in rank, you must diligently complete your assignments. Upon hearing about the investigators' benefits, the team members were filled with astonishment. Wow! Receiving 1 elixir monthly. This elixir alone could fetch over 100,000. Does this mean I'll be earning a monthly salary of 100,000? No more subsisting on steamed buns and instant noodles. Indeed. Furthermore, we won't have to pay admission fees to enter any realm, saving us a significant amount of money. Lei Zhun, having overheard their conversation, interjected. The monthly allocation of level-suppressing elixirs is merely one of your benefits. You will also receive a fixed salary and bonuses for task completion, ensuring you will not be financially burdened. Thus, I advise against selling your elixirs for quick cash, as they will be invaluable for future assignments. Understood. We were merely jesting. Rest assured we won't sell them. Lei Zhun continued. Realm investigators operate as semi-freelancers. When there are no tasks, you are free to engage in whatever pursuits you desire, as the organization will not intervene. However, when assigned a task, it must take precedence. Neglecting this could hinder your advancement, in particular, when faced with urgent tasks. Regardless of whether you are battling a formidable foe, sleeping at 3:30 in the morning, or attending to personal matters, you must immediately set aside your current activities to address the urgent assignment. Otherwise, one will be demoted directly, and junior investigators will be dismissed without hesitation. Do you understand? Understood. Of course, there is no need for you to be overly anxious. The probability of urgent tasks arising is quite low. Sometimes, it may take several years before such an occurrence happens again. So, there is no need for excessive tension. The secret realm investigators will adopt a mentorship approach, guiding you through your initiation. Thus, Guchon, Shunlian, you two will accompany me from now on. The 2 senior investigators instantly expressed their displeasure. I said, Lei Zhun, why do you suddenly take away the 2 most outstanding students? You have seized both geniuses, leaving us with 2 insignificant individuals. What is the reason for that? As the only female to pass the test, Shunlian naturally garnered Gu Chen's attention. Her total score of 174 was the second highest among the 4. In ordinary circumstances, this would be considered an extraordinary achievement, yet in comparison to Gu Chen's perfect score, it appeared somewhat diminished. How could it not infuriate the 2 examiners when Lei Zhun snatched both the first and second place? Lei Zhun brandished his fist, as large as a sandbag, gesturing towards the 2. Why? Just because of this. What? Not satisfied? Come at me. You brute. You only bully us because you believe that we, as lifestyle investigators, cannot fight, right? I should have anticipated you would resort to this tactic. If only I had known, I wouldn't have come. I should have sent Wang Meng, that fool, to come along so you 2 could have a proper fight while competing for students. Although the 2 complained, their words evidently indicated a surrender to Lei Zhun's dominance. They too were senior investigators, yet they belonged to the lifestyle profession. While their investigative abilities were not inferior to those of combat professionals, lifestyle investigators possessed no combat skills whatsoever. Upon entering the secret realm, they would be like fish on a chopping board, completely at the mercy of others. Thus, lifestyle investigators typically ventured into secret realm investigations accompanied by a combat investigator for protection to ensure the successful completion of their tasks. Lei Zhun had also assisted them multiple times in accomplishing their missions, so it was vital not to let this situation sour their relationship too much. They had no choice but to relinquish their claim on the rare talent that was Guchon. Lei Zhun chuckled. Brothers, do not be angry. To compensate for your loss, I will arrange for an evening of indulgence. Food, drink, and all your needs. Consider it a comprehensive service, all on me. If funds run short, I will sell my level-suppressing potions to ensure you have a grand time. Guchon interjected, wait, just a moment ago, You said we shouldn't sell the secret potions. Why are you suddenly keen to sell them yourself? This is a classic case of double standards. The two lifestyle investigators nodded in satisfaction. Well, that sounds acceptable. We shall reluctantly agree. Listening to their conversation, Gu Chen and Shun Lian exchanged glances, both feeling as though they had been sold off. The two brothers felt even more awkward, as they were not even worthy of being sold off, merely regarded as unwanted giveaways. After reaching an agreement with the two lifestyle investigators, Lei Jun cleared his throat and continued, ahem. I neglected to mention earlier that secret realm investigators are categorized into combat investigators and lifestyle investigators. However, irrespective of our professions, we stand on equal footing. In our daily endeavors, we must assist one another, provide mutual support, and collaboratively fulfill our tasks. It is imperative that we do not consider ourselves superior simply because we belong to the combat profession, nor should we engage in any form of coercion or plunder. Such actions are grave violations of conduct and will be met with severe repercussions and public admonishment upon discovery. Is that clear to everyone? Observing the bewilderment of the four individuals, Lei Jun raised his voice further and inquired, is that clear to everyone? Why, yes, understood. They stammered in response. How could I possibly understand? Was it not through intimidation that you coerced us into this arrangement? The company's regulations seem designed solely to restrict employees. It appears that the system for secret realm investigators is merely a means to confine us junior investigators. Chapter 68. Entering the hellish secret realm alone. After leaving the investigation department, Lei Jun led Guchon and another companion straight to a restaurant for a meal. The trio ordered an array of dishes. Engaging in lively conversation as they dined, Lei Jun remarked, Guchon, I noticed your profile states you are an unemployed. Surely, you cannot be the one. Before Lei Jun could finish his thought, Gu Chen interjected with confidence, indeed, that is I. Taking a sip of his drink, Lei Jun inquired further, could you elaborate on what it means to be an unemployed? You hardly fit the description of the waste that people often speak of. Though Lei Jun appeared robust, his perceptiveness was remarkable. While he could not discern any information about Gu Chen, the aura exuded by the young man suggested he was far from ordinary. Gu Chen explained, an unemployed is not the inept individual many presume. I simply lack a profession. Because of this absence, I am free from occupational constraints, with sufficient talent. I can master any skill from any profession. Additionally, my attribute allocation is quite flexible. I have chosen to enhance my mental acuity. Lei Jun did not display excessive astonishment. Ah, so being an unemployed means one has no professional limitations and can learn any skill. Intriguing. But why can I not see any of your information? Primarily because I am wearing a special artifact bestowed upon me by my master, rendering my information invisible. Oh, and who is your master? My master is Elder Ma Buiyun of the Tsangqiong Guild. So you are a disciple of Elder Ma? He is renowned for his benevolence towards his students. You are indeed fortunate. By the way, Elder Ma is also a senior secret realm investigator. He is currently looking into the case of the secondary awakening skill, slaughtering pigs. Is that so? I was unaware of that, Guchon replied. Lei Jun continued. What motivated you to become a secret realm investigator? Was it Elder Ma who recommended you? Not exactly. It was not Elder Ma's influence that brought me here. Ultimately, it is due to my financial constraints. As an orphan without familial support, I find myself in dire need of funds. That is understandable. Living alone is indeed challenging. Now, let us discuss you, Shun Lian. You are enrolled at Magic City University, possess an S-level talent, and your profession is summoner. Why have you chosen to pursue a career as a secret realm investigator instead of focusing on your studies? Shun Lian took a sip of her milk tea and responded, it doesn't hinder anything at all. What do you mean by that? While others may be unable to gain experience in monster hunting during investigation missions, I am largely unaffected. As a summoner, I upgrade through my summoned creatures. Even while participating in investigative tasks within the secret realm, my summons continue to assist me in gaining levels. Moreover, I can earn extra income as an investigator. Why not seize the opportunity? Hence, I say it does not hinder me in the least. Ah, I see. Another day of envying summoners. Just be cautious not to let your summons disrupt the crime scene. That would be counterproductive. Understood. Shun Lian is a girl who exudes a cheerful demeanor, possessing a striking beauty that evokes a sense of playful charm. From this moment onward, the three of us shall form a cohesive team. You may refer to me as your mentor or instructor, though I would prefer the more endearing title of Lei Gu, which feels more intimate. We too believe that calling me Lei Gu is indeed more pleasant. I will guide you for 6 months, assisting you in unraveling cases and helping you navigate your initial phase. After this period, you will be required to solve cases independently. Naturally, should either of you ascend to the rank of intermediate investigator within these 6 months, it would signify that you have surpassed the novice stage and would no longer require my assistance. Both of you are exceptionally gifted individuals, and I anticipate that you will achieve the rank of intermediate investigator well before the 6-month mark. Keep pushing forward. Indeed, we shall strive diligently. Now, let us conclude our discussion for today, as I have another case to attend to this afternoon. You may resume your tasks, remain vigilant for missions released by the organization, and feel free to accept those that suit you. Should you encounter any challenges, do not hesitate to communicate with me. Understood. Gu Chen inquired further. Are you referring to the murder case from yesterday? Indeed, although we have deduced that the perpetrators are 3 professionals with levels exceeding 50, we have yet to uncover their whereabouts. It is as if they have vanished without a trace. This case may well become another enigma. Fortunately, the deceased were not exemplary individuals, often engaging in acts of coercion and plunder. Their demise is hardly a matter of lament. Guchon remarked. There is no need to search. The murderer is right before you, enjoying a meal. Lei Jin downed his drink in one gulp and sighed, alas. The number of unsolved cases is increasing, from the second awakening skill of slaying pigs to the crisis in the zombie kingdom, and now this bizarre murder case. The workload is becoming increasingly arduous. I must be off to work. With that, Lei Jin settled the bill and departed. Gu Chen and Shun Lian, still unfamiliar with one another, exchanged a few polite remarks before parting ways. Gu Chen then made his way to the entrance of the spiritual forest. Approaching the realm administrator, he displayed his junior investigator badge. I wish to enter the held difficulty level of the spiritual forest to investigate a case. The administrator, intrigued, inquired. Is it related to yesterday's murder case? Do not pry into matters that do not concern you. The more you know, the greater the danger you invite. Understood. Of course. Please proceed. Guchon then entered the portal to the hell-level realm. After a moment of disorientation, he found himself amidst the spiritual forest. At that moment, his heart brimmed with exhilaration. He had truly ventured alone into a realm of hell difficulty. What a thrilling experience. Guchon surveyed his surroundings, noting the absence of any other professionals. The hell difficulty level is indeed too daunting for ordinary practitioners. Few are willing to risk venturing into such a perilous realm unless compelled by dire necessity. At last, he could unleash his full potential without the need to share experience points with a team. With a sweeping gesture towards the herd of enchanted deer, Guchon commanded, "Thunderstorm, rain of arrows." A cacophony erupted as countless bolts of violet lightning and arrows rained down, decimating the deer in an instant. Messages of their demise flooded in. Enchanted deer slain, rewarded with 4,000 experience points, acquired a piece of antler. Male enchanted deer slain, rewarded with 4,000 experience points, acquired a strip of deer hide. Such valuable loot has dropped. It will make for excellent concoctions later tonight. Summon skeletons. Summon skeletal archers. With a series of sharp sounds, the bodies of the enchanted deer exploded forth, their bones reassembling into formidable skeletal warriors. Upon spotting the surrounding wild creatures, these skeletal soldiers charged forth in pursuit. With these few dozen skeletal warriors at his command, he felt adequately prepared. It was time to confront the boss. Using his swordsmanship, Gu Chen soared directly toward the territory of the boss. Chapter 69. The Realm of the Mystic Administrator? A shortcut of 40 years. Gu Chen, wielding his sword, ventured into the territory of the boss, commencing his formidable assault. Awakening the quintuple strike, a barrage of potent spells rained down, and the great druid was swiftly vanquished. The great druid has perished, earning 500,000 experience points. Congratulations. You have ascended to level 26. Name, Guchon, level, LV. 26, class, classless, health, 4,500, 4,500. Magic value, max, constitution, 450, strength, 450, agility, 450, intelligence, 450, mentality, 450, physical attack, 990 magic attack, 900, critical rate, 9 evasion rate, 9. Experiencing the thrill of soloing a hellish dungeon is exhilarating. The experience gained from slaying a boss surged dramatically, liberating him from the need to share experience with others. Your skeleton warrior has slain the forest python. You have gained 3,000 experience points. Your skeleton warrior has slain the forest python. You have gained 3,000 experience points. In addition to the abundant experience from defeating bosses, Gu Chen's undead legion continually contributed to his growth. It is unlikely that anyone else in the realm could level up as rapidly as Gu Chen. He examined his spoils, acquired a pair of jungle guardian leggings, obtained a nature's power staff, acquired a summon trance skill book, obtained a phantom wolf skill book. Ah, splendid. 2 skill books dropped. Learning. Your summon trance has leveled up to level 3. Your summon phantom wolf has leveled up to level 3. The rewards were satisfactory. Thus, he continued his grind. Exiting the dungeon, Guchon approached the mystic administrator once more, stating, "The clues from the previous case have run dry. I need to enter again." The mystic administrator, an elderly gentleman in his 60s, held a position akin to a security guard in his past life. His primary duties involved monitoring access and checking tickets. Lacking in technical complexity, the old man responded, "Very well, enter as many times as you need. Investigating the case is paramount." Guchon nodded in acknowledgement and re-entered the dungeon. Indeed, the identity of a dungeon investigator proved advantageous. Although merely a novice investigator, he faced no hindrances in repeatedly accessing the dungeon. It appears that the role of a dungeon investigator is still held in high esteem. It may be prudent to elevate his status as a dungeon investigator in the future. Thunderstorm. Rain of arrows. Summon skeleton soldiers. Summon skeleton archers. Guchon dispatched dozens of elven deer, once again rallying his undead army. He then made a beeline for the boss's domain. After more than 30 minutes, awakening the quintuple strike, the great druid has perished, earning 500,000 experience points. The great druid fell once more to Gu Chen's relentless onslaught. After a journey of over 30 minutes, defeating the boss takes but 30 seconds. I truly am a merciless machine when it comes to vanquishing foes. Onward. Gu Chen approached the realm administrator and said, "The lead has gone cold. I must venture in once more." Gone cold again? Indeed. Well then, proceed. Throughout the day, Gu Chen found himself either slaying bosses or traversing the path to them. The old man had become quite familiar with Guchon. The lead has gone cold yet again. Indeed. The perpetrator is exceptionally cunning, leaving behind scant traces. I must delve deeper several more times. The old man remarked, "Young lad, if you wish to exploit the entrance fee, do so openly. It is your privilege, and we shall not speak of it." What? How can investigating a case be equated to exploiting an entrance fee? Enough of the pretense. I've been in this line of work for over 20 years. I can see through your intentions at a glance. You claim to have entered and exited the infernal realm over 20 times in a single day, yet aside from you, no one else has ventured in or encountered any suspicious individuals. Your constant ingress and egress from the infernal realm is, in fact, quite suspicious. What business do you have entering such a perilous place alone? It could cost you your very life. I insist I am here to investigate. Yet you refuse to believe me, insisting I am merely seeking to evade the fee. It is precisely because the minor creatures in the infernal realm are so formidable that they continually disrupt my investigation, leading to repeated dead ends. Do you think I willingly risk my life to investigate in the infernal realm? It is all out of necessity. So, I have indeed misjudged you? Guchon asserted confidently. Absolutely. You have certainly misjudged me. The old man sighed. Ah, you young folks are far too reckless. You would risk your very lives for resources and advancement. In the end, losing your life yields nothing but emptiness. Let us not even discuss other realms. In this spirit forest realm alone, how many lives are lost each year? 2,000 to 3,000. You awaken as a warrior. He awakens as a mage. You possess an S-class talent. He an A-class talent. What does it matter? Those who are destined to perish shall perish anyway. For you realm investigators, the danger is even greater, as you must confront ferocious beasts and ruthless criminals. The mortality rate is universally acknowledged as the highest profession. I have lived a good portion of my life and have seen through the essence of existence. A good death is no match for a wretched life. The old man truly cannot bear to see you youngsters perish in vain. I advise you to resign from your investigator position as soon as possible. No amount of money is worth sacrificing your life. transition to being a realm administrator instead. Although the salary is lower, only 2,500 a month, it is safe. Gu Chen found himself at a loss for words. I am not considering the realm administrator position at this time. Perhaps after retirement. By then, it will be too late. The older you become, the more competitive the realm administrator position becomes. Do you have any idea how many elderly individuals are eyeing this job? Heed my words, and you might just save yourself 40 years of misguided efforts. Observing the enthusiastic elder, Gu Chen quickly concocted an excuse to make his departure. Thank you for your kindness, but I must attend to an ongoing case, so I shall take my leave. With that, he stepped directly into the secret realm. Once inside, Guchon pondered the elder's words. Is it true that investigators of the secret realm hold the title for the profession with the highest mortality rate globally? This notion had eluded my knowledge until now. It is no wonder that such a profession offers such liberating work hours and generous benefits. There lies a reason behind it. However, to those wild creatures and nefarious individuals, I am perhaps the more perilous entity. Return of the myriad swords. Tempestus, twin whirlwinds. Ha ha ha. Perish, you insignificant ants. Summon skeletal warriors. Summon skeletal archers. Guchon resumed his relentless pursuit of power. Thus, he toiled from day until night, ultimately elevating his skills of summoning ghostly wolves and treants to their pinnacle. Yet, the tome for summoning the giant bear remained elusive, with a rather low drop rate, still requiring 3 more books for full mastery. That shall suffice for today. Tomorrow, I shall grind for another morning, and I should be able to elevate the summoning of the giant bear to its zenith as well. With that, he prepared his grand bathtub, laid out his sumptuous mattress, and retired for a bath and slumber. Chapter 70. The Felling of the Tree of Life. On the following morning, Guchon awoke on his plush mattress. Ding. You have new skills available for signing in. Would you like to proceed? Sign in. Ding. Sign in successful. Congratulations. You have acquired the Paladin's second awakening skill, Guardian of the Winged Angel. As you have mastered this skill, Guardian of the Winged Angel automatically elevates to level 2. Guardian of the Winged Angel summons an avatar of the Winged Angel to protect all allied units within a 100-meter radius. Grants all allied units an invincible shield that withstands any damage, lasting for 10 seconds. Oh, quite impressive. I have indeed signed into the Paladin's second awakening skill. Although it is a supportive ability, 10 seconds of invincibility is exceedingly valuable. Today is a great gain. Gu Chen sat up and stretched lazily, noticing that his undead army had gathered around him, and his level had risen to 28. Excellent. Yesterday was yet another perfect day. After a brief grooming, Guchon resolved to continue exploring the secret realm. Suddenly, a gentle breeze swept through, causing the dense leaves of the Tree of Life to rustle. Guchon looked up and beheld the towering tree, standing at an impressive height of 200 to 300 meters, with branches sprawling over an expanse of tens of thousands of square meters. Guchon could not help but marvel at the extraordinary creatures inhabiting the secret realm. Approaching the great tree, he gave it a kick. Tree of Life HP, 127. Tree of Life HP, 127. Then, Guchon gazed at the majestic tree, seemingly lost in contemplation. Tree of Life. Health, 5 million. Attack, none. Physical defense, 1,000. Magic defense, 1,000. Passive skill, nutrient absorption, absorbs nutrients from the earth, restoring 5,000 health points per second. Passive skill, Sanctuary of the Tree of Life, grants all surrounding forest creatures 50 magic defense and 50 physical defense, and restores 500 health points per second. Indeed, this Tree of Life possesses vitality, yet its health far exceeds that of current bosses and minions. When Guchon utilizes awakening skills against bosses, he inadvertently damages the Tree of Life, but its remarkable regeneration ensures it swiftly returns to full health. At that moment, Guchon's primary goal was to farm skill books, thus he did not dwell on it. However, now that his collection of skill books was nearly complete, he began to contemplate the Tree of Life. Since this tree harbors health points, it signifies that it can be defeated. Its formidable regenerative abilities and astronomical health often cause it to be overlooked. Moreover, none of the summoned entities would actively attack the Tree of Life, leading most to regard it merely as an NPC. 5 million health points are indeed daunting. Even I would require an extensive duration to bring it down. Perhaps unleashing all awakening skills at level 60 might not suffice to vanquish it. But Guchon glanced back at his skeletal legion. But now I have a helper. Although I am uncertain whether felling this tree of life will yield good or ill, I must cut it down today to satisfy my curiosity. Skeletons, chop it down for me. Guchon commanded the skeletal legion to commence their work. Dozens of skeletal soldiers swiftly encircled the tree of life, brandishing their bone blades as they began their task. Meanwhile, the skeletal archers drew their bows and unleashed arrows upon the tree of life. In an instant, a multitude of numbers manifested upon its trunk. Life value 8,000, 9,000, 5,000, 8,000, 9,000. Guchon was not idle either, unleashing a barrage of flame-based spells upon the tree's bark. Inferno, multi-headed flame serpent, explosive flame, fire rain. The fierce fire instantly charred the trunk of the tree of life. Life value 4330, 2210, 4790. The life force of the tree plummeted rapidly. 100, 000, 300, 000, 500, 000. Regardless of Gu Chen's relentless assaults, regardless of the immense damage it endured, the tree of life offered no resistance, resembling an ordinary tree, albeit with a greater life value. This incited a flicker of doubt within Guchon. Could it truly be just a tree? Life value 1, 000, 000, 1, 200, 000. Creak, crack, boom. Under Gu Chen's continuous onslaught, the lush foliage of the tree ignited, and the thick trunk was severed by the raging flames. Countless remnants of flora transforming into ashes that enveloped the entire forest. In this grim spectacle, Guchon felt a twinge of remorse. This tree may have existed for millennia. It had become the totem of the entire forest, with all creatures considering it a mother, and yet I am here to destroy this ancient being. What am I doing? Even Bald Chong has switched to guiding tours. Why am I still engaged in this wanton destruction? Bear brothers, where are you? Protecting the forest is a duty for bears. Hurry and stop me. Halt, my little skeletons. No more chopping. To Gu Chen's astonishment, tears of regret streamed down his face. I was wrong, tree of life. I should not have harmed you. I shall heal you now. Healing. Blessing of light. Resurrection. Suddenly, Gu Chen froze, sensing his actions were somewhat peculiar. Wait. What am I doing? Even if I realize that my act of felling the tree is erroneous, I can simply cease my actions. Why do I feel compelled to heal this tree? Why even resort to a resurrection spell? This is clearly not my usual approach. Just then, a wisp of ash wafted before Gu Chen's nose, and as he inhaled, confusion clouded his previously clear mind. What is my usual approach? My approach is one of deep repentance. Profound repentance. I was wrong, brother tree. I bow before you in contrition. Having spoken, Guchon suddenly knelt before the tree of life, poised to bow his head, when his formidable mental strength surged forth once more. What on earth am I doing? I have never bowed my head to anyone in my life. Why am I compelled to show reverence to a mere tree? What is transpiring? Just then, a fragment of ash fluttered down before Guchon. He seized the ash, crushed it between his fingers, and gently inhaled, instantly comprehending the situation. It turned out these ashes possess hallucinogenic properties. They induced that feeling of guilt within me, compelling me to cease my assault. Purification spell. Guchon hastily cast a purification spell upon himself, feeling revitalized in an instant. I nearly fell victim to your illusion. Yet, the more you wish for me to desist, the more it signifies your own flaws. A smile crept across Gu Chen's lips. Skeleton minions, swing your axes with vigor. Today, I shall become the indomitable lumberjack. Crack, crack, crack. The sound of countless axes striking echoed once more. The tree of life's health points dwindled. 1, 300, 000. 1, 500, 000. 1, 800, 000. 2, 000, 000. As the tree of life's health points plummeted to 3, 000, 000, a surge of potent spiritual energy erupted from within its trunk. The great flames engulfing its bark extinguished instantaneously. Following this, the very ground trembled violently. Gu Chen smiled slightly, amused. Ah, you have finally ceased your pretense. Chapter 71. One person is an army. Boom. The earth of the entire secret realm quaked violently, followed by the emergence of countless thick roots breaking through the soil, which then swung fiercely, sending the surrounding skeletal soldiers flying. Roar. The tree of life emitted a thunderous roar, its deep and powerful sound resonating throughout the forest, startling countless flocks of birds. Soon after, a commotion erupted in the distance of the woods, trees swayed, and animals scattered, as if thousands of troops were galloping towards this place. Guchon once again examined the attributes of the Tree of Life. Tree of Life. Health. 3,000,000. Attack power. 2,000. Physical defense. 1,000. Magical defense. 1,000. Active skill. Call of the Mother Forest. Summons all creatures in the spirit forest to protect itself. Active skill. Root entanglement. Root sweep. Summon sapling. Passive skill. Nutrient absorption. Absorbs nutrients from the earth, restoring 5,000 health points per second. Passive skill. Protection of the Tree of Life. Grants all surrounding forest creatures 50 points of magical defense and 50 points of physical defense, restoring 500 health points per second. Upon witnessing the skill descriptions of the Tree of Life, Gu Chen's eyes gleamed with excitement. The ability to summon all creatures in the spirit forest for protection meant that he wouldn't need to seek out minor foes. They would come to him instead. Unlike the Valley of the Dead, the spirit forest was a semicircular secret realm. The Skeletal Legion could not defeat all wild monsters from the entrance to the boss's territory, at most vanquishing only about 1/5. This implied that a staggering 80 of the remaining wild monsters would actively attack. For ordinary practitioners, this was nothing short of a calamity. Yet for me, this was a bountiful opportunity for experience. I must seize this overwhelming influx. Little skeletons, hold off on the lumbering for now. Prepare for battle. The Skeletal Legion promptly adjusted their formation, centering around the Tree of Life to create a defensive stance. It appeared as though the Skeletal Legion was guarding the Tree of Life itself. However, dozens of skeletal soldiers attempting to face off against thousands of wild monsters was somewhat overwhelming. Thus, it was time to summon more. Summon spectral wolves. Trance. Giant bears. Spectral wolf. LV. 100 health. 120,000 attack power. 12,000 defense. 6,000 magical defense. 6,000 skill. Frenzied bite. Trant. LV. 100 health. 100,000 attack power. 8,000 defense. 5,000 magical defense. 5,000 giant bear. LV. 85 health. 280,000 attack power. 20,000 defense. 8,000 magical defense. 8,000 skills. Taunt. Heavy strike. Earth smash. Tough skin. The spectral wolves could summon a maximum of 10, while the trance could summon up to 50, and only one giant bear could be summoned. Indeed, the summoning capabilities of a druid are markedly inferior to those of a necromancer. So, let us conjure even more. Summon fire demons. Water elementals. Fire elementals. Void walkers. Summon dark knights. Goblins. The minotaurs, regardless of whether they are summoned by conjurers, warlocks, or necromancers, have all been summoned by Guchon. Observing his 200 or so summoned entities, Guchon nodded in satisfaction. Indeed, this should ensure victory. I am not fighting alone, for I am a legion unto myself. Soon, the formidable beasts from the depths of the secret realm surged forth. A pack of these creatures, swift as the wind, numbered at least 2,000 to 3,000. Clawing saber-toothed tiger, LV, 30 health, 15,000 attack, 850 defense, 300 magic defense, 300 skills. Leap strike, claw assault, saber bite. As the saber-toothed tigers entered the range of the skeletal archers, the archers commenced their onslaught. The health of the saber-toothed tiger plummeted to 8,700. Then it fell lifeless. A 100-level skeletal archer requires but 2 arrows to fell a single saber-toothed tiger. The foremost ranks of saber-toothed tigers fell in waves, yet their sheer numbers pressed forward relentlessly, soon breaching the defensive perimeter of Gu Chen's summons. The two forces clashed head-on. One saber-toothed tiger leaped over the front line of skeletal soldiers, reaching the rear to assault the skeletal archers. Claws and fangs relentlessly tore at what they perceived to be the weaker ranged class. The health of the skeletal archer dwindled to 1. Saber-toothed tiger. The damage inflicted upon the skeletal archer was nothing compared to that of a decayed tooth. Even a gnawing stick would be harder than their bones. Meanwhile, The front line of summons engaged in fierce combat with the saber-toothed tigers. Sword control. Gu Chen took to the skies, observing the spectacle unfold. The scene of thousands of beast pets clashing in battle was truly magnificent. As the saber-toothed tigers fell, new corpses emerged, allowing Gu Chen to further bolster his undead army. Summon Skeleton Mage. Summon Skeleton Warrior. Summon Bone Demon. The Tree of Life was also wildly thrashing its roots, attacking Gu Chen's summons. Surrounded on all sides, many of Gu Chen's summons suffered heavy casualties, though most of the fallen were those whose skills had not been upgraded. In stark contrast, the saber-toothed tigers sustained even greater losses. Within just 10 minutes, over 1,000 had perished, all without Gu Chen unleashing any offensive spells. Gu Chen patiently awaited a significant influx of foes. Before long, other beasts from the spirit forest began to arrive in succession. Leading the charge was a distorted treant towering 4 to 5 meters high, accompanied by serpents darting swiftly beneath it. Bringing up the rear were the elusive spirit deer, the last of the outermost creatures of the secret realm. Save for the immobile man-eating flowers, all had arrived. It was now time for me to take action. Gu Chen ascended above the throng of monsters, and with a sweeping gesture, unleashed the awakening quintuple strike. 5 terrifying awakening skills were cast. Countless bodies of the beasts were instantaneously torn asunder, devoured, scorched, and frozen. Immediately, a torrent of kill notifications surged into Gu Chen's mind. You have slain the twisted treant and gained 3,000 experience points. You have slain the elven deer and gained 3,000 experience points. You have slain the forest python and gained 3,000 experience points. After a flurry of awakened skills, only a few hundred isolated monsters remained on the ground. Within moments, the summoned creatures had efficiently eradicated them. Gu Chen descended from the sky, standing at the forefront of the multitude of summons, resembling a general commanding the battlefield. He fixed his gaze upon the enemy's lone commander, the Tree of Life, and declared, "I shall firmly grasp this wave of momentum." "Thank you." Roar. The Tree of Life let out a thunderous roar once more. Yet, in the forest, apart from the startled birds, no other creature remained to respond to him. "You are of no further use. It is now your time to perish." With a swift motion of his hand, Gu Chen commanded, "Gather! Attack!" Chapter 72, The Legendary Quality Pendant. Rally! Attack! With a command from Gu Chen, hundreds of summoned creatures commenced their assault on the Tree of Life. In response, the Tree of Life dispersed dozens of seeds, summoning numerous saplings to resist the onslaught. However, how could these fragile saplings withstand the relentless attack of countless high-level summoned beings? In mere moments, they were cleaved asunder. The army of summoned creatures descended upon the roots of the Tree of Life, launching a frenzied assault. The Tree of Life's health plummeted rapidly. 100, 000. 300, 000. 500, 000. Though the Tree of Life swung its thick roots in a valiant defense, continuously unleashing tendril entanglement skills to hinder the advance of the summoned entities. All efforts proved futile against the overwhelming tide of attackers. Health points dwindled further. 800, 000. 1, 500, 000. 2, 000, 000. 2, 500, 000. The Tree of Life's vitality hung by a thread, having exhausted all its trump cards without any further evolution or the use of ultimate skills, merely attempting to fend off the relentless onslaught. Finally, its health reached 3,000,000. With a resounding crack, as its last vestiges of life faded away, its colossal form collapsed. The towering trunk, several hundred meters high and several dozen meters in diameter, crashed heavily to the ground. Boom. The entire earth trembled. Ding. Congratulations on defeating the unique hidden boss, the Tree of Life. You have gained 3,000,000 experience points. A golden light enveloped Gu Chen's feet, propelling him directly to level 29. Wow. Defeating a boss yields 3,000,000 experience. Delightful. Let us see what treasures the Tree of Life has dropped. Acquired the Seed of Life Pendant. Gained 5 skill books, each of Summon Treant, Tendril Entanglement, Nature's Power, and Wild Roar, as well as 5 complete sets of the Forest Guardian armor. 5 skill books each? This is simply splendid. And 5 complete sets of the Forest Guardian armor as well. Absolutely exhilarating. Gu Chen picked up the Seed of Life pendant for inspection. It was a necklace crafted from crystal, within which lay a seed radiating a vibrant green light, seemingly brimming with boundless vitality. Seed of Life pendant, a spiritual seed left behind after the death of the Tree of Life. It contains immense spiritual energy, invigorating the wearer, enhancing mental clarity, repelling pests, and, with prolonged use, possesses the effects of nourishing yin and yang, prolonging life. Legendary quality, usable at level 30. Health 3000, mana 3000. Increases health and mana recovery by 30. Unique passive skill, rebirth. Upon the wearer's unnatural death, the Seed of Life will consume all its spiritual energy to revive the wearer from danger. Once the rebirth effect is triggered, the Seed of Life will wither, and the pendant will lose all attribute bonuses. Guchon's eyes sparkled with excitement. An extraordinary legendary quality pendant. This was the pinnacle of quality. The addition of 3,000 points to both life and mana is a remarkable enhancement. Even a mage could become a formidable tank while adorned with this. Moreover, the unique passive skill, Rebirth, effectively grants an extra life. Most significantly, the wearer shall resurrect only after escaping danger. This is nothing short of a divine ability. However, should the wearer fall victim to an enemy, the Seed of Life pendant will promptly restore them, only to face the grim prospect of being slain once more, enduring the agony of death anew. Frankly, resurrection seems less appealing in such a scenario. Yet, if revival occurs post-danger, the value of resurrection escalates dramatically. Only a revival that ensures the wearer's survival holds true worth. For this reason alone, the pendant merits its legendary status. Although it is merely a level 30 pendant, it is undoubtedly a lasting accessory. Without hesitation, Gu Chen donned the Seed of Life pendant. At that moment, another message resonated within his mind. Ding! Due to your defeat of the unique hidden boss, the Tree of Life, the ecological balance of the spirit forest has suffered severe disruption. The aura within the spirit forest will diminish, causing all wild creatures to experience a 30 decrease in attributes, along with a 30 reduction in the experience yielded by these creatures. Normalcy will only be restored 3 years after the Tree of Life's rebirth. Guchon, what is happening? Have I disrupted the ecological system again? Is it truly this fragile? The experience from wild creatures in the secret realm has plummeted by 30, and ticket revenues will undoubtedly suffer a significant decline as well. If the family managing this secret realm discovers that I am the culprit, they will surely hunt me down relentlessly. Alas, wait a moment, the guild is hunting me? The Seed of Life pendant revives me. So, this pendant's resurrection ability is specifically intended for this purpose? Why on earth did I have to die once? Guchon calmed his thoughts and realized the situation might not be as dire as it seemed. The fact that the Tree of Life is a hidden boss appears to be unknown to anyone, even the family managing the secret realm. This Seed of Life pendant is a remarkable treasure. If the guild were aware of its existence, they would never allow such a valuable item to fall into the hands of outsiders. They would have claimed it for themselves long ago, even if it meant enduring a 5-year period of diminished returns after slaying the Tree of Life. Legendary equipment cannot simply be bought with wealth. If this family truly uncovers that I am responsible for slaying the Tree of Life, I could simply disclose the secret of the tree being a hidden boss to them. That should suffice to avert any fatal consequences. Nevertheless, it would be prudent for me to remain discreet. Now, how should I exit the secret realm? Should I sneak out or exit boldly? After some contemplation, Guchon concluded that a bold departure would be the wiser choice. The more one sneaks around, the more likely they are to raise suspicion. A confident exit would arouse less doubt. Consequently, Guchon teleported out of the secret realm. Upon arriving at the entrance of the secret realm, Guchon discovered that none of the onlookers were privy to the happenings within. He was, after all, venturing into a hellish level of the secret realm, a place seldom traversed by others. Thus, the public remained oblivious to the events transpiring inside. It would only be after the refreshing of all levels of the secret realms that they would come to realize the Tree of Life had perished. Upon seeing Guchon emerge, the elderly realm administrator remarked, "Has the lead gone cold again?" Guchon feigned exasperation, responding, "Don't even mention it. It's gone cold once more. This hellish level of the secret realm is simply not meant for ordinary individuals. I struggle to defeat even a single minor foe, and with 2, I must hastily retreat. Otherwise, my life would surely be forfeit." Without a powerful ally to assist, navigating this hellish realm is an insurmountable challenge. Let us abandon the investigation. It is futile. Truly, being a realm administrator is far more comfortable. The old man concurred. Indeed. Heed my words. Following my advice will surely save you from wandering aimlessly for 40 years. Guchon retrieved 2 bundles of cash and 2 bottles of liquor from his spatial backpack and pressed them into the old man's hands. Sir, I have been intruding upon your time these past few days in the secret realm. Please accept this humble token of appreciation. The old man, understanding the gesture, promptly tucked the gifts into his pocket. You've got a knack for this. Let me share a little insider information with you. We are currently recruiting. I find you quite agreeable, so make sure to sign up quickly. You'll be in my class, and we can enjoy a few drinks together. Very well. I shall give it considerable thought tonight. Do make sure to come. With that, Gu Chen took his leave, having effectively secured the old man's favor. The elder accepted his gifts, undoubtedly inclined to advocate for him. This exemplifies the pinnacle of cunning, weaving a narrative that compels witnesses to echo one's own tale. Chapter 73. The Investigation of the Celestial Guild. Upon departing from the entrance of the secret realm, Guchon sought out a peculiar items shop, where he sold off all his surplus equipment and materials, amassing over 16 million in earnings. Subsequently, he inquired with the shopkeeper, "Do you know which family governs the Spirit Chi Forest secret realm?" Of course, it is managed by the Celestial Guild, the largest guild in our Starsea province. Once again, the Celestial Guild. Why is everything connected to them? My master is affiliated with the Celestial Guild. Bai Ningning has a betrothal with them, and this secret realm falls under their jurisdiction. The influence of the Celestial Guild truly permeates the entirety of Starsea province. It appears I must maintain my distance from their members in the future. The Spirit Chi Forest secret realm can no longer be farmed. I have advanced 4 levels in 3 days, far exceeding my leveling plan. Perhaps I shall lay low today and rest. Guchon exited the peculiar item shop and proceeded to the market to procure daily necessities for his upcoming overnight stays in the secret realm. In the afternoon, the high-ranking officials responsible for managing the Spirit Chi Forest secret realm convened within its confines. Gazing upon the fallen tree of life, their expressions turned grim. The leader, a man named Chu Tianba, bellowed, "Who on earth has dared to fell the tree of life? What harm was it causing anyone?" Chu Tianba, a rotund man with a glistening visage, clearly indulged in the riches of the secret realm. He also held the esteemed position of the second elder within the Celestial Guild, ranking slightly above Ma Buiyun. However, he was only at level 71, a testament to the inequities perpetuated by familial connections within the guild. The other executives chimed in. The experience from wild monsters has decreased by 30. Who would still return to our secret realm to farm monsters? Unless we drastically reduce the ticket prices. If I discover who is responsible for this, I will ensure they are thoroughly punished. No, I shall reduce them to mere fragments. The Tree of Life possesses a staggering 5 million health points and regenerates 5,000 health points per second. It is exceedingly difficult for those not of the highest caliber to inflict fatal damage upon it. Yet, who among the top-tier elites would bother to visit a level 30 secret realm merely to chop down a tree? Surely, such an endeavor is a sheer waste of time. It is perplexing. Could it be that a rival has intentionally sent someone to wreak havoc? Now that you mention it, there is indeed such a possibility. Chu Tianba roared. Old son, come here. Who did this? Old son, the elderly administrator, approached with a tremor, stammering, Elder Chu, I do not know. I did not notice any suspicious individuals entering the secret realm yesterday. Do not know? What good are you then? Fetch me the list of all individuals who have entered and exited the secret realm in the past 2 days. Yes. Soon, a comprehensive list was presented. Chu Tianba swiftly perused it, noting that it comprised primarily of practitioners in their 20s, with no suspicious individuals in sight. At that moment, a professional adorned with question marks captured his attention, having entered the hellish secret realm no less than 30 times over the course of 2 days. This was undoubtedly suspicious. Old son, who is this? Old son gazed at the plethora of question marks, equally perplexed. I have no idea who this is either. Could it be a malfunction with the input method? Seriously, do you even know how input methods work? Even if there were an issue, it would display as squares, not question marks. You've no impression of his 30-plus entries into the hellish secret realm? Suddenly, Old son recalled Gu Chen, exclaiming, "Oh, I remember now. He is a realm investigator, tasked with probing cases within the hellish secret realms. An investigator? What case? Though he did not articulate it, I surmise it pertains to the multiple homicide incident from the day before yesterday. However, you can completely rule out his suspicion. He cannot even defeat the hellish minions, let alone venture to the depths of the realm. He cannot defeat the minions? How do you know this? He told me himself. The reason for his numerous entries is that he was repeatedly interrupted by the minions during his investigation, forcing him to withdraw. If you look at the timestamps of his entries, they are all under 30 minutes. What can one accomplish in 30 minutes? Even to reach the deepest part of the realm would take at least that long. He had no opportunity to commit the crime. At that moment, the last record of Gu Chen's entries drew Chu Tianba's attention once more. What is the story behind this final record? He entered the realm at 9:30 p.m. and did not emerge until 8:30 a.m. the following day. Is this what you call 30 minutes? This old son found himself momentarily speechless. But he entered alone. What could one person possibly do? Chu Tianba pondered and agreed. One individual could not fell the tree of life. Moreover, the wounds on the tree show signs of various powerful magical attacks, clearly beyond the capabilities of a single person. Yet, with so many experts entering the realm and causing such a commotion, how could no one have noticed? Could it be that these individuals had premeditated their actions? Perhaps they had already infiltrated the hellish secret realm days ago, initiating their assault on the Tree of Life? It could have been days, or even weeks prior, that they began their attack. Given the rarity of visitors to the hellish secret realm and the fact that few could reach the boss area, it is understandable that no one detected them. Indeed, that seems plausible. But what about this question-marked fellow spending the night in the realm? Could he be in cahoots with them? A thorough investigation is warranted. Chu Tianba commanded. Retrieve the list of all professionals who have entered and exited the Spirit Chi Forest in the last month, and investigate each one diligently to uncover who is deliberately sabotaging our secret realm. Understood. Furthermore, immediately look into this question-marked investigator. I demand all his information. At this moment, the elder son spoke. Elder Chu, I recall that Elder Ma is a senior realm investigator, isn't he? Perhaps you should inquire with him first? Old Ma? How could I forget him? Chu Tianba promptly dialed Ma Buyun's number. Soon, an impatient voice echoed from the other end. In terms of strength and contributions, Ma Buyun surpassed Chu Tianba by a considerable margin. Yet, his status within the guild was inferior to that of Chu Tianba, for he was, after all, the cousin of the guild president, and the Zhangxiong guild belonged to the Chu family. Although Ma Buyun harbored disdain for such nepotism, he had finally attained the esteemed position of elder and felt compelled to endure. Tianba, is there something you need? Old Ma, a grave situation has arisen. Our realm has been destroyed. You must return at once. The shock in Ma Buyun's voice was palpable. What? Who dares to attack our Zhangxiong guild's realm? Chu Tianba recounted the entire sequence of events to Ma Buyun. Immediately, Ma Buyun responded, this incident is exceedingly serious. I shall return forthwith. Suddenly, Chu Tianba recalled something and said, oh, by the way, could you assist me in investigating an individual whose entire information is shrouded in question marks? I've heard he is also a realm investigator, quite young, likely around 20 years of age. Please check if your investigation department has any record of such a person. An individual whose information is entirely obscured? Ma Buyun instantly thought of Guchon. Could it truly be my disciple? Chapter 74, The City Lockdown Investigation. Ma Buyun, a senior investigator with considerable authority, promptly reviewed the records of the investigation department. To his astonishment, he discovered that a certain Gu Chen, an unoccupied individual, had recently been appointed as a junior realm investigator. Indeed, it is my disciple. Without delay, Ma Buyun contacted Gu Chen. Chenner, I hear you have recently become a realm investigator? At that moment, Gu Chen was procuring supplies and was taken aback by the speed of the inquiry. Yes, I took the exam yesterday. Gu Chen refrained from elaborating, eager to ascertain what Ma Buyun would inquire next. Have you ventured into the spirit forest realm in the past couple of days? I have. I visited several times while investigating a case. However, the ferocity of the monsters in the hell realm was overwhelming, yielding no results. Oh, what case is it? It pertains to a homicide that my supervisor, Lei Zhen, is investigating. I suspect that the culprits may have entered the spirit forest realm. Then why did you remain in the realm throughout the night? I had not gleaned any leads after an entire day of investigation, so I felt a sense of discontent. I decided to linger at the entrance of the realm, hoping for a stroke of luck. Alas, I still came away empty-handed. Gu Chen's reasoning was sound, and Ma Buiyun detected no flaws in his account. Understood. Sensing the moment was ripe, Gu Chen feigned ignorance and asked, Master, is there something amiss in the spirit forest? Indeed. The tree of life has been felled. What? Such a colossal tree has been cut down? Who would dare commit such an act? This peculiarity only adds to the mystery of the case. Surely, it cannot be. No, that would be too coincidental. Gu Chen hesitated, piquing Ma Buiyun's curiosity. Chener, if you have something on your mind, speak freely. Could it be that the individuals who destroyed the tree of life are the same as those involved in the homicide? Perhaps the victims inadvertently witnessed the suspects desecrating the tree of life, prompting them to take drastic measures. Your analysis is quite cogent. I shall contact Lei Jun immediately and have him come here. You should accompany me. Very well, master. Soon after, Ma Buiyun and Gu Chen arrived at the site of the tree of life's demise, joined by Chu Tianba and others. Gu Chen offered a courteous greeting, master. Indeed. Ma Buiyun then introduced Gu Chen to Chu Tianba, explaining, this is my disciple, Gu Chen. He ventured into the spirit forest realm multiple times, suspecting that the murderers had also infiltrated the realm. However, due to his limited strength, he frequently encountered interruptions in his investigation from lesser monsters. Thus, he entered the realm several times. His intention to spend the night there was to lie in wait for the suspects, but he ultimately did not succeed. Oh, I see. But why does all his information display as question marks? Master Ma paused before speaking, because he is an unclassed individual. An unclassed individual, lacking a profession, possesses no attributes to speak of. An unclassed individual? Is he the universally acknowledged good-for-nothing? Old Ma, have you truly taken a worthless disciple? You must be losing your wits. Scoffed Chu Tianba mercilessly. Actually, an unclassed individual is not. Master Ma attempted to clarify, but Gu Chen interrupted, saying, Master, I have brought you shame. I shall train diligently henceforth, striving to grasp the essence of lightning power, and to redeem myself. What use is training an unclassed individual? To comprehend the essence of lightning power? Such delusions. Chu Tianba added with derision, showing no regard for Master Ma's dignity. Master Ma already harbored resentment towards Chu Tianba and was disinclined to engage in further conversation. However, as the spiritual energy forest belonged to the Sanqiong Guild, and with the secret realm now compromised, he felt obligated to intervene. Seeing the disdainful expression on Chu Tianba's face, Gu Chen felt a surge of secret satisfaction. He was indifferent to others' opinions. The more Chu Tianba looked down upon him, the less likely he was to suspect him, thus ensuring Gu Chen's safety. This was the very objective Gu Chen sought to accomplish. At that moment, Lei Jun hurried over, exclaiming, Apologies for my tardiness. What have you discovered? Not yet begun. We were waiting for you, replied Master Ma. Then let us commence. High-level insight technique. Master Ma and Lei Jun began an in-depth examination of the wound on the Tree of Life, with Gu Chen closely following their lead to learn the techniques of investigation. The trio spent an hour and a half meticulously inspecting the area before concluding their assessment. However, the findings left both Master Ma and Lei Jun with furrowed brows. Chu Tianba impatiently inquired, What did you find? Speak quickly. Master Ma responded, We detected several distinct types of wounds on the Tree of Life, primarily from fire spells, lightning spells, and summoned creatures. The potency of these abilities is exceedingly formidable, with the most damaging skills likely exceeding level 55, possibly even reaching level 60 awakened skills. The damage inflicted by summoned creatures consists mainly of gashes, bite marks, and injuries from arrows. This damage is likely caused by a necromancer's skeletal army and the summons of a druid. For summoned creatures to inflict such severe harm on the Tree of Life, they must be at least level 55. A few experts above level 55 could easily annihilate a defenseless tree in mere moments. However, we could not find any records of these individuals entering or exiting the secret realm, suggesting that they may have utilized some special items. This bears a striking resemblance to the case I am investigating in the Beast Forest, where we also have no records of the other party's entry. It is likely that a mysterious foreign organization is deliberately sabotaging our hidden realms. Chu Tianba, growing increasingly impatient, demanded, I do not care whether they are domestic or foreign. I want results. At this moment, Lei Jun remarked, The individuals responsible for the destruction of the Tree of Life and the murderers I am seeking are evidently the same group. When these two cases are combined, and considering the potential involvement of external forces, the gravity of this situation escalates. What are we waiting for? We must act swiftly to apprehend them. We cannot allow them to escape. Ma Buiyun and Lei Zhan conferred briefly before Ma Buiyun contacted headquarters. After concluding the call, he stated, "Headquarters has classified this incident as an A-level event. From now on, the entire city is to be locked down, and every individual must undergo thorough scrutiny. With assistance from the members of the Zhangqiong Guild," Chu Tianba asserted, "investigate. The Zhangqiong Guild will fully cooperate with the inquiry. Even if it means searching every corner of Luocheng, I will ensure these individuals are apprehended. Those who dare to obstruct my livelihood are courting disaster." Subsequently, Master Ma approached Gu Chen and said, "Chener, you shall not participate in this elimination task. The disparity in strength between you and the adversary is substantial. Should they reveal themselves, they will undoubtedly resort to violence in a desperate bid for survival. I fear for your safety, so you need not take part this time. Follow your master's directives." At this juncture, Lei Zhan approached and remarked, "Master Ma, you have indeed acquired an exceptional disciple. He achieved full marks in both assessments. He is bound for greatness." Master Ma was taken aback with delight. "Oh, is that so? It was merely fortune. He guessed correctly." He then turned to Chener. "How many more surprises do you harbor that I am yet unaware of?" That phrase sounds quite familiar. Chapter 75, Arrival at Magic City University. Soon, the city of Luo was sealed off entirely. The government and the Sky Guild personnel commenced an overnight investigation of suspects. It was clear that entering the secret realms was no longer an option. The only suitable realm in Luo City was the Spirit Aura Forest, while others were either too low or excessively high in level. Gu Chen checked into a hotel and began to devise his future leveling path. Suddenly, his phone rang. Upon answering, he discovered it was by Ningning calling. "Hello, Gu Chen, what are you up to?" she inquired. "Oh, nothing much, just hanging around. What about you?" "I was just thinking of you, so I decided to call." "Ah, I see. By the way, how is your school life?" "It's all right, I suppose. There are quite a few strong individuals in my class, so we have a lot in common, except for Chen Hui, of course. However, there is one particularly irritating matter." "What is it?" "Believe it or not, Chu Jiahao is also attending our school. I traveled all the way to the Magic City for my education, and I still can't escape him. With his level, it's evident he must have paid to get in through the back door. How fortunate that your future husband is in the same school as you." "He is not my husband," she retorted, "though he isn't in my class. He bothers me several times a day. It's utterly exasperating. I can hardly bear to show my face. Plus, my father has sent several bodyguards to monitor me daily, leaving me with absolutely no freedom. I feel on the brink of depression." Gu Chen found himself at a loss for words to comfort her. It appeared that every family had its own struggles. Despite Bai Ningming's exceptional background and talent, it was still difficult for her to live life on her own terms. "By the way, does your school have any secret realms?" "Of course. Our school has secret realms ranging from levels 20 to 40, and all students can enter for free. Secret realms from level 20 to 40. It seems the government provides abundant resources to prestigious schools." "What realms are there?" "If there's one I wish to explore, perhaps I'll come to your school to visit." Upon hearing that Guchon might come to her school, Bai Ningming eagerly began to introduce the realms. "Our school's secret realms are fantastic. The level 20 to 25 realm is the Goblin Nest, which yields skill books like the Hunter's Explosive Trap, the Necromancer's Corpse Explosion, and the Archer's Explosive Arrow. The equipment produced primarily consists of necklaces and rings. It is well known that any realm that can drop jewelry is a good one. I happen to need a few more rings, so it's worth a visit." The level 25 to 30 realm is the Spider Cave, which produces skill books such as the Hunter's Beast Net, the Assassin's Poison Dagger, and the Summoner's Spider Demon. The equipment available is a golden quality spider set. The Beast Net, Poison Dagger, and Spider Demon are all core skills for my profession. It's certainly worth going. Bai Ningming continued to share information. The level 30 to 35 realm is the Malicious Swamp. The skills acquired include Curse Magic, Plague Arrival, Summon Skeleton Mage, and my signature skill, the Anti-Poison Aura. Guchon suddenly became animated. "Are you saying that this secret realm drops the skill book for summoning skeleton mages?" "Indeed. But you can't use it, so why the excitement?" "Ahem. Even though I cannot utilize it, the skill book for the Necromancer is valuable. I can sell it for a profit. I see you are quite enamored with money. And what about the final secret realm? The last one, a level 35 to 40 realm, belongs to the Tauren tribe. The skill books produced include Earthquake, Healing Totem, War Totem, Group Taunt, Barbaric Charge, and Whirlwind Slash. Most of the equipment dropped is also for warriors and shamans. Humph. This secret realm is quite generous to Chen Hui. These 4 secret realms appear to be quite appealing. They are indeed worth my journey. Of course, this is the privilege of the 4 prestigious schools of our Huaxia. Come quickly. By the way, what level are you at now? I'm at level 19. How about you? A tad higher than you. Hurry and level up to 20 in the next couple of days. Once I'm free, I will come to find you in Magic City. Bai Ningning exclaimed with delight. Really? That is wonderful. I'll be waiting for you. You must come. The lockdown of Luo City was only lifted the following evening. However, the results of the investigation were disappointing. Not a single suspect was found. This left Lei Zhun somewhat despondent. Old Ma, do you think these individuals might have already fled our Luo City? That is a possibility. It seems our actions were a step too late. Should we apply for a lockdown of the entire province for a thorough search? Although these 2 cases are severe, we merely speculate they are the work of external forces and lack concrete information. Furthermore, the economic losses caused by a provincial lockdown would be too great. The higher-ups would certainly not agree. So we are just going to give up? If this is indeed a well-organized and premeditated act, they will undoubtedly seek another opportunity to strike. Next time, we must not allow them to escape. Understood. After the lockdown of Luo City was lifted, Gu Chen promptly flew to Magic City. Due to the considerable distance, he opted for a flight this time, allowing him to rest briefly along the way. The plane arrived in Magic City at 4:30 a.m. the following day, after which Gu Chen proceeded to Magic City University. At 6 o'clock, he found a delightful breakfast stall and ordered several steaming meat buns, then called Bai Ningning and Chen Hui. Wake up, Miss Bai. The sun is already warming the meat buns. The sun is already up. Bai Ningning replied drowsily. Huh? Are you coming? I'm right at the school gate. Hurry out to eat some meat buns. Okay, I'll be there soon. Get up, little dog. Your brother Chen is here to take you to the secret realm. Chen Hui leapt excitedly from his bed. Brother Chen, you've come to Magic City? At the breakfast shop right outside your school. Hurry up and settle the bill. No problem. Soon. Bai Ningning and Chen Hui arrived at the breakfast spot where Gu Chen was. The trio began to chat while enjoying their meal. Which secret realm are we going to explore today? I still need 2 more rings, so let us start with the Goblin Cave. No problem. I'm all for gaining experience. I have no objections. Gu Chen, now at level 29, realized that farming the Goblin Cave, which has a maximum level of 25, would yield little experience. Thus, he decided to do a favor and assist Bai Ningning and Chen Hui in leveling up. The 3 of them then made their way to the Goblin Cave. The entrance to the cave is located between the male and female dormitories within the school, a realm nestled deep within the campus. Gu Chen expressed his concerns, asking, "This secret realm entrance is situated right in the middle of your dormitories. Isn't that dangerous?" To which they replied, "There's nothing we can do. Our school is a prestigious institution with a history of 100 years. Before the realm invasion, this area was merely the dormitories. After the invasion, a secret realm entrance appeared here. It has existed for over 30 years without any issues and remains stable. Moreover, all our teachers are experts above level 60. Even if problems arise in the realm, they will promptly intervene to resolve them, so there is no need for concern. Well, as long as it's safe, let us set off." Chapter 76, The Goblin Cave. Goblin Cave, Secret Realm, Level 2025. Do not underestimate these cunning little creatures. They are far from as feeble as they appear. Note, this secret realm is limited by terrain, with a maximum team size of 5. The trio ventured into the hellish depths of the Goblin Cave. The narrow passages were illuminated at intervals by torches affixed to the walls. Goblins and gremlins differ significantly. While goblins wield rudimentary weapons such as wooden clubs and stones, or resort to plundering the arms of other adventurers to upgrade their gear, they are creatures driven solely by the instincts of slaughter and reproduction. In contrast, gremlins possess a certain degree of intelligence. They are versed in metallurgy, the crafting of gunpowder, and even the mechanics of machinery. Despite sharing a common ancestry, gremlins are decidedly more astute than their goblin counterparts. The visibility within the Goblin Cave is severely restricted, with twists and turns occurring every few meters. creating a labyrinthine environment unsuitable for swift movement. The trio could only cautiously navigate through the cave. Not long after, they heard a cacophony of chattering ahead. As they rounded a corner, they discovered 5 gremlins gathered around a wooden barrel, which was laden with gold coins, some cards, and 2 dice. It appeared that these gremlins were engaged in a form of gambling. Gu Chen examined the information on these gremlins. Gremlin Guard, LV, 25 health 10, 000. Attack 500, defense 250, magic defense 200, skills, taunt, shield block, shield bash, heavy strike. Gremlin Assassin, health 8, 000, attack 600, defense 180, magic defense 180, skills, stealth, backstab. Throat slit, shadow strike. Gremlin Mage, health 8, 000, attack 300, magic attack 600, defense 180, magic defense 250, skills, fireball, magic missile. Multiple classes congregating together. It seems the difficulty of this gremlin secret realm is no trivial matter. At that moment, the gremlins noticed the presence of Gu Chen and his companions. They immediately seized their nearby weapons and entered a state of combat readiness. 2 gremlin guards raised their shields to the forefront, while the gremlin assassins slinked into stealth. Preparing for a surprise attack, the gremlin mage began to unleash ranged assaults. Chun Hui charged forward to engage the gremlin guards in a fierce melee. Bai Ningning, capable of both close combat and healing, also rushed in to strike. Planning to ambush me? Not a chance. Lightning Chain. Gu Chen cast a spell from a distance, unleashing a chain of lightning that struck the gremlin guard, then arced to another guard, and finally hit the gremlin assassin, who had just entered stealth. Gremlin Guard health, 1, 315, 998, 545. The injured gremlin assassin was forced to reveal its true form. Witnessing Gu Chen's formidable damage, Chun Hui exclaimed in awe, "Wow, Brother Chun, your damage output is simply explosive. As a dual SS level talent, I find myself utterly humbled in comparison. In your presence, I feel a sense of embarrassment. Goodness." Lightning Arrow, Thunderstorm, Lightning Strike. Gu Chen deftly transitioned between lightning spells, dispatching several goblins with ease. Goblin Mage slain, gained 1 experience point. Goblin Guard slain, gained 1 experience point. Gu Chen thought to himself, slow. This is far too slow. I have to conceal 99 of my strength when grinding with these 2. The pace is unbearable. Frustrating. Meanwhile, Bai Ningning and Chun Hui felt, fast. This is incredibly swift. Teaming up with Gu Chen to slay monsters is exhilarating. They continued deeper into the secret realm when suddenly a fork in the path appeared. We cannot waste time playing house here any longer. I must swiftly hunt for the boss. Gu Chen declared, I no longer gain experience from these small monsters, so I shall directly seek the boss while you 2 continue to eliminate the minor foes. Let us split up at this fork. You say you're not gaining experience from the small monsters? What level are you now? Not too high, merely level 29. Bai Ningning and Chun Hui simultaneously exclaimed. What? Only level 29. Gu Chen, have you activated triple experience? Brother Chun, I know you're formidable enough to take on the boss alone, but this leveling speed is simply outrageous. Even if you grind monsters nonstop for 24 hours, it wouldn't be this fast, would it? In fact, I have been grinding continuously for 24 hours. I have spent the nights in the secret realm. Bai Ningning inquired curiously. Spending the night in the secret realm? Don't you sleep? If you wish to know, come accompany me for a night. I see you're just trying to trick a young lady into spending the night with you. I want to fall for that. Brother Chun, if you want to go, I will. Back off. Damn. Brother Chun, you're being seriously hypocritical. All right, enough banter. I'm off to find the boss. Bai Ningning still expressed some concern. Gu Chen, there are many goblin guards surrounding the boss. It will be difficult to fight. Be careful. Rest assured. Gu Chen then proceeded towards one side of the cave fork, while Chun Hui and Bai Ningning ventured down the other path. The goblins were not in great numbers, with encounters averaging around 5 or 6 at a time, and occasionally 7 or 8. There simply wasn't enough space in this narrow cave for too many. Even the small-statured goblins could only fit about 7 or 8 at most. A human, who is twice their size, would find it quite cramped. At most, 2 could stand in a row, while a third might squeeze in. It would render combat impossible, as even the slightest movement could inadvertently strike a teammate. Thus, The challenge of this secret realm is that a maximum of only a 5-person team can be formed. In this secret realm, professions such as necromancers and summoners find themselves at a distinct disadvantage, as their summoned entities often hinder rather than help them, while a team of 5 may find it relatively manageable to fend off minor adversaries. Defeating a formidable boss requires a level of prowess that an unseasoned group would find exceedingly challenging. Goblins swarm in clusters, their composition evenly balanced. However, this proves advantageous for Guchon, who merely needs a high-tier area attack skill of level 45 or above to vanquish them en masse. After dispatching several waves of goblins, Guchon suddenly encounters 2 new goblin classes. Goblin Laborer, Health 8,000, Attack 600, Defense 200, Magic Defense 200. Goblin Overseer, Elite, Health 20,000, Attack 900, Defense 300. Magic Defense 300. Skills, Firearm Attack, Whip, delivers a vicious lash to the laborer, inducing a frenzied state that elevates both movement and attack speed by 30. The Goblin Laborer lacks skills of its own, relying on the Overseer's whipping to amplify buffs and inflict damage. Thus, it seems prudent to eliminate this elite foe first. Blazing Inferno. Boom. Guchon unleashes a level 50 skill, instantly incinerating these goblins. Well, resolving them all at once is certainly an option. Chapter 77. The Goblin Demolitionist. Guchon ventured deeper and stumbled upon a new class of goblins. They bore a basket on their backs, filled to the brim with spherical explosives. Adorning their eyes were spectacles, reminiscent of the notorious demolition expert, Jigs. Goblin Demolitionist. Health 9,000. Attack Power 100. Magic Attack 600. Defense 180. Magic Defense 180. The Goblin Demolitionist carries a total of 10 bombs. Upon exhausting them, it will retreat and flee. Skills, Bomb Toss, Self-Detonation. Bomb Toss throws a bomb that detonates after 5 seconds. If it makes contact with an enemy, it explodes immediately. The explosion inflicts 150 magic area damage. Self-Detonation. When the Goblin Demolitionist's health falls below 20, it ignites all its explosives and charges towards the enemy. A demolitionist, indeed? Its explosive capabilities are significantly formidable, particularly in this confined cavern where evasion is nearly impossible. Logically, it should be prioritized for elimination. However, should its health dip below 20, it would ignite all its explosives, resulting in a mutually destructive encounter with any adventurer, posing a substantial threat to the party. Quite a conundrum. The optimal strategy would be to eliminate the demolitionist while its health remains above 20, or to swiftly dispatch it after it ignites its explosives, then hastily retreat from the blast radius. Yet, for the average adventurer, such a feat may prove exceedingly challenging. Nevertheless, these concerns hold little weight for me. A single skill can resolve the issue entirely. Chain Ice Explosion. Boom, boom, boom. A flurry of ice crystals erupted around the Goblin Demolitionist. Health points, 1500, 1550, 1480. One skill was unleashed, and not a single Goblin Demolitionist perished, all their health plummeting below 20. I observed them grasping flint stones, striking sparks to ignite the explosives at the top of the basket, and then hastily charging towards Gu Chen. This is rather awkward. It seems that while ice magic excels in control, its damage output is notably subpar. A level 45 skill, and yet I failed to obliterate them. As several Goblin Demolitionists barreled toward me, Guchon remained unfazed, silently counting down in his mind. 3 seconds, 2 seconds, 1 second. Now, blink. Guchon executed a blink, positioning himself 10 meters away from the Goblin Demolitionists. Immediately after, a resounding explosion reverberated behind him. Goblin Demolitionist slain, gained 1 experience point. Goblin Demolitionist slain, gained 1 experience point. Dozens of bombs detonated simultaneously, causing the entire cavern to tremble. Debris rained down from the ceiling. Guchon was pushed back a couple of steps by the force of the explosion. The power of this blast is quite considerable. It seems that only skills such as blink and teleportation, which facilitate spatial displacement, can perfectly evade such a formidable explosion. Guchon brushed the dust off his attire and continued onward. Not having traveled far, he encountered several Goblin Demolitionists obstructing his path. Guchon had been wandering in this labyrinthine cave for over half an hour, yet he had still not caught sight of the elusive boss. The myriad of forks in the cave was overwhelming. If he were to continue searching in this manner, It would be an egregious waste of time. As he observed the information on the goblin demolitionists, an idea struck him. Once they had exhausted their supply of bombs, they would disengage from combat. Where could they possibly be heading? If his conjecture was correct, they must be returning to replenish their ammunition. If he followed them, might he not find the boss? It was worth a try. Summon the giant bear. Guchon conjured a colossal bear to absorb the explosive damage from the goblin demolitionists. The bear's enormous form nearly occupied 3/4 of the cave. Upon seeing the giant bear, the goblin demolitionists wasted no time in hurling their bombs at it. Boom, boom, boom. Each bomb struck the bear's massive frame with precision, making it nearly impossible to miss. With the bear shielding him, no bomb posed a threat to Gu Chen's safety, which was precisely why he had summoned it. He refrained from ordering the bear to attack, allowing it to endure the assault silently to avoid inadvertently slaying the fragile goblin demolitionists. Soon enough, the demolitionists had thrown their last bomb and turned to flee deeper into the secret realm. Gu Chen recalled the bear and pursued them directly. Chain lightning. He intermittently cast spells to instill a sense of urgency in the fleeing goblins, compelling them to run faster. Before long, he encountered another group of goblin demolitionists blocking his path. After ensuring that the unarmed demolitionists had safely passed, he casually cast a spell that swiftly eliminated those goblins. The same fate befell the next group that dared to obstruct him. The fleeing goblin demolitionists twisted and turned, ultimately leading Guchon to a vast expanse. This underground realm was remarkably spacious, capable of accommodating tens of thousands without issue. Hundreds of goblin laborers were tirelessly striking the walls with pickaxes, producing a cacophony of clinks and clatters. Dozens of goblin overseers were assigned to supervise their labor. At the heart of this subterranean world lay a mountain of bombs. Guchon estimated that they weighed several tons. Additionally, a dozen goblins resembling engineers were engaged in bomb production. Goblin Engineer, Elite, LV, 25, Health 20, 000, Attack 900. Defense 300, Magic Defense 300, Skill, Summon Self-Destructing Robot. Meanwhile, the boss, the Goblin Lord, gazed contentedly at the progress of bomb production. With such a vast quantity of explosives, should they detonate, it was likely that the entire secret realm could be obliterated. Moreover, this area is teeming with hundreds of goblins. Can a mere 5-person team truly contend with such numbers? Soon, the fleeing goblin demolitionists hurried to the side of the Goblin Lord, anxiously chattering in their native tongue and gesturing towards Guchon. The Goblin Lord turned its gaze upon Guchon with a piercing shriek that echoed with palpable anger. It drew its firearm and, with a resounding crack, shot down the errant goblin demolitionist who had dared to deliver the news. This action left Gu Chen momentarily stunned. What is happening? Are they truly so fearful of their lair being revealed? The Goblin Lord, of similar stature to its kin, wielded a curved dagger and bore a firearm at its waist, suggesting it was capable of both melee and ranged assaults. Additionally, it carried a rocket launcher on its back. Guchon assessed the boss's attributes. Goblin Lord, LV, 25, Health 200, 000, Attack Power 1, 000, Magic Attack 1, 000, Defense 300, Magic Defense 300, Skills, Gunshot, Rocket Charge, Tier, Triple Strike, Rocket Leap, Rocket Missile. Is it possible that a level 25 boss like the Goblin Lord possesses only 200, 000 health? Such feeble attributes? It must surely be concealing a second form. Chapter 78. The Ultimate Weapon, the Goblin Lord. The Goblin Lord let out a piercing shriek once more, and with a flick of his hand, the goblin laborers immediately abandoned their tasks, rushing towards Gu Chen in a frenzied assault. The goblin overseers wielded long whips, spurring the workers' fighting spirit. Meanwhile, the goblin demolitionists readied their munitions, poised to launch their explosive projectiles at Gu Chen. Calmly assessing the situation, Gu Chen understood the grave risk. A reckless use of skills could ignite the bombs, potentially triggering a cataclysmic explosion that might cause the entire secret realm to collapse. Although he could escape unscathed, Bai Ningning and Chun Hui remained within the realm, and it was conceivable that others had entered during this time. Should the realm collapse, they would likely be entombed within. If he were the sole survivor, an investigation would inevitably ensue, and he was utterly weary of such scrutiny. Thus, he resolved to refrain from using his skills indiscriminately, especially those of the fire element. Recognizing his apprehension regarding the bombs, He concluded that employing water-based skills would mitigate the threat of detonation. Not only would they not explode, but they wouldn't even ignite. How clever of me, he mused. He decided upon a particular technique: water escape, washing machine, great vortex technique, level 60 water mage awakening skill. Summons a powerful torrent of water to strike the enemy. Upon reaching its maximum capacity, the water will spin rapidly, forming a colossal vortex. Enemies caught within the vortex suffer 800 magical damage per second. The skill lasts for 20 seconds. With a flourish of his staff, a tremendous surge of water erupted from a magical array. The goblin laborers, who had just surged towards Guchon, were instantly swept away. Even the robust elite goblin overseers could not withstand the force of the torrent and were similarly propelled backward. The magical array resembled an enormous, high-pressure water cannon, continuously dousing the advancing goblins while flooding their lair. In an instant, the goblin stronghold transformed into a vast swimming pool, with hundreds of goblins desperately floundering, striving to reach the shore. Suddenly, a small vortex emerged at the center of the pool, causing the surrounding water to whirl violently. The current accelerated, and the goblins swimming towards the edge quickly succumbed to the uncontrollable spinning. The towering mountain of bombs, constructed from countless explosives, collapsed with a thunderous roar. As numerous bombs swirled rapidly in the tumultuous waters, the hard metal casings of the bombs collided with one another, creating a heavy clattering sound in the water, while also striking the goblins' heads and bodies. Yet, the fuses had been thoroughly soaked, and despite the violent collisions, not a single bomb detonated. At that moment, the goblin lair resembled a colossal washing machine, with the hundreds of goblins swirling like clothes in a relentless cycle. Soon, the effects of the great vortex technique began to wane. The aftermath within the goblin stronghold was chaotic. Hundreds of goblins perished by drowning or being crushed, with none surviving. Only the goblin lord, wielding a flamethrower, managed to evade the might of this great vortex technique. Who would have thought you could escape? But what can a solitary commander do? Prepare to meet your demise. The goblin lord, hovering in the air, beheld the grim fate of his minions and let out a furious roar as he charged towards Gu Chen. Sister, call me brother. Block and counterattack. Gu Chen swiftly equipped his shield and long sword, expertly parrying the goblin lord's rocket assault and retaliating with a fierce strike. The goblin lord, feeling the pain, leapt into the air once more using his rocket jump. He then drew his firearm and began launching ranged attacks against Guchon. Unable to prevail in close combat, he sought to engage from a distance. In ranged warfare, my firepower surpasses yours. Guchon immediately switched to his bow and arrows, unleashing a relentless barrage. Rockets, ice arrows, homing arrows. A myriad of arrows flew towards the goblin lord. He attempted to flee, yet found no refuge, forced to endure the deluge of arrows. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The goblin lord's health plummeted. 3880, 4200, 3990. Hundreds of arrows transformed him into a veritable pincushion. Not even the most cunning of plans could match the sheer volume of arrows he faced. The goblin lord tumbled heavily to the ground, appearing lifeless. Suddenly, as if resurrected, he sprang to his feet, shedding the arrows embedded in him, unfastening the flamethrower strapped to his body, and aimed it at Guchon, pressing the ignition button. Flames erupted forth, the flamethrower launching towards Guchon like a cannonball. Ice barrier. A frosty shield enveloped Guchon tightly. The flamethrower collided with the ice barrier, erupting in an instant explosion. Boom. A resounding blast sent a small mushroom cloud spiraling upwards. As the cloud dissipated, Guchon emerged unscathed. Meanwhile, the goblin lord scurried to a nearby rock and pressed a red button. Suddenly, the ground beneath him cracked open, and a steam-powered robot slowly ascended from below. Towering at 4 meters, this mechanical behemoth boasted a massive chainsaw for a left arm and a flamethrower for the right, its body an assemblage of scrap metal. Exuding a post-apocalyptic mechanical aura, the goblin lord leaped into the cockpit, activating the robot as the chainsaw whirred to life, accompanied by his maniacal cackle. Ultimate Weapon Goblin Lord. LV, 25, Health 300, 000, Attack Power 1500, Magic Attack 1500, Defense 600, Magic Defense 600, Skills, Flamethrower, Chainsaw Tier, Chainsaw Sweep, Mech Charge. Flame Missile Robots. While we humans study magic, you resort to technology. If technology were superior to magic, we would simply roll into the dungeons with tanks. Inferno engulfs the heavens. A great fire instantly consumed the ultimate weapon. However, in the next moment, the ultimate weapon's gears beneath surged forth from the flames, brandishing a chainsaw as it lunged at Gu Chen. Let us exchange a few blows. Gu Chen retrieved a colossal axe from his backpack, parrying the chainsaw strike. The chainsaw's rapidly spinning chain clashed with the axe, producing searing sparks. In an instant, the weapon's right hand aimed directly at Gu Chen, unleashing a torrent of flames. In a flash, Gu Chen executed a sudden movement, appearing behind the ultimate weapon. He swiftly replaced the axe with the claws of a martial artist. Against such a cumbersome mech, as long as I have limbs and the ability to maneuver, defeating you is but a mere formality. With a flurry of strikes, punches, rising dragon fists, eagle stomps, and whirlwind kicks, he evaded with finesse. Upon landing, he forcefully struck the ground, initiating the god of war's powerful kick. Yet, the distance was slightly too great for the skill's aggro effect to reach the Goblin Lord. Perceiving Gu Chen's departure from its attack range, the ultimate weapon suddenly bent down, firing a barrage of flame missiles from the openings on its shoulder, bombarding Gu Chen. Nevertheless, he remained unfazed. Allow me to demonstrate true skill. In the moment of the God of War's kick, Gu Chen activated a teleportation skill, appearing beside the ultimate weapon. His foot landed solidly against the weapon's metallic surface. Yet the steel could hardly withstand such a devastating blow. Boom. The ultimate weapon shattered into countless fragments, the Goblin Lord within the mech caught in the ensuing shockwave, exploding into a mist of blood. Critical hit. Goblin Lord's health, 223,570. Rumbling. The fire missiles finally detonated at Gu Chen's original position. Just tell me, was that display not spectacular? Ding. Ultimate weapon, Goblin Lord defeated. Experience gained, 1. Darn. If I had known it was just 1 experience point, I wouldn't have bothered to show off. Chapter 79. The unexpected activation of the Guardian Barrier. Gu Chen inspects the spoils. Acquired emerald ring, ruby necklace, musket. Explosive arrow skill book. Emerald ring, golden quality, level 25, strength 10, agility 30, evasion rate 3. Ruby necklace, golden quality, constitution 30, strength 10. Health, recovery 5. Musket, golden quality, level 25, attack power 220, agility 20, accuracy rate 5, critical hit rate 5, range 30 meters. Usable as a secondary weapon, the attributes of this necklace pale in comparison to my life seed necklace. The ring, however, is quite decent, so I shall adorn it. The musket serves as a viable secondary weapon with commendable attack power. Overall, the rewards are satisfactory. Subsequently, Gu Chen addressed by Ningning and Chen Hui. Let us depart. We are leaving the secret realm. The trio was teleported out of the secret realm, returning to the area between the 2 dormitory buildings. Upon seeing Gu Chen safe and sound, Bai Ningning joyfully exclaimed, Gu Chen, you have single-handedly slain the boss again. How impressive. It's merely average prowess, he replied. By the way, was the Goblin Lord residing in a vast underground world? Bai Ningning pondered briefly before responding. It isn't particularly large, but compared to the narrow tunnels. The Goblin Lord's chamber is indeed spacious. Within its domain, there are hundreds of goblin laborers diligently excavating. As for the hellish difficulty secret realm, I am unaware of its specifics, but in other realms, there are only a dozen goblin minions accompanying the boss, and explosives are even rarer. What? Does the boss in the hellish difficulty realm have hundreds of minions? How could a party of 5 contend with such a goblin horde? This hellish difficulty is utterly terrifying. Did you eliminate all those hundreds of goblins in one fell swoop? That explains the sudden surge in experience. Guchon too was puzzled. Were there not hundreds of goblin minions? Did the boss's chamber not contain dozens of tons of explosives? That seems unlikely. Although goblin demolitionists require ammunition, they possess dedicated armories. I even undertook a quest to destroy an armory, yet I found none. Could it be that they were all housed within the boss's chamber? If the explosives were ignited, would that not endanger the Goblin Lord's life? Guchon remarked, it would threaten not only the boss's existence, but could potentially devastate the entire cavern. Do you believe this secret realm is abnormal? Though it was my first visit to the Goblin Cave's secret realm, the atmosphere felt exceedingly peculiar. It seemed as if these goblins were orchestrating an earth-shattering conspiracy. Bai Ningning, too, felt a touch of apprehension. Should we inform the school authorities about this situation? I believe it is imperative. If these goblins are indeed plotting something, it poses a grave danger to you all. After all, the entrance to the secret realm is situated directly between your two dormitory buildings. Should any incident occur, you would undoubtedly be the first to suffer. Yes, I shall promptly report this to our teacher. As Bai Ningning was about to rush to find her teacher, a blue barrier suddenly unfurled in the sky. Gu Chen could not help but furrow his brow, realizing that this was a protective barrier. Soon, this barrier completely enveloped the two dormitory buildings. Many students also noticed this phenomenon and approached to investigate. What is happening? Why has the protective barrier been activated so suddenly? Is a battle imminent? Good heavens! Has the S3 season truly begun? Why do I feel a sudden sense of anxiety? The protective barrier serves as a shield against external threats. When establishing a protective barrier, a level restriction is set. For instance, if the designated protective level is set at level 20, then practitioners of level 20 and below cannot exit the barrier. Only those above level may 20th leave. Similarly, if the protective barrier is set to level 20, practitioners above level 20 are barred from entering. Only those at level 20 and below may gain entry. In essence, the protective barrier is designed to safeguard weaker practitioners from the onslaught of formidable foes. If the barrier has been pre-established, it will automatically activate upon meeting certain predetermined conditions. However, dismantling the protective barrier is a more complex endeavor, requiring a barrier master to unravel each point of deployment to lift the barrier. The larger the area of the barrier, the more deployment points are necessary. The barrier Gu Chen found himself within was a small one, needing only approximately 5 deployment points. Attempting to breach the protective barrier using external force is no simple task. The protective barrier is classified as a national defense resource, activated only during a state of war, a significant disaster, or an urgent situation with prior warnings. All protective barriers are connected to the National Defense Energy Reserves. This means that as long as the National Energy Repository has power, the protective barrier remains unbreakable. Only if the damage inflicted by outsiders far exceeds the energy transmission speed of the National Repository could the barrier potentially be shattered. However, achieving such formidable damage is likely only possible through forbidden spells. No other magic could accomplish this feat. Perhaps if a dozen or so advanced practitioners simultaneously cast their second awakening skills, it might be possible to breach the protective barrier. Yet, there are only a handful of advanced practitioners in China, which would amount to gathering the nation's pinnacle combat strength to assault a single barrier, a clearly unrealistic scenario. Thus, one could assert that within the protective barrier, safety is virtually guaranteed. At the top of the barrier where Gu Chen stood, a prominent number 30 was inscribed. This indicated that it was a protective barrier for practitioners of level 30 and below. Guchon approached the edge of the barrier and tapped it with his hand, producing a crisp sound akin to that of striking a glass dome. Subsequently, he pushed against it with force, only to discover that he was utterly unable to exit. Is this the protective barrier? But why would the National Defense Resources suddenly activate? Guchon glanced back at the tranquil entrance of the secret realm, pondering whether it might be related to this very realm. A level 2025 secret realm should not cause such an occurrence. Just then, 2 magical chains materialized, securely locking the entrance of the secret realm. Secret chains? Secret realm chains prevents practitioners from outside the secret realm from entering, while those within may exit freely. What is happening? Has the secret realm been locked as well? Is this a chain reaction triggered by the activation of the protective barrier? Who knows? This is the first time we have encountered such a situation. Bai Ningning, somewhat anxious, tugged at Gu Chen's sleeve and asked, Guchon, could something serious really be happening? I have no idea. At that moment, the teachers, directors, and vice principal of the school also noticed the unusual events and hurried over, equally perplexed. The vice principal inquired, what is going on? Why has the protective barrier suddenly activated? I don't know. It seems we haven't been engaged in any combat. Immediately contact the Ministry of Defense in Magic City to inquire about the situation. Yes, the head of the school's security promptly dialed the Ministry of Defense. Soon, the call was connected. After a succinct exchange, the security chief hung up the phone. Principal, I have clarified the situation. The nation is not in a state of war, and everything is peaceful. The principal, stroking his flowing Mediterranean hairstyle, mused, then what could be the cause? The Ministry of Defense indicated that it is likely an issue with the activation point. They will send several technicians, No, barrier specialists, to investigate the cause. They will arrive in approximately half an hour. We should reassure the students in the meantime. The principal then sighed in relief. That's good to hear. Please bring me that megaphone. Yes. The security chief quickly provided the vice principal with a megaphone. The vice principal switched it on and announced, "Ahem. Students, please quiet down and listen for a moment. The activation of the protective barrier was entirely accidental. There is no war or disaster outside, and it may have been triggered by instability at the activation point. You can all rest assured. Furthermore, the government has stated that they will promptly send several barrier specialists to ascertain the cause, and the seal will be lifted as soon as the reason is determined. Please remain calm and patient for a short while." Oh, so that is what happened. I thought the S3 season had begun. It's good that there is nothing wrong. I still prefer times of peace. Principal, what about our morning classes? We still need to attend class. The vice principal responded, "Everyone need not worry about classes. All morning lessons are canceled, and you will have a half-day holiday." Oh, the principal is magnificent. The principal's decision was met with a chorus of cheers from the students. With half a day off and the secret realm closed, I shall return to my slumber. Are there any rank matches available? I seek assistance for my promotion matches. The students' spirits instantly lifted, returning to their previous pursuits. Darling? Suddenly, a voice exclaiming darling emerged from behind Gu Chen and Bai Ningning. Upon hearing this voice, Bai Ningming's body stiffened momentarily before she released Gu Chen's sleeve and whispered, "This is the Chu Jiahao I mentioned." Guchon turned around to behold a flamboyant young man. His hair dyed a striking yellow, adorned with a large gold chain around his neck and a tattoo gracing his index finger. He possessed an appealing visage, though he exuded an air of irreverence. Beside him stood a sultry woman, her demeanor reeking of the night, appearing as though she had just awakened. Chu Jiahao cast a glance at Gu Chen, momentarily captivated by his extraordinary beauty, which incited a surge of jealousy within him. "Darling, who is this handsome fellow? He doesn't seem to belong to our school, does he? Please, introduce us." Bai Ningming retorted with irritation. "Who is your darling? I shall never marry you. You might as well abandon that hope." With a mocking smile, Chu Jiahao replied, "By the decree of our parents and the arrangement of a matchmaker, we are bound by a marriage contract. Some matters may not be dictated by you." Chapter 80. Mr. Chu. Bai Ningming disregarded him and said to Gu Chen, "Ignore him. Let us go." However, Chu Jiahao clearly had no intention of allowing Gu Chen to leave so easily. "Hey, kid, my wife is free to go. But did I permit you to leave? I'm asking you a question. What is your relationship with our Ningning?" Gu Chen was a rational individual. He was not the type to resort to violence over a trivial disagreement. He also did not wish to meddle in Bai Ningming's family matters. Although he understood that she felt wronged by the situation, he was not foolish enough to offend a powerful family simply to assist a woman. Furthermore, as he was not a student at Magic City University and would likely be leaving the city in a few days, there was no need to engage with this arrogant rich heir. Guchon replied calmly, "I believe you are mistaken. Bai Ningming and I are merely ordinary friends. There is nothing more." "Nothing more?" Chu Jiahao sneered. "Then why did I just see you holding my wife's hand?" Just as Gu Chen was about to explain, Chen Hui stepped forward and said, "Hey, I suggest you show some respect to Brother Chen. Do you even know who he is? How dare you act so brazenly?" Gu Chen was momentarily speechless. You, don't interrupt." The commotion attracted a considerable number of onlookers, and the crowd continued to swell. Seeing Chen Hui's imposing demeanor, Chu Jiahao trembled slightly. This aura, could he be a scion of a prominent family in Magic City? Although the Sanxiong Guild was the largest in Qinghai province, this was Magic City, the second largest metropolis in China. Countless influential figures resided here. Moreover, Magic City boasted a 9-star guild. If he were to offend the scion of that guild, even being the son of the Qinghai Guild president would not save him from dire consequences. Chu Jiahao weakly inquired, Who is he? "Humph. If I told you, you'd be terrified." Chen Hui replied, "He is the one and only, the jobless." Gu Chen, "Damn it. I told you not to say that. Did you not hear me?" Gu Chen exclaimed. Chu Jiahao was taken aback, but his face quickly morphed into a mocking grin. "The jobless? Gu Chen, you are the world's only failure at job transitioning. Oh, how terrifying." Chen Hui gleefully added, "Humph, startled, are you? And also," Gu Chen interjected, "what else do you want to say? Is there no end to this? I beg you to stop. Please, just be quiet and don't incite more hatred towards me." Yet, Chun Hui continued as if he had not heard Gu Chen's plea. Furthermore, even if my brother Chun held Bai Ningning's hand, what of it? You, a despicable man, clearly have a betrothal with Bai Ningning, yet you are dating other women. You allow yourself to date others while forbidding my brother Chun from holding her hand? Hey, hold on. This needs clarification. It was Bai Ningning who grabbed my sleeve, and I never touched her hand. I am innocent. Chu Jiahao retorted. You indeed held her. You have some audacity. Did either of you truly hear what I said? Chen Hui remarked sharply. Yes, so what if I did? What can you do about my brother Chen? Guchon replied, impressive. Although you are not a tank warrior, your taunting skills are undeniably unmatched. Don't fear him, brother Chun. He is merely a trashy A-grade talent. I've long wished to teach him a lesson. If you desire to teach him a lesson, then do so yourself. Why involve me? Chu Jiahao seethed. How dare you touch my woman? You must be tired of living. Bai Ningning hurriedly intervened. Chu Jiahao, Gu Chen did not hold my hand. You misinterpreted. I warn you not to overstep. He has admitted it himself. Ningning, do not shield him. Gu Chen interjected. When did I ever admit anything? Whose mouth did I kiss? Are you unable to hear me? This isn't my inner monologue. Is it? Ningning, I understand you do not favor me, but are you with this scum merely to insult me and our Chu family? If so, do not blame me for being merciless. I shall eliminate this brat. With that, Chu Jiahao drew a longbow from his spatial backpack and aimed it at Gu Chen. At that moment, the vice principal shouted through a loudspeaker, Hey, what are you doing? Are you unaware that fighting is prohibited on school grounds? When the protective barrier is lifted, you will accompany me to the office to review the school rules. Chu Jiahao's fierce demeanor was instantly extinguished by the principal's words, his face darkening. He glared at Gu Chen and snarled, Consider yourself lucky today. You'd better wait. I will not allow you to leave the magic city unscathed. He then dragged the flamboyant woman away. Chen Hui added, My brother Chen can single-handedly take on a boss. What are you afraid of? I'm eager to see what tricks you can pull. Gu Chen could no longer contain himself and delivered a powerful kick to Chen Hui's mouth, exclaiming, Shut your mouth. What nonsense are you spouting? This is adult conversation. Chen Hui covered his mouth, looking aggrieved. Brother Chen, don't you aspire to be a hero who punishes evil and rescues the fair? I don't wish to. If you desire it, then you can pursue it yourself. Please refrain from assigning me tasks in the future. I wish to be a great hero, but alas, I lack the strength. Watching Chu Jiahao leave with confidence, Bai Ningning felt a twinge of concern. Gu Chen, I'm sorry for causing you trouble again. Gu Chen, not wishing to provoke conflict but unafraid of it, thought that even if Chen Hui did not taunt Chu Jiahao, he would not easily let Gu Chen go. This is not your fault. Since Chu Jiahao wishes to pursue me, I shall embrace my role as a hero who punishes evil. Chen Hui rose from the ground and declared, That's the spirit. A certain hero once said, With great power comes great responsibility. This is exactly what my brother Chen should do. Gu Chen cast a sidelong glance at him, then took Bai Ningning's hand and said, Come, let us distance ourselves from this fool. Bai Ningning, startled by Gu Chen's sudden gesture, exclaimed, Gu Chen, what are you doing? Someone might see us. So what if they do? Why should I be afraid? He retorted, After all, your future husband has already claimed the right to hold your hand, so it would be a loss for me not to. He added, I must say, your little hand is truly delicate. How do you maintain such softness? Gu Chen, with a mischievous glint in his eye, caressed the back of Bai Ningning's hand with a greedy touch. What a delightful sensation. Worth it. Even if I were to be beaten to death by Chu Jiahao, this moment would still be worth it. Chapter 81. The death barrier by Ningning's delicate face flushed a deep crimson in an instant. She tugged at her hand with all her might, only to discover it firmly clasped within Gu Chen's warm grasp. Resigned to her fate, she surrendered, allowing him to lead her through the corridors of their university, indifferent to the peculiar glances cast by their fellow students. At this moment, Bai Ningning felt an unparalleled sense of relaxation and joy. How she longed to live as freely and effortlessly as Gu Chen, to exist unbound and unrestrained. Indeed, if they all believed that she and Gu Chen were holding hands, what was there to fear? Bai Ningning spread her fingers, letting her slender, delicate digits intertwine with Gu Chen's. He was momentarily taken aback by her boldness, pondering, has the passive become the active? I do adore a girl who takes initiative. Their fingers were now tightly interlocked. At this moment, Bai Ningning no longer shied away from the stares of others. She even reveled in it. Let them watch. Let them speak. The development of the guild? The prosperity of the family? Why should she sacrifice her happiness for such things? To hell with it. Oh, why was she cursing? Yet, there was a certain exhilaration in uttering those words. It felt as though each curse released a torrent of pent-up emotions. The more profane the words, the greater the release. Damn, what a thrill. It turned out that grass was not merely a plant. It was also a channel for emotional release. No wonder so many people relished in swearing. Ah, how she wished to scream it out loud. Regardless of how events would unfold, Bai Ningning had never felt such liberation before. Outside the protective barrier, several men in black suits witnessed this scene. These men were, in fact, Bai Ningning's bodyguards. One of them promptly took out his phone and dialed her father's number. President, that kid Gu Chen has resurfaced in the Magic City. Just now, he held Miss Bai's hand right in front of young Master Chu, and he hasn't let go yet. On the other end of the line, Bai Jianfeng's furious voice erupted. What? That rascal dared to hold Ningning's hand in front of young Master Chu? He must be out of his mind. Why didn't you stop him? There was a minor incident at the school. The protective barrier activated unexpectedly, isolating us from the situation. Thus, we couldn't intervene. I warned that brat long ago. Yet he remains undeterred, still clinging to our Ningning. Let him not blame me for being merciless. You all make him disappear from this world. Understood. Suddenly, Bai Jianfeng recalled something and inquired, by the way, what was young Master Chu's reaction? Young Master Chu was exceedingly furious. He stated he would teach Gu Chen a lesson and wouldn't let him leave the Magic City unscathed. Bai Jianfeng contemplated for a moment and replied, Oh, I see. Then do not act just yet. Let young Master Chu handle it himself. Allow him to eliminate Gu Chen with his own hands to alleviate his anger. If he cannot resolve it, then you may step in to assist. Do you understand? Yes. Cheng Jiahao returned to his independent dormitory, brimming with indignation. He cast off his shirt, hurling it violently to the ground. How dare they touch my woman? Infuriated, he exclaimed. The alluring woman beside him remarked, Cheng, calm yourself. It is unnecessary to be angry with a worthless individual. They were merely holding hands. What is the big deal? You have already shared a bed with her. Can you compare to me? What station are you at, and what station is my wife at? She is meant for marriage, for continuing the Cheng lineage, for bearing a child with SS-level talent. Therefore, she must remain pure. How dare a mere C-level talent like you presume to stand beside her? Though the enchanting woman felt a pang of discontent at Cheng Jiahao's words, she dared not voice her grievances. As he pointed out, she was merely a C-level talent herself, lacking both lineage and capability. Were it not for her moderate beauty, she would have long resorted to menial labor in an electronics factory rather than clinging to the affluent through her allure. What right did she have to compete with an SS-level genius? She couldn't even claim the right to feel jealous. Cheng Jiahao forcefully pushed her onto the bed. This worthless, jobless individual has ruined my good mood. Get ready. I want to go again. The alluring woman could not help but let out a soft hum, inwardly mocking herself. Am I still considered a professional? Approximately 30 minutes later, 2 barrier specialists dispatched by the government arrived. The vice principal promptly approached them to explain the situation. Upon understanding the circumstances, they immediately commenced their investigative work. They cast their spells, revealing the locations of the barrier's expansion points, and proceeded to one of these sites to begin lifting the seals. Soon, the first seal was lifted, and the hue of the blue barrier lightened slightly, indicating a reduction in its defensive capacity. All 5 seals must be undone for the barrier to be completely dismantled. However, at that moment, the originally blue protective barrier abruptly transformed into an inky black, obscuring any visibility of the situation within. Furthermore, the barrier continued to shrink. The 2 barrier specialists were momentarily taken aback, quickly realizing the gravity of the situation. They promptly contacted their headquarters. The vice principal, noticing their unease, inquired, What is happening? There has been interference within the protective barrier. We triggered a directive while attempting to lift the seals. This barrier can no longer be deemed a protective one. It is now a death barrier. The vice principal's expression turned grave. What is a death barrier? It is a completely sealed barrier that will continue to constrict. Ultimately, the architecture, air, and all living beings within the barrier will be compressed together until there is no more room for further compression, transforming everything inside into a singular sphere, at which point the barrier shall cease its contraction. Upon hearing this, the vice principal could not help but shudder. What? Such a cruel barrier exists? Yet, there are still over 1,000 students inside. Furthermore, they are the elite among elites, should anything happen to them. It would signify a tremendous loss for the entire Chinese nation. You must save these children. Our ranks are too low to do more than slightly slow the rate at which the deadly barrier shrinks. But do not fret. We have already contacted headquarters. And soon several exceptional barrier masters will arrive, for only they possess the capability to dismantle this realm. He then glanced at his watch and remarked, "There should be enough time." The vice principal, filled with urgency, anxiously paced back and forth, exclaiming, "Oh dear, please, let nothing go awry." Chapter 82. Within the despairing barrier. Inside the barrier, an unexpected darkness enveloped the entire space, plunging everyone into a state of bewilderment. What is happening? Who extinguished the lights? Is it a solar eclipse? The news did not mention anything about an eclipse today, did it? An eclipse cannot be this dark. It is truly a situation where one cannot see their own hand. Wait, what is this soft object? It feels so bouncy. Please do not touch recklessly. Where are the light mages and fire mages? Hurry, illuminate our surroundings. Radiant spell? Fireball spell. Numerous mages endowed with illumination spells hastily cast their abilities, attempting to pierce through the enveloping darkness. Some individuals approached the edges of the barrier, their fingers brushing against the inky blackness as they spoke. Fellow classmates, it seems this is not a solar eclipse. Rather, the barrier has transformed into this pitch blackness. If it were an eclipse, we would at least catch glimpses of shadows outside. Yet now, I see nothing. Not only can we see nothing, but the absence of sound from the outside world is equally disconcerting. More and more individuals gravitated towards the barrier's edges, confusion amplifying. What on earth is going on? Why has the protective barrier suddenly turned dark? Is it an attempt to shield us from whatever transpires outside? Could something grave truly be unfolding beyond? At that moment, a voice pierced through the chaos. The barrier is moving. What is happening? Just now, as I pressed my foot against the barrier's edge, I distinctly felt my foot gradually retreating. This barrier is shrinking. What? An increasing number of people pressed their feet against the barrier, experiencing the same unsettling sensation of it contracting. Moreover, the trees at the barrier's perimeter creaked ominously before crashing to the ground with a resounding thud. Creak, creak. The school's structures were being contorted by the encroaching barrier, fissures appearing across their surfaces. What is this? Why is the barrier diminishing? Is it intent on suffocating us? Everyone, do not panic. Perhaps this is merely an assessment orchestrated by the school. It tests our ability to remain composed in crises. An exasperated voice retorted, "Assessment? Have you not noticed that the dormitory is on the brink of collapse? If this continues, we may lose our lives. What are those outside doing? Hurry and rescue us. Help! Can anyone hear us? Classmates, we cannot remain idle. Since we cannot rely on those outside, let us shatter this barrier ourselves and escape." Fireball spell. Explosive flame spell. Indeed, relying on others is insufficient. We must depend on ourselves for salvation. Cyclone slash strike. Ice arrow. Barrage of arrows. I am a necromancer. Could someone please die for a moment? I shall borrow your corpse for a while. I promise to return it later. The trapped classmates began casting spells in a fervent attempt to break the barrier. Countless incantations illuminated the darkened space in a riot of colors. Yet these spells, despite their brilliance, failed to stir the inky barrier in the slightest. Fellow classmates, let us refrain from indiscriminate assaults. Instead, let us concentrate our efforts on a singular point. Once we breach an exit, we shall find our escape. All students began to direct their attacks towards the same area. Truly, the esteemed Magic City University lives up to its reputation as a premier institution, with students exhibiting remarkable responsiveness and adaptability. Chun Hui brandished two colossal swords, charging forth with great enthusiasm. "Behold as I shatter this small glass dome." Bai Ningning was also eager to join the fray, but was halted by Gu Chen. "Do not waste your strength. It is futile. If the barrier could be so easily shattered, it would hardly be worthy of the name barrier. Then what should we do?" Gu Chen pondered this dilemma. Is it possible to dismantle the barrier with consecutive second awakening skills? While my damage output may be somewhat diminished, my array of skills is extensive. However, should I resort to such measures, my identity would inevitably be revealed. It must be avoided unless absolutely necessary. Gu Chen stated calmly. "Let us wait for rescue. Those outside are surely devising a means to assist us." "Indeed," Bai Ningning replied, gripping Gu Chen's hand even tighter. Several minutes later, a resounding crack and a rumble echoed through the air. The two dormitory buildings succumbed to the pressure of the barrier, collapsing into ruins. A thick cloud of dust enveloped the entirety of the secret realm. Many students began to cough from the choking haze. Yet, the inky black barrier remained as smooth as ever, seemingly unscathed. Numerous mages had exhausted their magical energy and ceased their attacks, with only sporadic spells striking the barrier. The remaining attackers were predominantly martial practitioners, yet their stamina was evidently waning. Each strike appeared increasingly feeble. Their exhaustion was not solely physical, but also deeply psychological. A sense of despair overwhelmed them. We cannot make a dent. It is utterly futile. After bombarding the same area for over 10 minutes, the barrier has suffered not a scratch. What is the point? I concede. It is clear that we are but a collective of level 20 practitioners. How could we possibly shatter a barrier capable of withstanding war? We truly overestimated ourselves. I surrender. Let fate decide. Teacher, principal, I relinquish my assessment. Please, let me out. I would rather fail than perish. Fool, I have already stated that this is not an assessment. Cease your lamentations. Wah, I do not wish to die. What on earth are those outside doing? It has been so long. Why have they not rescued us? Despairing cries and sobs echoed from the majority of students. At that moment, everyone had surrendered their resistance. The illuminating spells had diminished, plunging them once more into darkness. In that obscurity, they were inexorably pushed toward the central area by the shrinking barrier, drawing closer to the portal that radiated a blue glow yet remained firmly sealed. Why is the entrance to the secret realm still secured by the chains of confinement? If the realm were unbound, we could seek refuge within its depths. Now, it feels as though all hope is extinguished. Ha ha ha. At that moment, a sinister laugh unexpectedly emanated from the portal. Suddenly, a goblin burst forth, laden with a basket brimming with explosives, clutching 2 bombs in its hands. This unforeseen occurrence instantly heightened the vigilance of all present. Is this a goblin demolitions expert? How did it emerge from the secret realm? Before anyone could process the situation, more goblin demolitionists surged from the portal. Once the goblins could no longer fit, they began unloading basket after basket of explosives, swiftly creating a small mountain of bombs. This only served to exacerbate the already cramped confines of the barrier. Goodness, what are these little creatures doing here at such a critical moment? I shall not hesitate to eliminate them. Everyone, refrain from hasty actions. The space is far too constricted. If so many bombs detonate simultaneously, we shall all perish. Spellcasting classes, hold your fire. Let the physical fighters handle them. Easier said than done. We physical fighters can barely wield our weapons in this melee. There is simply no room to strike. What on earth is happening? Are we truly destined to perish here? Oh, divine beings, save us. We do not wish to meet our end. Jesus, Buddha, Allah, any deity will do. Please, grant us salvation. Guchon observed this scene with a sense of deja vu. Were these the very explosives from the hellish secret realm? Now they have all been transported here. Could it be that these goblins are orchestrating this assault? And who is behind this barrier? Ha ha ha. Before Guchon could fully comprehend the situation, a goblin demolitionist emitted another chilling laugh, then struck a flint to ignite the bombs behind it. Chapter 83, The Guardian of the Winged Angel. Everyone is saved. A goblin demolitionist stood atop a mound of explosives, igniting the bomb in his hands. Soon after, other goblin demolitionists followed suit, lighting their own explosives. The faint glimmer of the fuses resembled a countdown to the demise of these students. With dozens of tons of explosives, the detonation of even a single bomb would inevitably trigger a catastrophic chain reaction. In such a confined space, everyone would be obliterated in an instant, with no chance of survival. The damage far exceeded what even seasoned practitioners of over level 20 could endure. Despair echoed among them once more. It was over. We are doomed. We are fated to die, either crushed by the barrier or blown apart by the bombs. Either way, death is certain. At least perishing in an explosion seems more merciful. Where are the water mages? Hurry, extinguish the fuses. Damn it, I'm out of mana. I exhausted it all while attacking the barrier, and I've drained my mana potions as well. Now, I can't summon even a drop of water. For heaven's sake, are we, the elite, destined to await our demise? Chu Jiahao exclaimed, I don't want to die. I still have so many girls I haven't enjoyed yet. Oh God, please save us. Yet, the countdown of life reached its conclusion, and the fuses were ultimately consumed. Cackling, the goblins declared, "Die!" At that moment, a radiant light illuminated the entire space. Suddenly, an angel, adorned with white feathered wings and pristine skin, crowned with a golden halo and exuding a divine glow, descended within the barrier. Many students gasped in awe. Is this an angel? So beautiful. Is she here to take us to heaven? If all the angels in heaven are as lovely as her, perhaps death is not so terrible after all. This was the manifestation of the second awakening skill of the Holy Knight, recently acquired by Gu Chen, the Guardian of the Winged Angel. Guardian of the Winged Angel summons a manifestation of the Winged Angel to protect all allied units within range. Grants a temporary invulnerability shield that can withstand any damage for 10 seconds. Although the Guardian of the Winged Angel has a limited range, the barrier had contracted to a very small space, with all students gathered in the clearing at the entrance of the secret realm. The skill was capable of enveloping all the students. With a graceful sweep of her wings, the angel released countless stars that fell like rain upon each student. Instantly, a transparent shield of holy light enveloped them. Simultaneously, a thunderous explosion erupted within the barrier. The divine light intertwined with the fiery blaze, transforming the pitch-black barrier into a realm of daylight. Dozens of tons of explosives detonated simultaneously, reducing the collapsing structures within the barrier to mere dust. Yet, the immense explosion inflicted no harm upon the students. Ineffectual, ineffectual, ineffectual. A series of ineffective messages floated above their heads. Remarkably, everyone remained unscathed. The protective shield bestowed by the celestial guardians had safeguarded all the students, filtering even the deafening blast from their surroundings. Moments later, the angel vanished in a flash, leaving no trace behind. In disbelief, the students exchanged glances, exclaiming, "We survived?" It seems so. Was it the angel's barrier that shielded us? Indeed, it was the divine intervention that saved us. We are all alive. Hooray! A miracle, truly a miracle. Surely my prayers were answered. The angel must have descended in response. However, let us not rejoice too soon. We are not yet out of danger. Although we have evaded the explosion, the barrier continues to contract. Do not speak such disheartening words. A miracle has occurred, and those outside will surely rescue us. Guchon felt a sense of satisfaction with this ability. The second awakening skill lived up to its reputation. Its effect was indeed extraordinary. One skill had saved over 1,000 lives. I truly am a hero of righteousness. The immense shockwave within the barrier was visible to those outside, causing the black sphere to quiver noticeably. The vice principal anxiously inquired, "What is happening? Why does it seem like there was an explosion inside the barrier? When will it be lifted?" Several elite barrier masters replied, "We are almost there." By this time, a crowd had gathered outside the barrier, comprising teachers, parents, and a multitude of media reporters, along with police officers maintaining order. First-year students from the nation's top university were trapped in a deadly barrier. This was indeed big news. If these children were to perish within, it would send shockwaves across the globe. Half an hour had already passed since the elite barrier masters began their attempts to dismantle the barrier. Everyone awaited the moment the seal would be broken. The barrier master shouted in excitement, "It's undone." About half a minute later, the barrier finally dissipated. The pitch-black sphere gradually dimmed and ultimately vanished. With a thunderous roar, the shattering debris of buildings, accompanied by a cloud of dust, scattered across the ground. As the dust settled, students, covered in grime but unharmed, came into view. Are we saved? Has the barrier been lifted? The rescue teams rushed forward, only to discover that the students were largely uninjured. Even those with minor wounds appeared merely dirty. The vice principal and class teachers hurried to assess the students' conditions and account for their numbers. After the count, they were relieved to find that none were missing. All had survived. The vice principal, overwhelmed with gratitude, grasped the hand of the elite barrier master, expressing, "Thank you. Had you not arrived in time, we cannot fathom what might have transpired. We are immensely grateful. It is our duty to ensure the students' safety," came the humble response. "We must thoroughly investigate the unexpected incident concerning the barrier." At that moment, a student happened to pass by and overheard the conversation between the two, exclaiming, "It's not that simple." The vice principal inquired, "Oh, is there something more?" The student recounted everything that had transpired within the barrier. The vice principal was left astounded by the revelation. "Are you stating that all of this is true?" "Of course it is. If you doubt me, feel free to ask others." The vice principal then questioned several classmates, and their responses were nearly unanimous. He fell into deep contemplation. The gnome, the bomb, and the unforeseen activation of the barrier. These three occurrences could not merely be a coincidence, but rather a grand conspiracy. Yet, what of the angel who saved all the students? Could divine beings truly exist? Such matters are beyond my purview. It is best to report this to the investigators of the secret realm for further inquiry. Gazing at the desolate ruins before him, the vice principal pondered. My immediate concern should be how to comfort the students and rebuild their dormitory. Chapter 84. Journey to the Spider Cave. Following the rescue of the students, both the school and the government exerted their utmost efforts to reassure the traumatized students, providing them with temporary shelter and round-the-clock protection. They promptly contacted several elite realm investigators to delve into the matter. Gu Chen, though aware that there was something amiss, suspected that the mysterious organization was once again meddling. However, he did not intend to investigate the affair himself, as he was merely a junior realm investigator without the authority to probe major cases. Since the government had entrusted the investigation to elite investigators, they would undoubtedly uncover some clues. After all, those who ascended to the rank of elite investigator were not to be underestimated. At this moment, Bai Ningning and Guchon were both covered in dust and dirt. Glancing at each other's disheveled appearances, they burst into laughter. Ha ha ha. Guchon, you truly look like a country bumpkin. You resemble a village girl even more. Yet, after their laughter subsided, Bai Ningning expressed her concern, saying, Guchon, perhaps you should leave Magic City as soon as possible. I have an uneasy feeling about your safety here. If I hadn't come to Magic City, you might have perished by now. Guchon replied nonchalantly. It's fine. We've been saved, after all. Such occurrences cannot happen repeatedly. What I mean is, you should leave Magic City before Chu Jiahao causes you trouble. Right now, everyone has just escaped death and lacks the leisure to focus on other matters. This is the perfect opportunity for you to depart. An A-class practitioner? Why should I fear him? Rest assured, he cannot harm you. However, his family is not to be trifled with. Furthermore, Chu Jiahao has an elder brother who is a senior at Magic City University. His brother possesses remarkable strength and is a member of the school team, frequently representing the university in competitions. Hence, Chu Jiahao dares to act so recklessly in school. A member of the school team? What is his brother's talent? His brother has awakened the hidden profession of Sword Saint with an SS-level talent. It is a profession with a diverse array of offensive capabilities, and he is currently at level 48. Even if you can defeat Chu Jiahao, you would certainly not stand a chance against his brother. A Sword Saint? How intriguing. Moreover, he possesses a level 45 legendary weapon, the Thunderfire Sword, crafted at great expense by the Chu family. It is a legendary weapon that harnesses both lightning and fire, significantly enhancing his attack capabilities. Ordinary strikes carry 2 different elemental damages, making it exceedingly difficult for enemies to withstand. If you injure Chu Jiahao, his brother will undoubtedly seek retribution. You should leave quickly. The Thunderfire Sword. A legendary sword. What I currently lack is precisely a sword. My flying sword for aerial travel is merely a level 10 iron sword. It's utterly embarrassing. If I could acquire that Thunderfire Sword and use a legendary sword for flight, I would certainly be the center of attention. Bai Ningning gazed at Gu Chen with a somewhat avaricious look and inquired, Hey, Gu Chen, are you actually listening to me? I am listening. Since his brother possesses such splendid treasures, I certainly shall not leave. Bai Ningning appeared to have misheard. Why won't you leave? His brother is quite formidable. Fear not. I shall depart. I am off to a hotel for a shower. I feel utterly filthy. Would you care to join me? I could give you a back scrub. Absolutely not, you rogue. If she won't go, then I shall. You help me with a back scrub. Scram. Scram. You're everywhere. Go rub against a tree. At that moment, a few of Bai Ningning's bodyguards approached, stating, Miss Bai, we have secured an exceptionally safe room for you. Please follow us. Aware that she could not escape their grasp, Bai Ningning simply waved goodbye to Guchon, saying, Guchon, I'm off now. You must be careful. Rest assured. I'll be fine. After Bai Ningning departed, Guchon and Chun Hui proceeded to a hotel for a shower. After their bath, it was nearly noon, and they had a light meal. Due to the destruction of Chun Hui's dormitory, all of his belongings needed to be repurchased, prompting the two to part ways. In the afternoon, Guchon arrived at the second secret realm under the jurisdiction of Magic City University, known as the Spider Cavern. This was a level 25 to 30 secret realm, where Gu Chen could still gain experience by defeating monsters. However, upon reaching the entrance, he was halted by the realm's gatekeeper. "Hey, where's your student ID? I am not a student here. Due to a recent incident in the school's secret realm, no non-students are permitted entry. Please leave." It seems the school has indeed heightened its defenses against external professionals. Gu Chen retrieved his secret realm investigator's badge from his pocket. "I am here as an investigator for this incident." I recall this incident has been classified as a major event, and only senior investigators are qualified to investigate, correct? Indeed, but senior investigators are assigned to the Goblin Cave's secret realm. Due to a lack of personnel, we junior investigators have been tasked with examining other realms. Oh, understood. Please, go ahead. Guchon successfully entered the secret realm, leveraging his identity as an investigator. The Spider Cavern was not significantly more spacious than the Goblin Cave, yet its terrain was even more intricate. The cavern's passages crisscrossed and were laden with sticky spider webs. With every few steps, the annoying webs would cling to his body. Guchon, brushing off the webs from his face, grumbled, "Damn it, this shower was a waste. Summon the giant bear." Guchon called forth the giant bear and commanded, "Go ahead, clear the path, and remove all the webs." The giant bear, albeit reluctantly, complied. Not far along, a rustling sound of footsteps echoed from above Guchon. As Guchon lifted his gaze, he beheld a colossal spider swiftly descending from the aperture above. Venomous spider, level 30, health points 14,000, attack power 500, poison damage 200, defense 350, magic defense 350, skills, web shot. Aimed at the target, it launches a web to ensnare them, rendering them immobile. Venomous fong, fires a venomous fong to strike the enemy. Web binding, continuously emits silk to completely bind targets that have lost their mobility or are in a paralyzed state, rendering them utterly incapacitated. Note, fire-based skills effectively counteract the web's binding. Passive skill, normal attacks inflict additional poison damage, with the toxin effect lasting for 5 seconds and capable of stacking up to 5 layers. When the toxin reaches 5 layers, the target will enter a state of paralysis for 2 seconds. This diminutive spider possesses considerable strength. A solitary venture into this secret realm could easily result in becoming its next meal. Yet, I shall not falter. Chapter 85, Vanquishing the Spider Queen. The venomous spider descended from above, its rear end raised as it unleashed a torrent of silk. With a swift leap, Guchon deftly evaded the attack. In this narrow cavern, evasion proved to be a formidable challenge. Lightning arrow, ice spike, fireball, flame burst. He unleashed a barrage of spells. Boom, boom, boom. Each spell struck its mark. The venomous spider's health plummeted to 1300, 1420, 2490. In an instant, the creature was obliterated. The venomous spider has perished, gaining 3,000 experience points, acquiring 1 venomous fong, and receiving a toxic resistance leggings skill. Toxic resistance leggings, silver quality, LV 30. Silver quality gear. Utterly worthless. Guchon promptly stashed it away in his backpack. Continuing onward, he soon encountered several more venomous spiders emerging from all directions. The spiders employed the same tactics. First, they shot webs, then they scuttled towards Guchon to attack. Blink. Guchon used the blink skill to evade the webbing, but upon landing, he felt a soft object beneath his feet. Looking down, he discovered a swollen spider egg sac. But in the next moment, with a pop, the sac imploded, releasing a swarm of tiny spiders that instantly swarmed up Guchon's shins, biting frantically. Spider hatchling, health 1, attack 1, defense 1, magic defense 1, poison damage 50. Maximum poison stacking 5 layers. Guchon's health plummeted to 1. Poisoned, health at 50. Poisoned to 2 layers, health at 100. Poisoned to 5 layers, health at 250. With a flurry of slaps, Guchon dispatched the repugnant little creatures. Spider hatchling perished, gaining 1 experience point. Spider hatchling perished, gaining 1 experience point. At that moment, several larger spiders raised their sharp forelegs and launched a surprise attack from behind. Attempting to ambush me? How naive. Soul-devouring ceiling slash. Soul-devouring ceiling slash. Berserker level 45 skill, condensing vitality to draw enemies closer, delivering a lethal strike that inflicts 5,000 damage. Each second of charge increases the damage by 500, up to a maximum of 5 seconds. Gu Chen raised his hand, conjuring a blood-red vortex before him. The larger spiders, having just charged in, found themselves ensnared, unable to move. Gu Chen charged to maximum power, unleashing the mightiest blow. The spiders were instantly cleaved into multiple segments by the devastating strike. The venomous spider has perished, gaining 3,000 experience points, acquiring 1 venomous fawn. The venomous spider has perished, gaining 3,000 experience points. Purification. Gu Chen picked up the spoils of victory and subsequently employed a purification spell to rid himself of the lingering effects of poison. It was only then that he noticed the ground and walls were teeming with spider egg sacs, which posed a risk of accidental contact. Each egg sac contained numerous repugnant little spiders, although they possessed merely 1 point of health and perished upon the slightest touch. Their sheer numbers could swiftly accumulate a 5-layered poisoning effect, which was indeed rather nauseating. Was there a way to swiftly eliminate these minuscule arachnids while expending minimal resources? Gu Chen swiftly searched through his skill repository. Suddenly, he stumbled upon an exceptional skill that not only could effectively eradicate the spiderlings, but was also a bane to the entire spider lair. He decided to employ it, the Flame Aura. Flame Aura, a level 30 skill of the Aura Knight, inflicting 300 points of fire damage per second to enemies within a 10-meter radius. A reddish-brown flame aura materialized beneath Gu Chen's feet, unleashing fiery devastation upon all surrounding targets every second. Boom! Several spider egg sacs ignited in an instant. The little spiders, startled, scurried out in panic. But in the next moment, another wave of fire surged forth, instantly reducing them to ashes. Moreover, the surrounding webs were consumed by flames as well. Finally, he no longer had to worry about those bothersome webs obstructing his path. A single skill had impeccably resolved all his predicaments. It required no mana and did not necessitate active casting. The skills of the Aura Knight, such as by Ningning's, were indeed a blessing in terms of convenience. Since webs were vulnerable to fire, would the web-shooting ability of the venomous spiders be rendered ineffective? He would test that shortly. Gu Chen pressed onward. Before long, he encountered several more venomous spiders. They raised their abdomens and spat webs at Gu Chen, yet this time he made no attempt to evade. The nets ensnared him entirely. But in the next second, those webs spontaneously ignited. Sizzle! Gu Chen hurriedly extinguished the flames on his body. Damn, that was close. While the fire skill effectively countered the web's binding, it was important to note that the webs burned on his own body as well. Unless absolutely necessary, it was best to avoid setting oneself ablaze. Chain lightning, blizzard, fire rain. Gu Chen dispatched the remaining spiders and continued his journey. Progressing through such cavernous realms was exceedingly slow. With a lack of broad visibility, he could only clear one passage at a time until he reached the innermost depths of the lair to confront the boss. For ordinary adventurers, this pace was typical for dungeon runs, but for Gu Chen, it felt like a squandering of life. It was simply too slow. Slaying one minor creature at a time. When would he ever find the boss? No, he could not afford to waste more time. Were there any teleportation skills that could help him save a bit of time? Gu Chen once again perused his skill library. Random teleportation. Teleport to any location within a 10-kilometer radius. Cooldown time, 10 seconds. The art of random teleportation. This skill appears to be worth a try. For an ordinary practitioner, it could very well be a fatal maneuver, should one find themselves teleported amidst a horde of monsters or beside a formidable boss. The outcome would undoubtedly be dire. Yet, it is precisely into the fray of monsters that I desire to be transported. To land in the territory of a boss would be the epitome of perfection. Thus, I shall employ it. Random teleportation. Whoosh. Gu Chen's figure vanished instantaneously from its original position. In the next moment, he materialized in an entirely new realm. A novel species of spider emerged before Gu Chen's eyes. This spider was adorned with long, coarse hairs, each as thick as a pinky finger, resembling steel rods, both unyielding and razor-sharp. Steel hair spider. LV. 30 health 15. 000 attack 600 defense, 400 magic defense, 400. Passive skill, steel hair protection. When the steel hair spider sustains physical damage, there is a 50 chance that the attacker will be pierced by its steel hairs, suffering 500 points of physical damage. Why must you grow such unsightly hairs? Couldn't you have chosen something less grotesque? You filthy creature. Stay back, and perish from my sight. Blazing Inferno. Boom. A massive blaze erupted beneath the steel hair spider. Under the searing heat of the flames, its hardened steel hairs began to curl, resembling a flamboyant hairstyle. Steel hair spider slain. Gained 3,000 experience points. Steel hair spider slain. Gained 3,000 experience points. After vanquishing these spiders, Gu Chen once again utilized the random teleportation technique. Whoosh! He arrived in yet another new area, where he encountered a different species of spider. Wolf spider. LV. 30 health 15,000 attack 600 poison damage 250 defense 400 magic defense 400. The wolf spider does not spin webs, yet it moves swiftly across the ground and possesses potent venom. The wolf spiders charged at Guchon upon spotting him. Their 8 legs whirred like miniature motors, propelling them towards him. Ice ring technique. A chilling aura erupted around Guchon, instantly encasing the wolf spiders in ice. Firestorm. In a cataclysmic clash of ice and fire, the wolf spiders were swiftly annihilated. Wolf spider slain. Gained 3,000 experience points. Wolf spider slain. Gained 3,000 experience points. Random teleportation. Whirlwind of destruction. Random teleportation. Earth-shattering cleave. Guchon continued to wield the random teleportation skill, swiftly traversing the secret realm and reaping wave after wave of lesser monsters. Yet, he remained unable to locate the boss. Random teleportation. To my surprise, this boss is rather elusive. Should I find you, I shall. Just then, a cool, aloof female voice drifted from behind Guchon. Oh, what do you intend to do with me? Guchon turned his head and beheld a slender, enchanting female spider spirit, precisely the boss he had been desperately seeking. Spider Queen Alethis. LV. 30 health 600, 000 physical attack 1. 000 magic attack 1, 000 physical defense, 500 magic defense 600. Skills, summon spider swarm, venomous stings. Summon exploding spiders, neurotoxin, cocoon. Guchon remarked nonchalantly, your attributes and skills are rather unimpressive. How about I eliminate you? Alethis, far from being angered, provocatively responded. Calling me weak, are you? Such bravado from a mere child. Come, strike at your elder. You invited me to attack, didn't you? Humph. Do you truly believe a child like you could vanquish me? Come now, give it your best shot. All right then. Prepare to face my awakened 5 strikes. Boom, 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 boom. Countless terrifying magical blasts rained upon Alethis. After a brief moment, only the upper half of Alethis remained as she staggered backward in terror. Oh, you're not dead? It seems a few of my attacks failed to deliver critical damage. What a blunder. Guchon approached, intent on claiming her spider head. In a state of panic, Alethis exclaimed, Who are you? Why did you unleash 5 awakened skills in succession? You lack honor. Why come to a lower-tier secret realm to bully the weak? Oh, so you are aware of your own shortcomings. But as for my identity, you lack the privilege to know. Thunderstorm. With that, Alethis' body was obliterated in an instant. Chapter 86. The Guild Promotion Tournament? Once again, a hellish challenge. Guchon inspected the spoils dropped by the boss. Received the Spider Queen's Crown. Spider Venomous Armor. Spider Queen's Crown. Level 30, Diamond Quality, Strength 30, Agility 30, normal attacks can inflict an additional 300 points of poison damage, with a maximum of 5 layers of poison effect. Spider Venomous Armor. Level 30, Gold Quality. Acquired Skill Books. Summon Spider Demon, Poison Dagger. The rewards are quite satisfactory. Guchon glanced at his experience bar, noting he was at 50 towards leveling up. Then, he decided to grind a few more times until he reached the next level. Guchon resumed his endeavors within the Spider Cave's secret realm. Although the underground terrain was intricate, its expanse was relatively modest. After utilizing the teleportation spell several times, he had a significantly high chance of being transported to the boss's chamber. Meanwhile, on the other side, Yi Qiangwei exclaimed with great excitement, Yay! Our guild has finally surpassed 100 members. This is fantastic. Yi Wei joyfully chimed in. Yes, yes. It's wonderful, sister. Our guild is gradually growing stronger. This was largely thanks to Guchon. Had he not persevered during the last hellish challenge and aided them in completing the arduous secret realm task, their guild's reputation would not have soared, attracting so many new members so swiftly. Indeed, for a 3-person guild to conquer the hellish promotion trial is nothing short of miraculous. Let us continue to strive and fortify our guild. With renewed confidence, the two sisters were brimming with determination. Just then, a notification suddenly echoed in Yi Qiangwei's mind. Ding! Your guild has met the criteria for promotion. Please carefully consider whether to upgrade the guild. Yi Qiangwei was taken aback, promptly accessing the guild page to check the guild's experience progress. Experience needed for guild promotion, 200, 000, 200, 000. The guild has reached the promotion standard. Eligible to upgrade from level 3 to level 4. What? The guild can be upgraded again? It's only been a few days. Moreover, most of the members joined just recently and have contributed little. Who has been racking up contributions? Yi Qiangwei hurriedly examined the guild contribution rankings. First place, Guchon, contribution 188, 348. Second place, Yi Qiangwei, contribution 2, 318. Third place, Yi Yuwei, contribution 960. Fourth place. Upon seeing Gu Chen's contribution, Yi Qiangwei could hardly believe her eyes. How much? He single-handedly contributed 188, 000. How is that even possible? Is there a glitch in the AI algorithm? Yi Yuwei was equally astonished by Gu Chen's performance, yet she managed to remain composed. Sister, do you remember how Gu Chen's contribution was also astonishing during the last guild upgrade? Perhaps it's not a malfunction in the algorithm, but rather, Guchon is simply that formidable. Yet, this seems too incredible to be true. Even the most skilled experts could hardly achieve such an astonishing level of contribution, could they? Yi Yuwei suddenly entertained a bold conjecture. Sister, could it be that Guchon is a concealed powerhouse? A concealed powerhouse? Isn't he unemployed? Indeed, he is without a profession. Yet all the information we have on Guchon is shrouded in mystery. Might he be deliberately concealing his information from us? Are you suggesting that Guchon is actually quite formidable? In contrast to Yi Qiangwei's brash demeanor, Yi Yuwei possessed a calm disposition, allowing her to reflect more deeply on the matter. I firmly believe that Guchon has indeed hidden his true capabilities. Under normal circumstances, who could achieve such a terrifying level of contribution in such a short span of time? Even a formidable character at level 70 or 80 might struggle to reach such heights. Thus, Guchon is either a concealed powerhouse or possesses an exceptional strength as an unemployed individual, certainly not the useless person that others perceive him to be. After hearing her sister's analysis, Yi Qiangwei couldn't help but gasp in surprise. You might be onto something. So what shall we do? Pretend we are unaware? Guchon doesn't seem to be a malicious person, since he harbors no ill intent towards us and significantly contributes to the guild's development. Feigning ignorance may be the best way to maintain our relationship. That makes sense. Although Yi Qiangwei held the position of leader, she relied heavily on her sister's judgment for both major and minor guild matters. Should we upgrade the guild now? Let us first consult Gu Chen. If he agrees to the upgrade now, it would indicate his absolute confidence in completing the advancement task, a true hidden powerhouse. We would also have the opportunity to witness his true strength. If he declines the upgrade, it would suggest that he is not a powerhouse, merely an unemployed individual with slightly enhanced abilities. That sounds reasonable. I will contact Gu Chen immediately. Yi Qiangwei promptly sent a message to Gu Chen. Gu Chen, our guild is now eligible for an upgrade. Should we proceed with the upgrade now, or wait until the guild has grown even stronger? Oh, we can upgrade again? So soon? If we can upgrade, then of course we should do it now. After all, the sooner we upgrade, the sooner we enjoy the benefits. All right then, I shall initiate the upgrade. With 90 of the contribution coming from you, are you still pretending to be oblivious? Go ahead and keep up the act. Go ahead. Gu Chen truly had not been paying attention to the guild's dynamics, as this guild was not his own. There was no need for him to be overly concerned. Yi Qiangwei did not seek the opinions of others in the guild and directly opted for the upgrade. The Rose Guild has chosen to upgrade, and the advancement task is being assigned. Last time, I drew a hellish difficulty advancement task. Surely this time I will draw something simpler? Ding! Task assignment successful. The advancement task for the Rose Guild is to repel the invasion of the insect race, with a secret realm difficulty of hellish level. Secret realm level, 39. The secret realm shall open in 30 minutes. All guild members are advised to prepare. The conditions for task completion: successfully fend off the invasion of the insect horde within 30 minutes, or eliminate the insect matriarch beforehand. Yi Qiangwei was momentarily taken aback. What is this? Another hellish difficulty advancement task? Is fate conspiring to send me to hell? Not only was Yi Qiangwei stunned, but all members of the guild were equally bewildered. The guild chat erupted in a frenzy. What is happening? A hellish difficulty advancement match? Are we joking? I recall that the last advancement task for this guild was also of hellish difficulty. Why are we facing yet another? What kind of ill fortune does our guild leader possess? Is this a deliberate path to damnation? Should we consider withdrawing from the guild? Let us see what the guild leader has to say. If no satisfactory solution is presented, we may have no choice but to leave. I certainly do not wish to descend into hell this early. Where is the guild leader? Come forth and speak. At this moment, Yi Qiangwei was utterly at a loss. Her mind clouded with dread. What to do? What to do? Hellish difficulty. Why is my luck so abysmal? Have my hands been cursed? Are all my guild members about to withdraw, leaving me to start anew? I dread the thought of beginning from scratch. Yi Yue said, Sister, do not panic. We still have Gu Chen. He should be able to help us overcome this challenge. Hopefully. At this moment, the two sisters could only rely on Gu Chen's support. Chapter 87. The sense of oppression you desire. Yi Qiangwei immediately reached out to Gu Chen. Gu Chen, this is yet another task of hellish difficulty. What shall we do? The members are once again clamoring to withdraw from the guild. Can you assist me? Gu Chen replied with calm assurance. Do not fret. Simply inform them that a prominent figure will be assisting with the task, ensuring a 100% success rate. This will allow everyone to enter the secret realm with peace of mind. Upon hearing Gu Chen's nonchalant words, Yi Qiangwei concluded that he must indeed be a concealed powerhouse. She tentatively inquired, Is this esteemed figure you speak of yourself? Gu Chen refrained from answering, his meaning clear. Some truths are better left unspoken. Although he had previously evaded scrutiny during the last advancement task by citing the fewer participants leading to fewer monsters, he pondered what excuse he would concoct this time. Surely he could not allow the entire membership to withdraw again. Even if others chose to leave, Yi Qiangwei, as the president, could not simply abandon ship. If she were to enter alongside them, her presence would inevitably give away his secret. His prowess would inevitably be discerned by those who frequently interacted with him. Thus Guchon was reluctant to fabricate further excuses. Only by maintaining silence on the truth could they foster a lasting relationship. Seeing Gu Chun's reticence, Yi Qiangwei grasped his intent and ceased her inquiries. Subsequently, she addressed the guild in the public channel. Please do not worry. Our upcoming hellish difficulty secret realm will have a prominent figure assisting us. We are guaranteed success, so there is no need for concern. A prominent figure? Is it the one whose information is entirely obscured? Wow, this person truly is extraordinary. Their contribution alone is a staggering 188,000. It is as if they are single-handedly propelling the entire guild forward. Such strength is undeniably impressive. Suddenly, an idea struck Yi Qiangwei. Of course, since everyone is unable to see any information about Guchon, why not craft an image of him as the enigmatic powerhouse of the guild? This will surely placate any unrest among the members. Indeed, I am quite clever, Yi Qiangwei proclaimed. Indeed, he is our guild's mysterious powerhouse. During our previous predicament when only 3 of us remained, it was this very individual who single-handedly accomplished the hell-level task. So, you need not worry. We can entrust everything to this esteemed figure. With such a powerhouse assisting us, we can rest easy. Let us await our guild's ascension to level 4. Meanwhile, after severing the head of Illis, Guchon began preparing for the guild's advancement task. The insect invasion secret realm task would likely involve waves of insectoid attacks against the guild's barrier. The strength of level 39 wild monsters is, to be frank, quite challenging to confront with mere ordinary skills. However, utilizing awakened skills would create too much commotion. Thus, it seemed wiser to adopt a summoning strategy. Summon the corpse demon. Summon the skeletal warriors. Summon the skeletal archers. With a series of explosive sounds, Gu Chen transformed all the corpses within the spider lair into his skeletal soldiers. Random teleportation. After the area was cleared of corpses, Gu Chen transported himself to a new realm, continuing his slaughter and summoning. The 30-minute preparation period swiftly came to an end. Gu Chen successfully assembled his legion of the undead, comprising 75 skeleton warriors, 57 skeletal archers, and 1 corpse demon. Disguising himself as an elderly man, he subsequently teleported into the secret realm. At this moment, all members of the guild had gathered within the secret realm, arranged in formation. ready to fend off the impending invasion of the insectoid horde. Yi Qiangwei commanded, "Although our esteemed leader can slay the majority of the swarm, there will inevitably be some that slip through the cracks. Our mission is to eliminate these stragglers and safeguard our guild's barrier. Is everyone clear?" "Understood." Suddenly, a portal opened at the forefront of the group. Moments later, an elderly figure emerged from within. Upon seeing this elder, the crowd began to murmur, "Is this the esteemed leader of our guild? Apart from his age, he seems rather unassuming." Indeed, other leaders exude an immediate sense of authority. Yet this one appears entirely approachable. Could it be that he possesses a humble demeanor? But in the blink of an eye, a multitude of skeleton warriors surged forth from the portal, swiftly aligning themselves into 2 rows. The number of members in the Qiangwei Guild had just surpassed 100, while Gu Chen's skeletal army totaled 132, outnumbering the guild by 30. The appearance of the skeletal legion left the crowd in astonishment. Good heavens! The esteemed leader is actually a necromancer. No wonder he possesses the ability to take on 100 foes single-handedly. I counted. Our leader commands 75 skeletal warriors and 57 skeletal archers. Judging by the numbers, he must be at least a level 75 necromancer. How could our humble level 3 guild possibly attract a necromancer of such caliber? Who said the leader lacks an imposing presence? The moment the undead army emerged, the atmosphere became palpably intense. We are assured of triumph in this hellish difficulty task. Yi Qiangwei and her sister Yi Yue exchanged glances, realizing Gu Chen might indeed be a formidable figure, but they never anticipated he would be a necromancer of level 75 or higher. To be honest, they felt their modest level 3 guild was somewhat unworthy of such an esteemed member. "Sister, what do you think attracted Gu Chen to our guild? Surely it can't be my looks?" "I have no idea." At that moment, a notification resonated in everyone's minds. "The enemy will arrive on the battlefield in 30 seconds. Please prepare for combat." Soon, a cloud of dust accompanied by chaotic footsteps and distant roars swept in from afar. Although Gu Chen's skeletons stood guard at the forefront, most members were facing hellish creatures for the first time and couldn't help but feel anxious. "They are coming. They are coming." Gu Chen used his reconnaissance skill from a distance to assess the attributes of the approaching monsters. A terrifying horde of extraterrestrial insects surged towards us. Insectoid self-destructors, level 39, health 10, 000, attack power 1, 000, defense 100, magic defense 100, skills, charge, self-destruct. Insectoid rippers, level 39, health 40, 000, attack power 1, 500, defense 450, magic defense 400, skills, tear, thrust, sweep. Insectoid devourers, level 39, health 45, 000, attack power 1, 600, defense 500, magic defense 400, skills, devour, burrow, earth-shattering devour. Swarm guardians, level 39, health 50, 000, attack power 1, 200, defense 60, magic defense 600, skills, guardian aura, resilient barrier. With a commanding gesture, Guchon instructed the skeletal legion, advance, all forces. Chapter 88, withstanding the swarm's assault. The entire army charges forth. The skeletal soldiers, undaunted, arranged themselves and surged towards the horde of insects. Over 100 skeletal warriors collided with hundreds of the insectoid army in an instant, plunging the battlefield into chaos. The skeletal soldiers swung their bone blades at the vile creatures, while the skeletal archers drew their bows in the rear, unleashing a torrent of arrows. The insectoid ravager's health plummeted from 8,400 to 9,400. Rending, sweeping. The ravager swung its scythe like forelum, striking fiercely upon the bones of the skeletal warriors. The skeletal soldiers suffered damage, their health dwindling to 1. The insectoid self-destructors curled into a ball, rolling beneath the skeletal soldiers, gnawing incessantly at their fibulae with their sharp teeth. The skeletal warriors retaliated, plunging their bone blades into the creatures. The insectoid self-destructor's health dropped from 8,900 to 9,900, leading to its demise. With a painful shriek, the self-destructor detonated, the enormous explosion obliterating its corpse into fragments, splattering green slime everywhere, inflicting 1 point of damage to the surrounding skeletal soldiers. Meanwhile, the insectoid devourer gaped its abyss-like maw, consuming one skeletal soldier after another. Yet, within mere seconds, The skeletal warriors retaliated, carving their way out from within the devourer's belly. The insectoid guardian, serving primarily as a supportive role, provided defense and shielding to the other insectoids, posing no threat to the skeletal legion whatsoever. Insectoid self-destructor killed, gained 1,500 experience points. Insectoid ravager killed, gained 6,000 experience points. Insectoid devourer killed, gained 6,000 experience points. Insectoid guardian killed, gained 6,000 experience points. A flurry of kill notifications rapidly echoed within Gu Chen's mind. The thrill of defeating foes beyond his level was exhilarating. Experience points surged rapidly. Therefore, he resolved to eradicate every last one of these minor adversaries. Corpse explosion. Summon skeletal mage. Summon self-destructing zombie. However, the sheer number of the insect horde far exceeded that of the skeletal soldiers, and some of the swarm breached the skeletal soldiers' defensive perimeter, charging in from the flanks. Do you think you can escape with your precious experience points? Not a chance. Bone wall. Bone prison. Gu Chen swiftly erected bone walls, encircling the battlefield in a triangular formation. The insectoid swarm could only traverse through the narrowest exit at the base of the triangle. Isolate the stragglers within bone prisons. With one warrior standing firm, none shall pass. Summon the Soul Reaper. Soul Reaper, level 60 Necromancer's awaken skill. Summons a formidable underworld spirit to assist you in battle. Soul Reaper, LV, 60 health 200, 000 attack power 8, 000 defense 4, 000 magical defense 4, 000 skills, Death Harvest, Death Mist, Weakness Curse, Soul Drain. A formidable entity, draped in a black cloak and wielding a colossal scythe, emerged from a dark summoning circle. The air was immediately thick with the chilling aura of death. The Soul Reaper brandished its grim scythe, unleashing a frenzied barrage of strikes. Subsequently, it extended its bony arm and cast a debilitating curse upon the approaching swarm of insects, drastically slowing their movement and attack speed. A sinister black mist emanated from its being, and any creature that inhaled this noxious vapor began to bleed profusely, as if afflicted by a plague. Within moments, several insects met their demise. Although the level 60 Soul Reaper's attributes paled in comparison to those of a level 100 skeleton warrior, its formidable skills, predominantly area of effect attacks, rendered it more than capable of defending the exit single-handedly. Witnessing Gu Chen's prowess, the previously vigilant guild members, who had awaited their turn to seize opportunities, could not help but swallow nervously. Was this truly the combat strength of a level 75 necromancer? It was astonishing. This lone figure was single-handedly fending off the onslaught of hundreds of insects. The disparity between such a master and themselves was staggering, far more pronounced than any generational gap they had experienced. Should we not be so tense? It seems the master can handle this alone, and we may not be needed. Indeed, let us quietly observe the master's performance. Before long, the first wave of the insect assault came to a close. Gu Chen estimated that approximately 400 insects had perished, with 5 waves of attacks expected within 30 minutes. Each subsequent wave would be larger than the last. Having barely managed to stave off the initial wave, he realized that his current number of skeleton warriors was insufficient. Thus, he resolved to summon more. Summon skeleton soldiers. Summon skeleton archers. Summon skeleton mages. With each incantation, dozens of skeleton warriors materialized, leaving the onlookers in awe. Incredible. The master can summon more. Could it be that he exceeds level 75? Level 97, 98, 99, 100. The master has summoned 100 skeleton warriors and 85 skeleton archers. Is he truly a level 100 necromancer? A fully leveled necromancer. How fortunate I am to witness such greatness in my lifetime. By the way, why did the master only summon 5 skeleton mages? Did he forget to allocate skill points? Indeed, the master seems to have a significant focus on certain skills. Speaking of which, is there another fully leveled necromancer in our realm? Strangely, it seems there is not. Who could he possibly be? Gu Chen's Legion of the Undead had reached the pinnacle of its summoning capabilities. Skeleton archers, you need not remain in the rear. Step forward to serve as shields. Form a straight line and spread out. A formidable line of 185 skeleton warriors stood ready, poised for the impending confrontation. 5 skeletal mages stood solitary at the rear of the formation, serving as ranged damage dealers. Guchon expressed his satisfaction, proclaiming, "Indeed, This should suffice to withstand the onslaught of the Zerg. Soon, the second wave of the insect swarm commenced its assault. The clash between the swarm and the skeletal legion erupted once more. The elongated line of skeleton warriors evidently impeded the advance of the multitude of insects. Under the formidable offensive of the skeletal soldiers, the swarm was once again eradicated completely. Subsequently, the third and fourth waves of the insect onslaught were flawlessly repelled by Gu Chen, with not a single experience point from the insects slipping away. Through these encounters, Gu Chen successfully ascended to level 30. With the final wave of attack approaching, he resolved it was time to seek out the boss. Mastering the sword technique, Gu Chen soared towards the depths of the secret realm. The others were momentarily taken aback. How can this expert also wield sword flight? Isn't sword flight an exclusive skill of the sword immortal? Could it be that this expert has awakened a dual class? A combination of necromancer and sword immortal? This seems to be quite a significant disparity in class specialization. Chapter 89. The Slaying of the Insect Queen. After soaring through the sky for several kilometers, Guchon finally caught sight of the boss in a small basin. It was a colossal extraterrestrial arthropod resembling a mantis, its massive abdomen relentlessly producing eggs at a staggering rate, each egg comparable in size to a calf, far surpassing the reproductive capabilities of a mere donkey. Surrounding her were a dozen insectoid caretakers, akin to maternal figures, tasked with transporting and tending to the eggs. Additionally, several insect enforcers stood guard, ensuring the safety of the queen. Insect Queen, LV, 39, health points 500, 000, attack power 3, 500, defense power 800, magic defense 800. Due to her immense size, the queen is immobile. Skills, self-destructing eggs, rapid hatching. Upon noticing Guchon, the insect enforcers became immediately alert. However, as Guchon flew above them on his sword, they were powerless to strike, instead emitting menacing sounds unique to their kind while tightening their formation to protect the queen. Meanwhile, the queen's abdomen turned a vivid crimson, her egg-laying speed noticeably accelerating. In mere moments, the freshly laid eggs would rupture their membranes, emerging as rapidly evolving mature forms. A level 39 held difficulty boss with a mere 500, 000 health points. With only 2 skills and no mobility, it seemed deceptively simple. If that were the case, let your true form be revealed. Awakening 5 strikes. With a sweeping gesture, Guchon unleashed 5 terrifying spells upon the queen's colossal form. The elements of wind, water, fire, thunder, and ice bombarded her in succession, eliciting anguished screeches from the insect queen. Countless numbers danced frantically above her, indicating her diminishing health. In a flurry of magical onslaught, the insect queen's life force plummeted to 0. She writhed in agony, yet did not perish. Instead, with a swift motion of her sharp forelimbs, she severed her own massive abdomen, unleashing a torrent of thick, yellow-green blood that spewed forth from the gaping wound, creating a grotesque scene. Simultaneously, her joints creaked ominously. Sharp spikes protruded from her body, and a pair of translucent wings sprouted from her back. The enormous incision at her rear began to heal rapidly. Indeed, you possess a second form. Insect Queen Speed version, LV, 39, health points 500, 000, attack power 3, 500, defense power 800, magic defense 800. The insect queen sheds the restraints of her ovaries, reclaiming her independence and freedom. Movement speed 300, flight speed 600. Skills, 5 strikes. Death Slash, rapid assault. Queen's Wail, a speed version? Why not a volcanic variant? The ordinary individual can achieve a maximum movement speed of 100 points, while agile assassin classes can reach speeds of 2 to 300 points. After shedding the constraints of her ovary, the mother of the swarm not only attains peak speed on the ground, but also doubles her flight speed. It becomes quite challenging for ordinary practitioners to contend with her. But do you truly believe that sprouting wings will allow you to evade my onslaught? Too naive, too simplistic. With a piercing shriek, the mother of the swarm swiftly lunges towards Gu Chen with her wings unfurled. Unfazed, Gu Chen appears to have anticipated this encounter. As she approaches, the mother swings her sickle-like forelimbs at him. Seizing the moment, Gu Chen leaps into the air, positioning himself atop her head. He then clamps his knees around her cranium and exerts force downward, executing a sharp 270-degree turn that sends her plummeting towards the ground at an astonishing velocity. "Descend, you!" he exclaims, unleashing the sky chopper. A thunderous crash reverberates as the Mother's head is forcefully driven into the earth. A critical hit. Health points, 16,800. It is no surprise that a descent from over 20 meters would result in such a blow. Rising from the ground, the mother attempts to flee. But Gu Chen restrains her once more. Since she has come down, she shan't be in a hurry to ascend again. With a series of relentless strikes, downward kick, bone shatter, and the tiger-subduing fist, Guchon relentlessly pounds the mother of the swarm into submission, rendering her utterly powerless to resist, only able to emit frantic squeaks. "Consider this your farewell," he declares, initiating the martial god's mighty kick. With a forceful stomp, he begins to gather energy in his right foot. The mother senses the immense power contained within this strike and desperately flaps her wings, striving to evade its trajectory. However, an invisible force binds her firmly in place. Realizing escape is futile, she whirls around, furiously slashing at Guchon with her forelimbs. Yet, her rigid appendages collide against his radiant, extraordinary physique, producing a sound akin to metal clashing. Though she manages to inflict some damage, it is negligible, merely grazing his skin as if undergoing a mere scraping. With no means to flee or fight back, the mother of the swarm falls into utter despair. The maximum charge time of 10 seconds has elapsed. Guchon unleashes a kick that resonates throughout the entire secret realm. In an instant, the mother of the swarm is obliterated. Critical hit. Health points, 386,000. The mother of the swarm has perished. Experience gained, 1,000,000. As the guild's advancement quest has initiated a temporary secret realm, neither the boss nor the minions drop any items, only granting the respective experience points. Without a moment's hesitation after vanquishing the boss, Gu Chen swiftly takes flight back and sends a private message to Yi Qiangwei. "Tell everyone to wait for me. I have something to discuss." At this moment, all members of the Rose Guild are still spectating the battle between the skeleton soldiers and the final wave of the swarm. Suddenly, a message resonates in the minds of all. Ding! The mother of insects has been vanquished. Congratulations to the Rose Guild for successfully completing the guild advancement task, officially elevating from a level 3 guild to a level 4 guild. The secret realm will close in 20 minutes. All adventurers are advised to exit at their discretion. Upon reading this announcement, everyone was momentarily taken aback. What? The mother of insects is dead? It turns out the esteemed player had gone to slay the boss. I had thought they had slipped away. So, does this mean we have accomplished the hellish challenge of guild advancement? Goodness, this feels like a dream. It was not us who completed the advancement task. It was the esteemed player who did so single-handedly. We, it seems, have merely been spectators in this endeavor. Incredible. The esteemed player is truly formidable. With such a powerhouse in our midst, I feel that the Rose Guild can at least ascend to level 6. And perhaps even to level 7. I can only hope that the Rose Guild does not expel me when that time comes. Chapter 90. The Dread of Many. The insects, still engaged in battle with the skeletal soldiers, now felt the profound loss of their mother. They raised their voices to the heavens, uttering mournful cries as if to lament the passing of their matriarch. Subsequently, they ceased their struggle and retreated. Gu Chen's army of the undead refrained from pursuing them, remaining still and awaiting further instructions. With the insect horde in full retreat, it became evident to all that the secret realm mission had come to a definitive close. It is over. Truly, it is finished. Let us take our leave. Today, the esteemed one has opened my eyes. Single-handedly, he withstood the onslaught of the insect army, and at a nightmarish level of difficulty no less. This tale shall be one I boast of for a lifetime. Indeed, it would be hard for anyone to believe were this to spread. A level 100 master in a mere level 3 guild, if word got out. This guild would surely become more alluring than many high-ranking ones. Shall we depart now? It seems rather impolite, does it not? I believe it would be better to wait for our esteemed one to return before we leave. At that moment, Yi Qiangwei stepped forward, saying, "Everyone, please do not leave just yet. The esteemed one has words to share." What more could there be to discuss? The boss has been vanquished. I must hurry out to boast. If I delay, others will steal my thunder. Just then, Gu Chen's skeletal soldiers began to stir. They retreated to encircle the guild members, archers drawing their bows while the skeletons brandished their bone blades. all entering a state of readiness for combat. Everyone was momentarily taken aback. What? What is happening? We are allies. Have the skeletal soldiers turned against us? No. Who can say? Yi Qiangwei, albeit slightly flustered, remained composed, having received prior instructions from Gu Chen. Everyone, please remain calm. The esteemed one must have an important message for us, which is why the skeletal soldiers are taking this stance. Let us wait patiently for his return. I assure you, there is no danger. No one dared to make a rash move. They had witnessed the formidable power of the skeletal soldiers. Level 39 hellish creatures inflicted but a single point of damage upon them, while the skeletal soldiers could fell those hellish beings with merely a few ordinary strikes. If the skeletal soldiers intended to slay them, they would have acted long ago, for it would be far easier to eliminate them than the insects. Even if they attempted to use a teleportation spell to escape the secret realm, it required 5 seconds of casting time. Should the skeletal soldiers attack, those 5 seconds would not lead to their complete annihilation, but there would undoubtedly be significant casualties. And none dared to take that risk. All remained motionless, awaiting Gu Chen's return. Minutes later, Gu Chen arrived, soaring on his sword before the gathered crowd. Noticing everyone present, he recognized the effectiveness of his intimidation. Towering above them on his flying sword, he proclaimed, "Today, you have witnessed my capabilities. I trust you now have a clearer understanding. Yet I am an exceedingly modest individual, cherishing solitude and wishing to remain unperturbed by worldly matters. This is precisely the reason I chose to join a lesser guild. Thus, should anyone dare to disseminate what transpired in the secret realm today, heavenly tribulation." Guchon gestured subtly with his finger, unleashing a level 60 lightning awakening skill. In an instant, the heavens darkened, ominous clouds enveloped the sky, and thunder roared. The atmosphere became palpably tense. Guchon then declared, "Should anyone reveal my identity, death shall be their fate." Crack! A bolt of lightning struck a great tree, cleaving it asunder and igniting it in fierce flames. Everyone's hearts quaked in response. One individual, trembling, stammered, "Master, rest assured, I shan't utter a single word to anyone. If I do, may the heavens unleash their wrath upon me." Crack! Another bolt of lightning descended. The crowd echoed in unison, "Master, you need not worry. We shall keep our lips sealed." At that moment, their mouths transformed into a barrage of assurances. Satisfied by their intimidated reactions, Guchon nodded approvingly and waved his hand. With a resounding crash, over 100 skeletal soldiers instantly lost their souls, collapsing into a heap of bones. "You may all disperse now." Thank you, master. What are you waiting for? Hurry and leave. Once my trousers dry a bit, I shall depart. Teleportation. The guild members gradually made their exit. Gu Chen subsequently teleported out of the secret realm, returning to the spider cave in Magic City. Now, he need not worry about his identity being exposed. Indeed, the threat of force proves to be the most effective means. I shall employ this tactic again next time. After the recent wave of slaughter, Gu Chen successfully ascended to level 31. He examined his base attributes. Name, Guchon, level, LV. 31, occupation, none, health, 5,500, 5,500, mana, max, constitution, 550, strength, 550, agility, 550, intelligence, 550, spirit, 550, physical attack, 1210 magic attack, 1100, critical rate, 10, 1 evasion rate, 10, 1 excellent, quite formidable. These attributes should surpass even those of a level 40 elite with top-tier talents. I truly am a force to be reckoned with. Now that I have reached level 31, grinding in the spider cave will no longer yield experience, although I have yet to max out the skill for summoning spider demons. Nevertheless, my primary objective remains leveling up. I shall devise a means to acquire that skill book later. Gu Chen glanced at his space backpack, nearly filled to capacity. It was time to clear it out. Guchon transported himself out of the secret realm and subsequently arrived at a Chiwu pavilion in the magical city to sell his wares. The materials and surplus equipment fetched over 7 million. Following this, Guchon invested all his earnings into purchasing low-tier skill books, opting to upgrade them all. Ding. Your fireball has reached maximum level. Ding. Your charge has reached maximum level. Ding. Your precise shot has reached maximum level. Ding. Your lightning arrow has reached maximum level. Ding. Your magic missile has reached maximum level. Alas, once again, He found himself devoid of funds. Why does money dissipate so swiftly? At that moment, Guchon recalled a piece of starry equipment still nestled in his backpack, the flower fairy's gown. Uncertain of its true worth, he tentatively inquired, "Are you familiar with the flower fairy gown?" "Of course. That is a piece of starry tier equipment. And how much might this equipment be worth?" "This gown is immensely valuable. The renowned star Angela Little treasured on one when she married Mr. Ming, and it is said to have cost a staggering 100 million. Moreover, it was procured through Mr. Ming's connections. Ordinary individuals cannot acquire it even with ample funds." Guchon was left speechless. 100 million? But this is merely a level 30 piece of equipment. What merit does it possess to command such a price? Its attribute bonuses are not particularly impressive. The shop assistant replied, "You fail to understand. Wealthy individuals do not concern themselves with attribute bonuses. It is simply beautiful. The flower fairy gown is crafted entirely from plant fibers, blooming with different flowers each season and exuding a delightful fragrance. Wherever one wears it, they become the absolute center of attention. It is one of the most coveted pieces among women. No woman can resist the allure of this gown." "Oh, I see. I am indeed a man of simple tastes and lack understanding." Though Guchon yearned to sell the gown for quick cash, he ultimately decided against it. What if he were to encounter a girl who captured his heart? Presenting her with this exquisite gown might secure her affection. He chuckled to himself, No, I shall not become a lovesick fool. What woman is worth 100 million? Is it studded with diamonds?" After some contemplation, he resolved to keep it. "I shall hold on to it. I am not one to dismiss even the smallest of goals. Should something arise that cannot be purchased with money, perhaps this gown may serve as a worthy trade." Chapter 91, A Bloodbath. With his formidable prowess, Gu Chen single-handedly elevated the Rose Guild to level 4, leaving sisters Yi Xiangwei and Yi Yuwei in a state of disbelief, as if caught in a vivid dream. Goodness, Guchon is truly a level 100 master? This seems utterly surreal. I can hardly believe my own eyes. Yet, he has summoned over 100 skeletal warriors. How can someone so young possibly attain such a level? This completely contradicts Einstein's theory of relativity. Yi Yue speculated, could it be that Gu Chen employed some form of disguise, deliberately appearing so youthful? "Sister, we are in a realm of secret domain invasion, not a world of cultivation. Where would one find such disguise techniques? It is easy to masquerade as an elderly person, but to pose as a youth is quite a challenge." The vitality exuding from Guchon and his manner of speaking clearly indicate he is not an aged individual. Could it be related to his classless identity? Yi Qiangwei hastily interrupted her sister's conjecture. "Oh, my clever yet foolish sister, cease your speculations. Did you not observe Guchen's demeanor earlier? If anyone were to disclose his identity, it would spell doom for them. The more we know, the greater the peril. We must refrain from further conjecturing about Gu Chen's identity. He may associate with whomever he pleases, as long as he aids the guild and does not harm us." Indeed, not only the Yi sisters kept Gu Chen's information under wraps, but all members of the guild were equally discreet about Gu Chen and the guild's achievements in hellish tasks. A level 100 master was far beyond their capacity to offend. A mere threat from such an individual could summon a storm of heavenly retribution. Their power was simply terrifying. Should the Master's identity be revealed, they firmly believed he possessed countless methods to uncover the culprit and eliminate them. Thus, none dared to take such a risk. There was no need to wager one's life merely for a boastful claim. Ding! Congratulations. You have been promoted to Vice President of the Rose Guild. You may enjoy a maximum of 32 guild blessing effects. At that moment, while still within the Curiosities Pavilion, Guchon was suddenly informed of his promotion to Vice President. Promoted to Vice President so swiftly. It seems these two young ladies have indeed been awed by my capabilities. Splendid. As Vice President, he would benefit from a 32 enhancement to his attributes and experience points. Such an increase was quite substantial. Thus, he resolved to continue upgrading the guild, aspiring to ascend to the position of president at the earliest opportunity. After departing the Curiosities Pavilion, Guchon found that it was already 6 o'clock in the evening. He subsequently sought a restaurant for a meal. By the time he finished dining, night had fallen, prompting Guchon to decide to spend the night within the secret realm. However, at that moment, 4 young ruffians with dyed yellow hair blocked his path. One of them, wielding a curved dagger, inquired, "Little brother, where are you headed at this late hour?" Guchon swiftly employed a high-level probing technique to glean information about the group. among these four individuals. The highest level is 37, while the lowest is 32, representing the classes of warrior, assassin, rogue, and ranger, all of which are physical damage-dealing professions. The one with the highest level is the assassin wielding a curved dagger. It is evident that they pose no threat to Guchon whatsoever. Calmly, Guchon remarked, "Are you here for something? I was just about to grind in the secret realm." Venturing into the secret realm alone, do you possess quite the audacity? However, do not harbor thoughts of grinding today. Someone wishes to meet you. Come along with us, the dagger-wielding man stated, draping his arm over Gu Chen's shoulder, the blade resting menacingly against his neck, an unmistakable gesture. With a slight smile, Gu Chen replied, "Someone wishes to meet me? Then, I would appreciate your guidance." The dagger wielder regarded Guchon as if he were a fool. This lad cannot possibly be so naive as to still smile. Does he truly not grasp the purpose of our summons? Enjoy your mirth. I shall see if you can still smile shortly. Subsequently, Guchon followed the four to a secluded path where a young man awaited them, presumably the employer of these individuals. Upon approaching, Guchon recognized him as Chu Jiahao, the future husband of Bai Ningning. Indeed, this lad intends to ensnare me. It appears I cannot evade the Chu family after all. Upon spotting Guchon, Chu Jiahao smirked. "You've arrived, worthless one. What business does young Master Chu have with you? What business? You held my fiancée's hand and still inquire? I have stated before that you shall not leave Magic City unscathed. I am a man of my word. Even should you plead, today you shall part with an arm." To lose an arm over merely holding a hand. Is the Chu family so brazen? Guchon retorted. Chu Jiahao hastily gestured. No, we are not typically this arrogant. We are even more so. Bring forth the enforcers, incapacitate him. The dagger wielder licked the blade with a sinister grin, saying, "Now, will you willingly surrender an arm? Or shall we be compelled to act? Should we take action, we cannot guarantee the preservation of other parts of your anatomy." Extending his arm, Guchon declared, "Then let it be. I appreciate a person who understands the situation." The dagger wielder swung his weapon forcefully at Guchon's arm. Kirin arm. Activate. A golden Kirin tattoo swiftly materialized upon Guchon's arms. Clang. The sharp blade struck his arm, producing a sound akin to metal colliding, yet it inflicted no harm whatsoever. Kirin arm. A core skill of the mid-level fist fighter, summoning the Kirin totem to attach to the arm, greatly enhancing both attack and defense, rendering the arm the mightiest weapon and shield. The dagger wielder's pupils constricted, and he retreated in alarm. This is the Kirin arm. Rather than hastily attacking Guchon, he turned to Chu Jiahao, saying, "Young Master Chu, did you not claim this lad was a worthless non-classed individual? How then does he possess the Kirin arm of a fist fighter?" Chu Jiahao wore an expression of disbelief, exclaiming, I don't know. Don't know? Chu Xiao. That means we need to raise the stakes." Chu Jiahao responded with a flourish, "No problem. I shall add another 2 million. However, this time, I demand that you sever both of his arms." The man with the curved blade smirked coldly. Such audacity from Chu Xiao. "Brothers, let us all strike together and incapacitate him." The four simultaneously launched their assault on Guchon. Clenching his fists, Guchon took the initiative and struck first. Lightning fist. 7 forms fist. 100 cracks fist. In an instant, Guchon teleported before the archer, who was caught completely off guard. Following that, Guchon unleashed a relentless series of punches, rendering the level 32 archer helpless, transforming him into nothing more than a human punching bag. For the final blow, he executed the explosive fist. With a resounding impact, blood erupted from the archer's body. Guchon withdrew his arm, revealing a gaping wound the size of a fist in the archer's chest. This explosive strike had pierced right through his torso. The archer glanced down in horror at his own chest, staggering back 2 steps. He desperately covered the gaping wound with both hands in a futile attempt to save himself. But the injury was far too severe, and blood continued to pour forth like a waterfall. Although his mind remained sharp, his body succumbed to the overwhelming loss of blood, and he collapsed into his own pool of blood, motionless. In a mere 5 seconds, the archer had met his demise on the spot. Everyone froze, unable to comprehend the events that had just unfolded. Xiao Gong is dead? What just happened? It seems this lad was beaten to death. Is he truly that formidable? Chu Xiao, too, wore a face of sheer terror. I will add another 10 million. You have taken this lad's life. Now that sounds more reasonable. Brothers, let us unleash our full might. Gu Chen scoffed. You wish to negotiate with death? You must possess your lives to bargain. Stealth! Stealth! The curved blade man and another assassin immediately slipped into a state of concealment. Meanwhile, the warrior readied himself, shield in one hand and longsword in the other, prepared to fend off Gu Chen's assault. Guchon remained vigilant, observing the surrounding movements. Suddenly, a glint of cold steel flashed near his throat. Gu Chen raised his arm, perfectly blocking the throat-slitting strike from the curved blade man. Another figure silently appeared behind Gu Chen, brandishing a dagger aimed viciously at his lower back. Taunt. At that moment, the warrior timely employed the taunt skill, diverting Gu Chen's attention. Let us see how you evade this. Extraordinary body of dominance. Activate. A radiant golden light enveloped Gu Chen entirely. Clang. The dagger struck Gu Chen's lower back, producing a sharp metallic sound. The assassin was left stunned. What? Body of dominance. Is it extraordinary? What kind of technique is this? The dead need not be burdened with excessive knowledge. Crushing fist. Inch fist. Gale fist. Gu Chen executed yet another series of combination strikes, swiftly incapacitating the assassin before him. With 2 consecutive skills, Gu Chen eliminated 2 adversaries in the blink of an eye. Witnessing the dire turn of events, Chu Jiahao turned to flee. Why is Gu Chen so formidable? Wasn't he supposed to be a worthless, jobless individual? This is hardly the picture of incompetence. Had I known he possessed such prowess, I would have summoned true experts instead of these petty thugs to meet their demise. How frustrating. At that moment, the remaining 2 combatants realized that Gu Chen's strength was beyond their capability to confront. As they saw Chu Jiahao making his escape, the knife-wielding man turned and shouted in outrage. How could you, Chu? You have betrayed us. This is the so-called worthless individual? He clearly possesses the strength of a master. But in the next instant, the scene before the knife-wielder underwent a complete transformation. Gu Chen had swiftly twisted his head around, breaking his neck in a single motion, causing him to fall lifelessly to the ground. Engaging with me requires your full attention. At this point, only the warrior remained. Witnessing the grim fate of his companions at Gu Chen's hands, he promptly discarded his weapon and shield, kneeling before Gu Chen and bowing deeply. Great One, I beseech you, spare my life. It was my folly not to recognize your might. Please grant me mercy. Gu Chen replied coldly. I'm sorry, but today, all must perish. Thunderstorm technique. With that, the warrior was instantaneously obliterated, reduced to a mist of blood. Summon skeletons. Summon skeleton archers. Summon skeleton mages. Inferno incineration. Gu Chen utilized the same method as before to erase the remnants of his foes. Sword control technique. After disposing of the corpses, Gu Chen soared after the fleeing Chu Jiahao. After flying approximately a kilometer, he spotted Chu Jiahao, disheveled and panicked. Gu Chen directed his sword straight toward Chu Jiahao's heart. In his desperate flight, Chu Jiahao was utterly unaware of Gu Chen descending from above. As Gu Chen closed in within 5 meters, he leapt down, and the flying sword pierced through Chu Jiahao's heart, embedding deeply into the ground beneath him. With a splatter of blood, Chu Jiahao collapsed. Though he was not yet fully deceased, likely due to some life-preserving equipment, he rolled over, panic-stricken, and gazed at Gu Chen. No, please don't kill me. As long as you spare my life, I will give you anything you desire. Gu Chen retrieved a long knife from his spatial backpack, stating coldly, You had no intention of sparing me just moments ago. Seeing Gu Chen's resolve, Chu Jiahao hastily brandished his familial ties as a threat. I am the son of the president of the Sanqiong Guild. If you kill me, my father will not let you go unpunished. But if you spare me, we can consider this a misunderstanding, and I assure you, I will never trouble you again. Had you been merely an ordinary individual or a scion of a humble lineage, I might have considered sparing you, for your capacity for vengeance would be limited. However, it is precisely because you are the son of the illustrious president of the Celestial Guild that I cannot, under any circumstances, grant you clemency. As for your proposition to absolve all grievances, should I be foolish enough to believe your words, it would be my demise. Therefore, perish. Chu Jiahao could never have anticipated that the very identity he held in high esteem as the president's son would ultimately seal his fate. No. But before he could utter another syllable, Gu Chen struck down with a blade, cleaving Chu Jiahao in two. The corpse explosion technique. He then employed this technique to dispose of the remains. Subsequently, he vanished into the vastness of the night. Chapter 92. The Malicious Swamp. Meanwhile, far away in Luocheng, Chu Tian's suddenly felt a jolt in his heart. He sensed that the protective heart mirror he had gifted to his son had shattered. He hastily rose to his feet and dialed his son's number. Beep, beep, beep. Yet, what greeted him was an endless void of silence. An ominous premonition suddenly gripped Chu Tian's heart. Could it be that my son has met with misfortune? He swiftly called his eldest son, Chu Jiaxing. The call was answered promptly. Hello? Dad, what's the matter? I'm currently engrossed in the secret realm. With urgency, Chu Tian's inquired. What is your brother up to? What could he possibly be doing? Likely chasing after girls. As usual, Chu Jiaxing replied nonchalantly. But why has his protective heart mirror shattered? The heart mirror shattered? A hint of unease flickered in Chu Jiaxing's voice. Jiaxing, you must find your brother at once. He cannot come to any harm. Chu Jiaxing reassured him. Don't worry. Dad, Jiahao has always been playful. He probably broke it while fooling around. I'll go fetch him right away. Let me know he is safe as soon as you find him. Rest assured, Jiahao will be fine. I'm off. Once he hung up, Chu Jiaxing's expression turned grave. The protective heart mirror only activated its passive effect when the wearer endured a fatal injury, shielding them from a lethal blow before shattering. While the mirror could help the wearer evade death, it was widely understood that if it had broken, it was a strong indication that the wearer was most likely deceased. If someone intended to kill him, they would undoubtedly not let him escape easily, though one might attempt to feign death to avoid peril. Such an act required immense psychological fortitude and exceptional acting skills, especially in life and death situations. Those who frequently engage in killing understood that they must approach the victim to ascertain whether they were truly dead, even in death. The obliteration of the body was a common occurrence. Thus, very few could successfully evade danger by pretending to be lifeless. Of course, the protective heart mirror was not entirely devoid of merit. If allies were nearby, there remained a significant chance of survival with their protection. At that moment, noticing Chu Jiaxing's pallid countenance, his teammates inquired, Jiaxing, is something wrong? My brother's protective heart mirror has shattered. I must exit the secret realm to search for him. He responded. The others gasped in shock. What? This is serious. Forget about the secret realm. Your brother's safety is paramount. Let us all exit the secret realm together to help you find him. We can split up to search more efficiently. Absolutely. Chu Jiaxing replied. I am grateful to you all. Why be so polite? Let us set off immediately. The group quickly exited the secret realm, embarking on a quest to locate Chu Jiahao. On the other side, Gu Chen, having concluded his endeavors at the crime scene, directly entered the level 3035 secret realm. In the treacherous marsh of malice, a noxious odor permeates the very essence of this forbidden realm, while one must remain vigilant against the curses cast by the witch. Upon entering this domain, an overwhelming stench assaults the senses, a foul amalgamation of decaying corpses mingled with tainted earth, further compounded by murky, foul waters. It is an intoxicating aroma, reminiscent of the most wretched of old socks stuffed into one's nostrils. Yet, at this moment, this is the only suitable place in the demon city for me to engage in my endeavors. Should I choose to depart, it would undoubtedly draw the attention of the Chu family. Thus, I am compelled to navigate this perilous territory, whether I wish to or not. With a sigh, I retrieved 2 tissues, crumpling them into makeshift plugs for my nostrils, which provided a modicum of relief. Nonetheless, I harbor no regrets regarding my recent confrontation with Chu Jiahao. Should I succumb to fear of offending the Chu family or the Celestial Guild by sparing him, it would only embolden his arrogance. Raised in luxury and accustomed to dominance, it is unlikely that Chu Jiahao would swallow his pride. The answer is clear. He will seek retribution. Today, he may align himself with low-level thugs, but tomorrow he could easily enlist the aid of seasoned enforcers, and soon thereafter, perhaps even formidable awakened beings. The possibility of his guild leader father intervening is not beyond the realm of imagination. Therefore, it is imperative to eliminate such signs of grand families before they become a lasting threat. If the Chu family ultimately traces the matter back to me, I shall have no choice but to eradicate their entire lineage. I opened a search engine, perusing information about the Celestial Guild. Guild Leader, Chu Tian's class, Sword Immortal, Second Awakening, Level, 90 Talent. S-Class Vice Guild Leader, Chu Tianxian Class, Elemental Mage, Second Awakening, Level, 84 Talent. S-Class Vice Guild Leader, Chu Ningxiu Class, Shadow Assassin, First Awakening, Level, 86 Talent. S-Class Elder, Lin Xuan Class. Wilderness Hunter, First Awakening, Level, 84 Talent. S-Class Second Elder, Chu Tianba Class. Dragon Slayer Warrior, First Awakening, Level, 74 Talent. A-Class Third Elder, Mabuyan Class. Thunder Mage, First Awakening, Level, 83 Talent. S-Class Fourth Elder, Chu Jiaoxing Class. Dual Element Mage, Unawakened, Level, 45 Talent. SS Class. Upon reviewing the roster of the Celestial Guild, I fell into a contemplative silence. How could I possibly confront such formidable figures? The Elders and Vice Guild Leaders are all elite beings of levels in the 70s and 80s, while the Guild Leader, Chu Tiance, towers at level 90. What chance do I have? At my current level, I might barely contend with the Fourth Elder, but surely they would strike me down repeatedly upon recognition. Curiously, why is the Fourth Elder's level so low? Examining the details more closely, a thought struck me. Chu Jiaoxing. Could he possibly be the elder brother of Chu Jiahao? A gifted mage of the SS rank, adept in both lightning and fire. It seems that I have indeed drawn attention. Having slain Chu Jiahao, the Chu family will undoubtedly pursue this matter to the very end. It appears that I must exercise caution during this period, avoiding any further disturbances. Moreover, I must hasten to elevate my capabilities. Otherwise, should my actions be discovered, only a singular fate awaits me. Although this place is exceedingly foul, I must endure the night here. Guchon trudged through the swamp, his footsteps alternating between deep and shallow. Suddenly, he noticed a mound in the mire, its surface thickly coated with mud, rising and falling as if it were inhaling. Lightning strike. Guchon unleashed a bolt directly upon the muddy mound. In response to the assault, a gigantic toad erupted from within, towering over a person, its body riddled with pus-filled blisters and emanating a foul stench. Its gaping maw seemed capable of swallowing a whole person in a single gulp. Venomous Toad, LV. 35 Health, 35,000 Attack, 1,000 Defense, 300 Magic Defense, 300 Skills, Devouring Maw, Leaping Strike. Passive Skill, Blister Burst. When the blisters on the Venomous Toad are attacked, they burst, spraying a toxic substance that inflicts immediate poisoning on nearby foes, dealing 350 poison damage per second for 5 seconds, stacking up to 5 layers. What a repugnant creature. Its appearance is grotesque, and its passive skill is equally vile. Such self-destructive tactics are not for me. Summon spectral wolves. Summon trance. Summon giant bears. Summon crows. Lacking corpses, Guchon opted to summon the druid's creatures to confront these abhorrent beings. Although the druid's summons were slightly weaker than those of a necromancer, they were more than sufficient to handle this group of level 35 adversaries. 10 spectral wolves lunged at the venomous toad. The toad opened its massive jaws, unleashing a sticky, elongated tongue that ensnared one of the spectral wolves, swallowing it whole. Then, with a powerful thrust of its hind legs, the enormous creature leapt nearly 10 meters into the air, crashing down amidst the pack of wolves. Spectral Wolf Health, 1. Spectral Wolf Health, 1. The spectral wolves immediately began to rend at the venomous toad. Pop, pop, pop. As the blisters on the toad's back were struck, they burst one after another, spraying a viscous yellow liquid onto the fur of the spectral wolves. The wolves became poisoned. Their health reduced to 350 with 2 layers of toxicity, 700 with 3 layers. 750 with 5 layers. The poisoning effect quickly accumulated on several spectral wolves. Engaging these toads in close combat indeed offered no advantage. Moreover, the spectral wolves had not undergone any evolution and bore no resistance to toxins. Even at level 100, they would likely succumb to the gradual poisoning inflicted by these toads. Given this predicament, I shall summon a few ranged units to assist them in battle. Summon skeleton archers. After vanquishing a dozen toads, Gu Chen summoned an equal number of skeletal archers. These skeletal marksmen could swiftly eliminate the toads, providing a sense of security for Gu Chen. Subsequently, he conjured a flying sword that soared directly into the depths of the secret realm. Along the way, he observed the other creatures inhabiting the malevolent swamp. There were ghouls, swamp monsters, giant leeches, and carrion eaters. Each creature, whether in appearance or ability, was utterly repulsive. This posed a considerable challenge for melee classes. Before long, Guchon arrived at the innermost part of the secret realm. In the distance, he spotted a small, pitch-black wooden cabin perched atop a swampy expanse, exuding an eerie aura of dark curses. This must be the lair of the boss. Yet, why was no one emerging? Did they wish for me to enter? I suspect they are gravely mistaken. Celestial Fall. Gu Chen unleashed a level 60 awakened skill of a fire mage. 10 seconds later, a colossal meteorite crashed down upon the cabin. Boom. The wooden structure was instantly reduced to rubble. The boss appeared before Gu Chen, utterly bewildered. Indeed, bewildered, for there were 3 bosses concealed within the cabin. Gu Chen mused, "Oh, 3 bosses? Are they the witching sisters? How intriguing. One of the witches, an old crone with a grotesque visage, hunched back, and a bulbous nose, exclaimed, 'What the hell? Where's our home? Has it been stolen?' The second, a lean witch, replied, 'I have no idea. It just went boom and vanished. Our humble abode, though modest, was imbued with our curses. Ordinary magic would struggle to harm it,' remarked the youngest witch, whose appearance suggested an unfortunate result of inbreeding. Pointing at Guchon in the sky, she said, 'Eldest sister, look there.' All 3 witches turned their gaze toward Guchon. The crone snarled, 'That little brat destroyed our beloved cottage. Sisters, let us slay him. I desire his bones for a broth.' The lean witch cackled wickedly, 'I shall flay his skin and extract his tendons.' The simple-minded witch blinked her wide, innocent eyes and said, Then I want to chop his flesh into mince and make dumplings." Chapter 93. The 3 witch sisters. Guchon was also examining the attributes of the 3 sisters. Witch sister eldest, LV, 35, health 400, 000, attack 800, magic attack 3, 000, defense 400, magic defense 700, skills, magic missile, cursed flame, summon ghouls, plague curse, a curse upon a designated area, inflicting plague upon all enemies within, causing them to suffer 50 magical damage every second for 5 seconds. Witch sister second, LV, 35, health 350, 000, attack 700, magic attack 3, 000, defense 350, magic defense 650, skills, magic missile, sphere of corruption, summon sludge monster, weaken curse, a curse upon a designated area, reducing all healing, magical recovery, and healing effects by 50 for enemies within, while simultaneously increasing poison and bleed effects by 50. Witch sister youngest, LV, 35, health 350, 000, attack 600, magic attack 2, 800, defense 350, magic defense 600, skills, magic missile, summon malicious toad, weakening curse, a curse upon a designated area, reducing all enemies' attack speed, movement speed, and casting speed by 30. While the individual health of the sisters may appear relatively low, their combined total reaches an impressive 100,000. Moreover, the challenge of this boss battle lies in the simultaneous assaults and spell casting from all 3 bosses. The eldest witch chanted a sinister incantation, instantly summoning 10 ghastly ghouls, their bodies ravaged and decayed. Ghouls, LV, 35, health 30, 000, attack 1, 000, defense 300, magic defense 300, skills, bite, tear, carrion eater, passive skill, corrupting claw. The claws of the ghoul harbor a plethora of bacteria and viruses, possessing a 30 chance to inflict both poison and bleed effects upon the target. A 30 chance of ensnaring the target in the dual effects of poison and bleed. Just how unclean are those claws? This is not merely a corrupting claw. It is akin to a claw of tetanus. The second sister summoned 5 sludge monsters. Sludge monster, health 35, 000, attack 800, defense 400, magic defense 400, skills, sludge spray, sludge devour. Passive skill, sludge attachment, when subjected to physical attacks. The sludge monster has a 10-50 chance of ensnaring the enemy's weapon within its form, making it difficult for the enemy to retrieve it. The greater the enemy's damage, the higher the likelihood of their weapon becoming ensnared. What a repulsive creature. The sludge monster has a 10-50 chance of ensnaring the enemy's weapon within itself, meaning that physical classes will spend half their time attacking and the other half attempting to extricate their weapons. It is utterly revolting. The youngest sister summoned a massive malicious toad to serve as her steed. In this mystical realm, I truly dread engaging these creatures. I fear it will soil my hands. You should hasten to your demise. The awakening quintuple strike. 5 formidable spells were unleashed, instantly altering the very fabric of reality. Lightning, tempest, and flames intertwined, swiftly reducing those repugnant creatures to mere ashes. Yet, at that moment, 2 figures emerged from the tumultuous wave of magic, the elder and the second sister of the witches. Each mounted upon a broom, they ascended to the same height as Gu Chen. Only the third sister, riding upon a great toad, succumbed to the awakening quintuple strike. Which third sister has perished, gaining 300,000 experience points. You can actually fly on brooms. Yet my broom seems destined solely for the purpose of clearing refuse. Hiss. With their yellowed teeth bared, the 2 witches issued a threat towards Gu Chen before launching their assault. Although they had utilized their flight skills to escape, they had sustained considerable magical damage in the process, leaving them with but half of their health. Cursed flames. The elder sister cast a green flame towards Gu Chen, drifting languidly in his direction. Cursed flames. Cast a cursed flame that automatically seeks the nearest enemy target, inflicting 500 points of health and 300 points of mana damage per second to the target. The cursed flame lasts for 10 seconds. Oh, this skill possesses some intrigue. Since evasion is futile, I shall cease to flee. Prism. Prism reflects 1 spell attack. A sleek prism materialized before Gu Chen, and the cursed flame struck its surface, rebounding directly back towards the elder witch. The elder witch was no fool. She was well aware of her own abilities. If the flame could not reach its target, it would continue to pursue indefinitely unless the caster perished. Thus, she flew directly towards her sister. Second sister. The second sister, caught unawares, was struck by the cursed flames, igniting her in a green malevolent fire. Health 500,500,500. Mana 300,300,300. In an instant, the second sister was consumed by rage, chanting a spell to cast a curse. Simultaneously, the elder sister began chanting her own curse. Group silence. Gu Chen swiftly interrupted the incantation of both witches. All their signature skills were rendered ineffective, leaving them with only the most rudimentary magic missile to assault Gu Chen. I tire of this childish game. Summon skeleton archers. Gu Chen transformed the corpses of the ghouls strewn upon the ground into skeletal archers. Cackling, the elder sister scoffed. Do you truly believe these feeble skeletons can harm us? I could dispatch them with but 2 moves. Magic missile. The skeletal archers possessed a health of 1. Cackling. Whoosh. An arrow shot forth from below, striking the elder sister in the thigh. Health 9,600. The elder sister was left aghast. Wang Defa? Is this the attack power of a summoned creature? This conjuration could single-handedly take on 100 of me without issue. What madness is this? Under the relentless assault of 10 skeletal archers, the 2 witches, despite soaring through the skies, found themselves utterly exhausted from evasion, with no opportunity to retaliate. Even while exerting every effort to dodge, a moment's carelessness could see them pierced by an arrow. Observing the beleaguered witches, Gu Chen paid them no mind. Allowing the skeletal archers to continue their sport, he returned to the land to inspect the spoils dropped by his third sister. Acquired a spellbook for the weakening curse. Acquired a magical robe. I shan't wear garments discarded by such loathsome witches. They are fit only for the refuse. Just then, another witch fell victim to the archers, plummeting directly into the mire. Which second sister has perished, gaining 300,000 experience points. Gu Chen approached the corpse to scavenge. Acquired a spellbook for summoning skeletal mages. Acquired a magical hood. Oh, splendid. A spellbook for summoning skeletal mages has dropped. Learn. Since this area yields the spellbook for summoning skeletal mages, it is imperative that I elevate this skill to its utmost level. The mightiest army of the undead is within reach. Shortly thereafter, the demise of the last which was reported. Which eldest sister has perished, gaining 350,000 experience points. Gu Chen moved to her side to collect the spoils. Acquired a spellbook for the plague curse. Acquired a pair of magical trousers. Excellent. The 3 witches collectively bestowed 3 pieces of equipment and 3 spellbooks. The yield from this secret realm is indeed commendable. Let us continue the hunt. Upon exiting the secret realm, Gu Chen re-entered the treacherous marsh of hellish difficulty. Meanwhile, after more than 40 minutes of searching, Shen Lian, a companion of Chu Jiansheng, discovered a murder scene. Shen Lian, the summoner who, along with Gu Chen, had become a realm investigator, was also a classmate of Gu Chen and harbored deep affections for him. Utilizing her summoned entities, she cast a searching net and was the first to uncover the bodies. Without delay, she called Gu Chen. "Hello? Shenlian, have you found any clues?" "Yes. I have found several corpses." Gu Chen's heart raced, and he anxiously inquired, "Is my brother among them?" I cannot say." "What do you mean you cannot say? Didn't you meet my brother at the beginning of the semester?" Shenlian hesitated. "I did meet your brother, but I cannot distinguish who is who among these bodies. They are all charred skeletons." "What? Skeletons? Where are you?" "I'll come right away." Shenlian revealed her location to Gu Chen, who immediately rushed to the scene. Upon arrival, he scrutinized the charred remains. Although the bodies were utterly unrecognizable, a peculiar bond of kinship granted him a profound sense of intuition. He was certain that among the 4 charred corpses, his brother was not present. With a sigh of relief, he relaxed. "Fortunately, my brother is not here. It is truly a false alarm." The methods employed by these assassins are not only brutal, but also meticulously calculated. They even resorted to summoning skeletons to dispose of several corpses, ultimately setting a great fire to incinerate all evidence. "It appears they are not first-time offenders," Chu Jiasong remarked. "None of them are my brother. It is merely a false alarm." At that moment, Shenlian weakly interjected, "Jiasong, a kilometer away, there is another corpse." This statement once again sent a wave of anxiety coursing through Chu Jiasong. "Where? Let me there at once." The two hastily made their way to the site of the corpse. Upon witnessing the mangled remains, as if his heart were about to cease its rhythmic beating, a sudden sensation of suffocation rendered him breathless. Shenlian, with concern, inquired, "Jiasong, are you all right? What if, by chance, it is not your brother?" Chu Jiasong remained silent, harboring a dreadful premonition that these shattered remains belonged to his sibling. He hesitated to approach the body, fearing he might tread upon his brother's remains, terrified of staining his shoes with his blood. Yet, he felt compelled to identify the corpse. What if it were not his brother? What if his intuition had betrayed him? What if, taking a deep breath, he delicately tiptoed towards the skeletal remains? Upon noticing the shattered heart-protecting mirror beside the body, the last vestige of hope within him vanished. He was acutely aware of his brother's many flaws, his lack of talent, his lasciviousness, his questionable character, and his arrogant demeanor, which often landed him in trouble. He had advised him countless times to avoid provoking conflicts, warning him that it would lead to inevitable misfortune. Yet, he never listened. But regardless of his shortcomings, he was still his flesh and blood. At that moment, to see his beloved brother meet such a tragic end here was a profound agony for Chu Jiasong. He clenched his fists tightly, his nails digging into his flesh. Evidence of days gone by without a trim. His eyes blazed with an inferno of rage, emanating a terrifying current, akin to a vengeful deity. The blood feud of kin must be avenged. Whoever was responsible for his brother's demise would be dragged from the depths, and he would see them torn asunder. Chapter 94. Am I investigating myself? The first forbidden spell signed in. Beep. Chu Tiance hastily answered the call from his eldest son, Chu Jiasheng. "Jiasheng, have you found your brother?" After a prolonged silence, the other end finally responded, "Yes, but what we found was his corpse." "What? Jiahao is dead." The weight that had been hanging over Chu Tiance's heart ultimately fell. Immediately following, his mother, Wang Sufan, could be heard on the other end, her voice breaking. "Oh my heavens! My son is dead. I can't go on living." Suppressing his overwhelming sorrow, Chu Tiance uttered, "I'll be there right away." Before ending the call, he then summoned his brother, Chu Tianba, and his wife, and they swiftly departed for the Magic City. At 11:30 that night, Guchon, having just slain the witch sisters, was preparing to rest when suddenly his task wristband chimed. Opening it, he discovered a mission from the investigation department. "So late. Is there an urgent task at hand?" Due to the special investigator being occupied with significant duties, Lei Jin has been appointed as the lead, with Guchon and Shun Lian assisting him in investigating the murder case of Chu Jiahao, a freshman at Magic City University. The situation is critical. The trio is requested to commence the investigation tomorrow to clarify the case promptly and provide an explanation to the victim's family. After reading the mission, Guchon fell into a prolonged silence. "This case has been entrusted to me. Am I investigating myself? Damn, I hadn't anticipated my first case would be so troublesome. If I fail to solve it, I won't gain any contribution points, and my promotion will be thwarted, reflecting poorly on my capabilities. Yet, solving the case might lead me into peril. What a dilemma. But I certainly cannot incriminate myself. While this should fall under justifiable self-defense, even if the law finds me innocent, would the Chu family let me off the hook? Don't make me laugh. They would undoubtedly seek retribution for their son's death. Given this, I must frame those non-existent individuals instead. Meanwhile, Shen Lian, accompanying Chu Jiaxing, also received the same message. Though Chu Jiaxing was enveloped in grief, she felt it necessary to inform him of the situation. Jiaxing, look, the investigation department has assigned me to assist in this case. Chu Jiaxing furrowed his brow, evidently displeased with the investigation department's arrangement. Yet out of respect for their camaraderie, he refrained from voicing his dissatisfaction. I've already informed the case handlers that the victim is the son of the president of the 8-Star Guild. I explicitly requested a special investigator for this matter. Why have we only been assigned a senior investigator? Shen Lian appeared somewhat apologetic, suggesting that perhaps all the special investigators were preoccupied with the incident involving the first-year students being besieged, thus leading to a shortage of personnel. It was then that Chu Jiaxing recalled the events of 2 days prior. But this is... damn it. Frustration welled within him. Yet he found no outlet for his grievances. Shen Lian declared, Jiaxing, rest assured. Although I have just embarked on my journey as a junior investigator, I promise you, I shall assist you in uncovering the identity of the fiend who took your brother's life. Chu Jiaxing gazed at the bright and charming girl before him, yet felt no spark of emotion. He simply nodded in silence. At 4 a.m, Chu Tiansu and his companions arrived in the bustling metropolis and proceeded to the morgue. Upon seeing Chu Jiaxing, Chu Tiansu inquired, "Where is your brother?" "I wish to bid my son farewell." Chu Jiaxing replied, "Father, mother, you must brace yourselves. My brother, he is somewhat unrecognizable now." "What does unrecognizable mean?" Unable to bear the thought of elaborating, he urged, "You should see for yourselves." Chu Tiansu and his wife entered the morgue. Moments later, the anguished wails of Wang Sufan echoed within the sterile room. "Oh heavens, my son met such a tragic end. This is not merely unrecognizable. Even if 100 relatives were to gather, they would not know him. My poor son, to lose a child is unbearable. I cannot go on." Shortly thereafter, Chu Tiansu emerged from the morgue, veins bulging in his forehead, exuding an aura of palpable fury. He fought to suppress his rage and demanded, "Who is responsible for my son's death? Have you apprehended the culprit?" Chu Jiaxing replied, "The murderer has yet to be found, but the investigation unit has taken over the case." "What level of investigator are they employing?" Chu Jiaxing responded, "There is 1 senior investigator and 2 junior investigators." Chu Tiansu could no longer contain his wrath. "What?" He slammed his fist against the concrete wall, creating a deep dent. "My son is dead, and the secret investigation unit sends me a senior investigator? Not a single elite investigator? And what is the purpose of these junior investigators? Is my son's demise merely a training exercise for them? This is an affront." Shen Lian suddenly felt a sense of discomfort in the atmosphere. Chu Jiaxing hastily clarified, "Due to a grave incident involving freshmen at our school recently, all elite investigators have been dispatched to that case. We simply lack the manpower." Chu Tiansu roared, "There is no need for them to search. I shall personally track down the murderer and ensure he suffers a fate worse than my son did. 1,000-fold. He commanded, "Ma Bo Yun, cease all other work and focus solely on this investigation." Yes. The following morning, Gu Chen awoke from the fetid mire of a swamp, feeling surprisingly invigorated. "Ding. You have a new skill available for sign-in. Would you like to proceed?" "Sign-in. Congratulations. You have successfully signed in. The skill you have acquired today is the Thunder Mage's forbidden spell, Thunder Goddess Descent." Guchon could hardly believe his eyes. "I have signed in for a forbidden spell?" He hurriedly opened his skill panel to review his newfound abilities. The arrival of the Thunder God summoned the power of the Thunder God, and at this moment, you embody the Thunder God. All your lightning-related abilities will be significantly enhanced, resulting in a 100-fold increase in damage. Additionally, you shall temporarily wield the legendary weapon, the Thunder God's Hammer. The effects of this skill will last for 10 minutes. Have I truly signed up for my first forbidden spell in life? 100-fold increase in all lightning-based abilities. How astonishing is that? My current magical damage exceeds 1,100, and with the weapon, it reaches 1,500. Ordinary lightning skills can inflict approximately 200 of magical damage, while advanced skills average around 400 and awakened skills hover around 1,000. If these skills multiply their damage by 100, even the simplest lightning arrow could wreak havoc with 300,000 damage. It is utterly terrifying. Furthermore, this skill also temporarily grants a legendary weapon, the Thunder Goddess Hammer. I had no idea legendary weapons even existed beyond mere tales. Although I am yet to discover the attributes of this weapon, it undoubtedly possesses remarkable qualities. Given the immense power of this forbidden spell, does it imply that I need no longer fear the Chu family? Even if they were to uncover my identity, I would stand a fighting chance against those seasoned veterans of level 70 or 80. However, it would be prudent to remain undetected, as I do not wish to provoke excessive bloodshed. After departing from the secret realm, Gu Chen made his way toward the morgue of the hospital. Upon arrival, he found Lei Jun and Shun Lian already present. Apologies for the delay, there was a traffic jam. Sniff, sniff, sniff. Shun Lian approached Gu Chen, drawn by the foul odor in the air. Suddenly, pinching her nose, she exclaimed, "Ah, why do you smell so terrible? Like you fell into a sewer." Gu Chen had spent an entire night in the malevolent swamp, and his sense of smell was nearly dulled, rendering him oblivious to his own odor. To be honest, I just emerged from the malevolent swamp's secret realm, hence the odor, he admitted. That's the secret realm I despise the most. No wonder you reek of sewer. She retorted, urging him to keep his distance. Lei Jun suggested, let us hurry inside. The three then entered the morgue to examine the bodies of the victims. Upon pulling out a body from the cold storage, both Lei Jun and Shun Lian were momentarily stunned. Gu Chen feigned astonishment, saying, "Brother Lei, the manner of death for these individuals is strikingly similar to those we encountered during our examination. Could it be the same group responsible? Have they come to Magic City? From the methods employed, it was indeed the same group. No wonder I could not trace their whereabouts in Qinghai province. They had already arrived in Magic City. How infuriating. More vibrant lives have been extinguished at their hands. I feel utterly powerless." Gu Chen reassured him, "Brother Lei, there is no need for you to feel overly guilty. These individuals were simply too cunning." Although they had already deduced that the culprits were the same group, the three continued to diligently examine the bodies and gather information about the deceased. Chu Jiahao, age 19, occupation, sorcerer, talent, A class, level, 21. Wu Hongxi, age 27, profession, thief, talent, B grade, level, 37. Wenyang Biao, age 26, profession, assassin, talent, B grade, level, 35. For deceased individuals were low-level thugs, each in their 30s, while another was the youngest son of the president of the Sanqiong Guild. Could it be that the president's son hired these thugs to teach someone a lesson, only to inadvertently encounter these assassins? Who was the person that Chu Jiahao intended to reprimand? Might he be the key to this case? Upon hearing Lei Jun's analysis, Gu Chen felt a wave of dismay. Damn, Brother Lei, you've hit the nail on the head. Are we still able to play together cheerfully in the future? Gu Chen intentionally diverted Lei Jun's thoughts, saying, Brother Lei, I beg to differ. I believe the opposite. Oh, please share your perspective. The last instances of murder and the destruction of the Tree of Life in the Spirit Energy Forest are connected to the Sanqiong Guild. I speculate that these assassins may have specifically come to Modu to eliminate Chu Jiahao. Not only is Chu Jiahao a target, but his elder brother, Chu Jiaxing, is also on the assassination list. However, due to Chu Jiaxing's formidable talent and higher level, they find it difficult to act against him, prompting them to first eliminate the less talented Chu Jiahao. Your analysis is indeed quite reasonable. But what could be the reason behind the deaths of these thugs? Guchon understood that some truths could not be concealed, thus he replied, Ahem. To be honest, these thugs might have been hired by him to teach me a lesson. Oh, what transpired? In truth, I have been in Modu for 2 days. Just yesterday, I had a misunderstanding with Chu Jiahao. He arrogantly proclaimed that he would deal with me and threatened that I would never leave Modu in one piece. I was utterly terrified. Consequently, I spent day and night hiding in the malicious marsh secret realm, too frightened to emerge. It wasn't until I received an assignment from the organization that I dared to take the risk and come out. Hence, I currently smell quite unpleasant. Shun Lian was astonished and inquired, You mean to say you spent an entire night in the malicious marsh? Indeed, Guchon affirmed. You truly are something. He continued, however. Unexpectedly, these individuals stumbled upon the assassins targeting Chu Jiahao on their way to find me. thus becoming the most innocent victims. Lei Jun patted Gu Chen's shoulder in commendation, exclaiming, "Well done." After hearing your analysis, the entire case suddenly became clear. "It's all thanks to you. Shun Lian, you should learn from Gu Chen." Shun Lian tilted her head proudly, stating, "Humph, I'm not interested." Yet deep down, she felt that the matter was far from straightforward. Could Gu Chen have accurately deduced the entirety of the case? That seems rather uncanny. Is he truly the reincarnation of Detective Conan? Or could it be that he? Lei Jun recalled something and remarked, "By the way, Shun Lian, you are classmates with Chu Jiaxing, aren't you?" This question interrupted Shun Lian's train of thought. "Yes, indeed. Please kindly inform Mr. Chu Jiaxing to exercise caution, as there is a possibility that an assassin may strike at any moment." Understood. Chapter 95. Ma Buiyun discovers Gu Chen. Having departed from the morgue, the trio hastened to the crime scene to gather evidence. Shortly after Lei Jun and his companions left, an elderly man arrived, none other than Gu Chen's master, Ma Buiyun, the third elder of the Zhangqiong Guild. Ma Buiyun opened the refrigerated cabinets, meticulously examining the corpses one by one. Inferno. Summon skeletons. Corpse explosion technique. Thunderstorm technique. It appears they are indeed of the same faction as those who destroyed the Tree of Life. Which prominent family has the Zhangqiong Guild offended to repeatedly attract such calamities? Or has the Chu family angered a formidable clan? Ma Buiyun's gaze fell upon the remains of Chu Jiahao, plunging him into contemplation. Jiahao had always been lecherous and unruly, exuding arrogance, which made it plausible that he had provoked someone he ought not to have, perhaps by enticing another family's wealthy heir's girlfriend, thus courting his own demise. His father, concerned he would offend the wrong person, arranged a marriage with a suitable match, hoping to expedite their union upon graduation. Yet, unforeseen disaster struck. How tragic it is to reap the consequences of one's own actions. But what is this smooth incision? Although Jiahao's remains had been obliterated by the corpse explosion technique, the astute Ma Buiyun discerned an exceedingly smooth transverse cut on his shattered sternum. The fatal wound was inflicted by a weapon that cleaved him in two, and Jiahao had been wearing a heart-protecting mirror at the time, suggesting he had previously endured a lethal assault. This penetrating wound in his chest must have originated from that earlier attack. It seems that under the protection of the heart-protecting mirror, his heart remained unscathed. Merely the sternum was pierced by that blade. Judging by the wound, it appears he was struck by a sharp sword. After being pierced by the sword's blade, the sternum was evidently further impacted by the sword's hilt, forcefully breaching his entire thoracic cavity. What kind of skill could possess such formidable power? A thrown weapon? Unlikely. Thrown weapons are typically rotated during their trajectory, rarely causing linear damage. A flash? Though it inflicts linear damage, the sword remains in hand. No, that doesn't seem right either. Ma Buiyun meticulously scrutinized the details once more. The angle suggests an attack initiated from above. There are indeed few skills capable of such an assault. Let me ponder this. Suddenly, he trembled, as a bold hypothesis dawned upon him. Could it be the sword mastery technique? That is the level 60 awaken skill of the Sword Immortal. The Sword Immortal is a hidden profession, quite rare. Which family possesses the audacity to dispatch a Sword Immortal to eliminate a mere junior? If I can ascertain the weapon used, I might deduce his precise level. The blade's width measures 8 centimeters, while the hilt's width is approximately 12 centimeters. This sword is. Ma Buiyun searched for swords that matched these dimensions and soon uncovered the truth. It is a level 10 iron sword? It appears the assailant deliberately switched to an iron sword to conceal their identity. Quite cunning. So, does this mean the trail has gone cold once more? Ma Buiyun stroked his beard, deep in thought for a moment, before suddenly discovering a new breakthrough. However, it was not without some gains. All sword immortals share a common flaw: their penchant for soaring through the skies using sword control techniques. This method is far more convenient than relying on mounts. Thus, by merely keeping an eye on the sword immortals flying above, I might uncover the identity of the perpetrator. Although this approach may seem rather clumsy, it remains the sole avenue for progress. It appears that I must proceed in this manner. Meanwhile, Lei Jun, Guchon, and Shun Lian arrived at the crime scene, only to find little to no evidence after a thorough investigation. Lei Jun sighed, exclaiming, "The culprit remains as cunning as ever. They have left no trace, not even a footprint. This case is growing increasingly difficult." At that moment, Gu Chen offered a rather dubious suggestion. Lei Gu, since we cannot find the murderer, why not wait for them to come to us? If the target is to eliminate the two heirs of the Chu family, it is evidently more valuable to kill the SS-ranked Chu Sheng than the A-ranked Chu Hao. Therefore, these individuals will undoubtedly seek an opportunity to strike at Chu Sheng. Why not adopt a strategy of waiting for the rabbit to come to the tree? That makes sense. It's fortunate to have you. Lei Zhan pondered for a moment before arranging. Then it shall be so. From today onwards, I will secretly follow Chu Sheng, waiting for the enemy to take the bait. You two should focus on leveling up and studying, but remain vigilant for any suspicious individuals around. Also, Shun Lian, you must ensure that Chu Sheng is unaware of my covert surveillance. It could disrupt his usual routes. Understood. All right, everyone disperse. If you make any discoveries, inform me promptly. The opponents are skilled. We must avoid alarming them and refrain from acting recklessly. Understood. With that, the three of them went their separate ways. After Gu Chen departed, he returned to the malevolent marsh secret realm to continue grinding skill books and leveling up, showing little concern for the case. After all, there was nothing to be concerned about. He was the instigator of the entire affair. Let Lei Zhan and the others investigate as they please. The best outcome for him would be for them to uncover nothing. A week later, Gu Chen successfully leveled the skeleton mage to the maximum level of 100. His own level also reached 35. Perseverance indeed pays off. The skeleton mage has finally reached its full potential. Now, I only need to upgrade the passive skill of skeleton strengthening to its maximum level, and I will be able to assemble the most formidable undead army. Name, Guchon, level, LV. 35. Occupation, unemployed. Health, 6,300 6,300. Magic power, max. Constitution, 630. Strength, 630. Agility, 630. Intelligence, 630. Spirit, 630. Physical attack, 1386. Magic attack, 1260. Critical rate, 12. 6. Evasion rate, 12. 6. After a week of enduring the foul stench of the malevolent swamp, Gu Chen found himself enveloped in an odor that clung to him from head to toe. Despite his daily baths in the secret realm, the pervasive environment rendered them futile. At this moment, he longed for a luxurious bathing establishment where he could indulge in a refreshing wash and rejuvenate his senses, ridding himself of the unpleasant aroma. He perused his phone and discovered a lavish spa, adorned with reviews that were overwhelmingly positive. The establishment is magnificent, offering a plethora of services that cater to every guest's desires, truly a paradise on earth. Though the prices are on the higher side, the experience is undeniably worth it. 5 stars recommended. The technicians exhibit exceptional service and skill. Both my brother and I were moved to tears. What kind of scrubbing technique could evoke such emotion? This warranted exploration. Although the spa was over 30 kilometers away, the art of sword flight would render the journey a mere 20 minutes. Good experiences are worth the distance, so he resolved to go there, utilizing his sword technique. Guchon soared towards the heavenly establishment. Chu Tianzu had been in the bustling metropolis for 7 days, yet the perpetrator remained elusive. While the death of his son was indeed a grave matter, the guild was burdened with numerous pressing affairs that demanded his attention. His patience was wearing thin. He summoned Ma Bo Yun and inquired, "Old Ma, you have been investigating for 7 days. Why have you yet to uncover the culprit? What exactly have you been occupied with daily?" For the past few days, Ma Bo Yun had been gazing skyward, hoping to catch a glimpse of a celestial swordsman. Regrettably, no such figure had appeared. Although the case had shown no signs of progress, his daily stargazing had surprisingly alleviated his long-standing neck pain. Thus, it was not entirely without merit. Ma Bo Yun explained, "The leads on this case are exceedingly scarce, yet I have identified a potential breakthrough. Rest assured, as long as the murderer remains in the metropolis, I will track him down using this lead." Humph. Chu Tianzi scoffed, evidently dissatisfied with Ma Bo Yun's progress. He then queried, "What about the investigators in the secret realm? Have they made any advancements?" Their situation mirrored his own, no significant developments. Chu Tianzi seethed, "Humph. A bunch of useless individuals." Ma Bo Yun felt a twitch in his eyelid, uncertain if he was included among the so-called useless ones. There were still many matters awaiting his attention within the guild. He resolved to return to Luo City that afternoon. "Old Ma, continue to stay in the magical city to find the murderer of my son. If you fail to locate the culprit, Do not return to see me." Upon hearing the president's words, Ma Boyun couldn't help but furrow his brows, feeling a deep dissatisfaction within. Nevertheless, he acquiesced, saying, "Yes, I shall comply with the president's directives." After departing from the president, Ma Boyun wandered alone down the street, feeling as though he were nothing more than a mere beast of burden for the Chu family. Summoned at will, toiling without overtime pay, how far removed he was from the status of a guild elder. With a heavy sigh directed at the heavens, he lamented the woefulness of his existence. Suddenly, a figure zipped by on a flying sword, leaving a swift whoosh in its wake. Wait, what was that whoosh just now? Sword technique? By heavens, why was I moping around? I must pursue. The Thunder Beast. With a resounding roar, the skies rumbled as the Thunder Beast appeared from the void. Ma Boyun leapt onto the creature, commanding, "Chase that sword-wielding individual." The Thunder Beast bellowed fiercely and surged forward. Meanwhile, Guchon sensed the growing thunderous sounds behind him. Oh, is a storm brewing behind me? He turned to see an elder atop a green Thunder Beast, rapidly closing in on him. Is that the Thunder Beast? My master? Is he in urgent need of me? No, that cannot be right. If my master wished to contact me, he could simply send a message rather than exhaust his spiritual energy summoning the Thunder Beast to pursue me. Unless he is unaware that the one on the flying sword is me. If he does not recognize me, then who is he pursuing? Gu Chen pondered swiftly. He was the third elder of the Celestial Guild and also an investigator. Could it be that Chu Tians had sent him to investigate? This possibility seemed quite plausible. What corpse have I failed to handle? How could he have traced any clues? Gu Chen was at a loss, and as he glanced back, he realized the speed of the Thunder Beast far surpassed his own first-level sword technique. His master was drawing nearer. Oh no, if my master catches up, I shall be exposed. What to do? At that moment, Ma Boyun called out from behind, "Fellow Taoist, please halt. I mean no harm. I merely wish to inquire about a few matters. I trust you as far as I can throw you, you old rascal." Gu Chen urged his iron sword forward at full speed. Seeing Gu Chen accelerate, a smile crept upon the corners of Ma Boyun's mouth. Ah, attempting to flee? That indicates you have something to hide. Thunder Beast, pursue at full speed. The thunderous roar grew ever closer. Gu Chen realized that if he continued to run, it was only a matter of time before his master would catch up. Thus, he resolved that he would have to take a stand against his master. Chapter 96. The Return of the 10,000 Swords. A threat to Master Ma. As Gu Chen sensed Master Ma Boyun closing in, he abruptly halted. Suspending himself in midair, his back turned towards Ma Boyun, patiently awaiting his approach. Guchon was acutely aware that his master was the Thunder Mage. Even the most formidable mages preferred to engage in combat from a distance, never drawing too close to their adversaries. Thus, he harbored no anxiety regarding his exposure. "Why have you stopped, my friend? Do you believe you cannot outrun my Thunder Beast?" Ma Boyun called out, bringing his steed to a halt as well. Gu Chen remained silent, intrigued to learn the purpose of Ma Boyun's visit. "Are you aware of the recent incident involving the murder of the second young master of the Chu family? My young master was severely injured by the sword control technique, compelling me to seek your counsel and pose a few inquiries. If you are not the perpetrator, I shall, of course, allow you to leave unscathed. Indeed, my master has come to investigate this matter. I did pierce Chu Hao's chest with the sword control technique, but his remains were obliterated by my corpse explosion technique. I never expected that this old fox could uncover any clues from the wreckage. One must concede, experience is invaluable." Ma Boyun cast a discerning glance at the flying sword beneath Gu Chen's feet, which was none other than an iron sword. Confirmed. This sword immortal seems to lack the sharpness of his intellect. How could he still be wielding the very weapon used in the crime? Does he truly consider us seasoned investigators to be fools? It was not that Gu Chen was unwilling to exchange his iron sword. Rather, he had no alternative at his disposal. Strangely enough, despite venturing through numerous secret realms, he had yet to encounter a suitable treasure sword and continued to rely on that level 10 iron sword. With a cold snort, Ma Boyun declared, "If you refuse to speak, I shall be compelled to extract the truth from you." However, at that moment, Gu Chen preempted him with a swift maneuver. Return of the 10,000 Swords. In an instant, the iron sword beneath Gu Chen transformed into a multitude of iron swords, numbering in the tens of thousands. They swiftly arranged themselves into a colossal circular sword formation, enveloping Ma Boyun within its confines. Ma Boyun abruptly halted his incantation. hastily maneuvering the thunder beast to retreat beyond the sword formation. He gazed in disbelief at the spectacle before him, swallowing hard. This was the Sword Immortal's level 80 second awakening skill, the return of the 10,000 swords. The very moment Ma Bo-yun exited the sword formation, all the iron swords that constituted it shifted from a vertical position to a horizontal one, pointing towards the center. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. One by one, the iron swords launched towards the opposing direction, halting only upon reaching the outermost edges of the sword formation, then reversing course to strike back at their original positions. Moreover, the speed of the flying swords increased exponentially, with more swords joining the fray. What began with a handful of flying swords weaving through the formation escalated into dozens, hundreds, and ultimately thousands of flying swords darting within the sword array, a truly breathtaking sight. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Thousands of sword lights surged through the formation, creating an onslaught that rendered evasion impossible. In merely a few seconds, a myriad of sword energies culminated, and the multitude of iron sword avatars seamlessly merged back into the corporeal iron sword beneath Gu Chen's feet. The myriad swords returned to their origin. Ma Bo-yun stood in a daze, rendered speechless for an extended moment. Observing Ma's silence and inaction, Guchon deemed it an opportune moment to depart. Just as he activated the iron sword to leave, Ma Bo-yun suddenly spoke. Fellow Taoist. Gu Chen paused once more, pondering. Could it be that this old man was not intimidated by my second awakening skill? That seems unlikely. He then heard Ma Bo-yun tremblingly utter, Fellow Taoist. Please take care. Ah, now that is more like it, Gu Chen mused, proceeding to leisurely pilot the iron sword away. After Gu Chen's departure, Ma Bo-yun collapsed onto the back of the thunder beast, the ethereal aura he once exuded dissipating in an instant. By now, his garments were drenched in cold sweat. The earlier spectacle had been nothing short of harrowing for him. At that moment, he felt as though he had danced perilously close to the precipice of death. With 10,000 flying swords, each back and forth represented 20,000 assaults. Any target within the sword array would undoubtedly be reduced to a mere sieve. The closer one was to the epicenter, the greater the damage endured. Had he emerged even a second later, he would have likely found himself riddled with wounds. What did it matter if his opponent wielded an iron sword? Even if it were merely a wooden sword, the sheer force could have rendered him lifeless. Such was the terrifying power of the second awakening skill. Fortunately, this formidable individual harbored no intentions of taking his life. Otherwise, he would have succumbed beneath the iron sword, forever a soul lost to its blade. He felt immensely grateful for the mercy bestowed upon him. As for this case, I shall refrain from pursuing it any further. Continuing down this path may very well cost me my life. A being of such caliber, endowed with a second awakening, is certainly beyond the capabilities of someone like me. I am merely a laborer for another's guild, and you expect me to risk my life? Such folly. I shall not delve any deeper into this matter. Whoever wishes to investigate may do so. I wish to live a few more years. Regarding that Chu Jiahao, his insatiable greed for beauty, his unruly nature, and his brazen arrogance have led him to his deserved demise. He has reaped what he sowed. Outrageous. After parting with Ma Bo-yun, Gu Chen made his way to a luxurious bathing center. He meticulously cleansed himself of grime and odors, discarding his soiled garments, and then secured a room, intending to indulge in a refreshing slumber. Subsequently, Gu Chen reclined on the lavish bed, charging his phone. Due to the absence of power within the secret realm, his phone had remained off for several days. Upon activating the device, a flurry of messages flooded in. By Ningning, Gu Chen, breaking news. Did you know that Chu Jiahao is dead? I heard it was a gruesome demise. Wonderful. I no longer have to marry him. Tell me secretly, did you kill Chu Jiahao? Why are you silent? Can't reach you by phone either? You haven't run into trouble, have you? Gu Chen, cease your antics. You have me thoroughly worried. Please return my call promptly. Gu Chen, you haven't perished alongside Chu Jiahao, have you? Gu Chen, are you there? Over the course of 7 days, Bai Ningning sent Gu Chen more than 30 messages, nearly one every few hours. To my surprise, this young lady genuinely cares for me. However, I find myself too preoccupied to respond to her tonight. I shall attend to it tomorrow. Gu Chen then perused the messages from others. Chen Hui, Brother Chen, do you have plans for tomorrow? Could you assist me in leveling up? Brother Chen, why are you not replying? Bai Ningning mentioned you are missing and is searching high and low for you. Has Chu Jiahao met his end? Have you as well? This is unacceptable. Brother Chun, I am your father. Quickly respond to me. My son, I miss you dearly. Please reply. This foolish lad dares to take advantage of my absence. Just wait until I return. I shall deal with him. Lei Jun, Gu Chen, do you have any updates on your end? Come and cover for me. I am struggling to keep up. It has been several days, and I have yet to catch even a glimpse of a suspect. Why the silence? Surely this foolish boy isn't keeping watch around the clock? Well, never mind. I shall ignore him and allow him to keep vigil for another night. Chapter 97. A heart-to-heart with Master Ma. At that moment, Guchon was suddenly alerted by a new message. It was from his master, Ma Buyun. Disciple, I wish to see you. When might you have the time? What could my master possibly want to discuss? Have I inadvertently revealed something earlier? That shouldn't be the case. My master was nearly frightened to the point of losing control. It shouldn't have slipped out. Guchon pondered, concluding that perhaps his master was still reeling from the shock of his second awakening skill, feeling a bit melancholic and in need of conversation. He decided to indulge the old man. Guchon replied, Master, I am currently at Tianshang Rinjian enjoying a bath. Would you care to join? At your tender age, how could you venture to such a place? And why? Pray tell, did you not invite me along? Wait for me. I shall arrive shortly. Before long, Ma Buyun also arrived at Tianshang Rinjian and located Gu Chen. The two soaked in the bath while conversing. Is there a particular reason you sought me out, master? Truth be told, I find myself in a bit of a gloomy mood, unsure of whom else to confide in, which is why I thought of you. Master, you are among the strongest of the strong. What could possibly bring you sorrow? How can I be considered strong? Perhaps in your eyes, this old man of over 80 levels appears formidable, yet to true powerhouses, I am but a mere trifle, subject to their whims. Master, you are far too humble. This is not humility, it is merely the truth. Just earlier, Ma Buyun recounted the earlier events in detail to Gu Chen, withholding nothing. Gu Chen was taken aback. Typically, a master of Ma Buyun's caliber would take great care to maintain a dignified facade, especially before their disciple, to avoid being looked down upon. Yet, Ma Buyun chose to reveal his most vulnerable moment, indicating that the incident had indeed affected him deeply. Feigning ignorance, Gu Chen asked, is the disparity between the first and second awakenings truly so vast? Indeed, it is immensely significant, a chasm of difference. I, Ma Buyun, was a respected figure among first awakening practitioners. Although I have never faced off against a second awakening master, I believed I could hold my own in a few exchanges. However, I was gravely mistaken. The damage and effects of their second awakening skills are sufficient to annihilate us first awakening practitioners. Had that esteemed individual harbored any intent to kill, I would surely have perished beneath his iron sword. Gu Chen mused to himself, no need to thank me. I shall not engage in treachery against my master. Seeing Master Ma lay bare his heart, Gu Chen seized the moment to voice a lingering question. Master, I have often wondered why you chose to take me as your disciple and have been so generous towards me. Ma Buyun paused for a moment before responding. To speak candidly, my decision to accept you as my disciple was not without its own motivations. I have been stagnating at the threshold of the second awakening for several years now, forever trapped at a 90 comprehension level with no progress in sight. Just as I contemplated relinquishing my aspirations for a second awakening, you appeared unexpectedly. Your rapid comprehension left me astounded, even enhancing my own insight by a remarkable 1%. This revelation rekindled my hope for a second rebirth. Thus, I took you as my apprentice, hoping that your growth would reignite my understanding of the second awakening skills. I bestowed upon you the thunder-based magical abilities and weaponry solely to expedite your mastery of thunder magic, thereby stimulating my own insight. To outsiders, it may seem that I generously granted you skill books and equipment, but the truth is my intentions were rather selfish. Master, you need not feel overly guilty. I am quite satisfied with the equipment and skill books you provided, said Ma Buyun, smiling, assuming Gu Chen was merely engaging in polite conversation and not pressing further. After a moment of silence, Ma Buyun inquired, by the way, how much have you comprehended from the skill books I gave you? Have you learned any new thunder skills? I have mastered them all. Gu Chen exclaimed. You've learned them all? Wait, what did you say? You mean to say you've mastered them all? Even the level 30 thunder strike? Indeed, I have mastered them all. I can now effortlessly wield the power of lightning. As he spoke, Gu Chen concentrated the electric energy, arcs crackling in his palm, dancing rapidly without inflicting harm upon him. You have mastered the level 30 Thunder Strike, which means you have reached level 30. Yes, just barely over level 30. Gu Chen, fearing he might shock Master Ma, intentionally understated his level by 5. Nevertheless, even with this omission, Ma Buiyun was left in utter astonishment. Goodness, in just a few days, you have ascended from the teens to level 30. Such a rate of progression is simply abnormal. And as an unclassed individual, you have managed to grasp several thunder skills in such a brief period. It's truly prodigious. While Ma Buiyun was astounded, he was also continuously monitoring his own progress with the second awakening skills. To his dismay, however, there was no change. His progress remained stagnant at 91. With a sigh, Ma Buiyun felt a tinge of disappointment. What troubles you, master? Why the sudden sigh? Ma Buiyun replied candidly. Although your progress is indeed astonishing, it is regrettable that my own insight has not advanced at all. It appears that my previous enhancement was merely a fortuitous anomaly. If you seek to be astonished, fret not. Given the right moment, I shall unveil several second awakening skills to leave you utterly astounded, but now is not the time. After some light conversation, the two returned to their respective rooms to rest. The following morning, the master and disciple emerged from a realm of bliss. Upon stepping outside, Gu Chen felt invigorated, his entire being refreshed and his thoughts remarkably clear, as if he had entered a sage-like state. He then opened his phone and quietly awarded the establishment a 5-star review. Indeed, this place is truly splendid. I shall return. At this moment, Ma Buiyun approached and retrieved several skill books along with 2 staves from his storage space, presenting them to Gu Chen. Disciple, I hope you do not dwell on yesterday's events. Even if your comprehension does not benefit me, I would never treat you unjustly. I, old Ma, am not the kind of person who would discard you simply because you seem devoid of utility. I shall continue to fulfill my duties as your master. Take these skill books and staves. Should you have any needs in the future, do not hesitate to ask me. Thank you, master. I shall take my leave now. Please travel safely, master. As Gu Chen watched the diminutive figure of the old man recede into the distance, he silently vowed within himself, rest assured, master, your disciple is not one to accept kindness without gratitude. I must ensure that you successfully comprehend the skill of the second awakening. This year, Chapter 98, Bai Dapeng's schemes crumbled. In the city of Luo, Bai Dapeng was recently taken aback by the news of Chu Jiahao's tragic demise. The death of Chu Jiahao not only signified the dissolution of the engagement between his daughter and the Chu family, but it also heralded the end of the collaboration between the Zhangqiong Guild and the Bai Guild. The aspirations of the Bai Guild to ascend to an 8th-level guild now appeared to be a distant dream. Bai Dapeng's meticulously crafted plans had been rendered futile. Who could be so vile as to take the life of young Master Chu? This surely jeopardized my significant endeavors. Just yesterday, Bai Dapeng learned that Chu Tians had returned from the Magic City. Out of respect and propriety, he felt compelled to pay a visit. Thus, he arrived at the Zhangqiong Guild bearing gifts. Upon his arrival, he found Chu Tians engrossed in reviewing the guild's recent profits and various affairs. After a brief wait of approximately 10 minutes, Chu Tians finally summoned Bai Dapeng to enter. Feigning sorrow, Bai Dapeng stepped inside. Brother Chu, how could this happen to Jiahao? My future son-in-law. Just like that, he is gone. It truly pains my heart. Chu Tians remained silent, his gaze icy and unyielding. Bai Dapeng, feeling the weight of the awkwardness, continued, the most heartbreaking thing in this world is to lose one's child before one's time. Brother Chu, I empathize with your sorrow. Do take care of your health in this trying time. Please accept my condolences. Still, Chu Tians did not utter a word. Bai Dapeng's eyelids twitched involuntarily, and he cautiously inquired, Brother Chu, have I done something wrong? Chu Tians let out a cold snort, saying, I haven't come to settle scores with you. Yet you dare to come here to lament. You have done nothing wrong, but your precious daughter has caused my son great distress. A cold sweat broke out on Bai Dapeng's brow as an ominous premonition gripped his heart. What has my daughter done? Your daughter, who was already betrothed to my son, has repeatedly spurned his affections and shamelessly consorted with other men. My son, upon witnessing her intimate conduct with another man, could not contain his anger and sought assistance to confront that scoundrel. Alas, fate intervened, and he too met with tragedy. Had it not been for your daughter's wanton behavior, my son would not have suffered such a fate. Bai Dapeng silently cursed, to call my daughter shameless and promiscuous. How dare you? Your son is notorious for his debauchery, changing girlfriends as often as one might change clothes. And how many abortions has he orchestrated? My daughter is a paragon of virtue. Were it not for my desire to advance our guild's interests and seek your assistance, I would never have considered marrying my precious daughter to that scoundrel, Jiahao. You have the audacity to speak ill of my daughter. How dare you? Though Bai Dapeng seethed with indignation, he dared not utter a word of disrespect. Brother Chu, this is a grave misunderstanding. My daughter is certainly not the kind of person you describe. It must be a miscommunication. Miscommunication? All the students in the school witnessed them walking hand in hand, and you dare to claim this is a misunderstanding? Bai Dianfeng found himself at a loss for words. He was well aware of Gu Chen and Bai Ningning's relationship. At one point, he had even contemplated having his bodyguards discreetly deal with Gu Chen. However, upon hearing that young Master Chu intended to personally handle Gu Chen, Bai Dianfeng reasoned that taking care of a worthless individual posed no significant risk. Allowing young Master Chu to act might even alleviate his anger, so he refrained from deploying his bodyguards. Little did he know that this decision would cost the Chu family dearly. Had he ordered his bodyguards to eliminate Gu Chen at that moment, perhaps young Master Chu would still be alive. Even in death, the blame would not rest on his shoulders. Alas, what a grave miscalculation, Chu Tians coldly remarked. Now that my son is dead, the engagement between our families is nullified. There is no longer any bond between us. Bai Dianfeng then recalled something and inquired. I wonder if Jiasheng has a girlfriend? He had shifted his focus to Chu Jiasheng. Chu Jiasheng was academically exceptional, possessed remarkable character, and boasted dual S-level talents. Being a member of the university's team in Modu, his future was undoubtedly bright. Marrying his daughter to Chu Jiasheng would be infinitely more advantageous than to Chu Jiahao. However, Bai Dianfeng's words ignited Chu Tian's fury. Do you believe the Chu family cannot find a suitable bride? Your daughter has caused the death of my youngest son and now seeks to attract my eldest son? Do you truly think that just because you birthed a daughter with dual S-level talents, she is worthy of anyone? I assure you, my son will not have died in vain. If the murderer is not found, I will ensure that your Bai family, along with your prideful daughter, accompanies my son to the grave. Bai Dianfeng was utterly stunned. His carefully laid plans had crumbled. He hurriedly explained, Brother Chu, what do you mean? I have no ulterior motives. I merely wish to connect with your son. How could my daughter possibly be worthy of such an exceptional child? A prodigy like Jiasheng will undoubtedly marry a 3S-level bride. But it was too late for Bai Dianfeng to say anything further. Chu Tians regarded him with a chilling gaze and stated, Leave. If you do not depart now, I will have you killed. Bai Dianfeng swallowed hard, too frightened to utter another word. The murderous intent in Chu Tian's eyes was palpable, and he feared that even a single word could seal his fate. He turned and, under the watchful gaze imbued with malice, slowly walked toward the exit. With each step he took, his heart raced, as he feared Chu Tians might suddenly strike him down. The distance of merely a few dozen meters felt more arduous than facing execution, more suffocating. Yet, Chu Tians did not take his life. As soon as he stepped out of the main hall, Bai Dianfeng collapsed to the ground. Beads of sweat dripped from his forehead, splattering onto the floor, and his garments were already drenched. After a long while, he managed to rise again. His fists clenched tightly. At this moment, he yearned for revenge even more than Chu Tians did. He craved the blood of a single individual. He promptly retrieved his phone and dialed the number of the head of Bai Ningning's bodyguard team. I demand you make Gu Chen disappear from this world at once. Do you hear me? At this moment, Bai Dianfeng directed all his animosity towards Gu Chen. However, the bodyguard hesitated and replied, President, this matter may prove rather difficult. This young man happens to be a secret realm investigator, and he is the one responsible for the investigation into the death of young Master Chu. Moreover, there have been a series of heinous incidents occurring in Magic City recently, and the atmosphere here is particularly tense. Special investigators are visible on every street. If I were to eliminate an investigator at this time, it would undoubtedly attract significant attention. I fear I would find it hard to extricate myself from the situation. That is of no concern. Eliminate him, and I will ensure you can hide for 2 years. Upon your return, you need not continue in such a menial role as a bodyguard. I will arrange for you to be directly promoted to level 60 and elevated to the status of an elder. The adage rings true, fortune favors the bold, and thus the bodyguard found it difficult to refuse such a tremendous temptation. Very well. Within 3 days, I shall eliminate Gu Chen. Chapter 99, Reporting Safety. Upon emerging from the realm of heaven and earth, Gu Chen made his way to the senior male dormitory of Magic City University, where he found Lei Jun. Brother Lei, I've arrived. What progress has been made on the case? At that moment, Lei Jun bore the marks of exhaustion. His eyes shadowed by dark circles and his face glistening with oil. His cheeks had noticeably thinned, a clear indication of sleepless nights, or perhaps a series of cough, strenuous endeavors. Seeing Gu Chen, Lei Jun paused in surprise. You actually care about the case? Where have you been this past week? You didn't respond, and I thought you might have met with a grim fate. I was grinding in the secret realm, Gu Chen replied. A week of grinding in the secret realm every single day? Indeed, I've been quite diligent. Yet you could have at least replied. I've been spending nights in the secret realm, so my phone ran out of battery and shut down. All right, you always have an excuse. Meanwhile, I'm left to bear the brunt of this. What about Shunlian? Why isn't she covering for you? She is a classmate of Chu Jianxing and cannot expose our covert surveillance. Hence she cannot substitute for me. Understood. Enough of this idle chatter. You'll cover for me for 2 days. You must follow Chu Jianxing wherever he goes, without losing sight of him for a moment. Notify me immediately of any suspicious individuals. I need to return and catch up on sleep. If I don't rest soon, I might truly collapse. Guchon patted his chest in assurance. You can trust me, Brother Lei. With me around, nothing will happen to Chu Jianxing. Go ahead and sleep soundly. However, Lei Jun still appeared somewhat apprehensive. Make sure to call me if anything arises. Understood. With a yawn, Lei Jun strolled back to the hotel. Guchon reclined on a bench at the university, leisurely crossing his legs. Well, since there is nothing else to do, I might as well send a message to Bai Ningning to assure her of my safety. Guchon texted, Miss Bai, I've heard you've been missing me these past few days. Guchon, you're alive. Boo-hoo, I thought you were dead. I was so worried. How could I possibly die? If you were gone, I wouldn't be able to survive either. Where are you? I'm coming to find you. Right below the senior male dormitory. In just a few minutes, Bai Ningning arrived, trotting excitedly towards Guchon. Guchon, you're really alive. How wonderful, she exclaimed. Before adopting a reproachful tone, now tell me, what have you been up to these past few days? Why did you ignore me? I was so worried. Guchon replied, I've been investigating the circumstances surrounding Chu Jiehua's death. It's a confidential operation, hence my absence. You're looking into the cause of Chu Jiehua's death? Bai Ningning lowered her voice. Are you not the one who killed him? Of course not. I am a model citizen, often helping elderly ladies cross the street. How could I ever harm someone? Regardless of who killed Chu Jiehua, he was indeed a good person. He helped me resolve a significant worry. Subsequently, Bai Ningning unexpectedly placed her hand upon Gu Chen's, feigning nonchalance. Yet, her flushed cheeks betrayed her. Gu Chen did not reject her gesture, relishing the comfort brought by her cool hand amidst the sweltering summer heat. At that moment, a man clad in a dark suit abruptly appeared before them, Bai Ningning's bodyguard. Miss, please maintain your dignity. Bai Ningning frowned, expressing her discontent. Chu Jiahao is dead. I can be with whomever I desire now. Gu Chen chimed in, indeed. What is wrong with holding hands? Holding hands doesn't lead to pregnancy. The bodyguard cast a glance at Gu Chen, as though assessing a corpse. Ignoring him, he continued to address Bai Ningning. Although young Master Chu has passed, it does not imply that the elder approves of your association with this worthless individual. Please separate. Bai Ningning retorted, and what if I refuse? Can you really harm us? Then I shall summon more bodyguards to persuade you to part ways. She huffed. Once I inherit the Bai family's guild, the first thing I will do is expel all of you. The bodyguard remained unperturbed, reiterating, please separate. Her father had assigned bodyguards all above level 45, and with her current capabilities, she was utterly incapable of contending with them. Thus, employing force to dismiss them was an impossibility. Bai Ningning pouted. Although she was furious, she found herself at an impasse. She could only say to Guchon, these bodyguards are insufferably annoying. Regardless, as long as I can see you, that's enough. Let us chat on WeChat. Sure, WeChat it is. I will take my leave now. Goodbye. Goodbye. Only then did Bai Ningning reluctantly release Gu Chen's hand. The bodyguard shot Gu Chen a cold glance before departing as well. Once outside, the head of the bodyguards immediately placed a call to his subordinate. The boss has ordered us to eliminate that brat Gu Chen, handsomely rewarded upon completion. Keep a close watch on him and report his movements at all times. We will act when the opportunity arises. Understood. Guchon reclined on the bench for a while, feeling somewhat bored. Lei Gu had instructed him to monitor Chu Jiaxing. Yet the instigator of this entire affair was right here. What was there to observe? As long as he did not confess, the case would remain stagnant. As long as he did not harm Chu Jiaxing, nothing would happen to him. There was no need to waste time here. I'm off. Time to delve into the secret realm. Gu Chen slipped away, arriving at the last secret realm governed by Magic City University. Minotaur tribe, recommended level 35 to 40. They are strong, savage, and full of wisdom. They are the nemesis of pure love warriors, the Minotaurs. Welcome to the world of the Minotaurs. The Minotaur tribe. I detest Minotaurs the most. I choose to enter the hellish difficulty secret realm. I shall eradicate every Minotaur. Minotaurs must perish. Upon witnessing Guchon enter the Minotaur's secret realm, the bodyguard promptly called his leader. My dear brother, I just witnessed Guchon entering the secret realm alone. Oh, he actually ventured into the secret realm by himself? What a splendid opportunity this presents. Which realm did he enter? He has entered the Minotaur's secret realm. The Minotaur's secret realm? Isn't that a level 35 to 40 realm? Could it be that Guchon has already reached level 35? That seems unlikely. Was he not an inept, classless individual? How could he possibly level up at such a remarkable pace? He is a secret realm investigator. Could it be that he has entered the realm to conduct an investigation beyond his level? It is not entirely out of the realm of possibility. At this moment, the bodyguard added, moreover, he entered a hellish level secret realm. A hellish level secret realm. That is hardly a place meant for mere mortals. This confirms it. This lad is indeed investigating a case. However, it would be quite fitting for him to meet his demise alone in the hellish realm. After all, the monsters there possess an absurd level of strength. Furthermore, the scarcity of life in the hellish realm presents an excellent opportunity for elimination. Chapter 100, The Tauren Tribe. A radiant light flashed, and Gu Chen found himself within the mystical realm of the Tauren. In the distance, he beheld these imposing bovine figures. The adult Tauren stood an impressive height of between 3 to 5 meters, their physiques robust and powerful. Their professions predominantly encompassed warriors, druids, and shamans. The lifestyle of the Tauren closely resembles that of humans. They are intelligent, social creatures that often venture out in groups to hunt and forage. It is rare to witness a solitary Tauren. Their dwellings resemble large yurts, adorned with animal hides, dried fish, and bundles of hay, indicative of a nomadic existence. Gu Chen cast a spell of exploration to ascertain the attributes of the Tauren. Tauren Warrior, LV, 40 Health, 40,000, Attack, 1, 800, Defense, 800. Magic Defense, 600, Skills, Charge, Earthquake, Sweep, Sever Tendon, Heavy Strike, Cleaving Slash, Shield Slam, Counterblock. Tauren Shaman, LV, 40 Health, 40,000, Attack, 1, 500. Magic Attack, 1, 500. Defense, 600. Magic Defense, 800. Skills, Healing Totem, Thorn Totem, Strength Totem, Fire Serpent Totem, Healing Wave, Lightning Arrow, Wind Fury, Frost Shock. Tauren Druid, LV, 40 Health, 40,000, Attack, 1, 600. Magic Attack, 1, 400. Defense, 700. Magic Defense, 700. Skills, Moonfire, Slow Healing, Root Entangle, Cat Form, Tear, Claw Sweep, Bear Form, Savage Bite, Slam. These Tauren possess a considerable array of skills, and their composition is well balanced, featuring both healing and damage capabilities. A typical adventurer would require a minimum of 5 members to stand a chance against these formidable foes. Surviving alone in this realm would be exceedingly difficult. However, I am not an ordinary adventurer. I shall challenge them 1 against 5. Just as Gu Chen prepared to launch his assault against the Tauren, he sensed an approaching presence behind him. Turning around, he discovered 2 individuals clad in suits with loosened ties, White Ningming's bodyguards. Were they here to confront me? Gu Chen halted his actions, awaiting their arrival. Soon, they stood before him. Uncertain of their intentions, he was met with the bodyguard captain's directness. I regret to inform you, brother, it's not merely us who wish to end your life. It is our boss who seeks your demise. You are no match for us. It would be wise for you to accept your fate. Gu Chen was aware of Bai Dianfeng's long-standing animosity towards him, yet he had not anticipated such a lethal intent. White Ningming was indeed unfortunate to have a father so consumed by control. Quickly, Gu Chen assessed the attributes of the 2 men. discovering they were both martial artists in their 40s. One boasted a level 47 with A-grade talents, while the other was level 45 with B-grade talents, posing little significant threat to him. Assuming a combat stance, Gu Chen remarked, "So, both of you are martial artists? Then let us engage in a little play. Consider it a warm-up before slaying the beasts. Humph, though young, your audacity knows no bounds. I shall vanquish you within 3 moves." With a resounding rip, the captain of the bodyguards unleashed a formidable aura, shattering his suit to reveal the battle armor beneath. Before a single blow has been exchanged, you have already ruined your attire. Such extravagance in your combat. Prepare to meet your end. The captain donned a pair of golden knuckle spikes and launched the first assault against Guchon. Thunder Fist. Electric energy enveloped the captain, and in the blink of an eye, he appeared before Guchon, delivering a devastating strike aimed at his abdomen. A simple backward leap. Guchon effortlessly evaded the attack with grace and ease. One move down. Humph, your reflexes are commendable. Dragon Tail Strike. The captain executed a splendid spinning kick, targeting Guchon's temple. Block. Guchon raised his arm, perfectly intercepting the captain's blow. 2 moves down. Only one remains. This final strike shall claim your life. Gale Fist. The captain unleashed a flurry of punches towards Guchon, proclaiming, "Let us see how you evade this." Unable to dodge, Guchon declared, "Then I shall not." Golden Bell Shield. A radiant golden bell enveloped Guchon, shielding him. The captain's fist struck the bell, producing a cacophony of metallic clangs. Golden Bell Shield summons a protective shield that absorbs 10,000 points of damage plus 200 of the caster's physical defense converted into the golden shield. After unleashing a barrage of punches, the captain barely shattered Guchon's shield, yet inflicted no damage whatsoever. 3 moves down. How am I still standing? Witnessing Guchon's mastery of martial arts, the captain's pupils dilated in shock. How do you possess the 40-level skill, Golden Bell Shield? What is so remarkable about knowing the Golden Bell Shield? I possess many more skills. I can even perform the Iron Pants. That is Iron Shirt. Do not belittle the skills of our martial artists. All out, let us annihilate him. With a resounding rip, another bodyguard tore through his suit, joining the fray. 2 against 1. Very well, the warm-up is over. You shall both perish. 18 Arhats. 18 Arhats. A 60-level awakened skill of the martial artist. Summoning 18 Arhat avatars to join the battle, lasting for 10 seconds. 18 beams of golden light surged forth, and 18 golden Arhats materialized beside Guchon. The 2 bodyguards were left utterly dumbfounded. How can you also wield the awakened skills of a martial artist? I told you, I possess many more. Surround them and obliterate them. The 18 golden figures charged forth. Each Arhat wielded a unique martial art, resulting in 18 distinct fighting styles. There was no way these 2 bodyguards could withstand such an onslaught. 10 seconds later, the golden figures ascended back to the heavens. The 2 bodyguards were left battered and bruised, their bodies marked with the imprints of fists and feet, unmistakably having been beaten to a pulp. Become my summoned creature. Summon the skeletal mage. Guchon transformed the 2 corpses into his own minions. This realm, steeped in the utmost difficulty, seldom attracts visitors. The demise of 2 inconsequential individuals would likely go unnoticed. One wonders whether Bai Ningning would feel sorrow or joy upon realizing the absence of her 2 bodyguards. Should the day arrive when Bai Ningning's father seeks to take my life, must I then slay him with my own hands? Guchon pondered. Although there existed a certain ambiguity in his relationship with Bai Ningning, he would not compromise his principles for any woman. It mattered not who it was. Anyone who harbored intentions to harm me must perish. Guchon conjured a great fire, incinerating all remnants of the 2 bodyguards before redirecting his gaze to the minotaurs. Meet your demise. Charge forth, O mighty beasts. Earth-shattering cleave. Boom, boom, boom. 5 minotaurs fell instantaneously. Minotaur warrior slain, gained 4,000 experience points, received a finely crafted hand axe. Minotaur shaman slain, gained 4,000 experience points, received a Minotaur staff. Minotaur druid slain, gained 4,000 experience points, received a Minotaur chestplate. Guchon examined the spoils, dismissing them as mere bronze-quality trinkets, and stowed them away in his bag for future sale. After vanquishing dozens more Minotaurs, Guchon's undead army began to take shape. Particularly now, with the addition of the skeletal mage, their offensive capabilities had significantly amplified. The skeletal mage possessed 3 elemental types: the lightning mage, capable of casting lightning arrows; the ice mage, proficient in frost arrows; and the fire mage, adept at conjuring fireballs. Although the spells cast by the skeletal mage were rudimentary, their sheer numbers were overwhelming. When dozens of skeletal mages unleashed their spells simultaneously, it resembled a barrage of magical gunfire, rivaling the destructive force of awakened skills. It was time to seek the boss. Guchon employed his sword control technique, soaring into the depths of the secret realm. Approximately half an hour later, he discovered the boss amidst a tribe of tents. This was an elder minotaur, adorned with a hand axe at his waist, a shield on his back, and a staff in hand, currently casting a healing wave upon an injured steed. Minotaur Chieftain, Health 1, 4 million, Attack Power 4000, Magic Attack 4000, Defense 1200, Magic Defense 1200. The Minotaur Chieftain is proficient in all skills of druids, warriors, and shamans at level 40 and below. Mastery over all skills of 3 classes at level 40 and below is commendably powerful. Yet, your skills pale in comparison to my own. At this moment, the Minotaur Chieftain noticed Gu Chen hovering in the sky. He ceased his healing efforts and sounded the horn of battle. Immediately, dozens of Minotaurs emerged from the tents, entering a state of combat. What a fortuitous timing. Awaken 5-fold strike. Guchon is currently focused on leveling up, showing little interest in the thrill of battling new bosses. He begins with a powerful 5-hit awakening combo, aiming to annihilate the boss with sheer force. Boom, boom, boom. 5 terrifying spells are unleashed, instantly wreaking havoc upon the Tauren tribe, as dozens of kill notifications flood Gu Chen's mind. Tauren Druid slain, awarded 4,000 experience points. Tauren Shaman slain, awarded 4,000 experience points. Tauren Warrior slain, awarded 4,000 experience points. However, after executing the 5 awakening skills, no notification of the boss's demise emerges. Oh, is it still alive? You truly are a formidable beast. Guchon inspects the boss's health. At this moment, the Tauren chieftain surprisingly retains over 400,000 health points. The chieftain raises his staff and casts a lightning arrow at Gu Chen, which he effortlessly evades. Subsequently, it summons a healing totem, employing healing waves to mend its wounds. Gu Chen hovers in the air, observing its actions with keen interest. With the boss's level elevation, both its health and defenses have significantly strengthened. It appears that the 5-hit awakening combo can no longer vanquish them. Yet, this is hardly a concern. If the 5-hit awakening cannot defeat it, then there shall be a 6-hit awakening. If that fails, then a 7-hit, an 8-hit, or even a 10-hit combo. Surely, one of these sequences will bring the boss to its knees. Such is the advantage of possessing numerous skills. Since you have not perished, prepare to endure another round of my 5-hit awakening combo. Chapter 101. Shun Lian uncovers the truth. The death of the Minotaur chief grants 1.2 million experience points and a totem battle axe, along with a beast bone necklace. Totem battle axe, golden quality, level 40, attack power 600, constitution 20. With a 5 chance to summon a random totem upon attack. Beast bone necklace, golden quality, level 40, constitution 40, strength 20, spirit 20, agility 20. Increases movement speed by 10 and hit rate by 10. This axe is quite exquisite and shall be kept for future use. As for this necklace, it pales in comparison to my life pendant. Time to sell it. After collecting the spoils, Gu Chen continued his grinding. Meanwhile, Shun Lian and Chu Jiasheng's team were also engaged in battles within the secret realms of the Beastman continent. An orc suddenly charged at Chu Jiasheng, swinging its sharp axe towards him, but he remained completely oblivious. Jiasheng, be careful. Holy Light Shield. A radiant shield enveloped Jiasheng's entire being. With a resounding clang, the Holy Light Shield flawlessly absorbed the orc's attack. Only then did Chu Jiasheng come to his senses. Fire Blast. Thunderstorm. 2 powerful single-target skills obliterated the orc in an instant. Everyone noticed that Chu Jiasheng's mind was elsewhere. This was not the first time he had made such a novice mistake in recent days. Had it not been for his teammates' protection, he could have sustained grave injuries, or worse. Concerned, Shun Lian inquired, Jiasheng, are you alright? Chu Jiasheng waved his hand dismissively. I'm fine. I've just been a bit off lately. Thank you all for your concern. At that moment, the team captain, Lu Bashi, suggested, Jiasheng, perhaps you should take a couple of days off to rest. Once you regain your focus, we can resume leveling up. Chu Jiasheng immediately rejected the idea. No. The campus championship is just around the corner. We must elevate everyone's level to 45 and master the skills associated with it if we wish to achieve a commendable outcome in the tournament. We have no time to spare. But your condition ignoring the team's concerns, Chu Jiasheng pressed deeper into the secret realm, asserting, I've told you I'm fine. Let us continue. With reluctance, the others followed suit. The campus championship is a highly anticipated event organized by prestigious universities nationwide. The victors not only receive abundant resource rewards, but also qualify for the International Campus Championship. Teams that secure a spot in the international competition gain access to trials in foreign secret realms. Achieving a commendable rank in the International Championship offers even more substantial rewards. Hence, Chu Jiasheng was determined not to miss this opportunity. Shen Lian watched with a heavy heart. She was not a member of the school team, but had been temporarily assigned to it due to the case surrounding Chu Jiasheng's brother's death. Primarily tasked with his protection, Shen Lian harbored a strong dislike for Chu Jiahao, even to the point of loathing him. If Chu Jiahao were not the brother of Jiasheng, she might even consider his death a most gratifying event. Yet, she is fond of Jiasheng. Witnessing his profound sorrow and despondency following his brother's demise deeply pains her as well. She yearns to assist Jiasheng in capturing the culprits. But these perpetrators are exceedingly cunning, and after several days of investigation, no leads have surfaced. This lack of progress prompts Shen Lian to question whether they have erred in their investigative direction. As a summoner, Shen Lian primarily relies on summoned entities to exert influence, thus affording her ample time to reassess and meticulously reconstruct the entire case. As she accompanies the school team of 5 in exploring the secret realm, her thoughts are consumed by the case. Approximately an hour later, her brow furrows as if she has stumbled upon an epiphany. Upon further contemplation, her audacious theory not only withstands scrutiny, but becomes increasingly lucid. Could it truly be Gu Chen? Shen Lian hesitates, torn between revealing her thoughts to Jiasheng or following protocol by reporting her insights to Lei Zhan for a decision. If she discloses her suspicions to Jiasheng, the Chu family might seek to eliminate Guchon, which would be tantamount to inciting murder. As an investigator, should she really permit such a travesty? Would that not be tantamount to breaking the law? Conversely, if she presents her theory to Lei Zhan, would he trust her given his high regard for Guchon? Even if he did, Guchon has meticulously eradicated nearly all incriminating evidence, leaving him with virtually no suspicion. Her conjecture alone would be insufficient to warrant a case. In the end, not only would Guchon be exonerated, but he would also grow even more vigilant, making the pursuit of the true culprit all the more elusive. What should she do? After much deliberation, weighing the pros and cons of both courses of action, her emotions ultimately prevail over reason. Shen Lian resolves to share her insights with Jiasheng. Retribution for murder and repaying debts are fundamental principles of justice. Reporting to superiors would only complicate matters and potentially allow the murderer to evade justice. Let her breach protocol just this once. During a brief respite in the team's activities, she approaches Chu Jiasheng and says, Jiasheng, I believe I have made a new discovery regarding this case. Jiasheng eagerly inquires, what new discovery? Please, tell me. Shen Lian responds, you are aware of Gu Chen, the jobless individual linked with Bai Ningning, correct? Yes. Isn't he considered a worthless profession? What of it? He is likely not as ineffectual as presumed. Consider this. Even if Bai Ningning does not harbor feelings for Jia Hao, she is an SS-class gifted prodigy. Why would she choose to associate with someone universally recognized as a failure? Would it be merely to humiliate Chu Jiahao? That would only diminish her own worth. There is no compelling reason for her to act in such a manner. Therefore, the jobless individual may not be the worthless profession everyone believes, but rather possess a formidable vocation. Bai Ningning is with Gu Chen precisely because she comprehends his true capabilities. Another SS-level genius, Chen Hui, also bowed to Gu Chen, which is entirely atypical for someone of such a distinguished caliber. Chu Jiasong remarked, SS-level individuals are inherently proud. This certainly seems irregular. Shen Lian continued. During Gu Chen's induction as an investigator, he mentioned to Lei Zhan that those without a designated profession lack a fixed occupation, yet they can self-learn skills across all trades. However, this requires an effort several times, even a dozen times greater than that of professional practitioners to master. Upon hearing this, Chu Jiasong could not help but widen his eyes in astonishment. The notion that a non-professional could self-learn any skill from any profession was astounding. This was hardly the mark of a failure. With sufficient diligence, he could become a versatile professional. What connection did he have to this case? When we interviewed students at the school, many recounted a minor conflict between Jiahao and Gu Chen, after which Jiahao threatened to teach Gu Chen a lesson, only for Jiahao and his cohorts to subsequently meet their demise. Given the widespread belief that non-professionals are utterly inept, no one associated Gu Chen with the role of a murderer, allowing him to successfully elude suspicion. The perpetrator responsible for Jiahao's death employed 4 skills: thunderstorm, corpse explosion, and summon skeleton, alongside the spell Inferno, which spanned 3 distinct professions, significantly diminishing the likelihood of Gu Chen's involvement. Yet, even the most meticulous plans can harbor flaws. A seemingly inadvertent act by Gu Chen unveiled a thread of suspicion against him. Chu Jiasong furrowed his brow and inquired, "What inadvertent act?" During our examination for the Secret Realm Administrator, the 2 corpses we were assessed on were similarly annihilated by thunderstorm, corpse explosion, and summon skeleton, all subsequently erased by Inferno. Remarkably, Guchon completed the assessment with a perfect score of 200. I was astounded by his performance. He truly exemplified a genius of deduction. Even our examiner remarked in astonishment, "I genuinely suspect you might be the murderer." This quip now seems less a jest, no matter how adept one's deductive skills. It is implausible to reconstruct an entire case solely from identifying corpses unless one had witnessed or participated in the events. When these 2 matters are considered together, it becomes evident that Gu Chen is indeed the murderer. Chu Jiasong exclaimed in disbelief. "Are you suggesting that Gu Chen can wield thunderstorm, corpse explosion, summon skeleton, and Inferno simultaneously? However, Inferno is a skill reserved for level 55 fire mages. Are you implying that Gu Chen's level exceeds 55? I cannot ascertain this. All information regarding Gu Chen is shrouded in mystery, with no one possessing precise knowledge of his attributes or level. This ambiguity serves as a formidable shield for his true capabilities. Furthermore, regarding the case of the destruction of the life tree in your family's Spirit Forest secret realm, Gu Chen had frequently entered that realm, yet his status as a non-professional led to his exclusion from suspicion. Coincidences may occur once or even twice, but when a person experiences such a multitude of them, it becomes evident that this is certainly not mere chance. Moreover, upon the tree of life, the wounds of death harbor an abundance of residual elements. Thus, there exists another possibility. Gu Chen may not be acting alone. He could very well be a member of this organization. Chu Jiaxing's expression turned grave. "What is the accuracy of your deductions?" Shen Lian pondered for a moment before responding. "Although I possess no concrete evidence, I believe there is at least an 80% likelihood. Gu Chen is either the murderer or an accomplice. It appears we must locate this young man to uncover the truth." Shen Lian cautioned, "Jiaxing, please do not divulge that I have shared this information with you. Doing so would be a serious breach of conduct. If discovered, I would be held accountable." "Rest assured, I shall keep this confidential," he replied. "If Gu Chen is indeed responsible for my brother's death, I shall ensure he pays the price. If he is innocent, I shall not trouble him. Indeed, I trust you, Jiaxing." Shen Lian felt a surge of joy, elated to assist Jiaxing. Little did she know, she was unwittingly leading her beloved onto a perilous path. Suddenly, Chu Jiaxing rose, stating, "I apologize, my brothers, but I must attend to a personal matter. Please excuse me for the time being." "What is it?" "I have just recalled an individual who may be a suspect in my brother's murder. I intend to investigate further." "Is that so? This is promising news. Quickly, contact the investigators. There is no need to involve them. This is merely my personal conjecture, lacking substantial evidence. I only wish to inquire." "Oh, do you require our assistance?" "Not necessary. I can manage on my own." At that moment, Shen Lian interjected, "Jiaxing, why don't we accompany you? What if the individual is indeed a remorseless criminal? That would place you in great danger." Shen Lian's sentiment resonated. There is strength in numbers. We need not fear any malefactor. After contemplating this, Chu Jiaxing conceded, "You make a valid point. If it were merely Gu Chen, I could handle him. Yet, should I encounter a formidable adversary, such as a level 55 fire mage, I might find myself at a disadvantage. Then I thank you, dear brothers. We are all brothers. No need for formality. Let us depart together." Chapter 102. Confrontation with the Chu family. The 6 members of the Chu family departed from the Beastman continent. Lei Jin assigned Gu Chen the task of monitoring the entrance to the secret realm. However, after an extensive search, Shen Lian could not locate Gu Chen. She remarked, "Gu Chen is not around. He is likely preoccupied with other matters, but he cannot have strayed too far. Let us inquire further." With that, the group dispersed to seek out Gu Chen's whereabouts. After several minutes, Lu Bashi sent a message. "I have discovered Gu Chen's location. He has ventured alone into the Minotaur tribe's hellish secret realm. Everyone, gather at the entrance of the secret realm." Upon arriving at the entrance of the Minotaur's secret realm, Chu Jiaxing inquired, "Are you certain he entered the hellish secret realm alone?" "Indeed, the realm's administrator confirmed that he has gone in and out several times," came the reply. Shen Lian expressed her suspicion. "He has abandoned his post and entered a realm feared by all, making numerous excursions in just one morning. This is highly suspect. Guchon is undoubtedly involved. Let us proceed." The group concurred, entering the secret realm. All members of the school team possessed SS-level talents and exceptional combat experience. Having completed their second transfer quest at level 40, they faced no risk in entering the hellish secret realm, which was designed for levels 35 to 40. As they stepped into the realm, the sight before them left them in utter shock. The ground was strewn with the corpses of minotaurs, with not a single living creature in sight. The bodies outside the realm appeared to have exploded outward, as if their very bones had shattered them, leaving only pools of flesh and blood behind. Lu Bashi surveyed the gruesome scene and remarked, "Only a necromancer could achieve such a perfect separation of bone and flesh." Shen Lian exclaimed, "I found it. The perpetrator is indeed Gu Chen." Chu Jiaxing clenched his fists, his eyes ablaze with rage. "Gu Chen, I shall kill you." Lu Bashi gazed at the scattered minotaur corpses and cautioned, "If one person is responsible for all these deaths, then their abilities must far surpass ours. Perhaps we should report this to the authorities." At that moment, Shen Lian interjected, "There is no time. Gu Chen is exceedingly cunning. Consider why he has made several trips into the secret realm this morning. He is evading pursuit. If we notify the investigators and wait for their arrival, he may well have exited the realm by then, and we would have missed our chance. We must take the initiative to apprehend Gu Chen. Do not fear Gu Chen. His presence here indicates that his level lies between 35 and 40. While a necromancer can indeed overwhelm lesser creatures through sheer numbers, even I, as a summoner, cannot match that. However, he has yet to complete his second transfer, and his attributes cannot rival ours. Furthermore, a necromancer's self-preservation abilities are notoriously weak. I can restrain Gu Chen's skeletal army with my summoned creatures. If two of you manage to reach him, we can capture him. Moreover, Gu Chen's formidable companions are not present in this secret realm. This is indeed a prime opportunity to seize him. We must not let it slip away." Lu Bashi declared. "All right, let us proceed." The 6 individuals swiftly advanced deeper into the secret realm, navigating through the corpses scattered upon the ground. After pursuing for approximately 10 minutes, they finally spotted the skeletal soldiers engaged in the hunt for minotaurs, numbering around 50 or 60. They had located the skeletal army, but where was Gu Chen? At that moment, Gu Chen had just discovered the territory of the boss and was preparing to strike when he suddenly sensed the approach of 6 individuals towards his summoned creatures. Have others entered the Hell's secret realm? Those who venture here are certainly not ordinary practitioners. Let me see who it is. He employed the eye technique, visual transference, shifting his gaze to one of his skeletal soldiers. Through this soldier, he clearly observed the newcomers, Shen Lian, Chu Jiaming, and 4 others who were likely teammates of Chu Jiaming from the school team. Hadn't they already reached level 40? What were they doing here? Could it be that they discovered I was the one who killed Chu Jiahao? That seems unlikely. I had been exceedingly cautious. Yet, judging by their demeanor, they did not appear to come with benevolent intentions. For the sake of prudence, I must gather more information. Dismiss summoned skeletons. Stealth. Guchon then activated his stealth ability and approached the group, just as Chu Jiaming and his companions prepared to examine the skeletal soldiers. A sudden crash echoed as the skeletons collapsed into a heap of bones, perishing instantaneously. Everyone was taken aback. What transpired? All the skeletal soldiers had died. Could it be that Guchon was dead? Shen Lian stepped forward to investigate, then sighed. Guchon should not be dead. He merely released his control over these skeletons. It seems we have been compromised. Compromised? But we have done nothing. How could we be exposed? Shen Lian shook her head in frustration. I don't know. This is Gu Chen's cunning nature. If he were so easily captured, we would have apprehended him long ago. At that moment, Chu Jiaming coldly asserted, he won't escape. Now that we know he is the one who murdered my brother, I will pursue him to the ends of the earth to exact my vengeance. Who is there? Flare. Liu Bashi suddenly sensed a disturbance nearby and promptly launched a flare in that direction. Being a dual-class practitioner of assassin and hunter, he was particularly attuned to the stealth skills of assassins. As the flare exploded in the air, Guchon emerged from the shadows, smiling. Oh, quite the perceptive one. No wonder you are a member of the elite team from Magic City University. Shun Lian gasped in astonishment. Guchon, you can also become invisible. Have you been eavesdropping on our conversation all along? In truth, Guchon had only just arrived. He inadvertently stepped on a twig while walking, producing a slight sound that drew Liu Bo's attention, rendering the group's conversation inaudible to him. Yet, he feigned omniscience, stating, Indeed, I have been here all along. I have heard everything I was meant to hear and more. What do you intend to do with me? At this moment, Chu Jiaxing stepped forward and asked, Guchon, I ask you, did you kill my brother? Ah, so you have come for this matter. Has Shun Lian uncovered the truth? If it were Lei Zhan, he would have arrived with an official arrest warrant to apprehend me. Instead, Shun Lian has brought you and the others along to capture me. It seems she merely suspects me as the culprit without any solid evidence. However, one must admit that Shun Lian is quite capable. Since they have tracked me down to this place, it appears I cannot evade my fate. Guchon replied, Your brother indeed met his end at my hands. But do you not wish to hear my reasons for taking his life? Shun Lian interjected, Then do tell me why you killed him. Yet, Chu Jiaxing had lost his composure. He drew forth his legendary weapon, the Thunderfire Sword, pointing it menacingly at Guchon. To kill and then seek excuses. Life for a life, debts must be repaid. I shall make you pay for my brother's death. Die. Flame explosion. Guchon scoffed, Ah. The Chu family truly embodies such virtue. He too unleashed a flame explosion. Boom. The two spells collided, resulting in a thunderous explosion and a surge of magical energy. Witnessing the confrontation, Chu Jiaxing's allies naturally rushed to his aid. Liu Bo advised, Kid, I suggest you surrender peacefully. We do not wish to kill you. If you comply, we may even plead with Jiaxing to allow the law to handle you. But should you resist, you may very well lose your life. Guchon smiled faintly. I am eager to experience the prowess of the Magic City University team. Let all of you come at me together. Such arrogance. Brothers, let this little brat see what we are made of. At this juncture, Chu Jiaxing commanded, No one intervenes. I shall personally take vengeance for my brother's death. The others paused their assault. Chu Jiaxing raised the Thunderfire Sword skyward, invoking Lightning Strike. A robust, fire-infused bolt of lightning surged directly towards Guchon. Magical Shield. Activate. A shimmering blue magical barrier enveloped Guchon entirely. Magical Shield. Upon activation, the shield converts 80 of incoming magical damage from life points to mana points. The shield will automatically deactivate when mana drops below 10. To think you would dare activate a magical shield. Truly courting death. For a mage, mana can sometimes be more vital than life itself. When health is low, having sufficient mana offers at least a chance to retaliate with spells. As a mage, if one's mana is depleted early on, the only fate awaiting that mage is death. Thus, the skill of the magic shield is seldom employed by mages. Many are even too lethargic to learn it. However, what Chu Jiaxing remains oblivious to is that Guchon possesses infinite magical energy. Boom. A bolt of lightning struck down upon Guchon. His health point stood at 370, with a burning effect reducing it to 35, 35, 35. The lightning spell unexpectedly inflicts additional fire damage. This weapon's effect is quite impressive. Guchon examined Chu Jiaxing's weapon. Thunderfire Sword, legendary quality, level 45, suitable classes, Mage, Warrior. Attack power, 1000, spell damage, 1000. Normal attacks and skills inflict an additional 500 points of fire or lightning damage. This weapon is straightforward, yet formidable. Indeed, it lives up to its legendary status. Excellent, it shall be mine. I still have the time to inspect my own weapon. Face your demise. Chapter 103, Soul Contract. Die. Fire Rain. Flame Impact. Thunderstorm. Chain Lightning. Once again, Chu Jiaxing unleashed a series of spells upon Guchon. Without the slightest hesitation, Guchon allowed the magical onslaught to bombard his protective shield. Life points, 220, 430, 450, 380. Although the shield absorbed the majority of the damage, Guchon still lost some health. Yet, healing spell, gradual restoration, life points, 2,800, 800. With just 2 healing spells, Guchon was back to full health. Chu Jiasong's eyelids twitched in frustration. I wonder just how much mana you still possess. Firestorm. My mana is beyond your wildest imagination. But I have grown weary of this game. Silence. Silence causes the target to enter a state of silence for 5 seconds, during which they cannot cast spell-based skills, excluding physical skills. With a single cast of silence, Guchon interrupted Chu Jiasong's spellcasting. He then executed a blink, appearing right before Chu Jiasong and launched a flurry of attacks. Crumbling fist, inch punch, low kick, front kick, heavy strike, combo. Guchon's relentless barrage left Chu Jiasong defenseless. Blink. Fortunately, the 5 seconds of silence had elapsed, and Chu Jiasong executed a swift blink to escape Guchon's assault. Gasp. Chu Jiasong spat blood. Guchon's combo had brought him to the brink of defeat. Healing spell. Jiasong, are you alright? Guchon's teammate, the priest, immediately cast a healing spell. I'm fine. I won't die? Chu Jiasong acknowledged Guchon's prowess, realizing he was far more formidable than anticipated. The onlookers were equally astonished by Guchon's skills. Did he truly master such an array of abilities? Is this the true power of a classless individual? Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, Chu Jiasong called out, "Brothers, quickly help me eliminate this murderer." Just as the others hesitated, Shun Lian took the initiative to attack. "Jiasong, I will assist you. Summon Goblin. Summon Black Knight. Summon Minotaur Warrior. Summon Flame Elf. Frost Elf." A host of summoned creatures materialized and charged at Guchon. A swarm of little Karas. Flame devastation. Boom. A torrent of flames engulfed the summoned creatures in an instant. Guchon executed a single flame devastation, clearing the field of Shun Lian's summons without leaving a trace. Shun Lian was left in shock. How do you possess the 50-level skill of a fire mage? Aren't you only in your 30s? Indeed. But who says one can't learn a 50-level skill at a mere 30-something? Summon skeleton, corpse explosion, thunderstorm, flame devastation. These are all skills I have mastered. Could it be that all of this is solely my doing? Guchon's lips curled into a smile. Yes, indeed, all of it is my doing, with not a single other person involved. Shun Lian suddenly shouted at the members of the team. Cast aside all hesitation. This man is a ruthless fiend, responsible for countless murders. Quickly, eliminate him, or he will surely kill us. Upon hearing Shun Lian's words, the others braced themselves for battle, adopting combat stances and launching an assault on Guchon. Let me thoroughly experience the prowess of the school team, he declared. Dance of the Lightning. Dance of the Lightning, a level 50 martial artist skill. It unleashes a powerful kick at the foe ahead, swiftly traversing between multiple enemies with lightning-like speed. Each strike inflicts 400 physical damage, capable of hitting up to 8 times. During this maneuver, the user cannot be targeted. Swish, swish, swish. Guchon darted between his opponents, inflicting over 2,000 damage with each strike. The others struggled to grasp his elusive movements. Damn, we can't keep up with his speed. Dance of the Lightning. This is the most practical skill for a martial artist. How can he utilize every skill with such mastery? Healer, we need group healing quickly. Understood. Suddenly, Guchon interrupted his Dance of the Lightning, halting before the healer and executed a back slam. Huh, the healer was startled, attempting to evade Guchon's grasp with a teleport, but it was too late. He seized her waist and performed a powerful back slam, driving her head forcefully into the ground, causing her to lose consciousness. Charge. A warrior in the team lunged towards Guchon, brandishing a long sword. Foul play. Thunderous back slam. Guchon seized the opportunity, clutching the warrior and executing another back slam. Boom. The warrior's head struck the ground with tremendous force, but fortunately, his resilience prevented him from losing consciousness. At that moment, a bolt of lightning struck down from the clear sky, precisely hitting him where it hurt the most. A sensation of both pleasure and pain surged through his body. Oh, how painful it is to realize that this was once my entirety. My laughter has faded. At that moment, only these 2 songs could encapsulate the warrior's feelings. He clutched his backside, rolling on the ground, appearing utterly defeated. The others watched in silent sympathy, feeling a pang of empathetic pain. Lu Bashi shot a tracking arrow, exclaiming, "Tracking arrow. Let's see how you evade this." Evade? Why would I evade? Gu Chen retorted, utilizing a blink to appear directly before Lu Baxi. Gripping him firmly, just as the tracking arrow was about to strike, Gu Chen hurled him towards the arrow's trajectory. Though the tracking arrow possessed homing capabilities, it lacked the ability to navigate obstacles. At that instant, Lu Baxi became that obstacle. Thud! The arrow struck him squarely, eliciting a yelp of agony from Lu Baxi. The remaining two individuals were swiftly incapacitated by Gu Chen, utilizing the skills of a martial artist. Each of these individuals possessed SS-grade talents, marking them as the elite of their generation, destined to become the pinnacle of strength in Huaxia. The loss of their lives would undoubtedly constitute a grave detriment to the nation. Thus, Gu Chen chose merely to render them incapable of further combat rather than extinguishing their lives. At that moment, only Chu Jiaxing remained, visibly shaken. Gu Chen, how can you be so formidable? Is this truly strength? I have been enduring the blows all this time. Do you still wish to avenge your brother? Chu Jiaxing cried out frantically. Fireball technique. How obstinate. Gu Chen retorted, employing the prism skill to rebound Chu Jiaxing's attack. Chu Jiaxing watched in horror as the fiery orb he had conjured hurtled back toward him, a wave of despair washing over him. Boom. His garments were instantly shredded, and his flesh singed in the ensuing explosion. Fortunately, he still clung to life. At this juncture, the 5 individuals representing the might of Magic City University lay defeated at Gu Chen's feet, having suffered a complete and utter defeat in a 1v5 confrontation. They huddled together, supporting one another. Gu Chen approached them, and they recognized that their time was drawing to a close. Yet, he hesitated to strike. Suddenly, their captain, Lu Baxi, declared, "We have lost. Do as you will with us. Kill you? What benefit would that provide me beyond adding more lives to my conscience? What do you wish to do then?" Gu Chen inquired. "I previously mentioned that my actions against Chu Jiahua were justified, but Chu Jiaxing refused to listen. Therefore, I had no choice but to deal with you. Are you now inclined to hear my tale?" Exchanging glances, the group conceded, "It seems we have little choice left." "Oh, so you wish to listen? Very well, allow me to recount the events of that day." Gu Chen shared the account with them. "So, do you believe my actions were in self-defense? If your assertions hold true, then it should indeed be classified as such. Even if you assert that I killed Chu Jiahua, it should be deemed justifiable. Article 21 states this quite clearly. I too believe your actions were in self-defense." At this moment, the members of the school team unanimously supported Gu Chen's claim that his actions against Chu Jiahua were justified. Only Chu Jiaxing remained silent, his expression darkening. The betrayal of his friends, who had once stood by him, filled him with profound humiliation. In a weak voice, Shun Lian inquired, "So, if we come to understand the truth, knowing you are innocent, will you spare us?" "Spare you? It is not that simple. I am inherently cautious. And now that you are aware of my true capabilities, you have also uncovered my secret. I cannot simply release you without reservations. What then do you propose? Should we draft a guarantee? A guarantee letter, such a trivial matter. Who do you think would believe in it? If you wish for me to spare you, it is quite simple. All of you must enter into a covenant with me, and only then will I feel assured in releasing you." "What kind of covenant?" you ask. "A soul covenant. A soul covenant." Everyone was taken aback. As the name suggests, a soul covenant entails pledging one's own soul to the contract. It is equivalent to several individuals surrendering their souls to Gu Chen. Through their souls, Gu Chen could perceive their thoughts, their locations, surveil their actions, and could even obliterate their souls at will. Furthermore, should Gu Chen meet his demise, the souls of those individuals would perish alongside him. This meant they had entrusted their lives to Gu Chen, and in his eyes, they would possess no privacy whatsoever. Shen Lian expressed her dissatisfaction. "To make us sign a soul covenant is to condemn us to death." Gu Chen replied with a smile, "Indeed. Those who refuse to sign are destined for the grave." Upon hearing Gu Chen's words, the expressions of everyone turned grim. Though Gu Chen smiled, there was no hint of jest in his demeanor, leaving no room for negotiation. After a moment of silence, Lu Baxi spoke first. "If I sign, will I be spared?" "Indeed," Gu Chen affirmed. "I will establish a red line within the covenant, as long as you do not disclose today's events and do not cross that red line. I assure you, your lives will remain safe." "Very well, I shall sign." Gu Chen produced a contract inscribed with incantations and handed Lu Baxi a small knife. Lu Baxi cut his finger and firmly pressed his bloodied print onto the document. Instantly, a crimson mark appeared on his forehead, but it vanished after 3 seconds, signifying the successful signing of the covenant. Observing their leader's commitment to the soul covenant, the other team members also took up the knife to pierce their fingers, leaving their blood imprints on the soul contract. Although Shun Lian was filled with reluctance, faced with the choice between privacy and survival, she could only choose the latter. At this moment, only Chu Jiaxing had yet to sign the soul covenant. Noticing his hesitance, the others urged him, "Jiaxing, think it through. Better to live than to die." "Yes, Jiaxing, while Gu Chen did indeed kill your brother was rather arrogant. You should not sacrifice your own life for his. Jiaxing, sign it. There is no shame in this." Under their persuasion, Jiaxing finally acquiesced. "Very well, I shall sign." He slowly approached Gu Chen, knelt, and took the knife to cut his finger. Just as he was about to press his mark onto the covenant, he suddenly drew the Thunderfire sword from behind him and fiercely thrust it towards Gu Chen's heart. "I shall sign it now." Dai Guchon. Chapter 104. The Slaying of Chu Jiasong. Ma Buiyun resigns. With a swift thrust, Chu Jiasong aimed a blade at Gu Chen's heart. "Dai Guchon. No!" cried out his teammates in unison. They had forged a soul contract with Gu Chen, and should he perish, they would follow suit into the abyss. At this moment, their concern for Gu Chen's life surpassed even his own. This unexpected maneuver struck when Gu Chen was least prepared. Even ordinary practitioners might falter, their bodies lagging behind their minds in response, ultimately succumbing to a fatal wound. Yet, Gu Chen was no ordinary practitioner. In a remarkable display of agility, he swiftly brought his palms together, firmly clasping the incoming Thunderfire sword. Chu Jiasong's heart raced in disbelief. This was an empty-handed interception of a blade. "But do you truly believe you can withstand my sword?" he shouted. "Thunderfire sword, unleash your fiery might." In an instant, the blade erupted with formidable flames, searing Gu Chen's palms and emitting a sound akin to meat sizzling on a grill. However, Gu Chen did not flinch. Coldly, he gazed at Chu Jiasong and remarked, "Indeed, none of your family are virtuous. You can now join your brother in the underworld." With a sudden movement, Gu Chen executed a shadow slash, appearing behind Chu Jiasong. The latter felt no immediate harm, only the realization that his sword had been wrested from his grasp. Just as he opened his mouth to protest, his gaze fell upon something grotesque on the ground before him. It was the headless corpse of a man, his own. "Am I dead?" he stammered. "Brother, I come to find." But before he could finish, the weight of slumber overwhelmed him, and his eyelids fluttered closed. "Ah!" shrieked Shun Lian in terror as she witnessed Chu Jiasong's head tumble to the ground. She hastily covered her mouth with trembling hands, paralyzed by the fear of both his demise and Gu Chen's imposing presence. Silent tears streamed down her cheeks. It was unfathomable that the man she had secretly admired, the spirited and distinguished student of Magic City University, had met such a tragic end before her eyes. The other 4 companions bowed their heads in silence, their hearts a tumult of emotions. Some felt sorrow, others empathy, but the predominant sentiment was one of indignation. They were incensed that Jiasong had recklessly disregarded their lives in a futile attempt to assassinate their master, as if their lives held no value in his eyes. Their fear of Gu Chen had only deepened, and they found themselves relieved that they had recently entered into a soul contract with him. Had they not, they might very well have met the same fate. Since Gu Chen had yet to reach level 45, he could not wield the Thunderfire sword at this moment. Thus, he stowed the weapon in his backpack, reserving it for future use. Subsequently, the treatment was administered to heal the burn on his hand. Gu Chen then turned to the others and instructed, "You 5, fabricate a scene for the death of Chu Jiasing. Ensure that no one discovers I was responsible for his demise. Do you comprehend?" At that moment, the group resembled puppets under Gu Chen's command. Even if they were reluctant or unsure, they had no choice but to proceed with determination. "Why, yes, we understand," he declared. "Now, you may attend to your tasks. Remember, not a word of today's events must reach outsiders. Otherwise, you know the consequences." "Yes, we wouldn't dare." Gu Chen ceased further conversation and ventured deeper into the secret realm to confront the boss, leaving the 5 to exchange bewildered glances. The 5 were engaging in the fabrication of a crime scene for the first time, and they were utterly inexperienced. Among them, the most astute, Shun Lian, appeared to be in a state of mental collapse, rendering her unreliable. The other 4 stared blankly at one another, utterly at a loss as to how to proceed. The priest, while tending to their wounds, inquired, "Captain, how should we manage Jiaxing's corpse?" Lu Baxi contemplated for a moment and replied, "It seems we can only stage Jiaxing's death as the result of an attack by a hellishly difficult boss. That would lend some credibility." The others mulled over this and concurred. "It appears that is our only option." Lu Baxi continued, Shun Lian, stop crying for now. Next, you'll take Jiaxing's student ID and impersonate him as we enter a hellish difficulty secret realm." At that moment, Shun Lian wore a vacant expression, seemingly oblivious to Lu Baxi's instructions. Observing her distress, Lu Baxi grew concerned that she might inadvertently reveal something amiss, thus suggesting, "Never mind. Let the priest assume Jiaxing's identity instead. You could claim you fell ill and were unable to join us in the secret realm trial, which led to your recovery abilities lagging. Additionally, Jiaxing has been distracted lately due to his brother's death, causing him to be unable to evade the boss's lethal strike, resulting in his unfortunate demise. How does that reasoning sound? I believe it is quite perfect. Then it shall be settled." The group stowed Jiaxing's remains within a spatial backpack before escorting Shun Lian out of the secret realm. Upon exiting, the four followed their original plan to enter the hellish difficulty Orc continent secret realm, while Shun Lian returned alone to her dormitory. The four held no concerns regarding Shun Lian potentially spilling secrets, as she had also signed a soul contract. Guchon would not allow her to utter a single word. After over 4 hours of battle, the group reached the boss's territory, where they disposed of Chu Jiaxing's dismembered remains. This should suffice, right? Yes, it should be fine. It was the Orc Lord's hellish roar that killed Jiaxing. Indeed, it was the Orc Lord's hellish roar that claimed Jiaxing's life. Let us return and report to the principal. Upon exiting the secret realm, the four, appearing disheveled, rushed directly to the vice principal's office. As the four individuals were esteemed members of the school's team, they were directly managed by the vice principal. Lu Baxi exclaimed, "Principal, something terrible has happened." The vice principal, overwhelmed by the ongoing reconstruction of the freshman dormitory, replied with noticeable impatience, "What now?" "Jiaxing. He has died." "What?" This revelation struck the vice principal like a bolt from the blue. "Are you saying Chu Jiaxing is dead? Did I not instruct you to diligently farm the Orc secret realm? How could such an accident occur? How did Jiaxing meet his demise?" Lu Baxi explained, "We were indeed faithfully farming the Orc secret realm. However, Jiaxing felt that the pace of leveling up in the challenging realm was too slow, especially with the campus championship approaching. Thus, he suggested we attempt the hell difficulty realm. Initially, we refused, but Jiaxing insisted, claiming he needed to grow stronger to avenge his brother. Reluctantly, we acquiesced. Little did we know that Chunshi suddenly experienced a bout of illness before entering the hell realm, and thus he abstained from entering." The principal scolded, "You dared to enter the hell difficulty realm without a healer. Are you courting death? We thought we had a paladin for support, and as long as we proceeded with caution, we believed we would manage. Consequently, the four of us made our way to the boss's territory. We had a chance to defeat the boss, but Jiaxing had been distracted lately due to his brother's death. During a lethal attack from the boss, he failed to evade, and then what?" The vice principal pressed. "He lost his head to the boss." The vice principal sighed heavily. "What am I to say to you?" Lu Baxi took the initiative to shoulder the blame. "Principal, this is entirely my fault as the captain. If punishment is to be meted out, let it fall upon me alone. The others are not to blame." The others chimed in, "We all share responsibility. Principal, please punish us collectively. This is not the time for assigning blame. Quickly, lead me to Jiaxing's body." "Yes." The group hastily made their way towards the Orc secret realm. Upon arriving at the entrance, the principal consumed several level-suppressing potions and followed Lu Baxi and the others into the realm. They swiftly traversed the path, arriving at the boss's territory. There, they found Chu Jiaxing's lifeless body grotesquely displayed on the outer wall, his head mounted on a wooden stake as a grim trophy within the grand tent. Even the well-versed vice principal found the sight difficult to bear. After all, these were his students. However, Lu Baxi and the others, upon witnessing the horrific state of Chu Jiaxing, breathed a sigh of relief, as it appeared he had truly been slain by the orcs. The vice principal bellowed, "You lot, remove Jiaxing's body at once. I will take down this boss." Understood. Minutes passed. The boss was successfully vanquished by the vice principal. Jiaxing's remains were salvaged by Lu Baxi and a few others, painstakingly reassembled. The vice principal gazed upon Jiaxing's lifeless form and couldn't help but exclaim, "How tragic." Utterly tragic. The youngest son of the Chu family has barely been dead for a few days, and now the eldest has met the same fate. Moreover, he possessed an SS-level talent, a genius destined to be the pillar of our nation. It is an immense loss. How am I to explain this to the Chu family? In Luocheng, Ma Buiyun, ever since being intimidated by Gu Chen's second awakening skill, had contemplated retirement. He believed that further advancement was futile, even with relentless effort. Success seemed unattainable. Additionally, given his age, he was weary of toiling within the Chu family's guild, being summoned like a mere beast. It was time to enjoy a life of leisure and embrace retirement. He returned to Luocheng from Modu, intending to resign from his elder position within the guild. Upon entering the guild hall, he sought out Chu Tiance. The latter was equally surprised to see Ma Buiyun. "Old Ma, what brings you back? Have you found the murderer of my son?" Ma Buiyun replied. "Indeed, the perpetrator has been identified, but he is a sword immortal with a second awakening. I am no match for him, so I could only watch helplessly as he departed." "What? The culprit is a formidable figure with a second awakening? Even if you cannot defeat him, did you not inquire why he sought to kill my son? Did you not ask what grievances the Chu family has incurred?" Ma Buiyun, overwhelmed with astonishment, could hardly articulate a response. He narrowly avoided an embarrassing situation, thanks to his enlarged prostate. He dared not question the assailant's motives. He was simply grateful to have escaped with his life. The situation was rather peculiar, and I momentarily forgot to ask that question. I discovered the identity of the murderer and allowed him to escape. What utter incompetence! Chu Tiance berated him harshly. Ma Buiyun furrowed his brow, his mood soured. Ever since the incident involving the Chu family, he had received no respect from Chu Tiance, not even the slightest acknowledgement. While the death of a son was indeed grave, the lack of basic courtesy was infuriating. Chu Tiance's demeanor only solidified Ma Buiyun's resolve to resign. "President, I have returned to the guild specifically to resign," he declared. "Resign? From what position?" "From my role as the third elder of the guild." Chu Tiance regarded him with prideful disdain, declaring, "Old Ma, you must think this through. Our Sangxiong guild is the strongest in Qinghai province. Once you resign, your position will be coveted by countless others. There are always those ready to take your place. Are you certain you wish to resign?" "I have given this considerable thought. I am certain of my decision." "Very well. I approve your resignation." "Humph." An old relic, thinking himself irreplaceable, Chu Tiance mockingly retorted once more. However, upon hearing Chu Tiance's words, Ma Buiyun merely smiled faintly, devoid of any trace of anger. At that moment, he felt an unparalleled sense of exhilaration, akin to a burden being lifted. The third elder of the Sangxiong Guild, merely an exalted beast of burden. Over these years, I have truly misallocated my affections. Just then, Chu Tiance's phone abruptly rang. He answered the call with impatience, saying, "Hello? Who is this?" "I am the vice president of Moda University. I am calling to inform you that your eldest son, Chu Jiansheng, has met with an unfortunate demise." "Well, what?" Crash. Chu Tiance's phone was forcefully hurled to the ground. Chapter 105. Chu Tiansu's Descent into Madness. Upon hearing that Chu Tiansu had cast aside his phone, Wang Sufun's heart sank. She hurriedly emerged from the inner room, inquiring, "What has happened to Tiansu? Is there yet another calamity with Jiasheng?" In a daze, Chu Tiansu replied, "Jiasheng. He has also perished." Wang Sufun collapsed onto the ground, her eyes wide with shock and despair. "What? Jiasheng is dead too?" She then broke into uncontrollable tears. "Oh, my two sons. How could they all be gone? Oh heavens, why must I endure such suffering? Two black-haired children taken from a white-haired mother. I cannot go on living." Subsequently, she turned her ire towards Chu Tiansu, exclaiming, "You spineless coward. Jia Hao's body is yet to grow cold, and now Jia Sheng has also died. Just wait for our enemies to come and annihilate us all, while you continue to hide like a turtle." With a furious roar, Chu Tiansu struck his wife, shattering her head with a single blow. Wang Sufun's lifeless body fell heavily into a pool of blood. At that moment, Chu Tiansu's body was taut with rage, exuding a terrifying aura of murderous intent. "Since the murderer could not be found, I shall kill them all." The death of Chu Jiahao was not a significant blow to the family. His presence was rather inconsequential, given his mediocre talent and lack of ambition. Chu Tiansu had not expected much from him, aside from hoping he would cause fewer troubles. However, the death of Chu Jiasheng was undoubtedly a severe blow to the entire clan. Chu Tianzu had intended to hand over the president's position to Jia Sheng once he became strong enough, allowing him to further strengthen the family and expand the guild. With a double S-level capability, Jia Sheng's potential far surpassed that of his S-level father. If Jia Sheng were to lead, the Zhangqiang Guild would surely have the chance to rise to a level 10 guild. Now that Jia Sheng was dead, it meant the Chu family was bereft of hope. When Chu Tianzu's generation faded, the Chu family and the Zhangqiang Guild would inevitably decline. Chu Tianzu bellowed, "Bring me everyone." Soon after, Chu Tianba entered. Upon seeing his sister-in-law's corpse on the ground, he realized the gravity of the situation. "Brother, what has transpired?" "Jia Sheng has also been murdered." "What?" Chu Tianba was equally astonished. "Who could have done such a thing? I shall have them torn to shreds." Chu Tianzu replied coldly, "I do not know who is responsible, but I will eliminate all suspects. Gather all the guild's forces. We shall first annihilate the Bai family guild that led to Jia Hao's demise, exterminating every member. Then, we will proceed to the Magic City to eliminate that promiscuous Bai Ning Ning and that worthless jobless individual. Finally, we shall track down Jia Sheng's classmates. I will ensure they accompany my son in death." Upon hearing of Jia Sheng's demise, Ma Boyun was equally shocked. The death of an SS-level genius was intolerable for any family. However, Chu Tianzu's plan for such a massacre was undeniably excessive. Ma Boyun hastily advised, "President, you must not proceed with this. The Bai family bears no connection to the demise of Jiehua. One must not resort to the senseless slaughter of innocents, for that path leads only to irreparable ruin. Am I truly the one committing such atrocities? Is my son's death not also unjust?" At this moment, Chu Tian suddenly recalled something and spoke. "Elder Ma." "Oh no, you are no longer Elder Ma." "Ma Buyun, did you come to tender your resignation today because you had prior knowledge of certain events?" "Not at all. I was equally shocked by Jiesheng's death." "You are shocked, are you? I see you remain remarkably composed. Why is it that immediately after you resign, the news of my son Jiesheng's death follows so closely? Clearly, you are in league with them." I assure you, Chairman, I am not allied with them." At this juncture, Chu Tianz had completely lost his sanity. "You refuse to speak, then I shall compel you to do so." Harmony of heaven and man. Celestial fist. In an instant, Chu Tianz appeared beside Ma Buyun, delivering a devastating blow. Thunderlight shield. Ma Buyun hastily activated his shield for protection. Yet, Chu Tianz's full-force strike shattered the Thunderlight shield, landing heavily upon Ma Buyun's chest. Puff! Ma Buyun spat a mouthful of blood onto Chu Tianz's face. "How dare you defame me? Still unwilling to confess? Then perish." Lightning escape, thunderbolt dash. Realizing he was no match for Chu Tianz, Ma Buyun transformed into a beam of lightning and fled. Chu Tianz recognized that although his explosive power was formidable, he could not match the speed of the Thunder Mage's escape, and thus chose not to pursue. Once I deal with them, I shall return to settle accounts with you." After escaping from the Celestial Guild, Ma Buyun was left in a state of utter confusion, uncertain of his next move. Insane. Chu Tianz has completely lost his mind. In the face of such large-scale conflicts between guilds, the government had no effective means to intervene, often merely offering mediation. However, with the loss of 2 sons, Chu Tianz would undoubtedly refuse any such resolution. Presently, the Celestial Guild had not yet struck against the Bai family, indicating no bloodshed had commenced. In light of this impending catastrophe, even reporting to the authorities would be futile. Should I now alert the Bai family and advise them to flee? It may already be too late. I might also be heading towards my own doom. I could call to inform them to escape. Wait, I do not have the Bai family's number, but I could search online for their contact information. Alas, I am using an old phone. I cannot access the internet. What should I do? At that moment, Ma Buyun suddenly remembered Gu Chen. Right. I have this young man's number. He knows the eldest daughter of the Bai family and must have her contact information. Ma Buyun quickly dialed Gu Chen's number. Before long, Gu Chen answered the call. "Hello, master, do you need something?" Disciple, immediately contact Bai Ningning. "The Bai family is in grave danger. Chu Tianz of the Celestial Guild has lost 2 sons and is now utterly deranged. He intends to annihilate the Bai family guild." Gu Chen shuddered at the revelation. "What? Very well, I shall promptly inform Bai Ningning. By the way, Chu Tianzi also mentioned that after annihilating the Bai family, they intend to come to the Magic City to eliminate you. You and Miss Bai should exercise caution. It would be wise to find a place to hide. Understood. Thank you for your concern, Master. Please expedite your preparations, he replied before ending the call. Gu Chen mused. I never anticipated that Chu Tianzi would resort to such extremes. To slay his own 2 sons, and then massacre another's guild. How far will he go? Yet, if he truly dares to come to the Magic City, it may be time to settle matters with the Chu family once and for all. I must call Bai Ningning without delay. After hanging up, Ma Buyan still felt a twinge of unease regarding Gu Chen's safety. Very well, I shall also make my way to the Magic City. Every life saved counts. And so, he set off towards the Magic City. Chapter 106, The Fall of the Bai Family. Gu Chen promptly exited the secret realm and dialed Bai Ningning. Upon receiving a call from him, Bai Ningning felt a surge of delight and inquired. Hello, Gu Chen, is there something you wish to discuss? Immediately contact your father and urge him to evacuate the guild headquarters without delay. What? Why? There's no reason. My father would never leave. Gu Chen succinctly explained that Chu Tianzi, unable to locate the perpetrator responsible for his son's demise, was unleashing his wrath upon the Bai family. He was about to lead a group to annihilate them. But we did not kill his son. Why must he target us? There's no time for explanations. Just make the call. After ending the call, Bai Ningning hastily dialed her father's number. When Bai Jianfeng saw his daughter calling, he joyfully remarked, My dear girl, what prompts you to call your father today? Are you in need of living expenses again? Dad, you must flee the guild headquarters at once. Chu Tianzi is coming for us, filled with fury because he cannot find the one who killed his son. They are coming to kill us. Hurry. What? Who told you this? Gu Chen informed me. Bai Jianfeng was taken aback. Guchon is still alive? Yes. He is doing well. Dad, what do you mean? Nothing. Just then, a sudden explosion echoed from Bai Ningning's phone. It sounded as if someone had forcefully breached the door, followed by an enraged voice. Bai Jianfeng, today, I shall make you pay for my son's life. Brother Chu, my family's involvement in your son's death is non-existent. Why do you seek to eradicate us? Had your daughter not consistently rebuffed my son's goodwill, he would not have met such a fate. Kill them. A cacophony of chaos erupted on the line. Dad, Dad, Dad. Tears streamed down Bai Ningning's face as she frantically called for her father, but all she heard was the relentless clamor of violence. Suddenly, her father's voice returned, albeit weakly. Ningning, I'm sorry. I should never have allowed you to become betrothed to that beast. I have brought you misfortune. A muffled sound echoed through the phone, and then the line fell silent. Dad, Dad, Dad. Bai Ningning's cries were desperate and hoarse, but there was no response from her father. At that moment, another voice broke through the static. Stop calling. Your father is dead. I put a bullet through his head. His end was truly tragic. Bai Ningning clenched her teeth in rage, cursing, Chu Tianzi, may you suffer a wretched fate. May I suffer? Perhaps. But do not fret. I shall soon reunite you and your father in the depths below, exacting retribution for my son. Click. The phone was ruthlessly crushed by Chu Tianzi. Beep, beep, beep. Only an endless void of static reverberated from the receiver. The death of her father signified the demise of everyone within the Bai family guild. Bai Ningning's legs gave way, and she collapsed to the ground, overwhelmed by an unprecedented sense of powerlessness. Dad, I'm so sorry. It was my folly. Had I consented to be with Chu Jiahao back then, perhaps today's tragic outcome could have been avoided. It's all my fault. At that moment, a pair of strong hands rested upon Bai Ningning's shoulders. No, this is not your fault. You are the most innocent one in all of this. Turning her head, she recognized Gu Chen. Gu Chen, my father. I know. Gu Chen's heart was a tumult of conflicting emotions. His presence had altered the fates of many, bestowing either fortune or misfortune upon them. Such is life, devoid of a fixed script. Uncertainty accompanies every step taken. What has transpired has occurred. There are no remedies for regret. Only the necessity to forge ahead with resolve. Had Gu Chen not encountered her, the tragedy of the Bai family's annihilation might never have unfolded. Yet Bai Ningning could still have been cornered by Chu Jiahao and her own father into a hopeless path. Regardless of the life she chose, she was destined to be a victim. As Gu Chen stated, in all matters, she remained the most innocent. The only form of reparation Gu Chen could offer was to avenge her. He helped her to her feet and asked, Do you wish to avenge your father? Bai Ningning wiped her tears, her eyes ablaze with vengeful fervor. I want vengeance. I want the Chu family to perish. Sword control technique. A flying sword hovered before Gu Chen, who leaped upon it, saying, "Come aboard. I will take you to exact your revenge." Bai Ningning was momentarily taken aback upon witnessing Gu Chen's mastery of the sword control technique, a skill of the level 60 sword immortal. She understood that Guchon's abilities were extraordinary, yet she had not anticipated his proficiency in this art. However, she asked no questions, made no comments, and directly leaped onto Gu Chen's flying sword. As long as she could avenge her father, she cared not for the secrets Gu Chen might harbor. Subsequently, Gu Chen guided by Ning Ning as they soared toward the path leading from Luo City to the demon capital. Meanwhile, on the other side, Shun Lian returned to her dormitory and buried herself beneath her blankets, her body trembling uncontrollably. The terrifying power and merciless methods of Gu Chen plunged her into an abyss of fear. The horrifying scene of the Chu family's tragic demise replayed incessantly in her mind, tormenting her relentlessly. If I had not deduced that Gu Chen was responsible for the death of Jia Sheng's brother, Jia Sheng would never have uncovered the truth. If I had not incited everyone to kill Gu Chen, Jia Sheng would still be alive. Thus, I indirectly caused Jia Sheng's death. I sent my beloved Jia Sheng to the guillotine. Ha ha ha. It turns out I am the one who killed Jia Sheng. No. I did not cause Jia Sheng's death. It was Gu Chen who killed him. It was Gu Chen who severed Jia Sheng's head. I merely revealed the truth to him. Jia Sheng's demise cannot be attributed to me. I am innocent. At that moment, Shun Lian's mind seemed to have been provoked. She appeared dazed, her gaze wandering and erratic, exhibiting signs of madness. Jia Sheng must not have died in vain. I shall avenge him. I will disclose all the truths to the world. I will ensure Gu Chen is imprisoned, and he shall pay with his life for Jia Sheng. She threw off the covers, her hair disheveled, and stepped out of the dormitory without even donning her shoes, her bare feet seeking out Lei Zhan. At that moment, Lei Zhan was still asleep, blissfully unaware of Jia Sheng's death. Suddenly, a knocking at the door interrupted his slumber. "Who is it disturbing my sleep?" He grumbled as he rose from his bed and opened the door. To his surprise, he found Shun Lian standing at his doorstep, her hair tousled and barefoot, utterly neglecting her appearance. Lei Zhan was taken aback. What had happened to this usually well-groomed girl? This was most unusual. Just as he was about to inquire, Shun Lian exclaimed, "Lei Gu, Jia Sheng is dead." It was Gu. Before she could finish her sentence, a blood-red mark suddenly appeared on her forehead, followed by a sickening pop. In an instant, her entire head erupted in a mist of crimson. The blood mist drenched the front half of Lei Zhan's body in red. He stood frozen in place, instantly jolted awake, his drowsiness vanishing entirely. Chapter 107. Confrontation with Chu Tianzi. Gu Chen was soaring through the sky on his sword when suddenly a warning resonated in his mind. A signal that someone had violated the sacred boundary of their soul contract. Gu Chen shifted his consciousness to discern who was courting death. He discovered that it was Shun Lian, who intended to divulge everything to Lei Zhan. "I have warned them before. Anyone who dares to touch the red line must perish." Gu Chen formed a seal and, with a gentle utterance, proclaimed, "Explode." Shun Lian's head burst apart, and Gu Chen felt no trace of her soul lingering. This peculiar occurrence drew the attention of Bai Ningning, who inquired, "Gu Chen, what's wrong?" Gu Chen replied nonchalantly, "It's nothing. I merely eliminated a person." Bai Ningning responded with a slight acknowledgement, asking no further questions. She cared little for the identity of Gu Chen's victim. Her singular focus was on having him avenge her father's death. Wrapping her arms around his waist and resting her head against his back, she gently asked, "Gu Chen, can you truly defeat Chu Tianzi?" "Rest assured, I do not engage in battles without confidence." After arriving at the necessary route from Luo City to the demon capital, Gu Chen and Bai Ningning waited for approximately 2 hours when suddenly, the sky ahead stirred with commotion. A resounding thunderclap echoed through the clear sky. Gu Chen remarked, "That sound seems oddly familiar. It resembles my master's voice." Soon, a cerulean thunder beast soared from the horizon. "Indeed, it is my master. What brings him here?" Ma Boyun had evidently spotted Gu Chen in the sky. Suddenly, he was taken aback, urgently halting the thunder beast 100 meters away from Gu Chen. The sword control technique. The iron sword beneath his feet. And that graceful posture. Could it be that he is the two-realm sword immortal from that day? Is he Gu Chen? Gu Chen called out from afar, "Master, what brings you here?" Ma Boyun replied, "The Chu family is about to attack. I am here to rescue you." "Then why don't you come closer?" Ma Boyun feigned calmness. though internally he was in turmoil, exclaiming, "I dare not." Coughing, he added, "Chen, please tell me, was that two-realm sword immortal I pursued that day truly you?" At this juncture, Gu Chen had nothing left to conceal. He genuinely sensed that Ma Buiyun was not an ill-intentioned person. Even at the risk of his own life, he had come to save Gu Chen in the demon capital. Gu Chen affirmed, "Indeed, master, the person you chased that day was me." Although Ma Buiyun had speculated that Gu Chen was the two-realm master, hearing the confirmation from Gu Chen left him astounded. But how could you possibly wield skills of an 80-level sword immortal? Your level has not reached 80. Yet you command skills of that caliber. It defies logic. The limits of science are but the realms of metaphysics. Master, you need not concern yourself with such matters. How can I not care? I too yearn for a second awakening. Are you implying that you killed Chu Jiahao? Indeed. Not only did I kill Chu Jiahao, but I also eliminated Chu Jiaxing. What? Oh. Ma Buiyun was initially taken aback, but soon responded with an "oh." He had intended to inquire further, but recalling that he had severed ties with the Chu family's guild, he deemed it unnecessary to probe. The affairs of the Chu family were no longer his concern. At that moment, Gu Chen retorted, "Does master not wish to know why I killed the Chu brothers? The Chu family has always been tyrannical in their dealings, and you are not the sort to kill innocents indiscriminately. Your actions must have been compelled by circumstance. Indeed, master, you understand me well." At that instant, silhouettes of a group of individuals began to emerge in the distance. Ma Buiyun furrowed his brow, surprised by the Chu family's swift arrival. Does this mean the Bai family has been exterminated? A flicker of sorrow crossed Bai Ningning's eyes. "Chen, you should flee at once. The Chu family possesses several experts above level 80. Even with your second awakening skill as a sword immortal, you cannot possibly vanquish them all with a single technique. If even 2 of their experts survive, you will be in grave danger. You should take Bai Ningning and escape as far as possible." Gu Chen replied nonchalantly, "Master, I recall that you took me as your disciple to grasp the second awakening skill of the Thunder Mage, did you not?" "Yes, that is correct. But this is not the time for such discussions. Hurry and run. Run. Do you not know how?" At this moment, Ma Buiyun was more anxious than a eunuch in the emperor's court. "Master, please take shelter behind me and look after Bai Ningning. I will demonstrate the Thunder Mage's second awakening skill, Cataclysmic Thunder." Ma Buiyun's heart trembled profoundly. Chen, are you saying you also possess the second awakening skill of the Thunder Mage?" Gu Chen soared on his sword to Ma Buiyun's side, hoisting Bai Ningning onto the back of his thunder beast. "Keep your eyes peeled. This is a splendid opportunity for you to comprehend the second awakening skill." Ma Buiyun nodded in a daze. Oh. The forces of the Chu family soon approached Gu Chen, coming to a halt before him. Approximately 60 to 70 members of the Chu family had arrived, most of whom were advanced practitioners above level 60, predominantly comprising members of the Chu clan, with few outsiders. They traveled in pairs or trios on flying beasts, creating an imposing spectacle. Chu Tiance, upon spotting the 3 of them, remarked, "I didn't expect all 3 of you to be here. This saves me the trouble of searching for you. Ma Buiyun, you have indeed betrayed the Chu family." Ma Buiyun was about to offer an explanation but reconsidered, realizing it was futile. Chu Tiance had lost his sanity, and any attempt at clarification would be in vain. Hovering on a dark attribute flying sword, Chu Tiance approached Gu Chen, saying, "You must be Gu Chen. You can actually wield sword control. Impressive." As a level 90 sword immortal, Chu Tiance was naturally adept at sword control. "Indeed. I am curious as to why Chairman Chu has brought so many skilled individuals on this long journey to seek me." "Certainly. I have come to exact vengeance for my son." Gu Chen replied with a faint smile, "Did I not merely slay your 2 sons? Is it truly necessary to summon such a grand display?" Chu Tiansu could scarcely believe his ears. "What did you just say?" Gu Chen reiterated, "I said, did I not merely slay your 2 sons? Is it truly necessary to summon such a grand display?" Chu Tiansu clenched his fists. It dawned upon him that it was indeed Gu Chen who had taken the lives of his 2 sons. "Indeed, that wretched son of yours, Chu Jiahao, is nothing but pure refuse. Of poor character and lacking ability. I dispatched him with a single stroke of my sword. As for your eldest, Chu Jiaxing, while his skills were adequate, he too was a disappointment. I severed his head with a single blow. By the way, this sword must be his. Its effectiveness is quite commendable. I rather enjoy it." Gu Chen drew the Thunderfire sword from his backpack, tauntingly brandishing it before Chu Tiansu. The Thunderfire sword had been crafted at great expense by Chu Tian-su for Jiaxing, who had cherished it dearly. Now, confronted with the relic of his son, Chu Tian-su could no longer contain himself. "You scoundrel! I shall have your life at once." Swift shadow slash. In an instant, Chu Tian-su vanished, reappearing before Guchon, his sword aimed directly at Gu Chen's neck. Flash. Guchon executed a sudden shift, positioning himself behind Chu Tian-su, and remarked, "Master, behold. This is the second awakening skill you have longed for, Cataclysmic Thunder Calamity." Boom, boom, boom. Countless thunderclaps reverberated across the heavens. Cataclysmic Thunder Calamity. Chu Tian's pupils constricted in shock. However, he did not flee immediately. Instead, he commanded his flying sword to strike at Guchon, hoping to slay him before the skill could be unleashed. Yet Guchon remained untroubled, as all his skills, including his awakening skills, were instantaneously activated. Suddenly, several massive bolts of lightning cascaded from the sky, enveloping Guchon in a protective cocoon. Chu Tian's advance faltered. If he wished to attack Guchon now, he would have to breach this barrier of lightning. But this was the second awakening skill of the Thunder Mage, Cataclysmic Thunder Calamity. The name alone suggested its devastating power. Chu Tian-su could not guarantee his ability to withstand such a world-ending tempest of thunder. Thunder-based skills are characterized by their explosive power and rapid execution. Yet their effects are fleeting. For instance, the lightning strike can complete an attack in a mere 0.1 seconds, leaving no trace of the lightning's might, much like a flash of lightning across the sky. However, the power of Cataclysmic Thunder Calamity poured incessantly from the heavens, resembling a cascading waterfall of electricity. This left Chu Tian-su with no opportunity to counterattack. At that moment, the electric barrier surrounding Guchon surged outward rapidly, expanding like a colossal net with no blind spots. Chu Tian-su hastily retreated, yet the speed of his swordsmanship was significantly outmatched by the expansion of Cataclysmic Thunder Calamity. As he beheld the rapidly advancing force of the calamity, despair settled upon him, and he ceased his flight. "Jiahao, Jiaxing, Sufan, I have come to join you." Boom, boom, boom. The robust electric net coursed over Chu Tian's, instantly blackening his entire body. Ma Buiyun gazed in astonishment at the scene before him. Is this the secondary awakening skill of the Thunder Mage? It is utterly breathtaking. The level 60 awakening skill, Thunder Calamity, delivers an extensive area of random attacks, while the level 80 Annihilation Thunder Calamity is a 360-degree, all-encompassing assault with no escape. No one can evade it. As long as the damage is sufficiently high, this skill truly possesses the power to annihilate the world. It is simply terrifying. Ding. Your comprehension of the secondary awakening skill has increased by 2. Current progress is at 93. Ma Buiyun felt a surge of joy, yet this was quickly overshadowed by a sense of desolation. My comprehension of the second awakening skill has indeed increased. However, it has only risen by 2. I still require an additional 7 to fully grasp the Annihilation Thunder Calamity. Although I have witnessed its might and the astonishment it incited, I remain unable to comprehend the secondary awakening skill. It seems my talent is regrettably deficient. It appears I shall never attain the mastery of the second awakening skill in this lifetime. Following the Annihilation Thunder Calamity, the storm clouds dissipated, leaving the earth charred and blackened. Chu Tian's was enveloped in smoke. Chu Tianba called out loudly for his elder brother. "Brother." Chu Tian's opened his eyes and turned towards the voice. "Who calls my name?" It was none other than Tianba. Has he also perished from the lightning? At last, our family is reunited. A family should be whole and complete. Wait, something feels amiss. Tianba appears unscathed, and the members of the Chu family stand orderly. Guchon is also present. Could it be that I have not died? Chu Tian's examined himself, and, though his body was charred by the lightning, he found merely a layer of black soot clinging to his skin. He brushed off the soot, and it fell away, revealing that his skin and flesh were intact, showing no signs of injury. Checking his health points, he discovered that despite having over 100,000 points, he had only lost 830. What? I'm still alive? But why am I unharmed? Was I not struck by the Annihilation Thunder Calamity? Could it be that what I experienced was an illusion? No, if it were an illusion, it could not have inflicted 830 points of damage. Could it be that Guchon indeed cast the Annihilation Thunder Calamity, but due to his low level, Even with a secondary awakening skill, it could only inflict a few hundred points of damage on me. It appears that this is the case. That truly startled me. A wicked smile curled at the corners of Chu Tian's mouth. Since I have not perished, Guchon, your demise is imminent. Chapter 108. Forbidden Spell, The Descent of the Thunder God. Upon witnessing the damage inflicted by Guchon, Ma Boyan could not help but feel a jolt of disbelief. A skill so resplendent and grand, a second awakening ability, had yielded a mere 800 points of damage. It was truly a flurry of actions as fierce as a tiger, only to reveal a pitiful result. The disparity in their levels was overwhelmingly vast. Although Guchon might possess commendable talent, his low level rendered him incapable of inflicting significant damage. To deal over 800 points of damage at merely level 30 against a level 90 powerhouse was already commendable. If I were to cast this annihilative thunder calamity, I could undoubtedly eliminate Chu Tian-su in an instant. Alas, there are no ifs in this world. Now, it is all over. At this moment, Bai Ningning felt a sense of despair creeping in. Guchon was indeed an invincible presence among his peers, but the might of the level 90 Chu Tian-su was insurmountable. Nevertheless, Guchon, you have already done so much for me. Soon, I shall accompany you in death. Yet Gu Chen interjected, Master, did you comprehend the annihilative thunder calamity? Has your understanding deepened? Indeed, there was some growth, but this was not the moment for such discussions. Guchon inquired with calmness, by how much has it increased? Only by 3, leaving a deficit of 6 to fully comprehend the annihilative thunder calamity. It seemed that in this lifetime, I would never grasp a second awakening skill. At this juncture, Chu Tiansu remarked, you are correct. It is impossible for you to comprehend any more second-tier skills in this lifetime, for all 3 of you shall perish. Shall we all perish? I think not. Guchon then turned to his master and declared, Master, behold this spell. Your success in grasping the second awakening skill hinges upon this moment. Forbidden Thunder Spell, The Descent of the Thunder God. Boom. As Guchon uttered the incantation, a colossal bolt of lightning descended from the heavens, enveloping him entirely. Yet, rather than inflicting harm, it continuously bestowed upon him the power of thunder. Chu Tiansu furrowed his brows. A thunder-based forbidden spell. He can actually wield forbidden spells, but you shall not succeed in casting it. Chu Tiansu propelled his flying sword directly toward Guchon. However, before the sword could touch the electric barrier, it was repelled by an overwhelming surge of high voltage. This power of lightning was far more formidable than the previous annihilative thunder calamity. A sense of foreboding crept into Chu Tiansu's heart. 5 seconds later, the lightning dissipated, revealing Guchon once more to the onlookers. Clad in armor reminiscent of Norse mythology, he wielded the hammer of the thunder god. Electricity crackled around him, his eyes radiating with golden lightning, and his hair stood on end. In that moment, Guchon resembled a divine being. Descent of the Thunder God. Summon the power of the Thunder God to possess you. At this instant, you are the Thunder God. All your thunder-based skills will be significantly enhanced, dealing 100-fold damage. Additionally, temporarily acquire a divine weapon, the Hammer of the Thunder God, and a set of divine equipment, the Thunder God Armor. The effects of this skill will last for 10 minutes. Cooldown time, 7 days. Mjolnir. Divine Quality, level 100. Attack power, 100,000, with an additional 100,000 points of lightning damage added to attacks and skills. It can be thrown and subsequently recalled. Only those who have received the recognition of the Thunder God can wield Mjolnir. Thunder God Armor Set. Divine Quality, level 100, Defense, 100,000, Magic Defense, 100,000, providing a shield of 1,000,000 points. During the duration of the Thunder Shield, any melee physical damage received inflicts 100,000 points of lightning damage to the attacker. Upon witnessing the attributes of Mjolnir and the Thunder God Armor, Guchon could not help but gasp in astonishment. The attributes of this divine weapon are simply explosive, with an attack power of 100,000 and an additional 100,000 lightning damage, compounded by a 100-fold increase from lightning skills. It can annihilate anyone in its path. And then there is the divine equipment, with a defense of 100,000 and armor of 1,000,000. Is this truly the defense one would expect from a Thunder Mage? It is nothing short of formidable. Even if a professional reaches level 100, can they genuinely possess 100,000 in damage and defense? Perhaps not. Is this the terrifying power of forbidden spells? At that moment, Ma Buiyun's eyes widened in disbelief. A forbidden spell. Guchon can actually wield forbidden spells. The thunder god descends. The supreme deity who commands the power of lightning has actually manifested in Gu Chen. Is this what a level 100 forbidden spell entails? But can a forbidden spell truly bridge such a vast disparity in levels? A significant question lingered in Ma Buiyun's mind. Ding. Your comprehension of the secondary awakening skill has increased by 2. Current progress, 95. My comprehension has increased by another 2? Yet. The highest level forbidden spell only granted me a 2 increase in comprehension. I must indeed be rather slow-witted. Just then, Chu Tianba suddenly jeered, "Hey, you little rascal. What trick are you up to now?" That devastating thunder calamity earlier seemed cataclysmic, yet it only dealt over 800 damage. What now? Another thunder god descent? Will it inflict 998 damage this time? Your flashy skills are merely for show. Guchon replied calmly, "Merely for show? Do you dare to take a hit from me? What is there to fear? With that little hammer of yours, I want to even bother to defend. If you can take away 1,000 of my health, I'll concede defeat. All right then, prepare yourself." Gu Chen casually threw Mjolnir at Chu Tianba, appearing light and insubstantial. It's all just a fade. If it can inflict 1,000 damage, I'll consider myself unlucky. However, as Mjolnir was released, it suddenly accelerated. Its speed was so astonishing that it reached Chu Tianba's chest in an instant, leaving him no time to react. With a muffled thud, a large hole appeared in Chu Tianba's chest. This scene shocked everyone present. They stared wide-eyed at the gaping wound on Chu Tianba's chest, rendered speechless by disbelief. At this moment, Shishiamba had yet to comprehend the situation, and he had not even registered the sensation of pain in his mind. He inquired, "What are you all staring at?" Exchanging perplexed glances. "Is there a piece of flesh missing from my body? Did any of you happen to see the hammer that Guchon threw earlier? I can't seem to locate it." Although Shishiamba was merely at level 74, he was a dragon slayer warrior, endowed with a health pool exceeding 100,000. The fact that a warrior with such formidable vitality could be instantaneously vanquished by an unclassed individual in their 30s was nothing short of astonishing. The onlookers stammered, "Be Brother Ba. There is indeed a piece of flesh missing from your chest. The hammer. It was that very hammer that pierced through your torso. A piece of flesh missing from my chest?" Chapter 109, Annihilating the Chu Clan. Shishiamba glanced down at his chest, where a gaping wound the size of a hammer revealed the world behind him. His heart had vanished without a trace. The moment he took in the sight, he felt a dizzying rush due to a lack of blood supply, followed by an agonizing pain that surged to his brain. However, it was a misnomer to describe it as heart-wrenching, for he no longer possessed a heart. "Quick, heal me. Healing spell. Rapid recovery. Holy light treatment." The priests and paladins beside Shishiamba hurried to mend his wounds, but no amount of healing could restore his shattered heart. The blood he had just regained swiftly drained away. Yet, Shishiamba did not perish immediately. He clung to life, likely triggered by the warrior's passive skill, Last Stand. Last Stand. When a warrior receives fatal damage, they will not die immediately, but will succumb after 10 seconds unless dealt another fatal blow. Guchon remarked, "No need to calculate. You have already lost. You simply cannot afford to lose." With a violent cough, Shishiamba spat a mouthful of blood, his crimson eyes glaring fiercely at Gu Chen as he spat. "You little brat. I will take your life." Shishiamba brandished a massive sword and charged at Gu Chen. In response, Gu Chen raised a hand and calmly uttered a single word, "Return." The hammer of thunder responded to the summons, hurtling back towards Gu Chen's palm at an astonishing speed. "Beware behind you, Tianba," Qiudians shouted urgently. However, the speed of the hammer of thunder surpassed mortal comprehension. Just as Shishiamba turned to look, there was a resounding crash, and his head exploded like a ripe watermelon, showering the area in a mist of crimson. His headless corpse fell from its mount. Qiudians cried out, "Tianba!" Consumed by rage, he bellowed, "Ya! Jiaxing! Jiahao! Tianba! Sufan! I shall avenge you." Sword and man in unity. Myriad sword technique. The flying swords beneath Qiudian's feet transformed into thousands of blades, shooting forward in a dazzling display. The myriad sword technique pales in comparison to my myriad sword return. Guchon activated lightning dash, charging towards Q-Tian's. Countless flying swords struck against Gu Chen's Thunder God armor, producing a symphony of metallic clangs, yet they failed to breach even the surface of his skin. Thunder God armor shield, 1111. Q-Tian's trembled. He was a level 90 powerhouse. Though he had not yet completed his second awakening, he was undeniably a formidable figure. Yet, he could only deal a meager point of damage to Gu Chen, hardly even a scratch. Such a reality was unfathomable. As Chu Tian stood in shock, Gu Chen had already approached him, gripping his neck with one hand and uttering, "Go reunite with your son." Thunderstrike. Chu Tian swallowed hard, fully aware that all was lost. In the next moment, a deafening crash echoed as a thick bolt of lightning descended from the heavens. The powerful current relentlessly coursed through Chu Tian's body, as the god of thunder transformed the thunderstrike from a single attack into a continuous barrage of damage. Amplifying its potency manifold, a staggering figure of 9 million appeared above Chu Tian's head, a number so astonishing that it rendered onlookers speechless. What did 9 million signify? This single blow could obliterate Chu Tian's 30 times over. The electric assault persisted for a full 5 seconds before it ceased. When the power of the lightning dissipated, all that remained was a charred skeletal frame, utterly lifeless. Gu Chen casually discarded the remains and turned his gaze towards the entirety of the Chu family. At that moment, panic ensued among them. Chu Tian's was undeniably the strongest warrior of the Chu clan. If even their mightiest was so effortlessly vanquished by Gu Chen, what hope did they have of overcoming him? What kind of monster had they provoked? In an instant, the members of the Chu family scattered in all directions. Did they think they could escape? Not a single one of you shall flee today. Chain lightning. Gu Chen unleashed a chain lightning spell. At first glance, it appeared no different from the usual. Gu Chen was slightly taken aback, pondering, did this skill not evolve? Yet, he underestimated this seemingly ordinary chain lightning. Upon striking the first victim, the chain split into 2, which in turn struck 2 more, further splitting into 4. This sequence continued, doubling with each strike, 4 to 8, 8 to 16, and so on. Each connection resulted in instantaneous obliteration, the unfortunate souls meeting their demise alongside their steeds. A cloud of crimson mist rapidly enveloped the crowd, until the last member of the Chu family was annihilated. The chain lightning finally ceased its relentless division. At that moment, every elite of the Chu clan had been extinguished. Gu Chen, astonished, mused, "Is this the power of forbidden spells? Astounding. So overwhelmingly powerful. No wonder it is forbidden. This skill defies the very laws of nature." Yet suddenly, another thought struck him. The reason forbidden spells are deemed such implies they were never meant to exist in this world. Could it be that these forbidden spells are indeed the skills of legendary deities? My forbidden spell is the god of thunder's arrival, thunder god perhaps, in a higher dimension. Deities truly exist, realms beyond our mortal comprehension, and these forbidden spells are but a manifestation of their divine powers. As Ma Buiyun gazed in astonishment at Gu Chen, who effortlessly dispatched all the elite members of the Chu family guild, including his own leader, Chu Tian's, he was engulfed by an unprecedented sense of shock and disbelief, utterly shattering his worldview. Good heavens! Is this the true extent of my disciple's prowess? He annihilates everything in his path, heaven, earth, even the very air. It is as though the thunder god has descended. The forbidden spell. Terrifying. Incredible. My word. At this moment, Ma Buiyun found himself at a loss for words, his thoughts spiraling into incoherence. And here I am, daring to take Gu Chen as my apprentice. Who on earth granted me such audacity? His strength could easily surpass that of my own mentor. Just then, a familiar voice resonated within Ma Buiyun's mind. Ding! Your secondary awakening skill comprehension has increased by 5. Current progress at 100. Congratulations on successfully completing your secondary awakening and mastering the skill of annihilation, the apocalypse, thunder calamity. You have successfully undergone your second awakening. All your attributes will experience significant enhancement. I have actually completed my second awakening, and I have learned the apocalypse, thunder calamity. Chapter 110. The Treatment of the Resurrected Master. Gu Chen unleashed a forbidden spell, obliterating the Chu clan. Yet, the divine influence of the thunder god lingered, and after savoring this godly power, he retracted his abilities. Approaching his master Ma Buiyun, he inquired, "Master, how do you fare? Have you successfully achieved your second awakening?" At that moment, Ma Buiyun wore an expression of disbelief. The sheer might of the forbidden spell had left him profoundly shaken, as though he were ensnared within a dream. It seems. I have succeeded. That is splendid. You are now a master of the second awakening. Is that so? I have attained the status of a second awakening master? I have ascended to version T1? At this juncture, Bai Ningning interjected, "Thank you, Guchon, for avenging my father's death. Do not mention it. I was merely clearing an obstacle for myself as well. Since there is nothing left to attend to here, shall we depart? Do you wish to visit Luo City to address matters of your lineage?" Yes. The thought of confronting her deceased father brought fresh tears to Bai Ningning's eyes. Just then, a new contingent appeared on the horizon. Gu Chen's heart sank. He sensed impending danger. Could it be that remnants of the Chu clan remained? My forbidden spell is currently on cooldown. If over 80 formidable opponents from the Chu clan arrive, I might truly find myself at a disadvantage. Yet, thankfully, my master has completed his second awakening. He should be capable of handling them with ease. Gu Chen stood his ground, awaiting the newcomers. Before long, the group arrived, their eyes widening at the sight of the Chu clan's lifeless bodies strewn across the ground. The leader declared, "I am Wang Peng, the constable of Xinghai province. May I inquire who is responsible for the annihilation of the Chu clan?" Gu Chen replied, "The entirety of the Chu clan was vanquished by my master alone." Wang Peng, taken aback, exclaimed, "Your master single-handedly eradicated all members of the Chu clan? May I ask for the honored name of this esteemed individual?" At that moment, Ma Buiyun, recovering from the shock of the forbidden spell, quickly grasped Gu Chen's intent and stated, "I am Ma Buiyun." Wang Peng, recognizing the name, responded, "Ma Buiyun, I recall you are a member of the Sangtian Guild and one of its 3 elders. How could this be?" "Indeed, I am one of the 3 elders of the Sangtian Guild, but I have just withdrawn from the guild today. The reason being, Chu Tiance has gone completely mad following the death of his 2 sons. He seeks to annihilate the Bai clan and eliminate my disciple. Our views diverged, prompting my departure. I then came to Modu to protect my disciple and the last surviving heir of the Bai clan." Wang Peng glanced at the 2 young individuals, confirming they were indeed Bai Ningning, daughter of Bai Jianfeng, and the unclassed Gu Chen. "The information conveyed by Ma Buiyun is entirely accurate," Wang Peng remarked. "The Chu family slaughtered the Bai family. They truly deserve their fate. We have come to prevent the Chu family from senselessly killing the innocent. And you have indeed rendered us a great service. However, there are certain details we must clarify for the sake of accountability. It is permissible to inquire. As far as I know, Master Ma, your rank does not surpass that of President Chu Tiance. How did you manage to ensnare the elites of the Chu family single-handedly?" "Initially, I was no match for Chu Tiance, but at the critical moment of life and death, my adrenaline surged, and various hormones surged forth, leading me to successfully break through to the second awakening and comprehend the skill of the cataclysmic thunder calamity. With this technique, I annihilated the entire Chu family." Wang Peng's pupils constricted sharply. "Are you saying you achieved the second awakening?" "Indeed." Wang Peng immediately responded with utmost respect. "Congratulations, Master Ma. What a remarkable addition to the strength of our Huaxia. Truly a cause for celebration." Ma Buiyun stroked his beard, satisfied. "I merely had the fortune of good luck. No wonder the thunder resounded earlier. It was you, Master Ma, unleashing the skill of the second awakening. It is a significant loss for us not to have witnessed you perform the cataclysmic thunder calamity. Few can successfully complete the second awakening, among billions globally. Only a few hundred have achieved it, most being SS or SSS rank geniuses. The occurrence of an S-rank individual completing a second awakening is exceedingly rare. Without considerable strength, fortune, or serendipity, it is truly arduous for an S-rank practitioner to undergo a second awakening. With Ma Buiyun's success, he has undoubtedly emerged as one of Huaxia's premier forces. Now that all matters have been clarified and the Chu family has perished, it is time for us to withdraw." Ma Buiyun expressed surprise. "Oh, is the investigation concluded already?" "Indeed. You have acted as a force of justice, eradicating the Chu family and assisting us greatly. There is nothing more to investigate. The case is closed." Guchon was also taken aback by the swiftness of the resolution. Even if the Chu family deserved their fate, this felt rather hasty. Was it truly resolved after merely 2 questions? Perhaps this is the privilege of a second transformation master. "Master Ma, we shall not impose further. Please take care, and we shall take our leave." At this moment, Ma Buiyun feigned the demeanor of a great figure, slightly nodding. After Wang Peng departed, Guchon addressed Ma Buiyun, Master. I will take Ning Ning to Luo City to attend to the aftermath. You may continue with your affairs. Very well. I shall take my leave now. Guchon ushered by Ning Ning onto his flying sword. Yes, Master, please travel safely. Though Guchon persistently referred to Ma Buiyun as his master, there was a peculiar sense of submission in their interactions, making it seem less like a mentor-student relationship and more akin to a junior addressing a senior. Subsequently, Guchon soared towards Luo City with by Ning Ning. Ma Buiyun remained standing in place for a considerable time, motionless. The recent events felt surreal, as if they were a mere dream. After years of arduous training, he unexpectedly achieved the second awakening today. He pinched his thigh fiercely, feeling a sharp pang of pain. This confirmed that it was not merely a dream. A smile gradually spread across Ma Buiyun's face, a smile more difficult to suppress than the power of an AK-47. I have succeeded in my second awakening. Haha, I have succeeded. Ma Buiyun roared towards the heavens, proclaiming, I, Ma Buiyun, am now a master of the second awakening. Approximately 3 hours later, Gu Chen and Bai Ningning arrived at the headquarters of the Bai family guild in Luo City. By this time, the bodies had been mostly cleared away by medical personnel. However, the pools of blood on the ground still bore testament to the ferocity of the battle that had transpired. As Bai Ningning stepped through the door, tears streamed uncontrollably down her cheeks. She then ran frantically towards her father's office. Upon seeing the body covered with a blood-stained white cloth, she realized it was her father. She collapsed atop it, consumed by anguish. Dad! As she attempted to lift the cloth to see her father's face, Gu Chen stopped her. Do not look. Doing so will forever engrave the tragic image of your father's death in your mind. When you think of him, you should remember not his lifeless form, but his towering and noble presence. So do not look. Let the most beautiful image of your father remain in your memory. Bai Ningning hesitated for a moment, but then understood Gu Chen's intention. The most painful thing in the world is the loss of a loved one. And the most agonizing of all is when that loved one meets an untimely demise. Witnessing her father's tragic death would only deepen her suffering. He would not want her to see him in such a horrific state. Bai Ningning then gently covered the blood-stained cloth once more. Upon noticing Bai Ningning's arrival, the police conducted a brief inquiry. Subsequently, the Bai family's lawyer and medical staff approached her to begin addressing the various affairs of the Bai family. With the fall of the Bai family, all their assets were inherited by Bai Ningning, totaling 6.3 billion. She decided to distribute the majority of the assets to the families of other fallen guild members, retaining only 600 million for her basic living expenses. Gu Chen remarked. Bai Ningning rested her head on Gu Chen's shoulder, bewildered, and said, Gu Chen, what am I to do from now on? You will support me. No. I will support you. After spending 3 days assisting Bai Ningning with all the affairs, they returned to the demon capital. During those 3 days, Ma Buiyun's reputation had resonated throughout the land of Huaxia. The tale of how he single-handedly vanquished a faction spread widely in the martial world. To protect his beloved disciple, he confronted numerous experts from the Chu family alone, awakening his second awakening skills during the battle, ultimately turning the tide to defeat Chu Tiansu and annihilating all the experts of the Chu family without leaving a single survivor. Consequently, Ma Buiyun has come to be envisioned as a figure of cold-bloodedness, cruelty, and decisive brutality. Thus, he has acquired a new epithet, transitioning from the Thunder King to the remorseless Thunder God. As an S-rank talent, Ma Buiyun has successfully awakened his second-tier skills, rekindling the hopes of countless S-rank practitioners above level 80 regarding their own second awakenings. They traveled great distances to Luoqing, seeking Ma Buiyun's guidance on the method of secondary awakening. However, since his own second awakening was achieved with Gu Chen's assistance, he possessed no methods to share, thus turning away all who came to visit. They could only arrive with enthusiasm and depart in disappointment. With the downfall of the Chu family, the Zhangqiong Guild has also fallen into utter decline. The major guilds in the Qinghai province are undergoing a thorough reshuffling. Many guilds have set their sights on the esteemed Ma Buiyun, eager to recruit him, offering positions of elder or vice president. Even a 9-star guild has sought to enlist him as an elder. The Zhangqiong Guild has gone so far as to offer him the presidency, hoping to restore its former glory under his leadership. Yet, Ma Buiyun has steadfastly declined all these offers. Having completed his second awakening and gained an additional 50 years of lifespan, He feels that achieving level 100 will bring his life to a fulfilling conclusion, rendering further endeavors in other guilds unnecessary. He yearns for a simpler, freer existence, unencumbered by excessive obligations. As for the forbidden spell Thunder God descends wielded by Gu Chen, he contemplates it only for a moment. In this lifetime, as well as the next and the one thereafter, he deems it impossible to master. There is no need to take it seriously. Chapter 111. The case concluded. Upon returning to the magical city, Bai Ningning resumed her classes, while Gu Chen sought out Lei Zhan, who was presently packing his belongings. Noticing Gu Chen's arrival, Lei Zhan continued his task and remarked, "You're back?" Gu Chen inquired. "Yes, I am." "Brother Lei, where are you headed?" "To Luo City." "Returning to Luo City? Is the case no longer under investigation? Why investigate further when the case has been closed?" "It's closed? Have the culprits been apprehended? Must we not conclude a case unless all perpetrators are caught? Did your master not annihilate the Chu family? Consequently, both Chu Jiahao's and Chu Jianxing's deaths will no longer be pursued. Although the demise of an SS-level genius is regrettable, your master has successfully achieved a second awakening. In comparison to the loss of an SS-level genius, this accomplishment pales in significance. As for those culprits we have been tracking, it turns out they are but one individual. One person? How can one person possess multiple vocational skills? Indeed, your master mentioned that it was with this individual's assistance that he successfully completed his second awakening. This mysterious figure has always maintained a low profile, and the reason for eliminating those individuals was their lack of discernment, provoking this powerful entity. Thus, it has all come to an end. Suddenly, Guchon comprehended that he had informed his master about his intention to kill Chu Jianxing, and his master had utilized his newly awakened prowess to resolve all matters on his behalf. It seemed this old man was quite adept at repaying kindness, sparing Guchon considerable trouble. Awakened dual-class practitioners are already considered prodigies, and while there are those awakened with 3 classes, they number only a few globally, and none are of Chinese descent. However, this mastermind has awakened at least 4 classes, a true rarity among billions, and he is indeed a Chinese. This fact cannot help but attract the attention of the higher echelons of China, who are keen to protect this individual's privacy, thus halting all investigations pertaining to him. Oh, so that is how it is. By the way, as a non-professional, are you not also able to learn skills from other vocations? You resemble this enigmatic figure quite a bit. Guchon hastily responded, "Ahem. Please, Brother Lei, my meager skills are hardly comparable to this mysterious figure. I am unworthy of even his mentorship." "Indeed, that is true. Furthermore, what I just shared with you is classified information, so do refrain from discussing it with others." "I understand. I will keep it strictly confidential." "Goodness, you share state secrets with me." At that moment, Lei Zhan recalled something and stated, "By the way, there is another matter. Shen Lian has passed away." Feigning shock, Gu Chen exclaimed, "What? How did Shen Lian die?" At that moment, her mental state appeared rather unstable, as if she had been subjected to some form of shock. She sought me out, seemingly on the verge of revealing something significant. However, just as she began to speak, a crimson mark materialized on her forehead, and in an instant, her entire head erupted. That crimson mark was the insignia of a soul contract. A soul contract? This is a high-level agreement capable of monitoring every action of an individual. Could this be the handiwork of that enigmatic figure? Even your master is unaware of this. Nevertheless, I surmise that Shen Lian was targeted by the enigmatic figure due to her knowledge of their true identity, leading to her entanglement with the soul contract. It remains unclear what provoked her to breach the sacred line of the soul contract, ultimately resulting in her tragic demise. Lei Zhan sighed and remarked, "Alas, Shen Lian possessed considerable talent. With a couple more years of training, her investigative skills would undoubtedly surpass mine. What a pity." This affirms the classic adage of our profession: the more one knows, the greater the peril. Should we continue to investigate the cause of Shen Lian's death? No more inquiries. The headquarters has decreed that all investigations regarding that mysterious figure are to cease. Such matters are beyond our level of engagement. Understood. Well, I should return to Luo City for a few days of rest. Are you staying in Mo City? As an orphan, I find home wherever I go. I wish to linger a bit longer in Mo City. All right then, do take care of yourself. Always remember the saying: the more you know, the more dangerous it becomes. Know when to let go. Your life is paramount. Do not follow in Shen Lian's footsteps. Thank you for your concern, Brother Lei. Farewell. With that, Lei Jun departed, carrying his belongings away from the rented room. Gu Chen also left, making his way to the Minotaur's secret realm to continue leveling up. The Minotaur's secret realm yielded a bountiful harvest, with numerous skills and equipment drops. Guchon tirelessly farmed from dawn until dusk. As evening approached, Bai Ningning suddenly sent a message to Guchon. Guchon, I just finished school. Shall we have dinner together tonight? After a day of grinding in the secret realm, Guchon felt somewhat fatigued and welcomed the idea of dining out, perhaps to enjoy some company. Let us dine together. I'll meet you at the school gate. After defeating the boss, Guchon exited the secret realm and made his way to the school gate, where he met Bai Ningning. They chose a well-reviewed small restaurant for their meal. Guchon inquired, what did you learn in school today? We studied the bestiary for level 20 and 30 monsters and the combat techniques to engage them. Oh, that sounds quite beneficial. What did you do today? What could I possibly do? Just the monotonous grind in the secret realm. By the way, what level are you now? I'm currently at level 25. Are you asking me this because you wish to help me level up? Well, that is not entirely out of the question. However, if you desire my assistance, you must conquer one condition. What condition could be so mysterious? You must accompany me to spend the night in the secret realm. Bai Ningning's delicate face instantly flushed with color. Spending the night with you in the secret realm? Humph, you think you can take advantage of me? I won't fall for that. She thought to herself, if you don't accompany me, it is your loss. Bai Ningning was well aware of Gu Chen's formidable abilities. With his guidance, her own level could soar. She certainly did not wish to squander this golden opportunity. However, it was precisely because of Gu Chen's immense power that the prospect of spending the night with him filled her with trepidation. If he were to make any unwelcome advances, she would find herself utterly defenseless. Would she succumb to him? The thought echoed in her mind. In truth, Bai Ningning held a deep affection for Guchon, yet at the tender age of 18, she had never experienced a romantic relationship. His sudden proposal to share a night together felt alarmingly swift, and she was clearly unprepared for such an intimate leap. Nevertheless, a part of her mused, wasn't it desirable to offer her body to Guchon? Hadn't she long envisioned such moments with him in her dreams? After a brief internal struggle, she resolved to surrender herself to Guchon, but her words belied her thoughts. All right, I agree to spend the night with you, but you must promise not to make any inappropriate advances. Rest assured, I will not lay a hand on you. I prefer that girls take the initiative. Chapter 112. I possess a year's worth of skills. After their meal, the two arrived at the entrance of the Malevolent Swamp's secret realm. Bai Ningning, at level 25, could challenge dungeons up to 5 levels above her, while Guchon, at level 35, could descend 5 levels to tackle the dungeon. He could still manage to assist Bai Ningning in leveling up. Although the environment of the Malevolent Swamp was far from ideal for an overnight stay, it remained one of the few viable locations near Magic City for leveling up. The expansive terrain of the Malevolent Swamp, teeming with wild monsters, was conducive to sword flying, making it an excellent choice for hunting monsters and slaying bosses. If I can swiftly elevate Bai Ningning to level 30, she will be able to join me in the same dungeon. Leveling up through challenges above her level 1T take much time at all, Guchon remarked. Would you like to join my guild? A level 4 guild offers you a 20 experience bonus. Following the disbandment of the Bai family guild, which had been annihilated, Bai Ningning was not in the mood to manage a guild and had yet to join another. All right, she replied. Guchon then invited Bai Ningning into his guild. Though your talent is exceptional, our guild operates on principles of fairness and meritocracy. Hence, you will begin as a regular member. Bai Ningning did not complain. I will follow your arrangements. Upon reviewing the guild information, Bai Ningning noticed a wide range of member levels, from the 20s to the 50s. The talents were relatively uniform, with most members possessing B or C level talents, and A-level talents were scarce. None reached S level. Even the guild leader, Yi Qiangwei, had only an A-level talent, making Bai Ningning, with her SS level talent, feel somewhat out of place. Guchon, how did you end up in a guild like this? Bai Ningning hesitated to voice her thoughts, not wanting to label it as subpar. This mediocre guild. I think this guild is quite good. There's no pressure, less competition, and it's low profile. It suits me well. After some contemplation, Bai Ningning realized Gu Chen's choice wasn't too misguided. Given his strength, he certainly had opportunities to enter a larger guild, but that would necessitate exposing his capabilities, which could lead to numerous complications. Thus, it was wise for Guchon to develop gradually within this modest guild. Shall we proceed inside? Yes. The two then entered the hellish level of the malevolent swamp's secret realm. As soon as they stepped in, an overpowering stench assaulted their senses. Guchon took a deep breath, nearly rolling his eyes in sheer exhilaration. Ah, the familiar scent, the classic formula. The authentic odor of 10-year-old fermented fungi wrapped in stinky tofu and sauerkraut cannot compare to this delightful aroma. This is the essence, utterly invigorating. Bai Ningning, pinching her nose, exclaimed in disgust, "Ah, it's so foul. I knew the malevolent swamp was smelly, but I didn't expect it to be this unbearable. Do we really have to spend the night here? Can you endure it?" Unable to endure any longer, Bai Ningning released her grip on her nose and feigned bravado, declaring, "Humph, who says I can't handle it? I'll take a deep breath too." However, as she inhaled, tears cascaded down her cheeks uncontrollably. "Why are you crying again? Are you thinking of your father?" No. It's just that this smell is even more pungent than onions. You'll get used to it soon. Once you do, you'll find yourself enchanted by this irresistible aroma. I cannot acclimatize, nor can I grow fond of it." At that moment, a large toad suddenly leaped from the swamp ahead, launching itself at the two. It was the malevolent toad. Fire blast, thunderstorm, ice spike. Gu Chen swiftly dispatched the creature with 3 spells, obliterating it in midair. Bai Ningning had already witnessed the pinnacle of his forbidden spells and realized there was no need for Guchon to conceal his prowess before her. Summon Skeleton Mage. With a splat, the vile toad exploded, and a level 100 skeleton mage emerged from its remains. Although Bai Ningning was already aware of Gu Chen's formidable strength, witnessing him effortlessly eliminate a level 30 hellish creature with such nonchalance and without the need for incantations, merely by waving his hand, left her astounded. This brought to mind their first encounter during the zombie tide, when Guchon had similarly dispatched enemies with a subtle flick of his wrist. So, those area attack spells that suddenly appeared amidst the horde were indeed cast by him. Humph, he deceived me back then. He had been secretly protecting us all along. Guchon then inquired, "How much experience did you gain?" "I gained 3,800 experience." Not bad. By the end of the night, you should reach level 27. Let us continue." Yes. Guchon resumed his assault on the malevolent toad, subsequently summoning skeleton mages and archers for ranged combat. For these low-tier monsters, there was no need to summon skeleton soldiers to absorb damage. These ranged units possessed superior vision and longer range, capable of dispatching more wild creatures, proving to be far more effective than skeleton soldiers. Once Gu Chen deemed the number of skeletons sufficient, he employed the sword control technique. Soaring towards the direction of the boss with Bai Ningning in tow, Gu Chen flew ahead, with the skeletons trailing behind, and the experience kept flowing in. Bai Ningning was astonished by Gu Chen's audacious maneuver. Wow, such a tactic exists? It's almost like automatic monster farming. Not a moment is wasted. Now you understand why I level up so rapidly. Impressive. Just wait, there's even more impressive to come. Soon, Gu Chen arrived at the boss's domain. Gazing at the cursed wooden cabin before him, he unleashed a meteor strike upon it. The cursed cabin was reduced to rubble by the colossal meteor. Immediately, the 3 witch sisters scrambled out from the wreckage in disarray. They bared their yellowed teeth at Gu Chen with menacing expressions, hissing threats. Awakening 5 strikes. Gu Chen disregarded their intimidation and unleashed 5 level 60 awakening skills. In an instant, the 3 witches were engulfed by a myriad of powerful elements. Soon after, the sounds of their demise echoed through the air. Bai Ningning gazed in astonishment at the 5 intertwined awakening skills, exclaiming, "Awakening! A 5-strike combo! Have you truly mastered such advanced techniques? Gu Chen, how many skills do you possess?" "Who knows? I've never kept count. It should be around a year's worth of skills." Bai Ningning was taken aback. "What do you mean by a year's worth of skills? I know of Yi Shuang, Yi Wei, Yi Bing, and Yi Hua Shibi. But what does a year signify in this context?" Gu Chen retorted, "How many days are there in a year? There are 365 days, and 366 in a leap year. Then I must possess around 365 skills as well. With 365 sunrises in a year, I have 365 skills. What? Are you saying you have a year's worth of skills?" Gu Chen chuckled. "Oh, you seem to grasp this quite quickly." Chapter 113, A Night in the Secret Realm. After vanquishing the 3 witch sisters, Gu Chen inquired, "How much experience did these 3 bosses yield you?" Altogether, they granted 1.5 million experience points. Indeed, the experience is quite substantial. Let us swiftly engage in a few more rounds. Agreed. Thus, Gu Chen continued to lead Bai Ningning in fervent battles within the malevolent swamp's secret realm. Enticed by the prospect of copious experience, Bai Ningning dismissed the foul stench of the place, merrily humming a tune while reveling in the exhilaration of being carried along by Gu Chen's prowess. The duo persevered in their endeavors until the clock struck 10 in the evening. After collecting the spoils from the defeated bosses, Guchon lazily yawned and remarked, "Another monotonous day has come to a close. Time to brush my teeth, wash my face, shower, and retire for the night." With that, he retrieved a double bathtub from his spatial backpack, preparing towels, a shower cap, and a rubber duck. He then arranged a double bed along with a comfortable mattress on the ground, adorning it with sheets and blankets. Rain technique. Fire technique. He summoned rain to fill the bathtub and employed fire magic to heat the water to a pleasant temperature before sprinkling rose petals atop the surface. Mission accomplished. Bai Ningning's eyes widened as she observed Gu Chen's actions. "Do you usually spend the night in secret realms like this? A bed is one thing, but how do you have a bathtub too? After a long day, only a soothing hot bath can relieve my fatigue. A bathtub is essential." With that, Gu Chen began to disrobe. "Ah, why are you suddenly undressing?" Bai Ningning exclaimed, hastily covering her eyes, though she still caught a glimpse of Gu Chen's physique. "Of course, I'm going to take a bath. Am I to bathe in my clothes? Would you care to join me? This is a double bathtub, ample enough for the both of us." Bai Ningning turned her back. I think I'll pass for now. You won't wash? In such a large bathtub, are you afraid of accidentally slipping in?" Bai Ningning, a girl who cherished cleanliness, had endured a day in the foul swamp and yearned to luxuriate in the fragrant waters of the bathtub. However, the thought of sharing a bath with a boy on her first overnight stay felt unbearably embarrassing. She tentatively traced the edge of the bathtub with her fingers, and upon feeling the inviting warmth of the water, she could no longer resist the temptation. "Guchon, you must close your eyes while I enter." Guchon, a person accustomed to grand spectacles, was not inclined to peek at a girl bathing. "No problem. I promise I won't look." He closed his eyes, awaiting Bai Ningning's entrance. Soon, the sound of her garments slipping away reached his ears. Though his eyes remained shut, his mind could not help but conjure images of Bai Ningning's undressing. Ahem, hurry up, or I shall find it difficult to contain my overwhelming vigor. Upon hearing Gu Chen's words, Bai Ningning felt a twinge of panic. Please, don't open your eyes. I'll go in right now. You can open them once I'm inside." Quickly, Bai Ningning shed her last two garments and leaped into the bathtub. However, as she landed, her foot accidentally slipped onto Gu Chen's little rubber duck, causing her to lose her balance and tumble directly into Gu Chen's embrace. The two found themselves perfectly aligned, much to Gu Chen's surprise. "Well, it seems I really did slide right in. This certainly saves me some trouble. That little duck was worth the purchase. I should buy more in the future." Guchon inquired with concern, "Are you all right?" At that moment, Bai Ningning felt so embarrassed she could have drilled a hole in the bathtub with her toes. Bashfully, she nodded. I'm fine. What on earth just happened? Why did my foot suddenly slip? And I landed right in Gu Chen's. Oh my goodness, how mortifying." Guchon had anticipated something might happen between them, but he never expected it to unfold in such an unexpected manner. For a moment, he felt awkward, unsure of what to say. "So, do you want to get out?" Bai Ningning was momentarily taken aback. I don't know." "Oh, if you're unsure, then let us just stay a bit longer." Okay." They sat in silence for a moment, but remaining in this position felt increasingly uncomfortable. Guchon suggested, "What if I move a little?" Bai Ningning shyly nodded, okay." However, once he began to move, he found it difficult to stop. The following morning, Guchon awoke to a gentle exploration. Upon opening his eyes, he discovered Bai Ningning gazing at him with a hand resting on his chest, her eyes filled with affection. Beside them stood several skeletal soldiers, standing guard. Guchon asked, "You're awake?" "Yes." "What level are you now?" "I'm at level 27. "Very good. I'll put in another day and night of effort to help you reach level 30. After another day and night of battling in the treacherous swamps, Bai Ningning successfully reached level 30. Guchon stated, "You should head back to school for class today. I'll take some time to sort through my materials and gear. We'll continue tonight." Suddenly, Guchon remembered something and said, "By the way, could you lend me some money?" "How much do you need?" Just lend me 1 billion for now. Bai Ningning was taken aback by Gu Chen's bold request. 1 billion? Why do you need so much at once? To purchase skill books and upgrade my skills. I have a year's worth of skills that require a significant amount of money to enhance. Understanding the purpose behind Gu Chen's request, Bai Ningning hesitated not for a moment. She opened her phone and transferred 1.5 billion to his account, generously adding an extra 500 million. Guchon affectionately patted her head and said, "You're such a good girl. Don't worry, I won't let your generosity go unrewarded. I'll surprise you tonight." What a surprise. So mysterious. You wouldn't be planning to make my 1.5 billion disappear, would you? It's merely 1.5 billion. Surely, that is not too much. I could conjure it up in 3 minutes. Do you believe me? Then show me your magic. It's still in the preparation stage. I shall reveal it to you tonight. Bai Ningning's eyes sparkled with anticipation. Yes, I shall await your surprise tonight. The Rose Guild. Ding. Your guild's upgrade experience has reached 100. Your guild can now be promoted to a level 5 guild. Would you like to proceed with the upgrade? Suddenly, a notification about the guild's potential upgrade echoed in Yi Xiangwei's mind. Can the guild really be upgraded again? So soon? It must be Gu Chen who has single-handedly maxed out the guild's contribution. Nevertheless, this is fortuitous. With the decline of the Sky Vault Guild, the resources of various secret realms in Qinghai province will be reshuffled, presenting a splendid opportunity for my guild to rise. Yi Xiangwei examined the guild's contribution standings. Guchon, with a remarkable contribution of 430,000, was still far ahead. Meanwhile, a newcomer's name appeared in second place with a contribution of 180,000. Who could this person be? Chapter 114, Spending 1.5 billion to upgrade skills. Who is this person? It seems he was brought in by Guchon a couple of days ago. Is he this reckless as well? Yi Xiangwei examined the individual's details. Bai Ningning, level 30. Profession, Holy Light Knight, Aura Knight. Talent, SS grade. What? An SS grade talent? Guchon has actually recruited a genius with SS grade talent for our guild. Oh my. My guild now boasts an SS grade professional. How wonderful. Guchon truly is my benefactor. Bai Ningning. That name sounds quite familiar. Bai Ningning. Of the Bai family. Could it be that she is the only survivor of the Bai clan? It seems she is indeed the one. What is her relationship with Guchon that he would bring her into my guild? Regardless of their connection, an SS grade genius joining the guild is undeniably a boon. I shall promote her to elite membership immediately. Since the guild can level up now, I will inquire with Guchon whether we should proceed with the upgrade. Yi Xiangwei sent a message to Guchon. Guchon, are you busy? The guild is ready for an upgrade. Should we do it now, or wait a bit? At that moment, Guchon was engaged in transactions at the Oddities Pavilion, buying and selling equipment and skill books. Let us proceed with the upgrade now. I happen to have some free time. Alright then, I will initiate it. Ding. The guild's upgrade task is of hellish difficulty. Collect the Beast Clan's sacred artifact, Blood Roar, and fend off the incursion of the Beast Clan. The instance level difficulty is 52. Upon seeing the guild's upgrade task, Yi Xiangwei felt a wave of despair. Another hellish difficulty upgrade task. Is the universe conspiring against me? No matter, we still have Guchon, this hidden powerhouse. He should be able to complete the task with ease, right? Yi Xiangwei inquired. Guchon, it's another hellish task. Can you handle it? Guchon looked at the upgrade task with a furrowed brow. While he could easily fend off the Beast Clan's invasion, the task also required the collection of a Beast Clan sacred artifact, Blood Roar. Where on earth would he acquire that? The Beast Clan invasion is in a 45 to 50 level instance, whereas Blood Roar is a legendary weapon dropped by a boss. The drop rate is exceedingly low. Due to Blood Roar's formidable attack power and passive effects, it has become exceedingly sought after by warriors. Consequently, there is virtually no stock available in the market. Even if one wished to purchase it, there are no avenues to do so. Moreover, Gu Chen's level is only 35. Even if he wished to challenge a higher level instance, he still cannot enter the 45 to 50 level instance. This is the most awkward predicament. Noticing Gu Chen's prolonged silence, Yi Xiangwei asked again, "Hello? Gu Chen, are you there? Let me think of a solution." Upon hearing Gu Chen's response, Yi Xiangwei felt a chill in her heart. It seems even the Great One is not omnipotent. Gu Chen pondered. It is evidently impossible to level up from 35 to 40 within 3 days. And Blood Roar is unattainable. It appears that I must seek the assistance of my master. Gu Chen dialed Ma Bo Yun's number, and the call was quickly connected. Disciple, what brings you to me? Ma Bo Yun called out, feeling somewhat guilty as he addressed Gu Chen as his disciple. Although he had completed his second awakening, he still held great apprehension regarding Gu Chen's prowess. The impact of Gu Chen's forbidden spell, Thunder Goddess Descent, had left an indelible mark on him. Even after his own second awakening, he believed that Guchon could effortlessly annihilate him with that move, as easily as one might crush an ant. He even contemplated severing their master-disciple relationship or perhaps becoming Guchon's disciple instead. However, a high-level individual is not permitted to take a lower-level individual as their master. Who established such a ludicrous rule? Gu Chen said, Master, our guild is currently stuck on an advancement quest, and we are in need of a beastkin sacred artifact. Bloodhowl. I wonder if you might have one. Bloodhowl, you say? That is a warrior's weapon, and I do not possess one here. Could you perhaps devise a way to obtain it? No problem. Give me half a day, and I shall conjure one for you. Thank you, Master. Disciple, you need not be so formal. Were it not for your assistance, I would not have completed my second awakening in this lifetime. In comparison to that, a mere bloodhowl is insignificant. Should you encounter difficulties in the future, do not hesitate to speak up. I shall undoubtedly lend my full support. Guchon discerned that Ma Bo Yun's tone was excessively polite, which was uncharacteristic of a master towards their disciple. Master, there is no need for such formality between us. Perhaps upon witnessing my true power, you perceive me as formidable, perhaps even invincible. Nevertheless, once a master, always a master. You remain my mentor, and I remain your disciple. This will not change, so please do not overthink it. Yet, despite these reassurances, strength dictates all. In the presence of someone whose power far surpasses one's own, it is only natural to adopt a more humble demeanor. If Ma Bo Yun were unaware of Gu Chen's true capabilities, it would be one thing. But once aware, retracting that knowledge would prove exceedingly difficult. Oh, I have not given it much thought. I shall go and acquire the bloodhowl now. Very well, attend to your tasks. After hanging up, Gu Chen continued with his transactions. After selling the unnecessary equipment he had in his possession, he earned over 10 million. Now, with 1.5 billion in his pocket, he was determined to make a substantial investment in skill books. Shopkeeper, bring me all the skill books you have. Very well. By the end of the morning, Gu Chen had spent all 1.5 billion. However, the fruits of his labor were visibly rewarding. For skills below level 40, aside from the extremely sought-after core skills, 80 had reached maximum level. He also acquired a few inexpensive skill books for skills ranging from level 40 to 55. As for skills above level 60, even the cheaper skill books cost several million, with the more expensive ones exceeding a billion. Gu Chen lamented that he could not afford them. This 1.5 billion was utterly insufficient. I have acquired a considerable number of foundational skills, which suggests that my chances of signing in for advanced skills in the future will significantly increase. However, I have just recently unlocked a forbidden spell, which has a cooldown period of 7 days. If during this cooldown, I encounter formidable opponents like Chu Tiants, who possess skills exceeding level 80, I shall remain at a disadvantage. This won't do. It appears I must continue purchasing skill books. I aspire to unlock a second and third forbidden spell as soon as possible, ideally. I would like to execute a 5 or even 6-hit combo of forbidden spells to find some peace of mind. Bai Ningning still has 4.5 billion. It seems I must devise a plan to extract more funds from her. It turns out that clinging to a wealthy benefactor can indeed become quite addictive. Chapter 115. Ma Boyun joins the Rose Guild. In the afternoon, Ma Boyun called Gu Chen. Disciple, I have successfully acquired the bloodhowl for you. Shall I send it over? Gu Chen pondered for a moment before replying. Master, are you still in Luocheng? Indeed. Then please deliver this equipment directly to the president of the Rose Guild, Yi Qiangwei. She is usually recruiting near the guild hall, so you should be able to find her there. All right, no problem. Gu Chen suddenly recalled something and asked, by the way, Master, do you have any intention of joining other guilds? Not at the moment. However, if a suitable guild presents itself, I would consider it. Do you have any recommendations? What I mean is, if you are not inclined to join other guilds, why not come and have some fun in our guild? Your guild? Is that the Rose Guild? Ma Boyun's expression revealed his disdain for the somewhat effeminate name of the guild. Yes, although it is merely a level 4 guild, its promotion system is quite fair, relying solely on strength and contribution. It has promising prospects for the future. While I have rapidly elevated the guild to level 4 in a short span of time, thereby enhancing its reputation, the talents among the new members are rather mediocre, mostly B or C grade. It is natural for a low-level guild to attract such talents. But if the guild continues to recruit only B or C grade members as it rises in level, it will ultimately become ineffective. The root cause lies in the absence of influential figures to attract exceptional professionals. Additionally, the president's lack of high talent has led many to perceive the guild as lacking potential, discouraging high-grade talents from joining. Thus, I believe if you were to take a position in our guild, it would undoubtedly draw numerous outstanding professionals, facilitating our rapid development. Then why not establish our own guild? Why must we submit to others? While our abilities are unquestionable, managing a guild requires experience and a significant investment of time. Clearly, I do not possess the luxury of time to oversee a guild, and your temperament seems ill-suited for such tedious matters. However, I have observed that the president of the Rose Guild is quite fond of these tasks, tirelessly recruiting and seeking ways to advance the guild. With her at the helm, we could certainly alleviate many burdens. As for the president's position, once she realizes who the indispensable members are, she will likely relinquish her title. Are you implying that you wish to take advantage of her? What? That is not what I mean. It is more about recognizing the wisdom of adapting to circumstances. Ma Baoyun contemplated for a moment and said, "Since my disciple wishes for me to join your guild, then I shall do so." "Thank you, master. This time, I will entrust the guild promotion task to you, so everyone can become acquainted with you. Rest assured, it shall be entrusted to me." After concluding the phone call, Guchon escorted Ma Baoyun into the guild. This news captured the attention of Yi Chongwei, who was actively recruiting in the guild hall. Guchon had brought another individual aboard. Could he possibly be another SS-level genius? She hastily checked his information. Ma Baoyun, level 83, class, Thunder Mage, talent, S rank, tier, second awakening. Upon seeing this name, Yi Chongwei felt a wave of disbelief wash over her. Who? Ma Baoyun, the renowned figure of the second awakening? He was the very thunder god who single-handedly annihilated the Chu family. How on earth did Guchon manage to bring this living legend here? Oh no, this is disastrous. The recent massacre of the Chu family by Ma Baoyun was common knowledge, and his chilling title of Thunder God struck fear into the hearts of many. Those unfamiliar with him often imagined him as a ruthless deity, ready to eradicate entire clans over the slightest offense. Little did they know, Ma Baoyun was a kind-hearted and gentle elder. Now that he had arrived at the Rose Guild, Yi Chongwei was at a loss as to whether to feel joy or dread. What should she do? The sudden arrival of such a prominent figure could undoubtedly benefit the guild's growth, yet she felt utterly incapable of managing him. Even the slightest misstep could provoke a fatal disaster. How humble her position as the guild leader felt. Should she simply expel him from the guild? Wouldn't that be akin to dancing on the edge of death? She certainly couldn't dare to kick him out. He might very well retaliate against her. He might retaliate? Indeed, since she could not contain him, why not simply relinquish the position of guild leader to him? This way, she could avoid any peril to her life. What a clever thought that was. Just then, an elderly gentleman approached Yi Chongwei. With a benevolent smile, he addressed her. "Are you Yi Chongwei, the guild leader? I am Ma Baoyun, a new member of the guild." Yi Chongwei's eyelids twitched involuntarily. To her, Ma Baoyun's smile felt more like the grim smile of death. "Emma, hello? Oh dear, how did I slip up and call him old Ma? What am I even saying? Am I tired of living?" Ma Baoyun raised an eyebrow but quickly regained his composure, seemingly unfazed. "My disciple mentioned encountering some difficulties with the guild's advancement quest and needs to collect a blood roar to complete it. I was asked to assist in acquiring one. Is this what you require?" He produced a blood roar from his spatial bag and handed it to Yi Chongwei. With trembling hands, she accepted it. Is this it? That is excellent. Let us submit the quest swiftly. We must complete the second task and elevate the guild to level 5. Yes. At this moment, Yi Chongwei had also deduced the identity of the disciple Ma Baoyun mentioned. Since Gu Chen had brought him into the guild, he must indeed be Ma Baoyun's disciple. Ding! You have submitted the blood roar, completing the first task for the guild's advancement. The second task, to repel the invasion of the Beast Clan, is now available. Master Ma, shall we commence our second task now? Let us begin. Ding. The Beast Clan invasion secret realm will open in 30 minutes. Please prepare for battle. Most members of the guild are aware of the presence of a mysterious figure within the guild. And now another prominent individual who has undergone a second awakening has emerged. Even in the face of hellish difficulty tasks, they remain unfazed. It's all set. With two masters joining forces, the success of this task is guaranteed. Indeed, as long as these two masters remain in the guild, the Rose Guild is destined for great heights. We shall bask in their glory. I only hope that once the guild flourishes, they do not expel us ordinary talent professionals. Chapter 116. The Cataclysmic Thunder Calamity and the Hellish Quest. The 30-minute preparation period swiftly approached its conclusion. Members gradually arrived within the secret realm, readying themselves for battle. Gu Chen and Bai Ningning also entered the secret realm, hand in hand, making their way to Ma Buiyun. Master. Greetings, Mr. Ma. Ma Buiyun, observing the intimacy between the two, understood the situation and nodded in acknowledgement. I no longer gain experience from slaying these orcs. Therefore, you may join my party, and the experience shall be shared amongst you. Thank you, Mr. Ma. Master, I shall leave this task in your capable hands and refrain from participating. Let everyone witness the might of your second awakening skill, the Cataclysmic Thunder Calamity. Indeed, since comprehending the Cataclysmic Thunder Calamity, Ma Buiyun had yet to unleash its power. He was eager to seize this opportunity to gauge the strength of his second awakening skill. Ding! The enemy will arrive on the battlefield in 30 seconds. Please prepare for the impending conflict. Quest victory conditions. The orc assault consists of a single wave. Successfully defeating the orc chieftain, Grom Helhal, or eliminating over 80 of the orc forces will complete the mission. Ma Buiyun leisurely advanced to the forefront of the battlefield, awaiting the orc onslaught. Moments later, the thunderous sound of footsteps and battle cries resonated from a distance. Orcs mounted on black dire wolves, brandishing sharp blades and massive axes, charged forth. Leading the charge was none other than Grom Helhowl, the orc chieftain, wielding the legendary weapon, Bloodhowl, a long-handled giant axe. Despite facing an army of over 1,000 orcs, Ma Buiyun remained composed. He calmly gestured, reciting an incantation. Suddenly, the sky darkened with ominous clouds, accompanied by the rumble of thunder. Enormous electrical energy materialized around him, signaling that all preparations were complete. Now, he merely awaited the arrival of the orc horde. Within moments, the orc army stood before Ma Buiyun. Grom Helhowl leaped from his war wolf, brandishing his colossal axe, aimed directly at the frail elder before him. Ma Buiyun uttered 4 words, Cataclysmic Thunder Calamity. In an instant, several thick bolts of lightning cascaded from the heavens, enveloping Ma Buiyun and forming an electrifying barrier that perfectly shielded him. Unfazed, Grom swung his axe down upon the lightning, intent on cleaving through it to slay Ma Buiyun within. However, he was gravely mistaken. The moment the axe met the lightning, a surge of electricity coursed through the weapon and into Grom's body. Even with his superior physical prowess, the orc boss succumbed to paralysis under the intense electric shock. The torrential downpour of lightning struck him to the ground, continuously inundating him with electric currents. Grom Helhowl's health, 880,000, 900,000, 850,000. Grom's health rapidly dwindled by tens of thousands. He let out a cry of anguish, a testament to his suffering. Yet the body curled into a tight ball under the immense electric current, leaving no room for resistance. At that moment, the lightning barrier surrounding Ma Buiyun suddenly expanded outward at a rapid pace, resembling a colossal electric net swiftly unfurling. Wherever the net passed, the orc soldiers and giant wolves disintegrated into mere ashes under the high-voltage electricity. The life points of the orc soldiers stood at 920,000, the orc shaman at 950,000, and the giant wolves at 930,000. Simultaneously, Gu Chen and Bai Ningning experienced a swift rise in their experience points. Orc soldier death grants 6,000 experience points. Orc shaman death grants 6,000 experience points. Giant wolf death grants 500 experience points. Shortly thereafter, news of Hell Roar's demise echoed through the air. Grom Hell Roar has perished, granting 6 million experience points. As the range of the devastating electric net continued to expand, it consumed the entire orc legion. Thud! 2 beams of golden light suddenly appeared. Guchon and Bai Ningning both leveled up. The rumble of thunder gradually faded, and the ominous clouds in the sky dispersed. The once thriving army of thousands of orcs was now reduced to a mere heap of bones. The entire secret realm returned to a tranquil state, silent enough to hear a pin drop. Everyone was left in shock by the preceding spectacle, including Ma Buiyun himself. Ding! Congratulations to the Rose Guild for successfully completing the promotion task and advancing to a level 5 guild. It was only when the announcement of the guild's successful promotion echoed in their minds that they regained their composure. The guild had leveled up so effortlessly? Was this truly the power of a second awakening skill? It was simply astonishing. Goodness! With just one move, the entire Orc Legion, including the boss, was obliterated. The damage dealt was a staggering 8 to 900,000 per hit. Witnessing these figures filled me with trepidation. How many lives could withstand such a skill? I never imagined I would witness a second awakening skill in my lifetime. It was worth it. Powerful. Incredibly powerful. Exceedingly cool and awe-inspiring. By the way, did that level 100 Necromancer not show up this time? How do they compare to this thunderous avatar in terms of strength? If it were a dungeon run, the Necromancer would undoubtedly be stronger. However, in a one-on-one duel, I believe Ma Buiyun would prevail. This devastating electric calamity would surely annihilate all those skeletal warriors. Indeed, I concur. Ma Buiyun himself was equally astonished. A single skill dealt damage in the range of 8 to 900,000. Is this the kind of damage expected from someone with an S-class talent? It surpasses the power of a level 60 awakening skill by an unfathomable margin. Truly terrifying. Yet, the cooldown period is a staggering 5 days. It is no wonder. If such a powerful skill were available daily, high-level secret realms would lose their challenge. Upon witnessing the terrifying prowess of Ma Buiyun, Yi Xiangwei's resolve to relinquish her position as the guild leader became even more steadfast. I can no longer bear the weight of this leadership, for my survival takes precedence. The might of an individual who has undergone a second awakening is simply beyond my capacity to endure. It is overwhelmingly formidable. Even if I were to persist in my role as leader, I would merely be a figurehead, with the guild's growth relying entirely on old Ma. Gradually, the members of the guild would usurp my authority. Before his arrival, we could muddle through, and the guild could barely sustain itself. However, everything changed with his presence. The moment old Ma departs, the guild's progress will undoubtedly stagnate, if not regress. Thus, I have chosen to voluntarily cede the leadership position, demonstrating a modicum of self-awareness. Ding! A change has occurred in the guild's management. Yi Xiangwei has transferred the position of guild leader to Ma Buiyun. Ma Buiyun is now the new leader of the Rose Guild, while Yi Xiangwei has been demoted to vice president. Ma Buiyun, Chapter 117. Ma Buiyun ascends to the presidency. Ding! A change in the guild's management has occurred. Yi Xiangwei has entrusted the position of president to Ma Buiyun, who is now the new president of the Rose Guild. Yi Xiangwei has been demoted to vice president. Ma Buiyun, what is happening? How have I suddenly become the president upon my arrival? Gu Chen, with a subtle smile, was pleasantly surprised that Yi Xiangwei, this young lady, possessed such self-awareness to voluntarily relinquish the presidency. Yi Xiangwei approached Ma Lauren and said, Ma Lauren, I believe it is more fitting for you to assume the role of president. My capabilities are still limited, and I am not adequately equipped to lead our guild to greater heights. Thus, I entrust the presidency to you, hoping you will guide our guild towards a brighter future. Ma Buiyun, is this really appropriate? Yi Xiangwei, I implore you to accept. At that moment, Ma Buiyun turned his gaze towards Gu Chen. Gu Chen nodded slightly and encouraged. Master, please accept it. Ma Buiyun then declared, since my disciple wishes for me to take on the role of president, I shall accept the position. The members of the guild then displayed their excitement. Wonderful. With Ma Lauren as our president, the Rose Guild's progress will undoubtedly soar. Indeed, with a master of the Second Awakening as our president, we shall be one of the most competitive guilds in Xinghai province. Suddenly, I find myself disinclined to slack off. At this moment, the members collectively shouted, Congratulations to Ma Lauren on becoming the president of the Rose Guild. Congratulations to Ma Lauren on becoming the president of the Rose Guild. Congratulations to Ma Lauren on becoming the president of the Rose Guild. The members repeated their congratulations thrice. Clearing his throat, Ma Buiyun said, Ahem. Since I have now become the president, the name Rose Guild seems rather unsuitable for me. It carries a slightly feminine connotation. I wish to change this name. Does anyone object? Ma Buiyun deliberately looked towards Yi Xiangwei. Yi Changwei quickly responded, "No objections at all. That name was merely a whimsical choice of mine. Feel free to change it, Ma Laoren." Ma Buiyun, not particularly adept at naming, being of an older generation, found himself inclined towards outdated guild names such as Unparalleled Under Heaven, Pride of the Heroes, Victorious in Battle, and Blooming Wealth. He wished to align with contemporary trends and adopt a name that resonates with the youth of today. Does anyone have suggestions for a fitting guild name? Feel free to voice your opinions. The crowd immediately engaged with enthusiasm. Ma Laoren, I believe the guild's name should reflect your esteemed character. How about Thunderous God of Death Guild? The name God of Death is too aggressive. Let us choose another. How about Classmates Guild? Too childish. Let's go with Explosive Guild. It's imposing. Maybe the Assassins Guild. How about a meeting between the two of us? In a fleeting moment, an array of peculiar guild names emerged. Ma Buiyun found himself utterly unable to accept these avant-garde appellations. He turned to Gu Chen and inquired, "Disciple, what do you believe would be a fitting name for our guild?" After a moment's contemplation, Gu Chen replied, "Let us name it the Chenlong Guild." Ma Buiyun, nodding in approval, exclaimed, "Chenlong Guild. A splendid name. Chen signifies your name, while Long symbolizes soaring success. Truly, it is a magnificent choice. Henceforth, it shall be known as the Chenlong Guild." The onlookers exchanged bewildered glances. Was this truly Gu Chen's guild, or was it Ma Laoshir's? At that moment, Yi Yue began to perceive a subtle truth. Although Gu Chen was Ma Buiyun's disciple and held him in great esteem, the elder sought Gu Chen's counsel on every matter, big and small, ultimately adhering to his disciple's opinions. This was indeed peculiar. Was it possible that Ma Laoshir's capabilities were subordinate to those of Gu Chen? Yi Yue was astounded by her audacious thought, yet the more astonished she became, the more credible her notion seemed. Goodness! Gu Chen's prowess surpassed that of a seasoned veteran who had undergone a second awakening. Even the accomplished ones were beholden to his whims. Who exactly was this remarkable individual? Upon their departure from the secret realm, Ma Buiyun sent a private message to Gu Chen. "My dear Chen, shall I transfer the position of guild leader to you now? The leader possesses the highest blessings of the guild, which would expedite your level advancement." Gu Chen's ultimate ambition was indeed to become the guild leader, but his current level was far too low. If he were to assume the position over Ma Buiyun, it would undoubtedly raise suspicions among many. Such a situation could lead to unnecessary complications. Thus, Gu Chen replied, "Please retain the position of leader for the time being. My current level is insufficient for such a role. If my abilities were to be revealed, I would be concerned about attracting unwarranted troubles. Therefore, it is best if you continue as the guild leader." "Very well, then I shall hold this position for you. When you feel ready to assume the role of leader, I shall gladly pass it on to you." Gu Chen expressed his gratitude, saying, "Thank you, Master." As evening descended, Bai Ningming concluded her day of classes. She exuberantly skipped out of the school gates and beheld the figure of Gu Chen, whom she had yearned for throughout the day. Without hesitation, she leaped into his embrace, exclaiming, "Where is the surprise you prepared for me?" Gu Chen retrieved a rectangular gift box from his spatial backpack. As he unveiled it, a delightful fragrance of flowers wafted through the air, instantly refreshing the spirit. Bai Ningming inquired, "Is it flowers?" "Open it and see for yourself," Gu Chen replied. As she opened the box, she discovered a magnificent white gown adorned with an array of flowers. Overwhelmed with joy, she covered her mouth and exclaimed, "This is the gown of the flower spirit. Do you like it?" He asked. Yes, I absolutely adore it. Is this not the dream gown of countless girls? I never anticipated that I would possess a magnificent long dress. How exquisite it is. Did you purchase it?" "No, I did not acquire it. I stumbled upon it while encountering a wild floral sprite boss, from whom it dropped. If you admire it, wear it. This dress is level 30, and it is perfectly suited for you at this moment." Bai Ningming's delicate fingers gently caressed the fabric, fearful of damaging it. "I am reluctant to don it for battle. What a pity it would be if it were to be ruined." Gu Chen, however, nonchalantly remarked, "Rest assured, wear it freely. This dress is indestructible. It possesses a vitality of its own and exhibits remarkable regenerative capabilities. The rose petals I use in my bathtub were plucked from this very dress." "What? You are truly wasteful. Instead of plucking petals from this dress, you could buy a pound of rose petals for just $9.99 from Pinduoduo." Bai Ningming meticulously inspected the floral gown to ascertain whether Gu Chen had indeed harmed it. Fortunately, upon thorough examination, she found no signs of damage, though some roses were larger while others were smaller. The diminutive roses were likely those that Gu Chen had previously plucked, now regrown anew. Hurry and change into it. I await you, he urged. But I am reluctant to put it on. Change now. This is an order. Otherwise, I shall give it to another woman. Humph. I dare you. This dress belongs to me. No one can snatch it away. I shall change into it at once. Wait for me. Bai Ningning scampered back to her dormitory to change her attire. Meanwhile, in the shadows, 3 pairs of eyes greedily fixated on the long dress held in by Ningning's hands. Chapter 118. Bai Ningning is kidnapped. Guchon had been waiting for 30 minutes, yet Bai Ningning still had not emerged. Though he understood that girls often took their time to beautify themselves in new attire, applying makeup, checking their reflection, and selecting the perfect shoes and accessories, 30 minutes felt excessively prolonged. Gu Chen found himself growing increasingly impatient. 30 minutes. Can you fathom how many minor creatures I could have vanquished in that time? How much experience I could have gained? The bosses would have fallen beneath my might in mere moments. What a waste of my time. Had I known, I would have tended to her in the secret realm. Tonight, she shall face a well-deserved punishment. Guchon retrieved his phone and attempted to call her, but the line remained unanswered, ultimately disconnecting. A sudden wave of unease washed over him. Could something have happened to Bai Ningning? Surely not. Would she encounter trouble at school? Was the security of Magic City University truly that deficient? As he recalled the earlier details, a chilling thought struck him. Could someone have targeted Bai Ningning for her enchanting floral dress and kidnapped her? It was certainly a possibility. Clenching his fists, a glint of ferocity flickered in his gaze. High-level insight. Gu Chen activated his advanced insight ability, searching throughout the campus. However, after 10 minutes, it became apparent that this approach was futile. Magic City University was far too expansive. Even 2 additional hours of searching might yield no results. Time was of the essence. He needed to enlist the help of a few allies. With a determined resolve, Guchon utilized a soul contract to communicate with the 4 members of the school team. I am currently facing a predicament and require your assistance. My girlfriend returned to the school to change her clothes, but has not appeared for an extended period. My attempts to contact her have failed, and I fear she may have been kidnapped. Given your familiarity with this campus, do any of you possess information about who might have taken her? Under Gu Chen's watchful gaze, the 4 felt compelled to respond honestly. I don't know. I have no idea. No clue. All 4 replied in unison, revealing their ignorance. Then, I must ask you to search the campus for me, he urged. Yes. At that moment, Lu Bashi recalled something. I seem to remember a group that enjoys bullying fellow students. Among them is a sorcerer with the ability to manipulate minds, capable of erasing the memories of their victims. The school has yet to gather sufficient evidence against them, and since they have not caused any major incidents, the administration has not taken them seriously. Is it possible they are responsible for your girlfriend's disappearance? Oh, do you know where they typically operate? Guchon inquired. I can't pinpoint their exact location, but there are several abandoned gymnasiums and classrooms on campus. They might frequent those areas. Immediately provide me with the specific locations of those sites. Moreover, you should split up and search for a girl named Bai Ningning. A substantial reward awaits whoever rescues her. Upon hearing Gu Chen's words, the 4 instantly perked up. A substantial reward? What will it entail? If the reward were to liberate my soul from its binding contract, that would be splendid. Immediately, 4 individuals set aside their tasks and ventured to the abandoned gymnasium in search of Bai Ningning. Subsequently, Gu Chen also set off towards the location provided by the others. Inside the forsaken gymnasium, Bai Ningning found herself bound to a chair. Surrounding her were 2 men and 3 women. The 2 young men leered at Bai Ningning with malicious intent, while the 3 young women greedily caressed a floral fairy gown. Wow, this is truly the authentic floral fairy gown. How exquisite, exclaimed one of the slightly plump young women, pressing her face against the gown and inhaling deeply. What a delightful fragrance. I feel that if I wore this gown and didn't tea-bathe for 3 months, I would still smell divine. How disgusting, Bai Ningning shouted. That gown was a gift from Guchon. You must return it to me. One of the young men, with a roguish demeanor, retorted, return it to you? Do you really believe that once this gown is in our possession, you could ever reclaim it? You can barely protect yourself. The young man then called out, hey, Lishala, try it on for us. Sure thing, June, responded the blonde young woman, promptly shedding her clothing before donning the floral gown. The gown magically adjusted to fit her waist and bust, blossoming with golden roses that complemented her hair color. Although Lishala was of average appearance, the gown transformed her, harmonizing even with her otherwise incongruous hair hue. Everyone was awestruck by the gown's beauty, including the two young men. Jin Zhaojun momentarily lost himself in admiration, feeling a sudden urge to marry her. Isn't it beautiful, Jun? Lishala twirled gracefully, seeking his approval. Jin Zhaojun hastily redirected his gaze, chastising himself for such thoughts. Why would I ever contemplate marrying someone like Lishala? The gown's effect is truly extraordinary, he remarked. The gown is exquisite. You should just let it be. Oh, Jun, why can't you ever say something nice? The other two young women chimed in, eager to experience the gown's allure. Shala, let me try it on. Hurry. Wait. I need to take a few pictures to flaunt on social media later. Meanwhile, Jin Zhaojun turned his attention back to Bai Ningning. It seems they truly adore your gown. And I find myself quite fond of you. He pinched Bai Ningning's cheek, adding, this delicate face is far more appealing than those gaudy girls. Your figure must be quite alluring as well. I wonder if that useless boyfriend of yours has taken advantage of it. Allow me to assess the merchandise. Bai Ningning cried out in desperation, I am a student with SS-level talent. If I suffer any harm, the school will not let you go unpunished. Moreover, my boyfriend Gu Chen will ensure you face consequences. Help. Stop screaming. It's futile. No one will hear you. No one will come here at all. I am well aware of your identity, and I also know who that Gu Chen is. You are none other than Bai Ningning, the sole survivor of the Bai family, recently annihilated. Do you still believe you are the pampered young lady, surrounded by bodyguards? It is time to confront reality. You are now merely an orphan, disregarded by all. As for the school, I possess the power of a mentalist. With a mere erasure of your memories from today, no one will ever know what transpired. Oh, by the way, perhaps that Guchon cares for you. But what can a useless, unemployed individual do? Even if he were to arrive, he could only stand by helplessly as I toy with you. At that moment, a cold voice suddenly resonated from above Jin Zhaojun. Oh, you wish to play with my woman? I am quite intrigued to see how this unfolds. Chapter 119, The Rescue of Bai Ningning. Oh, I am quite eager to see how you intend to toy with my woman. Everyone was taken aback, immediately turning their gaze toward Guchon. There stood a dashing and handsome man, coldly observing the scene while poised atop a flying sword. Who is he? My nearsightedness prevents me from seeing clearly. He appears to be Bai Ningning's so-called useless boyfriend, Guchon. How could he possibly master the sword technique? I wonder if that flying sword is merely suspended by a wire to intimidate us. Bai Ningning cried out, Guchon, save me. Jin Zhaojun remarked, I never expected you, a worthless fool, to have the audacity to show up. Do you think I would be frightened by a mere wire? What a joke. Allow me to demonstrate how it's truly done. Jin Zhaojun and the others, all third-year students with S-grade talents and levels around 40, naturally regarded Guchon and Bai Ningning, mere novices, with disdain. Furthermore, Jin Zhaojun possessed a talent for mental manipulation. As long as he did not cause a fatal incident, he could easily erase their memories to evade punishment. Jin Zhaojun reached out, intending to tear at Bai Ningning's clothing. However, just as his hand was about to make contact, Gu Chen coolly uttered, sword chi slash. In an instant, Jin Zhaojun's entire hand was severed. What? My hand is gone. Jin Zhaojun gasped in panic, clutching his bleeding arm. Why did my hand fall off? Gu Chen slowly descended from the air, stating, because a lewd hand deserves to be turned into a pig's trotter. In terror, Jin Zhaojun shouted, brothers, kill him. The four immediately launched an assault on Gu Chen. Two of the female students began chanting spells, while Lishala drew a dagger and entered stealth mode. Another male student brandished a sword and shield, charging at Gu Chen. Gu Chen unsheathed a colossal sword, coldly declaring, a bunch of trash. I shall dispose of you with a single move. Dance of Lightning. The Dance of Lightning, originally a signature skill of the fighter class, was unrestricted by class boundaries in Gu Chen's case, who intended to wield his giant sword to eliminate those who threatened Bai Ningning. Swish, swish, swish. Gu Chen swiftly leapt among the four, each jump resulting in a heavy strike from his giant sword, leaving ghastly wounds in their wake. With a final stroke, he halted beside the two female mages and delivered a lethal blow to their necks. Since they were positioned closely together and his sword's attack range was vast, that single strike beheaded both of them simultaneously. Although these individuals frequently bullied their classmates, they had never taken a life. witnessing the deaths of their companions before their eyes. Li Shala panicked. Ah, we've killed someone. Help. Gu Chen mimicked their earlier words, saying, scream all you want, it won't matter. No one will come here. Lisa suddenly recalled that this was an abandoned gymnasium, a place where they frequently bullied other students, and that no one would come here at all. Regretful tears welled up in her eyes. Handsome, please don't kill me. I shouldn't have harbored ill intentions towards your girlfriend. Someone as unattractive as I am doesn't deserve to wear her dress. I will take it off right now, as long as you spare my life. I am willing to do anything. I can serve you like a beast of burden. Guchon cast a cold glance at her, and then, with a swift motion, struck down. I have no need for such beasts. Another head rolled to the ground, witnessing the demise of his 3 classmates. The warrior with a gaping wound on his back turned to flee. None of you will escape. Throw your weapons. Guchon hurled the massive sword in his hand with force. Thud. The sword penetrated deeply into the warrior's back. Warrior, perish. At this moment, only Jin Zai-jun, who had lost a hand, remained. Just as Guchon was about to turn and attack him, Bai Ningning suddenly shouted, Guchon, be careful. Jin Zai-jun flashed a sinister smile. Careful? Too late. Mental control. As Gu Chen turned, caught off guard, Jin Zai-jun unleashed his mental control ability. Once a person falls under mental control, they are entirely at the mercy of the controller, capable of being compelled to do anything, even to take their own life. This presented Jin Zai-jun with the perfect opportunity to turn the tide against Gu Chen. However, the mental control skill demanded immense energy. Thus it could only last a few seconds before exhausting one's magical power. Moreover, it could not dominate someone with superior mental strength. Yet, in their previous confrontation, Jin Zai-jun had deduced that Gu Chen was merely a brawny yet simple-minded individual, presumed to possess little mental power. He was gravely mistaken. Gu Chen was a perfectly well-rounded warrior. While Jin Zai-jun's mental strength may have exceeded that of an average practitioner, it paled in comparison to Gu Chen's prowess. Mental control. Mental control? Mental, why is it not working? Gu Chen's cold smile revealed his disdain. You think your meager mental power can control me? Do you truly believe that a single mental control skill can grant you unfettered power? Today, I shall make you pay for your past transgressions and show you what true mental control looks like. Guchon fixated his gaze on Jin Zai-jun. To the untrained eye, nothing seemed to transpire, yet he was channeling a vast reservoir of mental energy into Jin Zai-jun's mind, depleting his magical reserves. Once Jin Zai-jun's magical power was fully exhausted, Gu Chen's mental prowess would seize the opportunity to invade his thoughts and usurp control. Possessing an infinite reservoir of magical energy, Gu Chen swiftly drained Jin Zai-jun's power, subsequently seizing control over him. Jin Zai-jun's gaze became vacant, his pupils dilated. Resembling a mere puppet, Gu Chen commanded him, dig 4 deep pits with your bare hands, and bury these 4 corpses. Then dig 1 more pit until you reach the core of the earth. Yes, yes. Jin Zai-jun discovered a patch of land and knelt down, commencing to dig a pit. Having already lost 1 hand, he now resorted to digging with his bare hands. After just a few attempts, his remaining hand was left bloodied and mangled, while the wound from his severed hand was subjected to severe friction, causing blood to flow even more profusely. Within mere minutes, the ground was stained crimson with his blood. Given such a loss of blood, it was impossible for him to dig even 1 pit, let alone 4. He would succumb to his wounds before accomplishing anything. Gu Chen untied Bai Ningning, his eyes filled with remorse as he expressed, I am truly sorry. It is all because of this wretched dress that you were frightened. I shall burn it. As he spoke, Gu Chen prepared to incinerate the garment, but Bai Ningning hastily intervened. No, such a beautiful dress must not be destroyed. The dress is innocent. It is these wicked individuals who are to blame. She then turned her gaze towards the 4 corpses and the digging Jin Zai-jun, contemplating aloud. They did not intend to kill me. Are we being too extreme in our actions? If I allow them to live, they may remain subdued for a considerable time and would likely refrain from plotting against you in the future. Yet, can we ensure they will never scheme against others again? Should they err once more and bully another, they would undoubtedly repay the humiliation they suffered today manifold. Remember, a heart of compassion can be a perilous burden. With these malevolent beings, one must be resolute and decisive. Bai Ningning seemed to grasp the essence of her words, murmuring, Oh, I understand now. Subsequently, the 2 departed from the abandoned gymnasium. Chapter 120. The vice principal's dilemma. The school team is short on members. Lu Baxi had witnessed the gruesome scene of Gu Chen's actions in the gymnasium with absolute clarity. It was he who had led Gu Chen to this forsaken sports hall. When Gu Chen entered to rescue Bai Ningning, Lu chose not to leave, but rather concealed himself outside, secretly observing the unfolding battle. Upon witnessing Gu Chen's formidable abilities and his decisive nature, Lu was drenched in cold sweat. During Gu Chen's previous confrontation with several team members, it was evident that he had not exerted his full strength, or rather, he had no intention of killing them. Their survival had granted them the opportunity to sign what seemed to be a soul contract devoid of rights. Had Gu Chen wielded a sharper weapon, they would have long since met their demise, rendering any notion of a soul contract moot. In retrospect, that soul contract appeared to be nothing short of a certificate of immunity for the group. What significance did human rights hold? Survival eclipsed all else. At that moment, Lu Baxi's resolve solidified. He could harbor no thoughts of defiance against Gu Chen, not even a trace. He was willing to become Gu Chen's most devoted servant. Upon exiting the dilapidated gymnasium, Gu Chen took Bai Ningning to the Minotaur tribe's secret realm. By traversing this realm, both could gain experience. Gu Chen employed the most efficient method for monster farming. He first cleared out the minor creatures that summoned skeleton soldiers, and after summoning a sufficient number of them, he soared through the air on his sword to locate the boss, leading the skeletons in pursuit while they assisted him in battling the smaller foes. Upon finding the boss, Gu Chen unleashed his awakening in combo, swiftly eliminating the boss before restarting the next realm. Thus, Gu Chen and Bai Ningning continued their relentless quest until the early hours of the morning, before finally halting their combat to enter a different phase of their interaction. As dawn broke, Bai Ningning appeared before the still drowsy Gu Chen, clad in a flowing gown. She gracefully twirled and inquired, "Gu Chen, do I look beautiful in this dress?" Upon seeing Bai Ningning in the ethereal floral gown, Gu Chen was instantly awakened, captivated by her beauty. "Indeed, you look stunning." Bai Ningning's spirits soared even higher as she replied, "Well, in light of your generous gift, tell me, what do you desire in return? I will do my utmost to fulfill your wish." "Just to your utmost, is it? It seems this gift may not suffice. Then, let us ensure your wish is absolutely granted. Speak your desire." Clearing his throat, Gu Chen said, "Ahem. I shall be candid. Could you lend me another one? 5 billion. Bai Ningning was momentarily taken aback. "Didn't I just give you one? 5 billion the other day? Have you already spent it?" "Yes. I've spent it all. This is 5 billion, not merely 15. Can't you be a bit more frugal?" "All right. I shall certainly be more prudent this time." Bai Ningning retrieved her phone and transferred another 5 billion to Gu Chen. "My funds are dwindling. This time you must be frugal." "Yes. I am acutely aware of your finances." No. It is I who is mindful. I shall not squander." "Then kindly escort me to class." "Understood." After departing from the secret realm, Gu Chen ensured Bai Ningning reached her classroom before he felt at ease to leave. He then proceeded to acquire skill books and engage in trading equipment. In the office of the Vice President of Magic City University, Vice President Wang Liangpeng was pacing anxiously. What to do? The campus championship is mere days away, and we have yet to find a suitable candidate. What shall we do? Lu Baxi and 3 other team members were present, grappling with the aftermath of Chu Jiaqing's untimely demise, which left a gaping vacancy in the university's team. Although there were substitute players, all possessing SS-level talents, none could match the prowess of Chu Jiaqing. If Chu Jiaqing had held a support role, finding a replacement might have been feasible, yet he was the team's primary damage dealer, making it exceedingly difficult to find an adequate substitute. Replacing him carelessly could severely diminish the team's overall output. Competing for a place among the nation's top 5 was uncertain, let alone surviving the first round. This dilemma weighed heavily on Wang Liangpeng. Lu Baxi could not shake the image of Gu Chen's formidable combat skills from his mind. An idea began to take root. He wanted Gu Chen to join the team. With Gu Chen's strength, he would undoubtedly surpass Chu Jiaqing by leaps and bounds. If Gu Chen were to join the team, while claiming the championship might be ambitious, securing a spot among the nation's top 5 would be a certainty. This would be a monumental advantage for them. Unable to suppress his thoughts any longer, Lu Baxi proposed, "Principal, I have a very suitable candidate in mind." However, the principal interjected eagerly, "What is it? Speak quickly." "Only that he is not a student of our school." "Not a student of our school? Then why are you even suggesting him? A non-student cannot represent our institution in competition. Are you not aware of this? Such a waste of my sentiments. But he is not from another school either? Not from another school? Then he has not attended university at all. Indeed. Wang Liangpeng scoffed. All the exceptional students have been claimed by various prestigious institutions, leaving behind only a cadre of mediocre professionals. You expect such unremarkable talent to fill Chu Jiaqing's shoes? Have you lost your mind? Yet Lu Baxi remained composed, asserting perhaps he has been perceived as a waste by others. However, anyone who has witnessed his capabilities has been utterly impressed by his strength. My 3 teammates and I have previously fallen to him in battle. Therefore, I firmly believe he can indeed replace Chu Jiaqing. Who, pray tell, is this individual? The one and only non-professional in the world, Gu Chen. Upon hearing the name Gu Chen, the other 3 individuals stiffened with trepidation, still ensnared in a profound fear of him. Now, Lu Baxi intended for Gu Chen to be his teammate, which inevitably heightened their anxiety. The term jobless Gu Chen elicited a furrowed brow from the principal. He was well aware of this singular individual, recognized globally as the only person without a profession. What remarkable capabilities could a universally acknowledged failure possess? In truth, he is exceptionally powerful, surpassing the ordinary. Our collective understanding of the jobless individual has been fundamentally flawed. He is far from an incapable waste of space. He is. Well, you will grasp it upon meeting him. Lu Baxi deliberately created an air of suspense. At this moment, Wang Liangpeng turned to the 3 solemn-faced members of the school team and inquired, "Has Gu Chen truly defeated you all?" They nodded in unison. The principal, equally astonished, exclaimed, "Why didn't you mention this sooner?" Observing the troubled expressions on their faces, the vice principal questioned, "What is amiss with you 3? Why do you look so distressed? Have you eaten something unpleasant?" "We are afraid of Gu Chen." The trio hesitated, struggling to articulate their fears, prompting the principal to press further. Afraid of what? Exactly. We fear him. At this moment, Lu Baxi interjected, "They are simply embarrassed after being defeated by Gu Chen and are reluctant to admit it." "Oh, is Gu Chen truly that formidable? But does he meet the university's admission criteria?" "He should," came the reply. "He graduated in the same class as Bai Ningming and did not secure admission to any university after high school. We have the opportunity to enroll him, and he would then be a student of our Moda University, eligible to represent our school in competitions." Wang Liangpeng suddenly grasped the implications. So this is how it can be maneuvered. Lu Baxi, contact Gu Chen immediately. I am eager to discover what makes this jobless individual so extraordinary. Understood. Chapter 121, Inviting Gu Chen. Lu Baxi promptly dialed Gu Chen's number. "Hello, Brother Chen, are you free at the moment? I have some splendid news to share with you." Surprised to receive a call from Lu Baxi, Gu Chen responded, "It's nothing important. Go ahead." "Well, due to the unfortunate demise of Chu Jiaqing from our school's team, we currently have a vacancy for a key player. I would like to invite you to join our university and become a vital member of the team, leading us in the campus championship next week. What do you think?" "I don't think it's a good idea. Let's hang up." Beep, beep, beep. The principal inquired, "How did it go?" He must have happily agreed. Lu Baxi displayed an expression of helplessness. He hung up. Did he actually hang up? A failed candidate has rejected the olive branch extended by a prestigious institution. What on earth is wrong with him? Who does he think he is? Indeed, the strong require the university experience to forge alliances with other powerful individuals, forming a cohesive unit capable of confronting higher-tier challenges. However, Gu Chen, a singular force capable of taking on 5 formidable opponents, seems to have little need for a university education, as it might hinder his progression. Lu Baxi said, "Principal, please calm down. Gu Chen may not comprehend the advantages of winning the campus championship. Allow me to explain further and persuade him. Just give me a little time." Wang Liangpeng scoffed, "If he doesn't want to join, so be it. We shouldn't lower our standards to please others. Let us not forget we are one of China's 4 prestigious universities, and we must maintain our dignity." "Understood. Understood. You 3 come with me." Lu Baxi replied as the 4 departed from the principal's office to seek out Gu Chen. One of the girls asked, "Baxi, why do you want Gu Chen to join our team? He is the one who killed Jiaqing. Moreover, he has imposed a sole contract upon us. Allowing him into our ranks would be akin to courting danger." Lu Baxi countered, "What do you perceive Gu Chen's capabilities to be?" "Well, he certainly surpasses us with ease." "Then, If Gu Chen were to join our team, what rank do you think we could achieve? A glimmer of excitement flashed in the girl's eyes. We could certainly secure a spot among the top 5 nationally. This would grant us the opportunity to participate in international competitions. So, in terms of benefits and risks, which is more enticing? Participating in the national competition is far more alluring. Then that settles it. Moreover, I believe Gu Chen does not genuinely wish to bind us with a soul contract, nor does he intend any harm. As long as we keep his secrets safe, there will be no danger. Liu Baxi refrained from disclosing Gu Chen's effortless defeat of the campus bullies, as it was best for fewer people to know about such matters. Ah, I see. I support Gu Chen joining our team. I agree. Me too. Since everyone is in agreement, whatever requests Gu Chen may present later, as long as he is willing to join our school team, we shall endeavor to accommodate him. Understood? A few individuals made their way towards Gu Chen. Ever since Liu Baxi reached out to him, Gu Chen had been subtly monitoring the thoughts of these few individuals. At this moment, he was already aware of all their intentions. Oh, is the allure of becoming one of the top 5 nationally and participating in international competitions truly that captivating? I am also intrigued to explore the foreign lands and discern whether the moon abroad is indeed as round as they say, and if the air is as sweet as the legends suggest. Furthermore, continuously concealing my identity is not a viable long-term strategy. The recent kidnapping of Bai Ningning serves as a stark testament to this. It was precisely because those bullies were aware that Bai Ningning is now an orphan without support, and I am but a useless idler, that they dared to abduct her without fear. Thankfully, Bai Ningning is unharmed. Had anything unfortunate occurred to her, the last remaining hope of the Bai family would have been extinguished. Indeed, it is time to seize this opportunity to showcase the true capabilities of the idol. They have stated that as long as I am willing to join the school team, they will acquiesce to any of my demands. Therefore, I must be audacious in my requests. Gu Chen first placed a call to Bai Ningning. Ningning, do you wish to join the school team at your prestigious university? Without the slightest hesitation, Bai Ningning replied, absolutely. Being a member of the school team is the highest honor for a student. Moreover, the rewards and benefits for team members far exceed those of ordinary students. So, do you have a way to help me become a member of the team? Of course. This one, 5 billion you lent me cannot be without recompense. Are you reluctant to repay me? Cough. We are family now. Speaking of repayment feels rather distant. Ah, you truly do not intend to return my money. I shall not be fooled again. The remaining 3 billion is to be reserved as my dowry. Whoever marries me shall receive it. Come, let us go and register for the marriage certificate right away. That won't do. I have just turned 18 and do not meet the legal age. You will have to wait another 2 years. Not merely 2 years, but 4. A man must be 22 to meet the legal age. Bai Ningning complained. What kind of system is this? They encourage people to have more children, yet do not relax the marriage age. By the time I wait 4 years, I will be 22 and nearly a late-blooming maiden. With policies in place, there are countermeasures. Let us take care of business first, and then obtain the certificate. Cough. I find that acceptable. For the sake of this 3 billion, I shall go all out. Soon after, the 4 found Gu Chen. Liu Baxi respectfully addressed him, Brother Chen. Greetings. Brother Chen. Gu Chen responded coolly, you are older than I am. Logically, I should be addressing you as brother. In our team, we do not adhere to seniority. The most capable among us is the leader. Wouldn't you agree? Exactly. Greetings, Brother Chen. Gu Chen nodded slightly and inquired, what brings you all here to seek me? Once again, regarding the matter at hand, every member of our school team sincerely hopes that you will join Moda University and become part of our squad. Is this genuine? The other 3 paused in surprise and then responded, indeed, it is sincere, 100 heartfelt. What benefits might I reap from joining the team? Oh, the advantages are indeed substantial. If our team secures a position among the top 5 nationally, the rewards and resources will be plentiful. Moreover, any team that achieves a top 5 ranking will gain entry into the international elite university competition. This would grant us access to foreign realms, allowing us to fully exploit international resources. Should we place within the top 3 in this prestigious tournament, not only will we receive significant resources as rewards, but upon returning home, the nation will also bestow a generous bounty upon us. Guchon remarked nonchalantly, is that all? Engaging in battles with a bunch of amateurs, and the prize money will be shared. I find little interest in that. The ordinary rewards offered by these competitions indeed failed to entice Gu Chen. Lu Baxi inquired what. Then, would it take for you to join our team? We shall do our utmost to accommodate your wishes. Gu Chen feigned contemplation for a moment and then stated, Truth be told, my demands are not excessive. Apart from the professional equipment and weapons granted by the tournament, I shall claim all remaining prize money and resources. Upon hearing this, the others could not help but raise their eyebrows in astonishment. To take all but their professional gear and weaponry meant that Gu Chen would essentially claim 90 of the rewards. This undoubtedly posed a dilemma for them. At that moment, Lu Baxi declared, I agree to relinquish all my resources to Brother Chen. We are counting on him to lead us to a better standing. So these prizes and resources rightfully belong to him. Well, I agree. Agreed. Agreed. Yet, Gu Chen had not finished. He added another stipulation. Additionally, I would like my girlfriend, Bai Ningning, to join the team as a starting member. Chapter 122. The conditions set by Gu Chen. Moreover, I hope my girlfriend, Bai Ningning, can also join the school team, and as a starting player at that. Upon hearing Gu Chen's words, everyone gasped in astonishment. Allowing Bai Ningning to become a starting player meant that one of the four must step down to the bench, only to take the field in the event of a severe injury to a starter or a tactical adjustment. If Gu Chen desired 90 of the resources, the others could easily concede such visible losses. However, being a starting member of the school team broadcasted during a national competition is an honor beyond compare, something that no one would willingly compromise or relinquish. Yet, the reality is that without Gu Chen's presence, their team was destined for mediocrity. Conversely, if they accepted Gu Chen, it necessitated bringing Bai Ningning along, thereby requiring one person to take on the role of a substitute. The four remained silent for an extended period, none daring to propose their withdrawal. At that moment, Lu Baxi stepped forward and declared, It was my suggestion to have Brother Chen join. So I am willing to step down from the starting position to become a substitute. A female member of the team protested, No, Boj, you are the captain. How can you take a substitute role? Let me be the one to step down. No, Yu Fei insisted, You are the team's only support. If you go to the bench, who will heal the team? Let me take the substitute role. No, after Jinxing's passing, you are the sole range damage dealer. My assassin role is dispensable. Allow me to be the substitute. From their interactions, Gu Chen discerned that the team was indeed very united. The willingness to sacrifice for teammates is the simplest measure of a team's cohesion, and Gu Chen felt satisfied with this realization. He then said, Enough. Do not squabble any longer. The starting role shall remain with you, as I was merely testing your willingness to sacrifice for the team. Let Ningning join as a substitute. Instantly, radiant smiles illuminated their faces, as if they had stumbled upon a hidden treasure. Wonderful. It was merely Brother Chen testing us. Yes, fantastic. No one needs to be a substitute. Gu Chen added, There is one final point. Upon my admission to Moda University, I do not wish for the school administration or faculty to interfere with my progression. I wish to attend classes at my discretion. That is simple enough. We will ensure that your progression remains uninterrupted. Well, those are my conditions. As long as the school agrees, I will join your team. If not, I implore you not to trouble me further. Yes, we will persuade the school to agree. Brother Chen, we will return to report this matter. Go ahead. Subsequently, Lu Baxi and the others returned to the school to report the matter to Vice Principal Wang Liangpeng. Upon hearing their proposal, Vice Principal Wang expressed considerable dissatisfaction. What audacity! To audaciously attempt to seize 90% of the rewards while blatantly disregarding school rules, attending classes at whim, believing the institution is akin to his family's domain, is utterly unacceptable. I vehemently disagree. Lu Baxi and his companions hastily endeavored to persuade the vice principal. After considerable coaxing, the vice principal reluctantly acquiesced. Very well. However, they must pass the advanced trials of the school team to gain entry. Otherwise, no pleas will suffice. Lu Baxi, well aware of Gu Chen's prowess, knew that for someone of Gu Chen's caliber, passing this test would be child's play. Thus, he dolorously consented, saying, Very well. I shall arrange for him to participate in the test. Lu Baxi immediately dialed Gu Chen's number to relay the news. With nothing pressing on his agenda, Gu Chen summoned Bai Ningning to join him at the venue. Upon encountering Gu Chen, Wang Liangpeng scrutinized him thoroughly, but found himself met with an array of question marks instead of any tangible information. How delightfully enigmatic. I shall soon see what skills you possess. As for Bai Ningning, He recognized her from the recent by-family massacre incident and felt a pang of sympathy for her plight. Quietly, he had applied for a special hardship fund for her, a sum of 50,000 yuan each semester, which should be available shortly. However, when Wang Liangpeng glimpsed Bai Ningning's level, he was taken aback. Goodness, she is already at level 31. Is she not a mere freshman? How has she advanced so swiftly? She must be the highest level freshman. The trauma from her family's tragedy has undoubtedly galvanized her to devote herself entirely to her studies and the exploration of dungeons, allowing her to excel remarkably. This young lady is indeed extraordinary, with both the hidden classes of Knight of Aura and Paladin. Including her in the school's reserve lineup could prove to be an astute decision. Clearing his throat, Wang Liangpeng declared, "Ahem. Joining our school team is quite simple. All you need to do is pass our Team S assessment. As Gu Chen seeks to join the main squad directly, the assessment provided for you will be of the highest difficulty, Hell level. The dungeon's level is 40. You will have 5 hours to successfully defeat the boss. Accomplishing this within the allotted time will deem your assessment passed. Do you understand?" Gu Chen nodded. Defeating a boss is the simplest task. The vice principal cast a disdainful glance in his direction, scoffing. Anyone can boast. Just don't be eliminated by the minions. Wang Liangpeng was entirely skeptical that 2 freshmen could conquer a hell-level boss at level 40. They would likely emerge battered from dispatching a mere handful of minions, ultimately leading to their surrender. Gu Chen took Bai Ningning's hand and said, "Ningning, let us proceed. Indeed, we shall engage in battles beyond our level, and our experience shall soar." The two, hand in hand, joyously ventured into the dungeon. Wang Liangpeng scoffed once more, clearly disapproving of their demeanor. This hardly resembled a serious assessment. Their lack of respect for the test, their bravado, and their singular focus on romance marked them as quintessential underachievers. Wang Liangpeng remarked, "I shall take a brief repose. If they fail, they may simply depart." Lu Baxi, weary of further explanations, replied, "Indeed. The assessment realm is a specialized domain crafted by the school for student examinations. 5 such realms have been created, and upon entry, one is randomly assigned to any of these domains. No one possesses knowledge of which realm they shall be allocated to." In a flash of light, Gu Chen and Bai Ningning found themselves within the examination realm. The particular domain they were to confront was the Black and White Dual Demons realm. Gu Chen inquired of Bai Ningning, "Are you aware of the identity of the boss in the Black and White Dual Demons realm?" Bai Ningning shook her head and replied, "I do not know. If that is the case, let us proceed. Regardless of the boss, it is meant to be vanquished." Chapter 123, The School Team Assessment in the Black and White Dual Demonic Realm. Upon entering the mysterious domain, the 2 adventurers soon encountered several monstrous creatures with bloodthirsty fangs. Their robust bodies were hunched over, crawling along the ground, their skin a shade of dark purple, adorned with a fearsome visage and sharp tusks. Protruding from their bony hands were razor-like blades, exuding an aura of brutality. Yasha, LV, 40, Health 40, 000, Attack Power 1, 800, Defense 800, Magic Defense 600, Skills, Ambush, Stab, Frenzied Bite, Leap Attack, Claw Barrage. While their attributes were decent, their skills paled in comparison to those of the mighty bull, lacking control and ranged attacks, rendering them utterly feeble. I found myself too disdainful to engage personally. I summoned the spectral wolf. I called forth the treant. I summoned the colossal bear. I invoked the raven. In an instant, Gu Chen summoned the druidic army to assault these Yasha. Faced with the summoned creatures of level 100, the Yasha's attacks could scarcely breach their defenses. The sharp bone blades, striking the soft fur of the wolves, felt as ineffective as piercing through golden-scaled armor, seemingly penetrating yet inflicting no damage whatsoever. The spectral wolf's health remained at 1-1-1. Yet, regardless of whether it was the spectral wolves, the treants, or even the minimally damaging ravens, their assaults inflicted devastating harm upon the Yasha. The Yasha's health dwindled. 8, 200, 7, 300, 6, 500. Streams of damage notifications floated above the heads of the Yasha, and in the blink of an eye, several fell lifelessly. Your team has slain a Yasha, gaining 3, 200 experience points. Your team has slain a Yasha, gaining 3, 200 experience points. Your team has slain a Yasha, gaining 3, 200 experience points. A flurry of notifications erupted, yielding tens of thousands of experience points in mere moments. Concerned about potential surveillance in this artificial realm, Guchon opted to refrain from showcasing too many skills, relying solely on his summoned allies. He turned to Bai Ningning and said, "Ningning, grant my summons a strength aura. It will accelerate their attacks." "All right," she replied. "Strength aura, activate." A blade pattern halo appeared beneath her feet, instantly augmenting the attack power of the summoned creatures by over 500. Thus, Gu Chen, accompanied by Bai Ningning and the Druidic army, delved deeper into the realm. The level 100 summons effortlessly dispatched the level 40 Yasha, akin to slicing through vegetables. Meanwhile, the four main members of the monitoring team were left utterly astonished, their hearts stirred by tumultuous waves of disbelief. Did Guchon still wield druidic skills? And how could he summon so many creatures at once? What level was he exactly? No. This was perplexing. Wasn't it said that druidic summons were the weakest among all classes? How could his summons seem so formidable? In this level 40 hellish realm, it felt as though he walked on solid ground. The monitoring screens displayed no damage numbers, and I yearned to witness firsthand the extent of damage inflicted by his summoned allies. It now appears that Gu Chen indeed showed us mercy at that time. Had he summoned those ghostly wolves to attack us directly, we would have had no opportunity to forge a soul contract with him. We would have been torn asunder by those spectral beasts. What of the vice principal? Should we summon the principal to witness this? No need, given Gu Chen's current pace. Breaking the record is a foregone conclusion. We shall simply present the results to the principal shortly. Although the black and white double-kill secret realm is populated with various wild creatures, they predominantly consist of monsters that rely on physical attacks. There is no resistance to our slaughter as we continue our relentless advance. Approximately half an hour later, Gu Chen encountered the realm's boss. There are two boss entities here, one clad in a flowing white robe, its skin as pale as death, with only a set of prominent yellow teeth and a pair of dark irises breaking the monochrome. The other boss is shrouded in darkness, its form as black as ink, save for a set of large white teeth and a long, crimson tongue, rendering it nearly colorless as well. Gu Chen scrutinized the information of the two bosses. White Sha, LV 40 attack, defense, health, skills. Black Sha, LV 40 attack, defense, health, skills. The information is entirely obscured by question marks. Much like my own, it seems the school has deliberately concealed the BOSSCS details to heighten the challenge. This significantly escalates the trial and error cost for the team. A moment's carelessness could result in severe injury from the boss, culminating in a failed challenge. How intriguing. Yet, no matter how well you conceal it, they are merely level 40 bosses. Can they truly overcome my level 100 summons? With a grand gesture, Guchon commanded dozens of his summoned creatures to charge at the two bosses. The first to be assaulted was White Sha, under the sharp fangs of the ghostly wolves. White Sha's health plummeted rapidly. White Sha health, 8,500, 8,500, 8,500. From the damage inflicted by a single ghostly wolf. It was evident that White Sha possessed almost no defense. One could argue it was effectively zero. A boss with a defense of zero? How exceedingly rare. White Sha retaliated against the ghostly wolves, opening its mouth to inhale deeply, as if siphoning the very souls of the spectral wolves. The ghostly wolves, under attack, sustained damage. Health, 2,000, 2,000, 2,000. White Sha health, 2,000, 2,000, 2,000. It actually inflicted 2,000 points of damage on my level 100 ghostly wolves. Could this boss's attack be true damage? Moreover, the damage is wholly converted into its own health. But do you truly believe your recovery capabilities surpass the output of my summons? Let us see whether your healing is swifter than the onslaught of my minions. Guchon then turned his gaze toward the other boss, Black Sha. The method of attack employed by the Black Fiend involves the use of its claws, inflicting a staggering 2,000 points of damage with each strike, all of which constitutes true damage. Conversely, the Ghost Wolf's attempts to retaliate yield a rather disheartening result, 0 damage. Moreover, with each assault, the Ghost Wolf itself suffers a grievous 4,500 points of damage. Is it possible that this formidable boss possesses a passive ability that grants it complete immunity to physical damage while reflecting it back? It certainly appears to be the case. Thus, I shall first utilize these summoned creatures to deal with the White Fiend, before unleashing my magical prowess upon the Black Fiend. However, at that moment, Both bosses unexpectedly clasped their hands together, forming a mystical gesture, and in the blink of an eye, they exchanged bodies. The White Fiend metamorphosed into the Black Fiend, while the Black Fiend assumed the form of the White Fiend. The previously weakened White Fiend, now transformed into the Black Fiend, displayed damage values of 8,500, 8,500, 8,500, as it frantically replenished its health. Meanwhile, with every attack from the Ghost Wolf, it continued to suffer from the reflected damage. 4,500, 4,500, 4,500. It turns out that the Black Fiend is not immune to physical attacks. Rather, it absorbs them, converting the damage into its own vitality. Conversely, the White Fiend likely absorbs magical damage, transforming it into health as well. The two bosses adeptly timed their color switches, employing rapid transformations to both assault their adversaries and restore their own life force. The swift interchange between the Black and White Fiends poses a significant challenge, testing the team's combined prowess in both physical and magical damage, as well as their collaborative skills. This artificial secret realm is indeed intriguing. Truly, it lives up to the highest level of assessment from the school's elite team. Chapter 124, Slaying the Dual Shadows of Black and White. Gu Chen contemplated strategies to confront the formidable duo of the Black and White Shadows. To swiftly vanquish them, it was imperative to separate magical and physical assaults against the two targets. However, the druid's summons were solely reliant on physical attacks, devoid of any magical prowess. Indeed, the necromancer's minions proved to be far more formidable. They possessed both ranged and melee capabilities, as well as physical and magical outputs. Had he known sooner, he would have summoned skeletons. It appeared that to defeat the Black Shadow, which absorbed physical damage, he would need to deploy a few spells, ensuring that they did not inadvertently strike the White Shadow. Therefore, utilizing single-target damage spells would be the most prudent course of action. Gu Chen brandished his staff and stepped forward. All summons, heed my command. Everyone, focus your attacks on the White Boss. Do not engage the Black Boss. The spectral wolves, trance, crows, and other summoned entities promptly redirected their assault towards the White Shadow. Lightning strike, fireball, ice spike, rock shatter. The Black Shadow's health dwindled. 3,400, 3,800, 2,700. Guchon unleashed a flurry of single-target spells upon the Black Shadow. As anticipated, the Black Shadow exhibited a palpable fear of magical harm, its health plummeting rapidly. Yet, at that moment, the Black and White Shadows once again pressed their palms together, forming the same arcane seal as before. Attention all. Stand at ease. Stand at attention. Remain in position. Gu Chen hastily withdrew his attacks and commanded all summons to cease their onslaught. After forming the seal, the colors of their bodies shifted once more. The Black Shadow transformed into the White Shadow, and vice versa. Gu Chen directed, attention, everyone. Now, assault the White Shadow. Do not engage the Black Shadow. The summoned entities swiftly altered their focus, commencing their assault on the newly designated White Shadow. The White Shadow's health stood at 8,500, 7,500, 7,000. The frequency of their color switching appeared to be approximately every 10 seconds, indicating that a transition would occur within that time frame. It was indeed somewhat cumbersome. Nevertheless, aside from the inconvenience, this challenge posed no significant difficulty for Gu Chen. He too began to unleash spells against the Black Shadow. Despite the rapid alternation of the duo's colors, Gu Chen maintained precise coordination with his summoned allies in their attacks. Naturally, his individual output could not rival that of dozens of high-level summons. Before long, the White Shadow's health plummeted to the threshold of defeat. Following an attack from a spectral wolf, the White Shadow's health reached zero. Its ethereal white soul escaped from its mouth, nose, and eyes, dissipating into the ether. Devoid of its soul, the White Shadow's form crumpled to the ground, resembling nothing more than a hollow shell devoid of any skeletal support. One down. And now only the spell-averse Black Shadow remained. With but a single boss left, let us see if it can still switch. Ice Explosion, Thunderstorm, Magic Bolt, Shadow Strike. The Black Shadow's health dwindled. 3,480, 3,870, 2,920. Yet at that moment, the Black Shadow once again pressed its palms together, continuously altering its gestures, preparing to cast another spell. Oh, with only one boss remaining, should the color be switched? Transforming into the fearful White Shah against physical attacks will only hasten your demise. However, To Gu Chen's astonishment, as the Black Sha completed its incantation, its body did not undergo a transformation. Instead, it summoned the soul of White Sha once more. A spectral essence coalesced above White Sha, continuously flowing into its corporeal form through its mouth and nostrils. The once empty shell regained its vitality and stood upright again. What? White Sha resurrected. This is unbelievable. Guchon was equally taken aback by this peculiar aspect of the boss. Hopefully, it hasn't returned to full health. Guchon could only command his summoned creatures to attack White Sha. White Sha's health, 8,500, 7,500, 7,000. If Black Sha resurrected White Sha based on its remaining health, then White Sha was undoubtedly in a critically weakened state. Within these 10 seconds of assault, his summoned creatures could surely vanquish it. Yet, it remained unyielding, once again performing the incantation and altering the color of its body alongside Black Sha. Oh, it truly resurrected with full health. Killing White Sha would result in Black Sha reviving it. Conversely, slaying Black Sha would likely lead to White Sha resurrecting it as well. It seems that to eliminate both bosses, one must simultaneously vanquish them. Indeed, that appears to be the case. The incantation speed of the dual bosses is 3 seconds, meaning I must slay both within that time frame. This requires not only precise judgment of their remaining health, but also sufficient physical and magical output to defeat them concurrently. Such a feat demands a team not only with formidable offensive capabilities, but also with nimble minds to orchestrate the simultaneous takedown of both bosses. This assessment of the Academy is certainly no trivial matter. Guchon calculated the elapsed time. From the onset to the defeat of this boss took approximately 4 minutes and 40 seconds. Therefore, I must manage to eliminate the resurrected boss within 4 minutes and 25 to 30 seconds. The surviving boss is already critically wounded and likely cannot withstand much more damage. However, in its White Sha form, it regenerates 2,000 health every 2 seconds. Thus, I may attack it, but my summoned creatures must not engage. In other words, 4 minutes and 30 seconds is the critical moment for me to simultaneously vanquish both Black and White Sha, with the timing for defeating the boss calculated. Guchon led his summoned creatures in a full frontal assault against the resurrected boss while maintaining the health of the other boss. They continued this relentless assault for 4.5 minutes. Now, it's time. Summoned creatures, unleash your full might upon White Sha. I shall handle Black Sha. A barrage of single-target spells unleashed in rapid succession. Dozens of summoned creatures surged forward to attack White Sha. White Sha's health, 8,500, 7,500, 7,000. White Sha fell first, its ethereal soul escaping its physical form. Just as Black Sha prepared to incant and resurrect White Sha, 10 spells struck Black Sha simultaneously. The life force of the Black Fiend diminished to 3480, 3870, 3920, reaching its nadir. Subsequently, a dark soul wafted from its mouth, nostrils, and eyes, dissipating into the ether. This time, neither of the two bosses could resurrect, leaving behind only 2 empty husks. Ding! Congratulations on vanquishing the Black and White Dual Fiends, earning 550,000 experience points. At last, I have defeated them. What a challenge it was. Does this mean I have successfully passed the trial? Just then, another notification chimed in. Ding! Congratulations on breaking the completion record of the Black and White Dual Fiends in 43 minutes and 58 seconds. Oh, I inadvertently set a record as well. Quite splendid. Chapter 125. Breaking Records. Successfully joining the school team. Bai Ningning approached with uncontainable joy to congratulate Gu Chen. You are truly remarkable. You have shattered the record for the highest assessment in the school team. This surely means we will secure our places in the team. Well, it's just moderately impressive, Gu Chen replied modestly. At that moment, a portal suddenly materialized, signifying the completion of this secret realm. The two then stepped into the portal. When they re-emerged, they found themselves in the assessment hall of Magic City University. Liu Bashi and his companions stared at Gu Chen in astonishment, momentarily at a loss for words. Although the Black and White Dual Demons was not the most challenging of the assessment realms, it was arguably the most time-consuming. Other teams typically needed at least 2 to 3 hours to discern the characteristics of the boss and navigate through this realm. Yet, Gu Chen astonishingly completed the task in just over 40 minutes. It was an absolute triumph. In truth, Guchon had indeed been on a victorious streak. This speed was unattainable even for Liu Baxi and his team, who had already become starters and were well versed in the nuances of the black and white dual demons. Most critically, Gu Chen had fought alone. Although Bai Ningning, an SS-class prodigy, was in the team, her contribution was nearly negligible. Impressive. Absolutely astounding. Gu Chen observed their shock-stricken faces and inquired, "So, I have successfully passed the assessment, right? By the way, where's the vice principal?" Liu Baxi replied. "The principal mentioned he was tired and went to rest. I didn't expect you to clear the realm so swiftly. I'll go fetch him right away." Liu Baxi dashed towards the vice principal's office, where the vice principal was sound asleep. He was abruptly awakened by the intrusion of Liu Baxi. "Huh, what's the matter? Why the rush?" Breathlessly, Liu Baxi exclaimed, "Principal Gu Chen. Did Gu Chen get eliminated?" The principal asked, glancing at the clock. "Spending over 40 minutes is commendable, but it still falls short of our team's minimum requirements. Let them go." "No. Principal Gu Chen has successfully cleared the realm and has even broken the record for the black and white dual demons." Wang Liangpeng sprang from his bed in shock. "What? He shattered the record for the black and white dual demons." He checked his watch again to confirm the time. Indeed, it was just over 40 minutes since Gu Chen entered the realm. "Are you saying he cleared the black and white dual demons in just over 40 minutes? "Absolutely. Quickly, take me to Gu Chen." They hurried to the assessment hall and found Gu Chen. Wang Liangpeng looked up at the large screen in the hall, and indeed, the record for the black and white dual demons had been broken by Gu Chen, with a time of 43 minutes and 58 seconds. It is worth noting that the previous record for the black and white dual demons stood at 2 hours and 57 minutes, only recently breaking the 3-hour mark. In a mere hour, Gu Chen effortlessly conquered the secret realm. What an extraordinary talent. How regrettable it is that I did not witness Gu Chen's triumph in the secret realm, but instead chose to retreat to slumber. What a significant loss. Though I remain oblivious to the precise methods by which Gu Chen achieved this remarkable feat, his ability to shatter the record at such a swift pace unequivocally marks him as a prodigy among prodigies. With Gu Chen joining the core of our school team, there exists a genuine prospect for our institution to secure a position among the top 5 nationally. I nearly made the grave mistake of attempting to dismiss Gu Chen. I was on the verge of missing out on this exceptional talent. Wang Liangpeng eagerly approached, clasping Gu Chen's hands in excitement, exclaiming, "Little genius. I must sincerely apologize for my previous impoliteness. Please forgive my ignorance. I extend to you a heartfelt invitation to join Moda University and our esteemed team." Gu Chen harbored no disdain for Wang Liangpeng's demeanor. Adaptability is essential for thriving in the professional realm. Gu Chen replied, "As for the demands I mentioned earlier, agreed, all of them. Why should a genius like you attend classes? What need is there for monster compendiums? Simply forge ahead and conquer. There is no need to squander your time. Attend classes as you please. Your graduation certificate will be assured regardless. Moreover, all rewards from competitions will be yours. Should we achieve a top 5 position nationally, I promise the school will present you with an exclusive gift package." "And what of my girlfriend, Bai Ningning?" Gu Chen inquired. "Miss Bai possesses extraordinary talent and is more than qualified to join our team as well," Wang Liangpeng affirmed. Gu Chen nodded in satisfaction. "Very well. If the school demonstrates such sincerity, then we shall join the Moda University team." Wang Liangpeng responded with enthusiasm. "Splendid. I shall promptly initiate your enrollment application to Moda University. By tomorrow, you shall be a freshman among us. Thank you for your assistance, Principal." Wang Liangpeng then instructed, "Liu Baxi, ensure that you and your companions take good care of Gu Chen and Bai Ningning. Should anything unforeseen occur, I will hold you accountable." "Understood." As if we would not take care of him. Our very lives depend on his favor. Once the principal departed, Liu Baxi took the opportunity to introduce Gu Chen to the key members of their team. "Brother Chen, allow me to introduce the mainstays of our team. I am Liu Baxi, awakened with the dual talents of Ranger and Assassin, currently at level 45. This is Xie Yufei, who possesses the gifts of Light Priest and Dark Priest, capable of both healing and damage output, currently at level 44. "Greetings, Brother Chen," Xie Yufei greeted. Gu Chen nodded slightly in acknowledgement. "This is Wen Zihua, an elementalist and archer with impressive damage output, also at level 44. Lastly, this robust individual is Zhou Gang, a shield warrior and dragon slayer, serving as the team's defensive stalwart, currently at level 44 as well. Both men greeted Gu Chen with enthusiasm. Greetings, Brother Chen. Indeed. Lu Bashi continued. I shall refrain from burdening you with the less significant matters concerning the team. The most pressing matter at hand is that the campus championship will commence next Monday, leaving us with just 6 days to prepare. Therefore, it would be prudent for us to remain together during this time, engaging in several more runs through the secret realms to refine our team's synergy. Additionally, we should strive to elevate everyone's level to 45. Gu Chen turned to Lu Bashi and inquired, do you think this is necessary? Lu Bashi found himself momentarily at a loss for words, as it seemed. Perhaps it was not essential. As for the matter of synergy, you needn't worry. In actual combat, I will endeavor to coordinate with you all. Regarding leveling up, I prefer to do so alongside Ning Ning, rather than teaming up with others. You all may practice on your own. All right, understood. Is there anything else? Nothing more. Then I shall take my leave. Please remember to notify me before the competition begins. Of course, certainly. Gu, take care. These few exceptional individuals had never before exhibited such humility. But in the presence of Guchon, they could only silently acquiesce to all his requests, ultimately bidding him farewell with a respectful, Gu, take care. Chapter 126. The campus championship commences. After departing from the assessment hall, it was already past 5 in the afternoon. Following their dinner, Gu Chen and Bai Ning Ning re-entered the Tauren tribe to delve into the secret realm once more. Gu Chen, now at level 37, had experienced rapid advancement. However, achieving level 45 within a mere 6 days appeared to be an insurmountable challenge. With Bai Ning Ning, an anchor weighing him down, the experience points had to be shared, further impeding his progress. Nonetheless, reaching level 40 within the 6-day time frame seemed entirely feasible. Thus, for the next few days, Gu Chen and Bai Ning Ning immersed themselves in the Tauren's secret realm, emerging only when necessary. On the 5th day, a radiant golden light enveloped Gu Chen as he successfully ascended to level 40, while Bai Ning Ning reached level 37. Name, Gu Chen, level, LV. 40, occupation, unemployed, health, 7,700, magic power, max, constitution, 770, strength, 770, agility, 770, intelligence, 770, mentality, 770, physical attack, 1690, magic attack, 1540, critical rate, 15, for evasion rate, 15. At that moment, another system notification chimed in. Ding! Congratulations on reaching level 40. Having mastered all skills at this level, you automatically undergo a second class change. After this transformation, every level gain will grant you an additional 40 attribute points. An augmentation of 40 points to all attributes with each level gained. Indeed, every class change significantly enhances one's attributes. Splendid. It is time to familiarize myself with the rules of the campus championship. Subsequently, Gu Chen and Bai Ning Ning exited the secret realm, sold their surplus equipment, and proceeded to the school team. Upon seeing Gu Chen, Vice Principal Wang Liangpeng was almost brought to tears. Gu Chen, my dear ancestor, you have finally arrived. Where have you been these past few days? You haven't answered my calls or texts. We need to catch our flight this afternoon. I was worried sick. I was preoccupied with leveling up in the secret realm, hence I wasn't attentive to matters outside. How is everyone preparing? Lu Bashi and others greeted Gu Chen warmly. All is well. Everyone has reached level 45 as requested and has learned the skills corresponding to that level. Our strength has improved considerably. Good to hear. The group then discussed the matchups for the campus championship, noting their favorable draw. In the first round, we faced the team from Wudu University. Although all members possess SS-level talents, only 2 have achieved level 45, while the others stand at 44 and even one at 42. It is perplexing how their team has such imbalanced levels. Nevertheless, this is advantageous for us. By the way, what is your current level? I just reached level 40. Level 40. The principal exhibited a hint of concern, but quickly regained his composure. After all, Guchon had already set a record for defeating the dual specters before reaching level 40. At level 40, he would only grow stronger. Level 40 is quite remarkable. Our strategy is to let our opponents underestimate us, only to catch them off guard. Moreover, your identity as an unclassed individual serves as an excellent guise for us. No one truly comprehends the abilities and strengths of an unclassed person. Thus you are our secret weapon. A secret weapon even our own team does not fully understand. Guchon was indifferent to who his opponents were. Instead, he inquired, "Could you please explain the rules of the campus championship, Principal?" "Certainly." The campus championship features a total of 16 teams, with all matches conducted as 5v5 elimination rounds. There is only one resurrection round, and only the teams advancing to the second round are eligible to participate in it. The resurrection round allows only one team to revive, competing for the fifth-place position. Only the top 5 teams nationwide qualify for the International Elite School Championship, granting them the opportunity to compete with outstanding students from abroad. Each match lasts a maximum of 40 minutes, concluding when all members of one side are defeated or concede. If no victor emerges within 40 minutes, 5 judges present at the venue will determine the outcome. The roster is not fixed. Main teammates or starting players can be adjusted according to the opposing team's configuration. This means substitutes can play as starters, and starters can play as substitutes. Players can injure opponents during the match, with a professional medical team providing treatment post-match, boasting a healing rate of 99. However, any fatality is strictly prohibited. All participants are talented youths from prestigious schools in Huaxia, destined to become the nation's elite combatants. And mutual slaughter is not permitted. Understood. When does the competition commence tomorrow? It begins at 8:30 a.m., with the afternoon matches starting at 2:00 p.m. There will be 4 matches in the morning and 4 in the afternoon. By the end of the first day, the teams advancing to the next round will be decided. We are the third team to compete in the morning. All right, understood. We have 2 hours before we fly to the capital. Please gather your belongings quickly. Once we arrive in the capital, ensure you rest well for the night in preparation for tomorrow's match. Okay. Gu Chen and Bai Ningning subsequently purchased some supplies from a nearby supermarket before returning to board the bus to the airport, heading to the capital. Upon arrival, all participants were accommodated in a 5-star hotel located closest to the competition venue. Each was assigned a luxurious suite, aimed at ensuring the competitors received ample rest. On the following morning at 6:30 a.m., all students rose, freshened up, and had breakfast before proceeding to the competition venue, awaiting the official start of the matches. After finishing his meal, Guchon made his way to the main venue. The arena was a grand structure, entirely composed of steel, resembling a bird's nest. Thousands of cameras and hundreds of media outlets surrounded the competition area, creating an atmosphere of anticipation. Since the incursion of the secret realm, the campus championship has ascended to become the most grandiose event not only in the nation but across the globe, as individuals have acquired formidable abilities. Traditional competitive events have lost their allure and have withdrawn from the arena, including athletics, swimming, basketball, and football. Consequently, prestigious competitions such as the Olympics and the World Cup have gradually ceased operations. With the cancellation of these old competitions, there arose a necessity for new events to take their place. Thus, the campus championship naturally emerged as a fitting substitute. This competition transcends mere talent selection. It serves as a commercial venture, a profitable enterprise, a betting phenomenon, and even a platform for stardom. Chapter 127. The first round commences. At 8 o'clock, all university teams had gathered, and the audience was present in full attendance, eagerly awaiting the commencement of the competition. In order to maintain an air of mystery, all student information remained confidential and would not be disclosed to the spectators. Only after the conclusion of the first round would the details of the participants be revealed. At 8:20, the host ascended the stage to begin the proceedings. By 8:30, under the host's guidance, the first group of competitors officially entered the arena. We present to you today as first match featuring the team from Wuchuan University against the team from Nangguan University, one of the 4 prestigious institutions of Huaxia. The competitors took their positions in the Coliseum. Wuchuan's starting lineup consisted of 3 SS-level players and 2 S-level players, while Nangguan's 5 starters were all SS-level teammates. The disparity in talent between the 2 teams was significant. Although Wuchuan University is also a renowned institution in Huaxia, the allure of the 4 prestigious universities far surpasses that of key universities, resulting in a greater number of students possessing SS-level talents. Despite Wuchuan students being acutely aware of the gap in strength, they had undergone various forms of practical training and stood resolute against Nangguan. The host then declared, "All right, with both sides prepared, let the match commence." With the ringing of a bell, the first match of the campus championship officially began. Nangguan University initiated the assault on Guchon, with two warriors charging directly into the midst of Guchon's team, launching a frenzied attack. The host passionately narrated the unfolding action. The students from Nangguan have taken the initiative to strike first. It appears they underestimate Guchon's competitors and aim for a swift victory. However, could their reckless advance prove too bold? If the healing support falters, they may quickly find themselves overwhelmed and eliminated. Aware of their comparative disadvantage, Guchon adopted a more conservative approach, primarily focusing on defense and counterattacks. Their strategy mirrored that of the host's analysis. The two warriors from Nangguan were berserkers, primarily oriented towards offense, prompting Guchon to target one of them in hopes of neutralizing a single opponent before overcoming the other and subsequently dismantling the remaining adversaries one by one. However, Guchon underestimated the prowess of this particular warrior. Just as they concentrated their firepower on him, the warrior's lips curled into a smirk. In a swift motion, he retracted his dual blades and donned a colossal shield that enveloped his entire form. Boom, 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 boom. Countless skills struck against the shield, yet the warrior sustained only minor injuries. Observing the shield, the host elucidated, that shield is a level 45 legendary shield, the Dominator's Great Shield. Not only does it boast formidable defense, but it also enhances block probability by 60. It is the shield of choice for mid-tier shield warriors. It appears that the concerted effort by Chuan University to eliminate this warrior has come to naught. This SS-class warrior is not merely a berserker. He also embodies the formidable attributes of a shield warrior. Whirlwind Slash. At this moment, another berserker from Nan University unleashed a whirlwind slash, creating chaos in the ranks of Chuan University. The captain of Chuan University exclaimed, "Since that warrior is a shield bearer, let us focus our fire upon him." Received. Thunderbolt, Fire Blast, Ice Arrow. In an instant, several powerful magical skills surged towards the other berserker. However, the corner of the warrior's mouth curled into a sly grin. He brandished a massive shield, identical to that of the previous shield warrior, protecting himself with it. Boom, boom, boom. The spells collided with the shield. Most of the damage absorbed by the colossal barrier, inflicting only minimal harm upon the warrior. The host gasped, another Dominator's Great Shield. Yet another dual-class warrior comprising both berserker and shield warrior. No wonder they fearlessly charged into the ranks of Chuan University. They were fully prepared. Indeed, as the host noted, Chuan University found itself in a precarious position. 2 rounds of relentless assaults had largely been wasted upon the shield, resulting in a squandered opportunity for attack. Furthermore, the skills previously employed were now cooling down, rendering the situation exceedingly disadvantageous for Chuan University. Seizing this opportunity, Nan University launched a frenzied offensive. The 2 warriors reverted to their berserker forms, accompanied by 3 damage-dealing classes who unleashed their full might. The students of Chuan University could barely defend themselves, let alone retaliate. Ultimately, as the life points of all participants dwindled below 10, the referee hastily blew the whistle to signal the end of the match. Beep. With all life points of Chuan University falling below 10, continued combat would pose a grave risk to their lives. While the entire team from Nan University remained above 60 health, thus declaring Nan University the victors. A wave of enthusiastic applause erupted from the audience. The host announced, "Please allow the students of Nan University to step down and rest, preparing for tomorrow's next round of competition." Several excited students from Nan University waved at the screen before descending from the arena. Now, we invite the students from Chuan University to step down and receive treatment. Although they faced defeat, they still delivered an exhilarating match. While their contest concluded unfavorably, their futures certainly hold promise, and they shall undoubtedly become pillars of strength for Huaxia. Let us extend our hands in a warm round of applause to encourage them. The hall once again resonated with fervent applause, as the 5 students from Chuan University supported one another while descending from the stage to receive care. Host, please invite the staff to come on stage and clean the battlefield. The next match will commence in 10 minutes, so I urge the next group of contestants to prepare themselves. At that moment, the large screen above the arena displayed the information regarding the competitors from Sichuan University and Nanjing University for the first round. Observing this information, the audience began to murmur. Indeed, All the students from Nanjing University possess SS-level talents, and they are all dual-class players, whereas Sichuan University has only 3 students with SS-level talents. This is undoubtedly a crushing defeat. From the start of the match to its conclusion, it took merely over 6 minutes. I barely had time to indulge in the spectacle before it was over. The disparity in strength between the two teams was simply too pronounced. Yes, with 2 dual-class berserkers and shield warriors, equipped with 2 dominator shields, their defensive capabilities were maximized. Sichuan University's 2 concentrated assaults were all absorbed by the shield warrior's shield, leaving them firmly under control from the outset. Coupled with the overwhelming talent disparity, Sichuan University had no hope of victory. Indeed, this world is one that values talent above all else. The 10-minute intermission swiftly passed. Host, let us welcome the contestants of the second match with great fanfare. They are from Montana University and Xiamen University. Please welcome the teams from both universities to the stage. A total of 10 starting players stood on the arena from the 2 universities. After a brief introduction, the second match officially commenced. Both universities are from relatively remote provinces, thus their appeal to S-level and above talented students is rather limited. Each team from both universities comprises only 2 SS-level talented players, while the rest are top-tier S-level talents. In terms of talent alone, the strengths of both sides can be deemed evenly matched. The composition of both teams is traditional, featuring warriors, priests, mages, archers, and assassins. As the battle ensued, both sides engaged in an intense and evenly matched contest. With identical talents and team compositions, this was destined to be a protracted struggle. During the first 20 minutes, the audience remained captivated, filled with cheers and shouts of encouragement. However, after 20 minutes, the audience began to experience fatigue. The same strategies and patterns were repeated several times. The 2 teams appeared to be playing a turn-based game, exchanging blows, healing when wounded, and it left the spectators feeling weary. Ultimately, after a fierce 37-minute clash, the archers had exhausted their arrows, the warriors were drenched in blood, and the priests and mages had depleted their last remnants of magic, resorting to melee combat with their staves to determine the victor. In the end, the male priest from Xiamen University struck down the female priest from Montana University, rendering the latter incapable of continuing the fight, while Xiamen University advanced to the next round by the slender margin of 1 standing player. Witnessing the conclusion of the match, the audience erupted in cheers. Oh, finally, it's over. I was truly fatigued from watching. Is it over? I slept so soundly. Who emerged victorious in the end? Although the mid-game was somewhat tedious, the final stage of the brawl was truly exhilarating. Indeed, a protracted struggle culminated in pure melee combat. I was astonished to witness the last 2 priests engaging in a fierce duel. Fortunately, they were both out of mana, otherwise, they could have exchanged blows for an entire week. Host, what a truly spectacular match it has been. The victor was only determined in the final moments. Let us extend our congratulations to Xiamen University for successfully advancing to the next round. Staff, please assist the players off for treatment. Now, we shall take a 10-minute break. After 10 minutes, we will continue with the next match. The competitors from Modu University and Wudu University, please prepare yourselves. Vice President Wang Liangpeng declared, "It is our turn to take the stage. Let us give it our all." The team placed their hands together and chanted in unison, "Let us go! Let us go! Let us go!" The 5 then proceeded to the preparation area. Both teams began to assess each other's information. Wuda's 5 teammates all possessed SS-level talents, yet only 2 had reached level 45. The others were at level 44, with 1 student at level 42. Remarkably, this 42-level student was merely a 3rd year. Achieving level 42 in the 3rd year is an extraordinary feat, indicating that this student is indeed quite formidable. However, with 3 members of Wuda falling short of level 45, it meant that their players were lacking 6 level 45 skills compared to their counterparts from Modu University, which was advantageous for Modu. Moreover, Wudu University was aware that Modu University had recently lost a key player, who was a critical source of damage for the team. Finding a suitable replacement for such a pivotal role in such a short time frame would prove challenging, presenting a prime opportunity for victory. Therefore, Wudu University was determined to defeat Modu University, aiming to triumph over one of the 4 prestigious universities of Huaxia. Chapter 128, The Battle Against Wudu University. To maintain the secrecy of the teammates' information, the venue was equipped with a signal jammer, preventing even opponents from viewing each other's attributes and professions. This would test the adaptability of both teams on the battlefield. However, by analyzing the equipment of the opposing team, it became apparent that Wudu University had dispatched 3 warriors, a mage wielding a staff, and a priest. Liu Bashi inquired of Gu Chen. With 3 warriors, their defense seems formidable, but won't their output be somewhat limited? Brother Chen, how shall we approach this match? Gu Chen aimed to gradually reveal his abilities to the world through this competition, allowing others to reassess his capabilities. He preferred to unveil his talents incrementally, ensuring a process of acceptance rather than overwhelming everyone at once. After contemplation, Gu Chen replied, "Since I am a disciple of Ma Buiyun, I shall take on the role of a lightning mage in this first match, to avoid any accusations of bullying with multiple professions." All right, the 10-minute break concluded, and the host returned to the arena. Now, let us welcome the participants of our third match, the teams from Wudu University and Modi University. The host announced, Wudu University has boldly chosen a junior student as their starting player, whose level stands at a mere 42, the second lowest among all starting members in the competition. One wonders what exceptional qualities this student possesses that led Wudu University to make such a daring decision. It is perhaps known that Modi University's team recently suffered the loss of an SS-level starting player, Xu Jiaxing. The sacrifice of a key player is undoubtedly a heavy blow to Modi University's team, significantly impacting their strength and casting a shadow over their participation in this grand tournament. However, Modi University's subsequent maneuver was nothing short of surreal. They have actually enlisted a freshman, whose level is only 40, making him the lowest level starting player, and remarkably, he is the only individual in the world who has not awakened any profession. This is indeed a bolder decision. Which team will emerge victorious? Let us await the outcome. Under the host's guidance, the excitement of this match reached a climax, prompting murmurs among the audience. Goodness, a non-professional competing as Modi University's starter? Has Modi University run out of viable players? If they are truly in need, I, an A-level warlock, could volunteer for the match. The world-renowned non-professional is participating in the campus championship. What a turn of events. A freshman? The academic year has only just begun 2 months ago, meaning this non-professional has reached level 40 in merely 2 months? Such a leveling speed is astonishing. It is evident that connections facilitated his entry into the team, and his level likely reflects a reliance on others for rapid progression. If he were to train independently, such an accelerated leveling would be implausible. This is disastrous. The unemployed individual possesses not a single skill, rendering them akin to a mere gift. The university in the magical city is now utterly finished, perhaps destined to descend from its pedestal. I wager that Wuda will emerge victorious. Although Wuda's offensive lineup appears somewhat lacking in a 5 versus 4 match, victory must surely belong to Wuda. I too place my bet on Wuda. In the VIP section above the arena, several distinguished dignitaries are seated. Among them are the Supreme Commander of the Chinese War Department and the Grand Marshal of the Warring States, the Mayor of the capital city, the President of the foremost guild in China, the Hall of War Gods, the Principal of the Capital University, and even Ma Buiyun, who has just successfully transitioned to the second tier, has been invited to the venue. The Grand Marshal of the Warring States inquired with interest. This match group is rather intriguing. What do you all think? The President of the Hall of War Gods, Gu Tianming, replied. Although all 5 students from Wuda are of SS rank, the 4 from the university in the magical city have already reached level 45. An additional skill could indeed alter the course of battle. I lean slightly towards the university in the magical city. As for that unemployed individual, I must admit I am quite unfamiliar with them. Turning to Ma Buiyun, the Grand Marshal asked, Ma, I hear that this unemployed individual is your disciple. Which team do you support? Ma Buiyun stroked his beard and replied, Naturally, I unreservedly support my disciple's team to victory. Oh, Ma, are you so confident? It seems you have great faith in your disciple. Is there something exceptional about this unemployed individual? Perhaps you could provide us with a brief introduction. With a smile, Ma Buiyun responded, Whether there is anything remarkable will soon be evident in his performance. As for the wager, everyone should confidently bet on the university in the magical city to win. Having said that, Ma Buiyun produced 1 billion in chips, and placed his entire bet on the victory of the university in the magical city. Witnessing Ma's bold move, the onlookers were astonished. At this moment, the odds for the university in the magical city and Wudao were as follows, the Grand Marshal remarked. A staggering 1 billion wager on the first round. It seems Ma is determined to secure victory. I shall also trust Ma this time and wager 200 million on the university in the magical city. Gu Tianming added, I will follow suit with another 200 million. I too shall wager 200 million, declared the mayor of the capital city. Ma Buyan chuckled, Dear Mayor, don't you think wagering merely $2 is a tad insufficient? This isn't a lottery ticket. Ahem. I'm not as affluent as you gentlemen. If I truly wagered 200 million, I suspect my official hat would be in jeopardy by tomorrow. This is a gamble I cannot afford. Understood. Understood. A gentle reminder, steer clear of gambling. Do not entertain thoughts of achieving wealth through it. For ordinary individuals can never outplay the well-informed high rollers, merely becoming their fodder. With the host having concluded their commentary, they exited the arena, stating, Now, we shall hand the stage over to these two teams. The match commences now. Ding. With the sound of a bell, the competition officially began. Wudao did not rush to attack, but instead established a defensive formation. Two warriors stood resolutely at the forefront, their shields raised in defense, while a mage positioned himself behind them, poised to cast spells at a moment's notice. A priest was diligently bestowing various beneficial buffs upon the team. Meanwhile, a mere level 42 student of the prestigious SS rank began to extract the corpses of monsters from his spatial backpack. With a series of explosive sounds, the monster carcasses detonated one after another, giving rise to a legion of skeletal soldiers. In a flash, he transformed these cadavers into skeletal archers and skeletal mages. Instantly, a dozen ranged skeletal warriors appeared at the rear of the team, all at level 42, effectively compensating for the lack of range damage output from Wu University. The pressure now shifted to the side of Magic Capital University, igniting a wave of commotion. It was revealed that the level 42 practitioner was a hidden class necromancer. No wonder he had secured a spot in the starting lineup so early. Who was it that claimed Wu University's damage output was low? Step forward for a reprimand. The current scenario was no longer a 5 versus 4. It had escalated to a 20 versus 4. Wu University was now in a commanding position. Guchon was equally impressed by the necromancer's maneuver. So the necromancer can indeed store corpses within his spatial backpack. This greatly alleviated the issue of insufficient bodies in the real world. Quite insightful. It is indeed through engaging with experts that one gains knowledge. The skeletal soldiers initiated their assault on the Magic Capital team. A barrage of arrows and various basic spells rained down upon them. Lu Bashi smirked disdainfully. Do you truly believe that these feeble skeletal minions can defeat us? Such underestimation of Magic Capital University's prowess is laughable. Ma Liang, advance and demonstrate the might of your newly acquired level 45 skill. The warrior's level 45 skill, Mountain Splitter, held the potential to annihilate those level 42 skeletons with a single strike. Understood. Shield charge. Ma Liang, a dual-class warrior specializing in both shield and berserker skills, charged forth with his shield raised, braving the onslaught of arrows and spells directed at the enemy ranks. Lu Bashi, meanwhile, entered stealth mode, intent on ambushing the necromancer. There was no way he could approach unchallenged. A warrior from Wu University swiftly intervened, employing his own shield charge skill to collide with Ma Liang. The sound of two massive shields slamming together echoed, successfully halting Ma Liang's advance. At this distance, even with Mountain Splitter, Ma Liang could not reach the skeletons lurking at the rear. Magic Capital's ranged classes began to unleash minor skills against the shield warrior, yet his renowned defensive prowess rendered their attacks ineffective. Meanwhile, two other warriors from Wu University positioned themselves on either side of the necromancer, ever vigilant to protect him from potential ambushes by the opposing assassins. Lu Bashi found himself at an impasse. Should he act recklessly now? A mere taunt from the enemy would redirect his target, thwarting his efforts. His combo had become utterly ineffective. Not only could he not vanquish the necromancer, but he also found himself being mercilessly riddled with arrows by the enemy's skeletal archers. Thus, he was left with no choice but to continue lurking in the shadows, biding his time for an opportune moment to strike. For a time, both sides found themselves at an impasse. Although the skeletal archers and the necromancer were merely at level 42, inflicting relatively low damage. Their sheer numbers caused Ma Liang's health to plummet rapidly. The priest was clearly struggling to keep up. Gu, please make your move. If you don't act soon, we shall surely be defeated. Very well. Let us conclude this battle. With that, Gu Chen transformed into a streak of lightning, dashing swiftly into the enemy's ranks. The warrior entangled with Ma Liang was momentarily taken aback upon witnessing Gu Chen's audacious advance toward their rear. This unclassed individual dares to wield lightning magic. He is not the useless waste I presumed him to be. Yet, he thought to himself, there's no way he could breach our backline. Taunt, taunt. Just as he prepared to unleash his taunt skill upon Gu Chen, Ma Liang preemptively cast his own taunt. After all, Gu Chen's speed was astonishing. In order to successfully taunt him, precise targeting was essential, and Ma Liang, facing him directly, was naturally quicker to act. Gu Chen effortlessly bypassed the first warrior, continuing his sprint toward the rear of Wu Da's formation. The two warriors guarding the necromancer readied themselves, scoffing. What kind of lightning mage abandons their post to engage in frontline combat? He must be seeking his own demise. Should he dare approach, I can assure you he shall not return. However, Lu Baxi, recognizing Gu Chen's formidable prowess, understood that he had come to reap the rewards of victory. Gu, allow me to lend you a hand. Stun. Lu Baxi unleashed his stun skill, incapacitating not the necromancer, but one of the warriors instead. This maneuver took everyone by surprise. The audience buzzed with speculation. Did this assassin strike the wrong target? How will he eliminate the necromancer now? A perplexing play indeed. Nonetheless, Wu Da's team quickly grasped Lu Baxi's intent. You seek to create an opportunity for that lightning-wielding individual. However, such ambitions are often met with harsh realities. The output capacity of a lightning mage pales in comparison to that of an assassin, and most of their abilities require incantation. The stun's duration was a mere 4 seconds. Are you certain he can dispatch our necromancer within that time frame? Don't make me laugh. Upon noticing the appearance of the assassin from Imoda, the necromancer began to flee, instructing the skeletal minions to target Lu Baxi. Shadow. Taunt. Just as Lu Baxi intended to utilize Shadow Strike to ambush the necromancer from behind, another warrior interrupted with a taunt. Where do you think you're going? Stay right there. As the skeletal minions drew their bows, poised to unleash arrows upon Lu Baxi, Guchon had already reached the rear of Wu Da's formation. He spoke calmly. It is time to end this. Lightning five-fold strike. Lightning ring. Ball lightning. Chain lightning. Thunder strike. Storm of lightning. Chapter 129. A triumph in the first round. Enough. Lightning five-fold strike. Thunder ring. Ball lightning. Chain lightning. Thunderfall. Thunderstorm. Thunder ring. A level 35 skill of the Thunder Mage, casting a ring of lightning around oneself, inflicting 250 damage to all surrounding foes. Ball lightning. A level 40 skill of the Thunder Mage that creates a ball of lightning, which moves forward slowly, dealing 200 electric damage to enemies within a 2-meter radius every second for 5 seconds. Boom. In an instant, 5 skills of level 40 or below were unleashed. The Thunder Ring, Ball Lightning, Chain Lightning. These 3 area of effect skills struck all members of Wu's team in the rear, including the Skeletal Warriors. Skeletal Archer's health, 2800, 2000, 2300. Skeletal Mage's health, 2800, 2000, 2300. Crash. In an instant, the health of all skeletal warriors plummeted to 0, crumbling into a heap of bones. Meanwhile, the Thunderfall and Thunderstorm struck the priest and the necromancer respectively. Priest's health, 4,700. Necromancer's health, 4,500. A powerful surge of electricity struck both individuals, causing them to roll their eyes back and their health to drop to critical levels, rendering them unconscious in an instant. Although the 2 warriors possessed greater health and high resistance, they too suffered a significant reduction in health, losing half their vitality to Gu Chen's area of effect skills. In a heartbeat, the situation on the battlefield transformed dramatically. After Gu Chen executed this series of lightning strikes, the audience was left in stunned silence, as if they were unable to comprehend what had just transpired. What just happened? The skeletal warriors are gone. They were eliminated in an instant? The necromancer has fallen? What just occurred? It felt as if sparks and lightning flashed, and 2 students from Wu University collapsed. Can someone explain this? I don't know. I didn't see it clearly. It seems like that classless individual cast multiple skills at once, But how could one person possibly unleash so many skills simultaneously? It's quite bewildering. It was too fast. I really couldn't see it. We'll have to wait for the replay to understand better. While the audience may have been perplexed by the events, the elite figures in the VIP section observed with clear comprehension. They gasped in astonishment, exclaiming, "This young man can cast spells without incantation. He unleashed 5 lightning spells in an instant, and the damage is astonishing. This is simply terrifying." Old Ma, is this the characteristic of a classless individual? Master Ma stroked his beard with pride, replying, "Indeed, this is a hallmark of a classless individual. But it is not the only trait they possess." "Oh, what other unique characteristics do classless individuals have?" Everyone pondered whether my disciple possessed skills beyond his mastery of lightning. The 4 esteemed individuals began to speculate: fire spells, water spells, ice spells. However, Ma Buiyun shook his head. Could it be that he also possessed combat skills? While their conjectures held some truth, they were not entirely accurate. Ma Buiyun elaborated. "Indeed, a classless individual has not awakened any fixed profession. But this does not imply that they are incapable of learning skills. On the contrary, the absence of a defined profession allows for no restrictions in acquiring skills from other professions. In essence, a classless individual can learn all skills from every profession." This revelation caused the 4 distinguished figures to collectively gasp in astonishment. Truly, this was remarkable. Even the warlord, accustomed to grand spectacles, felt a tempest of emotions stirring within his heart. Unbelievable. If a classless individual could indeed acquire every skill from all professions, and if all his skills were instantaneous, he would be akin to a spellcasting machine gun. Surely, he would surpass even those of dual S-rank professions. Not merely surpass, but considering he had already dispatched 2 dual S-rank professionals in an instant, he might even rival the prowess of a triple S-rank. Ma Buiyun relished witnessing the astonishment of these seasoned veterans. He had only revealed the tip of the iceberg regarding Gu Chen's capabilities. Had he disclosed that Guchon had already mastered the forbidden lightning spells, they would undoubtedly be left speechless. "Master Ma, how did you discover this unparalleled genius and take him as your disciple?" one inquired. Ma Buiyun, stroking his beard with pride, replied, "Ah, it is all fate, merely fate." It turned out that classless individuals were not the useless beings many presumed, but rather the most likely candidates to attain greatness. Extraordinary geniuses. Remarkable indeed. China had gained yet another prodigious talent. The gaze of the onlookers returned to the arena, where the formidable weapon of Wu University, the necromancer, had already been vanquished by Guchon, leaving only 3 warriors who could do little but endure punishment. In contrast, the students from Magic City University remained unscathed, making it abundantly clear that Wu University had lost. Gu Chen clapped his hands and declared, "The battle is concluded. You may handle the aftermath." "No problem, Brother Chen." They responded eagerly. Subsequently, Guchon approached the edge of the platform, leaped down, and made his way to the preparation area, where he began to caress Bai Ningning's thigh. The large screen even ceased broadcasting the match, redirecting the camera to focus on Gu Chen. The audience erupted in astonished gasps. "Such fair skin. How tender. I wish to touch it as well. Beast, release my beloved wife." Bai Ningning noticed herself on the big screen and instantly blushed. She hurriedly pushed Gu Chen's hand away and adjusted her skirt. The referee, momentarily taken aback, promptly blew the whistle, signaling, "Beep. A player from Magic City University has stepped out of bounds, disqualified." Although Gu Chen voluntarily eliminated himself, Modi University still held a significant advantage with a score of 4-3. Within mere minutes, they dispatched the 3 opposing warriors. The referee announced in a booming voice, "Congratulations to Modi University for successfully advancing to the next round." The substitute bench erupted in jubilant cheers. During the intermission, the large screen replayed the thrilling moments of the recent battle, particularly Gu Chen's combination attacks, which were showcased in slow motion, frame by frame. The audience in the stands and those watching from home finally realized that Guchon could cast spells without incantations. Casting spells without incantations. How extraordinary is that? Is it not said that the jobless are universally considered worthless? Yet he exhibits no semblance of being a failure. Casting spells without incantations. Is this not akin to cheating? Have we misunderstood the jobless? Remarkable. This jobless individual is truly formidable, single-handedly eliminating 2 core members of the opposing team with a seamless series of moves. One person turned the tide of battle. This is hardly the behavior of a failure. We must have misjudged the jobless. With Modi University triumphing over Wudu University. There were no further matches for them today. They would participate in the semifinals tomorrow morning. Gu Chen approached the vice president and said, "Principal, since we have no matches today, Ning Ning and I plan to practice in the secret realm in the capital." The principal was somewhat taken aback, noting that the next match would feature two teams, one of which would be their opponent tomorrow. "Are you sure you do not wish to observe their match? To gather information on their members and combat strategies? I won't be watching. They're far easier to defeat than a boss. There is nothing of interest to see. The capital has many excellent secret realms. I would prefer to seize the opportunity to explore them." Guchon continued, "By the way, I want to be returning to the hotel tonight. I plan to spend the night in the secret realm, so inform everyone not to wait for me." Wang Liangpeng thought to himself, though Gu Chen appears carefree, he is in fact quite diligent, utilizing the intermission of the competition to seek out secret realms. It's no wonder his leveling speed is so rapid. The principal ceased to object, saying, "Very well, just ensure you do not delay tomorrow morning's match. Rest assured, I shall not be delayed." Gu Chen then took Bai Ningning's hand and exited the venue in search of a suitable secret realm for leveling up. The capital is the city with the richest resources for secret realms in all of Huaxia, encompassing nearly every level of secret realm, and is one of the most coveted cities for practitioners. Gu Chen examined the map of secret realm distributions to find one suitable for him. With Gu Chen at level 40 and Bai Ningning at level 37. They were currently fit to tackle secret realms of levels 40 to 45. The secret realm for levels 40 to 45 in the capital is the Naga's Nest. Gu Chen had previously ventured into this secret realm during his guild's advancement. The most challenging aspect of this secret realm lies in its underwater environment, where both movement and attack speeds are reduced by 30. Additionally, oxygen is a limiting factor, and communication through speech is impossible beneath the water. The most troublesome element is that this secret realm severely restricts the effectiveness of many skills. For instance, fire-based skills are rendered utterly ineffective within this secret realm, while lightning abilities are significantly diminished due to the conductivity of water. In contrast, water and ice skills exhibit a remarkable potency in this environment. However, such circumstances pose no concern for Gu Chen. Well then, let us explore this secret realm. Subsequently, Gu Chen employed his swordsmanship to escort Bai Ningning to the entrance of the secret realm, and together they ventured inside. After a brief moment of disorientation, the duo found themselves amidst a vast ocean. The frigid waters were somewhat piercing, and the currents caused their bodies to sway upon the surface. Yet, after a brief period of acclimatization, they grew accustomed to this buoyant sensation. They then took a deep breath and submerged themselves beneath the waves. After swimming downwards for approximately 10 meters, Gu Chen spotted several mermaid-like creatures swimming towards him. Naga Siren, level 45, species, Naga, health points, 45,000, attack power, 1, 500. Defense, 450, magical defense, 500, Naga species. Movement speed increased by 30 in water, water magic damage increased by 30 while submerged skills. Harpoon throw, riptide strike, water jet. Siren S-Whale. It is time for you to witness the true power of water-based magic. Chapter 130, The Naga Lair. Water release, great whirlpool technique. The currents surrounding several Nagas began to whirl rapidly, drawing these aquatic beings helplessly into the vortex. Naga Siren's health, 3,800, 3,760, 3,690. Despite the execution of the great whirlpool technique, these Nagas did not perish. Lightning chain, spherical lightning, ice explosion, water dragon bullet. Subsequently, Gu Chen unleashed a series of area of effect spells, ultimately vanquishing the Naga Sirens. Naga Siren slain, experience gained, for 1,500. Naga Siren slain, experience gained, for 1,500. Summon skeleton archer. Summon skeleton mage. Summon water elemental. Gu Chen transformed the corpses of the slain Nagas into skeletal warriors, followed by the summoning of a water elemental. Initially, Gu Chen harbored concerns that the skeletal warriors would sink due to their inability to swim. However, the skeletons summoned from the Naga corpses remarkably lacked legs, possessing instead fishtails akin to their former bodies. Though merely skeletal, these fishtails retained a degree of swimming capability. To his surprise, He could indeed assemble his skeletal army beneath the waves. Excellent. Guchon continued his journey into the deep sea, effortlessly dispatching any Naga that obstructed his path, using their remains to bolster his skeletal fishman army. In this underwater realm, the Naga could approach from all directions to launch their attacks. Moreover, the visibility in the deep sea was exceedingly poor, limited to mere dozens of meters. Therefore, Gu Chen prudently refrained from employing sword mastery to directly seek out the boss, opting instead for a steady and cautious advance into the depths of the secret realm. Upon reaching the midpoint of the secret realm, several male sea demons riding enormous seahorses ascended from the depths. Naga Seahorse Warrior, level 45, health, 50,000, attack, 2,000, defense, 600. Magic defense, 600, Naga, increased movement speed by 30 and water magic damage by 30 while submerged. Skills, harpoon throw, riptide strike, water jet, seahorse charge. Before Gu Chen could make a move, his numerous Naga skeletal archers had already taken aim at the approaching foes. Although physical attacks were diminished by 30 in the water, the 100-level skeletal warriors still retained a formidable 70-level power, more than sufficient to dispatch these 45-level sea demons. Arrows, accompanied by bubbles, soared forth, cleaving the seahorse warriors from their mounts. Naga Seahorse Warrior slain. Experience gained. 5,000. Acquired a Naga harpoon. Naga Seahorse Warrior slain. Experience gained. 5,000. Captured a seahorse mount. A mount has been acquired. Let us take it for a ride. Seahorse, an aquatic mount, permitted only for underwater riding. Available for riders of level 40 and above, incapable of attack, increases underwater movement speed by 50. Health, 10,000. Gu Chen rode a seahorse, swimming gracefully in the water, its body undulating rhythmically, which unexpectedly reminded him of the exhilarating sensation of riding a horse. This little seahorse is quite intriguing. It seems perfect for two riders, he mused, contemplating purchasing a grand bathtub for an adventurous ride with Bai Ningning. He gestured to her in sign language, encouraging her to join him. Bai Ningning understood his intentions and mounted the seahorse, enjoying the experience as they swam together. Before long, Gu Chen encountered a group of seahorse warriors and captured another seahorse. The duo, each riding their own seahorse, ventured deeper into the ocean. Approximately half an hour later, they arrived at the depths of this ocean, a magnificent underwater realm crafted by the Naga tribe. The surroundings were adorned with various marine plants, housing an array of sea creatures resembling an ancient underwater tribe. Two Naga Seahorse warriors guarded the entrance. Upon witnessing the formidable Naga skeleton army, they immediately sounded the alarm with their conch shells. Soon after, a dozen Naga warriors surged forth from the tribe, and the Naga Queen emerged from within. Naga Queen, LV, 45, health 1, 5 million, attack 4,000, magic attack 5,000, defense 1,500, magic defense 1,600. Skills, tidal strike, tidal wave, water prison, siren's wail, fury of the siren, song of the siren. Tidal wave summons a wave that advances forward, capable of deflecting all ranged attacks and spells while inflicting 300 magic damage and a knockback effect on enemies. Water prison casts a water prison that traps enemies for 5 seconds. Siren's wail. The Naga Queen emits a piercing wail, generating a powerful ultrasonic wave that stuns surrounding enemies. Fury of the siren. The Naga Queen harnesses the might of water elements, unleashing 3 powerful undercurrents to attack all enemies in the area. Each undercurrent inflicts 300 magic damage. Song of the siren. The Siren Queen hums a captivating melody, with a 50 chance to charm male enemies into fighting for her. The charm lasts for 10 seconds. Upon discerning the Naga Queen's skills, Gu Chen realized he had to maintain his distance from this formidable boss. While the majority of her abilities posed little threat to him, the last skill, the Song of the Siren, presented a significant danger to both him and Bai Ningning. Even though the chance of being charmed was only 50, Gu Chen was unwilling to take that risk. He feared that if charmed, he might act recklessly, perhaps even executing a series of devastating attacks on Bai Ningning. Consequently, he commanded his skeleton soldiers to charge at the Naga Queen while he remained at a safe distance, observing the unfolding battle. The Naga Queen's magic attack was 5,000, while the magic defense of the skeleton archers and mages was only 4,000. In other words, the Naga Queen possesses the ability to shatter the skeleton warrior's armor. inflicting damage ranging from 1 to 2,000. However, given that the skeleton warriors boast a staggering health of 100,000 points, such damage poses no significant threat to them. Whoosh! Countless arrows and spells rained down upon the Naga Queen. With a swift flourish of her staff, the Naga Queen summoned a colossal wave imbued with magical barriers, which surged forward with impressive speed. The barrage of arrows and spells was thwarted by the wave, while the force of the water repelled the skeleton warriors, pushing them back considerable distances. Skeleton warrior health, 2,000. Skeleton archer health, 3,000. Skeleton mage health, 3,000. Yet, as the wave receded, the skeleton warriors renewed their assault on the Naga Queen. Her health plummeted, 7,500, 8,500, 8,200. Suddenly, the Naga Queen let out a piercing shriek, sending shockwaves through the surrounding waters, rendering the nearby skeleton warriors momentarily dazed. Seizing the opportunity, the Naga Queen began to hum a melodious tune. Upon hearing this enchanting song, Guchon quickly covered his ears and retreated until the siren's voice became inaudible. He believed he had evaded the siren's song, but to his astonishment, his skeleton warriors began to attack one another. Gu Chen, what is happening? Do skeletons have genders? Does the male skeleton summoned by the male siren count as male? It seems so. Fortunately, there were far more female sirens than their male counterparts. The dozen or so enchanted male skeletons would not significantly impact the team. With a determined thought, Gu Chen commanded, "Ignore the attacking skeletons and focus all your efforts on the Naga Queen." Upon receiving the directive, the skeletons disregarded their peers' assaults and continued their onslaught against the Naga Queen. She, too, fought fiercely in resistance, unleashing spells such as Water Prison, Wrath of the Siren, and Tidal Strike in a frenzy. Yet, all her defenses proved futile, and ultimately, under the relentless barrage of the skeleton warriors, the Naga Queen fell at her own doorstep. Ding! Congratulations on defeating the Naga Queen, earning 1.5 million experience points. You have acquired the Naga Queen's crown and a golden trident. Naga Queen's crown, LV 40, gold quality, intelligence 50, constitution 30, agility 10. Grants immunity to water resistance and debuff effects, allowing for unrestricted breathing underwater. Golden trident, LV 45, gold quality. Usable by mage, warrior. Attack power, 600, spell damage, 600. Water prison skill, level 1. The effects of the Naga Queen's crown are quite remarkable, and I can put it to use immediately. Most importantly, it is not restricted to female users, which is rather splendid. Guchon donned the crown of the Naga Queen, and in an instant, he felt as light as a swallow, completely unhindered by the resistance of the seawater. He could breathe freely underwater, no longer needing to hold his breath. Bai Ningning gazed at him with envy, her eyes sparkling, yet lamentably, her level was insufficient. Even if Guchon offered it to her, she could not equip it. As for the golden trident, she was equally unable to wield it, and even if she could, she would have no idea how to utilize such a weapon. Compared to her own legendary level weapon, the Thunderfire sword, which matched her level, the attributes of the golden trident were utterly inferior, truly a piece of scrap. After collecting the spoils from the boss, Guchon scoured the Naga's lair, uncovering only a few materials, far less than before, and subsequently exited the secret realm. The two then re-entered the realm for further grinding. Thus, they continued until 10 o'clock at night. When Guchon contemplated resting, he realized that the secret realm was not suitable for an overnight stay. Spending a night submerged in seawater would surely lead to dire consequences. He inquired of Bai Ningning, "Shall we rest at a hotel, or grind through the night in the secret realm?" After some thought, Bai Ningning replied, "Why not grind through the night? Our competition is tomorrow morning anyway. We can finish the match and then sleep in the afternoon." "Very well, let us continue grinding through the night," Guchon agreed. The two resumed their efforts, and in the brisk, cold seawater, they found themselves surprisingly alert. They continued until 7 o'clock in the morning, preparing to return to the competition venue. As Guchon defeated the boss and collected the loot, he noticed a faint glow emanating from the Naga's lair. Had it not been for his keen insight, he would not have perceived the subtle light. He approached the source of the glow and discovered it to be a golden treasure chest. After an entire night of grinding, I have finally been rewarded with an unexpected find, Guchon exclaimed, opening the chest without hesitation. A multitude of bubbles erupted from within. However, upon inspecting the interior, He found it empty save for an aged piece of parchment. This is a treasure map? Gu Chen mused, examining the parchment closely, confirming it indeed depicted a map to a treasure located in a deeper ocean canyon. Glancing at the time, Gu Chen realized that any treasure would likely be guarded by formidable beasts. It would be impossible to claim it effortlessly. With the campus competition imminent, there was no time to embark on a treasure hunt now. I shall pursue this treasure after completing the competition. With that resolve, Gu Chen and Bai Ningning exited the secret realm and returned to the competition venue. Chapter 131. Advancing to the Final Four. As Gu Chen and Bai Ningning returned to the competition venue, they coincidentally arrived just as the first match was commencing. Vice Principal Wang Liangpeng sighed in relief upon seeing Gu Chen's return. However, upon taking a closer look at their appearances, he could not help but be taken aback, inquiring, "Have you two been soaked in formaldehyde all night? You both look quite puffy." Gu Chen glanced at his own skin, indeed noticing the swollen appearance, as if he could squeeze water from it. Yawning, he replied, "I merely spent the night grinding in the Naga secret realm, soaked in seawater the entire time." "You truly ground all night in the Naga secret realm? Not a moment of sleep? Not a wink?" Observing Gu Chen's weary countenance, it seemed he was not deceiving them. "That won't affect today's match, will it?" "No worries. I'll aim for a swift victory. It won't impede my sleep." "Huh. My concern lies with the match, not your sleep schedule." The 8 teams advancing to the second round included Nangguan University, South China University, Modi University, and Qingbei University. In this round, Modi University's opponent would be Qingbei University. The encounter of these 4 prestigious universities in the second round promised to be a focal point of excitement. The losing team would face immediate elimination. Although the teams placing 5th to 8th could partake in a revival match, the competition for revival was equally fierce. A slight misstep could still lead to elimination. Furthermore, the revived teams could only achieve a 5th place rank, with rewards and honors considerably lesser than those of the advancing teams. Thus, no one desired to enter the revival match. Soon, the first match commenced, featuring Nangguan University against South China University. This match was devoid of suspense, as Nangguan University completely dominated in both level and innate talent. The outcome reflected this dominance. Merely 10 minutes into the match, Nangguan University triumphed over South China University with absolute superiority, successfully securing a place in the Final Four. It could be said that Nangguan University's journey was the simplest among all teams, with hardly any challenge encountered. Following the conclusion of the first match, the second match began promptly. This year, all 5 members of Qingbei University were dual S-rank, dual-class prodigies, each having reached level 45, their strength undeniably formidable. Qingbei University and Modi University have long been fierce rivals, and historically, Qingbei's prowess has slightly surpassed that of Modu. In their previous encounters, Qingbei consistently ranked higher than Modu in major competitions, and they aim to uphold this tradition, maintaining their upper hand over Modu. However, Gu Chen's remarkable prowess placed considerable pressure on Qingbei University. His ability to cast spells without incantation was exceedingly potent, particularly posing a significant threat to the backline. Consequently, Qingbei University made an impromptu adjustment to their lineup, opting to eliminate backline classes entirely. They formed a team composed of 1 warrior, 1 knight, and 3 assassins, creating a super aggressive physical damage output squad. This decision was undeniably a significant gamble, while it was a risk. It did not imply that the team would be easy to defeat. The dual classes of the knights are the Holy Light Knight and the Death Knight, embodying healing, tankiness, and damage output. The warriors possess the dual classes of Shield Warrior and Berserker, offering tankiness, control, and damage. The assassins predominantly take on the roles of assassin, hunter, or shadow ranger, exhibiting stealth, mobility, and explosive power, capable of engaging from both distance and close range. These 3 assassins pose the greatest threat to Magic City University. Although 2 of them are substitutes, their talents are of SS rank, with levels reaching 45, highlighting the formidable strength of Qingbei University. In contrast, Magic City University fields the standard 5 main players. Vice President Wang Liangpeng remarked, "It seems Qingbei University fears Gu Chen's explosive power, hence the deliberate choice of 5 melee classes." "Gu Chen, do you have confidence?" As the principal turned to look, he found Gu Chen and Bai Ningning leaning against each other, sound asleep. "Goodness, what time is it? and you are still sleeping. Wake up. It's time for the match. Is it our turn to compete? Guchon stirred from his slumber. Yes, it is our time. Guchon stretched and yawned, saying, let us make it quick, so I can return to sleep. Following this, Guchon and the team from Magic City University took to the competition stage. The crowd erupted with excitement upon seeing both teams enter. Here they come. The much-anticipated clash of the two prestigious universities is upon us. Which school do you favor to win? I certainly believe Qingbei University will triumph, with 3 SS-ranked assassins attacking simultaneously. Even the most resilient warrior would likely be eliminated in an instant. I am rooting for Magic City University. After all, the spell casting of a classless individual does not require incantation. As long as his skills are plentiful, he can swiftly conclude the battle. That said, the crux of the matter lies in whether he possesses a multitude of skills. Considering your point, it does seem plausible. Otherwise, why would he have jumped off the platform after executing that series of lightning strikes? Lu Bashi inquired of Gu Chen, Brother Chen, how shall we approach this match? Gu Chen scratched his head and replied, let us make it quick. I will handle those 3 assassins, and you two take care of the warriors. Understood. Soon, the match commenced. With the ringing of a bell, the 3 assassins from Qingbei University immediately entered stealth mode. The 2 warriors remained stationary, awaiting the signal to attack from the 3 assassins. Noticing the disappearance of their adversaries, the players from Magic City University became instantly alert. Qingbei University's audacious formation of 3 assassins was predicated on the absence of a hunter in Magic City University's lineup. The hunter's flair can effectively counteract the assassin's stealth abilities, although area of effect spells can also serve as a tentative means to disrupt the assassin's invisibility. The cooldown for such spells is typically lengthy. Should they fail to hit their target, it would equate to a squandered offensive opportunity. Furthermore, the opposing side boasts 3 assassins. Should there be any misjudgment, they could swiftly seize the opportunity to take their lives. Lu Bashi commanded, consolidate our formation to thwart the assassin's ambush. Remain vigilant against their warriors. If they charge forth, it signifies an impending attack from their assassins. Understood. Guchon responded with a nonchalant demeanor. What is there to be wary of? Let them reveal themselves. With that, Guchon retrieved a bow and arrow from his spatial backpack, subsequently colliding it with a bomb and launching it skyward. A resounding explosion echoed, illuminating the entire sky. Under the brilliance of the light, the 3 assassins became visible to a few members of the team. The captain of Qingbei University exclaimed in astonishment, what? This unclassed individual actually possesses the hunter's skill of a flare. Guchon replied, is that even a skill? It's merely attaching a flare to an arrow and shooting it into the sky without aiming. How difficult can that be? Even a firecracker could accomplish it. Upon hearing Gu Chen's explanation, the captain of Qingbei felt a mixture of embarrassment and resignation. While it was indeed so, he could not help but concede. At that moment, the 3 assassins from Qingbei University wore grave expressions. They had initially intended to eliminate Gu Chen in one fell swoop before systematically taking down the others. However, their premature exposure shattered all their plans. Seeing the 3 exposed assassins, the team from Moda University launched an immediate assault. What a splendid opportunity. Attack! Lu Bashi commanded. Instantaneously, spells and arrows rained down upon one of the assassins. The agile assassin swiftly shifted into a ranger stance, leaping into the air to evade Moda University's barrage. His combat experience was evidently substantial. He then retreated to the rear of his formation. The other 2 assassins similarly transitioned into ranger and hunter forms, falling back to the rear of their team. Both sides engaged in a tactical exchange of ranged attacks, constantly probing and harassing one another. To counter rangers, those agile ranged classes, the most effective strategy is to engage in close combat, thereby nullifying their advantage of reach. Ideally, one could eliminate them with a single skill combo. Otherwise, should they escape, they could easily kite their opponents, plunging them into a defensive position. Without a doubt, the strongest class in close-quarters combat is the fighter. Gu Chen addressed his companions. Ma Liang, charge forth to draw the warrior's aggro. Their healing will falter, everyone else. Focus your attacks on the warrior and knight. I shall deal with the 3 rangers. Understood. Ma Liang, wielding a large shield, charged forward. The warrior from Qingbei immediately met him in combat, and they became entangled, fighting to a standstill. Meanwhile, The others continued to harass their opponents with single-target skills. Gu Chen transformed into a bolt of lightning, surging directly into the midst of the Qingbei team. Attention! That unclassed individual is approaching. Everyone, disperse. The three rangers promptly increased the distance between one another to avoid being decimated by Guchon's area skills. Guchon, however, set his sights on the ranger who had just executed a leap. As the distance for a lightning sprint approached, Guchon executed a sudden step, appearing directly before the ranger. The ranger, completely unprepared for the sudden presence, attempted to retreat with a backward leap but was a moment too late. A flurry of strikes ensued, a swift punch, a crushing blow, an uppercut, and a spinning hammer. Guchon landed 2 heavy punches to the ranger's abdomen, causing his body to curl up like a shrimp. Following this, an uppercut sent him soaring into the air, concluding with a devastating spinning hammer that forcefully drove his head into the ground. With a thunderous crash, the ground fractured beneath the immense impact. The ranger lay there, blood streaming from his orifices, rendered unconscious. In the blink of an eye, Guchon had dispatched an SS-level dual-class assassin ranger. This scene left all witnesses in stunned amazement. Goodness, this unclassed individual can actually wield fighter skills. He can even execute such a challenging spinning hammer. How fearsome, exclaimed one. Indeed, a single combo took down an SS-level prodigy. How could this SS-class fighter be so easily overwhelmed? Another remarked. He even utilized the assassin's sudden step. Good heavens, just how many class skills does this unclassed person possess? This is no mere unclassed individual. This is a true master. The atmosphere was thick with astonishment. Observing Gu Chen's ferocity, the 2 archers felt a jolt of dread. A fighter. This is a direct counter to our rangers. One archer proclaimed. Stay calm. I will entangle him in assassin form. You provide all the firepower you can muster. The other replied, swiftly shifting into the assassin role to confront Gu Chen. How naive. Gu Chen thought, unleashing the fighter's divine technique, dance of lightning, as they faced off. His form became a blur, darting like a flash of lightning while attacking the assassin. The assassin was left bewildered, unable to keep pace with Gu Chen's speed, seeing only ghostly figures of his opponent. I can't land a hit. This is impossible. Under a relentless barrage of attacks, the assassin was swiftly knocked unconscious by a flurry of swift kicks. With only a ranged class remaining, Gu Chen offered no respite. He instantly teleported beside the ranger, wrapping his arms around the ranger's waist, preparing to execute a suplex. The ranger, taken aback, shouted, I concede. The referee promptly blew the whistle. The opposing ranger concedes. No further attacks are allowed. Upon hearing their teammates surrender, the 2 remaining warriors and the knight realized their fate in the match and likewise conceded. The referee declared, Qingbei University has lost 2 members. 3 have surrendered. Modu University triumphs in this round, successfully advancing to the semifinals. Chapter 132, The Hidden Boss, The Abyssal Beast. With the triumph of Magic City University, a jubilant roar erupted from the crowd. Remarkable. This unclassed individual is simply extraordinary. The combination of the other professions' mobility skills and the fighter's control techniques flawlessly dismantled the professionals from Qingbei University. Once again, Gu Chen single-handedly neutralized the opposing team's key players. Another complete annihilation. The unclassed are not inept. This talent is truly terrifying. Whoever dares to claim that unclassed individuals are worthless shall face my wrath. In the VIP section, the Grand Marshal of the Warring States was equally enthralled. This young man can even wield the skills of a fighter. Old Ma, did you teach your disciple these fighter skills? Of course not. I merely imparted a few lightning-based mage skills. The mastery of other professions' techniques is solely due to my disciple's diligence and hard work. It has nothing to do with me. Oh, the ability to comprehend the skills of other professions through sheer effort is indeed remarkable. Old Ma, you have stumbled upon a treasure. Others echoed in agreement. Congratulations, Old Ma. You have taken on a fine disciple. He is destined for greatness. Congratulations, Old Ma. Best wishes. Ma Buiyun's vanity swelled, and he smiled, saying, You are all too kind. My meeting with my disciple is merely fate. Just fate. After the match concluded, Guchon was the first to descend from the stage. Vice President Wang Liangpeng praised him with delight. Guchon, well done. With this victory, we have secured a place among the top 4 teams in the nation. We have earned the opportunity to compete in the International Elite University Championship. Now, we must strive for a better ranking and secure greater rewards. Is it really that simple to attain a spot in the international competition? Simple, you say? Although we have only won 2 matches to reach the top 4. The teams entering the Huaxia Campus Championship have undergone rigorous selection and elimination from numerous prestigious universities to emerge as these 16 elite squads. Guchon has not participated in the prior qualifiers or any preliminary contests, which may lead him to perceive the process as somewhat straightforward. Wang Liangpeng then inquired, "Will you be venturing into the secret realm today? Do you need me to reserve a room for you?" Gu Chen's plan was to first retrieve the treasure from the ocean depths and then return to the hotel for rest. After all, spending the night in the Naga secret realm was hardly advisable. "Reserve a room for today, Ning Ning, and I will return to sleep tonight." "Very well. Adequate rest is essential to face the more challenging matches ahead. Our next opponent is Nangguan University, which has historically been slightly weaker than Qingbei University. But we mustn't underestimate them." Gu Chen yawned and reassured him, "Fear not, Principal. This year's championship is undoubtedly ours." He then said, "Ning Ning, and I shall take our leave now. Be safe on your journey." Gu Chen and Bai Ning Ning made their way directly to the entrance of the Naga secret realm. An hour later, the two arrived at the threshold. The two individuals subsequently ventured into the secret realm. Following the customary procedure, Gu Chen vanquished the Naga Queen and began his exploration of the depths according to the coordinates marked on the treasure map. As they descended further into the abyss, the illumination from the surface dwindled, rendering their visibility almost non-existent, akin to being enveloped in total darkness. Concurrently, the pressure of the deep sea intensified. Even with the crown of the Naga Queen adorning his head, Guchon felt an overwhelming weight pressing against his chest, making it difficult for him to breathe. Bai Ningning's complexion appeared even more pallid, yet she remained within her limits of endurance. Guchon urged her, "Hold on a little longer. According to the map, we are almost there." Bai Ningning nodded in acknowledgement. Although the surroundings were shrouded in utter blackness, Guchon felt reassured by the protection of over 100 level 100 Naga skeleton soldiers. They continued their descent for several meters until they suddenly stumbled upon an area radiating a ghostly green light. This ethereal glow stood out starkly against the pitch-black waters, illuminating the nearby surroundings. It appeared to emanate from some form of algae. As Guchon drew closer, he discovered an ancient wooden ship that had sunk to the ocean floor, its hull enveloped in glowing seaweed, resembling a ghost ship. Comparing it with the treasure map, he realized he had arrived at the location of the buried treasure. Could it truly be a ghost ship? Guchon swam towards the wreck, and upon reaching the deck, he found no signs of anything unusual. Was it not a ghost ship? Yet, he sensed there must be other hidden dangers, so he remained vigilant. He slipped through a hole in the deck into the interior of the ship, beginning his search for the treasure chest. Despite maintaining a constant state of alertness, wary of ambushes, he encountered nothing peculiar aside from the bizarre and unsightly marine creatures lurking in the depths. Eventually, Guchon discovered the glimmering treasure chest and still faced no ambush. Was there truly no trap? Was this merely a straightforward treasure map? Without hesitation, he approached the chest, smashing the rusted iron lock with a single punch before lifting the lid. A surge of bubbles erupted from within the chest, followed by a cascade of golden light. To his astonishment, the chest brimmed with countless coins, numbering in the thousands, accompanied by a plethora of exquisite jewels and weapons. Just as Guchon prepared to claim his bounty, the entire ship suddenly lurched violently. The force of the tremor caused the chest lid to slam shut. The anticipated had finally arrived. Guchon and Bai Ningning immediately transitioned into a state of combat readiness. Boom, boom, boom. Thick, sinuous tentacles erupted from the ship's depths, ensnaring the vessel with a vice-like grip. The ancient wooden ship creaked ominously under the immense force, as if it were on the brink of being crushed. The tips of the tentacles possess a formidable diameter of 1 meter, and the base must undoubtedly be even thicker. Guchon was utterly astonished. Was this a colossal octopus? Yet, it seemed excessively enormous. If one were to prepare takoyaki from this creature, how many servings would it yield? Crack! Boom! The dilapidated shipwreck could no longer withstand the immense strength of the giant octopus, which was abruptly severed in two by several massive tentacles. The treasure chest subsequently sank into the depths of the ocean. Shortly thereafter, The gigantic octopus revealed its true form. Its head was larger than the entire ship. Each of its 8 tentacles extended several dozen meters in length. Deep Sea Giant Octopus, Level 45, Health Point 6, 500, 000, Attack Power 6, 000, Defense Power 2, 500. Magic Defense 2, 500, Giant Physique, immune to ordinary control skills and negative effects. Skills: Giant Tentacle Strike, Giant Tentacle Sweep, Giant Tentacle Bind, Giant Maw Devour, Ink Spray, Regenerative Physique, Giant Tentacle Bind. The giant octopus ensnares the target with its tentacles, rendering the target completely incapable of combat and movement. The octopus can bind up to 8 targets with its 8 tentacles. Regenerative Physique. The giant octopus possesses an extraordinary regenerative ability, restoring 5,000 health points every second. Chapter 133. Confrontation with the Colossal Octopus. As Gu Chen discerned the attributes of the gigantic octopus, he couldn't help but exhale in astonishment. This boss is formidable indeed. Not only does this colossal creature possess immunity to the majority of effects, but it also boasts an astonishing amount of health and regenerative capabilities. Without assembling a 100-strong team, vanquishing this octopus would prove to be an arduous task. Fortunately, I have over 100 skeletal warriors at my disposal, making the extermination of this cephalopod a feasible endeavor. The colossal octopus was the first to strike, launching an assault on the invading skeletal soldiers. 8 massive tentacles ensnared 8 skeletal warriors, then violently hurled them toward their comrades. The other skeletal warriors were sent reeling several meters away by the force of the octopus's colossal appendages. Skeletal warrior HP, 3200 skeletal archer HP, 3600 skeletal mage HP, 3,800 despite being knocked back. The skeletal soldiers suffered no fatal injuries and quickly regrouped to launch another offensive against the octopus. A barrage of arrows and spells rained down upon the octopus's soft, supple flesh. Colossal octopus HP, 6,500, 7,500, 7,500. With a thunderous roar, the colossal octopus unleashed its fury, swallowing the 8 skeletal warriors whole. Then, with a powerful thrust of its tentacles, it propelled its massive body into the midst of the densest cluster of skeletal soldiers, commencing a frenzied attack. The formation of the skeletal warriors was immediately shattered by the impact. Gu Chen and Bai Ningning observed from a distance, choosing not to engage in the assault against the colossal octopus. It was evident that the creature had not yet exerted its full strength. Let it toy with these skeletal warriors for now. Under the relentless onslaught of the 100-level skeletal soldiers, the octopus's health steadily diminished. When the colossal octopus's health dropped to 50, it emitted another deep, furious growl. Its head began to swell rapidly, as if it were absorbing water, and then it expelled a massive cloud of thick, black ink. The quantity appeared to be nearly a ton. The ink spread swiftly through the depths of the ocean, quickly contaminating the entire area. Visibility in the deep sea was already poor, and now, with this dark cloud, nothing could be seen. Enemies submerged in the ink will experience significantly reduced visibility and accuracy. The ink will persist for 5 minutes. The skeletal warriors, relying on instinct, attacked haphazardly. Despite the octopus's enormous size, striking it amidst the swirling waters proved to be quite challenging. Colossal octopus HP, 6,500 miss. 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 Aside from the occasional hit, the vast majority of the skeletal warriors' attacks resulted in misses. Flare. Guchon fired a flare underwater. However, the brilliance of the flare was nearly entirely obscured by the ink, revealing only the silhouette of the colossal octopus. Oh, this has become quite a predicament. The ink's duration lasts for 5 minutes before it gradually dissipates, while the octopus monster regenerates an astonishing 5,000 health points per second. In 5 minutes, which equals 300 seconds, it can restore a staggering 1.5 million health points. Such a colossal amount of vitality. This essentially renders half a day's efforts futile. No, I cannot allow this octopus monster to restore its health so freely. It must be dealt with promptly. Gu Chen pondered his strategy. Although the level 60 awaken skill possesses commendable damage, its attack range is rather limited, and the effects are not overwhelmingly powerful. If he were to employ the level 80 awakened skill, even within the depths of this inky blackness, the colossal octopus would find no sanctuary. However, I worry that the immense power of the level 80 skill may be too much for this lower-tier secret realm to withstand, potentially leading to catastrophic damage or irreparable destruction, which would pose significant complications. Yet, considering that a level 45 secret realm is not entirely insignificant, it should be capable of withstanding the impact of an 80-level awakened skill. Why not give it a try? Since we are beneath the sea, let us utilize this technique. Extreme Ice Cold unleashes a wave of frigid air that rapidly spreads in all directions, freezing everything in its path. The level 80 awakened skill lacks any damage description, a truly straightforward and brutal approach. It simply annihilates everything in its wake. With a sweeping gesture, Gu Chen unleashed a torrent of frigid air. This wave of cold, seemingly unremarkable, swiftly expanded outward across the ocean after just 3 seconds of its casting. Wherever the icy breath traveled, the seawater instantly crystallized into ice. Within mere moments, the surrounding inky waters transformed into a massive black ice sphere, encasing even Guchon's skeletal minions in its frozen grasp. The frigid air continued to spread, 50 meters, 100 meters, 200 meters, 300 meters. It did not cease until the last wisp of cold was expended. The entire secret realm, save for the few cubic meters of water occupied by Gu Chen and by Ningning, had been encased in ice, forming a colossal sphere with a diameter of 300 meters. Although the interior of this immense orb was shrouded in darkness, Gu Chen was certain that the gigantic octopus was unequivocally trapped within. A sudden chill permeated the air, as if the temperature of the entire deep sea had plummeted by 2 degrees. Moments later, the sound of cracking ice echoed ominously. The frozen sphere began to splinter, fissures rapidly spreading outward. The cracks multiplied, and soon the entire ice structure began to collapse and shatter, including the skeletal minions encased within, which fragmented into countless pieces. With a resounding crash, the colossal ice sphere shattered, and fragments of ice began to drift upward. Guchon waited for a moment. Yet no notification of the boss's defeat emerged. Oh, could it be that the octopus monster still lives? If it has not perished, why does it not continue to attack? Radiance Technique. Guchon employed a luminous spell, illuminating the path ahead. To his astonishment, he beheld a colossal, fragmented head, with its brain exposed, floating in the water before him. What on earth is this? He was momentarily taken aback by this bizarre sight. However, upon closer inspection, Guchon realized it was the severed head of the giant octopus. The revelation dawned on him. The giant octopus, possessing a substantial base health pool, had withstood the full brunt of his level 80 second awakening skill, the Rapid Frost, without being annihilated. Yet, despite not achieving a swift kill, the creature was left with a mere 200,000 health points. Moreover, its 8 tentacles, being relatively frail, had shattered into numerous pieces upon being encased in ice. Thus, only the battered head remained. This implies that my level 80 awakened skill inflicted over 3 million points of damage on this octopus beast. Indeed, its potency is quite commendable. Most importantly, it appears that this secret realm has sustained no damage whatsoever. This means I can freely unleash second awakening skills in secret realms of level 45 and above in the future. How splendid. Now, you may finally rest. Water Release. Great Vortex Technique. Chapter 134. Astonishing Spoils. Congratulations. You have slain the hidden boss, the deep-sea giant octopus, earning 10 million experience points. In an instant, 2 beams of golden light enveloped Gu Chen and Bai Ningning. Both successfully leveled up. Gu Chen ascended to level 41, while Bai Ningning reached level 38. Name: Gu Chen. Level: LV. 41. Class: Classless. Health: 7,800 7,800. Magic: Max. Constitution: 740. Strength: 740. Agility: 740. Intelligence: 740. Mentality: 740. Physical attack: 1628. Magic attack: 1480. Critical rate: 16. Free dodge rate: 14. 8. Guchon examined the spoils dropped by the octopus. Octopus Trident. LV. 45. Legendary quality. Exclusive to Dragon Slayers. Attack power: 1500. Constitution: 100. All attacks inflict 30 splash damage to surrounding enemies. A weapon of legendary quality. The attack includes a 30 splash damage effect, comparable to that of the Hydra. albeit lacking a lifesteal effect. Nonetheless, it is still exceptional. I shall keep it. Acquired skill book, Great Vortex Technique, Water Surge, Tidal Strike. Most of the skill books were water attribute-based, which is quite satisfactory. I shall learn them all, having dealt with the boss. It is now time to search for that treasure chest. Gu Chen swam towards the location where the chest had fallen. Not far into his journey, he discovered the chest. Upon opening it, a brilliant golden light nearly blinded his titanium alloy eyes. In addition to countless gold coins, it contained an assortment of precious jewelry and weaponry. Without hesitation, Gu Chen stowed everything into his spatial backpack. Ultimately, after tallying his findings, he counted over 10,000 gold coins, weighing more than 300 jin. Based on current market rates, with 1 gram of gold valued at around 500 yuan, these coins alone could fetch over 70 million. The other exquisite jewels and gem-encrusted weapons and armor would also command a substantial price. Additionally, the chest held a piece of legendary equipment, the Heart of the Ocean. Heart of the Ocean, LV, 45, legendary quality, usable by all classes. Intelligence, 50, Constitution, 50, Agility, 50, Strength, 50, Mentality, 50. Wearing it negates resistance and debuffs in water, allowing for effortless breathing. Passive effect, increases damage of all water attribute skills by 20. Additionally, enhances recovery and healing effects by 20. A necklace that boosts water attribute damage and healing effects by 20. This is undoubtedly a premium piece of equipment for water mages and priests. I shall keep it for now. Guchon conservatively estimated that this treasure trove was worth at least 100 million. A hidden secret realm indeed serves as a small goal. How exhilarating. After collecting the spoils, Gu Chen and Bai Ningning exited the secret realm. The two individuals had not slept since yesterday, and upon exiting the secret realm, they hurried directly to the hotel, collapsing onto the spacious bed to indulge in slumber. They slept soundly until dawn the following day. Upon awakening, Gu Chen was greeted by the timely appearance of today's sign-in notification. Ding! You have a new skill available for sign-in today. Would you like to proceed? Sign in. Ding! Congratulations, you have acquired the level 100 forbidden spell, Holy Light Nuke. Another forbidden spell. Gu Chen abruptly sprang from the bed, invigorated and brimming with energy. He hastily examined the details of this newfound spell. Holy Light Nuke. The Holy Light shall judge you. The most powerful attack skill in Holy Light magic, a true soul-striking blow, unleashes an extraordinarily powerful Holy Light spell, bombarding all enemy units within a 50 kilometers radius, inflicting 100 times magical damage. Additionally, it heals all allied units within 50 kilometers, dispelling all negative statuses. Holy Light Nuke, bombarding all enemy units within a 50 kilometers radius, inflicting 100-fold magical damage. 50 kilometers, 100-fold damage. The range and power of this bombardment are akin to that of a supernuclear weapon. No wonder it is termed the Holy Light Nuke. Not only does it possess devastating damage, but its supportive effects are also astonishing. It restores all allies to full health while eliminating all adverse statuses. Truly, a forbidden spell lives up to its name, its potency entirely unmatched in this world. It certainly warrants being forbidden. Having acquired another forbidden spell today, Gu Chen was in high spirits, thus waking Bai Ningning. After engaging in a fierce battle for 600 rounds, they finally rose to have breakfast. Bai Ningning sensed that Gu Chen seemed unusually exuberant today. Why was the general so valiant today? Typically, they would battle for 300 rounds. But today they fought for a remarkable 600 rounds. Gu Chen replied with satisfaction, "Today, I have learned a powerful new technique, which naturally brings me joy." Bai Ningning, curious about Gu Chen's prowess, noted that since being with him, she had observed that he rarely exercised. Aside from being slightly more diligent in exploring the secret realms than the average person, he spent his free time watching short videos, reading novels, playing games, and attending to basic needs just like anyone else. Bai Ningning inquired, "You've acquired another powerful technique? How did you acquire it? In a dream, perhaps? I will tell you later, but now is not the time," he responded. Bai Ningning pouted slightly, expressing her dissatisfaction. "Humph, keeping secrets from me. I've entrusted my heart to you, yet you don't trust me. Technicians at the establishment might also entrust their bodies to me. Does that mean I must divulge all my secrets to them? Oh, that's a fair point. Wait, Why did you mention the establishment as technicians? Have you been there? Gu Chen realized he had let slip an oversight and hastily explained, ahem. I have never been there. The price of 998 per visit is far too extravagant for me. I'm so poor I have to borrow money from you to get by. I wouldn't dare spend on such things. Look, you know the exact prices at the establishment. You claim you have never been there. You must have borrowed money to go. I merely hesitated. I stood at the entrance, casting a glance inside, yet refrained from entering. Subsequently, Guchon embraced by Ningning and remarked, who would spend money when there is something available for free? Enveloped in Gu Chen's arms, Bai Ningning felt a delightful warmth. Yet the notion of free rendered her somewhat self-conscious, as if she were diminished in value. However, if it were to be a paid affair, would she not then be relegated to a lesser status? Never mind. What does it matter? As long as she could be with Gu Chen, that was all that truly mattered. Free or not, it was inconsequential. After the couple finished their breakfast, they proceeded to the main venue. Today's competition featured the semifinals and the resurrection matches. The first semifinal pitted Nanyuan University against Mo Du University, while the second saw Jingcheng University facing off against Hedong University. The resurrection matches would involve teams ranked 5th to 8th, competing in pairs to determine two victors who would then compete against each other, ultimately selecting one champion team to advance as the 5th place winner. Soon enough, the first match commenced. Chapter 135, the semifinals commence. A swift defeat for Nanyuan University as the competitors from Nanyuan University and Moda University ascended the stage to prepare for battle. Guchon once again took to the field as a starter. The moment the two teams appeared, the audience erupted with excitement. The semifinals had arrived. Hearts raced, feet trembled, and hands fidgeted with anticipation. This contest seemed a foregone conclusion. Moda University was poised to dominate Nanyuan University. The odds set by the bookmakers spoke volumes, with a staggering 30-fold disparity between the two teams. I predict the battle will be resolved within 10 minutes. A 30-fold return. Betting on Moda University to win would hardly yield a profit, while wagering on Nanyuan University would surely result in a loss. We shun such unprofitable ventures, and I remain steadfast in my choice of Moda University for victory. One might gamble, hoping for a turnaround. What if Moda University intentionally underperformed, allowing Nanyuan University to seize an unexpected victory? That would be a remarkable windfall. Yet, one must consider the risk of losing even the initial stake. Are you suggesting that Moda University might deliberately throw the match? It is a possibility. Such occurrences have transpired in past years. Though fines in the millions were imposed, they pale in comparison to the profits garnered by the bookmakers. In that case, I shall place a bet of 100,000 on Nanyuan University's victory. Securing the championship is a monumental honor. I trust that Moda University would not relinquish this prestige for mere monetary gain. Upon witnessing the outrageous odds, Gu Chen found himself momentarily tempted. A 30-fold return. If he could borrow the remaining 3 billion from Bai Ningning and then intentionally lose the match, a staggering 90 billion would be within his grasp. It would be an extraordinary profit, potentially leading to the bankruptcy of several bookmakers. However, after some contemplation, Gu Chen dismissed this shortcut to wealth. While he may lack a strong sense of honor, he was unwilling to engage in actions that contravened the ethics of competitive sports. Soon, the match commenced. Nanyuan University made no adjustments to their lineup, fielding their 5 primary players, 2 dual-class warriors, and 3 dual-class ranged attackers. Having observed Moda University's previous matches, they recognized their slim chances of victory. Particularly concerning was Gu Chen's prowess. He possessed output, explosive power, mobility, and control, capable of engaging both at range and in close quarters, rendering him a nearly perfect hexagonal warrior. It was evident that as long as Gu Chen remained unaddressed, Nanyuan University harbored no hope of triumph. The instructors and coaches of Nanyuan University endeavored to devise various strategies to neutralize Gu Chen. Yet all tactical rehearsals ultimately ended in failure. Consequently, Nanyuan University resolved to forfeit the contest, accepting defeat to conserve their strength for a potential third-place win. Ding! With the sound of the bell, the match officially began. Prepared to concede, Nanyuan University initiated the attack, seeking to conclude the contest swiftly. 2 warriors charged directly at Gu Chen. Ma Liang, brandishing his shield, positioned himself to confront them. Meanwhile, Gu Chen executed a swift blink, positioning himself behind the two adversaries, and launched an assault on Nangwon University's backline. Lightning 5 strike, Thunder Ring, Spherical Lightning, Chain Lightning, Thunderfall, Thunderstorm. Guchon unleashed a devastating quintuple lightning strike, while the three-range professionals from Nangwon University made no attempt to evade. All 5 skills struck true, resulting in the immediate elimination of 2, while the remaining, barely standing individual weakly exclaimed, "Ah, I am defeated. I concede." The 2 warriors who had just charged forward, witnessing the collapse of their backline, also declared, "We surrender." Beep. At that moment, the referee blew the whistle, signaling the end of the match. With 2 from Nangwon University out of the fight and 3 conceding, Moda University emerged victorious in this round, successfully advancing to the finals. As the match concluded, the venue fell into a profound silence. The spectators glanced at the clock, noting that the entire contest lasted merely 1 minute and 28 seconds. Is it over? It seems so. But was it not a tad too swift? Though I anticipated the outcome, it was not the conclusion I desired. I recognized your inability to best Moda University. Yet could you not have battled a few more rounds, putting up a struggle? After all, Nangwon University is one of the 4 prestigious institutions in Huaxia. To surrender right from the outset, do you not have any pride? Damn, wasn't it promised that Moda University would ease up? It is quite evident that Nangwon University has thrown in the towel. Damn, my bicycle is gone too. 2 hours of waiting in line, and the match lasted 2 minutes. What is this nonsense? Refund. Having triumphed over Nangwon University, Moda University now only faces the finals tomorrow. Gu Chen did not rush to depart. Instead, he awaited the commencement of the next match, eager to discover which team would be his adversary in the morrow. During the 10-minute intermission, the details of both teams were displayed on the big screen. All 5 players from Hudong University were ranked SS-level dual-class professionals, while Jingqing University boasted 4 SS-level professionals, with 1 exceptional player at SSS level. Wait, an SSS-level professional? Jingqing University actually possesses an SSS-level contender? Guchon was utterly astonished upon witnessing Jingqing University's lineup. Vice President Wang Liangpeng remarked, "Brother, the match is nearly over, and you are still unaware of the opposing lineup? You are indeed quite carefree." Cough, cough. I must admit, I have not paid much attention to the matches. Would you kindly enlighten me about this SSS-level player? Wang Liangpeng replied. This SSS-level contender is named Ning Xiaokong, the only individual in Huaxia in recent years to awaken such a formidable SSS-level talent. He is a focal point of cultivation within the nation. His abilities are equally formidable, having awakened all classes of a mage: lightning, fire, light, dark, summoning, and battle mage, among others. Thus, he is known as the all-round mage. Guchon could not help but exclaim, "Ah, an all-round mage who has awakened all mage classes? Indeed, an SSS-level talent is truly superior to an SS level 1. Wang Liangpeng continued, stating that the presence of an SSS-tier genius has rendered this year's championship virtually a foregone conclusion for Jingqing University. However, your emergence has slightly unsettled this certainty. Nevertheless, the majority still favored Jingqing University to secure victory, as reflected in the betting odds, which are also tipped in their favor. Although Gu Chen's performance has been remarkable, he has yet to fully unveil his capabilities, having barely tapped into even 1% of his potential. While Gu Chen is undeniably formidable, many believe that the SSS-tier Ning Xiaokong possesses an even greater strength, making Gu Chen far from a match for this prodigy endowed with ceiling-level talent. Gu Chen inquired, "What are the odds for Moda University against Jingqing University?" The exact odds will only be revealed after Jingqing University's match concludes. However, based on current trends, the odds will undoubtedly be no less than twofold. No less than twofold. Gu Chen smirked, saying, "Principal, prepare to reap the rewards." Chapter 136, Capital City University. SSS-level talent. As the 10-minute intermission concluded, the second match of the semifinals commenced. The lineup for Capital City University consisted of 3 warriors, 1 priest, and an SSS-level full-time mage. The strategic intent was unmistakably clear, a protective formation centered around the mage. As long as the front line could withstand the onslaught and the priest's healing continued unabated, the full-time mage would unleash a torrent of devastating spells from the rear. After all, his singular output capability could rival that of an entire opposing team. Once the match began, The three warriors from Capital City University advanced towards the team from River East University. Naturally, River East University understood that engaging in a direct confrontation with Capital City University would result in inevitable defeat. Consequently, they swiftly altered their lineup, introducing one warrior and 4 elite assassins, an audacious gamble. The strategy hinged on risk. The intention behind deploying 4 assassins was evident: to ambush Ning Xiaokong. Only by eliminating the opposing team's key player could they entertain any hope of victory. Stealthily, the 4 assassins slipped into the shadows. The 3 warriors, seeing their adversaries vanish, were not taken aback. Instead, they pressed on with their advance, employing their charge skill to assault the opposing warrior. It was clear that a 1-on-3 scenario would only lead to the warrior from River East University receiving a thorough beating, leaving him to endure the onslaught with little recourse. Although the River East warrior found himself in dire straits, this was precisely the outcome they had anticipated. They successfully drew the attention of the 3 warriors, thereby granting their 4 assassins a more favorable opportunity for a covert strike. However, Ning Xiaokong remained unfazed. With a swift motion of his staff, he summoned forth a host of creatures: goblins, dark knights, minotaurs, flower spirits, as well as elemental beings of thunder, fire, and ice. Instantly, he was surrounded by 7 or 8 summoned entities, their protective barrier far surpassing that of the 3 warriors. The 4 assassins were momentarily taken aback. While they could potentially utilize their shadow strike skill to breach Ning Xiaokong's defenses, doing so would expose them from stealth, rendering them vulnerable to the onslaught of his summoned creatures. If they failed to incapacitate him with their stun skill at the first opportunity, he would undoubtedly encase himself in an ice barrier for protection, leaving them to face the consequences of their actions. What to do next? After a brief but strategic exchange in the shadows, they reached a consensus. 2 of them would deliberately reveal their presence to draw the fire of the summoned creatures, coaxing Ning Xiaokong into activating his ice barrier. The duration of this barrier provided 3 seconds of invulnerability, a time frame insufficient for the summoned creatures to vanquish 2 skilled assassins. Once the ice barrier dissipated, the 2 assassins would then use their stun skill on Ning Xiaokong, incapacitating him, while the other 2 assassins would employ their shadow strike skill to close in on him. Together, the 4 assassins could undoubtedly overwhelm him in an instant. With their strategy firmly established, the 2 assassins sprang into action. Suddenly, they emerged from the shadows behind Ning Xiaokong, leaping into action to launch a surprise attack. Turning around, Ning Xiaokong found 2 daggers poised to strike at his throat. In a swift response, he activated the frost barrier skill to shield himself. The sound of the daggers clashing against the solid ice resonated like a clear chime, yet Ning Xiaokong remained unscathed. The 2 assassins descended from the air, landing within the circle of summoned beings, which immediately unleashed a frenzied assault upon them. In haste, the duo activated their Cloak of Shadows skill to enhance their evasion. However, having only recently undergone their second-class transition, their agility was not particularly high. Even with the Cloak of Shadows, their evasion rate lingered around a mere 15. Most attacks were unavoidable, leaving them to endure the onslaught. Their health points dwindled rapidly: 1300, 1400, 1438, miss, 1290. Amidst the chaos, a distinct cracking sound echoed as the frost barrier's duration came to an end, just as they prepared to execute a stun skill on Ning Xiaokong. A flash of golden light illuminated the arena. Ning Xiaokong had vanished. Teleporting outside the protective circle of his summoned creatures, he unleashed an instant skill, Ice Ring. The 2 assassins, still cloaked in stealth, suffered the effects of the Ice Ring, revealing their positions. Seizing the opportunity, Ning Xiaokong launched a relentless barrage of attacks: Thunder Ring, Chain Lightning, Shadow Orb, Storm Bolt, Beam Arrow, Rockfall. Each spell was executed with fluidity, a seamless display of mastery from a mage. The 2 assassins, already hindered by the Ice Ring's slowing effect, had no chance to escape and were swiftly eliminated. Ning Xiaokong then turned his gaze towards the 2 assassins ensnared by his summons, raising his hand once more to cast a devastating area attack. Inferno. With a thunderous explosion, pillars of fire erupted into the sky, engulfing both his summoned creatures and the 2 assassins. Witnessing the towering inferno, the coach from Hudong University realized the inevitable defeat and signaled to the referee to concede. The referee promptly blew the whistle to declare the end of the match. Hedong University surrenders. Please cease your abilities. With a wave of his hand, Ning Xiaokong extinguished the inferno. The two assassins, now charred and barely clinging to life, were left with but a breath. The referee again blew the whistle to announce, Hedong University concedes. Congratulations to Jingqing University for advancing to the finals. Thunderous applause erupted throughout the arena. Bravo! Bravo! Truly worthy of being a full-time mage. The seamless transition between various mage skills truly exemplifies the prowess of 1 against 4, rendering them nearly invincible. Beyond possessing formidable talents, Ning Xiaokong's awareness is exceptionally remarkable. The future undoubtedly heralds them as the premier force of China, ranking number 1 in combat prowess. It is exhilarating, simply mesmerizing. Yet, the duration feels rather brief. The match lasted a mere 4.5 minutes. We were left wanting for more. Not just wanting for more. The competition commenced at 8:30, and by 9 o'clock, it had concluded. What a futile experience for me. Alas, the disparity in strength between the two sides was simply too vast. When did geniuses with double S-level talents become so easily vanquished, reduced to mere targets? What face do we, the A and B-level professionals, have to call ourselves practitioners? Ah, what a futile existence. Chapter 137, The Bet. As the team from Jingqing University descended from the arena, they passed by the squad from Moda University. Ning Xiaokong suddenly halted in front of Guchon. Smiling as he said, I eagerly anticipate our match tomorrow. Gu Chen discerned no malice in his expression. Rather, he perceived a fervent desire for a worthy contest. Thus, he responded with a smile, I too look forward to our duel. Without uttering another word, Ning Xiaokong chuckled and brushed past Gu Chen. This moment was impeccably captured by the cameras, instantly igniting fervent discussions among the spectators. Is Ning Xiaokong challenging Gu Chen to a duel? I cannot wait for tomorrow's grand finale. Indeed, the SSS-level prodigy against the world's sole unclassed individual. What a sensational matchup. Look, the odds for Jingqing University and Moda University have been released. Jingqing University's predicted victory rate is significantly higher than Moda University's, by a staggering threefold. This is the truth. How could an unclassed individual possibly contend with the prodigious talent of SSS rank? It's a no-brainer to bet on Jingqing University's triumph. Exactly. Let us unconditionally support Jingqing University. In the VIP section, the war general inquired with interest, Mr. Ma, which team do you believe will emerge victorious in the finals? Mr. Ma, having profited handsomely from betting on Gu Chen's victories over the past few days, was in splendid spirits. Naturally, I shall continue to support my disciple's victory. I am wagering too. 8 billion on my disciple's success. Oh, you are so confident? The opponent is an SSS-level talent, and you witnessed his formidable strength in the earlier battle. Do you truly believe your disciple can match him? Mr. Ma was acutely aware of Gu Chen's capabilities. Against even an SSS-level genius, once that terrifying thunderous forbidden spell was unleashed, all present would be rendered insignificant. Defeating a level 45 SSS-level prodigy would be a trivial task. With a smile, Mr. Ma remarked, if you all trust my judgment, why not join me in wagering a few billion? What if we win? The mayor and principal of Jingqing naturally wished to support their home team. Thus, they declined, stating, Mr. Ma, you support your disciple, and we, of course, must support our students. We shall wager on Jingqing University's victory. Gu Tianming added, I still believe Jingqing University has a better chance. Please don't be upset, Mr. Ma. The president of the War God Hall also placed a wager of 1 billion on Jingqing University's win. That is fine, that is fine. After all, it's not my money at stake. After a moment of contemplation, Marshal Zhonghua said, since Brother Gu has bet on Jingqing University, I shall risk my life to accompany the nobleman and wager 1 billion on Moda University's victory. May this unclassed individual surprise me. Mr. Ma chuckled. Marshal Zhonghua, what a noble companion you are. Should my disciple emerge victorious, you must procure some fine equipment for him. Haha, no problem. I assure you, my dear disciple, that you shall be completely satisfied. After the morning competition, Guchon approached by Ningning and said, My dear treasure, may we discuss a matter? Upon observing Gu Chen's mischievous demeanor, Bai Ningning sensed he was up to no good. What is it? She inquired. Could you lend me a bit more money? Bai Ningning furrowed her brow and replied with mild annoyance. What do you need money for again? You seem like an insatiable abyss that can never be filled. Although she grumbled, Bai Ningning still asked, how much do you wish to borrow this time? Not much, just lend me your remaining 3 billion. What? All of it? Absolutely not. I've told you that this is my dowry, my final bastion. I can't give it all to you. If I hand it over completely, and you turn around to pursue another woman, wouldn't I be left with nothing? I can only lend you an additional 1 billion. The remaining 2 billion is non-negotiable. Whoever marries me shall receive it. 1 billion, tripled, would only yield a mere 2 billion in profit. That is far too little. Not nearly enough. Gu Chen insisted, this time, the borrowing will not be in vain. I promise to repay all the previous loans and make a substantial profit. Bai Ningning blinked her large eyes and asked, what do you intend to do? I'm betting on my own victory. Although Bai Ningning was unfamiliar with the rules of betting, she had observed people placing wagers around her in recent days. Some had truly achieved overnight wealth. Yet many more had incurred losses. Are you certain you can win? You are well aware of my abilities, are you not? Defeating a mere level 45. 3S, rated professional is a trivial matter. I have no doubt. Bai Ningning pondered this and conceded. With Gu Chen's prowess, he could easily vanquish even those over level 80. Let alone a level 45 professional. You must win tomorrow. Rest assured, if I cannot win, I shall sell myself to repay you. What a fanciful notion. Selling yourself would merely benefit you. You big lecher. You must not sell yourself. If you cannot win, you shall suffer eternal punishment. Ahem. Isn't that a bit too harsh? If I do not impose some severity, I fear you may slack off and lose the match. For the sake of preserving my precious treasure, I must win tomorrow. The afternoon's competition was a revival match, and Gu Chen had no intention of watching. Thus, he successfully extracted 3 billion from Bai Ningning and wagered it all on the victory of the Magic Capital University. Subsequently, he and Bai Ningning engaged in leveling up in the Naga's secret realm. By the evening, the revival match concluded with Qingbei University securing a decisive victory, successfully maintaining their 5th place standing and earning the last qualification for the World Elite University Championship. Gu Chen and Bai Ningning continued their endeavors until 10 p.m. before returning to the hotel to rest. The following day, the campus championship reached its final day, culminating in the highly anticipated grand finale. However, prior to the finals, a match was held to determine the 3rd and 4th place between Nangguan University and Hedong University. This year, Hedong University has emerged as an unexpected dark horse in the competition, having never previously secured a position within the top 5 in past tournaments. Their achievement of reaching the top 4 this year is already a remarkable feat. Meanwhile, Nangguan University, one of the 4 prestigious universities in Huaxia, is determined not to concede defeat to Hedong University and is fully committed to winning this contest. The differing mindsets of the two teams directly influenced the outcome of the match. As the competition commenced, Nangguan University displayed a formidable offensive intent. Although Hedong University fought valiantly, it was evident to discerning observers that their students were not approaching the battle with a mindset of assured victory. Rather, they engaged with a spirit of learning and skill refinement. After a fierce engagement lasting several minutes, Hedong University's formation was ultimately shattered, leading to their defeat. Nangguan University secured 3rd place, while Hedong University claimed 4th. Meanwhile, the highly anticipated Qingbei University finished in 5th place. At this juncture, only the final match for the championship remains. Chapter 138, The Grand Finals. The momentous finals have officially commenced. The host passionately narrates, after several rounds of intense competition, we have finally arrived at the most exhilarating showdown of the finals. Let us welcome the two teams to the stage. The competitors ascend the arena, with the red team representing Capital University, home to an SSS-level genius, while the blue team hails from Magic City University, boasting the world's only unclassed individual, who will ultimately claim the championship title. Without further ado, the match begins. As the host exits the stage, a bell chimes, signaling the start of the contest. However, both teams refrain from immediate aggression, opting instead to assess each other's movements. All players are acutely aware that both Gu Chen and Ning Xiaokong possess the capability to eliminate any other team member in an instant. They are the pivotal figures determining the course of the match. Their inaction renders the rest of the team hesitant to engage. Thus, the two teams remain locked in a stalemate for approximately 10 seconds. Ning Xiaokong suddenly steps forward and proposes, "Guchon, Since we have reached the final round, and we are the absolute cores of our respective teams, why don't we allow the others to withdraw and settle this with a one-on-one duel? The victor shall determine the ultimate champion. What do you say? Guchon steps forward as well, responding, "Ah, that is a splendid suggestion. I am in." With a wave of his hand, Ning Xiaokong signals the 4 members of Capital University to vacate the arena, voluntarily conceding the match. Lu Bo-shi, somewhat apprehensive, inquires, "Brother Chun, should we step down too?" "Yes, go ahead. Be careful on your own." "Understood." Lu Bo-shi and the others promptly leap off the stage. The host, astonished, exclaims, "What is happening here? What is going on?" The remaining teammates from both sides have voluntarily forfeited. Now, only Gu Chen and Ning Xiaokong remain on the stage. Are they truly going to engage in a duel? My goodness, this is incredibly thrilling. They are resorting to a one-on-one contest to decide the ultimate champion. This is a pinnacle clash between the unclassed individual and the SSS-level prodigy. Who will prevail? Let us await the outcome. Observing that the other competitors from Magic City University have also withdrawn, Ning Xiaokong reveals a satisfied smile. Then, bring it on. Guchon responds with a smile. Come on. All right, I shall strike first. Explosive flame technique. Ning Xiaokong initiates the attack, conjuring an explosive fire spell aimed at Guchon. Prism. Guchon counters with the prism skill, a technique of the Light Master, reflecting the explosive flame back at Ning Xiaokong. Prism. As a full-time mage, Ning Xiaokong is well-versed in the prism skill as well. He retaliates with the same technique, sending the explosive flame back to Guchon. Explosive flame technique. Boom. The collision of their identical spells unleashes a tremendous force. Ning Xiaokong does not relent, launching 5 more targeted spells at Guchon. Fireball, Ice Arrow, Lightning Sphere, Magic Missile, and Void Sphere. Guchon countered with the same sequence of skills as Ning Xiaokong. Fireball, Ice Arrow, Thunderlight Orb, Magic Missile, Void Sphere. The collision of identical skills should have resulted in mutual cancellation. However, each of Guchen's spells seemed to inflict greater damage than those of Ning Xiaokong. After their skills clashed, Guchen's abilities consistently left a residual effect, weakening Ning Xiaokong's subsequent spell. In the end, a complete Void Sphere hurtled towards Ning Xiaokong. Sidestep. Ning Xiaokong deftly dodged the Void Sphere. His heart was filled with astonishment. How could Guchon, at merely level 41, possess skills that dealt more damage than his own? This was inconceivable. My intelligence is maxed out. It is impossible for anyone at the same level to surpass my damage output. Moreover, Guchen's level is lower than mine. Could it be his skill levels are higher? Yet that too seemed implausible. How could one possibly learn skills beyond their own level? This defies the laws of science. Perhaps the unclassed have some other hidden talents? Despite the turmoil within, Ning Xiaokong maintained a facade of calmness and remarked approvingly, "Well done. I didn't expect you to wield such an array of mage skills. But this is just the beginning. Now it is my turn to attack. Inferno, Blizzard, Fire Rain, Sandstorm, Great Vortex." Guchon unleashed 5 area of effect skills, not directing them all towards a single point, but rather dispersing them to cover the entire battlefield. Let us see how you evade this. Humph, a waste of skills. With a flash, Ning Xiaokong teleported to Guchen's side, evading the area attacks, and then produced a staff to strike at Guchon. Crimson Flame Strike. Ning Xiaokong engaged in close combat using the skills of a battle mage. Guchon swiftly drew a shield and a long sword to block Ning Xiaokong's assault. The staff collided with the shield, sending forth dazzling sparks. Ning Xiaokong continued his barrage, whirling staff. Radiant Strike, Luminous Burst, Meteoric Shadow Strike, Block, Sidestep, Retreat, Aerial Leap. Guchon adeptly employed various evasion techniques to counter Ning Xiaokong's ferocious onslaught. Ning Xiaokong was once again taken aback. He had exerted all his strength in this assault, expecting to eliminate Guchon with this combination of battle mage skills, yet Guchon had effortlessly evaded them. This left Ning Xiaokong hesitant to attack recklessly again. Should he continue blindly, most of his skills would enter cooldown, leaving him in a passive position. He halted, pondering his strategy while awaiting his skill cooldowns. Guchon also noticed the pause in Ning Xiaokong's aggression. "Oh, why have you stopped? If you want to attack, then I shall." Stealth. Guchon seamlessly entered a state of stealth. Ning Xiaokong was once again taken aback. How could he possess the assassin's stealth skill? The pressure instantly shifted to Ning Xiaokong. who was acutely aware of Gu Chen's explosive power. Should he be caught in close quarters, it was certain that a single combination of skills could spell his demise, and he dared not take that risk. In light of this, I shall employ the very strategy you just demonstrated. Blazing Inferno, Blizzard, Fire Rain Technique, Whirling Sands, Great Vortex Technique, and then a Thunder Ring. Ning Xiaokong swiftly chanted 5 area of effect spells, instantly blanketing the battlefield with his skills, and subsequently cast a Thunder Ring centered around himself, achieving a complete 100 damage coverage. The assassin's stealth could be broken by a single instance of damage, and Gu Chen had nowhere to evade this time. However, after unleashing the 6 skills, Ning Xiaokong found no trace of Gu Chen in the arena. He felt a twinge of confusion. Could it be that I have eliminated him in one fell swoop? Even if I had, his body should still materialize. Why is there none? Could it be that he voluntarily jumped out of bounds? Indeed, that is a distinct possibility. Ning Xiaokong turned to the referee and said, "Referee, I suspect Gu Chen has exited the arena. Please declare the results of the match." Gu Chen possessed the level 80 Shadow Assassin's skill of invisibility, which allowed him to remain in stealth even when attacked by an enemy. Just then, Ning Xiaokong suddenly sensed something approaching from behind, followed by a resounding Invincible, 1,000 Years Kill. 1,000 Years Kill inflicts 300 damage, accompanied by persistent pain and a substantial knockback effect. Ning Xiaokong felt a sharp pain surge through him, followed by an explosive leap as he propelled himself upward. Gu Chen gazed skyward, exclaiming, "Wow, this knockback effect is truly remarkable. Let us elevate it even further." Rising Dragon Fist. Gu Chen delivered a Rising Dragon Fist to Ning Xiaokong's abdomen, launching him to new heights. For the final move, the empty Twister Hammer to conclude the battle, Gu Chen clamped his knees around Ning Xiaokong's head and forcefully drove it into the ground. Ice Barrier. Ning Xiaokong, a true 3S level prodigy, quickly regained a modicum of awareness and promptly activated the Ice Barrier skill to shield himself. The Ice Barrier, being an instantaneous skill, coalesced with remarkable speed, swiftly encasing Gu Chen's legs in solid ice. Gu Chen's heart sank. This was dire. With his legs imprisoned in ice, Gu Chen found all his displacement skills rendered useless, and he could only plummet earthward along with the massive ice chunk. Boom! A thunderous crash resounded as the large ice block slammed into the ground, leaving the ice barrier unscathed and Ning Xiaokong within it equally unharmed. Yet, Gu Chen spat out a mouthful of blood from the tremendous impact. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, a wicked smile crept onto his face. It had been a long time since he had been wounded. This is quite intriguing. The ice barrier shattered, and with the conclusion of a fleeting 3 seconds of invincibility, Ning Xiaokong and Gu Chen emerged from the confines of the barrier. Upon his exit, Ning Xiaokong immediately unleashed a flurry of instantaneous spells aimed at Gu Chen. Ice Ring, Fire Rejection Ring, Lightning Strike, Chain Lightning, Blink, Magic Shield, and Charge. Yet, Gu Chen did not flinch. He activated his Magic Shield and charged towards Ning Xiaokong. A fully leveled Magic Shield consumes its own mana to absorb 80 of magical damage, while also diminishing certain control effects, functioning effectively as a trade of mana for vitality. However, endowed with boundless magical energy, Gu Chen remained unconcerned about depleting his reserves. The barrage of spells striking him felt utterly inconsequential. Ning Xiaokong recognized that even if Gu Chen were to exhaust his mana, he could resort to physical combat techniques typical of warriors and martial artists to strike back, while all of his own mobility skills lay in cooldown. Thus, he relinquished the notion of retreat and resolved to confront Gu Chen in a fight to the finish. Once more, he brandished the staff of a battle mage, exclaiming, "Come forth, Gu Chen. Let us engage in a duel to the death. For you, this is a battle to the bitter end. For me, merely a contest of moderate intensity." In an instant, Gu Chen's figure vanished, only to reappear before Ning Xiaokong the very next moment, with an array of mobility skills at his disposal. Even the battle mage form of Ning Xiaokong could not respond in time. Let it end. Crushing Fist, Inch Fist, Thunder Fist, Lightning Whip Quintuple, with a final flourish. Aura, aura, aura. Gu Chen unleashed a devastating combination of punches upon Ning Xiaokong, rendering him utterly defenseless. Ultimately, the SSS-rated talent, a prodigious genius, collapsed heavily onto the arena floor. Chapter 139. The award ceremony. After delivering a series of devastating blows, Gu Chen watched as Ning Xiaokong collapsed heavily onto the arena, losing consciousness. Initially, the crowd fell into a stunned silence, which was soon shattered by an eruption of exuberant cheers. Incredible! Ning Xiaokong has actually lost. The SSS-ranked prodigy has been defeated by a mere commoner. And most importantly, my wager has been lost. What a spectacle! Truly remarkable. From the moment they clashed, the skills and spells unleashed by both combatants never faltered. This was indeed a battle of supreme talent. Unbelievable. It is astonishing that an SSS-ranked elite has succumbed to a commoner. Does this imply that the talent of the commoner surpasses that of the SSS rank? It is evident that the commoner is indeed the stronger one. Gu Chen not only refrained from chanting spells, but also escaped the constraints of conventional classes. In his duel with Ning Xiaokong, Guchon wielded skills from at least 10 different professions, embodying the very essence of a versatile warrior. Fearsome. The commoner is truly terrifying. If Guchon continues to grow and masters several awakened skills, the activation of 5 or 6 such skills in an instant would unleash a cataclysmic 5-hit combo. The thought alone is chilling. Fortunately, this extraordinary commoner was born in our Huaxia. Had he emerged in another nation, he would undoubtedly be an insurmountable foe. Our Huaxia has gained yet another formidable force. Brother Chun, I must apologize. Please forgive my previous disparagement of commoners as worthless. It is I who am the true fool. In the VIP section, aside from Ma Bo Yun, the other 4 dignitaries stood in shock. Zhang Guo muttered in disbelief. Did Gu Chen truly defeat Ning Xiaokong? The commoner has vanquished the SSS-ranked genius? Unbelievable. Absolutely unbelievable. Ma Bo Yun remarked. Marshal, do not forget the rewards you promised. Rest assured, I shall definitely bestow upon your disciple several exquisite pieces of equipment, replied Gu Tianming. Extraordinary. I never imagined Gu Chen had mastered so many skills, defeating Ning Xiaokong with a display of overwhelming superiority. It is simply astonishing. Ma Bo Yun continued. I apologize, President Gu, for rendering your 1 billion wager worthless. Such words are unnecessary. We have produced yet another genius youth in our Huaxia. This is a matter of great honor. I am elated beyond measure. A mere billion is inconsequential. The mayor of the capital city exclaimed. We have birthed another remarkable figure in our Huaxia. Congratulations. Truly, congratulations. The president of Capital City University added. We concede our defeat wholeheartedly. Mr. Ma, you have indeed acquired an exceptional disciple. Ma Boyan smiled and said, Acknowledged, acknowledged. As Ning Xiaokong fell, the referee promptly announced the results of the match. Beep. Ning Xiaokong, exhausted and defeated, has led the Capital City University to total elimination. The victors are the Magic City University. The venue erupted with enthusiastic applause. Bai Ningming joyfully leaped into the air, exclaiming, Wonderful! Gu Chen has triumphed. At last, I shall see the return on my investment. At this moment, the host announced, Congratulations to Modu University for defeating Capital University and claiming the championship title of this year's campus championship. What a splendid match it has been. Now, I kindly request both teams to take a moment to rest, as we will commence the award ceremony in 10 minutes. The medical team rushed onto the stage to attend to Ning Xiaokong, for he is a precious gem of Huaxia, and we must ensure his well-being without fail. Fortunately, Gu Chen utilized skills of level 45 and below, and Ning Xiaokong's injuries were not severe. After professional treatment, his wounds had nearly healed, and his consciousness quickly returned. He stood up and approached Gu Chen, saying, Congratulations on your victory. You are truly formidable. You are impressive as well, but when compared to me, you still fall a tad short, Ning Xiaokong declared with unwavering determination. I will surpass you, he asserted. Gu Chen responded with a faint smile, then do your best. Even if your talent is exceptional and your skills are remarkable, you cannot best someone like me who has the advantage. Ning Xiaokong felt no sense of defeat. Instead, his gaze shimmered with newfound light. Perhaps it was due to his overwhelming talent that he had long been devoid of worthy opponents, leading him to feel a sense of tedium and solitude. However, upon witnessing Gu Chen's performance on the arena, he sensed he had finally found a rival who could match him, which prompted him to propose a one-on-one challenge during the finals. After his loss, rather than harboring resentment towards Gu Chen for shattering his unbeaten record and seizing the championship, he regarded Gu Chen as a target to surpass. Perhaps this embodies the spirit of seeking defeat in solitude. As the 10-minute intermission concluded, the host invited the top 5 teams of the campus championship back onto the stage, along with the 5 esteemed VIP guests who were also called to the arena to commence the award ceremony. Now, I would like to invite the newly emerged second-tier expert of Huaxia, President Ma Buiyun of the Qianlong Guild, to present the award to the 5th-place team, Tsinghua University. Their rewards include a cash prize of 100 million yuan, each member receiving a legendary quality weapon or equipment of level 4550, and the option to choose a skill book of level 50 or below. President Ma Buiyun handed the trophy and certificate to the captain of Tsinghua University, encouraging them to strive for further success. The team accepted the trophy, their faces betraying no signs of joy, clearly dissatisfied with their outcome, merely offering a curt, "Thank you." Next, the mayor of the capital will present the award to Hedong University for securing 4th place. Their rewards consist of a cash prize of 200 million yuan, each member receiving 2 pieces of legendary quality weaponry or equipment of level 4550, along with the option to select a skill book of level 50 or below. Now, we invite the president of Capital University to present the award to his own team for achieving 2nd place, with the presence of a 3S level professional. Capital University's victory was a foregone conclusion. Thus, the president also attended this event as a special guest. Initially, he aspired to secure 1st place at Guchon University, relishing the glory that would accompany such an achievement. However, he was unexpectedly bested by the team from Modi University, reluctantly accepting the 2nd-place finish. Now, let us welcome the Grand Marshal of the Warring States to present the awards to the champion team from Modi University. Their accolades include a substantial prize of 500 million yuan, each member receiving 5 pieces of legendary-grade equipment or weapons of level 4550, along with the freedom to select 5 skill books of level 50 or below. The Grand Marshal stepped forward, holding the trophy and certificate, which he presented to Gu Chen. "Well done, young man. Your future is exceedingly promising." Guchon humbly accepted the trophy, replying, "Thank you for your kind words, Marshal. Do not rush off after the ceremony. I have an additional reward for you." "Oh, an additional reward? Is the Grand Marshal attempting to cultivate my allegiance?" Chapter 140. The Rewards of the Warring States. Not yet distributed? After the conclusion of the award ceremony, the audience gradually exited the venue. The competitors took their leave via chartered buses, either heading to celebratory feasts or returning directly to their institutions. As for the prizes and equipment, they would be received within 3 days after selection. The team from Magic City University lingered, awaiting the additional rewards from the warlord for Guchon, eager to discern what honors the warlord might bestow upon him. Before long, after exchanging pleasantries with Ma Buiyun and others, the warlord approached Guchon. Guchon greeted him courteously, "Marshal, master." The warlord replied, "No need for formalities. I had a wager with your master. If you emerged victorious in this competition, I would grant you several exquisite pieces of equipment. I never anticipated you would indeed claim the championship. You have truly impressed me." Guchon jested, "If you bestow upon me several exquisite pieces of equipment, would that not be a loss for you, Marshal?" Ma Buiyun chuckled. "Ah, it is impossible for the Marshal to incur a loss." Upon your master's suggestion, the Marshal also wagered 10 billion on you, and upon the conclusion of the contest, he profited an additional 20 billion. So, rest assured and graciously accept it. "Then I shall not be modest in receiving it," Guchon replied. Subsequently, the warlord produced a colossal sea trident from his spatial backpack. Colossal Octopus Sea Trident, LV, 45. Legendary quality, giant weapon, exclusive for dragon slayers, attack power 1500, constitution 100. All attacks inflict 30 splash damage to surrounding foes. This weapon was an unexpected find during my exploration of the Naga's lair, where I stumbled upon a treasure map. Following its clues, I vanquished a hidden boss, the deep-sea giant octopus, to obtain this legendary weapon. The octopus was ferociously formidable, with exceptional regenerative capabilities. My team and I risked our lives and expended considerable effort to slay it. Though this weapon is only level 45, its 30 splash damage ensures that each attack delivers a powerful area effect, making it exceedingly potent. Even now, I occasionally wield it while battling lesser foes. I bestow this legendary weapon upon you. At level 41, you should soon be able to make use of it." The onlookers gazed in envy. The colossal octopus Sea Trident, a 30 splash damage. Its effectiveness rivals that of the level 80 legendary weapon, the Hydra Battle Axe. This is truly a marvel. I have never even heard of such legendary weapons dropped by hidden bosses. Even if given the chance to choose any legendary weapon, I would be unaware of this one's existence. Now you are aware. Hurry and apply. What good does knowing do? The treasury must have the resources as well. The warlord has almost unrestricted access to the national treasury's resources. If he hesitates to part with this weapon, one can only imagine how others would feel. Even if others were to acquire this weapon, they would never easily part with it. It would undoubtedly be passed down to their family for use. Indeed, although they are all esteemed legendary weapons, there exist significant disparities among them. Hidden bosses are rare and elusive, and the legendary weapons they drop are far superior to those dropped by ordinary bosses. This time, General Zhangguo has indeed made a painful sacrifice. To bestow upon Gu Chen a legendary weapon dropped by a hidden boss is certainly a considerable investment on the general's part. When Gu Chen beheld the weapon presented by Zhangguo, there was no trace of surprise in his eyes, only a profound disappointment. I apologized, General, but I already possess this weapon. With that, Gu Chen retrieved an identical octopus trident from his spatial backpack. Zhangguo was momentarily taken aback upon seeing the matching octopus trident in Gu Chen's hands. You already have it? Where did you acquire such a weapon? I had a similar experience as yours. By chance, I discovered a treasure map, which led me to a sunken ship where I encountered a colossal octopus boss. After defeating it, I obtained this weapon. At that moment, Zhangguo's expression was marked by palpable embarrassment. How awkward. I had just extolled this weapon, calling it a rare treasure and a perilous endeavor to obtain, only for you to casually produce an identical one. If only you had revealed it earlier. I would not have boasted so. Clearing his throat, Zhangguo replied, Indeed, indeed. You share the same fortune as I. You are truly exceptional. Since you already possess the octopus trident, I shall present you with another weapon. He stowed the trident and retrieved a long sword emanating with flames and lightning. Thunderfire Sword, Legendary Quality, LV, 45 Applicable Classes, Mage, Warrior. Attack Power, 1000 Spell Damage, 1000. Normal attacks and skills add 500 points of fire and lightning damage. Zhangguo proclaimed with pride, This sword is named the Thunderfire Sword, as its name suggests. It possesses dual elemental damage. All attacks will inflict both types of elemental damage, providing a significant enhancement in power for both warriors and mages. It is universally acknowledged as the strongest weapon for level 45. This sword was meticulously forged by the legendary master craftsman, Master Guchon. He crafts a maximum of 3 of the same weapon, meaning only 3 exist in the entire world. Furthermore, Master Guchon only sells to exceptionally skilled individuals with whom he shares a fateful connection. Without such fortune, even the greatest wealth cannot procure this weapon. This sword was a gift from Master Guchon to me, and now it is time for me to pass it on to you, a deserving and talented individual. Take the sword, Guchon. Zhangguo smugly thought. Surely, you do not possess one of the world's only 3 legendary weapons. This little brat still allows me to boast. At that moment, not only was Gu Chen feeling awkward, but his companions were equally uncomfortable. Gu Chen coughed lightly and said, Marshal, I too possess this weapon. With that, he revealed a magnificent sword that radiated with the powers of fire and lightning. The warring states stared in disbelief at Gu Chen's Thunderfire Sword. What? You have one as well? Where did you acquire it? Naturally, Guchon could not disclose that the sword had been obtained through nefarious means. This was gifted to me by a friend on their deathbed. It seems that more than one esteemed individual regards you as a person of destiny. Since you possess this weapon as well, I shall select another weapon for you. What would be suitable for you? For a moment, Warring States found himself at a loss for a fitting weapon to present to Guchon. Observing the marshal's indecision, Guchon spoke up, Marshal, since I already wield the 45-level supreme weapon, the Thunderfire Sword, I currently have no pressing need for additional weapons. Perhaps you could bestow upon me a few high-tier skill books above level 45 instead? You wish to exchange for high-tier skill books? Any profession will suffice. As the saying goes, skills never weigh one down. A weapon may serve its purpose for a time, but mastering skills provides lifelong benefits. Hence I am more inclined to learn several skills. Warring States readily agreed. Very well. However, I do not have any skill books on hand at the moment. I will select a few practical high-tier skill books from the treasury to gift you later. Thank you very much, Marshal. Suddenly, warring states shifted the conversation. By the way, do you have any desire to join my ranks? That way, you would have access to inexhaustible resources. You could take any skills you wish from the treasury. Would you consider it? To directly join the ranks of martial warring states would be a tremendous honor. Others would undoubtedly agree without hesitation. To hesitate for even a moment would be an affront to the marshal. Yet, Gu Chen politely declined. I apologize, Marshal, but I am accustomed to a more carefree existence and have no intention of joining the military. This is no ordinary military. It is comprised of warriors directly under my command. Gu Chen remained courteous in his refusal, stating that if the nation were in peril or if the marshal required assistance, he would certainly rush to provide support. However, I have my own plans, so I am truly sorry, Marshal. The marshal nodded, unperturbed. Very well. Since you have your own plans, I will not press you further. Continue to strive, young man. I have great faith in you. Farewell. Warring States waved his hand and made his way towards the exit. Gu Chen called out, Safe travels, Marshal. Others also respectfully echoed, Safe travels, Marshal. Chapter 141. A glimpse into the beastfolk world. After the departure of the Warring States, the team from Magic City University embarked on their journey back home. At 6 o'clock in the evening, they successfully arrived at Magic City. They then proceeded directly to the pre-arranged hotel for a celebratory banquet. Vice President Wang Liangpeng raised his glass and proclaimed, Ahem, allow me to say a few words. Congratulations to us for winning the campus championship. Cheers. Everyone lifted their glasses in jubilant celebration. This marked the first time Magic City University had secured victory in the campus championship, and the credit for this achievement was largely attributed to one individual. All eyes turned towards Guchon. Come now, classmates. Let us express our gratitude to Guchon for bringing us this championship. Let us toast to him. Cheers to Brother Guchon. Cheers to Brother Guchon. Guchon raised his glass in return, saying, You all are too kind. This victory is the result of our collective effort. Here's to our triumph as champions. Cheers. The crowd drank deeply from their cups and soon began to indulge in the feast. As they ate, the vice president spoke of their future plans. Although we have claimed the championship of the Huaxia campus, we must not relax our efforts. Our next task is to prepare for the World Campus Summit Championship with all our might. Lu Bashi chimed in, Rest assured, Principal, with Brother Chen here, victory shall undoubtedly remain ours. We must not be complacent. Negligence could lead to our downfall. Tomorrow, we shall watch the matches of the teams from other countries and strategize our approach. Understood. At this moment, Gu Chen inquired, Principal, has any Huaxiao team ever won the World Campus Championship? With a hint of shame, the principal replied, Regrettably, no Huaxia team has ever secured an international championship. Our best achievement has been a third-place finish. What rewards accompany a victory in the World Championship? The rewards are indeed magnificent. The champion team will not only receive a monetary prize of $1 billion, but also legendary weapons, equipment, and skill books ranging from level 50 to 60. Along with permanent access to global secret realms. The prospect of $1 billion, along with the choice of legendary weapons and skill books, stirred excitement within Gu Chen. Does the selection of skill books include those for level 60 awakening skills? Indeed, but that is not all. Every year, the organizers prepare a special reward for the champions. What kind of special reward? Last year, the special reward for the champions was a flying mount, the two-headed wyvern. Although this year's reward has yet to be announced, whispers suggest it may be an enchanting stone. An enchanting stone? Precisely. An enchanting stone is a rare gem that allows weapons or armor to gain additional attack or defense effects, serving as a straightforward means to enhance combat power. Your Thunderfire sword, for instance, is said to be crafted using both fire and lightning attribute enchanting stones. Given the formidable power of this enchanted stone, we must seize the championship of the World Campus Championship. Wang Liangpeng raised his glass and proclaimed, The World Campus Championship will commence in 2 weeks. Let us strive wholeheartedly to make history and reclaim another title. Onward, onward, onward. After the celebration feast, Wang Liangpeng presented Guchon with the promised prize money and skill books, a total of 500 million in rewards along with 25 skill books. Guchon accepted them graciously. Principal, if I lead the team to victory in the international competition, how shall the rewards be distributed? All yours, all yours. China has yet to secure a championship in the World Campus Championship. As long as you can fill this void with a victory, all the rewards shall be yours. Then it is settled. Observing Gu Chen's eagerness for the international prizes, Wang Liangpeng recognized an opportunity to make history. The following day, Gu Chen received skill books sent by the warring states. There were 5 skill books at level 50 and 5 at level 55, each containing core skills for various professions. The total value of these 10 skill books easily surpassed 500 million. The warring states were indeed generous. Learning them all. Ding. Earth Shatter Slash upgraded to level 4. Ding. Dragon's Windbreaker upgraded to level 3. Ding. Fiery Inferno upgraded to level 5. Upon mastering all the skill books, Gu Chen's strength was further enhanced. Gu Chen and Bai Ningning opted out of team training, choosing instead to level up independently in the secret realms. With just 14 days remaining until the World Campus Championship, he aimed to elevate his level to 45 and ideally raise Bai Ningning's level to 45 as well, ensuring she could make an appearance in the competition. Let us go, darling. Time to level up. The two re-entered the Tauren's secret realm. After 3 consecutive days of grinding, Bai Ningning reached level 40, while Gu Chen advanced to level 42. Their joint elevation to level 40 meant they could challenge the 45 to 50 level secret realms. Returning to the hotel, they intended to rest well for the next day's exploration of fresh secret realms. Upon arrival, Gu Chen discovered that the 5 legendary quality pieces of equipment he and Bai Ningning had chosen for the campus championship had already been delivered. Gu Chen selected a legendary set for a level 45 space mage, known as the Timekeeper set. The most notable feature of this set was its capacity to significantly reduce skill cooldown times, with a maximum reduction of 30. Gu Chen favored utilizing the awakened 5-hit or 6-hit combo to swiftly dispatch bosses, but as the levels of the bosses increased, so did their health and resistance. Now, more awakened skills were necessary to achieve a swift victory over a single boss. The frequent and extensive use of awakening skills may occasionally lead to situations where these skills are insufficient. At times, upon confronting a boss, the awakening skills previously employed have not yet cooled down, necessitating a wait or the reliance on standard skills to defeat the boss, resulting in a considerable waste of time. However, with the acquisition of the Time Master set, the cooldown period for awakening skills is significantly reduced, thereby alleviating the scarcity of these skills. The longer the cooldown of a skill, the more substantial the reduction in time becomes. For instance, Gu Chen's Forbidden Spell typically has a cooldown of around 7 days, which is directly shortened by 2 days upon donning the Time Master set. With hundreds of skills at his disposal, opting for a set that reduces cooldown times proves far more advantageous than those merely enhancing defense, health, or adding a few additional skills. The Time Master set is unequivocally the most cost-effective choice. As for Bai Ningning's equipment, her options are quite clear. She can choose between the Aura Knight set and the Paladin set. In the past, Bai Ningning would have unhesitatingly selected the Aura Knight set, as the benefits to the team far outweighed those for individual enhancement. Yet now, with Gu Chen by her side, she hardly needs to consider the team dynamics. Her sole focus is on supporting Gu Chen. Thus, she decisively opted for the level 45 Paladin set. The following day, after a restful night, the two ventured into the 4,550 level secret realm of the Orc world. This is a land ruled by the Orc race, characterized by their strength, savagery, bloodlust, and combative nature, coupled with considerable intellect. Engaging in a contest of brute force with such formidable beings is undoubtedly unwise. Guchon was somewhat familiar with the secret realm, recalling that the last guild advancement task had involved a challenge in this very location, which was effortlessly conquered by Ma Buyun using a second awakening skill. However, through his observations, Guchon deduced that the orcs, despite their enhanced attributes, lacked any unique abilities, suggesting that this secret realm would not pose significant challenges. He boldly chose the Hell-level secret realm and entered. After a moment of disorientation, Guchon found himself in a desolate wilderness. Not far away, a patrol orc wielding a hand axe was on guard. Orc soldier, race, Orc, LV, 45, health, 45,000, attack power, 2,000, defense, 1,000, magic defense, 1,000, skills, heavy strike, tear, sweep, charge, crippling strike, maiming strike. This particular orc possessed only standard warrior skills, with attacks primarily inflicting a bleeding effect, lacking any notable uniqueness. Upon noticing Gu Chen, the orc immediately raised its axe and charged towards him. Summon Ghost Wolf, summon Giant Bear, summon Trant, summon Crow. The druid's summons were more than sufficient to deal with them. Guchon conjured forth his druidic army to engage the orc. Faced with the sudden appearance of numerous summoned creatures, the orc's soldier abruptly halted, then turned and fled in a panic. The unexpected actions of the wild creature took Gu Chen by surprise. They actually fled. These orcs indeed possess a certain level of intelligence. Gu Chen drew forth a bow and, with a taut string, released an arrow. Ice arrow. Whoosh. A sound of slicing air echoed as the arrow swiftly traversed the distance, reaching the orc's side in an instant, striking firmly into the orc's left shoulder. Thud. An arrowhead imbued with the power of frost pierced into the orc's scapula, causing the orc's soldier to nearly stumble and fall. Immediately, the icy energy spread, enveloping the orc's body in a layer of frost, reducing its movement speed by 30%. Seizing this opportunity, the phantom wolf closed in on the orc's soldier and brought him down, viciously tearing at him. Orc soldier's health, 8,000, 8,000, 8,000. Under the relentless assault of the phantom wolf, the orc soldier was swiftly torn to shreds. Orc soldier deceased, gained 4,500 experience points, acquired a hand axe. After vanquishing this orc, Gu Chen fell into deep contemplation. The notion of retreating when outmatched is indeed disconcerting. Previously, the wild creatures encountered in the secret realm would charge at invaders without regard for their own capabilities. However, these orcs are different. They actually flee when overwhelmed. This will severely impede my grinding speed. My summoned creatures lack intelligence, relying solely on my command. When faced with these sentient beings, without guidance, they could easily be led astray. Dealing with these melee orcs is manageable, but if confronted with ranged units, even with a significant level disparity, my summons may find themselves at a disadvantage, or worse, be kite to death. It appears that the challenge of this secret realm lies in the cunning of these orcs. Quite intriguing. Chapter 142, Orc Maiden? Guchon pondered for a moment and said, Ning Ning. These orcs possess a certain level of intelligence and can analyze the battlefield situation. You should remain here to assist my summoned creatures, activating the swiftness aura to enhance their mobility in pursuit of the fleeing soldiers. I will directly engage the boss. Ning Ning readily agreed. She promptly activated the swiftness aura and positioned herself amongst the summoned entities. Summon Ice Demon. Summon Soul Reaper. Guchon, still somewhat apprehensive, summoned an Ice Demon with a freezing aura and a level 60 awakened Soul Reaper to join the ranks. Only then did he employ sword control to soar deeper into the secret realm. After Guchon departed, the army of summoned beings began to advance in the direction he had taken. The orc soldiers encountered along the way, upon witnessing such a formidable force of summons, opted to retreat without a fight. With the swiftness aura in effect, the speed of the summoned creatures was significantly augmented, making it quite effortless to catch up with a fleeing orc. Furthermore, the ice demon's freezing aura slowed their movements, rendering any orc that was pursued incapable of escape. Those unfortunate orc soldiers that were caught could only engage in a desperate struggle. However, faced with the overwhelming might of the summoned horde and the substantial level disparity, the orc soldiers were utterly overmatched, swiftly being overwhelmed and dispatched. Orc soldier slain, gained 4,500 experience points. Orc soldier slain, gained 4,500 experience points. Seeing that her strategy was effective and feeling secure amidst the summoned creatures, Ning Ning, with her newfound confidence, accelerated her pace. After flying several kilometers, Guchon discovered a new type of orc. They were equipped with longbows, donned garments crafted from beast hides, and were accompanied by wild boars, leopards, or giant bears. Orc Hunter, LV, 47, Health 50,000, Attack Power 2200, Defense 1000, Magic Defense 1000, Skills, Beast Trap, Beast Net, Deadly Shot, Animal Companion, Freezing Arrow, Precision Shot, Poison Shot. Explosive Trap, Flare. The Orc Hunter specializes in ranged attacks and possesses numerous control skills. Indeed, they could prove challenging in a one-on-one confrontation. However, as their attacks are primarily single-target, they pose little threat to my army of summoned beings and are easily disregarded. Guchon chose to ignore the Orc Hunter and pressed onward. After traversing a few more kilometers, he encountered yet another new orc class. These orcs bore fierce expressions, clad in heavy armor, and rode upon formidable azure wolves. Orc Wolf Rider, LV, 50, health 55,000, attack power 2200, defense 1200, magic defense 1200, skills, charge, slash, mounted archery. The mounts of the Orc Wolf Riders serve as combat mounts and can also engage in attacks. Upon the death of their mount, the Wolf Rider retains all the skills of the Orc soldiers. The Colossal Wolf, health 35,000, attack power 1, 500, defense 800, magic defense 800. Skills, bite, claw attack. The level 50 Wolf Cavalry must be the most formidable minion within the Orc realm's secret sanctum. Aside from their mounts being able to attack simultaneously, they possess no remarkable qualities. There is no need for concern. Thus, I can confidently seek out the boss. Gu Chen soared through the air at full speed. But not far into his journey did he encounter an unusual sight. He beheld 6 Orc Wolf Cavalry arranged in 2 rows, escorting a prison cart. Upon this cart was an iron cage, within which resided a female orc. What is the situation? What crime has this female orc committed? Why is she confined like a criminal? Or is this perhaps a concealed quest or side mission? Let us investigate. Gu Chen descended directly. He leapt from his sword, positioning himself in front of the escorting contingent. Upon seeing someone obstructing their path, the orc escorting party was taken aback, but upon realizing that Gu Chen stood alone, their courage surged instantly. One of the leading orcs stepped forward, exclaiming, "Hey, what are you doing here, human? What does that even mean?" Not a single word was comprehensible. Ding! A new language detected. The hunter's advanced Orcish proficiency skill activates automatically. Isn't the hunter's Orcish proficiency supposed to allow comprehension of beastly languages? How is it that I can understand orc speech as well? It appears that orcs are indeed beasts. The orc retorted, "Hey, kid, don't block the road. Consider yourself fortunate today. I have important matters to attend to, so I'll spare you. Now move aside." Guchon was undeterred by the threat and countered, "Why are you escorting her? What crime has she committed?" The lead orc glanced back and disdainfully replied, "What concern is it of yours, human, what she has done? You would do well to step aside and not provoke me." Guchon then turned his gaze toward the prison cart, noting that the female orc possessed considerable beauty. This woman must be significant. Is she a princess from some tribe? Guchon drew a bow and declared, "I am one who cannot resist meddling in affairs. Today, I shall intervene in this matter. Now, let us get started." "Oh, it seems I have drawn the wrong weapon. Never mind, I shall use it nonetheless." The orcs, upon witnessing Guchon brandish a bow, looked upon him with even greater disdain. "Humph, a mere archer dares to obstruct our path. I think you've grown tired of living. Brothers, let us dismember him and feed him to the wolves. Charge." 4 wolf cavalry brandished their great swords and charged towards Guchon. Meanwhile, 2 others readied their bows, aiming at Guchon. The cavalry charge was swifter and dealt greater damage than a typical assault, though it lacked the stunning effect of a standard charge. At the moment the wolf cavalry reached Guchon, he effortlessly waved his bow and uttered, "Ice wall." Boom! A towering and formidable wall of ice suddenly rose from the ground, standing resolutely before him. Immediately thereafter, the massive head of the giant wolf collided violently with the ice barrier, producing 4 heavy, muffled thuds that left Gu Chen's head ringing. The giant wolf's health was 6,500. The giant wolf's health was 6,500. After such a rapid series of impacts, the giant wolf sustained considerable damage. Shaking its head to regain composure, it barely managed to steady itself, though its head continued to throb painfully. The orc, equally bewildered, questioned the presence of the ice wall. "Aren't you an archer? Are you a mage? Who decrees that one wielding a bow must be an archer?" The orc's eyelids twitched as he clenched his teeth and declared, "I shall slay mages just the same. Come forth." Inferno Blaze. Chapter 143. Confrontation with the Orc Chieftain. Blazing flames devour the sky. Gu Chen plucked the bowstring in his hand, and a towering pillar of fire erupted from beneath the feet of the wolf cavalry, instantly engulfing several of them. Orc Wolf Cavalry Health, 4790, 4830, 4770. Giant Wolf Health, 5010, 5083, 5030. In the distance, 2 orc archers, armed with bows, gasped upon witnessing the inferno and swiftly began to shoot at Gu Chen. Blink. Lightning dash. Gu Chen evaded 2 arrows with a deft blink and rapidly advanced to confront the 2 wolf cavalry. The giant wolf, noticing Gu Chen's approach, opened its massive jaws to bite at him. Shockwave. Frost ring. Lightning sphere. Chain lightning. Rain of fire. Gu Chen unleashed a shockwave that repelled the 2 wolf cavalry, followed by a flurry of area of effect spells that struck the orc wolf cavalry. Orc wolf cavalry health 3790, 3330, 3370. Giant wolf health 4010, 4080, 4050. Giant wolf slain, gained 3000 experience. Giant wolf slain, gained 3000 experience. Orc wolf cavalry slain, gained 5000 experience. Orc wolf cavalry slain, gained 5000 experience. Acquired 1 Orcish helmet. Gu Chen's barrage of skills obliterated the 2 orc wolf cavalry along with their mounts. At this moment, the blazing flames devour the sky skill began to wane, followed by the announcement of the giant wolf's demise. Giant wolf slain, gained 3000 experience. Giant wolf slain, gained 3000 experience. However, no announcement of the orc's death was made. As the flames dissipated, a group of orcs, charred and with decaying skin emitting a pungent aroma, re-emerged within Gu Chen's line of sight. It seemed that a single blazing flames devour the sky was insufficient to slay an orc with over 50,000 health points. The leading orc bellowed, "Victory or death." Loktar Ogre. He then swung his blade towards Gu Chen once more. With their tempers flaring, Gu Chen decided to cool them down. Blizzard. Ice sphere. Ice spike. As the icy aura faded, the 4 orcs were reduced to shattered ice. Gu Chen approached the prison cart and began to scrutinize the captive orc woman. She appeared slender, her skin a shade of green, yet significantly lighter than that of the other orcs. 2 pristine little tusks protruded from her lips without being out of place, and her nose, eyes, and cheeks lacked the coarse wildness typical of orcs, instead presenting a strikingly delicate visage akin to that of a human. She resembled a character emerged from an anime. Gu Chen couldn't help but exclaim softly, "What exquisite beauty!" Her appearance would be considered breathtaking even in the realm of humans. This was undoubtedly no ordinary orc. She must be a half-orc. Gu Chen proceeded to inspect her information. Her level stood at a mere 42, akin to his own. While her strength and health attributes were significantly lower than those of a typical orc, her agility, spirit, and intelligence were markedly superior. It was evident that she was undoubtedly a half-orc. Gu Chen approached the cage and gently inquired, "Are you all right?" The half-orc remained silent, her eyes filled with terror, curled up in the corner like an injured kitten. Gu Chen continued softly, "Do not be afraid. I mean you no harm. Why did your kin capture you?" Upon hearing the word kin, a fierce expression momentarily crossed the half-orc's face, only to vanish instantly as she resumed her silent huddle in the corner. Gu Chen uttered more words of comfort, yet the half-orc remained unresponsive. Realizing that this approach was futile, he decided to release her. "I will let you out now. Please do not fear." Gu Chen unshackled the chains and opened the cage door, extending his hand to assist her out. However, the half-orc suddenly panicked and bit down on Gu Chen's arm before darting out of the cage. The sudden pain caused Gu Chen to retract his arm sharply, yet her sharp teeth drew blood. "Ouch! This little one certainly has a fierce bite." Observing the direction of her escape, Gu Chen contemplated his next move and ultimately chose not to pursue her. Firstly, freeing her did not trigger any side quests or hidden missions. Secondly, following her might yield no results, merely wasting his time for leveling up. As for the notion of taking her as part of his harem, he had considered it, but the half-orc's sharp teeth and fiery temperament made him hesitant. Should she bite him, that would not be favorable. Healing spell. After mending his arm, Gu Chen continued deeper into the secret realm. After approximately 20 minutes of searching, he discovered the location of the boss. It was a tribe constructed of wooden tents built by dozens of orcs. Although the tribe comprised several tents, not all housed orcs. Most were out hunting or working during the day, leaving only a handful on guard duty. At the heart of the tribe resided the boss of the secret realm, the chieftain of the orc clan, Grom. His skin was a dark crimson, distinct from that of most orcs, resembling that of one stained by blood. He wielded a massive axe, the legendary battle axe, Bloodhowl. He did not don heavy armor, as if such armor would hinder his movements. Orc Chieftain Grom, LV 50. Health 2, 000, attack power 6, 000, defense 1, 800, magic defense 1, 800, skills. Mastery of all skills up to level 50 in Dragon Slayer and Berserker. Warchief Clan. Grom is also the leader of the Warchief Clan. The lower his health, the fiercer his battle spirit becomes. His attack speed and power increase exponentially. At this moment, Grom had also noticed Gu Chen in the sky, yet he displayed no signs of panic, merely observing Gu Chen's every move with a steady gaze. The Berserker's trait is that the lower the health, the greater the attack speed and power. The Warsong clan shares this characteristic as well. If these two traits were to be combined, what terrifying enhancement would ensue? Gu Chen felt a surge of eagerness. Why not experience it firsthand? He gradually descended from the air, positioning himself directly opposite Grom. The other orcs rushed forward, but Grom waved his hand to halt their advance. Was he intent on a one-on-one duel? Do not prevent them from joining. Every skirmish is an opportunity for experience. In terms of dueling, I have never feared anyone. Come. Gu Chen drew forth 2 colossal swords. Assuming a battle stance, Grom, too, gripped his massive axe tightly. Suddenly, he accelerated dramatically, leaping high into the air and swinging his axe down toward Gu Chen. How reckless. With a single parry, I could effortlessly counter that strike. Yet, this maneuver seems oddly familiar. Could it be the mountain-shattering earth-splitting slash? Gu Chen's pupils constricted sharply. What? Is he launching his ultimate move right from the start? Chapter 144, The Blood Demon. Dragon Slayer. Blink. Gu Chen's pupils constricted sharply as he executed a swift blink, evading the range of the impending attack. Boom. The blood roar struck the ground with tremendous force, cleaving a deep fissure into the earth. In an instant, that fissure splintered into countless smaller cracks, from which searing magma erupted. Goodness. Is this how you greet me with your ultimate move? If I hadn't escaped swiftly, I would have nearly fallen victim to your treachery. Yet, before Gu Chen could fully comprehend the situation, Grom charged forth from the magma with ferocity. Block and counter. Gu Chen deftly employed a blocking maneuver, successfully intercepting Grom's charge, and retaliated with a powerful slash of his colossal sword. Grom's health plummeted to 780. However, like a monster devoid of sensation, Grom disregarded the wound and launched an onslaught against Gu Chen once more. Heavy strike. Sweep. Cross slash. Bloodthirsty strike. Tendon-severing strike. Transcendent Titan body. Heavy strike. Sweep. Cross slash. Bloodthirsty strike. Tendon-severing strike. Gu Chen reciprocated with identical moves, wielding 2 colossal swords. Each strike was executed with both weapons, allowing him to inflict additional damage upon the boss with every blow. With the Transcendent Titan body activated, Gu Chen's defensive capabilities surged, rendering him impervious to significant harm even amidst the fierce exchange. Furthermore, armed with various healing spells, he was able to replenish his health and persist in the battle. Grom, on the other hand, bore numerous wounds as Gu Chen's relentless strikes continued to deplete its health. As Grom's vitality diminished, Gu Chen keenly observed a marked increase in both the speed and ferocity of Grom's attacks. Remarkably, the frequency of the boss's swings with its gigantic axe rivaled that of Gu Chen's dual sword strikes. The doubling of attack speed was indeed formidable. It appears I must also switch to a pair of swifter weapons. Back jump. Healing spell. Gradual restoration. Gu Chen executed a backward leap to evade Grom's assault, subsequently healing himself twice before swiftly equipping 2 faster katanas. Come, let us continue this mutual onslaught. Grom offered no respite, charging once more to unleash a relentless barrage upon Gu Chen. The two engaged in a fierce duel, neither seeking to evade nor utilizing skills. It was an exquisite display of pure attacks, an epitome of unrestrained aggression. The speed of the katanas was markedly superior to that of the colossal swords, granting Gu Chen a renewed advantage in attack speed. Blades flashing, blood spraying. They continued their fierce exchange for 5 more minutes. At this juncture, Grom's health had dipped below 50%, and as its vitality waned, its attack speed and power surged to an unprecedented level. Grom's swings with the giant axe now exceeded the speed of Gu Chen's dual katana strikes. Gu Chen found himself struggling to keep pace. Goodness, you are even more deranged than a rabid dog. Have you truly lost your mind? Could you grant me a moment to catch my breath? Just then, the extraordinary skill of the unyielding body came to an end. With a resounding crack, Grom swung his massive axe and struck Gu Chen, instantly inflicting 2 deep gashes upon him. Gu Chen's health plummeted to 4,800, then to 4,900. In a flash, he used a blink to escape the fray. Subsequently, he ensnared the boss with the bone prison skill. Grom, in a frenzy, assaulted the bone prison, which, despite being maxed out, would likely not withstand his relentless onslaught for long. Nevertheless, it afforded Gu Chen a fleeting opportunity to recuperate. How exhilarating! It had been ages since he had sustained such grievous wounds. Rapid healing. Holy light restoration. In an instant, Gu Chen was restored to full health. This mad dog is indeed formidable. Having lost merely 50 of his health, he already boasted such a monstrous attack speed. It is difficult to fathom how terrifying his speed would become if he lost 80 or even 90 of his health. Facing him one-on-one is quite a challenge. I can no longer play games with him. It is time to get serious. If I wish to engage Grom in a bloody confrontation and emerge victorious, it seems I must resort to that technique. Activating Bloodlust Aura, Weakness Perception, Unyielding Body, War Cry, Shadow Cloak, Blessing of the Archangel. Gu Chen bestowed upon himself a plethora of buffs, causing his attributes to surge dramatically. Finally, he unleashed the Hellblood Berserker. Hellblood Berserker, Level 60 Berserker Awakening Skill. The Berserker sacrifices his own health to transform into the Hellblood Berserker. Upon activation, the Berserker consumes 2 of his maximum health per second, while gaining a 30 increase in attack speed, 30 in attack power, and 30 lifesteal. Boom! A surge of blood energy erupted from Gu Chen. Instantly, his skin turned a dark crimson, veins bulging, with streams of blood energy swirling around him, and his eyes transformed into a bloodthirsty crimson. With a crash, Grom shattered the bone prison and emerged from within. He let out a furious roar and charged at Gu Chen once more. Humph! Come! Witness the awakened form of the Berserker. Charge! Boom! The two collided, plunging back into a fierce exchange of blows. Gu Chen, fortified with an array of buffs, saw his attributes soar, inflicting over 2,000 damage with each strike upon Grom. Coupled with the lifesteal effects from the Hellblood Berserker and Bloodlust Aura, Gu Chen regained over 1,000 health with each attack, braving the boss's assaults with unwavering composure. As the boss's health dipped below 10, his attack speed surged to a horrifying rate, almost swinging his axe 3 times per second. Such a colossal battle axe, wielded with such speed, appeared utterly discordant, as if he had activated an acceleration hack. With such a tremendous attack speed and damage boost, even Gu Chen's 50 lifesteal began to feel inadequate. This mad dog, the critically wounded orc boss, is nothing short of a rabid dog. Since you have resorted to using speed hacks, do not blame me for eschewing martial ethics. Behold my final strike. Dragon Slayer. Dragon Slayer, a level 60 awakened skill of the Dragon Slayer warrior. It delivers a powerful slash to the target, inflicting 10,000 physical damage. Should the target be of the dragon lineage, an additional 5,000 physical damage is inflicted. Gu Chen executed a stunning cross slash that pierced through Grom's form. In the next instant, Grom's body was torn asunder into 4 pieces, lying lifeless upon the ground. Ding! Congratulations on defeating the Orc Warlord, Grom. You have gained 500,000 experience points. You have acquired the weapon Bloodhowl. At last, I have vanquished him. What an arduous endeavor it has been. Why did I entertain the notion of challenging him one-on-one? Was that not akin to the folly of pulling down one's trousers to pass gas? A superfluous act indeed. Would it not have been more delightful to simply awaken my 8-hit combo to dispatch him? Was that not a more appealing option? Chapter 145, Encountering the Beastwoman again. After vanquishing the Beastmen boss, the other orcs in the tribe did not flee, but instead surged toward Gu Chen. Exhausted from his lengthy battle with Grom, Gu Chen took to the skies and unleashed a tempestuous dual tornado, obliterating the horde of orc minions. Once the skirmish concluded, Gu Chen began to collect the spoils dropped by the boss. Blood Roar, usable at level 50, two-handed weapon, exclusive to warriors, legendary quality, attack power 1600, constitution 50, strength 50, critical hit rate 10, critical damage 20. Each critical hit inflicts a 30 lifesteal effect. Indeed, the most formidable weapon for a level 50 warrior lived up to its reputation. Unfortunately, as I am slaying monsters beyond my level, I cannot yet wield such splendid equipment. Alas, I shall keep it for now. Barbarian chest plate. Usable at level 50, quality, gold. This chest plate is rather lackluster, fit only for sale as scrap. After gathering the loot, Guchon messaged by Ningning, I'm off, dear. Let us venture into the next secret realm. The two teleported out of the secret realm and re-entered the world of the beastmen. Guchon continued to employ his previous strategy. When he reached the domain of the orc-wolf cavalry, he made a point to observe the ground, hoping to catch sight of the enchanting beastwoman once more. Regrettably, she was nowhere to be found this time. A faint sigh escaped Guchon, a sense of disappointment washing over him, as if he had missed a beautiful encounter. Upon arriving at the boss's territory, Guchon, rather than foolishly challenging the boss head-on, hovered in the air and swiftly executed an 8-hit combo, dispatching the boss in an instant. Having slain the boss, he did not linger but continued his grinding, determined to reach level 45 before the World Championship. This endeavor consumed the entirety of his day. Yet, despite having traversed the secret realm over 20 times, he encountered the elusive beastwoman no more. Could it be that her appearance was merely a serendipitous occurrence? If I missed my chance, will I never see her again? Should I have followed her back then? Oh, my romantic encounter with the beastwoman. By Ningning, resting her head on Gu Chen's chest, inquired, Gu Chen, what are you pondering? You seem lost in thought. Perhaps thinking of another woman? No, I assure you, I am not thinking of any other woman. I haven't even thought of a person. Well, that is somewhat reassuring. So, what is on your mind? I was just reflecting on the fact that I might have missed a hidden quest in today's secret realm, and I find that rather unfortunate. Bai Ningning consoled him, saying, It's all right. Hidden quests are inherently unpredictable. If you stumble upon one, it's a bonus. If not, there's no need to lament. Let us turn in early then. We have another day of striving ahead of us tomorrow. The following day, the two resumed their exploration of the orc secret realm. Gu Chen still failed to locate the prisoner cart that held the beastwoman in the territory of the orc-wolf cavalry. He resolutely abandoned all hope and swiftly made his way to the boss's territory. Upon arriving, just as Guchon was about to unleash his awakening 8 combo on the boss, he unexpectedly spotted the orc girl he had been desperately searching for. She was shackled by a thick iron chain, which was tethered to a robust wooden stake, her entire being soiled and treated like a mere dog. After searching for her endlessly, he discovered that she was bound like a pet. It was inconceivable that this group of orcs had captured her again. Was this not a waste of potential? How could they degrade her in such a manner? Did they lack the discernment to recognize her worth? With the orc girl present, he could not risk using the Awakening 8 combo to defeat the boss, for it might lead to her demise as well. Yet, he was also unwilling to engage in a protracted battle with this brutish foe, as it would prove excessively exhausting. Thus, he resolved to summon creatures to vanquish him instead. The druid's summons were occupied with dealing with minor foes. There were no corpses available for summoning skeletons. Hence, he turned to the summons of a summoning mage. Summon level 100 goblins. Summon level 100 dark knights. Summon flower spirits, minotaurs, ice elementals, fire elementals, thunder elementals, water elementals. The summoned beings immediately clashed with the orc warriors, creating a spectacular scene. However, while these summons were sufficient to handle the minions, defeating the boss would still consume considerable time. Given this, he decided to employ another awakening skill. Summon Otherworldly Portal. Otherworldly Portal, a level 60 awakening skill of the summoning mage, opens a portal connecting to another world, through which a random creature will emerge every 10 seconds to assist in battle. The portal lasts for 5 minutes. The higher the skill level, the greater the chance of summoning higher tier creatures. Summoning one creature every 10 seconds meant that within 5 minutes, he could potentially summon 30 beings. Moreover, since the summoning was random, if fortune favored him, he might even call forth a demon lord from another realm. It was said that the level 60 awakening skill of the summoning mage was a double-edged sword, often yielding weak summons. However, it depended on who wielded it. His luck had always been extraordinary. It was time to showcase the power of this skill. With a flourish of his staff, a blue portal gradually manifested within the orc camp. Shortly thereafter, a slime clad in a horned helmet and wielding a wooden sword bounced forth from the portal. Brave Slime, level 5, attack power 150, defense power 50, health 500, skill, slime headbutt. Gu Chen's eyelids twitched in disbelief. A slime? What on earth was this? The valiant slime bounced towards the orc boss, making a comical puff, puff sound with each leap, reminiscent of someone wearing squishy slippers. The slime raised its wooden sword and brought it crashing down upon the boss. Grom's health stood at 1. He sensed an intrusion upon his leg hair and, upon glancing down, beheld a blue creature resembling excrement assaulting him. Without a moment's hesitation, he lifted his foot and brought it down with great force. With a squelch, the slime hero was crushed beneath him. Viscous blue liquid oozed from the crevices of Grom's toes. Surprisingly, this sensation was rather pleasant. Guchon remarked, "This is of no concern. I still have 29 summons at my disposal, and the chances of invoking a powerful entity are plentiful. 10 seconds have elapsed. Arise, my formidable minion." Squelch, squelch, squelch. Upon hearing the familiar sound of squashing, Guchon realized that this time, the summoned creature had also. Chapter 146, The Demon King from Another Realm. With a sudden pop, a creature of pure gold, a golden slime, bounced forth from the portal. Clang, clang, clang. The golden slime has arrived. Golden slime, level 8, attack power 200, defense power 1000, health points 50, skills, golden headbutt, sprint. The golden slime is a rare and exceptional monster among slimes, boasting an astonishing defense of 1000 points. Upon its demise, it yields a bounty of gold coins. In the novice village, such a defense renders it virtually invincible, as 99. 9 of newcomers can inflict but a mere point of damage upon it. Fortunately, the golden slime possesses a limited health pool, allowing it to be vanquished after 50 hits of minimal damage. However, once attacked, it swiftly employs its speed to flee, making its defeat a formidable challenge. Guchon narrated proudly, "What on earth am I so proud of? Indeed, having 1000 points of defense is unparalleled in the novice village, but this is no longer a novice village. The boss has an attack power of 6000, capable of squashing it with a single step." As anticipated, when the golden slime launched an attack against the boss, it was mercilessly crushed underfoot, dropping 10 gold coins in the process. Guchon was left speechless. Have I inadvertently disturbed the slime's nest? Why do slimes keep appearing? What a misfortune this is. Guchon reassured himself. It's all right. It's all right. There are still 28 summons remaining. It is improbable that I will continue to summon slimes. The odds of that are exceedingly low. 10 seconds had elapsed. This time, it must not be a slime. Arise, my formidable servant. Hooded Goblin. Greetings. I possess a hooded garment. Hooded Goblin. Level 10, health points 1200, attack power 200, defense power 30, skills, backstab, poison dagger, blast. Although this time it is not a slime, the goblin is hardly more powerful. Its skills are indeed of little use. At this juncture, I wish to inquire online if this portal can be closed, for I truly do not wish to bear the embarrassment of keeping it open. This pitfall of a skill is aptly named. It is truly mortifying to behold. I can no longer hope for this pitfall skill to yield any miracles. If this continues, the boss will surely approach me. Having lost hope in the portal summoning any formidable beings, I must take matters into my own hands. Summon the Demon King from another world. A dark portal materialized out of thin air, and from it emerged a Demon King, adorned with long antennae atop his head, a pair of demonic wings on his back, wielding a kingly sword, and exuding an aura of authority. Demon King from Another Realm. Summoning Mage, level 80, awakening skill. Summon the most powerful avatar of the Demon King from another world to assist you in battle, lasting for 5 minutes. Attack power, 15,000. Magic attack, 15,000. Defense, 8,000. Magic defense, 8,000. Health, 800,000. Skills. The Demon King is proficient in most magical abilities and combat. Ultimate skill, Ultimate Demon King Blast. Ultimate Demon King Blast. The Demon King charges and fires a dark attribute magic projectile imbued with immense energy, inflicting 10,000 magic damage on the target. Truly, this is the hallmark of an 80-level secondary awakening skill. These attributes are simply explosive. The most astonishing aspect is undoubtedly the Demon King Blast. With 10,000 magic damage multiplied by the Demon King's magic attack, a single strike could deal 1.5 million damage. It could eliminate a boss in one blow. Well then, what are we waiting for? Let us proceed. O mighty Demon King, Resolve this battle with the ultimate Demon King blast. The Demon King exhaled heavily, then brandished his wings and the Demon King's sword, charging towards the orc chieftain, Grom. He immediately executed a sweeping strike. Gu Chen. Before Gu Chen could react, the Demon King unleashed another magic projectile upon the boss. Wait, brother. Wouldn't it be more satisfying to use the ultimate Demon King blast to finish off the boss in one hit? There's no need for these low-level skills. But the Demon King completely disregarded Gu Chen's commands, continuing with his own whims. Roar. Embrace the agony. Fireball. Gu Chen. Brother, let us just fight. Is it necessary to announce every spell? A fireball doesn't require such a boisterous proclamation. Don't you feel embarrassed? I certainly do. The Demon King persisted in his antics, continuing to shout grandiose slogans. Face your demise. Heavy strike. That heavy strike nearly caused me social embarrassment. Are you intent on using every skill before unleashing the ultimate Demon King blast? Is this how Summoner's summons behave? No wonder no one wants to team up with summoners. Such disobedient summons truly hinder progress. Demon King. Ha ha ha. I am the embodiment of evil. I am the greatest being from another realm. I am invincible. Block. Before me, you are all but ants. Die, insects. Backflip. Guchon listened to his melodramatic proclamations and his perplexing maneuvers, utterly at a loss. Well, your actions are indeed quite the spectacle. Regardless, you only have 5 minutes of duration, so as long as you're enjoying yourself, that's what matters. Despite the Demon King's whimsical use of various low-tier skills and mindless tactics against Grom, the vast level disparity allowed him to maintain a firm grip over Grom. Grom's attack power is merely 6,000, while the Demon King boasts a defense of 8,000. Even with Grom's passive enhancements from the Warsong clan and Berserker, he could not surpass 7,000 attack power. Grom swung his legendary weapon, Bloodhowl, with all his might, yet could not breach the Demon King's defenses. Soon, the Demon King's 5 minutes of appearance time would conclude, and Grom was left with just over 30,000 health. At that moment, the Demon King abruptly ceased his ordinary assaults. He then extended a hand forward, gradually coalescing a dark orb. Sinister bolts of black lightning danced upon the surface of the sphere, harboring an exceptionally terrifying energy. The Demon King proclaimed with fervor, "Prepare to embrace my ultimate power. Be annihilated." Ultimate Demon Ball. The instant the ultimate Demon Ball made contact with the boss, it unleashed a cataclysmic surge of energy. Boom. Grom's health stood at 1.5 million. In an instant, the entire form of the boss was obliterated into dust, dissipating into the air, leaving no trace behind. The Orc Chieftain has perished, granting 500,000 experience points. Chapter 147. The Rescue of the Orc Maiden. With a resounding clap, Guchon couldn't help but applaud the Dark Lord. Splendid. Where on earth have you been all this time? Had you employed this tactic earlier, the matter would have been resolved long ago. Instead, I wasted 5 excruciating minutes, nearly digging myself a 3-bedroom apartment out of sheer awkwardness. As the 5 minutes elapsed, the Dark Lord conjured a portal for his retreat, declaring, Until we meet again, mere ant. Me? An ant? I cannot abide this. Guchon launched a kick toward the Dark Lord, but alas, he was a moment too late. The Dark Lord vanished along with the portal. Such a foolish creature. If I summon you once more, I shall consider myself a dog. Indeed, no summoned creature can compare to the utility of the Necromancer's minions. The Skeletal Army, despite its singular method of attack, is straightforward and brutal, making it easier to control and strategize. In contrast, the Dark Lord's multitude of skills complicates predictions of its next move. It seems that only when time is nearly up or its life is endangered will it unleash its ultimate ability. Guchon collected the gear dropped by the boss, and then approached the place where the Orc Maiden was bound. Her attire was tattered and revealing. Dirt smudged across her body, yet this only heightened her appeal. He crouched down and gently spoke, "Do not be afraid. I am here to rescue you." "Why did these orcs capture you?" The Orc Maiden did not respond, but rather recoiled in fear. Noting her wariness, Guchon refrained from pressing further. "I shall untie you now, but let us agree. No biting this time, all right?" The Orc Maiden remained silent, though her gaze scrutinized Guchon earnestly. As he unfastened the iron chain from around her neck, she immediately broke free and darted outside, watching Gu Chen's movements with vigilance. Do not fear. I mean you no harm. I merely wish to. But before he could finish his sentence, the orc maiden turned and fled. Has she run away again? Should I pursue her this time? After a moment of contemplation, Guchon decided against the chase. Yesterday, he had spent the entire day in the dungeons without encountering this orc maiden, yet today, he met her on his very first expedition. This indicates that the hidden quest progresses on a daily basis. Even if he were to catch up with her now, it would likely yield no results. Perhaps only by returning to this dungeon tomorrow would he have another chance to meet her and advance the storyline. Having come to this conclusion, Guchon promptly teleported out of the dungeon. Throughout the day, he ventured into various orc dungeons, but did not encounter the orc maiden again. Indeed, his hypothesis proved correct. He now eagerly anticipated their next meeting, wondering if he might earn her trust next time. Guchon found himself looking forward to tomorrow with renewed hope. As Gu Chen and Bai Ningning spent another day delving into the orc's secret realm, dawn broke on the following day. After a modest breakfast, Gu Chen eagerly ventured into the orc's secret realm. Once he had arranged for Bai Ningning, he swiftly soared towards the direction of the boss. True to Gu Chen's suspicions, the orc female had indeed been captured once more. However, this time, she was not alone. An elderly female orc had also been ensnared. Both were kneeling on the ground, flanked by two orcs wielding large cleavers, poised to await the chieftain's command. A throng of orcs encircled them, seemingly gathering for an execution. At that moment, the chieftain raised his hand and proclaimed, "Proceed with the execution." The executioners lifted their cleavers high and then brought them down with ferocity. Witnessing this, Gu Chen urgently shouted, "Spare her!" But it was too late. One executioner's blade fell, and a fountain of blood erupted as an orc's head rolled to the ground. The other executioner, seemingly responding to Gu Chen's voice, hesitated to strike. This executioner was poised to carry out the sentence on the orc female. Upon seeing the severed head, tears streamed down her face as she cried out, "Mother!" Yet, her pleas fell on deaf ears. At that moment, all the orcs in the tribe turned their gaze towards Guchon. The chieftain, upon realizing a human was present, was consumed by a fit of rage. He gestured once more, commanding, "Continue with the execution. Now that I am here, no one shall take her life." Holy Light Shield. Guchon swiftly conjured a holy light shield around the orc female. With a resounding clang, the cleaver struck the shield and rebounded. Guchon then descended on his sword, which pierced directly into the heart of the executioner, causing him to drop lifelessly. Roar! Grom bellowed in fury, charging directly at Guchon. There is no time for dalliance. One strike will send you to the abyss. Annihilation Black Hole. Annihilation Black Hole, a skill of the Dark Elemental Mage's second awakening, summoning a black hole capable of devouring all. Guchon had previously utilized this skill in the level 5 secret realm of the ferocious beasts, where it had wreaked havoc on the ecosystem. Due to its immense destructive power, he had refrained from using it again. However, he was unconcerned about damaging the ecosystem of the level 50 secret realm, as the level 80 awaken skill would not suffice for such destruction. With a wave of his staff, a black sphere the size of an egg materialized before the boss. Sensing the extraordinary nature of this orb, Grom abruptly halted. Yet, in the next moment, the egg-sized black hole began to expand at an alarming rate. As it grew, an immense gravitational pull emerged, intensifying exponentially with the black hole's enlargement. As a level 50 dungeon, the orc's resistance is considerably higher than that of the wild beasts in the beast forest. Yet, they remain utterly incapable of withstanding the might of the level 80 second awakening skills. One by one, the orcs are drawn into the black hole, never to emerge again. A cacophony of experience notifications echoes in the mind. Orc soldier slain, gained 5,000 experience. Orc wolf rider slain, gained 5,000 experience. Giant wolf slain, gained 3,000 experience. Meanwhile, the boss valiantly fights back. He plunges his massive axe into the ground, attempting to prevent being consumed by the black hole. However, he underestimates the power of the abyss. In less than 8 seconds, Grom, along with his bloodthirsty battle axe, is drawn into the void. Meanwhile, Guchon employs his will to nullify the black hole's pull on the orc maiden, including her deceased mother. The orc maiden remains unharmed, her eyes wide with astonishment as she witnesses the unfolding spectacle. 3 minutes later, the obliterating black hole gradually diminishes. eventually shrinking to the size of an egg before vanishing with a flash. In the heart of the orc tribe, a massive semicircular pit now stands as a testament to the chaos. Orc chieftain slain, gained 500,000 experience. The battle concludes. The exhilaration of wielding an 80-level second awakening skill is unparalleled. Chapter 148, Taming Sasha. After vanquishing the boss, Guchon approached the orc maiden and rescued her from the platform. The orc maiden fell to her knees before her mother, weeping uncontrollably. Mother. In such poignant moments of familial separation, Gu Chen found himself at a loss for words, opting instead to patiently await her emotional calm. After a few minutes, her sobs transformed into quiet whimpers, and her composure gradually returned. Suddenly, she turned to Gu Chen, her eyes brimming with tears, and asked, "Why do you save me time and again?" Surprised by her initiation of conversation, Gu Chen pondered, She is speaking to me voluntarily, and in human language, no less, specifically, Mandarin. Yet, her accent bears a striking resemblance to that of Hunan. Her beauty and her accent seem entirely incongruous. She is truly an international supermodel in silence. Yet a Hunan dialect speaker upon opening her mouth. Gu Chen inquired, "I observe that you differ from other orcs. Your appearance leans more towards that of a human. Is there a particular reason for this?" The orc maiden hesitated for a moment before responding, "I am a half-orc. My mother is an orc, while my father is human." Just as I suspected, Gu Chen thought. "But why do the orcs seek to behead you both? They perceive me, a half-orc, as an anomaly, a disgrace to the orc clan, and an ill omen. Consequently, they have repeatedly captured me with the intent to execute me. Yet, you have thwarted their plans time and again." In their exasperation, the chieftain dispatched individuals to seize my mother, using her to lure me out. Thus, the events of earlier unfolded. "And what of your father?" The orc maiden hesitated again, then recounted her tale. "I am the offspring of a union between human and orc. In my childhood, it became evident that I was somewhat different. My stature was significantly smaller than that of other orcs. However, my mother insisted to the others that I was merely malnourished and underdeveloped, so they thought little of it. As I grew, the disparity in my physique compared to the surrounding orcs became increasingly apparent, and I became aware of my uniqueness. After much pressing, my mother finally revealed the truth to me. I have no recollection of my father, but I have heard my mother speak of him as a translator of the orc language, while she herself was a translator of human language. There was a time when the orc and human factions were allied, and it was during that period that they secretly became involved. Alas, their happiness was short-lived. Disputes over borderlines and the instigation of third-party forces led to the outbreak of war between humans and orcs. My parents were never able to meet again. My mother, unaware that she was pregnant, never saw my father after the war commenced, but gave birth to me nonetheless. She taught me the human language and often reminded me, humans are not inherently evil. They merely hold differing stances from the orcs. If you have always been bullied as you grew up, seeking assistance from humans is not out of the question. At that time, I harbored a profound disdain for learning the language of humans, questioning why I should acquire the tongue of my adversaries. I scoffed at my mother's words. Now, I finally comprehend the depth of her intentions. The orc girl glanced once more at her mother's lifeless body, tears cascading down her cheeks anew. Yet, it is too late now. Had I sought your help during your first attempt to rescue me, perhaps my mother would still be alive. It is I who have brought about her demise, sobbing in despair. Oh, so this is how it is. Impure Earth Rebirth. Impure Earth Rebirth, a level 70 necromancer skill, revives a corpse, allowing it to persist for 10 minutes, retaining all skills and attributes from life. A maximum of 5 corpses can be revived at once. Suddenly, the severed head of the female orc rolled back to her neck. Although the wound remained unhealed, she was resurrected. I have returned from the dead? The orc girl, witnessing her mother restored to life, was filled with astonishment, joy, and trepidation. However, the bond of kinship triumphed over her fear. She collapsed beside her mother, weeping loudly once more. "Mother." "Sasha?" The female orc scrutinized her daughter closely, noticing she was unscathed, and joyously exclaimed, "How wonderful! You are safe. But I recall being decapitated. Am I not dead?" At this moment, Gu Chen explained, "No, you have indeed passed away. I merely employed magic to temporarily revive you, allowing you both to share your final words." It was only then that the female orc noticed a human standing beside her, while all the orcs in the tribe, including the chieftain Grom, had vanished. She said, "Thank you, human." Guchon nodded slightly, accepting her gratitude. "However, you have only 10 minutes. Thus, if there are any unspoken sentiments or matters to convey, please do so swiftly." With that, Guchon stepped aside, allowing this mother-daughter duo to embrace their final moments together. After approximately 7 or 8 minutes, the orc mother and daughter approached Guchon. The mother said, "Young man, I thank you for saving my daughter. You are aware of her plight. She is but a wretched child, having been bullied by her own kind since childhood. Yet this land, which has nurtured us, has compelled us to endure humiliation and hardship. Now, as our tribe seeks to annihilate us, our last ties to this land have been severed. Therefore, I wish to make one final request before I depart this world. I implore you to take my pitiful daughter into your care. I know you are a good person, and I am aware that the compassion of humans far exceeds that of our kind." The orc mother earnestly reiterated, "So, I beseech you, please take my dear daughter in. Only then can I rest in peace." Guchon feigned a troubled expression. "This, perhaps, is somewhat inappropriate. This is precisely what I desire. I shall have my own orc daughter." The orc mother implored once more, "My daughter can endure any hardship. You may keep her by your side to wash clothes and cook for you, treating her as your servant. Just do not leave her in the orc tribe, for it is a path that leads only to death. I beg you, take her in." With these words, the orc mother knelt on the ground, earnestly beseeching Guchon. At that moment, a system notification echoed within Guchon's mind. Ding! A new branch of the main storyline has been detected. Your choice may alter the history of the orc world. Will you take in the half-orc Sasha? A new plot has emerged. However, the alteration of the orc world's history is of little concern to me. Capturing an orc daughter is my immediate priority. Guchon declared, "Very well. I shall accept your daughter. Thank you, kind-hearted soul. Now I can leave in peace." Sasha's mother replied just as the 10-minute duration of her resurrection technique came to an end. Suddenly, her body slumped, collapsing to the ground, and her head detached, rolling away once more. Witnessing her mother die again, Sasha wept anew. Guchon approached to offer comfort. "I am sorry for making you endure the pain of losing a loved one once more." Sasha knelt, attempting to reattach her mother's head to her body, saying, "I wish to give my mother a proper burial." Guchon inquired, "Of course, but may I ask if your kind prefers earth burial, cremation, or water burial?" "We prefer earth burial." "Then please stand back. I shall lay her to rest." Sasha distanced herself from her mother's body, uncertain of Guchon's intentions. With a wave of his hand, he proclaimed, "Sandstorm burial." The ground beneath Sasha's mother quickly sank, engulfing her remains, swiftly entombing her beneath the earth. Sasha stood in silence, bidding her final farewell to her mother. Ding! You have successfully taken in the half-orc Sasha. The orc world has undergone a transformation. The orc chieftain Grom is utterly deceased, and the orcs will select a new leader to assume the chieftain's mantle. A new orc world is being constructed, while the secret realm will temporarily be devoid of bosses. Though minor bosses vying for the chieftain's position will proliferate, new bosses will only emerge once the orcs have appointed a new chieftain. Grom is completely dead. I did not expect that merely accepting Sasha would have such a profound impact on the orc tribe. It would likely take 3 to 4 days for the orcs to elect a new chieftain, and thus Guchon could only extend his apologies to those who sought to challenge the boss in this secret realm. After bidding her mother a final goodbye, Sasha ceased her tears and turned to Guchon, declaring, I am now yours. I shall do whatever you ask, be it washing, cooking, herding cattle, or weeding. I am at your service." Guchon examined Sasha's attributes. Sasha, race half-orc, level 40, talent SS rank, class warrior, hunter dual class. Health points, 35,000. Attack power, 1, 500. Magic attack, 1, 300. Defense, 700. Magic defense, 700. Skills, not yet acquired. Upon glancing at these statistics, Guchon was taken aback. Goodness, this young lady possesses an SS-level talent. Furthermore, she has awakened dual professions as both a warrior and a hunter. She may not even be aware of her own potential. Moreover, her attributes are astonishing. The half-orc's physique grants her the agility and intelligence of a human, combined with the brute strength and endurance of an orc. With a modicum of training, she could undoubtedly evolve into a powerhouse of boss-level prowess. Her level, at 40, is comparable to mine. making it perfect for us to progress together. I have struck gold. This is indeed a treasure, Guchon remarked. Assigning you to tasks like laundry and cooking is a gross underutilization of your abilities. I have far more significant matters for you to attend to. What important matters? Join me in battle. Chapter 149. Entering the Human World. Fight alongside me. Sasha was utterly astonished, unable to believe her own ears. The orcs were a fiercely combative race. Yet only those who earned the recognition of the tribe's chieftain could be deemed honorable warriors. It was precisely due to their innate belligerence that every Orcish warrior was meticulously selected, the finest among them chosen to represent their kind. This distinction was a symbol of honor, one not attainable by all. For someone like Sasha, a half-orc who was met with disdain and contempt, the prospect of becoming a warrior was a distant dream. Yet now, Gu Chen had the audacity to suggest that she, a mere slave, fight alongside him. This notion was hard for her to accept. Are you saying I should battle alongside you? But I have never learned any combat skills, nor do I possess any battle experience. And my status? I cannot learn without experience. I can teach you, but what of your status? You are no longer merely an orc. You are now my attendant, a half-orc infused with our human genes. Cast aside the unpleasant memories of your past in the Orcish tribe. In our world, I shall not allow you to feel inferior any longer. Stand tall, embrace your uniqueness, and begin anew. Do not let your singularity bring you shame. It is precisely this uniqueness that renders you invaluable. Tears welled in Sasha's eyes at his words. Aside from her mother, who had once offered her similar encouragement, no one had ever spoken to her in such a manner. After her mother's death, she had lost the will to live, becoming Gu Chen's slave solely to honor her mother's last wishes. She had resigned herself to a life of subjugation and humiliation, prepared to exist as a mere shell of a person. Yet, unexpectedly, Guchon had not subjected her to any indignities. Rather, he offered her the chance to become an honorable warrior. This revelation was beyond her expectations. Guchon's words rekindled a flicker of hope within her. With tears streaming down her face, she nodded resolutely and declared, I am willing to fight alongside you. I aspire to be an honorable warrior. I will no longer feel inferior, for I am a unique half-orc. Seeing the spark of hope reignite in Sasha's eyes, Guchon affectionately patted her head. Very well. Let us go meet someone first, and then I shall introduce you to the human world. Privately messaging by Ningning, Guchon wrote, We're off, darling. Once we are outside, I will present you with a grand surprise. Upon reading Gu Chen's message, Bai Ningning felt a surge of joy, her heart fluttering with a hint of anticipation. Gu Chen then led Sasha as they were transported out of the secret realm. A flash of white light enveloped them, and soon they arrived at the entrance of the realm. Bai Ningning, upon seeing Gu Chen, eagerly linked her arm with his. My dear, what grand surprise do you have for me? At this moment, a number of adventurers at the entrance of the secret realm couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. What manner of creature is this? Is it an orc? Am I hallucinating due to my aesthetic sensibilities? How is it that I perceive such delicate beauty in an orc? Brother, your taste is impeccable. The issue lies with this orc. I think I may have fallen in love again, and with an orc no less. How exquisite. Greetings, fair orc beauty. I am the descendant of Wu Yanzu from Jinghai. Sasha, who could comprehend human speech, had initially anticipated that her arrival in the human world would incite hostility and perhaps even panic, leading to drawn swords. However, she never expected to be the object of such admiration. What is the matter with these humans? Why do they express affection towards me? I am but a half-orc, possessing only half of their lineage. Do they not disdain my impure blood? Her green visage flushed crimson, akin to an apple nearing ripeness. She hastily concealed herself behind Gu Chen. Upon witnessing Sasha's flustered demeanor, Gu Chen immediately discerned her thoughts. Surprise and delight. Humans are remarkably accepting, particularly those of us who cherish the world of anime. As long as you possess beauty, not only will we embrace you, but it would be no issue to even arrange your marriage at this moment. Sasha, bewildered, inquired, What is an anime human? Just as Gu Chen was about to elucidate, a sharp pang of pain radiated from his arm. It was evident that Bai Ningning was the cause. With a smile plastered on her face, she fixed her gaze on Gu Chen and enunciated slowly, Gu Chen, is this the surprise you prepared for me? Coughing, he replied, Perhaps you should cease your laughter. I sense a hint of murderous intent from you. Indeed, this is the surprise I mentioned. How do you find it? Surprised? Delighted? I am utterly astonished. He exclaimed. Allow me to introduce you to Sasha, the half-orc I rescued from the secret realm. She is now my companion and will soon become our battle partner. And this smiling lady is my dear. Gu Chen faltered, catching the glare from Bai Ningning. My good girlfriend. Sasha greeted warmly. Hello, sister-in-law. Sister-in-law? Upon hearing Sasha's address, Bai Ningning's face instantly lit up with a radiant smile, and she enthusiastically began to inquire about Sasha's well-being. Wow. I didn't expect you to speak human language. This will certainly facilitate our communication. Should you encounter any difficulties in life, do not hesitate to reach out to me. I will certainly assist you. Oh. Sasha was taken aback, wondering if all humans were this amiable. Is this the power of the anime world? Guchon observed Bai Ningning's sudden lack of hostility towards Sasha and felt a twinge of surprise. Nevertheless, this was a fortunate turn of events, and Guchon had the sense not to question the reasons behind it. He explained to Bai Ningning, Sasha is a poor child I rescued from the orc's guillotine. Upon saving her, I discovered she possesses an SS-level talent and has awakened both the warrior and hunter dual professions as a half-orc. Thus, I intend to provide her with some training to further enhance her as a formidable asset to our team. Bai Ningning, astonished, exclaimed, Wow. Sasha, you also have an SS-level talent. That's amazing. Is SS-level talent really that powerful? Indeed it is. I am a powerful practitioner with SS-level talent, he replied. What level of talent does the master possess? Can I be as strong as the master? Bai Ningning hesitated, not really. He lacks talent. He is merely a bystander, not on the same level as us. You can just ignore him. Hey, is it fair to ignore me? Oh. The master is indeed the strongest. Otherwise, he wouldn't have effortlessly slain our chieftain. Guchon interjected, Please refrain from calling me master in the future. Our society has long since abolished slavery. It feels awkward, and others might misunderstand. Then what should I call you? Just call me Gu. Sasha obediently echoed, Gu. Since you wish to join our team, the first order of business is to equip you with suitable gear and teach you a few professional skills. Conveniently, my spatial backpack needs organizing, so let us visit the Curiosities Pavilion. Guchon then led Sasha into the city. Along the way, Sasha curiously observed the architecture, civilization, and myriad inventions of humankind. However, as they entered the bustling city, her unique appearance drew the attention of many onlookers. While most had seen orcs in the realm, half-orcs were only known through books or anime. The sight of such a beautiful half-orc in the real world was an authenticity that mere illustrations could never convey. People eagerly took out their phones to capture the moment. Wow, is this a cosplay? It looks incredibly real. With my years of cosplay experience, I can definitively say this is not cosplay. This is a genuine half-orc. Some remarked, I have vanquished countless male half-orcs, but female half-orcs are alluring. Absolutely enticing. Could it be true? Is there really such a creature as a half-orc in existence? So orc girls do exist. It seems the genes of orcs and humans can indeed blend perfectly. What a monumental discovery. Although orc girls are adorable, what kind of warrior would dare face a female orc? One must be incredibly desperate. Actually, it's probably the same when the lights are off, right? No. This time it's certainly different. A female orc must weigh at least 300 pounds. I genuinely fear being crushed by them. Some bold individuals even took the initiative to approach and strike up a conversation. Miss Orc, may I have the pleasure of your acquaintance? Shall we exchange WeChat? Are you interested in becoming a streamer? If you pursue this path, I assure you, you will surely achieve great success. Our commission is a favorable 60-40 split. You shall receive 60, and I shall take 40. No, wait. Let us make it 70-30. Please, don't go. 80-20 is acceptable too. Confronted by such exuberant humans, Sasha found herself somewhat at a loss. Guchon turned to Sasha and said, The realm of humanity is not as straightforward as that of the orcs. It is rather intricate. Do not be deceived by their outward friendliness. The majority of these individuals merely wish to exploit you. You have only just stepped into human society, and your naivety makes you susceptible to the allure of its myriad temptations. Some experiences could even lead you astray. Therefore, until I grant you permission, refrain from interacting with others. Once you have truly comprehended human civilization, then you may engage with other humans. Yes, I shall not leave your side. Why do you call me master again? Sasha quickly realized her slip and corrected herself. Without Brother Chen's permission, I will certainly not interact with other humans. Guchon retrieved a helmet from his backpack and handed it to Sasha, saying, "Don this. It will spare you some trouble." Understood. Sasha donned the helmet, obscuring her visage. Upon stepping onto a new street, she indeed attracted far less attention. Subsequently, Guchon led Sasha to the Curiosities Pavilion, where he sold off all his surplus gear. He then selected an exquisite level 40 warrior legendary set for her, along with a battle axe and a bow. He also procured all skill books for warriors and hunters at level 40 and below. Gazing at the valuable armor, Sasha hesitated. "Brother Chun, do you truly want me to wear such expensive equipment?" "Yes, hurry and change." Sasha appeared somewhat conflicted. After a moment's hesitation, she steeled herself and began to undress. Hey. Do not disrobe in public. There are changing rooms available." Sasha's face flushed with embarrassment. Oh. It seemed that everything needed to be taught from the very beginning. Before long, Sasha emerged clad in formidable heavy armor. Gu Chen's eyes brightened at the sight. It suited her perfectly. Indeed, orcs were meant to wear heavy armor. Sasha then studied the skill books. Despite her lack of combat experience, she swiftly grasped how to fight and utilize the skills. She herself found it quite astonishing. "Let us go. Allow me to lead you to exact vengeance upon a few orcs." "Yes." Chapter 150, The New Boss. The Ultimate Weapon. The trio once again ventured into the hellish realm of the orc world. Sasha, now at level 40, found herself somewhat challenged despite Gu Chen equipping her with the finest gear available. Gu Chen advised, given your relatively low level and the adjustment period to battlefield dynamics, it would be prudent for you to remain behind with Ning Ning and my summoned creatures, engaging in combat with lesser foes. Familiarize yourself with your skills and combat techniques. As your level increases, opportunities for more significant battles will certainly arise. Sasha obediently replied, "MHM, summon Spectral Wolf. Summon Treant. Summon Giant Bear." Guchon conjured dozens of summons, and then soared toward the rear of the secret realm using his sword technique. Bai Ningning took on the role of Sasha's combat mentor, saying, "Sasha, Gu Chen's summoned creatures are incredibly powerful. You can fight with confidence. There is little risk involved. Should you find yourself in genuine danger, I will protect you." "Thank you, sister-in-law." Upon hearing Sasha refer to her as sister-in-law once more, Bai Ningning felt a surge of joy and activated her swift aura. "Let us advance with all haste and catch up to Guchon." After 20 minutes of flight, Guchon arrived at the territory of the supposed boss, only to discover that it was not a boss at all, but rather a fierce battle competition among orcs. On the arena, two formidable orcs were engaged in combat. Guchon noted their attributes were indeed strong, albeit slightly weaker than Grom. They were likely contenders for the title of chieftain, serving as temporary mini-bosses within this secret realm. Surrounding the arena were hundreds of orcs, forming a circle to witness the spectacle, cheering and chanting, creating a vibrant atmosphere. The orc race revered martial prowess above all. The strongest warrior would emerge victorious and ascend as the new chieftain. Oh my, what a lively gathering of orcs. And several mini-bosses as well. The experience gained here will surely rival that of defeating a boss. Guchon decided to unleash a few skills to capture them all in one fell swoop. Awakening 5 strikes. With a single execution of the skill, he swiftly dispatched the hundreds of orcs present. However, due to the division of experience with Sasha, his leveling pace slowed slightly. Yet, Gu Chen remained unconcerned. He sensed that Sasha's narrative arc was far from complete. The notion that rescuing Sasha could lead to a transformative era for the orc race suggested her significance could reshape the entire history of orcs. Thus, rescuing her was not an endpoint, but merely the beginning of a grand tale. Gu Chen felt compelled and motivated to nurture Sasha, eager to discover the surprises she might bring forth. 3 days had passed, during which Sasha successfully ascended from level 40 to level 41. Not only has Sasha experienced remarkable growth in terms of levels, but her combat prowess is astonishing. She has effortlessly mastered the skills of both the warrior and hunter classes after only a few attempts. Moreover, she seamlessly transitions and combines the skills and weapons from both professions, perfectly aligning her offensive rhythm and combat style. Gu Chen is equally astonished by Sasha's rapid advancement. Although she is merely at level 41, she is already capable of single-handedly confronting 2 level 45 orc soldiers. Her combat power has indeed become quite formidable. On the 4th day, as Gu Chen prepared to enter the secret realm once more, He was taken aback to discover that the realm's level had escalated from 4550 to 4555. Many other adventurers also noticed this change and began to speculate. What could this mean? Why has the Orc World's secret realm suddenly increased by 5 levels? In my lifetime, I have never encountered such a phenomenon. Just a few days prior, I found it peculiar that our team had finally reached the boss area, only to find no boss present, but rather a gladiatorial contest. Hundreds of orcs were gathered to watch. Upon seeing us humans, their eyes turned green with envy. They abandoned the matches and charged at us. We were so startled that we teleported out of the secret realm. I had heard rumors about the absence of a boss in the orc world, but never believed it until now. Orcs only hold gladiatorial contests during significant decisions. Could it be that the orc tribe is holding a contest to choose a new chieftain, and that this newly elected chieftain is a level 55 boss? Grom, that mad dog, was already tough enough to handle. Now there's an additional level 55 boss? How could I possibly avoid confronting this boss? Perhaps I should just grind lesser monsters for experience. Listening to the discussions around him, Guchon began to piece together the situation. It seemed that a new boss had indeed emerged, but why had the boss's level increased by 5 levels? That was rather strange. Gu Chen inquired of Sasha. Are there any other powerful warriors hidden within your orc tribe? Without hesitation, Sasha replied, no. Grom is the mightiest warrior of our tribe. If there were anyone stronger, someone would have challenged his position long ago. This raised further questions. Let us go in and investigate, Gu Chen declared, leading the two back into the orc's secret realm. After arranging for Sasha and Bai Ningning, Gu Chen flew directly to the boss area. Upon arriving, he discovered that the arena at the heart of the tribe had indeed vanished. In its place stood a newly appointed chieftain. Clad in a suit of armor forged from steel, he resembled a futuristic warrior. The armor enveloped him completely, revealing only a small portion of flesh and half of his cheek. All vital areas were remarkably well protected. Were it not for the exposed half of his orcish visage, it would be nearly impossible to discern that he was indeed an orc. From the surface of the battle armor, it appears to be forged from pure steel, and it seems almost brand new, devoid of any scratches from previous combat. This suit of iron armor does not seem to have been donned. Rather, it appears to have been transformed and integrated with its wearer. Although he has been altered to the point of resembling anything but an orc, he still clutches the legendary weapon of his kind, the Bloodhowl. Is this the new boss? Has the orc even advanced in technology? That seems improbable. Gu Chen scrutinizes the attributes of the boss. Ultimate weapon Golga, LV, 55, health 2, 5 million, attack power 8,000, defense 2,500. Magic defense 2,500, skills, mastery of all berserker abilities. Laser beam, homing missiles, aerial charge, mechanical claw, adrenaline. Goodness, these stats are extraordinary. The technological sophistication of this boss's armor is certainly beyond what an orc could create. It resembles more of our own human technology. Could this orc be in collusion with humans? Yet, aren't the humans in their world primarily reliant on magic? Where do these technological elements come from? If such advanced technology existed, the orcs would have been expelled from this world long ago. Why endure years of conflict? Suspicious. Highly suspicious. In light of this, I shall defeat it and demand answers. While Guchon was observing Golga, the latter also took notice of him. A mechanical female voice emanated from Golga's armored suit. Beep. Intruder detected, entering combat mode. One of Golga's mechanical eyes immediately turned red. Suddenly, the armor on his shoulders opened, revealing 6 small rockets. The mechanical voice spoke again. Target locked, firing. Homing missiles, launching 6 auto-tracking missiles, each capable of inflicting 8,000 points of damage and 4,000 points of area explosion damage. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. 6 missiles were launched towards Guchon. Guchon, is he starting off with such advanced technology and ferocity? If I were to withstand these 6 missiles, they could obliterate me in an instant. How ruthless. Ice barrier. Typically, for such ranged assaults, Guchon would utilize a prism to reflect the attack back at the adversary. However, this time he was uncertain whether the human weapon dealt magic damage or physical damage. If it were magical, it could indeed be reflected. Conversely, if the missiles were physical, they would pierce through the prism, striking him directly. Thus, to be prudent, Guchon opted for the ice barrier for his protection. Boom, 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 boom. The missiles collided perfectly with the ice barrier, producing a tremendous explosion. Yet, They inflicted no harm upon Guchon. As the smoke cleared, he emerged unscathed from the ice barrier. Target still detected as alive, continuing the assault. Upon hearing the command, jet ports abruptly emerged from Gorga's back, unleashing a powerful blaze that propelled him into the air. In an instant, he soared towards Guchon, raising his blood-howl battle axe to deliver a formidable strike. The sheer force of this blow compelled Guchon to refrain from a direct counter. Instead, Guchon executed a swift teleportation to position himself behind Gorga. However, Gorga's mech appeared to be equipped with a 360-degree surveillance system, instantly detecting Gu Chen's whereabouts. As Gorga pivoted, his crimson mechanical eye emitted a searing laser beam. The speed of the laser caught Gu Chen off guard, and he was struck, sustaining significant damage. Gu Chen's life point stood at 6830. A cold expression spread across his face. He had initially intended to capture Gorga alive for further interrogation. Yet, it was evident that he was already under the control of this formidable armor. Thus, there was no longer any need to show mercy. All swords returned to their origin. Annihilation of the world's thunder tribulation. Face your demise. Warning. Warning. An intense magical fluctuation detected. Evacuate the area immediately. Attempting to flee? It would not be so simple. Time stand still. Time stand still. Space Mage level 60 awakened skill. Causes an area to be ensnared in a state of temporal suspension for 5 seconds. Though this ability lacked direct damage, it possessed the potential to dramatically alter the course of battle. Gorga was rendered immobile. This is bad. Countless flying swords pierced through Gorga's form, while an unrelenting barrage of lightning struck mercilessly upon his head. Warning. Warning. Body sustained multiple severe injuries. Mech severely damaged. Danger. Danger. Excessive external current detected. Risk of short circuit. Following 2 awakenings, Gorga was left with nothing but a shattered mechanical frame. Chapter 151. The Vanished Boss. After 2 awakenings, Golga's once formidable steel body was reduced to a mere wreck. Ultimate weapon. Golga is dead, gaining 450,000 experience points and acquiring Blood Howl. Guchon approached, eager to examine Golga's remains. Yet, as he drew near, a mechanical voice reverberated once more, initiating self-destruct mode. Countdown, 1 second. Guchon. 0. Boom. A deafening explosion resonated. Golga's body was obliterated in an instant, engulfing everything nearby in a mushroom cloud. As the thick smoke dissipated, Guchon stood unharmed amidst a halo of golden light. He waved away the settling dust, remarking, "That explosion was quite powerful. Thankfully, I reacted quickly, otherwise, I would have been severely injured. That 1-second countdown was unnecessary. Next time, just detonate it. It might actually wound me." Glancing at the remnants scattered around, reduced to fragments the size of sunflower seeds, he couldn't help but sigh. He had intended to investigate the origins of these modified machines, but was left with nothing but debris. There were no clues to pursue. However, this self-destruct mechanism bore a striking resemblance to the self-detonation of the mutated zombie king, both designed to eradicate evidence through destruction. Could they originate from the same company? It certainly seemed plausible. To think this company was still up to mischief, now targeting the Beast Clan. Yet, how could they have developed such advanced mechas so swiftly after the chieftain's demise just days prior? Was it possible they had been planning this all along, merely seizing the opportunity presented by Grom's death and the subsequent chieftain election? Quite likely, although the specifics of their intentions remained shrouded in mystery. One thing was certain, they were not concocting anything benevolent. It would be wise to remain vigilant. After collecting the spoils of battle, Gu Chen exited the secret realm. Upon encountering Sasha at the entrance, he inquired, "Sasha, are you familiar with an orc named Golga from your tribe?" Sasha shook her head, responding, "Due to my unique circumstances. My mother kept me away from other orcs during my upbringing, so I am not well acquainted with the other members of the tribe. I apologize, Master." "Chun, that's quite all right. No need to apologize for such matters." At that moment, Bai Ningning interjected, "What's wrong, Gu Chen? Did something happen in the secret realm?" Indeed. The boss of the secret realm had been modified by humans from our world, rendering its power exceedingly formidable, hence the increase in the realm's level by 5. Modified by humans? Such a thing is possible. I find it quite puzzling. Let us re-enter and investigate further. The 3 of them once again ventured into the secret realm, ready to resume their exploration. However, Upon reaching the boss's territory, Guchon discovered that the boss was absent from its lair. Only a few guard beasts stood vigil, keeping watch. Is the boss not here? That seems unlikely. Perhaps it is lurking within one of the tents. Guchon descended from the sky to the ground. Several vigilant orc guardians immediately spotted him and brandished their battle axes in his direction. Blizzard, Fire Rain, Sandstorm Burial. Guchon effortlessly dispatched these minions with a series of area of effect skills. Despite the considerable commotion he caused, the boss still failed to make an appearance. Not out yet. If that is the case, I shall have to compel you to reveal yourself. Meteor Strike. Moments later, a colossal meteor plummeted onto the orc's stronghold. Boom. This was followed by a tremendous explosion, and the entire orc encampment was instantly leveled by the massive shockwave from the meteor's detonation. Gu Chen scanned the area, but still found no trace of the boss. He understood that a level 60 awakening skill like Meteor Strike was insufficient to eliminate the boss, and he had not received any notification of a kill. Where could the boss have gone? Could it be that I had previously damaged it, and it was taken back to the repair shop, still undergoing repairs? That seems implausible. After all, the secret realm is merely an illusion. As long as I do not alter the original trajectory of the orc world, I should be able to refresh the boss by re-entering the secret realm. Could it be that someone else got there first and killed the boss ahead of me? That seems unlikely. My speed in clearing the secret realm is undoubtedly the best among my peers. No one could surpass my pace. Even if a top-tier player were to arrive, they might not be faster than me, unless they were an elite player. But why would a top-tier player bother with this secret realm? That simply does not add up. Where on earth has the boss gone? Gu Chen was perplexed. He then flew around the vicinity on his sword, searching several areas, yet still found no trace of the boss. Just as there was a famous saying, "Where did Dad go?" Now it seems to be, "Where has the boss gone?" Quite the mystery. In exasperation, Gu Chen could only exit the secret realm and attempt once more. When Bai Ningning emerged, she appeared utterly bewildered. "Gu Chen, why did you come out without fighting the boss?" "It's not that I didn't want to fight. Rather, I simply did not encounter it." "Didn't he encounter it? How could the boss possibly hide?" "I don't know, but I just didn't come across it." This secret realm is becoming increasingly strange. Could it be that humans truly possess the ability to manipulate the secret realm? That would be truly terrifying. Indeed. Let us try again and see if this was merely a coincidence. The three of them re-entered the secret realm. This time, Gu Chen diligently sought any signs of the boss. Yet even upon arriving at the boss's lair once more, he still found no trace. By my father, can this boss really have vanished into thin air? I refuse to believe it. Today, I shall dig 3 feet into the ground to uncover this boss. Meteor Strike. Gu Chen once again reduced the boss's lair to rubble. Summon Skeleton. Summon Skeleton Mage. Summon Skeleton Archer. Subsequently, all the surrounding orc corpses were transformed into skeletal warriors. Gu Chen decided to abandon flight and led the skeletal army in a thorough search of every corner of the secret realm. For over 2 hours, Gu Chen conducted an exhaustive search, yet even after reuniting with Bai Ningning and Sasha's forces, the elusive boss remained unfound. Bai Ningning inquired, "Still no luck?" Gu Chen, growing increasingly impatient, exclaimed, "I have already scoured 80 of this realm, yet this cursed boss remains hidden. Could it be that he is truly buried beneath the earth?" "What about the remaining 20? Asked Bai Ningning. Most of that area consisted of the outermost parts of the secret realm or entrances to other realms. Suddenly, Gu Chen froze in realization. Entrances to the secret realm. Could it be that the boss was at one of these entrances, hunting other adventurers? Bai Ningning was equally astonished by Gu Chen's deduction. Hunting other adventurers? Why would the boss engage in such behavior? This inhumane organization is capable of anything. Enough talk. I shall investigate the other entrances immediately. With that, Gu Chen harnessed his sword control technique and soared towards the other entrances of the secret realm. Any path, valley, or special location at the periphery of the realm might serve as an entrance, and the larger the realm, the more entrances it possessed. The secret realm of the orc world spanned a vast continent, making it a daunting task for Gu Chen to start his search from the outermost edges. The sooner he validated his hypothesis, the sooner he could alert others. Even a second's delay could save a life. Gu Chen sped forward. At the first entrance, there was no sign of the boss. The second entrance yielded nothing, nor did the third, fourth, up to the 10th and 11th. Finally, at the 14th entrance, Gu Chen spotted the boss, who stood over 5 cold corpses. Upon seeing those lifeless bodies, Gu Chen clenched his fists, his joints cracking with tension. Why were these inhumane beings so relentless in their pursuit of adventurers? In a world where I am the only non-adventurer, what could this mastermind possibly be scheming? Concerned that his awakening skills might damage the 5 corpses, Gu Chen approached the ground to divert the boss's attention. New target detected. Attack! Attack! Mecha charge! The 6 thrusters on Gulga's back roared to life at full power, propelling him forward with terrifying speed. Unfazed by the imminent danger, Gu Chen activated his power aura. Extraordinary body, angelic blessings, seraphic protection, weakness perception, frenzy, and bloodlust. Sacred blessing. Gu Chen directly activated a multitude of enhancement skills, maxing out his various attributes. At this moment, the boss approached Gu Chen, unleashing a relentless onslaught. Gu Chen's health dwindled to 1. With the formidable dual protection of the Guardian Angel and the extraordinary body, even though the boss's attack power soared to 8,000 points, it could not breach Gu Chen's defenses. Drink. Divine Warrior's Mighty Kick. Without evasion, Gu Chen forcefully struck the ground, unleashing the Divine Warrior's Mighty Kick and began to charge. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. With each passing second of charging, the power of the Divine Warrior's Mighty Kick increased by 1,000. Meanwhile, the boss seemed oblivious to the impending danger, continuing its assault on Gu Chen. Slaughter! Slaughter! Eliminate them all. 8 seconds, 9 seconds, 10 seconds. The charge for the Divine Warrior's Mighty Kick reached its zenith, culminating in a staggering 20,000 physical damage. Drink! Gu Chen roared, delivering a powerful kick. This kick seemed to embody Gu Chen's boundless fury and infinite strength, akin to Saitama's serious punch. Boom! As the kick was unleashed, the heavens and earth transformed. Critical hit. The boss, Gurgur, with a health pool of 5 million. Under the influence of Gu Chen's myriad buffs, his attributes had escalated to a terrifying state. The Divine Warrior's Mighty Kick unleashed unprecedented damage. This strike exceeded Gurgur's maximum health by more than double. The immensely powerful ultimate weapon, Gurgur, was instantly shattered beneath Gu Chen's earnest kick, reduced to ashes. As for the self-destruct mechanism Gurgur had set to eliminate evidence, it had become utterly unnecessary. He was obliterated to the point of leaving not a trace behind, far more thoroughly than any self-destruct could have achieved. Chapter 152, Investigation of the Secret Realm. Ding. Ultimate weapon, Gulgur's death, gained 450,000 experience points. Gu Chen, is this it? Where are the weapons dropped by the boss? The bloodhound? The equipment? Not a single item? Could it be that I have inadvertently kicked everything away? Damn. It seems that skills capable of turning the boss to ashes in one blow should be used sparingly. That kick cost me millions. What a loss. I must promptly inform the others. Gu Chen meticulously gathered the 5 corpses on the ground, storing them in his spatial storage, and then teleported out of the secret realm. Upon exiting, Gu Chen noticed that a steady stream of adventurers was forming teams to enter the Orc world's secret realm. He immediately intervened. Everyone, please refrain from entering the Orc world's secret realm. There is something amiss. The boss has left its territory and is currently hunting down newly arrived adventurers at one of the entrances. It is far too dangerous to enter. Some individuals scoffed. The boss has left its domain to hunt adventurers at the entrance? Do you expect me to believe that? Gu Chen anticipated that gentle persuasion would fall on deaf ears. Thus, he produced his investigator's badge and retrieved the 5 corpses from his storage space, laying them upon the ground. With an authoritative demeanor, he declared, just moments ago, I discovered these 5 murdered bodies within the Orc's secret realm. I suspect that the perpetrator is still within this realm. Therefore, I hereby announce an immediate lockdown of the secret realm. No one is permitted to leave until an investigation has been conducted. Upon hearing Gu Chen's words, the adventurers surrounding the secret realm began to murmur among themselves. Weren't they just informed that the boss was hunting at the entrance? Now, it had transformed into the narrative of 5 adventurers being slain. Which statement holds the truth? Indeed, you, the investigator, seem to lack rigor. Were these 5 individuals killed by the boss or by another? Gu Chen replied, it is precisely because I do not know who the murderer is that we, the secret realm investigators, must intervene in this investigation. Ning Ning, please contact the Secret Realm Investigation Department and inform them of a major incident that has occurred here. Urge them to come swiftly. Understood. Bai Ningming promptly dialed the number for the Secret Realm Investigation Department. At that moment, the realm administrator stepped forward, visibly dissatisfied, and said, "On what grounds do you declare a lockdown? Aren't you jeopardizing our realm's revenue? Where is the official approval? Without it, let us see who dares to seal our realm." Unfazed, Gu Chen replied, "Indeed, until the official approval arrives, everyone may enter the secret realm freely. However, upon exiting, they will be treated as suspects and must undergo investigation. I suggest you weigh your options carefully." You, the realm administrator, frustrated and without an outlet for his anger, could only call his superiors. At this moment, the crowd had completely abandoned the thought of entering the secret realm, as no one wished to be treated as a suspect under investigation. "So shall we go, brother? To what end? I have no desire to be labeled a criminal. It seems that this secret realm will not open anytime soon. Investigating a homicide will surely take at least half a day. Let's disperse, everyone. There will be ample opportunities to explore the secret realm. We need not concern ourselves with this one day. Uncle, could you please refund my ticket?" Some individuals promptly left the entrance of the secret realm, while others, lacking any engagements, chose to linger and observe the unfolding spectacle. During their wait, several adventurers who had previously entered the secret realm emerged from the portal. Upon inquiry from Gu Chen, they all expressed that they had not encountered any mechanical bosses at the entrance. Gu Chen speculated that those who had not seen the bosses were simply fortunate, while those who had likely perished within. A level 55 modified super boss would find it quite effortless to eliminate these unprepared adventurers of considerably lower levels at the exit of the secret realm. Approximately 20 minutes later, 3 investigators arrived at the site, 1 high-level and 2 mid-level. The high-ranking investigator inquired, "Who reported this incident?" Gu Chen stepped forward, stating, "It was I who reported it," and subsequently presented his identity as a low-ranking investigator. The high-ranking investigator scrutinized Gu Chen's credentials, feeling a vague sense of familiarity, though unable to recall where he had seen him before. "Where are the bodies?" Guchon led them to the remains. The high-ranking investigator retrieved a device, scanning the information of the deceased, and could not help but draw in a sharp breath. 4 S-class adventurers and 1 A-class. This is indeed a significant loss. This qualifies as a major case. He then asked Gu Chen, "Please elaborate on the specifics." Gu Chen recounted the events within the secret realm and shared his deductions. The high-ranking investigator, incredulous, remarked, "Is it truly possible for such a situation to arise? The boss must have been controlled by someone, causing it to deviate from its original position. Deliberately placing the boss at the entrance of the secret realm was clearly a trap to ambush unsuspecting adventurers just entering." The high-ranking investigator's expression turned grave. "If what you say is true, then the nature of this incident is deeply troubling." He then commanded, "You two, proceed to the ordinary difficulty secret realm entrance to locate the boss. Upon discovery, do not engage, retreat immediately." Understood. The 2 mid-level investigators, both above level 50, one at level 53 and the other at level 52, possessed a certain degree of self-defense capability, even if they could not defeat the boss. "I will investigate the situation in the hard difficulty secret realm." The high-ranking investigator, a level 69 mage, was acutely aware of the formidable strength of the orc bosses. Thus, they prudently refrained from hastily selecting the hellish difficulty of the secret realm. Subsequently, he instructed Gu Chen, "You shall maintain order here until we emerge. Ensure that no one else enters the secret realm." Understood. Thereafter, the 3 investigators ventured into the secret realm for their inquiry. The onlookers now grasped the gravity of the situation. The demise of 4 S-rank talents and 1 A-rank talent, resulting in the annihilation of a 5-member team, undoubtedly constituted a significant incident. Indeed, the sudden elevation of the secret realm's level by 5 tiers is decidedly abnormal. With this latest occurrence, it appears that this secret realm harbors genuine issues. Fortunately, I had just assembled my team and had yet to enter. Could this be considered a stroke of luck? I must express my gratitude to that young fellow for timely halting us. By the way, doesn't he look somewhat familiar? It seems as though I've seen him on television. He appears quite recognizable to me as well. Oh, I remember now. He is the champion of this year's campus championship, the one who defeated the SSS class super genius, the unclassed individual. What? He is the champion of the campus championship. My goodness, should we ask for his autograph? Perhaps we should refrain. We wouldn't want to impede him in his official duties or risk being mistaken for suspects. Chapter 153, The Guardian of the Secret Realm. Guchon observed that the majority of individuals had come to realize the gravity of the situation and ceased their attempts to enter the secret realm. Consequently, he left by Ningning to guard the entrance while he himself re-entered the realm to level up. The secret realm investigators, at the very least, required half an hour to locate the boss. This half hour was ample time for me to vanquish the boss 2 or 3 times. I certainly would not squander my time here. Upon entering the secret realm, Guchon summoned his minions and then soared through the outermost perimeter of the realm, searching for traces of the boss. After several minutes of flight, he finally spotted the boss near the 8th entrance of the secret realm. The boss's presence at the entrance reaffirmed his earlier suspicions. Indeed, you have taken on the role of a gatekeeper at the entrance. You despicable wretch. Prepare to meet your end. Awaken, tenfold strike. After slaying the boss, Guchon exited the secret realm, only to discover that the other investigators had not yet emerged. Thus, he re-entered the hellish difficulty level of the realm. Following a wave of dizziness, Guchon found himself within the secret realm. Yet, before the dizziness had fully dissipated, he sensed something cutting towards him. Was that an axe? A Bloodhowl brand great axe? What? An axe? Holy light shield. In the nick of time, Guchon hastily cast a protective shield upon himself. The sound of metal clashing resonated as the shield perfectly intercepted the colossal axe's strike. Turning his head, he noticed that the axe had aimed directly at his neck. Had it not been for his quick reflexes and the instantaneous nature of his skills, he might have already met his demise. Nevertheless, even in this moment, Guchon was drenched in cold sweat. The wielder of the great axe was none other than the boss, the ultimate weapon known as Gurga, lying in ambush at the entrance of the secret realm. A formidable being like me nearly fell victim to this fiend. It is easy to imagine the fate of those ordinary talent practitioners who entered the secret realm unprepared. They would surely face perilous odds against Gurga's ambush. This scoundrel is utterly treacherous. Since you failed to kill me, it shall be you who perishes. Prepare to die. Awaken. Tenfold strike. Guchon ruthlessly dispatched the boss. Afterward, he exited the secret realm, calculating the time. The high-ranking investigator should soon emerge, so he refrained from re-entering. A few minutes later, a flash of white light surged, and a figure stepped forth from the portal. It was indeed the high-ranking investigator. His expression was grave, and upon emerging, he proceeded directly to the 5 corpses lying nearby. He crouched down and retrieved 10 more bodies from his storage space, aligning them alongside the 5 corpses. Indeed, those who claimed that the secret realm posed no danger were merely those who had not encountered the boss. Those who had faced the boss were already dead, explaining why no one spoke of the dangers within the realm. At this moment, all the adventurers outside the secret realm could not help but swallow hard, feeling as if they had narrowly escaped death. If the annihilation of a small team could be attributed to mere chance, the sight of 15 cold corpses lying there was undoubtedly beyond coincidence. This was a grand conspiracy. Guchon stepped forward and inquired, "Have 10 more individuals perished? Did you encounter the boss?" "I did encounter it, and I vanquished it," came the reply. "I must admit, this modified boss is formidable, even stronger than a standard level 55 boss of the same rank. Those of lesser ability or lower level would stand no chance of survival against it. The 10 corpses were discovered by me at other entrances to the secret realm. What do you intend to do?" Guchon asked. "If this matter is left unchecked, more adventurers will surely perish. This secret realm is far too perilous. I shall send a request to headquarters to temporarily seal this realm until we ascertain the truth and find a resolution. Then our investigators can enter and exit freely, correct? Of course, we must have the freedom to investigate. Otherwise, who will solve the case?" Guchon sighed in relief. "That is good to hear." The senior investigator glanced at the time and then at the portal with a worried expression. Guchon discerned his concern. "Are you worried about the safety of those 2 colleagues? They should have emerged by now. I underestimated the strength of this boss. Sending those 2, barely over level 50, into the realm was indeed reckless. Should I venture in a search for them? It is too late. If they are alive, they should be out shortly. If they are not." The implication hung heavy in the air. Guchon now grasped the perilous nature of being a secret realm investigator, a role that required one to tread boldly into the jaws of danger. At that moment, the portal glowed once more, and 2 figures emerged. One was gravely injured, drenched in blood, teetering on the brink of death. The senior investigator commanded urgently, "Quick! We need a healer." Guchon stepped forward without hesitation. "I will assist." Rapid healing. Blessing of light. With both healing spells cast, the wounds of the injured individual swiftly closed, pulling him back from the precipice of death. He weakly murmured, "Thank you." "Do not mention it," Guchon replied. "While I have healed your wounds, you have lost too much blood and remain quite weak. It will take considerable time for you to fully recuperate. Focus on rest for the next couple of months and avoid any strenuous activities." "Yes, thank you." Noticing Gu Chen's use of two distinct healing skills, the senior investigator suddenly realized something and gasped, "You are Guchon, the unspecialized, the champion of the campus championship." Yes. I did not anticipate that you are also a secret realm investigator. It is a pleasure to meet you. My name is Gao Tai." The high-speed train, brimming with excitement akin to a youthful admirer, shook hands with Guchon. "Greetings, train. Good day, Officer Gao. Truly, heroes emerge from youth. Well done. Your timely discovery has significantly mitigated casualties, marking a commendable achievement on your part. If you persist in your efforts, a promotion to the position of intermediate investigator is surely within your grasp." "Thank you, officer. I shall strive diligently. I will return to headquarters to report all circumstances here, and the formal documents should be issued by noon. You two must guard the entrance to the secret realm. No one is permitted to enter." "Understood." Then, the high-speed train added to Guchon, "Grow quickly, Guchon. I look forward to collaborating with you in the future. Farewell." Haha. Safe travels, officer. Chapter 154, Sasha's New Mission. Around 11 o'clock in the morning, the Orc World's secret realm was officially sealed. Only realm investigators and those possessing special credentials were permitted to enter. Guchon, leveraging his identity as an investigator, continued to delve into the realm with by Ningning and Sasha, vanquishing bosses. The secret realm serves as a mirror to another world. No matter how many times Guchon defeats a boss, upon the realm's refresh, a new one will invariably emerge. This does not alter the true history of the Orc world. The boss will eternally remain at the entrance of the secret realm, hunting human professionals. To intervene in another world through this mirroring is no simple feat. It necessitates special events or individuals to breach the original world of the secret realm. Guchon turned his gaze toward Sasha. He had long realized that she might be the pivotal figure capable of transforming the Orc world, as only she could effortlessly return to her original world, the one that rightfully belonged to her. Yet, Guchon found himself reluctant to let her go. "Oh, my Orc maiden, after all the effort I expended to win you over, are you truly to be returned? Must my dream of a harem with monster girls shatter before it even begins? I cannot accept this." Guchon inquired of Sasha, "What are your thoughts upon seeing your new chieftain in this state?" A complex emotion flickered in Sasha's eyes, yet she resolutely replied, "I belong to Brother Chen now. I have no other thoughts." With a gentle smile, Guchon affectionately ruffled her hair, saying, "Silly child, if you miss home, just say so. You can return to visit any time." Although Guchon treated Sasha with great kindness, teaching her combat skills, introducing her to the delights of human cuisine, and exposing her to technology and wonders unknown to the Orc tribes, Sasha, while happy, felt an absence of belonging in the human world. Despite the countless humans expressing interest in her, she understood that it was merely a curiosity towards the novel, a mere fascination akin to that towards an object of amusement. No one truly harbored genuine affection for her. Her appearance rendered her unable to assimilate into human society. Her green skin and prominent fangs made her a focal point for humans eager to capture photographs wherever she went, causing her considerable discomfort. Though she is a half-orc, her features and physique lean towards the Orcish side. It was akin to a child born of mixed heritage between black and white in human society, who invariably appears more black, despite possessing a white ancestry. No one would ever deem such a child as white simply because of their mixed lineage. Appearance is the most immediate perception, and this destined Sasha to remain an outsider in the human realm. Through his observations over the past few days, Guchon had surmised Sasha's inner turmoil. Thus, he said, "Sasha, I now have a task for you, and I hope you will handle it well." Sasha suddenly perked up. "What task is it, Brother Chen? I will surely accomplish it. Through my training, you have now adeptly mastered the various skills of both warriors and hunters, and you have become a capable warrior in your own right. Therefore, I implore you to return to the realm of the orcs and investigate the transformation of the newly appointed chieftain. Additionally, uncover the true orchestrators behind this change and their ulterior motives. Can you accomplish this? Sasha's eyes immediately dimmed, and she replied with a hint of sorrow. Are you sending me away, Gu? Of course not, he reassured her. As long as you unveil the truth behind this matter, and we resolve this incident flawlessly, I shall bring you back at once. Your mother entrusted you to me. How could I ever forsake you? Sasha extended her pinky finger, declaring, Then let us make a pinky promise. Guchon mirrored her gesture, intertwining their pinkies in a firm grip. Sasha then shook their fingers, reciting, Pinky promise. 100 years without change. Indeed, 100 years without change. Subsequently, Guchon presented Sasha with a full set of level 45 equipment and a corresponding weapon. However, still feeling a twinge of concern, he removed the life pendant from around his neck and placed it on Sasha's. This mission is perilous, and this necklace may very well save your life in a critical moment. I have no need for it at present, so I shall lend it to you for now. Remember, Gulga is exceedingly powerful. Your task is merely to investigate the circumstances of this event. Avoid any confrontation with Gulga, understood? Yes, understood. Guchon enveloped Sasha in a warm embrace. Go now. With tears glistening in her eyes, Bai Ningning also embraced Sasha, saying, Be careful, little sister. I will miss you. All right, I am off, Sasha replied reluctantly, waving goodbye to the two before stepping alone into the secret realm. At that moment, Bai Ningning questioned, Are you not afraid to let her go like this? What if she doesn't return? What is there to fear? It would be better if she doesn't return. That merely means one less person to share my experience points, he retorted. Humph, you can be as tough as you like. But I bet your heart is bleeding right now. Not at all. I merely worry about her return. If she does not, my invaluable necklace would be lost. Enough of this. Let us continue our leveling, he insisted. Agreed. The two resumed their quest in the orc secret realm, and for the next 5 days, they immersed themselves in the adventure. During this time, Bai Ningning reached level 43, while Gu Chen successfully ascended to level 44. Name, Guchon, level, LV. 44. Occupation, null, health, 8,000, magic power, max, constitution, 800, strength, 800, agility, 800, intelligence, 800, spirit, 800, physical attack, 1760 magic attack, 1600, critical rate, 16 evasion rate, 16, skills, mastery of all skills, forbidden spell mastery, divine thunder descends. Holy light nuke. Over the past 5 days, the boss had been defeated countless times, yet Gu Chen had received no reply from Sasha, nor had he encountered her within the secret realm. This left him with a lingering worry for her safety, although he firmly believed that with Sasha's dual S-class talent, she would typically remain unharmed unless faced with the likes of Gulgar. In the afternoon, as Gu Chen once again entered the secret realm, his heightened senses detected the presence of someone lying in ambush within the grass near the entrance. Recognizing that familiar aura, a smile graced Gu Chen's lips as he called out, Come forth, Sasha. Your concealment skills are ones I taught you. Do you truly think you can elude me? Just then, a formidable giant bear suddenly burst forth from the thicket, charging swiftly towards Guchon. Chapter 155, Sasha's Investigation. Out of the thicket, a ferocious giant bear suddenly emerged, charging swiftly towards Guchon. A bear? Could my intuition have been mistaken? Guchon drew his weapon and assumed a combat stance, ready to launch an attack on the colossal creature. Just then, a whistle echoed from the bushes. Upon hearing the sound, the bear abruptly halted its frantic advance. From the underbrush leapt a lithe orc maiden, Sasha. With a playful tone, she exclaimed, Brother Chun, did I startle you? While I was not particularly startled, your appearance certainly took me by surprise. Guchon noted that the bear was level 45, if Sasha could tame it. It would imply her level was no less than 45 as well. Sasha affectionately patted the bear's head before gleefully collapsing into Gu Chen's embrace. I'm so happy to see you again, Brother Chun. Gu Chen shared in her joy, observing that Sasha appeared significantly more mature than just a few days prior. There was a newfound resolve etched upon her face, her physique robust, and her demeanor much more buoyant, as if she had blossomed overnight. How have you grown so quickly? In just 5 days, you've ascended from level 41 to level 45. How did you manage that? 5 days. It's been a month. Sasha replied, pouting. I nearly thought I would die from missing you. Every day, I would sit at the entrance of the secret realm for 2 hours, hoping to encounter you. But it never happened. Finally, today I caught you. Sasha clung tightly to Gu Chen, unwilling to let go. Bai Ningning coughed lightly, ahem. Sasha, want you give me a hug too? Reluctantly releasing Gu Chen, Sasha enveloped Bai Ningning in a warm embrace. Sister-in-law, I missed you so much. Guchon pondered, stroking his chin. 5 days have passed in my world, yet a month has elapsed in yours. It appears our worlds experience time at differing rates. Sasha, with her lips pursed, remarked, no wonder I could never find you. It was a mismatch in time. I thought you had forgotten about me. How could I ever forget you? I have an important task to assign to you. Now, tell me, how have you fared over the past month? Sasha replied, it's been manageable, I suppose. When I first returned, I was quite timid, constantly fearing that other orcs might capture me again. So, I survived by hunting small animals. However, one morning, I overslept and was discovered by a patrolling orc wolf rider. Just when I thought I was doomed and prepared for a life-and-death struggle, he unexpectedly turned and walked away. In a moment of impulse, I asked him why he didn't capture me. That wolf rider was quite forthright. He paused and explained that their newly appointed chieftain had not issued a decree to capture half-orcs. Even if I were apprehended, no reward would be granted. Hence it was not worth their time. I then inquired about the chieftain's directives, to which he replied that the task was to hunt down interworld professionals, essentially, your kind. The hunt for a professional can yield a reward of up to 50 gold coins. Oh, 50 gold coins, you say? Then take me to your king for my reward. I have no interest in that paltry sum. In the following days, I encountered several orc patrols, yet they did not attempt to capture me again. Sasha joyfully declared, I am now utterly and completely free. The sensation of freedom is exhilarating. It turns out that I was not forsaken by this land. Rather, it is Grom's antiquated mindset that cannot accommodate the existence of half-orcs, which is why I was targeted. That outdated relic should have perished long ago. Seeing Sasha thrive in this world genuinely pleased Gu Chen. Suddenly, Sasha grabbed Gu Chen's hand and led him to her large bear, saying, Brother Chen, allow me to introduce you to my pet bear, Honey Snow. The name, indeed, it is derived from my favorite milk tea brand. The bear adores it. I exerted tremendous effort to train him. Say hello, Honey Snow. The colossal bear let out a mighty roar. Hello, Snow King. Guchon chuckled. By the way, there's someone else I wish to introduce. Sasha glanced toward the bushes and called out, Come forth, Mugen. At that moment, a young orc cautiously emerged from the underbrush. He was bare-chested, his frame appeared quite frail, and 2 sharp tusks barely protruded from his mouth, suggesting he was around 7 or 8 years old. However, he stood at approximately 1.50 meters, resembling a slender bamboo stalk. This is an orphan I found in the wild. His parents perished in the war. I took him in out of pity and am now teaching him some fundamental life skills. Mugen cast a wary glance at Gu Chen, filled with both hatred and fear. Sasha reassured him, Do not be afraid. Mugen, they are good people. He rescued me from Grom's grasp. Go ahead and greet him. You. Hello, Mugen stammered. Gu Chen retrieved a pack of chocolate from his backpack and offered it to him, saying, Here, take this and enjoy. Mugen gingerly accepted it, unsure of how to eat it. Sasha assisted him by tearing open the packaging, saying, Go on, it's delicious. Mugen took a bite, his eyes lighting up with delight, and he began to devour it eagerly. Sasha, stroking Mugen's head, suddenly adopted a serious tone. Brother Chen, I have also uncovered some leads regarding the matter you asked me to investigate. What leads have you discovered? This Golgo was previously an elder of the orc tribe. After the last chieftain's death, he competed with Grom for the position of chieftain. At that time, Grom was merely a captain of the guards, with a status far inferior to Golga's. Golga dismissed him entirely. He believed the chieftain's position was within his grasp, yet unexpectedly lost to Grom in the finals. This guard captain turned the tables and became the chieftain of the orcs. Yet Gulgar remained unwilling to accept his fate, utilizing his position as elder to constantly oppose Grom. Grom, unable to tolerate this any longer, dismissed him from his role as elder. In his discontent, Gulgar sought to conspire with humans to overthrow Grom. However, the humans appeared indifferent to the affairs of the beastmen and had no desire to engage in such sordid dealings, promptly rejecting his overtures. This matter might have ended there, but somehow the news of Gulgar's collusion with humans reached Grom's ears. In a fit of rage, Grom expelled Gulgar from the tribe. Thus began Gulgar's life of wandering, until a group of humans found him and subsequently took him away. From that moment, Gulgar's presence vanished entirely. It was not until Grom's death that Gulgar reemerged, transformed into a half-beast, half-machine monstrosity, competing once again for the position of chieftain. He soon swept through the ranks of the Orc tribe's finest warriors with absolute dominance, becoming the new chieftain. The very first decree he issued was a relentless hunt for the interdimensional adventurers. The subsequent events are well known to you. Guchon pondered for a moment and inquired, "Are you saying that Gulgar was taken away by a group of humans? In what manner was he taken?" According to witnesses, they had a discussion for a while, after which Gulgar followed the group. Guchon fell into deep thought once more. After several seconds, he asked, "In my opinion, there must be something amiss. Sasha, what do you think?" Sasha had contemplated this matter as well and replied, "I believe that group of humans must be from your world, as the humans from our realm do not possess such advanced technology. They disguise themselves as inhabitants of this world to deceive Gulgar into accepting bodily modification, subsequently leveraging him to achieve their own ends." Guchon affirmed, "You think as I do, and I suspect that those who intentionally leaked the news of Gulgar's intent to collaborate with humans were also part of this group. They meticulously ensnared Gulgar in their trap." Sasha suddenly realized, "Oh, so it can be manipulated in this way. You humans are indeed cunning." The statement left me momentarily speechless. Yet, there remains one aspect I do not comprehend. What do you not understand? If those humans controlling Gulgar are from our world, then why do they hunt the adventurers of our realm? Given that they have a means to enter your world through the secret realms, why not allow more adventurers to come and conquer your world, rather than obstructing their entry? This point perplexes me endlessly. Sasha pondered for a moment before suggesting, "Could it be that they have discovered some detrimental secret about your world? If they have indeed uncovered something harmful to us, they could simply inform humanity. They might even receive a substantial reward. There would be no need to resort to the extreme measure of hunting adventurers to prevent others from entering." That is indeed a valid point. The two individuals fell into a profound silence. At that moment, after finishing the chocolate, Mujin suddenly remarked, "Could it be that these people act this way out of hatred for you vocationalists?" Guchon was taken aback, as if struck by lightning, and suddenly his thoughts became clear. "Indeed, hatred begets slaughter. Little Orc, I never expected you to possess such cleverness. You might have a talent for prophecy." Mujin chuckled, revealing a mouthful of teeth smeared with dark chocolate. Guchon opened his storage space and poured out all the snacks within. "Here, these are all for you. Eat as you please. Look at how thin you've become. You should indulge in some junk food to gain some weight." Mujin's eyes widened in astonishment as he clumsily expressed, "Thank you." Guchon pondered the matter anew. What kind of individuals would harbor hatred for vocationalists? I am the only anomaly in our world, having failed my class transition. Logically, I should be the one resenting vocationalists. Yet, aside from me, everyone else has successfully transitioned. They have no reason to despise their peers. Could it be that those with relatively inferior awakening talents orchestrated this conspiracy? Although their qualifications may be lacking, the government has specifically divided the mysterious realms into 4 distinct levels to ensure that all combat vocationalists have employment opportunities. This means that as long as they do not give up on themselves, they can still find their self-worth by tackling the ordinary difficulty realms. They should not be driven to extremist thoughts of societal hatred. Who else could it possibly be? Surely not the life vocationalists, who possess no combat capabilities. Guchon hastily shook his head, dismissing his own thoughts. How could it be? They are merely honest workers. How could they engage in such inhumane acts? Suddenly, Gu Chen's expression turned grave. Could it be that the masterminds behind this are indeed those life vocationalists? Chapter 156. Is the true culprit a lifestyle practitioner? Could it be that the puppeteer behind all these events is indeed a lifestyle practitioner? Though lifestyle practitioners have successfully awakened. In this era of mystical incursions, the prevailing admiration lies in martial prowess. Typically, lifestyle practitioners serve merely as the foundational support staff and producers for humanity. The majority of these individuals occupy the most mundane and unremarkable positions within society. Even esteemed figures such as scientists, inventors, and capitalists, who are among the highest echelons of lifestyle professions, hold far less influence and prestige compared to their combat-oriented counterparts of equivalent rank. Lifestyle practitioners lead lives characterized by the monotonous grind of a 996-work schedule, earning meager salaries akin to mere beasts of burden. In contrast, combat practitioners, while facing the peril of losing their lives in the midst of a mystical realm, reap substantial rewards. A single task, involving the elimination of a few minor adversaries, can yield earnings surpassing what a lifestyle practitioner would accumulate in an entire day of toil. Should fortune favor them with an exceptional piece of equipment, selling it could render them financially secure for life. In essence, the trajectory of a lifestyle practitioner is all too predictable. From the moment they awaken to their role, they embark on a life of servitude. After graduation, they scramble for stability through various educational qualifications and certifications, ultimately securing a job at the age of 22, facing redundancy by 35, and retiring at 60. To provide for their families, they often resort to side gigs such as novel writing, food delivery, or ride-sharing, only to be supplanted by emerging AI technologies. The thought of such a life is indeed disheartening. Conversely, while the life of a combat practitioner brims with challenges and dangers, it also presents numerous opportunities for rapid wealth accumulation, with the process of earning being both straightforward and robust. Although combat practitioners forego traditional benefits, they need not fear unemployment. Rather, as they age and level up, their earnings tend to escalate. In direct comparison, the life of a combat practitioner is markedly more relaxed and pleasurable than that of a lifestyle practitioner. Over time, it is hardly surprising that lifestyle practitioners would harbor grievances. Gu Chen was equally astonished by his audacious contemplation. Could these anti-human, nay, anti-combat practitioner, actions truly be the handiwork of lifestyle practitioners? If not them, then who? Indeed, a cornered rabbit will bite when pushed to their limits. Even the most docile individuals may resort to violence to orchestrate repeated assassination attempts on combat practitioners and possess the capability to traverse mystical realms to connect with other worlds. They must belong to a superlative organization endowed with exceptional talent, substantial financial backing, and various technological supports, enabling them to execute their schemes flawlessly. Terrifying. This organization is utterly fearsome. Although Gu Chen discerned the truth, he refrained from voicing it. The terror of this organization compelled him to shield Bai Ningning and Sasha from potential peril. The fewer who knew of this matter, the better. Sasha, observing Gu Chen's fluctuating expressions, inquired, "Brother Chen, have you come to any conclusions?" "Nothing. I have thought of nothing. My train of thought has abruptly ceased." "Forget it. I shall not dwell on this any longer. This organization is too deeply concealed, and uncovering its secrets is not a task to be accomplished in a fleeting moment. Let us first address the matters at hand." Sasha inquired, "What shall we tackle first?" "Deliver me to your chieftain, so I may claim my reward." Sasha immediately protested, No. How could I possibly push you towards certain doom for a mere 50 gold coins? Are you truly concerned that your brother Chen cannot contend with the chieftain? I intend for you to feign leading me to him, allowing me to eliminate him and fundamentally alter the circumstances of this secret realm. Oh, I see now. That poses no problem. However, Gu Chen pondered and felt some misgivings. If I were to slay the chieftain, yet fail to alter the trajectory of your beast kin's history, and our collaboration were to be exposed, would that not place you in grave danger henceforth? No, it cannot be you who leads me. Someone else must guide me. And who shall that be? Gu Chen grinned slyly. That shall depend on your ability to allure. Sasha swayed her hips to approach an orc patrolman. Adopting the high-pitched tone of a freshly minted 18-year-old, she called out, "Hey there, muscular fellow. Could you come here for a moment?" The orc patrolman was taken aback, an involuntary shiver coursing through him as he hesitantly asked, "What is it?" "Something good. I have an otherworldly professional captive. Would you be interested?" With that, she tugged on the iron chain she held, and Gu Chen stumbled out from behind her. His wrists and ankles were shackled with heavy iron chains, and a thick chain encircled his neck. Each step he took appeared laborious. The orc patrolman's interest was piqued instantly. "Yes, I certainly want him." Just as he reached to take the chain from Sasha, she abruptly withdrew her hand. "But I did not say it would be for free." The orc patrolman's expression darkened with displeasure. "Are you trying to deceive me? How could I dare deceive you? You may have heard of my reputation. I am the half-orc Sasha, recently sought after by the authorities, nearly executed by the previous chieftain. Although a new chieftain has assumed power, I bear psychological scars from that experience. and my peculiar status prevents me from meeting him for fear he might reconsider. But without the chieftain, I cannot claim the bounty. The otherworldly professional I have captured would go to waste. Therefore, I propose selling him to you at a reasonable price. You can then take this captive to claim your reward. This way, you earn some gold, and I do not toil in vain. What do you think? The orc patrolman contemplated this proposal and found it rather appealing. Ahem, and how much do you intend to sell him for? Let us settle on 30 gold coins. What? 30 gold coins? What if he is of little talent, merely worth 30 coins? Would that not render my efforts futile? The bounty for professionals is categorized according to varying levels of talent. Those with lesser abilities can receive a minimum of 30 gold coins, while those with superior skills may earn up to 50 gold coins. Sasha inquired, "What amount do you deem suitable?" The orc patrolman pondered for a moment before responding. "I can offer you a maximum of 29 gold coins." Sasha, Gu Chen, are orcs truly this straightforward? Is a single gold coin the reward for all this effort? Or are their wits rather dull? Observing Sasha's astonished expression, the orc patrolman arrogantly declared, "What? Do you find it insufficient? Be wary, for once you pass this village, there will be no more shops like this. Not insufficient, not insufficient. I will sell. I will sell." Indeed, it was true that once this village was passed, such an opportunity would be lost. Subsequently, the orc patrolman opened his coin pouch, counted his gold thrice to ensure accuracy, and stated, "I have a total of only 28. 5 gold coins. Consider the 0. 5 gold coins as a debt to you. I shall repay you when we meet again." Fine. The orc patrolman then handed the pouch to Sasha, who in turn released the iron chain binding Gu Chen into his possession, and he led Gu Chen toward the direction of the chieftain. Sasha sincerely bid him farewell. "Travel safely, handsome. Wishing you a smooth journey." The orc patrolman suddenly turned back and said to Sasha, "Thank you." Gu Chen thought, "Do not thank me, a wise one." After approximately 20 minutes of walking, the orc patrolman arrived at the location of the boss, Gulgar. At that moment, Gulgar was stationed at the entrance of a secret realm, awaiting the arrival of otherworldly professionals. However, Guchon noticed that there were no corpses on the ground, indicating that he was unaware that humans had temporarily sealed the entrance to the realm, allowing only the most powerful realm investigators to enter. The orc patrolman brought Guchon to Gulgar's side and announced, "Great chieftain, I have captured a living professional to present to you. Pray, assess his worth." Gulgar mechanically turned his head, scanning Guchon's information with one of his crimson mechanical eyes. "Warning, warning, a powerful target detected. Danger, danger. Immediate termination advised." The orc patrolman was momentarily taken aback. "A powerful target? Is it referring to my captive? Could it be that he is worth 50 gold coins? Then I have struck it rich." However, before the orc patrolman could fully comprehend the situation, 6 explosives were launched from Gulgar's shoulder, hurtling towards Gu Chen and his position. Gu Chen smirked, "Oh, quick on the uptake, aren't we? Ice barrier." He immediately encased himself within the ice barrier. Boom, 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 boom. After a series of explosive sounds, Gu Chen emerged unscathed, while the orc patrolman was obliterated, meeting a gruesome end at Gu Chen's feet. "You show no hesitation in slaying your own kind. It seems you have been entirely subjugated by human machinery. You are nothing but a puppet. Meet your demise, puppet." Awakening tenfold strike. Boom, boom, boom. After a powerful barrage of magic, Gurga fell at Gu Chen's feet. Ultimate weapon. Gurga's demise grants 450,000 experience points and a blood howl. Gu Chen collected the spoils and returned to Sasha's side. Sasha inquired, "Brother Chen, did you slay Gurga?" "Indeed, I have," he replied. "Does this mean the history of the orc world will change? I am uncertain. Based on past experiences, we will only know if history has indeed altered the day after we exit the secret realm." A shadow of disappointment crossed Sasha's face. Do we really have to leave the secret realm? Gu Chen understood her sorrow. After all, the passage of time in their 2 worlds differed vastly. His one day equated to 5 of hers. Even if they had agreed on a time and place for their next meeting, Sasha would endure a much longer wait than he. The vastness of the orc continent made it exceedingly difficult to encounter Sasha again if that moment slipped away. Sasha proposed, "Then let us make an agreement. I will come here to wait for you every 5 days, and you must come every day. Yes, we shall not miss each other." Sasha extended a tiny finger, saying, "Then let us seal our promise." Guchon smiled and extended his own finger to intertwine with hers. A pact sealed, a bond unbroken. For 100 years. Chapter 157. The Insidious Little Days. After a night's rest, Gu Chen arrived punctually at the designated meeting spot with Sasha the following day. Sasha had been waiting for quite some time. Upon seeing Gu Chen, she joyfully ran over and exclaimed, "Chen Gu, you're here." "Of course I came. We made a promise," he replied. "So what is the news? Is Gulgar dead?" Sasha shook her head in disappointment. "No, he is still alive." Gu Chen had anticipated this outcome. As an outsider, it was nearly impossible for him to alter the course of the Beastman's history through mere dungeon exploration. And he remained perplexed about how those living professionals managed to enter the realm of the Beastmen. Noticing the sadness on Sasha's face, he inquired, "Why the long face? Is there something troubling you?" Sasha sighed. Since Gulgar assumed the role of chieftain, he has shown no concern for the tribe's development. Each day, he issues a single task, to hunt down interdimensional professionals. Under his leadership, the tribe's situation has only worsened. The Beastmen are a hunting race. If the hunting grounds and ecological balance are not properly managed, they may soon find themselves starving. The harsh reality is that many areas are already facing famine among the Beastmen, compounded by the incessant harassment from humans. Our defenses are precariously weak, and the number of refugees is rapidly increasing. At that moment, Sasha called out, "Mujin, Geru, come out." 4 young Beastmen emerged from the nearby grass. Aside from Mujin, the other 3 children had fled from the front lines. This situation is bound to become even more dire. Although many Beastmen are currently expressing discontent towards Gulgar, they feel compelled to submit to his overwhelming power, daring only to grumble in private, with no one brave enough to challenge his authority. "I fear that if this continues, the Beastmen will face extinction." Guchon asked, "So, what do you plan to do?" Sasha feigned nonchalance, saying, "It doesn't matter to me. Once this matter is resolved, I'll return to Blue Star with you." "But what about these poor children?" Gu Chen repeated his question. "So what do you plan to do?" After a moment of hesitation, Sasha declared, "I intend to challenge Gulgar, defeat him, and elect a new chieftain, one who cares for the tribe's development and the future of these children." Gu Chen responded, "If that is your desire, then pursue it. I will support you." "You support me? I thought you would outright refuse," she said, surprised. "Of course I will support my Sasha in proving herself," he affirmed. "However, with your current strength, challenging Gulgar would be tantamount to a death wish. You wouldn't last 10 rounds against him. Thus, you must level up swiftly. Reaching level 50 is essential to challenge him." "Yes, I will strive to level up," she replied. Gu Chen did not wish to delay her challenge against Gulgar for long, as a higher level would enhance her chances of victory. However, he speculated that the highest level of wild beasts in the Beastmen world only reached level 50. In other words, no matter how hard Sasha strives in the future, her level will stagnate once she reaches level 50. After level 50, any monsters she defeats will no longer grant her experience. Level 50 marks the terminus of the orc world. This also elucidates why no one dares to challenge the level 55 Gorger. Gu Chen then remarked, "I might not be back for the next few days. Is there something going on?" "Yes, the International Campus Championship commences in 2 days. This time the competition is held in the land of cherry blossoms. So I need to arrive there 2 days early for preparations. Thus, I will be away for about 7 or 8 days. 7 or 8 days. That is over a month for me. Is it really that long?" "Indeed, it is quite a lengthy period. Therefore, my task for you is to elevate your level to 50 before my return. Once you reach level 50, I have a gift for you. If you fail to achieve it, beware of my punishment." Sasha eagerly inquired, "What kind of gift?" "I can't disclose that now. I will surprise you when the time comes." "All right, I will definitely reach level 50 before you return. Enough of this chatter. I must go hunt for bosses." Sasha recognized that their time apart had arrived, saying, "Go for it, Brother Chun. Be sure to secure the first place in the competition. Rest assured, I will definitely bring back a medal for you." Subsequently, they both attended to their respective tasks. As the following day was predominantly spent traveling, Guchon immersed himself in the secret realm for an entire night. After a night's endeavor, Guchon successfully ascended to level 46. Name, Guchon, level, LV. 46, profession, unemployed, health, 8,600, magic power, max, constitution, 860, strength, 860, agility, 860, intelligence, 860, mentality, 860. Physical attack, 1840. Magic attack, 1720. Critical rate, 17. 2. Evasion rate, 17. 2. Skills, mastery of all skills. Mastered forbidden spells, Thunder Goddess Descent, Holy Light Nuke. By Ningning also leveled up to 45, thus keeping pace with the main group. The two then gathered with the other members of the school team. When Vice Principal Wang Liangpeng and the other team members examined the information of Gu Chen and Bai Ningning, they collectively gasped in astonishment. You actually leveled up 5 times in just half a month? How did you manage that? Gu Chen yawned and replied, just grinding through the secret realms day and night. Really no special method. Wang Liangpeng remarked, Look at this. Gu Chen is already so outstanding, yet continues to work so diligently. You all should take a leaf out of his book. Yes, indeed. Now that everyone has arrived, let us set forth. Yes. The group boarded the bus heading towards the competition. At this moment, Wang Liangpeng approached Gu Chen, holding a tablet in his hands. Gu Chen, he remarked, here are the video materials of the advancing teams from other countries that we have compiled over the past few days. Please take some time to review them, as understanding both oneself and one's adversaries leads to victories in countless battles. Thank you, Principal. I will certainly study them diligently, Guchon replied. He then began to examine the materials earnestly, but within 5 minutes, he succumbed to slumber. After a day of travel, the team from Modi University finally arrived at the capital of Sakura Country, Jingdong, and proceeded with the hotel check-in process. Teams from other universities in Huaxia also gradually arrived at the hotel and completed their registrations. Teams from various countries were accommodated in this 5-star hotel. Yet each country's delegation was assigned to different floors, overseen by orderlies. This arrangement aimed to prevent competitors from different nations from encountering each other, thereby avoiding potential conflicts and unnecessary troubles. However, teams from the same country were free to visit one another. In the context of Huaxia's championship, they were rivals. But once they stepped beyond their borders, they became friends united against external challenges. Members from Beijing University, Nangguan University, Qingbei University, Heshi University, and Modi University mingled freely, exchanging pleasantries and inquiring about one another's well-being. Each tournament, organized in different countries, bore its unique characteristics. The official regulations were disclosed merely 2 days prior to the commencement of the competition, leaving all nations, except for the host, unaware of the rules. When the regulations for this year's tournament were unveiled, everyone was taken aback. The shocking news revealed that regardless of the number of teams a nation brought, only 2 teams of 5 members each would be permitted to compete. Upon hearing this announcement, representatives from various countries erupted in outrage, particularly those from nations with numerous competing teams. From the beautiful nation, what nonsense is this? Why is it that a single country is allowed only 2 teams to compete? What about the other 3 teams? Are they merely here for tourism? It seems the subservient ones have strayed from their masters. I sense a reckoning approaching. From the Curry Nation, this is utterly unjust. Our country has a population of 1 billion, and we have painstakingly selected 5 teams to participate, only to find that 3 cannot even enter the arena. This is profoundly unfair to us as a major nation. From the Cold Nation, I find this system quite fair. It suits our small population and limited territory. Why should you great nations field 4 or 5 teams when we, as smaller nations, can barely muster 2? Now at last, we are all on equal footing. I commend the Sakura Country for this rule. From the Just Nation, a country with only 1 participating team, how quaint. As a minor nation, I shall refrain from expressing my opinions. When the 5 teams from Huaxia learned of this regulation, they were equally incensed. Cursed be the Sakura Country. This rule seemed tailor-made for them, as their small land and population allowed them to manipulate the competition in a bid for perceived fairness. In truth, they have effectively eliminated several teams from other nations. How insidious. Indeed, this rule appears equitable at first glance. Yet it is profoundly unfair to those competitors who have arrived but are unable to participate. Alas, there is little that can be done. Since they commenced discharging nuclear wastewater, they have shown a complete disregard for decency. Not only that, but once this rule was announced, the additional nations among the competing teams began to engage in overt and covert rivalry, casting aside the cordiality that previously existed. Some countries have even resorted to physical confrontations in their quest to determine which 2 teams would represent them, for none wish to miss this global event. The 5 teams from the Huaxia delegation are grappling with similar dilemmas. After dinner, the head coach gathered everyone together and stated, "I am your head coach for this international competition, Yu Tao. You may call me Coach Yu. I trust you can surmise the purpose of my gathering you here today. We must select 2 teams to participate in this competition. As for the remaining 3 teams, the nation will undoubtedly provide substantial compensation upon your return. Please share your thoughts." At this moment, Hushi University spoke up. "Our institution is the weakest among the 5, and merely qualifying for the world competition has been an extraordinary stroke of luck for us. Therefore, we shall not contest with the others and will voluntarily withdraw." Subsequently, Qingbei University and Nangguan University echoed. Though it is with great reluctance and an unwillingness to concede, it is undeniable that Modi University and Guchon University possess superior strength. Thus, for the sake of our nation's success, we too choose to withdraw. Yu Tao was taken aback by how effortlessly the matter resolved itself. The reason Huaxia has emerged as a great nation lies in its collective understanding of sacrificing individual interests for the greater good, a virtue that no other nation can replicate. He expressed his heartfelt gratitude. "Well done, my children. I assure you that the nation will duly compensate for the sacrifices you have made today."